Blue Star Dragon Nation Rongqing. Happy breakup, I'm so happy, oh oh oh. Inside a KTV private room, a loud off-key, singing voice echoed through the entire room. Under the dazzling neon lights, a short-haired young man held a microphone, singing passionately into a heartbreak ballad. His voice was truly hard to compliment. Zero technique, all emotion. Over the BGM, the other 3 people in the room were drinking beer. More precisely, 2 of them were keeping one of their friends company. Yuan Qi sat on the sofa chair, drinking silently, with a dejected look. Just yesterday, he had been dumped by his girlfriend, who immediately threw herself into the arms of a rich second-generation student in their class named Zhao Kai. A whole year of devotion, and it all went to the dogs in the end. His roommates had suggested coming to KTV to help him get over the heartbreak as quickly as possible. Bro Qi, it's just a breakup, look on the bright side. The burly young man with a northeastern accent, named Zhang Wei, spoke up to console him. He was never one to talk much, and he didn't know how to offer comfort. So he could only keep Yuan Qi company with drinks. Yuan Qi stayed silent. He understood the logic, but a year's worth of feelings couldn't be soothed by a few casual words. Zhang Ying had already shown some signs with that Zhao Kai guy since the end of last semester. Before, Yuan Qi had just been fooling himself, hoping it was all in his head. Or rather, he simply didn't want to think about it in that direction. He just hoped it was his own illusion. Actually, during summer break, he had a vague premonition, and he had fallen into a spiral of overthinking for a while. Facts proved that a man's sixth sense was also right, but he still couldn't quite accept it. The 2 of them had started dating not long after freshman year. Over this past year, he had given his all, genuinely devoted to Zhang Ying, attentive to her every need, worthy of being called a true gentleman. Yuan Qi came from an ordinary family with only 1,200 yuan a month for living expenses. Over the past year, in order to buy better gifts for his girlfriend on various holidays, he had taken on part-time jobs outside school whenever he had free time. He never expected this to be the outcome in the end. Sure enough, the saying that nice guys finish last wasn't without reason. Thinking of this, Yuan Qi couldn't help but take another big gulp of beer. Exactly, I'd say, Bro Qi, why don't you go after Cheng Muxua? The best way to forget one relationship is to start a new one. Another roommate, Li Dazheng, advised. Of course, his suggestion was partly in jest. After all, who was Cheng Muxua? She was the undisputed beauty queen of their sophomore class in the business management department. It was no exaggeration to say that her admirers combined could circle the school 3 times over. Although Yuan Qi was somewhat handsome compared to the top pursuers around Cheng Muxua, he still fell far short. Naturally, Yuan Qi didn't take it seriously. Although he and Cheng Muxua were in the same class, and she happened to share a dorm room with his ex-girlfriend Zhang Ying. But over this past year, he had barely had any interaction with Cheng Muxua at all. He couldn't even hold on to a woman like Zhang Ying, let alone someone like Cheng Muxua. He was well aware of that. Oldly, stop egging Bro Qi on with such difficult challenges. If he wants to start a new relationship quickly, he should at least find an easier girl. Zhang Wei said with some exasperation. That might not be true. What if she actually likes our Bro Qi's type? Li Dazheng disagreed. After all, it was just the 4 roommates here, shooting the breeze, no one else would know. Just then, the off-key singing in the private room finally ended. Lu Jiahao put down the microphone after finishing his song and returned to the sofa table. I say, brothers, don't leave me singing alone. Bro Qi, how about I order you a heartbreak song to celebrate your return to single life? Lu Jiahao was always the mic hog at KTV, bad singer, but extremely invested. The key was he didn't even realize it himself. When he performed a song at the military training showcase, he directly lost his dating prospects for all 4 years of college. I say, bro, how take a break, will you? You've already sung 7 or 8 songs. Come over and have some drinks to soothe your throat. Li Dazheng saw that the guy had finally quieted down and quickly called him over. Honestly, his singing just now had his head buzzing. Fortunately, Lu Jiahao really was tired from singing. After putting down the microphone, he came over and sat with the others to drink. Just now I vaguely heard you guys mention Cheng Muxua. What's that about? Lu Jiahao asked curiously. Zhang Wei told him about how Li Dazheng had just been egging Yuan Qi on to pursue Cheng Muxua, and after hearing this, Lu Jiahao couldn't help but sigh. True, if we're talking about other girls in our class, Bro Qi might still have a shot. But as for Cheng Muxua, he left the rest unsaid, but his meaning was crystal clear. Not to mention that Yuan Qi had no hope of winning her over. Even if by some miracle he did, he could never afford the lifestyle this beauty required. He had heard Zhang Ying mention from time to time that Cheng Muxua spent at least 1,000 or 2,000 a month just on clothes alone. Her cosmetics and perfume were all high-end products costing several thousand yuan per set. Such a refined woman was not someone Yuan Qi, a person living on just 1,200 yuan a month, could afford to keep. Ding. Host meeting, binding conditions detected, system binding in progress. Suddenly a mechanical voice rang in Yuan Qi's mind, freezing his hand mid-drink. He couldn't have misheard right. Was he really chosen by a system? Or had he drunk too much and started hallucinating? But not long after that mechanical voice in his mind rang out again. Binding progress 5, 10, 50, 99, is system binding successful. This time Yuan Qi heard it clearly. The voice truly came from within his own mind. This was not his imagination. Holy crap. Does this mean his life is about to take off from here? Having read web novels, he of course knew. Even a pig could take off if chosen by a system, let alone him. At this moment Yuan Qi's heart surged with unprecedented vigor. This system is dedicated to helping the host achieve the perfect life. Releasing newbie mission. Choose one of three. 1. Struggle to win back ex-girlfriend Zhang Ying from rival Zhao Kai. Mission reward 100 yuan cash. 2. The secret guardian knight. Silently watch over ex-girlfriend Zhang Ying. When she's wronged, appear in time to comfort her, providing emotional value. Mission reward a pure silver knight guardian medal. Mission reward a pure silver knight guardian medal. 3. A real man never looks back. From now on have no contact with ex-girlfriend Zhang Ying whatsoever. Delete and block all her contact information. Mission reward 100 yuan cash. Appearance 1 point. Before Yuan Qi appeared a light screen, only he could see displaying 3 task options. After a quick glance, he decisively chose option 3. Jokes on them. Now that he had the system, going back to win back Zhang Ying would be insane. As for option 2, it was even more outrageous. What kind of simp would go be some secret knight doing shady work like that? Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan Qi pulled out his phone from his pocket and prepared to delete and block all of Zhang Ying's contact information directly. After blocking her phone number first, he then opened WeChat. Only then did Yuan Qi notice that the woman Zhang Ying had sent him a message just minutes ago. Are you okay? Yuan Qi couldn't help but scoff inwardly. How hypocritical of Zhang Ying clearly being the cheater, yet coming to check on him. Do I look okay? Do you even have a clue? Yuan Qi couldn't be bothered to reply. Straight block and delete the whole package. Ding, mission complete. Host obtains 100 yuan cash. Appearance 1. Note all system reward cash is obtained through legal channels, and the host may use it freely. Soon Yuan Qi saw a deposit notification appear on his phone. Your account ending 7788 China Construction Bank has received a deposit of 100 yuan, balance 100893. 2 yuan. Seeing the deposit notification, Yuan Qi truly confirmed he was not dreaming. His adrenaline immediately spiked, his heartbeat quickened, and the gloom of his breakup had long been forgotten. Despite the internet making it seem like everyone was rich these days, the reality was that many people were still earning less than 3,000 a month. This 100 yuan was something ordinary people couldn't earn in 2 or 3 years combined. Take his parents, for example. The current economic climate was tough, and even combined the two of them didn't necessarily earn that much in a year. So giving him 1,200 yuan a month for living expenses had already been their greatest effort. He checked the deposit amount several more times, confirming it wasn't a hallucination of his own making before finally setting his mind at ease. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but the core one was, I'm going to rise to the top, ha ha ha. Brother Qi, you're not still sending messages to Zhang Ying, are you? Li Dajiang noticed Yuan Qi had been staring at his phone with his head lowered, and assumed he was still trying to win her back. How could I? I've already deleted her. Good, Brother Qi. You need to move on sooner rather than later. Li Dajiang did not actually believe Yuan Qi had deleted her so quickly. He had caught a glimpse of the long sentimental messages Yuan Qi had been sending Zhang Ying. It was obvious he was still trying to win her back. Claiming he had already deleted her was most likely a matter of male pride. But as a good brother, he naturally would not meddle any further. At this moment, Yuan Qi stood up, raised his glass toward his roommates, and announced loudly, bottoms up, brothers. He drained his cup in one go, his tone radiating a clear sense of joy, utterly unrecognizable from his earlier dejected self. Being bound by some fantastical system, of all things happening to him, was truly worth a celebratory drink. Brother Qi, it feels like your mood just suddenly improved a lot, huh? Zhang Wei observed Yuan Qi with some suspicion. Just moments ago he had been wallowing in sorrow, yet now he looked as if he had just swallowed some powerful tonic, his entire being invigorated. Huh, it's nothing. I've simply thought it through. A 3-legged toad is hard to find, but a 2-legged girl, aren't they everywhere? There's no reason for me to grieve over Zhang Ying. Yuan Qi's joy could barely be contained, yet he could not reveal the truth of his awakening system. Brother Qi speaks wisely. A man should live for himself. Absolutely refuse to drain himself over some woman. Be the kind of man who walks through a garden of flowers without letting a single petal cling. Speaking of which, Brother Qi, now that you've recovered, how about I dedicate a song to you? With that, Lu Jiahao immediately moved to grab the microphone. But he was halted by Li Dajiang. Please have mercy. Spare my poor ears. Brother Qi, you should sing instead. You haven't picked a song yet. With that said, Li Dajiang handed the microphone to Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, in excellent spirits, graciously accepted it, and went to select 2 inspiring songs. Yuan Qi had a naturally good singing voice, far better than Lu Jiahao, the self-proclaimed karaoke king. When they reached the chorus, all 4 roommates sang together in harmony. The previously stuffy atmosphere of the private room instantly became lively and warm. Meanwhile, at Rongqing University, girls' dormitory 301, Zhang Ying, fresh from a shower, was applying the body lotion her new boyfriend Zhao Kai had bought for her today on her legs. As a girl committed to living a refined lifestyle, she valued her body care deeply, especially her legs, of which she was most proud. However, when her gaze drifted to another girl not far away who was also applying lotion to her legs, a flicker of envy inevitably surfaced in her eyes. The owner of those beautiful legs was naturally Cheng Muxue. Compared to her, the legs Zhang Ying had always been most proud of suddenly seemed rather ordinary. Not to mention her facial features, those exotic looks that could make even other women feel their hearts skip a beat. To be fair, her own looks were not bad either, rated at least an 80, a pretty girl. But Cheng Muxue was at minimum a 90. There was simply no comparison. She was a confident person, but standing before Cheng Muxue, she felt a wave of self-consciousness, regretting that she had not been born with such looks. What made her even more uncomfortable was the fact that her current boyfriend Zhao Kai had once confessed his feelings to Cheng Muxue back in their freshman year. After being rejected, he had only then set his sights on her, which made Zhang Ying feel as though she was inherently a step below Cheng Muxue. Thinking of Zhao Kai inevitably reminded Zhang Ying of her ex-boyfriend Yuan Qi. She did not regret her choice in the slightest. Zhao Kai's family was in business, worth millions, perhaps tens of millions. Zhao Kai received 6,000 yuan a month just for living expenses and had his own private savings. Following him had elevated her standard of living in ways Yuan Qi could never have provided. In just 2 days together, she had already received over 1,000 yuan in gifts. With Yuan Qi, that would never have been possible. The only small flaw was that Zhao Kai was not as handsome as Yuan Qi, but that hardly mattered. Looks could not be eaten as a meal. She had just sent a message to Yuan Qi, not because she wanted to get back together, but because she greatly enjoyed the feeling of being chased and pursued by men. When she had broken up with him, Yuan Qi had sent her many long sentimental messages, all trying to win her back. She did not know why, but seeing those messages made her inexplicably happy. It gave her a strange sense of superiority. Besides, she had her own little scheme, keep Yuan Qi dangling as a backup. If Zhao Kai proved unreliable in the future, she could always fall back on Yuan Qi as her second choice. She knew perfectly well how much Yuan Qi had once loved her. Surely seeing her message of concern would move him to tears of gratitude. She wondered what message he had sent her this time. Zhang Ying picked up her phone to check. The last message in their WeChat chat was still the one she had sent him half an hour ago. He hasn't seen it yet. Zhang Ying's brow creased slightly, a subtle sense of displeasure stirring within her. Previously, Yuan Qi would reply to her messages almost instantly. She guessed he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol. But after waiting much longer, still no reply came from Yuan Qi, and Zhang Ying's mood only soured further. Although I already dumped you, Yuan Qi, shouldn't you still reply to my messages immediately? After thinking for a moment, she typed out a new line. Take good care of yourself in a life without me. She hit send. The result, a red exclamation mark, appeared on her phone screen. You are not yet his contact. That bastard Yuan Qi actually removed me. Zhang Ying cursed out loud in fury. Her furious outburst instantly drew the attention of the other 3 girls in the dorm. You two already broke up, right? Mutually deleting each other seems pretty normal to me, said Sun Qi, the roommate sleeping opposite Zhang Ying. If anyone should be deleting, it should be me deleting him. How dare he deletes me? Her words left the rest of the dormitory speechless. What kind of logic was that? She had already dumped the guy, yet still didn't allow him to delete her. What kind of reasoning was that? However, seeing Zhang Ying in such a furious state, the others did not speak up. After all, it had nothing to do with them. Cheng Muxue, meanwhile, paid no attention whatsoever to this drama. Instead, she focused entirely on her skincare routine. The man she would eventually choose must be someone who could perfectly match her standards. In simple terms, only someone with talent, looks, and wealth would be worthy of her trust. Thus, until now, she had never dated anyone. She believed in the principle of better alone than poorly matched. She looked down on Zhang Ying's approach from the bottom of her heart. Yuan Qi and his group also made it back to the dormitory just before closing time. They had originally planned to split the bill evenly for the karaoke outing, but Yuan Qi had insisted on treating everyone himself. After all, his card now held a hefty 100,000 yuan. And with the system in place, he could foresee he would never be short of money in the future. This small expense was nothing. Not only that, he had even coaxed them into calling him Godfather, one after another. A few hundred yuan spent to gain that much emotional value was completely worth it. Old Yuan, I feel like you've suddenly become a different person, Li Dajiang remarked with some surprise as they returned to the dormitory. For some reason, Yuan Qi now gave off a particularly spirited vibe, a stark contrast to his previously dejected, heartbroken state. Haha, brother Qi has finally figured it out. Women only slow a man down, Lu Jiahao chimed in, patting Yuan Qi on the shoulder and grinning at Li Dajiang. Yuan Qi offered no explanation. With money in his pocket, he naturally felt different. This was a man's true confidence, and the negative emotions from his breakup had already drifted away. Li Dajiang didn't dwell on it either. It was a good thing that Yuan Qi had moved on so quickly from his heartbreak. The group then took turns bathing, and Yuan Qi took a moment to examine himself in the mirror. The system had granted him a slight boost in appearance, and he wanted to see if there was any change. My skin seems a bit fairer, and my eyes look more vibrant than before. After staring for a while, Yuan Qi indeed sensed some difference, though he wasn't sure if it was just an illusion after his shower. Still, it was for the best. If the change were too drastic, he would have a hard time explaining it. He admired himself in the mirror a bit longer, striking 2 handsome poses before finally leaving the bathroom with satisfaction. Yuan Qi's original appearance was not bad. He was at least a decent-looking young man scoring above 75. But who would mind becoming even more handsome? When he came out, his 3 roommates were already lying on their beds scrolling through their phones. Yuan Qi dried his hair and climbed into bed as well. Hey, check this out. A gorgeous girl has appeared among the new students. Her photo is already on the school forum, Li Dazhong exclaimed. Really? Let me see, Lu Jiahao responded, immediately hurrying to the forum. Soon he too let out an exclamation. Wow, she's really beautiful. So pure. She's probably this year's campus beauty queen. In a male dorm, girls were always the hottest topic, especially one of such stunning beauty. Naturally, Yuan Qi was curious and opened the school forum to see if she was really that impressive. Sure enough, the top post was right there. It featured a photo of freshmen standing at attention during military training. Though many people were in the frame, one girl stood out so strikingly that she made everyone else fade into the background. In the photo, the girl stood tall and straight in the sunlight, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. A gentle breeze stirred a few strands of hair under her cap, which clung to her face, making her look especially graceful. Her slender figure was perfectly poised, and even in her military uniform, her lovely silhouette was unmistakable. Yuan Qi couldn't help but agree that she truly deserved the title of freshman campus beauty. Scrolling through the comments, he saw only admiration. Wow, what a beautiful lady. I declare her my goddess from now on. Her aura is incredible. She gives me a sense of timeless tranquility. I need to know everything about her within 10 minutes. Someone has already found out. Her name is Licia. Indeed, a beautiful name for a beautiful girl. She's definitely the most stunning campus beauty among the freshmen this year. I heard the quality of this year's freshmen is high. I saw another pretty girl when I went today. The comments section buzzed with information from well-informed netizens, and Yuan Qi learned that the new campus beauty was named Licia. So her name is Licia. She's totally my type. I've decided to give her a chance to get with me, Lu Jiahao said with some excitement. Didn't you say women only slow down a man's sword-drawing speed? Why the sudden change of heart? Zhang Wei, who was on the lower bunk, couldn't help but chuckle. That's not important. What matters is that I really feel my heart flutter. Hey, old Lu, are you serious? This girl looks hard to approach, Li Dazhong interjected. How you don't understand? Freshman girls like her are the easiest to win over. With my looks as the Wu Yanzu of Rongqing, I'll conquer her in no time, Lu Jiahao boasted. His words were met with scornful sounds from the room. Lu Jiahao was as narcissistic as ever. To be fair, he was somewhat handsome, on par with Yuan Qi, but comparing him to a heartthrob like Wu Yanzu was a stretch too far. However, Yuan Qi was confident that with the system's help he could reach that level. He glanced again at Licia's photo and felt a stir of interest. In the past, he would never have dared to have any thoughts about a girl of such caliber. But now things were different. Having awakened the system, he gained boundless confidence and his standards naturally rose. Ding, system random quest refreshed. Host must persist in morning exercise for 10 days. Quest reward 1 of 0 yuan cash for each completed morning exercise appearance, 1 upon completion of the 10-day quest, and gain the skill of musical instrument mastery. Quest progress 0, 10. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Yuan Qi's mind, and he felt a quiet joy at the new quest. The system had arranged for him again. The rewards were incredibly generous, not only daily cash, but also a boost to his appearance. Musical instrument mastery was an even more remarkable skill. Without exaggeration, on a university campus, knowing how to play an instrument would greatly increase one's charm with the opposite sex. After all, many female students were easily impressed by such talents. Moreover, the system described it as mastery, meaning that after completing the quest, he would automatically master all instruments. The cost-effectiveness was simply unbeatable. It was just morning exercise. Completing this quest would be a breeze. The system was truly generous. Soon the lights went out at 11 p.m. as scheduled, and the chatter in the dorm gradually faded. Since everyone had drunk quite a bit of beer that evening, drowsiness quickly set in. Yuan Qi set an alarm for 6 a.m., then closed his eyes and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning when the alarm rang, he was initially dazed, but then remembered his system quest. He even opened the system panel to confirm that yesterday's events were not a dream. He had indeed bound to the system. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then checked his bank balance, and seeing the long string of digits, he felt a deep sense of security. By now the sky was faintly light, and the others in the dorm were still sound asleep. Yuan Qi got up quietly, washed up in the bathroom, and left the dormitory. When he reached the school sports field, quite a few self-disciplined students were already exercising. He did a few simple stretches, then performed the Tai Chi routine he had learned in his freshman year, a course that was relatively easy to pass. Seeing that the system's progress bar hadn't moved at all, he wondered if the intensity was too low. Noticing the parallel bars on the field, he decided to try some pull-ups. He barely managed 3 pull-ups before giving up. My fitness level is really poor, he muttered. With the progress bar still unchanged, he decided to go for a run. This might be simpler, but he soon realized otherwise. Perhaps due to a long lack of exercise and running a bit too fast, he was already out of breath after just 2.5 laps. Phew, I really overestimated myself. The track was 400 meters per lap, meaning he had only run 100 meters before nearly collapsing. No wonder the system had assigned such a task. It seemed he would need to keep exercising even after completing the quest. He checked the progress bar. Today's task was still not done, and he had no idea how far he needed to run. The quest hadn't specified the standard, so Yuan Qi had no choice but to persevere. Soon after finishing the third and fourth laps, he felt utterly exhausted, yet the progress bar still showed 0-10. He gritted his teeth and pushed on. Finally, on the 10th lap, he saw the progress bar change to 110. It was so tough. Yuan Qi felt as if he might collapse. Slowing down, he gasped for air, his thighs trembling with fatigue. It seemed he needed to run 3 kilometers to complete the task, though that might not be accurate considering he had done some other exercises beforehand. If he only ran, he might need a few more laps. This was quite a challenge for Yuan Qi at his current level. Even running at his slowest pace had left him utterly drained. He had thought that a casual workout would be enough to complete the daily task. But when he saw the 100 yuan deposit message on his phone, he was instantly filled with renewed energy. After walking slowly around the track for 2 laps and resting for a while, he gradually recovered. Now he felt hungry. At the school's main cafeteria, the freshmen undergoing military training had already begun queuing for meals. Instead of eating there, Yuan Qi went to the snack street outside the school and bought some beef and char siu buns. Although they were quite pricey and he would never have gone to this breakfast shop in the past, now that he had a fortune of 100 yuan, he didn't mind spending a little extra. After eating, he didn't forget to pack some for his 3 roommates, then leisurely made his way back to the dormitory. Yuan Qi returned to the dormitory at 8:30. His roommates had gradually stirred awake. With no classes scheduled that morning, none of them had ventured out. Seeing Yuan Qi had brought breakfast back for them, his roommates were about to transfer money to him, but Yuan Qi insisted it was his treat. Touched beyond words, they exclaimed, "Wow, these are beef char siu buns, my absolute favorite from this place. Brother Qi, you're truly like a father to me." Li Dajiang cried out with exaggerated flair. Zhang Wei and Lu Jiahao chimed in enthusiastically, and Yuan Qi briefly savored the feeling of being revered as a father figure. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jiahao suggested they all go check out the freshman campus beauty they had been discussing the day before. "Seriously, old Lu? You actually plan to pursue her?" Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. "Absolutely. You think I'm joking? What I say I intend to follow through on." Lu Jiahao was already adjusting his hair in the mirror, clearly serious about making a move. But having shared this dorm for a year, his roommates knew him well. He was the textbook type of all talk and no action. "Then how do you plan to get close to her? Just walk up and confess?" Li Dajiang asked curiously. "Do I look like someone without a brain?" "I plan to wait until they're on break, then show up as a caring senior, offering some milk tea or Sprite or something." While speaking, Lu Jiahao continued fixing his hair with hairspray, only revealing a satisfied expression after quite some time. He looked every bit the part of someone about to approach a girl. "All right, let's head out together. First, let's find which formation the campus beauty is in." Yuan Qi also wanted to see whether she was as beautiful as her photos suggested, so he joined them as they left the dorm. As they passed the cafeteria, they happened to run into Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai, who had just finished their breakfast. Zhang Ying still harbored resentment over Yuan Qi deleting her. Seeing him looking at her with complete indifference only made her feel worse. Although she had been the one to leave him, his calm demeanor bothered her. Zhao Kai meanwhile waved cheerfully at Yuan Qi's group. "You're all out for breakfast too." He said this while wrapping an arm around Zhang Ying's waist. His glance toward Yuan Qi tinged with mockery. He felt no guilt about taking Yuan Qi's girlfriend. "You did what you could and I did what I could. Don't blame me for picking up what you dropped. None of your business. Are we even close?" Before Yuan Qi could respond, Li Dajiang fired back, having long despised Zhao Kai's hypocritical attitude. Leveraging his family's wealth, he had cycled through several girlfriends this past year. And what made it worse was that he had openly pursued Zhang Ying even while she was still dating Yuan Qi. "Hey, we're all in the same class. I was merely greeting you. You're being overly aggressive, Li Dajiang. That's just how I talk. If it bothers you, bite me." Li Dajiang showed no patience whatsoever. How could he possibly have goodwill towards someone who had taken his friend's girlfriend? "You?" Zhao Kai grew flustered, but Zhang Ying gave him a gentle pull. "I won't waste my time on you. I have a date with my girlfriend. We're going shopping." As he said this, Zhao Kai cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Qi, watching for any reaction. But to his disappointment, Yuan Qi remained remarkably composed, leaving Zhao Kai feeling as though his provocation had landed on nothing. Yuan Qi had no intention of lingering to argue with either of them. Before he had obtained the system, Yuan Qi certainly would not have remained this calm. But now he truly could not bring himself to care. He grabbed Li Dajiang, who was about to say more, and turned to leave. Yuan Qi's gaze never once fell upon Zhang Ying standing beside Zhao Kai. This left Zhang Ying feeling unsettled. She told herself he was merely putting on a brave face, that deep down he must be suffering. "Humph. Who asked you to be too poor to give me what I want?" "Zhao Kai, let's go shopping. I'd like to pick up a couple of new outfits." Zhang Ying linked her arm through Zhao Kai's and spoke softly. Hearing this, Zhao Kai frowned. They had already spent over 1,000 the day before, and now she wanted to go out again. Although his monthly living expenses totaled 6,000 yuan, this kind of spending would not last long. But he felt uneasy from his earlier attempt at getting a rise out of Yuan Qi, having gone completely unanswered. He needed to find an outlet. Sure, let's go out together. Oh, and remember to bring your ID card. He was no fool. Today he would absolutely make sure he got something in return. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Qi and his roommates walked and chatted. That guy Zhao Kai, the first time I saw him I knew I wouldn't like him. What a complete fool. Li Dajiang was still venting about Zhao Kai. Yeah, I really can't figure out how any girl could end up with someone like him. After saying this, Zhang Wei quickly glanced at Yuan Qi's expression, relieved to see no change. Yuan Qi's mindset was steady. Seeing Zhang Ying earlier had truly stirred nothing within him. In the past, he had actually envied people like Zhao Kai who came from wealthy families. But now with the system, he no longer needed to envy anyone. What's the big deal? That's only because Wu Yinzu, our bro from Rome University, hasn't started trying. If he had put in real effort, I'd have had several girlfriends by now. Lu Jiahao struck another boastful pose. The four of them laughed and chatted as they arrived at the freshman training grounds. From afar, they could already hear the instructor's commands being called out. Since military training separated men and women, the group naturally made their way toward the female training area. The sun was already high overhead, but the instructor was relatively lenient with the female students finding shaded areas for their drills. The male students, of course, did not enjoy the same privilege. To avoid disrupting the freshmen's training, the instructor prohibited upperclassmen from approaching too closely. Especially after the freshman campus beauty post had gone viral, noticeably more people had gathered there today. Yuan Qi couldn't help but remark on the extraordinary allure of beauty. So many people willing to endure the scorching sun just to catch a glimpse. They quickly spotted Li Xie's training formation. At that moment, they were practicing marching, and Li Xie stood in the very front row. Seeing her in person left Yuan Qi genuinely impressed. She appeared even more beautiful than in photographs, and the other girls standing beside her seemed to fade by comparison. In Yuan Qi's view, she was every bit the match of Cheng Muxue. The two were beauties of entirely different styles. Cheng Muxue was the classic striking type, with sharply defined features and a hint of mixed heritage. Li Xie, on the other hand, possessed an ethereal quality, her delicate soft features reminiscent of a young immortal maiden. Glancing at his three companions, Yuan Qi saw they were all utterly captivated. Lu Jiahao in particular looked as though his eyes were glued to her. Training soon concluded, and the instructor arranged for them to rest. Yuan Qi smiled at Lu Jiahao beside him. Weren't you planning to show some senior-level care? This is your moment. But Lu Jiahao suddenly lost his bravado. Hell, let's hold off for a bit. Maybe someone else will go first and test the waters. I'll observe from here. This remark earned him immediate scorn from all members of the 502 crew. As expected, shortly thereafter, a decent-looking senior approached with milk tea in hand. But he soon returned, milk tea still in hand, looking thoroughly dejected. Li Xie had clearly declined his offering. Admiring beauty was one thing, but finding the courage to actually approach was another matter entirely. And with a failed precedent now established, few others dared to try. After gazing for a while, the group decided it was time to head back. The sun was growing stronger, and no one wished to risk heat stroke merely for appreciating the view. Lu Jiahao had arrived full of confidence, promising to go and greet the newcomers, but by the end he had lost his nerve. I say, old Lu, why aren't you making a move? Back in the dorm you were so certain about trying to get close to her. I was really looking forward to seeing Wu Yinzu of Rongda in action. Facing Li Dajiang's teasing, Lu Jiahao remained defensive. I'm just not quite ready yet. I've been thinking. Rushing up to strike up a conversation would be too awkward. Let me come up with a better approach first. Everyone knew Lu Jiahao tended to talk big without following through, so they let it go. Yuan Qi, though also keen on getting to know the freshman campus beauty, could see the moment simply wasn't right. Meanwhile, he planned to sign up for this year's welcome evening gala. Once he obtained the instrument proficiency skill, he intended to showcase himself properly and build up some confidence. Many novels portrayed beautiful women rushing toward wealth without question, but surely there had to be other qualities to appreciate. Otherwise, it would simply be vulgarity. Lu Jiahao and his two companions headed back to the dorm to play games, while Yuan Qi did not join them. He planned to upgrade both his phone and computer. Now that he had money in hand, it was only natural to refresh his older devices. His previous computer had been purchased by his family for 4,000 yuan when he was in his first year of high school, modest specifications at best. Now was the time to experience what a high-performance machine felt like. But should he choose an Apple laptop or an Alienware? Yuan Qi's indecisiveness returned in full force. Come on, I'm a man with a system now. Why bother hesitating? Why not have both? The so-called difficulty of choice was merely an excuse born of limited means. For Yuan Qi, whose account now held 100,000 yuan, there was truly no need to choose at all. Once his mind was made up, Yuan Qi walked straight out of campus. Just beyond the main gate lay a bustling commercial street. As a shopping district near the university town, it naturally attracted considerable foot traffic. Watching the vibrant street scene, Yuan Qi suddenly felt a desire to open a shop here. After all, such a sudden change in fortune needed some explanation. And as a university student, owning a store on this very commercial street would certainly be something to be proud of. But there was no rush. It was only a fleeting whim to be reconsidered when he had more funds. After browsing for a while, Yuan Qi entered the nearby Apple store. As for the gaming laptop, Yuan Qi ordered an Alienware online for over 20,000 yuan. The local electronics market was unreliable, and one could easily be taken advantage of without realizing it. The store was moderately busy, with most customers appearing to be university students. Many were trying out the latest products on display tables. Yuan Qi had no intention of testing items first. He walked straight to the sales associate and stated clearly that he wanted the Apple Trio, decisive and without hesitation. The associate was a young woman in her 20s with a pleasant appearance. She was somewhat surprised that this seemingly college-aged customer was so decisive. The three-piece set would cost at least 20,000 yuan. Though she thought this to herself, her manner remained warm and welcoming. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the display counter." The sales associate enthusiastically explained the advantages and disadvantages of various configurations for the three products. Yuan Qi had never used Apple before and knew little about the product line. Still, the principle was simple: the higher the specification, the better. After listening to the introduction, Yuan Qi unhesitatingly chose the top configuration of each product. To the sales associate, Yuan Qi appeared as a customer with no concern for price. While waiting for the receipt, Yuan Qi suddenly noticed Cheng Muxu had also entered the store seemingly without his knowledge. She was accompanied by an unfamiliar young man dressed in hip-hop style. Could this be Cheng Muxu's boyfriend? But Yuan Qi quickly dismissed the thought. The young man was being overly attentive, while Cheng Muxu wore an expression of clear impatience. It was obvious he was simply a devoted admirer. Yuan Qi found it perfectly normal that someone like Cheng Muxu, a campus beauty, would attract such attention. Soon Yuan Qi's 3 purchases were packed. He decisively took out his bank card and swept over 30,000 yuan without a second thought. After completing the payment, Yuan Qi noticed Cheng Muxu's gaze drifting in his direction. He offered a polite nod and a smile as a greeting, but had no intention of approaching her. Though they shared a class, they were hardly close. There would be other opportunities. Meanwhile, Cheng Muxu watched Yuan Qi's departing figure with a thoughtful expression. Though she did not know Yuan Qi while they were in the same class, and there were only about 10 boys in it, she naturally remembered him. Moreover, when Zhang Ying was dating Yuan Qi, she often heard him mentioned in the dorm, mostly described as poor and unworthy of Zhang Ying. Yet she had observed clearly Yuan Qi had chosen the top configuration trio. As a longtime Apple user, she knew exactly what that meant in cost. His calm demeanor while paying with his card suggested someone entirely different from the impoverished youth Zhang Ying had described. This sparked a faint curiosity within her. "Mushu, our club is having a gathering today. Would you like to join? Honestly, if you came, you'd easily become vice president of our dance club." This voice interrupted Cheng Muxu's thoughts, furrowing her delicate brows. She had come to buy headphones only to encounter her persistent admirer, who kept finding topics to chat about. Unaware that Cheng Muxu had grown thoroughly weary of him, he continued speaking. "Could you please give me some space? You know how exhausting it is when someone won't stop talking." Cheng Muxu finished speaking and took her selected headphones to the counter to pay. Seeing Cheng Muxu approach the register, Sun Long's eyes brightened. This was his chance to demonstrate himself. If he offered to pay for her, she would surely see him differently. However, upon seeing the AirPods cost over 1,000 yuan, he hesitated. It was a significant amount for him. Still, he steeled himself and approached, feigning generosity. "Mushu, let me pay for this for you." Zhang Long rushed to the front desk, pulling out his phone to complete the payment. 1,000 yuan stung, but for the sake of love it was worthwhile. But Cheng Muxu firmly stopped him. She could clearly read his financial situation. His hesitant expression revealed that this amount was already a considerable burden. She was not the type to take advantage of others. "I don't need this. Please step away from my sight. And from now on, address me by my full name. We are not close enough for familiarity." Without another word, she scanned the payment code and prepared to leave. For young men she was not interested, and she gave no encouraging signs. Zhang Long wanted to follow, but a sharp glance from Cheng Muxu stopped him. He feared angering her further. "What is it that I do wrong? Why does Mushue remain so cold toward me? But no matter the difficulty, I will never give up." Zhang Long watched her departing figure with devoted intensity, his thoughts firm and unwavering. He was a junior majoring in computer science and served as vice president of the school dance club. Since the freshman welcome event the year before, when he first saw Cheng Muxu, he had been deeply captivated. Zhang Long possessed considerable skill in street dance. Many girls at school had been drawn by his abilities, though Cheng Muxu remained unmoved. He had hoped to invite her into the dance club, hoping proximity might foster closeness, but she had declined. Throughout the past year, he had continued to watch over her from a distance. He did not give up. He believed that with persistence he would eventually win her heart. After all, they shared common interests. At the thought of a future with Cheng Muxu, Zhang Long's eyes filled with gentle longing. Cheng Imshui truly lives up to her reputation as the campus beauty. Her appearance and figure are simply flawless. Yuan Qi couldn't help but sigh as he stepped out of the specialty store. Every time he saw Cheng Imshui, he still felt a sense of awe. If only she could be his girlfriend someday, how envious others would be. In the past, Yuan Qi would never have entertained such thoughts, but now that he had the system, his ambitions grew bolder. However, he would never become a simp. He understood the principle: those who chase blindly end up with nothing. The true path was to improve himself. If flowers bloom with fragrance, butterflies will come on their own. Stopping before an elegantly decorated clothing store, Yuan Qi paused. Glancing at his current attire, he decided to buy himself a few proper outfits. His previous clothes had all been cheap, trendy brands purchased online. Though the cuts were decent, they carried an unmistakable air of poverty. He couldn't even recall when he last bought clothes at a physical store. Before dating Zhang Ying, he had barely visited clothing shops in person. The moment he entered, a female sales associate warmly greeted him. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Gucci." Hearing this, Yuan Qi realized this was indeed a luxury brand store. He hadn't noticed the logo outside. No wonder the sales associate's demeanor was so polished. "Please help me match 2 casual campus-style outfits." Despite being his first time in a high-end clothing store, Yuan Qi showed no hesitation. The balance in his account was his greatest confidence. "Certainly, sir." The sales associate had excellent taste. Before long, she presented 2 complete outfits that perfectly complemented his temperament. The associate praised him without restraint. "Sir, your proportions are exceptional. Most people simply cannot pull off this look." Yuan Qi was very satisfied with the outfits. Pleased by the associate's compliments, he immediately tried on one set and asked her to wrap the other. Surprised that the sale had actually gone through, the associate's smile deepened. As a professional salesperson, she could clearly see that Yuan Qi's original clothes were inexpensive. Though they never judged customers by appearance, her enthusiasm stemmed from noticing the Apple products he carried. This indicated the customer certainly had purchasing power. "Sir, your total comes to 2,588 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or mobile payment?" Yuan Qi had already known the price while trying on clothes. Though somewhat surprised at spending so much on clothing for the first time, he felt a quiet satisfaction. His previous clothes, aside from winter wear, rarely exceeded 200 yuan. Spending over 20,000 on a single shopping trip was a novel feeling indeed. Perhaps it was merely imagination, but wearing the complete expensive outfit seemed to elevate his entire demeanor. "Thank you, sir. We look forward to your next visit." After the associate's courteous farewell, Yuan Qi walked out of the Gucci store. This outing alone had cost over 50,000 yuan, and combined with the computer he purchased online for over 20,000, his account now held less than 30,000 yuan. He could hardly believe he had spent over 70,000 yuan within half a day. Money truly flowed away like water. Deciding he had shopped enough, Yuan Qi prepared to return to campus. As if on cue, he ran into Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai right after stepping out. What bad luck running into them today. Zhang Ying was in high spirits, having just received 2 new outfits and a pair of shoes from Zhao Kai costing over 1,000 yuan in total. When she had been with Yuan Qi, she had never received such treatment. This made her feel very satisfied with her choice. Fortunately, she had cut losses in time. Had she stayed with Yuan Qi, she would have wasted her youth. "Brother Kai, thank you so much for accompanying me shopping today and buying me so many things." Hearing these words, Zhao Kai, who had been feeling some pain over his wallet, felt considerably better. "As long as you like the Mingying." Watching Zhang Ying's graceful figure as she walked, Zhao Kai felt a warm surge of emotion. Just as he was about to say something else, he spotted someone familiar emerging from the Gucci store. Their eyes met Yuan Qi's. Yuan Qi gave them no attention, treating them as though they were invisible. He walked straight toward the campus direction, leaving Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai staring in bewilderment at his departing figure. They had both noticed the Gucci shopping bag in Yuan Qi's hand, indicating he had just made a purchase inside, and he was now wearing a complete Gucci outfit. But how could this be possible? Even the cheapest items at such luxury stores cost several thousand yuan. How could someone with a monthly living expense of only 1,200 yuan afford this? It was impossible. Impossible. Zhang Ying's previously cheerful mood was suddenly shadowed. As for the feelings of Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai, Yuan Qi naturally did not care. He stopped by the snack street outside campus for lunch before returning to the dormitory. His 3 disciples were not yet back, likely having eaten at the cafeteria. Yuan Qi organized his purchases and began unboxing the computer and phone. Before long, the voices of his 3 disciples could be heard at the door. "I think this year's freshmen are exceptionally fine. The one I just met isn't inferior to Li Xia at all." This was Li Dajiang's voice. "I still find types like Li Xia more appealing. That one seemed a bit too charming." Lu Jiahao remarked. "Whatever, in the end, none of this concerns us anyway." "That hits hard, bro." Chatting as they entered the dorm, the 3 froze upon seeing Yuan Qi handling an Apple computer on the desk. "Whoa, brother Qi, is that your new computer?" "I'm not imagining things. It's a MacBook. Have you struck it rich?" All 3 gathered around Yuan Qi, and upon approaching they noticed the phone and iPad also arranged on the table. This sent them into a frenzy. He had bought the complete Apple set. That must have cost over 20,000 yuan. Lu Jiahao exclaimed loudly. "Brother Qi, tell me you didn't win the lottery. How much did the Apple Trio cost?" Yuan Qi didn't hide anything and directly stated the price. "Not much, just over 30,000. Hearing Yuan Qi's calm tone, all 3 dorm mates were dumbstruck, suddenly feeling an overwhelming aura of sophistication. On the other side, Zhang Ying returned to the dormitory with a heavy heart. She had originally planned to spend the night with Zhao Kai, but now she had lost all interest. Shortly after Yuan Qi departed, she told Zhao Kai she was not feeling well and needed to return to the dorm. Zhao Kai was displeased. She knew it would upset him, but she simply had no desire to go out that day. She could not understand how Yuan Qi had so much money to buy luxury clothes. Had he been pretending all along in front of her? Zhang Ying, you are back so soon from your date. Li Jia noticed Zhang Ying returning with a troubled expression and felt curious since she had been so cheerful when she left that morning. Oh, I am just a bit unwell, so I came back early. Zhang Ying offered a casual reply and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Li Jia did not press further. Meanwhile, Sun Qi whispered gossipingly to Li Jia. She probably had a disagreement with her boyfriend. Otherwise, why would she come back so quickly? Really? They have only been together for a few days and already arguing. Li Jia became interested in the topic, and the two leaned together to whisper and imagine elaborate scenarios. Soon after, Cheng Muxue walked into the dorm, and the two stopped their gossip. In this dormitory, Cheng Muxue always carried the strongest presence. Under her striking appearance, the others would inevitably feel overshadowed. Muxue, you are back with your new headphones. Sun Qi, a cheerful person who got along well with everyone, smiled and approached Cheng Muxue, pulling her arm gently as she asked. Yes. Cheng Muxue nodded with a smile and showed her AirPods to Sun Qi. Wow, what is that model? I always wanted to buy one, but over 1,000 yuan is too much for me. Sun Qi said enviously. It is nothing special. I saved up carefully to afford it. If I were not used to this brand, I would have bought something cheaper. Cheng Muxue's family was not particularly wealthy, but her parents loved her dearly and gave her 350 yuan per month for living expenses. But sometimes the money ran out quickly if she bought a few extra things. Although many admirers occasionally sent her red envelopes, she never accepted them. It was far too naive to think such small amounts could win her favor. Her standards for a partner were exceptionally high. Cheng Muxue thought again of the way Yuan Qi had calmly swiped his card today. She began to wonder whether the Yuan Qi Zhang Ying had described in the dorm was truly the same person she had seen today. At that moment, Zhang Ying emerged from the bathroom, looking noticeably brighter after her shower. Yet when standing beside Cheng Muxue, she felt completely overshadowed, which made Zhang Ying quietly resentful toward her. Without greeting anyone, Zhang Ying lay down on her bed and opened WeChat on her phone. The first thing she saw was a message from Zhao Kai. How are you feeling? Better. Still a bit unwell. Sorry, brother Kai. Today was not as enjoyable as I hoped. Zhang Ying quickly replied, knowing her behavior today had likely upset Zhao Kai. She needed to comfort his feelings since she was quite satisfied with her current boyfriend. Now she had also come to her senses. Yuan Qi was still the same ordinary man from before. After being with him for nearly a year, Zhang Ying felt she understood him well. Yuan Qi had genuinely been poor. The idea of a wealthy person pretending to be poor was far too fantastical, since this was reality, not a novel. As for why he had money to buy luxury goods today, it was likely from online loans or something similar. The purpose was simply to prove he could live better without her and make her regret letting him go. How childish. Do not think I will change my mind because of this. I have already seen through your transparent scheme. Feeling confident in her understanding, her mood improved. Just then Zhao Kai's message arrived again. All right then, rest well today. We will go out another time. Okay. Love you. On the other side, Zhao Kai was rather frustrated that day. He had been looking forward to spending the evening with her, but Zhang Ying suddenly claimed she was unwell and wanted to return to the dorm. All the money he spent today seemed to have gone to waste. He vaguely suspected it was connected to running into Yuan Qi today, even though he had been surprised by how expensive Yuan Qi's purchases were. But upon reflection, he realized Yuan Qi was probably just trying to make Zhang Ying regret their breakup with a few calculated moves. This aligned perfectly with Zhang Ying's own thoughts. Seeing Zhang Ying's messages cheered him somewhat, so he decided to wait a few more days. Zhao Kai tapped on another contact in WeChat. It was Cheng Muxue's profile. She was his true ideal, far beyond Zhang Ying's station. Unfortunately, a large exclamation mark appeared beside their chat, indicating he had already been deleted. His last message had been romantic words he had copied from the internet, preceded by caring inquiries and occasional red envelopes he had sent from time to time. Yet Cheng Muxue had never accepted a single red envelope. She is truly the woman suited for me, so perfect. He clicked to send another friend request and began composing his message. Muxue, I realize I was too forward before. Please rest assured. I am only adding you to be friends, nothing more. After sending the request, he waited hopefully for her approval. This was yet another attempt he could no longer count, and she still had not accepted. But he would certainly not give up. After all, no boy in their class could match his qualities. Even lined up together, they would not measure up to him. Cheng Muxue would surely choose him over any of them. If Cheng Muxue were willing to be with him, he promised to devote himself completely to her and keep only her contact information on his phone. Lost in thought, he began imagining again, unaware that he had been completely blocked and she could never see his messages. Meanwhile, in dormitory 502, the three companions kept asking Yuan Qi whether he had struck it rich, especially after noticing he had purchased 2 Gucci outfits, leaving them astonished. Yuan Qi casually offered an explanation that he had won the lottery during his summer vacation, leaving them to believe it or not. They accepted the story since winning the lottery was the only plausible explanation. They tactfully avoided asking the exact amount, though internally they guessed no more than 100,000 yuan. a sum already difficult to fathom. They had initially pitted Yuan Qi over his breakup, but now envy and resentment took hold instead. It was a familiar human tendency, to hope friends fare poorly yet resent their success. Under the gentle persuasion of his roommates, Yuan Qi finally agreed to treat them to a meal soothing their playful grievances. Originally, the three had only wanted him to buy a modest lunch at the campus cafeteria. But Yuan Qi was not one to be stingy. He planned to take them to a fancy hot pot restaurant that evening instead. This only earned him affectionate titles of adoptive father from the trio. They had 2 professional courses that afternoon, so Lu Jiahao and the others secured seats early during lunch. By the time the 4 arrived at the lecture hall, many students were already seated, yet all 4 roommates' eyes inevitably drifted toward Cheng Muxue, sitting near the front. It was unavoidable. Cheng Muxue possessed a natural radiance that drew every gaze in the crowded room. New male students often found themselves quietly observing her without realizing it. Yuan Qi was no exception, and her elegance continued to leave a quiet impression each time he noticed her. To his mild surprise, as his glance met hers, Cheng Muxue happened to look in his direction, and their eyes locked for a fleeting moment. In the past, Yuan Qi would have hastily looked away, cheeks warming with embarrassment. Now, though slightly flustered, he held her gaze and offered a small courteous smile. Surprised by his reaction, Cheng Muxue instinctively returned a gentle smile before turning back to her notes. At that moment, several other students entering the hall noticed Cheng Muxue's faint smile directed toward their section. Wait, did the campus beauty just smile at me? Could she possibly feel something? Lu Jiahao whispered after taking his seat. Nonsense, that smile was clearly meant for me, Li Dajiang retorted immediately. Their exchange was merely good-natured banter. Yuan Qi said nothing, though he privately suspected the smile had been intended for him. Without clear evidence, however, he chose not to voice it, fearing it might simply be a wishful thought. He kept a calm, observant expression as the lecture bell rang, ending their lighthearted chatter. As students at a reputable university, they were all diligent in their studies. During the professional course, each of them focused attentively, carefully taking notes. After the period ended, the 4 left the classroom together. Lu Jiahao suggested they visit the freshman military training grounds, though his true interest lay elsewhere. His real purpose was to catch a glimpse of Li Xie, the incoming campus beauty. With only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, dining out felt premature, so everyone agreed to the detour. However, upon arriving at the training field, Li Xie was nowhere to be found among the rows of students. From nearby conversation, they learned she had already been selected for the flag guard unit and would now train indoors. The roommates couldn't help but sigh at how the world often shows favorable treatment to those with striking appearances. Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to offer the freshman beauty some friendly guidance, but it seems that chance has passed. Lu Jiahao remarked with mild regret. I doubt she would approach you even if you stood right in front of her, Li Dajiang said without hesitation, teasing him further. With no sign of the freshman beauty to be seen, the group decided to leave the training area. After wandering along the pedestrian street outside campus for about half an hour, they found an all-you-can-eat hot pot restaurant. The restaurant was bustling, nearly full of patrons. Guided by a hostess, they settled into a window-side table. Then everyone scattered to gather bowls and ingredients. Li Dajiang kindly fetched Yuan Qi's dishes, insisting that such tasks should never burden the adoptive father. Such was their dormitory tradition. Whoever paid for the meal earned the honorary title of adoptive father. Yuan Qi couldn't help but wonder how often this title would grace him in the future. Just as he began to enjoy his meal, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Random mission issued. Open your own shop within 2 months. Mission reward startup fund of 100 business. Use only 110x cashback consumption card, one-time use, and a random gift package. Reading the mission details, Yuan Qi paused in quiet surprise. He had previously wondered whether it might be possible to open a shop near campus, and now the system had seemingly answered that unspoken thought. Yet he still lacked a clear direction, though the 2-month time frame offered ample room to deliberate. The rewards, however, were undeniably attractive. After finishing the hot pot, the group continued their stroll through the nearby streets. The September air remained warm, and passers-by in light summer clothing drew quiet appreciation from his 3 single companions. Yuan Qi, meanwhile, kept his attention fixed on the surrounding shops. He reasoned that the food and beverage sector would be the most straightforward path to opening a business. Other ventures required either substantial capital or specialized technical skills. Seeking a manageable opportunity, he decided dining options were ideal. Thus, he began scanning the storefronts for any signs indicating a shop available for transfer. Soon enough, Yuan Qi spotted a notice posted on the wall of a milk tea shop advertising its availability. He observed that business appeared sluggish. Only one staff member stood behind the counter, idly scrolling through her phone. Yuan Qi noted the location and resolved to return in a few days, hoping to first secure the bonuses from his morning runs before making any decisions. He felt no urgency about the shop being taken, knowing that brick-and-mortar businesses faced considerable challenges these days, which explained why many remained vacant. With ample time remaining, he planned to continue exploring other possibilities. After obtaining the owner's contact information, Yuan Qi rejoined his roommates for a leisurely walk until they returned to campus as evening approached. Back in the dormitory, Yuan Qi pored over the photographs he had taken that afternoon of various shops up for transfer, hot pot restaurants, clothing boutiques, and 2 bakeries, among them a milk tea outlet. While hot pot remained his initial preference, the upfront costs were substantially higher than those for a bakery or tea shop. With only over 1,000 in hand, after his upcoming rewards, a hot pot venture would be difficult to sustain. Therefore, hot pot was set aside for the time being. He would need to weigh other options more carefully before committing. The search for a suitable shop would continue. The next morning, Yuan Qi woke up to the sound of his alarm. The daily morning exercise routine was something he had to complete without fail. However, what he didn't expect was that upon waking up today, he found his thighs aching terribly. Being on the upper bunk, he even had some difficulty getting out of bed. It seemed that after too long without exercise, running 3 kilometers all at once yesterday was still difficult to adapt to. The noise of getting out of bed woke up Li Dejiang, who slept on the lower bunk, and he muttered a question about why Yuan Qi was up so early. "I'm planning to go for a run, how about it? Want to join me?" "What? When did you start exercising?" "I'll pass. I went to bed too late last night and can't get up." "Good luck by yourself." Li Dejiang yawned and turned over to continue sleeping. Yuan Qi didn't mind, and after washing up he limped out of the dormitory door, feeling that familiar ache again while going downstairs. Moving at a penguin-like pace to the playground, Yuan Qi felt his legs hurt even more severely. However, he still did a brief warm-up and attempted to start running slowly. At this point, his thighs felt as if countless fine needles were pricking the muscles, a rather intense sensation. Nevertheless, thinking of the system's generous rewards, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After barely completing 2 slow laps, Yuan Qi felt his legs were about to give out and was wondering whether to take a rest first. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared on the playground track. It was the campus beauty, Cheng Muxue. Today, Cheng Muxue wore a light pink t-shirt and a white short skirt that fluttered gently with her running movements. Below the hem of her skirt, her long fair legs alternated front and back as she ran, quite captivating to watch. Her high ponytail tied on top of her head swayed left and right as she ran, giving her a youthful and vibrant appearance. Her appearance naturally drew the attention of many students who were exercising in the morning. Some boys seemed to have more energy while working out, as if this could attract the goddess's attention. And Cheng Muxue also saw Yuan Qi at this time. When passing by him, she gave a smile and a greeting, then ran ahead of Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance that filled his nostrils. This was a blend of perfume and natural body scent that smelled wonderful. Seeing that he was actually overtaken by a girl, a competitive spirit rose in his heart, and his original thought of taking a rest was also extinguished. Enduring the severe pain in his legs, he began to run with difficulty again. But after running for no more than a short while, Cheng Muxue's graceful figure overtook him once more. Cheng Muxue also noticed that Yuan Qi's running movement was somewhat awkward, probably a lingering effect from not exercising for too long. Watching Yuan Qi's limping posture that resembled a penguin's run, she couldn't help but feel a bit amused. When about to overtake Yuan Qi for the 3rd time, Cheng Muxue suddenly slowed down and ran alongside him. "Yuan Qi, your legs can hardly straighten from running. Your running posture is quite unique." Cheng Muxue's voice, slightly teasing, rang in Yuan Qi's ear. Yuan Qi had never expected Cheng Muxue to actually stop and talk to him. Although somewhat surprised, he did not feel nervous. "I also just started running yesterday. I didn't expect my legs to hurt so much." Hiss, ouch. Yuan Qi panted and let out a cry of pain. Seeing this, Cheng Muxue couldn't help but smile and laugh. "This is delayed onset muscle soreness, which means your muscle fibers are being rebuilt. In other words, you're getting stronger now, so keep going, young man." After saying this, Cheng Muxue smiled at Yuan Qi and accelerated past him again. Yuan Qi watched Cheng Muxue's retreating figure and thought that this campus beauty seemed quite easy to get along with, quite different from his previous impression of her as aloof and cold. "Could it be that she likes me?" "There's no possibility of that," Yuan Qi thought somewhat narcissistically. Hiss, damn it. Feeling as though his legs were filled with lead and unable to move at all, he shook his head somewhat helplessly. Forget it, he decided to just slowly walk these 10 laps. There's no need to make things difficult for himself. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded notifying him of completing the hidden task of chatting with the goddess, with rewards of 50,000 yuan and a +1 to his appearance score. Yuan Qi was taken aback. There were hidden tasks. However, after seeing the rewards, Yuan Qi's mood improved, and even the pain in his legs became less noticeable. He took out his phone and indeed received a message about the 50,000 yuan credit, making him feel incredibly satisfied. System, is there a personal panel for me? As he was thinking this, a blue light screen that only Yuan Qi could see appeared in front of him. Host name Yuan Qi. Age 19. Height 182. Weight 72. Appearance 80. Wealth 87,286.3. Looking at his information, Yuan Qi nodded in satisfaction. This looked like an authentic system. But his appearance score was only 80, which meant he must have been 78 before. He felt he was quite handsome in the past. System, dad, aren't your standards for appearance too high? Is this rating objective? But the system did not respond to him. Forget it, let's set a small goal to first raise the appearance score to 90. After all, being handsome is a lifelong matter. After barely completing 13 laps, he finally felt relieved when he saw the task progress change to 2 out of 10. Fortunately, the system was relatively humanized and did not require standard running form, otherwise he truly couldn't have completed it today. On the other side, Cheng Muxue, who had finished her run, also felt somewhat strange about why she had initiated a conversation with Yuan Qi. However, she truly felt that Yuan Qi seemed different from others. In a way, he had a kind of confidence that other boys didn't have when facing her. This was what her sixth sense told her, but where did this confidence come from? It also made her feel a bit more curious about Yuan Qi as a person. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Muxue was preparing to return to the dormitory to rest. But unexpectedly, she didn't have to walk far from the girls' dormitory before she saw a boy standing below shouting, "Cheng Muxue, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" After shouting this, he turned around and wanted to run away, but unexpectedly Cheng Muxue was standing not far behind him, which made his face instantly turn red like a monkey's bottom. That I was actually playing truth or dare. No, actually, I do really like. That's enough. Your behavior is very annoying. After saying this, Cheng Muxue stepped aside from the boy and walked into the stairwell. She truly couldn't understand why there were still so many immature boys in college. The boy had also not expected to encounter the person he was confessing to, and worse, the goddess found him annoying, making him feel as though his heart was about to break. Damn it, who said love should be spoken aloud? This is too unfair. Now he was directly on the goddess's blacklist. With his hopes completely dashed, he could only slink away in disgrace. Xue, your charm is really overwhelming. Someone confessed to you so openly first thing in the morning. As Cheng Muxue walked into the dormitory, Sun Qi teased her. Don't mention it. I don't even understand why there are still such childish boys around. This isn't the first time either. Someone even played guitar and sang downstairs before. I wonder why such outdated confession tactics haven't been phased out yet. Sigh for people like us who struggle to find a boyfriend. Those who like you, Muxue, would have to line up all the way to the school gate. Sun Qi said with a hint of jealousy. Sun Qi, wasn't there a senior classmate pursuing you before? How is it going now? Li Jia interjected from the side. What? Just thinking about this makes me angry. He doesn't actually like me at all. He just wants to get to know Muxue through me. That's simply despicable. Mentioning this matter, a frustrated expression instantly appeared on Sun Qi's face, her small cheeks puffed up in anger, which still looked somewhat adorable. Boys nowadays are often so childish, so when you're looking for a boyfriend, you must find someone mature and considerate. Zhang Ying, who was sitting and applying makeup, also chimed in. Upon hearing this, Li Jia couldn't help but say, so does that mean the league secretary is the mature type of man then? The league secretary she was referring to was Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai can only be described as decent, slightly better than the average person. Hearing this, Li Jia couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was most accustomed to seeing Zhang Ying act superior in the dormitory, as if all men weren't worthy of her. Muxue is so beautiful, and yet she doesn't act like she's better than everyone else. She talks about liking mature men, but didn't she dump Yuan Qi to choose Zhao Kai, just because Zhao Kai's family is wealthy? So it seems the richer you are, the more mature you become. Whether he's mature or not doesn't matter to me. I only care about looks. As long as he's handsome, like Li Shiqing, I'm fine with that. Sun Qi said with a love-struck expression at this moment. She's a typical appearance-focused girl. Then you should stack more pillows under your head tonight. Maybe you'll dream of one. Ha. Ali Jia, how can you say I can't find? Sun Qi playfully pounced on Li Jia and pinned her onto the bed. Watching the two of them horse around, Cheng Muxue couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Suddenly the image of Yuan Qi running this morning popped into her mind. Actually, Yuan Qi does look quite handsome. So what am I even thinking about? Why have I been constantly thinking about that guy these past 2 days? After finishing his run, Yuan Qi felt like his legs were about to give out. It took considerable effort just to drag his exhausted body back to the dormitory. Several roommates had already gotten out of bed. Seeing Yuan Qi hobble in, they couldn't help but look at him. Old Yuan, what happened to you? Did you run yourself into exhaustion? Lita Zhang knew Yuan Qi had gone for a run, but never expected him to come back in such a state. What? Running? Brother Qi, are you channeling your sorrow into motivation and preparing to work out properly? Lu Jiahao also wore an amazed expression. So don't mention it. I started running yesterday, but I didn't expect my legs to hurt so badly when I woke up this morning. After returning to the dorm, Yuan Qi simply collapsed onto a chair, not wanting to move at all. By the way, Brother Qi, I heard that campus beauty Chung also has a morning running habit. Did you happen to run into her today? Lita Zhang leaned over and asked curiously. I did. She actually approached me and initiated a conversation. Yuan Qi replied truthfully. You're just boasting. You're not even close, so how could she possibly approach you to chat? Lita Zhang simply didn't believe him. In his impression, Cheng Muxue always appeared aloof and cold. How could she ever initiate conversation with a guy? Yuan Qi didn't bother to argue. Just chatting a few words wasn't worth showing off about. Old Yuan, you're not going running just to bump into campus beauty Cheng, are you? Do you actually have feelings for her? Never mind whether I have thoughts or not. Can you guys eat the breakfast I brought you or not? Yuan Qi pointed to the several bags he'd placed on the table. Adoptive father. Adoptive father. Adoptive father above, please accept your son's bow. The three of them called out to Yuan Qi as adoptive father in unison. Lita Zhang even jokingly bowed to him. and then all three happily picked up the breakfast and started eating. There was another class at 10 in the morning, so after finishing breakfast the dorm residents played a few rounds of games together before heading out. Arriving at the classroom a few minutes early, they scanned the room and found that the back row seats were all taken. Having no choice, they settled for seats near the front. Unfortunately, the empty seats weren't adjacent, so the three adopted sons quickly grabbed spots next to male classmates. It wasn't that they didn't want to sit next to girls. It's just that they were relatively shy, mostly just talkative and jest. Wow, why are you guys grabbing seats so fast? Yuan Qi looked at his roommate's swift actions and couldn't help but feel speechless. They truly deserved to remain single after a year. Yuan Qi, there's no one next to me. Why don't you sit here? Seeing Yuan Qi struggling to find a seat, Cheng Muxue, who was sitting not far away, spoke up to him. Hearing this, Yuan Qi was somewhat surprised, but he didn't hesitate and directly sat down confidently in the seat next to Cheng Muxue. Instantly, countless envious glares from classmates in the class turned toward him. Zhao Kai, sitting not far behind Yuan Qi, was filled with such jealousy he could barely contain himself. What right did this ordinary guy have to sit beside Muxue, especially when she had invited him? Zhang Ying beside them also found it hard to believe. In the past, there had been boys who wanted to sit next to Cheng Muxue, but whenever that happened, she would simply get up and move to another seat. After a few times, no boy dared to sit beside her anymore. Who would have thought she would take the initiative to invite a boy to sit next to her this time? And this person was none other than Yuan Qi, whom she had broken up with not long ago. This made Zhang Ying feel unsettled inside. As for the three adopted sons of Yuan Qi, they were so shocked they could only stare blankly. Yuan Qi, however, didn't bother to consider what others were thinking. Sitting beside the campus beauty, it was impossible not to feel a flutter of excitement. After all, as a young man in his prime, how could he remain unmoved with such a stunning beauty sitting beside him? However, the confident Yuan Qi was completely different from before. After sitting down, he appeared calm and composed. This was different from the forced composure displayed by other students. Cheng Muxue, sitting next to Yuan Qi, could clearly sense this distinction. This was precisely what sparked her curiosity about Yuan Qi. Of course, another reason was that Yuan Qi was genuinely quite handsome. Yuan Qi caught the faint fragrance emanating from the campus beauty beside him, and his thoughts began to wander. It would be nice to have a campus beauty as a girlfriend, he thought. After class, Yuan Qi was immediately surrounded by his roommates who wanted to ask about what had happened. I don't know either. Maybe she was attracted to my handsome looks, Yuan Qi joked. Upon hearing this, his roommate sneered. They had seen handsome guys confess to Cheng Muxue before, after all. After such a distraction, the group let it go, reasoning that Cheng Muxue probably just offered Yuan Qi her seat, since he had nowhere to sit anyway. They simply couldn't believe the campus beauty had taken a fancy to Yuan Qi. After finishing his meal, Yuan Qi did not return to the dormitory with his roommates. He was eager to complete the shop opening quest issued by the system as soon as possible. Since he had been chosen by the system, he could not afford to slack off, and the rewards were something he had been coveting. After leaving the school, Yuan Qi first arrived at a cake bakery. This shop was exactly the one Yuan Qi had seen the day before and intended to take over. Yuan Qi observed that there were similar shops on both sides of this establishment, placing it in a rather unfavorable position between competitors. Moreover, the other shops had more refined decorations, and their visual appeal was far more captivating compared to this shop's outdated interior. Yuan Qi, however, was not particularly concerned about profitability. In fact, poor business suited his needs perfectly, as it would likely keep the transfer fee low. Yuan Qi directly called the boss, and after a few rings, a middle-aged man's voice answered on the other end. Without further ado, Yuan Qi stated his intention to take over the shop. The man on the other end asked him to wait at the bakery while he drove over a half-hour journey. After approximately 20 minutes, a Santana car pulled up in front of the shop, and a somewhat portly middle-aged man stepped out. Hello, you must be the one looking to take over this shop. You're quite young and promising, aren't you? After getting out of the car, the middle-aged man immediately approached Yuan Qi with a warm greeting, showing no surprise at his youthful appearance. In these times, he was accustomed to seeing young people start businesses, though few ever achieved notable success. The boss was quite talkative, beginning with compliments on Yuan Qi's youth and promise, contrasting them with his own past shortcomings. It was a stream of natural flattery delivered with apparent sincerity. To be honest, I'm not particularly keen on transferring the shop either. It's just that I've recently taken on other projects and am short on funds, so I need to raise some capital. After a few minutes of small talk, they began to discuss the matter at hand. Upon learning that Yuan Qi was a college student, the boss concealed any change in expression, though inwardly he was delighted, as young students seemed easy to negotiate with. If you're sincerely interested in taking over this shop, and considering you're a student, I'll give you an honest price of 150 yuan for the transfer fee. Don't think it's expensive, there's still over half a year's lease remaining, which means you won't have to pay rent for 2 years. And the middle-aged man went on tirelessly about the shop's advantages, from decoration to equipment, all pointing to the fact that Yuan Qi would be getting a great deal if he took over. Although Yuan Qi lacked experience in opening a shop, he had done his homework and understood that the middle-aged man was merely talking nonsense. Boss, I'll be straight with you. I'm not ignorant, your shop is simply not worth 150 yuan. First, your equipment is clearly quite old, possibly even secondhand. Second, the rent premium for the remaining half-year amounts to at most a few thousand yuan, and Yuan Qi systematically countered each point the boss had made, finally offering 500 yuan. Seeing that Yuan Qi was not a foolish rich second generation who would pay on impulse, and that he argued so reasonably, the middle-aged man immediately realized he could not deceive him. However, he also felt that 500 yuan was far too low, wanting at least 100 yuan. After another round of intense negotiation, they finally settled on a transfer fee of 7,500 yuan, which was Yuan Qi's maximum limit. Once agreed upon, the middle-aged man took out the transfer agreement from his briefcase. After confirming everything was correct, both parties signed it. The middle-aged man also sighed in relief. Business had been difficult over the past 2 years. A competition from peers combined with his reluctance to invest in renovations had caused the business to deteriorate daily. By now he was essentially losing money every day he operated, so it was a relief to finally have someone take over. In the afternoon, the two went together to the government service center to update the business and tax information. After completing a series of procedures, Yuan Qi directly transferred the money to the middle-aged man. Thus, by mid-afternoon, this Sunshine Cake shop had completely changed ownership and Yuan Qi became its new boss. Ding, mission completed. Mission reward distributing. After finishing the final procedures, the sound of the system's mission completion echoed. A 100,000 yuan startup fund has been credited. A tenfold cashback card usable at any time excluding special funds. A mysterious gift pack opened, 1 special secret recipe for cakes, 1 set of renovation design sketches, and 1 shop popularity card, which invisibly increases shop foot traffic. Suddenly, a black gold bank card appeared out of thin air in Yuan Qi's hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. He soon realized that the entire 100 yuan special fund had been deposited into this card. Yuan Qi had originally considered whether he might quietly divert some of the funds, but he saw that the system would not give him any opportunity to exploit loopholes. Overjoyed by the system's rewards, Yuan Qi was determined to make the cashback card work to its fullest potential. The mysterious gift pack was an especially welcome surprise. The secret recipe was undoubtedly valuable, and the cakes made from it would surely taste better than anything currently on the market. As for the renovation design, Yuan Qi had always planned to redecorate, and now having a professional sketch made things even more convenient. And that popularity card was truly remarkable. It was like something from science fiction. If he used it, this shop would surely become extremely prosperous. He never expected the mysterious gift pack to be so generous. Returning to the Sunshine Cake shop, Yuan Qi looked around at the premises that now belonged to him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Perhaps his commercial empire would begin right here. Yuan Qi thought with a touch of youthful idealism. Boss! A voice interrupted his musings. It was the shop's only remaining employee, as all other formal staff had been dismissed by the previous owner, leaving just this one person. She was a part-time college student named Li, who looked neat and pleasant. This shop will need to close temporarily for renovations. If you'd like to continue working here, please come back once we reopen. The former owner had already paid her wages up to that point, so Li was free to leave. All right, Li replied without further comment. Part-time work could be found anywhere, and she would decide later whether to return. After Li left, Yuan Qi inspected the shop once more. There were hardly any baking ingredients left. The equipment was still usable, and Yuan Qi had no intention of buying new items. The main task ahead was renovation. It was nearly 6 o'clock, so he decided to tackle it tomorrow. He stopped at a small noodle restaurant for dinner. With only a little over 2,000 yuan left in his account, he could no longer spend as freely as before. Once he received the 100 yuan reward for his morning exercise routine, he would use the tenfold cashback card. That would give him a full million at once. The thought alone filled him with excitement. Returning to the dormitory, he chatted idly with his 3 roommates for a while, then they played games together. Though he now possessed the system, he still intended to savor the beautiful days of college life. This diploma was no longer of great importance to him. The next morning, Yuan Qi began his morning exercise routine once more. His legs felt slightly better than the previous day, and running was not as uncomfortable. After 2 laps, he encountered Cheng Muxue, who had just come for her morning run. Good morning. Good morning. They exchanged greetings, and then began their respective runs. Although they had interacted a bit more over the past 2 days, it was still merely exchanging greetings. Yet if Cheng Muxue's admirers knew about this, they would surely be envious. After completing 10 laps, Yuan Qi had breakfast at the cafeteria, and then left the campus to find a renovation company. Since the shop had been leased, he wanted to make it operational as soon as possible. He was quite looking forward to the bustling scene the shop would create. After comparing several renovation companies at the offline building materials market, Yuan Qi chose one with a satisfactory reputation and portfolio. Of course, the price was relatively high. Thanks to the system's design plan, he saved on the design fee. According to Yuan Qi's renovation requirements, the cost would be around 200 per square meter. The shop over 70 square meters was estimated to cost 1500 in total. This was significantly higher than the average shop price, but it was a necessary expense. After paying a deposit of 4500, the renovation team would arrive the next day. He had lunch outside before returning to campus. Old Yuan, are you seeing someone again? You've been disappearing mysteriously these past 2 days. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, the gossipy Li Dajiang asked with a hint of suspicion. Oh, how did you know I'm dating Qing Muxue? Yuan Qi pretended to be caught off guard. If you're dating Qing Muxue, I'll do a handstand and... Well, something impossible. Li Dajiang certainly didn't believe him and made an exaggerated vow. Old Li, why be so hard on yourself? What if I'm telling the truth? You'd be in an awkward situation. Yuan Qi hadn't expected his friend to be so skeptical. He thought that to witness such an amusing spectacle, he would have to win over the campus belle Qing Muxue after all. Speaking of which, some systems start by giving luxury cars. Drive into campus and all the beauties would flock over. Not necessarily a Lamborghini, at least a Porsche 911 would be nice. Yuan Qi shook his head with a wry smile, realizing how much he had changed in just 3 days since the system activated. He felt that his desires were insatiable. With the system, his rise was inevitable. What more could he ask for? Ding. Long-term mission released. Pursue beauties rated 85 or above, unlimited duration. Mission requirement: find a shortcut to a woman's heart. Rewards for each beauty pursued: 1. Double cash back on money spent on her reasonable expenses only, no cheating. 2. Host appearance 1. 3. 1 mystery gift box. Note this mission is long-term. To prevent the host from being deceived by makeup within 10 meters, the host can view basic data for female observations only. The sudden blue translucent screen before him left Yuan Qi bewildered. He had thought his system was a proper one, but now it seemed to be encouraging him to become a playboy. This was pushing him toward being a heartbreaker. Of course, he could choose not to complete the mission, but letting it go to waste seemed a pity. The rewards were quite tempting. It's not that I'm willing to be a playboy, but at least it's not asking me to be a sycophant. Oh, I still have a lot of autonomy. Seeing the last hint, Yuan Qi was curious. Only being able to view female data felt a bit odd. Still, he wanted to try out this effect. After leaving the dormitory with his roommates, Yuan Qi eagerly began testing the system's appraisal ability. Name: Su Pan. Age 20. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 56 kilograms. Charm 70. Special 98. Health good. Yuan Qi quickly tapped on a girl who seemed attractive and saw the clear panel. He understood the meaning of the last few items. This confirmed that his system was indeed not quite proper, but he liked it. The girl he estimated to be at least 80 was only rated 70 by the system. Makeup truly was a sorcery. If he relied on his own eyes, he would be deceived many times. He then began checking other people's information. Name: Qian Xin. Age 21. Height 159 centimeters. Weight 49 kilograms. Charm 68. Special 99. Health average. Yuan Qi eagerly looked at over a dozen profiles, and the actual charm values were generally higher than his visual estimation. After seeing so many, not a single one had a charm value above 80. No wonder so many boys felt they didn't measure up to girls, turning into devoted admirers. Someone once said it's not that boys aren't ambitious, but that girls have evolved too fast. It seemed that cosmetics were responsible for a large part of this transformation. When he reached the classroom, Yuan Qi eagerly checked the data of Qing Muxue, the one he was most looking forward to. Name: Qing Muxue. Age 19. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 52 kilograms. Charm 92. Special 100. Health excellent. Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. Qing Muxue, it truly lived up to her reputation as the campus belle, with a charm of 92, the highest he had seen so far. He then turned his gaze to his ex-girlfriend Zhang Ying. Name: Zhang Ying. Age 20. Height 164 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Charm 83. Special 99. Health good. Oh, he hadn't expected his ex-girlfriend to have a charm of 83. It seemed that with Qing Muxue in the class, she appeared less outstanding. What surprised Yuan Qi was that her special value was still 99, indicating that Zhao Kai hadn't truly succeeded yet. Little did he know that if not for him, Zhao Kai would have succeeded 2 days ago. At that moment, Zhang Ying noticed Yuan Qi stealing a glance at her and felt somewhat relieved. She thought that her earlier suspicion was correct. Yuan Qi's behavior was all to attract her attention. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be fooled by such childish tactics. But she couldn't help thinking that Yuan Qi seemed much more handsome than before. In that regard, Zhao Kai was no match for him. However, Zhao Kai was richer. Though only a sophomore, she had already learned to be pragmatic. Ying, what are you daydreaming about? Zhao Kai, sitting beside her, asked with some confusion. Zhang Ying snapped back to reality. Nothing. What did you say just now? Zhao Kai didn't think much and smiled. I said after class, let's go out and hang out. We'll have hot pot for dinner tonight. Seeing the eager look in Zhao Kai's eyes, she understood his intention, but she felt a bit troubled. Slightly embarrassed, she said, Zhao Kai, I have my period today. I can't eat very spicy food. Zhao Kai's expression immediately turned a bit sour. He wasn't sure if this was just an excuse to reject him, but he couldn't appear too impatient. He was rather patient with a woman he hadn't yet won over, especially since she was the one he had taken from Yuan Qi. All right, then we'll have something light for dinner tonight. Zhao Kai felt a bit frustrated. Have you noticed how much more handsome Yuan Qi has become lately? And I just realized he seems to be wearing Gucci. Sun Qi, seated beside Qing Muxue, said with mild surprise. The changes in Yuan Qi were plainly visible within just a few days of the semester, starting leaving classmates who had not seen him throughout the summer with a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. Sun Qi noticed too. I actually feel he has become far more refined than before. Li Jia, sitting nearby, eagerly chimed in upon hearing Sun Qi's remark. And I just did a quick search online. Do you know how much his entire outfit costs? Her words immediately caught the two girls' attention. Seeing her roommates' interest piqued, Li Jia did not keep them waiting and showed them the search results on her phone. That is this year's latest collection. I checked the online price. A full set costs at least 13,000 yuan. Li Jia said, her expression one of disbelief. Thanks to Zhang Ying, all the girls in their dormitory were well aware of Yuan Qi's previous living standards. Furthermore, Yuan Qi had applied for financial aid during the previous semester. Such a dramatic change naturally aroused their curiosity. What? That much money? The total value of all my clothes combined doesn't even come close to a fraction of that. Sun Qi let out an audible gasp. No wonder she was so astonished. For a college sophomore, wearing an outfit worth tens of thousands was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that Yuan Qi was pretending all along? Maybe he's actually a rich second generation who just decided to reveal himself after a breakup. Sun Qi deliberately lowered her voice, careful not to let Zhang Ying seated behind them overhear. Yet her words clearly reached Zhang Ying's ears. Humph. He's just pretending to be something he's not, all to impress me. Who knows if he borrowed that money from some online loan platform. Let's see how he'll repay it later. Zhang Ying could not resist speaking up, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. How do you know he borrowed the money? Perhaps he really is a hidden rich kid. Li Jia retorted involuntarily. At that moment, Zhao Kai, seated beside Zhang Ying, could not help but interject. That's impossible. I once reviewed Yuan Qi's youth league membership file. His parents are both ordinary workers. Clearly, he cannot be a rich second generation. As a college student taking out loans for luxury goods, I find Yuan Qi rather impetuous. I hope this won't cause him trouble in the years ahead. Zhao Kai's words effectively settled the matter. As the class youth league secretary, he had access to membership records. Sun Qi and the others all felt his reasoning made sense. After all, stories of hidden wealthy heirs were hardly common in reality. It was more likely that the breakup had stirred him to spend recklessly. Satisfied with his contribution, Zhao Kai said no more. Since the previous day when he saw Cheng Muxue allowing Yuan Qi to sit beside her, jealousy had taken root within him. He would not let Yuan Qi's carefully crafted image attract Cheng Muxi's attention. Cheng Muxue herself felt a flicker of uncertainty after hearing their discussion. Could Yuan Qi truly have been putting on an act these past few days? Ever since she sensed that Yuan Qi was unlike ordinary students, she had harbored her own quiet thoughts. Over the past few days, she had found herself paying closer attention to him, consciously or not. She couldn't shake the feeling that his confidence and composure were genuine, not something easily faked. Yuan Qi, however, remained entirely unaware of the discussions his transformation had sparked. He found a seat near the center on the inner side. Beside him sat Xueshan, a boy from another dormitory in his class. University students tended to form their own small circles. Aside from occasional interactions, most people kept to their own social groups. Though they had been classmates for a year, Yuan Qi and Xueshan had barely exchanged words. Still, Yuan Qi remembered him quite vividly. The reason was Xueshan's bold confession to a third-year senior sister on the sports field during the first semester of freshman year. That senior was the president of the music society whose beauty rivaled Cheng Muxue's, and she was gifted in multiple arts. X had joined the music society hoping to grow closer to her, and during his confession, he played a guitar piece dedicated to her. His guitar skills were decent, but the outcome was far from pleasant. He was unceremoniously rejected. Yuan Qi actually admired his courage. Such a scene was something he had only ever seen online. Yuan Qi recalled that among his morning exercise rewards was a music talent. Perhaps he could try joining the music society and showcasing his own abilities. At least that was his plan for now. He would think about it later. His university life, after all, should be colorful and varied. After 2 classes concluded, Yuan Qi and his companions were just about to leave when class monitor Lu Yu stepped up to the front of the podium. Students of class 6, please stay a moment. I have something to discuss. It will only take a few minutes. Lu Yu was a petite girl under 160 centimeters tall, with an ordinary appearance, but considerable capability. She had already joined the party during her freshman year. Once students from classes 4 and 5 had departed, Lu Yu faced the remaining students and began to speak. To save everyone's time, I'll be brief. She paused for a moment before continuing. First, after military training, the school will host a welcome evening gala. Those interested are encouraged to prepare a performance and sign up with me or League Secretary Zhao Kai within a week. We will then notify everyone about the selection process at the school. By the way, old Lu, are you going to show off your singing talent at the freshman performance and let the juniors experience what a heavenly voice sounds like? After finishing the discussion about the subsidy, Li Dajiang began urging Lu Jiahao to perform on stage. I don't mind, but I'm worried I won't pass the judge's scrutiny. Lu Jiahao put on a helpless expression. If you go up, I guarantee you'll be the most dazzling person in the whole venue. After all, being able to hit every note off key does require a certain talent, just like that celebrity who ends up trending. Well, you'll be disappointed then, because my voice isn't something anyone can casually hear. Lu Jiahao didn't refute, but spoke with a hint of smugness. I'm quite looking forward to Senior Sun Ning singing from the music club. I wonder if we'll get to hear it at this year's welcome party. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Yuan Qi felt a stir in his heart. This Senior Sun Ning was the president of the music club, the very person Xue Shan had confessed earlier. Yuan Qi couldn't help but recall the song, Wu Jia Pa, that Senior Sun Ning had sung at last year's welcome party, where her opera-style vocals had stunned the entire audience. Hard to say. Senior Sun Ning is a senior now, and she might not stay in the music club, Li Dajiang said with a hint of regret. The group chatted and strolled until they reached the cafeteria for a meal. Just then Yuan Qi's phone received a delivery pickup code. His eyes lit up. It was the gaming laptop he had ordered. He wondered how the 2000 yuan Alienware would perform in gaming. After picking up the package with his 3 roommates and returning to the dormitory, when Yuan Qi opened the packaging, the 3 roommates were instantly stunned. Damn. Old Yuan, you're not being reckless like this, are you? Didn't you just buy an Apple laptop? Why get an Alienware too? Upon hearing this, Yuan Qi replied calmly, the Apple is for work and this one is for gaming. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? The 3 roommates subconsciously nodded. It did seem reasonable. After all, everyone knew that Apple processors weren't great for gaming. Wait, was that the point? The real question was how much these 2 laptops cost together, and what kind of family could afford to splurge like this. Although Yuan Qi had mentioned winning the lottery before, they had thought a few thousand yuan was already impressive, but now it seemed it might be even more. Yuan Qi paid no attention to his 3 roommates' feelings and busied himself with his new laptop. He booted it up, ran a few processes, and found it to be very smooth indeed. Then he began downloading various games, and also purchased and installed Black Myth Wukong, which had been released during the summer. His previous computer couldn't handle the game, but now it was more than sufficient. This game had very high system requirements. Only Lu Jiahao's laptop in the dormitory could barely run it, but the graphics quality was poor and the experience wasn't great. When Yuan Qi launched the game, the graphics instantly upgraded from standard definition to ultra-high definition 4K, providing an immersive experience. Seeing Yuan Qi start playing, the 3 roommates couldn't contain themselves. One by one they called Yuan Qi benefactor and begged to try it themselves. Yuan Qi, adhering to the principle of a father's love, naturally agreed to his roommate's requests. Now I'll definitely get past the Guangxi stage. The reason I couldn't beat it before must have been because of old Lu's computer's configuration. Li Dajiang, controlling the monkey character, said with confidence. You forgot how you begged to play on my computer. You can't pass simply because you're bad at the game. Don't make excuses. Lu Jiahao said with disdain. Sure enough, before long Li Dajiang got stuck at the Guangxi stage again and couldn't get past it, eventually letting out a curse when his character was defeated. Darn. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Move aside. Let me take this round. With your skill, even if you had a million-level computer like Wang Xizong's, you still wouldn't get through. The 3 roommates took turns testing the laptop and found it far superior to their own 1,000 yuan machines. Lu Jiahao even declared he would ask his mother for money to buy one for himself. After experiencing the smooth gameplay, he felt his own computer's performance was like mud. The next day there were no classes at all, so they stayed up a bit later, not getting to bed until nearly 1 a.m. When Yuan Qi was woken up by his alarm the next morning, he still felt a bit groggy. I should stick to an early sleep and early rise routine. I don't want to end up with a sudden collapse even after binding with the system. After washing up, Yuan Qi felt much clearer and headed downstairs. Today Yuan Qi didn't see Cheng Muxue on the track. He didn't pay much attention and ran his usual 10 laps. Although it was still a bit strenuous, it was much better than at the beginning. Construction on the shop was starting today, so Yuan Qi planned to go take a look. Before heading over, he spent over 600 yuan to buy a carton of Huazi cigarettes, a habit he had learned from his grandfather. Cigarettes were an essential tool for dealing with workers. Although Yuan Qi didn't smoke, it didn't stop him from using them for social bonding. After having breakfast nearby, he set off toward the Sunshine Cake shop. Upon arrival, he saw the workers beginning to set up the isolation shed. The foreman, a Master Luo whom Yuan Qi had met yesterday, greeted him with a smile. Boss Yuan, you're here early. Yes, just came to check. Master Luo, please take good care of the shop's renovation. As he spoke, Yuan Qi handed 2 packs of Huazi to Master Luo. Boss Yuan, you're too kind. Our company's projects are always top-notch in the industry. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yuan Qi smiled and nodded, then gave each worker on-site a pack of Huazi. He returned to Master Luo and asked, Master Luo, how long will the renovation take? Master Luo thought for a moment and replied, if everything goes smoothly, about half a month. At the latest, we'll finish within 20 days. Yuan Qi nodded, satisfied with the efficiency. That meant it would be completed before the National Day holiday. After a few days of preparation, the shop could open right after the holiday. Yuan Qi stayed for a while, exchanged a few more words with Master Luo, and then decided to leave. Professional work was best left to professionals. He wouldn't learn much by staying there. After all, with the cigarettes in hand, the workers would likely put in extra effort. He only had about 140 yuan in cash left, which wouldn't go far outside. He was now looking forward to receiving the 100 yuan reward and using the tenfold cashback card. Then he would have 1,000,000 yuan. A college student with 1,000,000 in wealth. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Many ordinary people might never have that much money in their entire lives. With that thought, Yuan Qi wished the system would issue more tasks so he could achieve financial freedom before graduating from college. Walking along the nearby commercial street, he occasionally used the system-provided detector to observe data on some girls who caught his interest. This gave Yuan Qi a sense of guilt for peeking into others' privacy, yet he found it hard to stop. Whenever he encountered a case where the actual data differed greatly from the appearance, Yuan Qi couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing effects of cosmetic procedures. In particular, he noticed a girl with a typical internet celebrity face whom he deemed quite attractive, but the system rated her only 58 points. This made Yuan Qi wonder if the system was malfunctioning, as his own judgment placed her at over 85 points, such a stark contrast to the system's rating. Finally, he realized that this discrepancy must be due to plastic surgery. Fortunately, I have the system's truth-revealing mirror, otherwise I would never have been able to tell, he thought. Yuan Qi couldn't help but recall a news story about a wealthy man who married a seemingly beautiful woman only to have a child who was far from good-looking. It turned out that the woman had undergone extensive plastic surgery. Before the surgery, she had a rather plain face. But such extreme cases were rare, and after wandering for half a day, Yuan Qi encountered only one such instance. The commercial street near the university town was mostly frequented by students, as there were 3 universities in the vicinity. One was Rongqing University, where Yuan Qi studied. One was Tianfu University, the top-tier double first-class institution in the province, and the last was Tianfu Film and Art Academy. The 3 universities were not far from each other, so students from all 3 could be seen here. Yuan Qi spotted several young women with appearance ratings above 80, and their attire was quite refined. He guessed they were likely students from the Art Academy. However, he had yet to encounter any beauty rated above 85. Recalling the long-term mission assigned by the system, he felt a headache. It would not be easy to win over a woman rated above 85. Yet the rewards were truly tempting, which put him in a dilemma. After strolling a bit longer, Yuan Qi finally spotted a young woman with an exact rating of 85. But when he looked at the rest of the data, he was taken aback. At just 20 years of age, she had such an extensive life experience that Yuan Qi felt he had learned something new. He decided that this was someone he could not afford to get involved with. After surveying the surroundings, he found no one who could compare to Qingmu Xue. A beauty rated above 90 was indeed a rare treasure. For lunch, he ordered a chicken pot at a restaurant outside the school. Unexpectedly, he ran into Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai, who had come out to eat together. The two were surprised to see him. Zhang Ying noticed the phone in Yuan Qi's hand. It was the latest Apple 16 Pro, which would cost at least 10,000 yuan. She then recalled that Yuan Qi had bought luxury clothes earlier, meaning he had spent tens of thousands in just a few days, more than she had spent in an entire year with him. This thought made Zhang Ying feel uneasy, and she couldn't help but walk over to Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, I know you can't accept the breakup, but you don't need to do such attention-seeking things. Do you think borrowing money for revenge spending will make me think highly of you? Impossible. I only think you're ridiculous. Have you ever considered how your family would feel about your spending? I was wrong about you before. Yuan Qi hadn't expected that while he was waiting for his meal, this woman would scold him out of the blue. He thought, is there something wrong with her? Look, is there something wrong with you? I'm just eating here. If you're unwell, go to the hospital and stop bothering me. Zhang Ying was taken aback by Yuan Qi's blunt response. Previously, he had always listened to her. I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you so ungrateful? Do you know how many people have jumped off buildings because of campus loans? You. Before she could finish, Yuan Qi interrupted her. It's none of your business. I told you, if you're unwell, see a doctor. Don't make a scene in front of me. Yuan Qi spoke bluntly, thinking that he had been blind to have ever liked such a woman. Zhao Kai, who had entered with Zhang Ying, was also stunned. He wondered why Zhang Ying had suddenly launched an attack on Yuan Qi without any reason. Although he also wanted to show off his superiority over Yuan Qi, he was not the fool from novels who would steal someone's girlfriend and then openly mock him. What if he got beaten up? He would just enjoy his own satisfaction silently. He simply couldn't understand Zhang Ying's train of thought. Ying, it's none of your business if he wants to borrow money to buy things. Why do you care so much? Having his girlfriend argue with her ex-boyfriend was embarrassing, and he secretly blamed Zhang Ying for this. He even began to think that Zhang Ying might have some issues. As a man who valued his reputation, he silently decided to part ways with her after spending some time together. Zhang Ying was speechless. Indeed, she had no relationship with Yuan Qi anymore. It was his own business if he borrowed money to buy things. Yet she felt a pang of jealousy when she looked at his phone. She also wanted that model. Let's go. We'll eat somewhere else. Having caused such a commotion, Zhao Kai decided not to eat at this restaurant. After the annoying people left, Yuan Qi ignored the strange looks from others and continued eating his chicken pot. He then realized that Zhang Ying's words implied she thought he had bought the phone and clothes with loans. What a presumptuous woman. He didn't bother to explain. Even if he had borrowed the money, it was none of her business. He thought she must have lost her mind. After the meal, Yuan Qi didn't continue shopping. He returned to the dormitory and played games with his gaming buddies. Time flew by. In anticipation, 4 days passed quickly. Early that morning, Yuan Qi left the dormitory before 7 to go running. Today was the last day of the morning exercise task. After completing it, he would receive all the rewards. He felt excited. After 10 days of running, covering 12 or 13 laps was no longer difficult for him. In fact, he had even added a few extra laps. Halfway through his run, he saw Cheng Muxue again dressed in a fitted sportswear arriving at the track. They greeted each other with a smile. Morning. Morning. This had become a habit. Through these days of observation, Cheng Muxue increasingly felt that her intuition was correct. Yuan Qi was definitely not ordinary. She had consciously tried to get closer to him. And since Yuan Qi had feelings for the campus belle, he was happy to draw near to her, especially since she seemed amiable. It could be said that they were moving toward each other. During the run, they began to run side by side, which earned many envious glances from the male joggers. After finishing over a dozen laps, Cheng Muxue was slightly out of breath. The weather was humid and a few beads of sweat glistened on her fair forehead. She took out a tissue to wipe her face, then glanced at Yuan Qi and was momentarily stunned. Maybe it was her imagination, but at that moment Yuan Qi seemed even more handsome than before. When Yuan Qi completed his 12th lap, the system reward had already been issued. It was not until he finished the 15th lap that he began to check his rewards. 10,000 yuan was directly transferred into his construction bank account, bringing the total cash to 100,000. At that moment, a flood of knowledge about piano, violin, bass, flute, guitar, and various other instruments flooded his mind. It felt as though Yuan Qi had studied every instrument for many years. A truly remarkable sensation. Not exaggerating in the least, even if handed any sound-making object right now, he could play a melody. Yuan Qi then opened his status panel. Host name Yuan Qi. Age 19. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 72 kilograms. Appearance 81. Wealth 101,321. 25. His appearance score had increased by 1 point, though he wondered if there would be any visible change. Yuan Qi, here, wipe off your sweat. Cheng Muxue's clear voice snapped Yuan Qi back to reality. Thank you. He reached out to take the wet tissue she offered, gently wiping his face while calming his excitement. After walking slowly for a lap, Yuan Qi said to Cheng Muxue in a natural manner, "Shall we go get breakfast together?" Though it was his first time inviting her, his tone was calm and steady, lacking any trace of the nervousness most guys would show. It was as if he were simply mentioning an ordinary matter. Cheng Muxue paused slightly, sensing the confident undertone in his voice. Yuan Qi seemed to radiate an air of self-assurance. "Yes, all right," Cheng Muxue replied with a smile. "All right, then let's skip the cafeteria. There's a breakfast shop outside the school with wonderful food. We can go there." Since this could be considered a date, Yuan Qi naturally wanted to choose a nicer place. "Okay, let's go outside the school then," Cheng Muxue agreed with a nod. The two walked side by side toward the school gate. As they walked, Yuan Qi's peripheral gaze brushed past Cheng Muxue's profile. Her delicate features, still carrying a light blush from exercise, looked breathtaking under the sunlight. Many passing boys couldn't help but be drawn to her beauty. The looks they cast toward Yuan Qi carried an unmistakable mix of admiration and envy. Yuan Qi had to admit that walking alongside such beauty felt truly wonderful. The two arrived at a breakfast shop just outside the school, the very same place Yuan Qi frequently bought beef char siu buns. After finding a seat, Yuan Qi asked about Cheng Muxue's preferences and ordered 2 breakfast sets. "By the way, did you sign up to perform at the orientation event this year?" Yuan Qi brought up a topic after sitting down. He still remembered how Cheng Muxue had danced at last year's orientation gala, capturing the hearts of countless boys, including his own. Cheng Muxue smiled gracefully upon hearing this. "I've already signed up with the class monitor. She had been dancing since childhood, and her foundation was exceptionally solid. Then I'll look forward to it. Finally, I get to enjoy Miss Cheng's dance performance again," Yuan Qi teased with a grin. "What campus beauty, people just make things up," Cheng Muxue said, though she was secretly pleased. After all, no one dislikes compliments. "I also signed up recently. I plan to showcase my talents during the performance." Having received the instrument mastery skill, Yuan Qi certainly didn't intend to let it gather dust. He hadn't had the means before, but keeping it hidden now would be like wearing fine silk in the dark. More importantly, Yuan Qi wanted to experience the thrill of showing off in front of the entire school. "Oh, you signed up too. What kind of performance are you planning?" Cheng Muxue asked curiously. "That's a secret for now. You'll find out later, but it definitely won't disappoint you." In truth, Yuan Qi hadn't decided which instrument to play. He was simply overwhelmed by how many instruments he now knew. During their casual conversation, the breakfast was served. Yuan Qi, feeling quite hungry, picked up a steaming soup dumpling and popped it into his mouth. Curiosity piqued. Cheng Muxue didn't press further once Yuan Qi started eating. Instead, she used her chopsticks to pick up a soup dumpling and ate it in small, delicate bites. This was the first time Yuan Qi had watched a beautiful woman eat so closely. It was undeniable. No matter what a beautiful woman did, it appeared graceful. Even the simple act of eating a dumpling gave Yuan Qi a sense of elegance and charm. After finishing their meal, Cheng Muxue offered to transfer her share of the bill, but Yuan Qi politely declined. However, they both realized they hadn't yet exchanged WeChat contacts, so Yuan Qi naturally added Cheng Muxue as a friend. By the way, we have no classes this morning. Shall we go sightseeing? After adding each other on WeChat, Yuan Qi suggested going shopping. Rather than returning to the dorm to hang out with his brothers, Yuan Qi much preferred spending time with a beautiful lady, especially since this was clearly an opportunity to deepen their connection. Besides, Yuan Qi now had 100,000 yuan waiting for a tenfold return. How could he possibly spend money without a charming companion? Though Chengmuxu didn't seem like a materialistic girl who wouldn't appreciate a man with ability. In modern society, a full wallet was still a man's proof of strength. Chengmuxu hesitated for a moment. Eating together and then shopping, wasn't that what couples would do? Though she had developed a slight fondness for Yuan Qi over the past few days, they were only just beginning as friends. Moreover, she had never gone shopping alone with a guy before. I plan to buy a watch later. I noticed yours looks quite nice. Could you help me pick one out? Yuan Qi's voice came again at that moment. Hearing this, Chengmuxu lifted her fair wrist, revealing a pink women's watch. This is a Carol women's watch. For guys, I think a Longines would suit you well. If your budget allows, Cartier is also a good choice. Yuan Qi had never handled such luxury items before. He had simply thought that if he were to spend 100,000 yuan at once, a watch would be the most fitting purchase. It also conveniently gave Chengmuxu a reason to accompany him shopping. I trust your taste is excellent. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Cheng, to help me choose. Chengmuxu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. She was also curious about what kind of watch Yuan Qi would end up buying. Yuan Qi's budget was naturally a watch around 100,000 yuan. Besides wanting to use the tenfold cashback card, he also saw this as an opportunity to showcase his strength to the woman beside him. Zhang Ying's infidelity had taught him a profound lesson. A man without money cannot keep a beautiful woman, let alone someone as stunning as Chengmuxu. Yuan Qi hailed a private car, and the two set off for the shopping mall. Upon arrival, Chengmuxu led him to a branded specialty store on the second floor. As they walked in, Yuan Qi's attention was immediately drawn to the various luxury watches displayed in the counters. I bought my carrot right here. Chengmuxu pointed to a women's watch counter not far away. Yuan Qi nodded and scanned the surroundings. Each counter bore its brand label. Although Yuan Qi was not particularly knowledgeable about watches, he recognized prestigious names like Rolex and IWC. There were also entry-level luxury brands like Longines with prices ranging from a few thousand to over 10,000 yuan. The more prestigious labels, however, started at well over 50,000 yuan. At that moment, a female sales associate in professional attire approached them with a warm smile. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. How may I assist you today? She immediately noticed Yuan Qi's expensive-looking attire and the beautiful woman accompanying him. Based on her experience, she felt this sale was within reach. I would like to look at Cartier. Please show us the collection. Before coming, Yuan Qi had done some research online and found that Cartier watches were indeed quite elegant and well-suited to his needs. He asked the sales associate to guide them directly. The associate smiled and replied, "Indeed, that particular collection is very popular among younger customers in our store." Speaking while walking, she led Yuan Qi and Chengmuxu toward the Cartier counter. "Sir, the Ballon Bleu series is our best seller, especially suitable for young people to wear." The sales associate introduced several models professionally, considering Yuan Qi's overall temperament rather than simply recommending the most expensive options. "Beautiful Cheng, what do you think of these?" Yuan Qi pointed to the recommended models and asked Chengmuxu beside him. "I think they all suit you well. It mainly depends on which one you prefer." Internally, Chengmuxu was quite surprised, for all the models the associate had recommended cost over tens of thousands of yuan. However, upon hearing the prices, Yuan Qi appeared remarkably calm, as if the sum meant nothing to him. "Very well, I'll take this one." Yuan Qi had already made his choice in his heart. The model the associate had recommended, priced at 988 yuan, was perfect and matched his taste beautifully. "Certainly, sir." The sales associate was delighted, knowing she would receive a generous commission from this sale. After making his selection, Yuan Qi paid with his bank card, without hesitation, quietly activating the tenfold cashback card in his mind. The moment the card was approved, a system notification rang in his consciousness. Tenfold cashback card activated successfully. Host spent 988 yuan. Tenfold return 98880 yuan. Hearing that delightful notification, Yuan Qi felt a wave of excitement. Nearly 1 million yuan had been credited to his account, transforming him from a penniless young man with barely over 1,000 yuan in his account a week ago into a millionaire overnight. How could anyone remain so calm under such circumstances? Yuan Qi chose not to have the watch boxed, but wore it directly on his wrist. With the sales associate's polite farewell, the two left the store. Having accomplished his goal, Yuan Qi composed himself and then strolled through the mall with Chengmuxu. He intended to spend some money on Chengmuxu as well, but not an excessive amount all at once, since their relationship had not yet reached that level. Using a trip to the restroom as an excuse, Yuan Qi visited a cosmetics store and purchased a premium beauty set for 888 yuan. Returning to Chengmuxu, he handed her the bag directly. "Beautiful Cheng, thank you for accompanying me to choose a watch today. Here is a small gift as a token of appreciation." Chengmuxu had not expected Yuan Qi to have gone shopping for her. The logo on the bag belonged to a luxury cosmetics brand she recognized immediately. Yuan Qi, I really didn't do anything special." Before she could refuse, Yuan Qi gently but firmly placed the bag into her hands. Just a small gift. If you do not accept it, I will feel embarrassed asking you to accompany me on future outings. His words subtly hinted at plans for another date, testing Cheng Mushua's attitude. Hearing this, Cheng Mushua no longer refused, for she had indeed developed considerable affection for Yuan Qi. The two did not head straight back to campus, but continued browsing the mall together. By noon, they found a restaurant in the mall to have lunch, chatting happily as they ate. Their conversation flowed more naturally, topics expanding effortlessly. Watching Yuan Qi converse with such confidence and ease, Cheng Mushua felt her heart gradually stirred. Yuan Qi, I feel that you are quite different from the impression you used to give. Unable to contain her curiosity, Cheng Mushua asked directly. Yuan Qi chuckled and shook his head. Beautiful Cheng, did you ever really pay attention to me before? How do you know I am any different? Cheng Mushua paused, realizing that previously she had mostly known about Yuan Qi through Zhang Ying's descriptions. In class she had indeed not paid much attention to him. But of course she would not admit that now. Actually, I have always thought you were quite special. The words barely left her lips before she realized the implication. Had she not been paying attention to him after all? With the words spoken, there was no taking them back. She could only lower her head and continue eating. Yuan Qi shook his head with a faint smile, finding it rather amusing to see the campus beauty awkwardly weaving excuses just for him. He did not press the matter, and similarly lowered his head to eat. An uneasy silence fell between them, yet the atmosphere carried something subtly shifting. Before long their bond seemed to have quietly deepened in the comfortable silence. After finishing their meal, the two decided not to continue shopping and hailed a car back to campus. They parted at the school gate. Yuan Qi still needed to check on his store's renovation progress, for as the owner, he had to occasionally supervise the work. Not far away, Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai had also finished their meal and were preparing to return to school. Zhang Ying held a small box in her hand containing a Dior lipstick set that Zhao Kai had bought her for 599 yuan. She felt quite content with the gift. Huh, isn't that Mushua? Zhang Ying glanced up and spotted Cheng Mushua heading back to campus. Her brow furrowed slightly when she noticed Yuan Qi also standing beside Cheng Mushua, appearing to exchange a few words with her. Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai had not witnessed the two arriving together, so they assumed Yuan Qi had merely encountered Cheng Mushua by chance at the school gate. Glancing at the lipstick in her hand, Zhang Ying quickened her pace and walked toward Cheng Mushua. Zhao Kai followed behind, his gaze entirely fixed on Cheng Mushua, an unmistakable admiration shining in his eyes. Mushua, Mushua. Zhang Ying called out to Cheng Mushua when she was just a few meters away. Seeing Cheng Mushua stop, Zhang Ying quickened her pace and walked over to her side. Mushua, were you just out shopping too? Zhang Ying greeted Cheng Mushua with a smile, subtly displaying the lipstick packaging in her hand. At that moment, Zhao Kai also approached and greeted Cheng Mushua with a smile. Gazing at her porcelain-like skin up close, a warm feeling stirred within him. Cheng Mushua looked at the two with a slight frown, but still replied to Zhang Ying. I just got back from the mall. Zhang Ying smiled faintly, about to say something more when she finally noticed the bag in Cheng Mushua's hand. The logo looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a La Mer set. She was well versed in such matters. This was a high-end skincare line with a set starting at over 2,000 yuan. Zhang Ying's expression turned somewhat sour, and the item in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. Mushua, is that La Mer? How much did it cost? She was quite aware of Cheng Mushua's circumstances. Her family was well off, but not to the extent of being wealthy heirs. With a monthly allowance of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, she clearly remembered that Cheng Mushua had already spent nearly 2,000 on clothes and cosmetics at the beginning of the month. The remaining money couldn't possibly afford a La Mer set. It was a gift from a friend. Oh, I didn't spend anything, Cheng Mushua said calmly, without mentioning Yuan Qi. Thinking of Yuan Qi, she now felt a peculiar emotion toward Zhang Ying. Glancing at Zhao Kai beside her, she simply shook her head. She wondered why Zhang Ying would give up Yuan Qi for Zhao Kai. It was like trading a gem for a pebble. Yet she refrained from commenting further. A friend, male or female? Could it be one of your suitors? Zhang Ying pressed on with her questions. Cheng Mushua felt a growing impatience. Their relationship had always been lukewarm. Why was she so talkative today? She had no sense of boundaries. A friend you don't know? Well, I'm heading back to the dorm now. I won't disturb your date, she said, then turned and walked toward the nearby supermarket to pick up a few items. Zhang Ying watched Cheng Mushua's retreating figure, a pang of jealousy rising within her. She didn't believe it was just a friend. It must have been a gift from an admirer. Turning to Zhao Kai, she noticed his gaze was also following Cheng Mushua. A surge of irritation flared within her. Zhao Kai, what are you looking at? Do you think Cheng Mushua is prettier than me? Zhang Ying demanded angrily. Zhao Kai inwardly sighed. Did he even need to ask? Though Zhang Ying was indeed attractive, she couldn't compare to Cheng Mushua. No. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. This was a lie, of course, but since Zhang Ying was his girlfriend, now he had to pacify her first. No. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. This was a lie, of course, but since Zhang Ying was his girlfriend, now he had to pacify her first. Humph. Zhang Ying let out a cold snort. Zhao Kai's words soothed her somewhat, but looking at the lipstick in her hand, her mood had soured compared to before. The joy of receiving a gift had vanished completely. Yuan Qi, of course, remained unaware of everything happening on campus. Arriving at the Sunshine Cake Shop, he nodded approvingly at the busy workers. Although only a few days had passed, the renovation seemed to be progressing faster than expected. After observing for a while and exchanging a few words with Master Luo, Yuan Qi took his leave. He only needed to show his presence here. There was no need to linger. Instead of returning to school immediately, he strolled around the neighborhood and stopped at a bubble tea shop to order a black pearl drink. Finding a seat, he sat down. In truth, he had considered opening a bubble tea shop, but he had already secured the deal with the cake shop owner. Moreover, although the bubble tea market was competitive, it remained popular among college students, making the transfer fees relatively high. He still had over 800,000 yuan in his startup fund. A single cake shop couldn't use it all, so he could consider opening another store. Ding System Mission released My Business Empire long-term mission. For each store the host opens reward Yuan Startup Fund, 1 store popularity card, 1 mystery gift pack. As Yuan Qi was pondering, the system notification chimed in his mind. Seeing the mission content, Yuan Qi was overjoyed. It was exactly what he needed. Now he could open stores without any worries, fully unleashing his potential. He silently thanked the system. Without hesitation, Yuan Qi dialed the bubble tea shop owner's number. The call was quickly answered by a woman's voice, which sounded mature yet youthful. Hello, is the bubble tea shop near Rongqing University up for transfer? Yuan Qi confirmed. Yes, that's right. Are you interested in taking it over? Yes. If you're free now, we can discuss it in person. I'm currently in the shop. The other party said she would be there shortly and hung up. Just then his black pearl drink was ready. Inserting the straw, he took a sip. It was pleasant, but nothing extraordinary. Thus Yuan Qi opened a mini-game on his phone and played while waiting for the owner. Not long after, his phone rang again. It was the owner's number. Before he could answer, a woman sat down across from him holding her phone. Clearly she had called to confirm his location. When Yuan Qi looked up and saw her face, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman before him had an oval face with captivating peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose, and finely arched brows. Her features were exceptionally refined. She wore a white casual blouse with slightly curled hair naturally falling over her shoulders, exuding a mature charm. In terms of appearance, Yuan Qi felt she was on par with Cheng Mu Shui, each possessing their own unique allure. Most importantly, he recognized her. She was Sun Ning, the president of the music club. Instinctively, he activated his inspection ability. Name: Sun Ning, age 21, height 170 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, charm 90, special 100, health excellent. Looking at these stats, Yuan Qi couldn't help but feel that his earlier judgment had been quite accurate. When Sun Ning stepped into the shop, she noticed only a handful of students browsing. None of them gave the impression of being someone serious about taking over the business, so she picked up her phone to call and ask where the owner was. To her surprise, the person on the other end turned out to be a young and handsome man. She walked straight over and took a seat across from him. Before she could even open her mouth, Yuan Qi greeted her first. Senior Sun Ning, I never expected you to be the one running this milk tea shop. Sun Ning paused for a moment, then realized that he too was a student from her university. A bright smile spread across her face. You're a junior from Rongqing University. What a coincidence. With that shared connection, the ice was quickly broken. After introducing himself, Yuan Qi fell into easy conversation with Sun Ning. To be honest, Senior Sun, I've been a fan of yours since your performance at last year's freshman orientation gala. That rendition of Wu Jiapa still stays vividly in my memory. Sun Ning's impression of Yuan Qi deepened. That's very kind of you to say. I actually have some old demo recordings. If you'd like, I can spare one for you. Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. Really, Senior? Then it's a deal. Those demo recordings would certainly be exclusive. He could cherish them in private anytime he wanted. After their light-hearted chat, both returned to the matter at hand. Junior, since we're from the same university, I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. Including the equipment and renovation materials, we invested a total of 200,000 yuan in this shop. The equipment is still in about 80% condition and works perfectly. She paused to read his expression before continuing. You've probably noticed the business is decent. The monthly profit is quite reasonable. After discussing with my partners, we feel the transfer fee shouldn't fall below 150,000 yuan. Sun Ning stated the price honestly. It was the lowest figure she and her partners had agreed upon. This was already a friendly discount offered solely because Yuan Qi was a junior from their university. Yuan Qi did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, Senior, why are you looking to sell the shop? Sun Ning did not hold back. Mainly, I found another investment opportunity and need to free up some capital. She did not reveal everything though. Although the shop was still profitable, the area was saturated with milk tea shops. There was hardly any technical barrier in making milk tea drinks. Even though they had launched several new flavors, competitors copied them almost immediately. The taste profiles were nearly identical across shops, and the profit margins were shrinking steadily. That was why she had decided to move on to something else. Yuan Qi nodded and considered the offer. He felt the price of 150,000 was fair. The shop's interior design was quite nice, and only minor adjustments would be needed on his end. All right, Senior. I'll accept the price of 150,000. Seeing him agree so readily, Sun Ning glanced at Yuan Qi with a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected a junior to have such means. Still, she couldn't hide her pleasure. Then let's arrange the transfer agreement. When would suit you? How about tomorrow noon? I have classes in the afternoon, so the timing would be tight. Yuan Qi checked the time. It was nearly 3:30. He had a required course at 4 o'clock and had no intention of skipping it. All right, junior. See you tomorrow then. Oh, and let's add each other on WeChat for easier contact. After exchanging contact information with the lovely senior, Yuan Qi shared a few more words and then headed back to campus. Brother Qi over here. By the time he arrived at the classroom, his 3 dorm mates had already grabbed his textbooks and saved their seats. So after returning from campus, he walked straight to the teaching building. Brother Qi, what were you up to so early this morning? Out on a date with a girl. Li Dajiang teased with a grin as Yuan Qi took his seat. Yuan Qi kept his thoughts to himself. You actually guessed right. I was indeed on a date. And not just with one girl. How did you know I was on a date today? Between you and me, there were 2 beautiful women. Yuan Qi spoke frankly. He genuinely had spent the day with 2 lovely ladies. Why don't you just say you were dating campus queen Sheng? And 2 beauties, really? All 3 roommates were thoroughly unconvinced. Yuan Qi didn't bother explaining further and wondered whether he should bet them something ridiculous like a handstand run. But then he thought better of it. After all, they were his sworn brothers, and he couldn't be so harsh on them. After class, the 4 of them headed to the cafeteria for dinner and paused to watch the freshmen undergoing military training as they passed by. The first-year students had arrived 10 days early and had been training for 20 days by now, nearing the end of their regimen. They had already begun rehearsing near the main podium. The real reason they stopped to watch, however, was not the marching itself. At the front of the formation stood Li Xia, the freshman campus beauty, serving as one of the flag bearers. Wow, my goddess Xia is absolutely breathtaking. Standing at the front like that, she radiates such graceful poise. Lu Jiahao could not help but praise her the moment he saw her. That other flag bearer is stunning too. She's every bit as pretty as Li Xia. I wonder what her name is. Everyone turned their gaze to the other flag bearer, and their eyes widened. She was a striking contrast to Li Xia, a classic beauty with bold, captivating features. I honestly think she's even more beautiful than Li Xia, Li Dajiang murmured in admiration. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had already activated his perception. Name: Li Xia, age 18, height 168 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, charm 91, special 100, physical condition excellent. Name: Zhong Peiyao, age 18, height 171 centimeters, weight 55 kilograms, charm 91, special 100, physical condition excellent. After reviewing both sets of data, Yuan Qi learned the second flag bearer's name was Zhong Peiyao, a name he found quite pleasing. In terms of appearance, the 2 were remarkably evenly matched, which aligned with his own judgment. Li Dajiang and Lu Jiahao continued to debate endlessly over who was prettier, while Zhang Wei occasionally chimed in with his own opinion. Soon the marching music began to play. The 3 flag bearers walked at the front of the formation, and everyone's attention was drawn to the 2 beautiful women on either side. The male flag bearer in the center was effortlessly overlooked by Yuan Qi and his friends, though some girls nearby couldn't help but gasp at his handsome appearance. After watching the flag bearers pass by, Yuan Qi and his companions lost interest and made their way directly to the cafeteria for lunch. On the other side, Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao had left the podium area. As flag bearers, they still had some privileges after completing the drill once they were allowed to depart. Since they were roommates, and both flag bearers Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao naturally went to eat together. It's so hot, Xia. Luckily, we've been training indoors all this time, otherwise even sunscreen couldn't save us from getting tanned by the sun. Zhong Peiyao wiped the fine sweat from her brow as she complained, the evening sunlight casting a particularly radiant glow on her pretty face. She had originally taken leave from military training, but was chosen as a flag bearer. Fortunately, the training for flag bearers was relatively light, and she didn't have to bask in the sun on the field like the others. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't have agreed. Li Xia nodded in agreement. She had been pampered since childhood, and the 10 days of sun exposure had nearly overwhelmed her. It's almost over. We're still better off. Look at the other 2 in our dorm. They've gotten several shades darker. A few days ago, they cried when they looked in the mirror. As they chatted, a voice came from behind. Excuse me, ladies. Both turned around to see a boy in military training uniform jogging toward them. It was Gu Hang, the one who held the flag in the center. Are you heading to the cafeteria? Let's go together, my treat. Gu Hang said with a bright smile. Admittedly, Gu Hang's smile was quite sunny, giving a clean and handsome impression. Li Xia actually felt quite favorable toward him and was about to nod in agreement, but Zhong Peiyao spoke first. No need. We 2 sisters prefer to eat without strangers around. With that, she pulled Li Xia away. Gu Hang's smile froze on his face. He had actually wanted to eat with Li Xia, sensing that her attitude toward him was much warmer than Zhong Peiyao's. Initially, when only he and Zhong Peiyao were training together, he had considered pursuing her. But although she was beautiful, she gave him a feeling of being hard to handle. At first, her attitude was fine, but later she grew increasingly indifferent. When Li Xia later joined, he promptly switched targets. Indeed, Li Xia was as pure and charming as she looked. He felt that with a little effort he could win her over, but Zhong Peiyao kept interfering. Yaya, why do you always have a problem with Guhang? The three of us trained together for so long. Having a meal together wouldn't be a big deal. Li Xia asked helplessly as she was pulled away. Xia, I told you I just don't like him much. Really? I think he's quite handsome. Zhong Peiyao stopped and looked at Li Xia. Yaya, be honest. Are you already interested in him? Li Xia blushed, but answered firmly, of course not. I just think it would be nice to be friends with him. Zhong Peiyao studied her carefully, and seeing she seemed sincere breathed a sigh of relief. Yaya, to be honest, it's not that I dislike him. It's mainly that Guhang is too poor. His phone is an old domestic model from years ago, and his clothes are all from street stalls. Guys like that are just not my type. She paused and continued, besides I feel that although he doesn't have the ability to be a player, he has a player's heart. Who knows how many innocent girls he might deceive in the future. Li Xia was a bit surprised by Zhong Peiyao's reasoning. It wasn't that Guhang was poor, she could see that too. But how did she come to that latter conclusion? Still, she didn't argue further. After all, she only wanted to be friends with Guhang, and if that didn't work out, it was fine. In truth, if she were to look for a boyfriend, she would definitely choose someone excellent in every aspect. Good looks alone were not enough. The two girls got their meals in the cafeteria and found an empty table to sit at. Coincidentally, the spot they chose was right next to Yuan Qi and his group. As soon as the two entered the cafeteria, they attracted many glances, including from Yuan Qi's 3 adopted sons. Yuan Qi himself was chatting with Cheng Muxue on his phone. He didn't notice the two beauties beside him until Li Dajiang nudged his elbow and gestured with his eyes to the left. Yuan Qi turned his head and happened to meet Zhong Peiyao's gaze. Although he found her stunning, he managed his expression while turned back casually and continued eating. Zhong Peiyao thought the boy beside her was also handsome, but she had seen many handsome guys before, so it wasn't particularly special. However, as she shifted her gaze, she caught a glimpse of the watch on Yuan Qi's wrist. Although only 18, one of Zhong Peiyao's favorite pastimes was studying luxury goods. She immediately recognized the watch on Yuan Qi's hand as a Cartier Ballon Bleu, which probably cost around 80 to 90,000 yuan. Then she scrutinized his outfit, a full Gucci ensemble, and his phone was the latest iPhone 16 Pro. That meant the total value of his appearance alone was over 100,000 yuan. Coupled with his handsome looks, he seemed to have maxed out all the attributes of a tall, rich, and handsome man. The brief eye contact they had shared was also calm and composed, giving off a confident aura, completely different from ordinary boys. Zhong Peiyao felt a sudden flutter of interest. Yuan Qi was focused on his meal, unaware that he was being observed like a high-end scanner. Excuse me, senior, could I get to know you? As Yuan Qi concentrated on his food, a soft, charming voice suddenly reached his ears. Yuan Qi turned around in slight confusion, instantly meeting Zhong Peiyao's bright, sparkling eyes. So was he just being approached by this beautiful girl? Zhong Peiyao's words stunned several people nearby. Li Dajiang's spoon clattered onto the table as he stared at the scene in astonishment. Senior, my name is Zhong Peiyao. Let's add each other on social media and get to know each other. Undeterred by the curious looks from those around her, Zhong Peiyao directly displayed her QR code on her phone and held it out to Yuan Qi, signaling him to add her. This completely dashed the hopes of any nearby boys who had been fantasizing. They had been mistaken. She wasn't interested in them. At this moment, Yuan Qi felt as if everyone around him had been frozen in time. The gazes of his 3 roommates were also perfectly synchronized, all staring blankly at the phone screen that Zhong Peiyao had handed to Yuan Qi. From their eyes, one could discern a rich spectrum of emotions. Yuan Qi wanted to ask Zhong Peiyao why she wanted to add him as a friend, but asking directly would indeed be somewhat tactless. Without further hesitation, he opened his WeChat, scanned her QR code, and added her as a friend. Regardless of the reason, when such a beautiful girl asks for your WeChat, which man would refuse? Having achieved her goal, Zhong Peiyao said nothing more, merely casting a meaningful glance at Yuan Qi. Then she pointed at her phone, indicating they would chat later, and pulled the still surprised Li Xia out of the cafeteria. Yuan Qi turned back to continue eating. He had already added 2 other beautiful girls, Cheng Muxue and Sun Ning, as friends. Therefore, adding one more felt like something he had already gotten used to. However, his 3 roommates were not so calm. When Yuan Qi looked up, he could still see Li Dajiang across the table with rice still in his mouth. It seemed that Zhong Peiyao had just helped him make an impressive impression without him even trying. What expressions are those? Keep eating, Yuan Qi said, breaking the silence. No way. That wasn't a hallucination, was it? The goddess I just acknowledged actually asked for old Yuan's WeChat. Tell me this isn't real. Li Dajiang let out a mournful cry. He was truly envious and jealous. His goddess seemed to have found a mate in an instant, and that person was his own roommate. After his shock, Lu Jiahao quickly turned his mind and said to Yuan Qi, Brother Qi, now that you have the WeChat of Li Xia and her friend, could you ask her to give me Li Xia's contact info? He actually preferred the pure and innocent type, like Li Xia, and now it seemed he had a chance to get to know her. Yuan Qi said with a hint of annoyance. You didn't ask when she was right next to you just now. Even if I did get it, would she even pay attention to you? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiahao realized it was true and felt a bit dejected. He had been overwhelmed by the scene just now. Seeing his good buddy so down, Yuan Qi couldn't bear it and suggested, "How about this, since I now have a connection with them, next time we have a chance to eat together, you can just go up and ask for her WeChat." Hearing this, Lu Jiahao's eyes lit up. He felt it was indeed a good idea. With old Yuan's connection, his chances of getting Li Xie's WeChat would be much greater. After finishing their meal, the group left the cafeteria, but his roommates were still not fully recovered. The scene in the cafeteria had truly stunned them too much. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi was looking thoughtfully at the watch on his left wrist. It seemed that Zhong Peiyao's initiative to add him might have been largely due to this watch. "Huh. Brother Qi, when did you buy a watch? It looks really nice," Zhang Wei suddenly said, pointing at Yuan Qi's wrist. Upon hearing this, Li Dajiang and Lu Jiahao also looked over at Yuan Qi. They had no knowledge of luxury goods, so they didn't recognize it was a Cartier, and of course had no idea how much it cost. "Did you buy it online? It looks great on your wrist. Brother Qi, send me the link later, and I'll buy one too." Li Dajiang also wanted one, thinking that such a watch probably cost only a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. Yuan Qi didn't reveal the truth to avoid upsetting his roommates, as they had already been through enough surprises today. "Alright, I'll send you a link later." Yuan Qi planned to find a link for a cheap watch of similar style to send him. On the other side, Li Xie was pestering Zhong Peiyao with questions. "Yao, why did you take the initiative to ask that senior for his WeChat?" "Oh, I just think he's handsome and matches my taste, that's all." Zhong Peiyao wasn't telling the truth. That was only the smallest reason, but it was also indispensable. Li Xie was skeptical. In terms of looks, Yuan Qi was actually on par with Gu Hang, just a bit more composed. He wasn't drop-dead gorgeous either. Why was Yao's attitude towards the two so different? I feel like it's not that simple. "Didn't you say before that a guy's looks alone are useless?" Li Xie kept probing like a curious child. "Oh yeah, anyway, I just took a liking to him. Don't ask so many questions." Out of her own little motives, Zhong Peiyao didn't share her discovery with Li Xie. Although Li Xie was very curious, seeing that she didn't want to say, she didn't press further. As the two were walking back to the girls' dormitory, a male student in military training uniform suddenly ran up in front of them, holding 2 cups of milk tea. This person was Gu Hang. "What a coincidence to meet again. I just bought 2 cups of iced milk tea, perfect for this weather." As he spoke, he handed the milk tea to the 2 girls. Upon hearing this, Zhong Peiyao rolled her eyes prettily. Coincidence? It was obvious he had been waiting around. Li Xie was tempted to accept because she was actually a bit thirsty, but if Zhong Peiyao didn't take it, she couldn't drink alone. "No thanks, I'm on a diet these days," Zhong Peiyao declined directly. Gu Hang withdrew the cup he had offered to Zhong Peiyao, but kept his hand holding the other cup towards Li Xie, the meaning clear. After all, he was now pursuing Li Xie. Whether Zhong Peiyao refused or not didn't matter. "Thank you, Gu Hang, but I don't want any either." With that, Li Xie gave Gu Hang an apologetic look and left with Zhong Peiyao. Gu Hang withdrew his hand. Although he was rejected again, he wasn't particularly upset, because he noticed that Li Xie's attitude towards him was actually quite good. If it weren't for Zhong Peiyao, she would probably have accepted his milk tea. Li Xie must have a favorable impression of me, Gu Hang thought confidently. He inserted the straw and took a sip of the milk tea. A cool sensation spread through his body, and his mood improved considerably. He took out his phone with a crack on the screen from his pocket and opened WeChat. He naturally had both Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao's WeChat. He opened the chat with Li Xie, edited a message, and sent it. "Li Xie, after the military training, I'll treat you to a meal alone." He planned to avoid Zhong Peiyao and have a date with Li Xie, hoping he might succeed in one go. Thinking that a beauty like Li Xie could become his girlfriend, Gu Hang felt a surge of excitement. Returning to dormitory 502, Yuan Qi lay down on his bed after finishing his shower. It had been a thoroughly fulfilling day for him. Within a single day, his phone had gained the contact information of 3 lovely young women, all of campus beauty caliber. A sense of quiet contentment lingered in his heart. Such a thing would have been utterly impossible in his past life. Just then, a green message notification appeared on his WeChat. Yuan Qi tapped it and found it was from senior sister Sun Ning, who had sent a file pack followed by a message. "Junior brother, this is my recorded demo of Wu Family Slope. Please do not share it with others." As Yuan Qi was about to reply, a message from Cheng Muxue arrived instead. "Thank you for the gift today. I find it very useful and quite pleasing." The brief message revealed a touch of quiet joy from the sender. After thanking senior sister Sun Ning, Yuan Qi prepared to continue chatting with Cheng Muxue. But another message popped up immediately, this time from Zhong Peiyao, the girl he had spoken with at the cafeteria earlier. "Senior brother, I still do not know your name yet." Yuan Qi found himself somewhat surprised at the coincidence of these 3 young women reaching out to him around the same time. After sending a playful expression, senior sister Sun Ning fell silent. Meanwhile, the conversations with Cheng Muxue and Zhong Peiyao continued flowing. Yuan Qi managed both exchanges effortlessly, chatting cheerfully with each of them. "Qi, we are online and need one more player to fill the gap." Lu Jiahao's voice came over from somewhere nearby. "No time, I am busy chatting with some friends right now." Yuan Qi truly had no free moment. Both Cheng Muxue and Zhong Peiyao were quick to respond, and he was experiencing for the first time the pleasant dilemma of messages arriving too swiftly to keep up with. "Our friend Qi has added some lovely girls on WeChat now, so He must be enjoying a delightful conversation at the moment. Li Dajiang's somewhat wistful voice chimed in. The remark brought back to the three roommates the scene at the cafeteria where Yuan Qi had been happily chatting with the beautiful Zhong Peiyao. The thought made even their games feel less appealing. If they knew that Yuan Qi was also chatting with Cheng Muxue at the same time, who knew whether envy might lead them to leap from the balcony. After a brief exchange with Zhong Peiyao having only just met her, their conversation naturally drew to a close. Yuan Qi then turned his full attention to chatting with Cheng Muxue. Her previously aloof and reserved image had been entirely broken in his eyes. Not only did she reply instantly, but she also initiated topics on her own. For instance, starting from his WeChat avatar, a cute cartoon puppy, she gracefully guided the conversation toward personality, hobbies, and pets. There was never a moment of awkward silence between them. Meanwhile, in dormitory 301 for female students, Cheng Muxue lay on her bed, a gentle smile gracing her delicate features as her fingers danced skillfully across the phone screen, sending message after message. Muxue, who are you chatting with so happily? Sun Qi noticed that Cheng Muxue had been in this state for quite some time and felt somewhat curious about whom she was talking to. Just chatting with a friend. Cheng Muxue replied without lifting her head. I see. Though slightly puzzled, Sun Qi did not press further. She could never have guessed that Cheng Muxue was conversing with a male student, let alone Yuan Qi from their class. Cheng Muxue was thoroughly enjoying her chat with Yuan Qi, ranging from amusing incidents at school to their shared interests and hobbies. Unknowingly, Cheng Muxue had even lost track of time. Across the room, Zhang Ying noticed the scene and recalled the cosmetic gift Cheng Muxue had received. She speculated that it must be the person who had given her the present. Though she did not wish to admit it, Cheng Muxue indeed possessed an elegance that surpassed her own. The kind of man who could attract Cheng Muxue and keep her so absorbed in conversation was someone she found herself genuinely curious about. As her thoughts drifted, Zhang Ying also chatted intermittently with Zhao Kai, though her reply speed was considerably slower. This was a habit she had cultivated during her time with Yuan Qi. Ying, has your health improved these past few days? Seeing Zhao Kai's message, Zhang Ying naturally understood the subtext behind it. She instinctively furrowed her brow. In the past, she would not have hesitated. But after seeing Yuan Qi using an Apple phone and witnessing Cheng Muxue receive precious gifts today, she felt she should not fall behind either. Thus she decided to take things slowly. Yes, nearly recovered. By the way, dear, what do you think of this phone? I came across it on Zaihongshu recently. Zhang Ying sent a picture of the Apple 16 Pro to Zhao Kai, her meaning quite clear. She was no longer satisfied with gifts worth only a few hundred yuan. Was it too much to ask for an Apple phone in return? After sending that message, the conversation between the two fell into silence. Only after a long while did a reply appear. Indeed, it looks quite nice. Then nothing further. Zhang Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. That was all. Nothing else. Was her meaning not clear enough, or had Zhao Kai simply failed to grasp it? Right? I feel my current phone has become rather sluggish, and I am planning to upgrade to this model next time. The message was sent again. But unexpectedly, Zhao Kai shifted the topic entirely. Yes, by the way, what would you like to eat tomorrow? It was clear he did not intend to buy it for her. Who cared what she would eat tomorrow? She wanted the Apple 16 Pro. A touch of frustration rose within Zhang Ying, and her replies grew increasingly perfunctory, responding with mere affirmations or short acknowledgments. She hoped he would sense her displeasure. But Zhao Kai continued to play oblivious, leaving Zhang Ying feeling increasingly unsettled. She began to wonder whether Zhao Kai was truly as wealthy as she had imagined. He had claimed his family's assets numbered in the tens of millions, yet he was unwilling to spend a few thousand yuan on her. Truly displeased now, she chose to ignore his subsequent messages, deciding to let him wait for a couple of days before responding. Yuan Qi had unknowingly chatted with Cheng Muxue for over an hour. In the end, it was he who gently brought the conversation to a close, or it might have stretched even longer. Though still somewhat reluctant to stop, he knew that moderation was important, and that maintaining a sense of novelty was what mattered most. Only then did Yuan Qi realize he needed to use the restroom. As he got off the bed, he noticed the three of his roommates casting somewhat wistful glances in his direction. In their eyes, Yuan Qi had spent the entire past hour chatting with Zhong Peiyao. There was nothing strange about this perception. If the roles were reversed, they would gladly spend an entire day conversing with such a beautiful girl. Given the situation, it seemed quite possible that the two of them might develop something meaningful. How could they not feel a touch of quiet envy? Yuan Qi paid no mind to the resentful glances from the boys around him. This was only the beginning. He would grow accustomed to it in time. Before bedtime, he opened the demo audio file that Sun Ning had sent him. He put in his earphones and began listening. Faint memories of those past years. Soon Yuan Qi was completely immersed in Sun Ning's voice. Truth be told, this senior sister's singing was no less impressive than the original artist. Unaware of the passing time, Yuan Qi drifted off to sleep with the melody lingering in his ears. The next morning, as usual, he set out for his morning run. Although he had already completed his mission, he intended to keep the good habit of running every day. He knew he was destined for greater things, and taking care of his body was essential. Picking up his phone, he noticed a message from Cheng Muxue. Good morning. I'm up now, see you at the track in a bit. Reading the message, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Yuan Qi's lips. I just got up too. I'll meet you at the track after I freshen up. After sending the reply, Yuan Qi headed to wash up only to find that Li Dejiang, who usually slept in at this hour, was already getting dressed. Oldly, you only have one class this morning. Why are you up so early? Yuan Qi asked curiously. If Li Dejiang had no morning classes, he could typically sleep until 10. This was the first time he had ever seen him rise so early. Nothing much, I just feel like I should start exercising and lose a bit of weight, Li Dejiang said somewhat awkwardly. In truth, he had been spurred by Yuan Qi. Somehow he felt that Yuan Qi was becoming increasingly handsome. It was not just his appearance that had changed, but also his inner bearing and temperament. If they had not been sharing the same days and nights, Li Dejiang would have sworn that Yuan Qi this semester was a completely different person from last semester. Especially after that pretty girl had approached Yuan Qi for his contact information yesterday, which filled Li Dejiang with endless envy. So he decided it was time for his own change, starting with daily running. Yuan Qi was unaware of Li Dejiang's inner thoughts. His friend had indeed become somewhat heavier, and some exercise would do him good. He simply hoped Li Dejiang would not get discouraged and give up too soon. After finishing their wash-ups, the two made their way to the track together. Oldly, don't you stretch before running. Otherwise you'll end up struggling to walk down the stairs tomorrow, just like I did. Seeing Li Dejiang about to start running without any warm-up, Yuan Qi offered a reminder. Li Dejiang nodded and began stretching along the edge of the track. However, his movements were somewhat comical, clearly revealing him as a fitness novice. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful figure appeared in his line of sight. It was Cheng Muxue, now wearing a pale pink sports top and jogging toward the track. I never expected the campus beauty to be up this early for a run. No wonder her figure is so impressive. Before the words had even settled, Cheng Muxue walked straight toward them. A flicker of anticipation rose in Li Dejiang's heart, and then something left him utterly dumbfounded. Cheng Muxue stopped beside Yuan Qi, a bright smile blooming across her face. Good morning, Yuan Qi. Shall we start running? She walked over and positioned herself right beside him, clearly intending to run side by side. The refreshing fragrance drifting from her lifted Yuan Qi's mood instantly. He smiled and nodded. All right. The two set off running together, leaving Li Dejiang standing alone, bewildered in the morning breeze. He began to wonder if he was still half asleep. This world suddenly felt unfamiliar to him. He had seen it clearly. Their rapport was obviously very close. Especially the way Cheng Muxue had just smiled at Yuan Qi. This was exactly the comfortable dynamic of a couple in the early stages of dating. When had their relationship grown so close? Li Dejiang could not make sense of it. Watching the two of them running side by side, bathed in the warm morning light, they looked perfectly harmonious. With a quiet sigh, Li Dejiang turned around and headed back toward the dormitory. He felt genuinely hurt and regretted coming out to run in the first place. Perhaps he should just go back and sleep a little longer. It was only after finishing his run that Yuan Qi realized Li Dejiang had disappeared, but he did not dwell on it. Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue walked and chatted along. Periodically, Cheng Muxue would let out a light bell-like laugh, and the atmosphere between them was warm and easy. In truth, Yuan Qi found many of the topics rather ordinary, yet Cheng Muxue always responded with positive engagement, never letting any conversation fall flat. This made Yuan Qi wonder if he had somehow become naturally skilled at keeping someone engaged. Have you ever been in a relationship before? He asked suddenly as they talked. Though the data showed she was still a virgin, that did not necessarily mean she had never dated. Hearing the question, Cheng Muxue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she answered openly. No, I haven't. I've never met the right person. I suppose you could say I'm a lifelong single. This was clearly a subtle test. Generally, the next move would be to ask what kind of person she liked, or more directly what she thought of him. But Yuan Qi had a better response ready. Then the right person must still be lost on the way. Perhaps you should send them your location. This was a line Yuan Qi had seen online, and it fitted the moment perfectly. Yuan Qi expected some playful back and forth. Instead, he watched as Cheng Muxue immediately took out her phone and sent him her current location on the track. Then, as if suddenly embarrassed by her own boldness, she blushed and lightly jogged away. Yuan Qi stood there for a moment stunned. The meaning was unmistakable. She was saying he was the right person for her. He had not expected her to be so direct. So women could be this proactive as well. Admitting he was not happy would be a lie, but it was not quite the euphoric rush he had imagined, since this was all part of the plan. With the system now part of his life, everything had changed. He needed to adapt to this new reality as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Muxue still carried a faint blush on her cheeks, though her expression was calm and composed. Her earlier boldness may have been slightly impulsive, but it was mostly the result of careful consideration. What she had shown was roughly 7 parts performance and 3 parts genuine feeling. It was a small strategy of her own. After observing him for many days, she felt she had gathered enough to make a choice. Yuan Qi fully met her standards for a partner: handsome, kind-natured, capable, and relatively low-key. Her own advantage lay in her beauty. While her family was not poor, she knew that achieving the quality of life she desired would require more than appearances alone. This was different from being materialistic. She would never compromise her principles or entertain improper arrangements for money. but it did not prevent her from seeking a genuinely excellent partner to help her build a better future. And her intention was sincere. She wanted something that could last. She understood very well that such a boyfriend could only be within reach while they were still in school. Beautiful women were a rare resource, and she knew this well. But outstanding young men were even rarer. If beautiful women were a protected species, then high-quality men were akin to national treasures. She had acted decisively because the moment would not wait. As for why Zhang Ying had not noticed Yuan Qi's change earlier, it was either because Yuan Qi came from a good family and chose to date as an ordinary person, or because something positive had shifted in him later on, something Zhang Ying simply did not know about. But whichever case it was worth the gamble. For Cheng Muxua, love had always been a kind of wager. Since she had made her choice, she might as well commit fully and experience a genuine relationship. That said, she had no intention of rushing things. Before taking that next step, she would observe and learn more about him during the course of their relationship. Yuan Qi was indeed exhilarated for quite a while after all this was tantamount to Cheng Muxua confessing her feelings to him. To say that being confessed to by such a stunning beauty didn't stir a hint of vanity would be a lie. Even his footsteps felt a little lightheaded. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yuan Qi found the atmosphere among his roommates eerily strange. The three friends gazed at him with intense eyes as if they intended to devour him whole. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Lu Jiahao could no longer hold back and spoke first. Qi Ji, tell me, the thing between you and the campus belle isn't real, right? That Li guy is just talking nonsense. His voice was filled with hope as he was unwilling to believe such an outcome. Not only had a beautiful girl added him as a friend yesterday, but he had also secretly gotten involved with the campus belle. What kind of script was this? A city romance novel. Oh, what did Li tell you guys? He said that you and the campus belle are probably together. Li Dajiang remained silent on the side. He had witnessed it with his own eyes, and though he was reluctant to believe it unless Cheng Muxua was Yuan Qi's relative, that situation spoke for itself. What made it more awkward was that he remembered joking about performing a handstand while eating if the two of them ever got together. It was just a casual remark made in the heat of the moment, never expecting it to actually come true. Fortunately, no one seemed to bring up that matter. Yuan Qi initially wanted to deny it, but upon recalling the message Cheng Muxua had sent him earlier, he fell silent. It seemed that saying that might not be entirely wrong. Seeing Yuan Qi's silence, the others' anxious hearts finally sank. Though they didn't know what had happened in between, the outcome was that Yuan Qi had won Cheng Muxua's heart in just 10 days. They still vividly remembered comforting him at the KTV 10 days ago. Back then, they had even joked about encouraging Yuan Qi to pursue Cheng Muxua to help him get over his heartbreak. But 10 days later, the joke had become reality, and now they were the ones left with a shadow. Qi Ji, can you tell us how you managed to do it? You weren't even close to the campus belle before. How did you win her over in 10 days? Is there any secret? Lu Jiahao approached Yuan Qi with a look of eager inquiry. Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Li Dajiang perked up their ears. Nothing special. We met while jogging, had breakfast together, then went shopping and bought a few small gifts. Yuan Qi summarized the events of the past few days, briefly omitting a few details. That's it. Nothing else. Lu Jiahao looked incredulous. Yeah, that's it. Seeing Yuan Qi's nonchalant demeanor, the three of them felt an urge to give him a good thumping. Could it be that the campus belle liked athletic boys? They regretted not going jogging every day themselves. If they could have a girlfriend like Cheng Muxua, they would consider it worth running until they dropped. That was what all three were thinking. By the way, Qi Ji, what about the girl you added yesterday? The group was curious about how Yuan Qi would choose. Both girls were campus beauties, and giving up either would be a pity. Of course I'll keep both. Yuan Qi voiced his true thoughts. You're really something else, the three cried out in unison. Haley, didn't you say you'd perform a handstand while eating? Now's the time to show Qi Ji a little entertainment. Lu Jiahao suddenly piped up. Li Dajiang thought, you really remembered that. It was almost 10 o'clock and they went to the classroom for class. Entering, they found few empty seats, so they had to split up. Seeing an empty seat next to Cheng Muxua, Yuan Qi walked over and sat down, naturally drawing the attention of many onlookers. This caught the notice of several boys who had been sneaking glances at Cheng Muxua. They recognized him as the one who had sat beside the goddess before and felt a pang of envy. They didn't think much of it, just that Yuan Qi was incredibly thick-skinned, choosing to sit right next to the campus belle despite plenty of other seats. They silently hoped Cheng Muxua would reject him firmly, but they were destined to be disappointed. Zhang Ying also noticed Yuan Qi and felt displeased at his attempt to get close to Cheng Muxua. However, she quickly dismissed it, thinking he was just a toad lusting after a swan bound to humiliate himself. Cheng Muxua would never take a liking to him. Zhao Kai thought the same, but seeing Yuan Qi sit next to Cheng Muxua made him feel uneasy. He considered objecting to Yuan Qi's application for a student grant, thinking that this guy had borrowed money to waste on frivolous things. Yuan Qi paid no heed to the sour grapes. The barriers between him and Cheng Muxua were almost gone now. He looked at her beautiful profile and smiled. Let's grab a meal together after class. Okay, sure. Cheng Muxua nodded gently. Having made the plan, they didn't talk further as class was about to begin. Since Chung Mushue's seat was near the front right under the teacher's nose, Yuan Qi refrained from any subtle moves. Healthy ones, of course. Their conversation was low and mostly drowned out by the classroom noise, so most people didn't hear it. But Sun Qi, sitting to Chung Mushue's right, caught every word. She gave them a suspicious glance, her eyes brimming with gossip. Was something going on? The bell rang for class, so she couldn't ask any questions then. Throughout the first half of the lesson, she was distracted. Finally, when Yuan Qi got up to go to the restroom, she immediately leaned over to Chung Mushue and whispered, "Mushue, what's going on with you and Yuan Qi? When did you two become close enough to have meals together?" Chung Mushue didn't hide anything and answered honestly, "We got to know each other during our morning runs." This left Sun Qi stunned. Was it that simple? She knew Chung Mushue had a habit of morning exercise, but that wasn't what she wanted to hear. She was well aware that Chung Mushue was usually aloof toward her suitors. How could they have hit it off so quickly? There must be another reason. "Mushue, I feel like you're brushing me off. It can't be that simple. You two must have had other things happen." Sun Qi pressed on, her eyes full of curiosity. "I'm telling the truth. Besides, we're just friends for now." Chung Mushue had expressed her feelings, but Yuan Qi hadn't responded yet. Sun Qi immediately caught the key phrase, "just friends." Those few words carried a lot of meaning. It suggested that soon they wouldn't be just friends. Had they already reached that stage? When did this happen? Sun Qi's gossip flame burned brightly. Class resumed soon, but Sun Qi kept zoning out, occasionally turning to observe Yuan Qi and Chung Mushue. To her disappointment, both were paying attention to the lesson without any of the amorous glances she had imagined. She found it strange. It was understandable for Chung Mushue to remain calm, but what about Yuan Qi? Wasn't he excited about dating the campus belle? Yuan Qi was indeed exhilarated for quite a while. After all, this was tantamount to Chung Mushue confessing her feelings to him. To say that being confessed to by such a stunning beauty didn't stir a hint of vanity would be a lie. Even his footsteps felt a little lightheaded. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yuan Qi found the atmosphere among his roommates eerily strange. The three friends gazed at him with intense eyes, as if they intended to devour him whole. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Lu Jiahao could no longer hold back and spoke first. "Qi Ji, tell me, the thing between you and the campus belle isn't real, right? That Li guy is just talking nonsense." His voice was filled with hope, as he was unwilling to believe such an outcome. Not only had a beautiful girl added him as a friend yesterday, but he had also secretly gotten involved with the campus belle. What kind of script was this? A city romance novel? What did Li tell you guys? He said that you and the campus belle are probably together. Li Dajiang remained silent on the side. He had witnessed it with his own eyes, and though he was reluctant to believe it unless Chung Mushue was Yuan Qi's relative, that situation spoke for itself. What made it more awkward was that he remembered joking about performing a handstand while eating if the two of them ever got together. It was just a casual remark made in the heat of the moment, never expecting it to actually come true. After class, Sun Qi had wanted to continue asking about the situation, but Chung Mushue did not give her the chance and left directly with Yuan Qi. This left her feeling restless. At this moment, Li Jia, who was sitting beside her, leaned over and asked, "Sun Qi, do you think there is something going on between Mushue and Yuan Qi? Just now I saw them walking together." She had not heard the initial conversation about the two dining together, but she could sense that something seemed amiss in their relationship. Now that Sun Qi had someone to share with, she certainly would not keep it to herself. "You have no idea yet, but the two of them are already together." Hearing this, Li Jia was equally stunned, mirroring Sun Qi's initial reaction. "Are you serious? That can't be true." Seeing Li Jia's disbelief, Sun Qi immediately recounted the events between Chung Mushue and Yuan Qi with vivid detail. In particular, she embellished the story of how Chung Mushue had casually described meeting during morning exercise, making their encounter sound far more romantic, leaving Li Jia utterly captivated. But how had things turned so dramatic? Yuan Qi had been left behind by Zhang Ying, only to end up with a more beautiful Chung Mushue. An entire romantic novel played out in her mind. She wondered what expression Zhang Ying would make upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had brought Chung Mushue to an upscale private dining restaurant in the university town. The dining expenses here were substantial, with a minimum per person cost of over 1,000 yuan, and the interior design was equally refined. Crystal chandeliers and amber-hued marble walls spoke to the establishment's sophisticated ambience. Neither had dined at such a place before, and even Chung Mushue felt a trace of nervousness. Yet Yuan Qi, with funds at his disposal, appeared entirely at ease, as though a regular visitor. A waiter led them to a private dining room that Yuan Qi had reserved. As he handed over the menu, he smiled and offered his recommendations. "Sir and Madam, our signature dishes, the leaping carp and the swimming dragon with shrimp, are quite excellent, and I would recommend you try them." Yuan Qi found the names appealing and ordered both dishes, then turned to Chung Mushue with a smile. "Mushue, please look through the menu and order anything you'd like." Chung Mushue accepted the menu with gratitude and selected several dishes she enjoyed. "That will be all." Once the waiter departed, a brief silence settled over the private room. A mixture of anticipation and nervousness fluttered within Chung Mushue, uncertain of what Yuan Qi might say next. Suddenly, she felt her small hand enveloped by his warm one. She glanced at him in mild surprise and found Yuan Qi regarding her with a gentle smile. Mushiwa, since you shared your location, I followed the directions and came right over. Yuan Qi had no intention of beating around the bush. Only a fool would turn down the affection of such a lovely woman. As for why she might favor him, he saw no point in tedious speculation. As long as he possessed such means, he believed a woman's devotion would remain genuine. Chung Mushiwa blushed and nodded in agreement. The barrier between them had finally dissolved and warmth spread across her cheeks as she felt his hand holding hers. This was her first romance. Though she had appeared bold earlier, her heart now trembled with both joy and anxiety. With such beauty before him and such shy vulnerability on display, any man would know how to respond. Now that their feelings were acknowledged, Yuan Qi could restrain himself no longer and leaned in to press his lips against hers. Chung Mushiwa's eyes widened in surprise, unprepared for the sudden tenderness. Instinctively, she pushed him away. Her face was thoroughly flushed as she murmured, Yuan Qi, you shouldn't have just. I wasn't ready. It was her first kiss taken without warning. Yuan Qi's eyes gleamed bright. He had only barely tasted her lips, yet they carried a sweetness that made him yearn for more. He couldn't resist the desire to taste again. Then are you ready now? At his words, Chung Mushiwa grew tense once more. Before she could respond, Yuan Qi's warm breath brushed against her. After a brief struggle, she surrendered to the moment. This time Yuan Qi was far more deliberate, savoring her gently and completely lost in the exquisite sensation. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced his waist, and he released the breathless Chung Mushiwa. Wait a moment, I can't catch my breath, Chung Mushiwa panted. Yuan Qi rubbed his sore waist, realizing that such self-defense techniques were indeed innate to women. Who asked you to? Chung Mushiwa replied with a mix of embarrassment and playfulness, at a loss for words to describe his earlier boldness. However, at that moment the dishes began arriving. The exquisite presentation stirred their appetites, the food itself looking irresistibly tempting. Yuan Qi abandoned further teasing, and they began to eat. The saying held true, quality comes at a price. The flavors surpassed every meal Yuan Qi had experienced elsewhere. Yet the portions proved modest, and Yuan Qi ordered additional dishes before satisfying his hunger. When the waiter calmly announced the bill of 688, Yuan Chung Mushiwa's heart trembled. That single meal consumed nearly 2 months of her living expenses, yet she watched Yuan Qi pay with casual ease. Within her, satisfaction with her choice deepened. After the meal, Yuan Qi took Chung Mushiwa shopping at the mall. With Chung Mushiwa, now his girlfriend, Yuan Qi naturally wished to gift her something. At the ISF Financial Center, they entered the watch store they had visited the day before, and by coincidence, the same sales associate greeted them. She welcomed them with obvious enthusiasm. Yuan Qi stated directly, help me select a Cartier watch for my girlfriend. The sales associate eagerly presented a women's watch priced at 888 yuan. Chung Mushiwa admired it deeply, but upon hearing the price, she expressed hesitation. Yuan Qi, isn't this rather expensive? She asked. Do you like it, eh? When she nodded, he understood her feelings. Then it settled. With nearly 1 million yuan in his account, Yuan Qi felt no financial strain. He asked the associate to wrap the watch and paid promptly. Welcome back next time, the associate called after them as they departed. They then visited the luxury Hermes boutique, where Yuan Qi purchased a bag priced at 588 yuan, meeting Chung Mushiwa's eyes filled with delight and astonishment. Unable to refuse, she accepted gracefully, maintaining an air of modest restraint, though secretly pleased. In under an hour, Yuan Qi had spent over 100,000 yuan on her. Witnessing Yuan Qi's calm demeanor as he paid, Chung Mushiwa realized she had still underestimated his capabilities, and she felt deeply grateful for her decisive choice. For Yuan Qi, now that Chung Mushiwa had become his girlfriend, he naturally would not be stingy. Chung Mushiwa pulled Yuan Qi into a men's clothing store and spent over 4,000 yuan personally, selecting an outfit for him. This had exhausted the last of her savings, as her previous expenses were also quite high, leaving her with very little left. Yuan Qi felt delighted and gladly accepted Chung Mushiwa's first gift to him. He did not care about the value of the gift now, but he was very pleased with the sentiment. Afterward, the two left the financial center. Since they had to meet Sun Ning to sign the agreement later, Yuan Qi decided not to continue browsing. Mushiwa, I'm going to sign a shop transfer agreement later. Would you like to come along? After leaving the financial center, Yuan Qi told her about the upcoming contract signing. Are you going to open a shop? Chung Mushiwa asked curiously, her beautiful eyes wide. Yuan Qi briefly explained that he had already acquired a bakery and was now preparing to sign the contract for a bubble tea shop. Chung Mushiwa was intrigued and expressed her desire to join him. Yuan Qi hailed a taxi, and they arrived at the bubble tea shop in less than 10 minutes. He led Chung Mushiwa inside, where Sun Ning was already waiting in the same spot as yesterday. Today she wore a white-collared shirt with a black skirt and stockings. Her oval face was lowered, her eyes fixed on a document in her hands, giving her an air of intellectual elegance. The moment they entered, Sun Ning looked up and immediately noticed Chung Mushiwa by Yuan Qi's side. Both women exchanged a glance of admiration and instinctively compared themselves to each other. On the way, Yuan Qi had told Chung Mushiwa that the transfer was from a senior student, Sun Ning. Although Chung Muxue was not familiar with her, she knew of her. Junior, is this beautiful young lady your girlfriend? She's truly lovely, Sun Ning said, initiating the compliment. Yes, senior, this is my girlfriend, Chung Muxue, Yuan Qi introduced. Hello, senior Sun Ning, you are also very beautiful. Chung Muxue warmly greeted her, breaking the ice. There was mutual appreciation between the two beautiful women, of course, as long as there was no competition. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Ning got down to business. Junior, I've drafted the agreement. Please take a look and see if everything is in order. Yuan Qi took the transfer agreement from her. Having gone through this before, he examined it carefully, finding it essentially the same as discussed yesterday. After reviewing it once more, Yuan Qi signed his name. Seeing this, Sun Ning smiled. Junior, as per the agreement, the transfer fee can be paid in installments within a month. Yuan Qi, however, smiled and said, Senior, I prefer to pay the full amount now. Could you please provide me with your bank account number? Hearing this, Sun Ning was taken aback. 150 yuan was not a small sum, yet he seemed completely unconcerned. This was not something an ordinary young rich kid could manage. She glanced at Chung Muxue beside Yuan Qi and thought to herself, no wonder he had such a beautiful girlfriend. For a moment a flicker of envy arose in Sun Ning's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. She was an ambitious woman, believing that she would achieve great things on her own, attaining financial independence without relying on a man. After she gave him her bank account number, Yuan Qi immediately transferred 150 yuan via his phone. Upon seeing the notification, Sun Ning inwardly muttered about his wealth, but her face beamed with a radiant smile. Thank you, Junior. By the way, since it's still early, let's go handle the business registration change, she said. Yuan Qi nodded, and then turned to Chung Muxue. Muxue, we still need to go out. Would you like to head back to school first? Chung Muxue was tempted to follow, as now that she fully understood Yuan Qi's capabilities, she felt a little uneasy about him being alone with Sun Ning. But she couldn't be too possessive, as she couldn't keep watching him forever. Alright, I'll go back then. Let me know when you're done with senior, she said. The three of them left the bubble tea shop together. After exchanging farewells with Sun Ning, Chung Muxue departed with her shopping bags. Yuan Qi was about to call a taxi, but Sun Ning stopped him. Junior, no need for a taxi. We'll drive, she said, pulling out her car keys with a smile. Sun Ning's car was a modest economy vehicle. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the government service center. Over an hour later, all the procedures were completed. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring a bubble tea shop. Task reward, pending, congratulations to the host for receiving 5 yuan startup fund, a shop popularity card, and a mysterious gift, secret bubble tea recipe with special ingredients. After the final procedures, the shop officially belonged to Yuan Qi, and the system prompt sounded. Yuan Qi was overjoyed. This reward was perfectly tailored for the bubble tea shop. Including the 5 yuan startup fund, he now had a total of over 1.3 million yuan in startup capital. But his disposable cash was still over 8 yuan. Seeing Sun Ning's car, he also considered buying one for himself. He had obtained his driver's license right after the college entrance exam. He couldn't settle for a mediocre car, at least it should be a luxury SUV. That would make the 8 yuan a bit tight. However, once the shop started operating, there would be a steady stream of income, so even if the system didn't release cash reward tasks, it wouldn't matter. The two walked out of the government hall. Sun Ning smiled at Yuan Qi and said, Junior, let me treat you to dinner tonight. She felt grateful to Yuan Qi as he had helped her out of a tight spot, giving her the funds to pursue other ventures. Then I won't refuse, senior, Yuan Qi replied. Yuan Qi didn't decline. He wouldn't feel burdened just because he had a girlfriend now. Meanwhile, Chung Muxue felt very satisfied looking at the watch and designer handbag Yuan Qi had bought for her. No woman dislikes luxury goods, and she was no exception. Only previously she couldn't afford such expenses. Moreover, through today's interactions, she gradually realized that Yuan Qi was more capable than she had imagined, even able to open 2 shops off campus. Thinking that such a person was her boyfriend filled her with a sense of pride. Returning to the dormitory, only Sun Qi and Li Jiao were there. Seeing Chung Muxue return, the two, who seemed to have been waiting impatiently, immediately surrounded her. Muxue, Sun Qi said, you and Yuan Qi are together. Is that true? Li Jia asked first. Yes, we are together now, Chung Muxue admitted openly. Muxue, where did you go on your date this afternoon? And how far have you two gone? Sun Qi asked eagerly. We just had a meal and strolled through the mall. And they shared a gentle kiss. She added that last part inwardly. Muxue, although I feel a bit awkward, I still want to ask you why you like Yuan Qi. Sun Qi finally voiced the question she most wanted to ask. Li Jia, who was also listening intently, was equally curious about this question. Although Yuan Qi was good-looking in her opinion, he was just average, otherwise why would Zhang Ying have ended the relationship? After all, among those who had pursued Chung Muxue before, there were certainly more handsome ones, even from the adjacent art academy. Does one need a reason to like someone? Chung Muxue smiled, and said an old cliché. The two were tempted to say, isn't one needed? In this day and age, how could two people hit it off without a reason? At this moment, the two finally noticed the shopping bags that Chung Muxue had brought back. Just then, Chung Muxue took out the handbag and watched from inside. Women are far more perceptive than men when it comes to luxury goods, especially for an international brand like Immerse. Their eyes widened. Mu Shui, this is a Hermes handbag. Li Jia stammered as one of her usual hobbies was browsing and appraising various designer bags online. For her, though she couldn't afford them now, it was still enjoyable to feast her eyes. Therefore, she not only recognized the Hermes brand, but also identified the exact model. It was a her bag. This was her favorite model, and she still remembered being quite shocked by its price of 500 yuan. Unexpectedly, it was now being openly displayed by her roommate. This is really Hermes Mu Shui. This bag must be very expensive. How much did it cost? Sun Qi, though she didn't recognize the model, recognized the brand. As far as she knew, such a bag would cost at least 10,000 yuan. The handbag she carried herself, which cost a few hundred yuan, already felt expensive to her. This kind was completely beyond her consumption range. She wondered what it would feel like to carry a bag worth tens of thousands. This is a Hermes her bag Reborn 39, with a retail price of around 400 to 500 yuan. Before Mu Shui could speak, Li Jia had already explained on the side. Her voice carried a slight tremor as she mentioned the figure of 400 to 500. What? It's that much? My entire year's living expenses aren't even that much. Sun Qi exclaimed directly. Her monthly living expenses were only 300 yuan, so even a year's worth wouldn't add up to that. Mu Shui, you even bought a Cartier Ballon Bleu watch. Sun Qi, still immersed in shock, was so startled by Li Jia's sudden exclamation that she nearly lost her composure. What is a Ballon Bleu? Sun Qi was curious. She didn't know much about watches, only having heard of Patek Philippe and Rolex. Li Jia, what kind of watch is the Ballon Bleu? Is it even more expensive than the Hermes bag? About twice the price of that bag. Li Jia answered Sun Qi's question. Mu Shui found her two roommates' excited reactions somewhat amusing, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of pride. Previously, she would try to buy some affordable luxury items costing a few thousand yuan, but they were nothing compared to these things now. All of this was brought to her by Yuan Qi. Thinking of Yuan Qi, she also thought of Sun Ning. With such an outstanding boyfriend, he would surely attract admiration. At this thought, she couldn't help but want to contact Yuan Qi. What are you all gathered around for? Just then, Zhang Ying's voice came from the dormitory entrance. She had heard the exclamations from the corridor, but hadn't made out what they were saying. Entering, she saw the three of them gathered together and felt curious. Zhang Ying, you're back. Come take a look at the Hermes bag Mu Shui bought, and that Ballon Bleu watch. Sun Qi quickly said to Zhang Ying. What? Zhang Ying wondered if she had misheard. Hermes bag. Was this for real? She also didn't know what the Ballon Bleu watch was, but she was all too familiar with Hermes. It was something she had always dreamed of. She quickly walked over to the group, and sure enough, a bag with the Hermes logo caught her eye in Mu Shui's hand. Really? Could it be a fake, she thought subconsciously. Mu Shui, is this really authentic? It wasn't that she lacked tact, as she simply couldn't believe that Mu Shui had already obtained what she herself had been dreaming of. Mu Shui felt a little displeased. Doesn't she think before speaking? Of course it's authentic. I bought it at the ISF boutique. Mu Shui's tone became slightly sharp. Zhang Ying, I can tell you responsibly that it's definitely real, and it costs over 500 yuan. Li Jia, who usually didn't see eye to eye with Zhang Ying, chimed in at this point. Zhang Ying was stunned. This bag was so expensive, why didn't it belong to her? Mu Shui, did you buy this bag yourself? Li Jia then spoke up helpfully. Of course not. Actually, it was bought by Mu Shui's boyfriend. Yes, she had already guessed that it was Yuan Qi who bought it. Although she didn't know the reason, it was certain that Yuan Qi had really become wealthy. The time Yuan Qi bought Gucci clothes for himself, he certainly hadn't borrowed money. This also explained why Mu Shui would fall for him. This was the only reasonable explanation. Li Jia's gaze at Zhang Ying carried a hint of amusement, wondering if Zhang Ying would be upset if she found out. Bought by her boyfriend. Mu Shui, you have a boyfriend. Zhang Ying was also taken aback. Mu Shui had a boyfriend. But what kind of amazing boyfriend did she have? She recalled that during her date today, she had expressed her desire for an iPhone, but Zhao Kai had flatly refused. Feeling displeased, she had come straight back. Now hearing that someone else's boyfriend could buy things worth tens of thousands, without hesitation, Zhang Ying felt a strong sense of unfairness. Why should she be so far behind Mu Shui? She was in a very bad mood now, and had no interest in asking further about who Mu Shui's boyfriend was. Originally, she had wanted to reveal the identity of this mysterious boyfriend, but seeing Zhang Ying looking so preoccupied, she lost interest in saying anything. Her eyes twinkled as she thought to herself it would be more interesting to let Zhang Ying discover the truth on her own. Then she leaned over to Sun Qi and whispered to her not to tell Zhang Ying for now that Yuan Qi was now Mu Shui's boyfriend. Sun Qi nodded in agreement. She felt that since Yuan Qi was Zhang Ying's ex-boyfriend, it might not be good for her to know that he was now Mu Shui's boyfriend. Mu Shui, on the other hand, didn't really mind. After all, the two had already broken up. Besides, it was Zhang Ying herself who had initiated the breakup, so she certainly had no sense of guilt. She wouldn't bring it up actively, but she wouldn't deliberately hide it either. After putting her things away, Mu Shui checked the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. So she took out her phone and sent a message to Yuan Qi. Are you done with your business? Where should we have dinner tonight? Cute. On the other side, Sun Ning drove Yuan Qi to a Japanese restaurant. Yuan Qi naturally had no objections. He had no particular requirements for food. Yuan Qi, this is a restaurant I often visit. I'm not sure if you'll enjoy Japanese cuisine. Sun Ning looked at Yuan Qi with a smile. Haha, Senior Sun Ning, I'm not picky about food. Yuan Qi waved his hand casually. Sun Ning smiled. In her eyes, Yuan Qi was undoubtedly a wealthy second generation, so the places he usually dined must be quite refined. Thus, she carefully chose this spot for the meal. The Japanese restaurant had a retro overall decor with wooden walls and flooring and a minimalist design style. They were led to their seats by the waiter. Yuan Qi shook his head when the menu was handed to him, indicating it should be passed to Sun Ning. It was his first time here, and he didn't know what was good. Seeing this, Sun Ning took the menu and skillfully ordered items like tuna and sashimi, which Yuan Qi had never encountered before. Junior, for the main course, would you like sukiyaki or akazuke? Yuan Qi hadn't heard of either, so he looked at the menu pictures and chose sukiyaki. After the waiter left, Sun Ning looked at Yuan Qi and said, Junior, you've never had Japanese food before, have you? But once you try it, you'll definitely love it. The flavors here are very authentic. Yuan Qi smiled. If Senior says it's good, it must be. I'll be sure to savor it. Just then the notification sound of WeChat on Yuan Qi's phone rang. Yuan Qi picked it up and saw it was from Chung Mushua. Are you done with your business? Where should we have dinner tonight? Cute. Yuan Qi smiled after reading the message. He didn't expect the once aloof campus belle to have such a side. If it were his former self, he would have rushed over eagerly, but now he wouldn't. Senior Sun Ning is treating me to dinner. After sending that, he also took a photo and sent it. Even though he hadn't yet won Chung Mushua over, he wouldn't hide anything. The moment he sent the message, Yuan Qi saw the typing indicator appear, but it came and went repeatedly without any message. After a long while, a message finally came. Alright, I'll eat alone then. Reading the implied hint of resentment in that sentence, Yuan Qi understood it, but he wouldn't foolishly try to console her. He put down his phone and looked up to see Sun Ning across from him, smiling knowingly. Junior, is your girlfriend checking up on you? Do you want me to explain for you? Sun Ning teased with a smile. Senior, you're joking. It's just a meal, what's there to explain? Yuan Qi replied lightly. True, but having dinner alone with a beauty like me, your girlfriend's worry, is natural. Yuan Qi didn't expect Sun Ning to say that. Senior, you're complimenting yourself, aren't you? What do you think, I'm not good looking? She playfully blinked at Yuan Qi. He didn't expect her to have such a side of contrast to her dignified demeanor and felt a slight flutter in his heart. As they chatted, the waiter brought the dishes one after another, preparing a hot towel for each of them. Sun Ning put away her playful expression, returning to her usual intellectual demeanor, and wiped her hands with the towel. Yuan Qi followed suit. Yuan Qi secretly thought that eating Japanese food was quite elaborate. Yuan Qi, I really like this sashimi. Try it. She applied a layer of something to the fish and brushed it with soy sauce. Yuan Qi did the same, and his eyes lit up after tasting it. The flavor was excellent, and he thought he might bring Mushua here next time. He then sampled the tuna and sushi, all of which were delicious. During the meal, Sun Ning ordered an extra dish, and Yuan Qi could tell she truly enjoyed the place. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and the bill came to over 1,000 yuan, indeed not cheap. After leaving, Sun Ning drove to take Yuan Qi back to school. At the school gate, Yuan Qi got out of the car. Junior, see you next time. I'll treat you and your girlfriend to a meal when we have the chance. Yuan Qi nodded in agreement. Oh, and if you'd like to dine alone with me, that's also possible. She blinked her beautiful eyes at him, then drove off swiftly. Yuan Qi was taken aback. Had he just been teased? This Senior Sun Ning was quite interesting, Yuan Qi thought. Before he could enter the school, his phone buzzed again. He opened it and saw it was Chung Mushua. Have you finished eating? Cute. Above this message were two recalled ones. Yuan Qi shook his head with a wry smile, wondering what the expressions of Chung Mushua's admirers would be if they knew their goddess could be so clingy. I'm at the school gate. Want to come out for a walk? The moment he sent the message, less than 5 seconds later, she replied immediately. Sure, I'm at the supermarket. I'll come find you right away. Yuan Qi bought 2 cups of milk tea and waited. In less than 10 minutes, he saw Chung Mushua appear at the school gate. Yuan Qi waved at her, and she jogged over. Chung Mushua was still wearing the same short skirt and short sleeves, her long fair legs swaying, catching the eyes of many male students outside the campus. Seeing such a beauty running toward a young man, many felt a pang of envy, wishing they were the one she was approaching. Soon Chung Mushua was standing before him. Indeed, a 92-point beauty. Even half a day apart could still leave him amazed. Yuan Qi handed her the milk tea with a straw inserted and smiled. Did you have enough dinner? Want a late-night snack? Chung Mushua shook her head. No, I'll gain weight if I eat at night. 1 cup of milk tea is enough. Yuan Qi didn't insist. He took her soft hand and led her toward the pedestrian street outside the school. By the way, Yuan Qi, I haven't seen your other bakery yet. Let's go check it out now. Sure, let's go. It should be almost finished in about a week. Yuan Qi smiled. Soon he brought Chung Mushua to the entrance of the Sunshine Cake Shop. The renovation of the shop was already more than halfway complete, transformed completely from its former appearance. It was past 6 o'clock now, and several renovation workers were preparing to finish for the day. Yuan Qi, this shop design is so beautiful. Chung Mushua could not help but let out an exclamation as she peered through the temporary doorway at the interior decoration. Yuan Qi smiled. This design came from the system, so it was sure to be extraordinary. Boss Yuan. A young renovation worker caught sight of Yuan Qi and offered a greeting. However, his gaze could not help but drift toward Cheng Muxue. Standing beside Yuan Qi, though, he quickly looked away. Still in that fleeting glance, he could not help but admire silently. What a beautiful girl. Masterly, I brought my girlfriend over to take a look. It seems the work will be finished soon, right? Yuan Qi glanced at the completed storefront display and asked casually. Yes, it should be nearly done in a few days. Thank you for your hard work. After a brief exchange, Master Li and the other two workers left. Yuan Qi, I have a feeling your shop is going to do very well. Just looking at the decoration style makes me want to go inside. Cheng Muxue spoke sincerely. She had visited many popular trendy shops before, but none of them compared to this one in terms of design. Yuan Qi smiled. He had not yet used the shop popularity card, so this was only the beginning. It should be ready to open after National Day. I am also quite looking forward to this shop, Yuan Qi said with a smile. Then I want to be your first customer. Cheng Muxue looked at Yuan Qi with bright, sparkling eyes. What, are you not satisfied with being the boss's wife? You insist on being a customer. Yuan Qi could not help but reach out and gently touch Cheng Muxue's fair jade-like cheek. Cheng Muxue's face flushed a delicate pink enough to make Yuan Qi's heart stir. Now that he had a girlfriend of campus beauty level, he naturally felt the same feelings any young man would. Muxue, how about we stay out tonight? Yuan Qi tested the waters half-jokingly. Hearing this, Cheng Muxue's face turned crimson instantly. She understood perfectly well what Yuan Qi meant. That's too fast. I am not ready yet. MMPH. Cheng Muxue widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, only to be caught off guard once again. Yuan Qi gently held Cheng Muxue and savored the sweet softness, telling himself that although they had not gone further, enjoying a little affection now should be fine, right? It was not until over a minute passed that the two finally pulled apart gently. After catching her breath, Cheng Muxue could not help but glare at Yuan Qi, feeling as though he wanted to devour her whole. Muxue, your lip balm smells wonderful, but I prefer strawberry flavor. Yuan Qi leaned close to Cheng Muxue's ear and spoke softly. Cheng Muxue felt as though her earlobe had been lightly kissed, and she shivered in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Yuan Qi seemed to have discovered something delightful and could not resist teasing her further. Why, Yuan Qi, there are people on the street. Can we leave this place first? At this moment, Cheng Muxue's voice was trembling slightly. Yuan Qi knew when to stop. Fine cuisine should be savored slowly. Although Yuan Qi's desires had been stirred, he was not so impatient as to rush everything. All right, then let's go stroll through the pedestrian street. Cheng Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Qi took her hand, and they continued wandering through the streets. By now the sky had grown dark, and after some strolling they returned to the campus. Yuan Qi walked Cheng Muxue to the gate of the girls' dormitory. As they parted, Yuan Qi pointed to his own mouth. Blushing, Cheng Muxue quickly planted a kiss on Yuan Qi's lips before turning and hurrying into the dormitory building. Yuan Qi smiled. She was still this shy after all this time. It seemed his guidance lessons were far from over. But it was understandable, after all he and Cheng Muxue had only just confirmed their relationship today. Girls taking things slowly was all nonsense, truly. Back in the dormitory, his roommates were all playing games. Seeing Yuan Qi return, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked him up and down from every angle. What, have you forgotten me after only half a day? Yuan Qi laughed. I don't know. Tell me honestly, have you been possessed, or perhaps reborn? Li Dezhang's imagination ran wild. I agree. Brother Qi's changes recently have been too extreme. Zhang Wei shared his thoughts as well. I only want to know one thing. How far has it gone between you and Campus Beauty Cheng? Have you? Lu Jiahao made a gesture with both hands, spelling out the letter K. Yuan Qi nodded calmly, which immediately drew a chorus of dramatic wails from his roommates. After washing up and lying down, Yuan Qi felt that it would be worthwhile to prepare an apartment outside for times when he could visit his girlfriend. He could always come back to the dorm occasionally. Although housing prices were not as outrageous as before, he still could not afford to buy one now, especially near the university town where the average price was at least 31,000 per square meter. But he estimated it would not take long to earn enough money. He felt the system was not quite powerful enough. Others had already been rewarded with several villas by now. As he was lost in thought, Cheng Muxue's message arrived on his phone again, this time accompanied by a "What are you doing?" sticker. Yuan Qi shook his head with a smile and began chatting with her. But before long, a message from Zhong Peiyao also came through. Senior, my military training finishes tomorrow. Would you like to have a meal with me? Cute. Seeing the message, an image of her appeared in Yuan Qi's mind. If he had to describe her, she carried an aura reminiscent of Su Daji. She was only 18 now. If he waited another 2 years for her to fully blossom, who knew what would happen? Thus Yuan Qi began juggling conversations on two fronts. Okay, I will treat you to a meal somewhere another day. Yuan Qi did not give a specific time, but it counted as an acceptance. This girl was very straightforward. It was as if she had written, "I want to advance our relationship," all over her face. But for Yuan Qi, girls like her were easier to approach. Regarding Zhong Peiyao, he was unwilling to let her go. However, he could not reveal it openly now. If he created a dramatic confrontation with Cheng Muxue at this point, he was not sure he could handle it. At the very least, he needed to build up his strength first. Then senior, I'll start looking forward to it from now on. Reading this message, Yuan Qi thought to himself that this girl really knew how to play her cards. If she became a master at fishing, who knows how many suitors she could catch. At that moment, Sun Ning's WeChat avatar lit up again. Junior, did you enjoy the flavor of that restaurant today? Yuan Qi had reason to suspect these girls had coordinated their messages, or perhaps this really was the best time of day for chatting. The food was quite good. I will go again when I have free time. Yuan Qi replied to Sun Ning, and his two-front conversation soon turned into a three-front one. With the system's missions to complete, Yuan Qi certainly wouldn't pin all his hopes on a single person. But he had his limits now and wouldn't do something as foolish as a monkey cutting corn. For now, he would focus on getting closer to Cheng Muxu first. Any money spent on her would be returned double through the system's rebate. Zheng Peiyao was somewhat materialistic, so Yuan Qi decided to keep her at arm's length for the time being. As long as he demonstrated sufficient capability, she would likely not mind that he already had a girlfriend. As for senior sister Sun Ning, there was still a significant gap if he wanted to win her over. Yuan Qi rubbed his forehead and sighed inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, he was already developing a playboy's mindset. After exchanging goodnights with Cheng Muxu, he played games with his roommates before finally resting. The next morning, Yuan Qi rose early as usual. Li Dajiang, who had boasted the day before about working out, was still fast asleep. Yuan Qi shook his head in amusement. He barely had 3 minutes of enthusiasm himself. After finishing their run on the track with Cheng Muxu, they headed toward the cafeteria together. A sharp voice cut through from behind them. Yuan Qi, Cheng Muxu. So you two are actually together? The tone carried both anger and disbelief. It was Zhang Ying. For days she had harbored intense envy toward the gifts Cheng Muxu had received, and this morning, she could not resist muttering that Cheng Muxu might be kept by a wealthy man. Though spoken in jealousy, her words were not entirely baseless. After all, if Cheng Muxu had a boyfriend, how could her roommate fail to notice any signs? And such arrangements were not unheard of on campus. Gifts like designer bags and watches fit the pattern of a wealthy older man's generosity. Yet despite her hushed muttering, Li Jia overheard her. Li Jia, who had only come for drama, lost interest immediately and revealed Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxu's relationship to Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying's initial reaction was disbelief. But when Sun Qi also corroborated the story, she found herself increasingly uncertain as both spoke with convincing detail. Driven by curiosity, she followed them downstairs and witnessed the scene before her. How could you two be together? Zhang Ying immediately connected Cheng Muxu's luxury gifts with Yuan Qi's newfound extravagance. It became clear, Yuan Qi had grown wealthy. Alone? Unlikely. No lending company would hand over tens of thousands to a student. Cheng Muxu must have known about his wealth to be with him. In an instant, Zhang Ying pieced together the entire situation. The reason for Yuan Qi's prosperity mattered little now. Zhang Ying felt a sharp pang of regret. She had traded something valuable for something trivial. Had she remained his girlfriend, those luxuries would have been hers. The contrast left Zhang Ying deeply unsettled. Why raise your voice? As if I've done something wrong. We broke up long ago. Why can't I find a girlfriend? You've been with Zhao Kai for ages. Yuan Qi responded coldly. His goodwill toward this woman had vanished, completely replaced by revulsion at her hypocrisy. Zhang Ying's retort died in her throat. He was right. She was no longer his girlfriend. She had initiated the breakup herself, so she had no grounds to criticize him. Yet resentment burned. How could he be so frugal with her, but generous with someone else? Cheng Muxu, I never expected you to pick up what I threw away. Don't you have any shame? Zhang Ying, consumed by jealousy and losing her composure, turned her aggression toward Cheng Muxu. Before Yuan Qi could respond, Cheng Muxu stepped forward. Zhang Ying, just because you're blind doesn't mean everyone else has to be. And you're his ex-girlfriend. What right do you have to judge? Cheng Muxu was not one to back down, and her words struck directly at Zhang Ying's weakness. You? Zhang Ying stammered at a loss for a rebuttal, her eyes growing red with frustration. Am I wrong? You cheated first, and I started seeing Yuan Qi after that. What's the problem? Cheng Muxu showed no restraint, pressing her advantage. And you have a boyfriend now, yet you're eyeing someone else's partner. Does he know about your fickle nature? With everything on the line, Cheng Muxu laid into her, without holding back. Their relationship had already deteriorated, so there was nothing to lose. Yuan Qi stood nearby, taken aback. He had not anticipated this side of Cheng Muxu. She spared no mercy in her retorts, yet he found himself drawn to it. The commotion drew onlookers. Two women quarreling over a man was uncommon enough to attract attention. Several people stopped at a distance to watch the spectacle. Yuan Qi frowned. He detested being treated like an attraction. Muxu, let's go. There's no point arguing with pointless people and giving them something to gossip about. Cheng Muxu agreed with a nod. Without another glance at Zhang Ying, they walked away. Zhang Ying watched them leave, resentment building within her. She had acted on impulse. Once calm, she knew she had no legitimate ground. What could she do now? She had no reason to pursue them. Yet the thought of the designer bag slipping from her grasp brought a fresh wave of pain. She thought of Zhao Kai's stinginess. He could not even afford her an iPhone, and the urge to end things grew stronger. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxu had reached the second floor of the East District cafeteria. After ordering, neither mentioned the earlier confrontation. Zhang Ying's appearance had not dampened their mood. Yuan Qi, the class monitor, sent a message last night. Auditions for the performance start tomorrow. What are you preparing? Over their meal, Cheng Muxu brought up Yuan Qi's performance again. Hearing this, Yuan Qi realized he had yet to prepare an instrument. He certainly could not just whistle on stage. After running through various instruments in his mind, Yuan Qi set his sights on the xiao. He particularly loved that deep melodious tone emanating from the bamboo flute. During middle school, he had bought a cheap xiao for just a few dozen yuan hoping to learn it, but back then, he could barely produce a clear sound. Now, with mastery of art's various techniques firmly at his fingertips, performing was naturally no problem at all. However, playing alone always felt somewhat monotonous. Suddenly, Yuan Qi turned his gaze toward Cheng Muxue and said, "Are you performing a classical dance this time?" Cheng Muxue nodded. Yuan Qi immediately had an idea. If he played the xiao to accompany her, that would work perfectly. "Muxue, how about we put on a performance together?" Cheng Muxue looked puzzled. Was Yuan Qi also planning to dance like her? Seeing her confusion, Yuan Qi smiled and explained, "I'm not going to dance with you. I'll be accompanying your performance." Hearing this, Cheng Muxue looked at him in surprise. "I'm dancing classical dance. The accompaniment should ideally be the dizi or xiao. Do you play either of these instruments?" Yuan Qi nodded. "I know a bit, but we'll need to rehearse together. I'll go buy a xiao later." Cheng Muxue stared at him with wide eyes, realizing he wasn't joking. She knew well enough that the xiao was not an instrument to be taken lightly. Getting started required years of dedicated practice, and mastering it even longer. A flicker of anticipation sparked in Cheng Muxue's heart. Was it possible that Yuan Qi possessed not only wealth, but also talent? If so, she had truly struck gold. Still, she didn't expect his skill level to be particularly high. Even a basic proficiency would suffice. Yet if he proved too inadequate, the performance would fall apart. At this thought, a faint hint of hesitation crossed Cheng Muxue's face. Yuan Qi noticed her inner turmoil, but said nothing, secretly planning to astonish her soon enough. After finishing their meal, the two left school together once more. Among the 3 universities in the university town, the area near Rongqing Arts College had the highest concentration of music shops. Yuan Qi chose the largest one. As soon as they entered the shop, the sounds of various instruments filled the air. Most of the customers were students from the arts college, sampling instruments in small groups under the guidance of shop assistants. Though crowded, the music store wasn't noisy like a typical retail shop. Instead, the melodies wove together in a harmonious tapestry that delighted the ear. The walls were lined mostly with guitars and ukuleles, the most accessible instruments for beginners and consequently the best sellers. Beyond those, the shop carried a complete selection of instruments ranging from xiao and dizi to eru and violin, everything from Eastern to Western traditions. The entrance of Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue initially went unnoticed, but the moment everyone's eyes landed on Cheng Muxue, they sparkled with appreciation. A girl of her beauty could easily be called the most captivating presence in any arts college department. "Is there a particular instrument you're interested in? You're welcome to try some in our testing area," said a pretty female clerk with a warm smile approaching them. Yuan Qi gazed at the array of instruments and couldn't resist a surge of inspiration. It was almost magical. Whenever he looked at these instruments, their techniques and usage automatically surfaced in his mind, even for the more obscure ones. This system was truly incredible. At the testing area, various instruments were laid out for demonstration. Many people were already trying them out, and upon seeing a beauty like Cheng Muxue enter, several young men instinctively began showing off their skills. A seemingly refined young man was blowing passionately into a suona, though his skill left something to be desired. His face had turned quite red from the effort. When the suona plays, it commands the entire room, but if played poorly, the results are far from flattering. Yuan Qi couldn't help but want to give it a try. He took a hanging suona from the wall, and as soon as it was in his hands, the various playing techniques flowed effortlessly into his mind. Yuan Qi was certain that even seasoned veterans who had played suona at countless weddings and funerals could not match his skill. After a moment's thought, a melody emerged in his mind, and he began to play. Just captured a few demons. As Yuan Qi played the tune from Path to the Heavens, every eye in the shop turned toward him at once. Those still experimenting with instruments fell silent, their jaws dropped in astonishment as they watched Yuan Qi perform. Some even began humming along. Cheng Muxue also looked at Yuan Qi in disbelief, as she never imagined he could play the suona, let alone at such a remarkably high level. But she hadn't come to select a xiao, and she certainly couldn't dance to suona accompaniment. For a moment, the entire shop was filled with nothing but Yuan Qi's suona playing, drowning out all other sounds. When the suona sounds, 10,000 taels of gold follow. It truly lived up to its reputation. Yuan Qi played only a short segment, but the familiar rhythm combined with his vivid performance left many craving more. "Play another one," someone shouted enthusiastically. Yuan Qi smiled, but didn't respond. He was merely testing his own abilities, and now it was clear the mastery of arts was truly genuine. After setting down the suona, Yuan Qi moved on to test other instruments that caught his interest: guitar, harmonica, oboe, and more, playing each one. Finally, when he set down the eru, Yuan Qi noticed the surrounding had grown quiet. Looking around, he saw everyone staring at him as though he were some kind of supernatural being. Cheng Muxue in particular gazed at him with outright admiration. She never imagined Yuan Qi could play so many instruments. What a treasure indeed. Are you also a senior at the arts college? You're simply amazing. Could you give me some guidance on learning instruments? A sweet-looking girl with big eyes leaned in close to Yuan Qi, her face full of adoration. Her face was charming with dimples appearing on both cheeks whenever she smiled. Her fair complexion seemed delicate enough to break at a touch. Yuan Qi paused for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. I'm not from the arts college. I'm from the neighboring Rongqing University. As he spoke, Yuan Qi scanned the girl's information: name, Gu Weiwei, age 19, height, 165 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, charm 92, special, 100, physical condition excellent. This girl's beauty rating was nearly on par with Cheng Muxue's. Yuan Qi glanced downward and couldn't help but swallow involuntarily. Such impressive assets were truly remarkable. One could only imagine how blessed their future children would be. Oh, so you're from Rongqing University, Gu Weiwei said in surprise, wondering aloud whether students at Rongqing University had reached such a high level of artistic skill. Had the arts field become this competitive now? Before she could say more, Cheng Muxue stepped forward and linked her arm through Yuan Qi's. Yuan Qi, you're truly incredible. Seeing Gu Weiwei approach Yuan Qi to chat, a sudden sense of unease rose within her. She had always been confident in herself, but Yuan Qi seemed far more outstanding than she had imagined. This girl approaching him appeared to be just as attractive as herself. Yuan Qi also noticed Cheng Muxue's subtle feelings, but he didn't mind. In fact, her sense of urgency worked in his favor. It made things easier for him to win her over sooner rather than later. Gu Weiwei realized the beautiful girl before her was Yuan Qi's girlfriend. A faint sense of loss lingered in her heart, though she still wished to learn more about his musical skills. In her eyes, Yuan Qi had mastered so many instruments at such a young age, each reaching an impressive level of mastery. He was clearly a genius, and she naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to connect with him. Senior brother, may I add you as a friend? I would like to consult you if I have questions about instruments. I mean, no offense. The last sentence was directed at Cheng Muxue, as she feared the other woman might misunderstand. However, the young man who had been accompanying Gu Weiwei could no longer remain silent. Junior sister, you can also ask me if you have questions. Seniorly, I hope to learn many instruments, and I believe Senior Yuan can teach me far more than anyone else here. Gu Weiwei politely declined seniorly, her words carrying an implicit meaning. He did not measure up to Yuan Qi. The young man and surnamedly understood this immediately and felt quite embarrassed. Yet he could hardly refute her words, since his knowledge of instruments was indeed not as extensive as Yuan Qi's. For a moment he stood uncertain whether to stay or leave, his expression growing unfavorable. Gu Weiwei paid him no mind, and instead turned toward Yuan Qi with hopeful expectation. Yuan Qi also noticed the attractive young lady, but with Cheng Muxue beside him, he hesitated to respond directly. My abilities are rather limited. There are many teachers at your school whom you could consult. Cheng Muxue did not overthink it. Hearing Yuan Qi decline, she felt a touch of satisfaction. But Gu Weiwei persisted. Senior brother, I just listened to your performance. Your skill is no less than your instructors. If anything, it surpasses theirs. Please accept my request. Having already refused once, Yuan Qi put on a reluctant expression and took out his phone as if yielding to her earnest appeal. All right then. I will answer your questions when I have time. Cheng Muxue felt uneasy inside. The young lady was quite striking, and Cheng Muxue sensed a quiet threat, yet she found herself unable to say anything. She merely tightened her grip on Yuan Qi's arm. Beautiful senior sister, shall we also exchange contact information? Since Senior Yuan is your teacher, then you would be my senior sister-in-law. Gu Weiwei spoke playfully toward Cheng Muxue, using the term for senior master and apprentice wife. She was not foolish. If she only added Yuan Qi, Cheng Muxue would likely hold a poor impression of her. By befriending Cheng Muxue as well, she could more easily reach Yuan Qi whenever she had questions. Hearing this, Cheng Muxue felt somewhat reassured and added Gu Weiwei on her social app. After exchanging names and setting remarks, Gu Weiwei saved Yuan Qi under the note Senior Brother Master. Cheng Muxue glanced at it and frowned slightly, sensing a hint of ambiguity in the remark. Then, senior brother and senior sister, I have something to attend to and must return to school. Let me treat you to a meal next time. She offered them a bright smile, gathered the instrument she had chosen, and left the music shop. The young man, surnamedly, followed quietly behind his silhouette, carrying a trace of melancholy and humility. After this brief interlude, Yuan Qi began selecting a xiao within the shop. The selection ranged from beginner models to premium instruments, with prices spanning from dozens of yuan to tens of thousands. Yuan Qi knew not to choose inferior quality instruments. In the end, he selected a hand-carved Xiangfei bamboo xiao priced at 12,800 yuan. The xiao was adorned with small pieces of jade, making it exquisitely beautiful. After testing its tone, he found the sound far superior to the sample instruments, and he was quite satisfied. At checkout, the clerk informed Yuan Qi that if he were willing to perform occasionally at the shop for promotional purposes, he would receive a monthly stipend and a 10% discount on his purchase. Yuan Qi naturally declined. He had no intention of taking up part-time work. As they left the music shop, Yuan continued to hold his arm. Yuan Qi could feel the softness against his side and felt a sudden surge of unease. Yuan Qi, that junior sister Gu, was quite pretty. Yuan spoke at that moment. Yuan Qi found this amusing internally. She was feeling envious. He knew exactly how to respond. She is indeed pretty, though she still falls short compared to you. His tone was calm, giving the impression that Gu Weiwei held no particular place in his thoughts. Hearing this, Mux's heart lightened considerably. Now aware of Yuan Qi's remarkable talent, her attitude toward him gradually shifted. Her feelings deepened from fondness into something more affectionate. By the way, Yuan, have you prepared your costume for the classical dance performance? Yuan Qi was quite eager to see Yuan in traditional attire. She nodded. The student union can actually provide costumes, but I prefer to buy my own online. She did not enjoy the idea of wearing clothes previously worn by others. Yuan Qi replied with a smile. Browsing online may not guarantee a proper fit, and the quality tends to be poor. There is a Hanfu shop on Taiga Street. I will take you there to look. Yuan paused. She knew the online options were often of inferior quality, though she would only wear it once. Still, she had visited the Hanfu shops on Taiga Street before and found them expensive, with prices starting from several thousand yuan and reaching into the tens of thousands for finer pieces. Yet since Yuan Qi had suggested it, she felt a touch of temptation. The two took a taxi to Taiga Street, one of the most vibrant thoroughfares in Rongqing. It was the top destination for both domestic and international visitors coming to Rongqing. Many influencers and models also frequented the area for street photography. As Hanfu culture grew in popularity, Hanfu shops multiplied like spring bamboo shoots, and more young women were seen walking the streets in traditional attire. Yuan Qi used his perceptual sight and noticed no fewer than 10 young women whose appearance exceeded an extraordinary standard. However, their overall aura scores were modest. Only one approached a passing grade, while none compared to Yuan. Among them was a foreign young woman whose score was notably marked with a negative sign. Soon the two arrived at a Hanfu shop named Millennium. The storefront was spacious, divided into separate sections for men and women, with each historical dynasty represented in its own smaller display area. Clothing from the Xia dynasty through the Republican era was available. Staff members in each section wore attire corresponding to the respective periods, serving customers with practiced grace as though they had received formal training. Their posture and demeanor closely mirrored that of ancient times, creating the impression of stepping into another era. Soon the two strolled into the Warring State-style clothing area. The garments of this era leaned toward understated hues, less flamboyant than the Tang and Song dynasties, yet exuding an air of restrained elegance. The sales assistant, clad in a white Hanfu, clasped her hands within her wide sleeves. Upon seeing Yuan Qi and his companion approach, she offered a graceful bow before speaking with a smile. Do you have any preferences for attire? Yuan Qi glanced at the assistant, finding her quite attractive with a score of 80, though the Hanfu added considerable charm. We'll just browse first, Yuan Qi told the assistant. Then the two began exploring on their own. Yuan was also intrigued by the clothing in this section, finding them far more exquisite than the one she had bought online. Soon she spotted a gown that caught her eye, pure white with delicate understated floral patterns, its edges and sash adorned in red. Even on the mannequin, it looked stunning. Yuan Qi's eyes also lit up at the sight of the outfit, imagining how breathtaking Yuan would look in it. Please take this outfit down for a fitting. The female assistant promptly retrieved the garment and led Yuan to a fitting room. Yuan Qi waited outside with anticipation. Less than 10 minutes later, the assistant and Yuan emerged one after the other. Yuan Qi turned to look and was momentarily stunned. Yuan's hair was tied at the front with a red ribbon in a classic courtesan style, adorned with a delicate white hair ornament. The red sash cinched her slender waist, and the hem of her skirt swayed like blooming lotus blossoms as she moved. With her exotic beauty, she seemed like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. Yuan Qi, however, was wondering if the fabric could withstand a gentle tug. Yuan Qi, what do you think of this outfit? Yuan twirled before him, her skirt flaring beautifully. Exquisite, truly exquisite. It suits you perfectly, Yuan Qi said sincerely. I agree, it's especially fitting for classical dance. Yuan admired herself in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with delight. By the way, how much does this set cost? She asked the assistant. Including the hair accessories, the total is 12888. The price startled Yuan, who had been admiring herself in the mirror. It was far more expensive than the clothes she bought online. Yet the fabric was incomparably superior, soft and smooth like fine silk. Please wrap this set and that one as well, Yuan Qi said, pointing to another similar outfit with different patterns and trim colors. Yuan's heart trembled deeply. Yuan Qi's generosity made her feel utterly captivated. The female assistant also envied Yuan for having such a generous boyfriend. These outfits had been on the shelves for a long time without selling, as they were not from international brands. Many people found them too expensive for performances, but today she managed to sell 2 sets. Certainly, sir. Yuan changed back into her own clothes, and the assistant carefully packed the 2 outfits. Yuan Qi then took Yuan to select some accessories, waist ornaments and hairpieces. These were not mere trinkets. They were finely crafted with quality materials. At checkout, Yuan Qi casually swiped his card for over 300 yuan, looking relaxed. With nearly 800 yuan left in his account, this was nothing. Watching him, Cheng Mushue's eyes sparkled brightly. After leaving the store, Yuan Qi took her to a phone shop, noticing her phone was a 2-year-old Apple model. Time for an upgrade. Cheng Mushue politely declined, but eventually followed her heart, filled with joy. Yuan Qi quickly bought her the same 16 Pro model he used, spending another 100 yuan. As they left, Cheng Mushue leaned close to Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, should we find a quiet place to rehearse? She looked up at him. Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. A quiet place sounds perfect. Let's take the afternoon off and find a hotel to practice without interruptions. His ulterior motive was transparent. Cheng Mushue's cheeks flushed. She knew exactly what he meant. Was this really about rehearsal? It felt more like a pretext for a private rendezvous. But they had only been together for 2 days. Was this too fast? She felt conflicted. Seeing her hesitation, Yuan Qi pressed on. Mushue, the selection is tomorrow. We need to practice now to avoid being flustered. He spoke with righteous conviction, as if his intentions were pure. Cheng Mushue knew it was just an excuse. A man and a woman going to a hotel for rehearsal hardly convinced anyone. Like directors and actresses discussing scripts in private rooms, few would believe it. She was aware of her own allure in a private space few men could resist. After a moment of deliberation, looking at the bags in her hands, and recalling Yuan Qi's charm today, she made up her mind. All right, then. Let's go to the hotel to rehearse. Cheng Mushue blushed and stammered her agreement. Yuan Qi's eyes gleamed, his heart racing. Was he about to complete his first conquest? Great, I'll book a hotel nearby. Yuan Qi quickly pulled out his phone and reserved a deluxe riverside suite for 888 yuan per night, all within 5 minutes, without any hesitation. Since there was still a class in the afternoon, Yuan Qi messaged Li Dajiang to ask for leave. Cheng Mushue also asked Sun Qi to cover for her. Sun Qi was curious and asked if she was going on a date with Yuan Qi. Flustered, Cheng Mushue brushed her off with a few words. She couldn't believe she had agreed to go to a hotel with a guy she had only been dating for 2 days. Was she being too bold? What if Yuan Qi lost interest after getting what he wanted? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Yuan Qi, however, didn't seem rushed. He strolled with Cheng Mushue for a while before leading her to the hotel for rehearsal. Meanwhile, Sun Qi went to the counselor's office to get a leave application for Cheng Mushue. As she was about to leave, she ran into Li Dajiang, who happened to be coming in to ask for leave for Yuan Qi on his behalf. In the past, the two had never interacted, but upon hearing that Li Dajiang was asking for leave for Yuan Qi, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Li Dajiang, I want to ask you something. Did Yuan Qi say what he was taking leave for? Sun Qi deliberately slowed her pace, and as Li Dajiang emerged from the office, couldn't resist asking. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed off. The afternoon class started at 4 o'clock, and it was only 12 now. Could a meeting really take that long? Unless the two of them had other things to attend to. What would a young man and woman need leave for? The answer was rather obvious, thought Sun Qi, seriously analyzing the situation. Li Dajiang was usually carefree and boisterous in the dormitory, yet he barely dared to speak when around girls. Especially someone as cute as Sun Qi, a type he found particularly appealing. In fact, Li Dajiang had always been drawn to girls like her, though he had never confessed to anyone. Suddenly being addressed by someone he admired, he was visibly startled, and a flush crept across his face. Oh, I didn't ask him directly, but he probably went on a date. Li Dajiang began stumbling over his words, a stark contrast to his usual bravado among his roommates. Sun Qi was puzzled by his reaction. Why was he so nervous over a simple question? But she wasn't naive, and his behavior was far too obvious. Soon she realized this straightforward fellow might actually have a crush on her. She promptly set aside her curiosity about Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushue, simply thanked him, and turned to leave. Li Dajiang's rugged appearance was simply not her type. Watching Sun Qi walk away, Li Dajiang quickly composed himself, then inwardly wanted to scold himself. Such a perfect opportunity, and he hadn't even managed to ask for her WeChat. Although they were in the same class group, Sun Qi had her WeChat privacy settings adjusted, so he had never added her before. Ugh, Li Dajiang, you are hopeless. Old Yuan managed to court the campus beauty, and you can't even muster the courage to speak in front of a girl you like. Truly useless. Li Dajiang harshly berated himself in his mind, filled with regret. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushue were naturally unaware of the small incident at school. At that moment, Cheng Mushue had already been led by Yuan Qi into the reserved hotel. After providing her phone number, they were escorted upstairs by the hotel butler via the elevator. Sir and madam, please let us know if you need anything. XX Hotel is at your service 24 hours a day. Yuan Qi nodded. This was indeed a different experience at such a luxurious hotel. No wonder expensive hotels charged premium prices. No previous stay with Zhang Ying had ever offered such attentive service. After the butler departed, Yuan Qi led the visibly nervous Cheng Mushue into the room. The living room spanned at least 70 square meters. The decoration might not match a presidential suite, but it was undeniably elegant and luxurious. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the bustling city below and the distant river view. Yuan Qi was quite pleased with the room. Cheng Muxue, following behind Yuan Qi, was completely unable to take in the surroundings. Since entering the room, her heartbeat had steadily quickened. Tangled thoughts swirled in her mind. Yuan Qi, with mild interest, glanced around the room, for this was his first time staying in such a luxurious place. He decided he would definitely choose a Riverview apartment when buying a home in the future. It suited his taste perfectly. After a brief tour, he turned his gaze toward Cheng Muxue. Noticing her preoccupied expression, he approached and gently took her hand. Muxue, there's still plenty of time. Why don't you change into the hanfu we bought today, and we can rehearse a bit? Hearing this, Cheng Muxue snapped back to reality and looked at Yuan Qi. Could she be overthinking? Was he truly only here to rehearse with her? Oh, okay, I'll go change right away. Cheng Muxue's mind was still reeling. Grabbing the clothes, she turned and headed toward the bathroom. The room naturally had more than one bathroom. Yuan Qi also planned to take a shower. They needed to rehearse after all, and there would be more than just rehearsal. Soon Yuan Qi emerged first, having only been in the shower for about 10 minutes. From Cheng Muxue's bathroom came the sound of running water. Yuan Qi found his thoughts drifting, feeling a familiar warmth begin to rise. Out in public he had been fine, but now alone in a room with her he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. He picked up his phone and played a few games to distract himself. About half an hour later, the sound of the bathroom door opening came from inside. Cheng Muxue had changed into the same hanfu she had tried on earlier and stepped out. Yuan Qi looked up, his expression filled with admiration. Noticing Yuan Qi's gaze, Cheng Muxue felt a flicker of delight, but as his look grew increasingly warm, she began to feel flustered. Aren't we supposed to rehearse? Let's get started, Cheng Muxue said, somewhat flustered. Yuan Qi, seeing her nervous demeanor, was in no rush. It was still early. Yes, which song did you choose for your dance? Seeing that Yuan Qi was truly about to rehearse, she felt a wave of relief. It's Mythology. I chose it as the background music. Oh, that one. Yuan Qi recalled the story of General Meng Yi and Princess Yushu from years ago, portrayed by his eldest brother. That classic song remained popular even now, and its melody surfaced in his mind. Yuan Qi took out the bamboo flute he had purchased that day and began to play. Soon the room was filled with the gentle, lingering melodies of Mythology. Hearing Yuan Qi's flute playing, Cheng Muxue was quickly drawn into the music. In her eyes he seemed to be glowing entirely. The chaotic thoughts that had swirling in her mind were temporarily pushed aside, and her body began to move gracefully, with the rhythm dancing lightly and elegantly. Her graceful figure swayed to the music, breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy descended from the heavens. A captivating smile graced her stunning face, and every gesture deeply drew Yuan Qi in. Now he understood why ancient emperors would neglect their duties for a beloved concubine. At that moment, Cheng Muxue was that enchanting beauty, and Yuan Qi was the ruler unwilling to rise from morning court. Finally, Yuan Qi brought the piece to a close, and Cheng Muxue completed her final pose. Their first attempt together was remarkably harmonious. However, Yuan Qi could no longer restrain himself. Putting down the bamboo flute, he walked directly toward Cheng Muxue. Lost in the moment, Cheng Muxue suddenly felt her waist being embraced, and her body moved involuntarily toward Yuan Qi. Before she could utter a sound, her lips were gently but firmly pressed against his. Outside the window, a soft autumn rain began to fall. A sudden autumn rain fell, without warning, soon forming a curtain of water beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. By now over an hour had passed indoors, and the room had finally grown quiet. The bedroom was somewhat untidy. That expensive hanfu costume, which had cost over 10,000, now lay abandoned on the floor, fortunately unharmed. Tears still glistened at the corners of Cheng Muxue's eyes as she lay in Yuan Qi's embrace, her body occasionally trembling. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi wore a satisfied smile, listening to the system notification echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the Goddess Conquest mission. Here are your system rewards: twofold cashback on all spending for Cheng Muxue. Please note, spending must remain within reasonable limits. Host Yuan Qi's appearance stat increased by 1 point. Mysterious gift package: golden physique bestowed. His status panel displayed his name, age 19, height 182 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms, appearance rating of 82, constitution marked as golden physique, and personal wealth of 785,000 yuan. Yuan Qi was thoroughly pleased, especially with the mysterious gift package, whose meaning was quite clear from its name alone. It was something all men could only dream of. Instantly, Yuan Qi felt a surge of vitality coursing through his weary body, as though the energy could carry on for another round. But he was not reckless. Cheng Muxue was a first-time partner, and he knew he should cherish her gently. A soft sigh escaped the beauty in his arms, nearly causing Yuan Qi to lose his composure. Yuan Qi, you will treat me well for the rest of my life, won't you? I've heard that men tend to lose interest once they have what they want. Will you become like that too? Her fingers traced gentle circles upon Yuan Qi's chest as she spoke with a hint of unease. Yuan Qi understood that this was a moment of particular vulnerability for women, and he was determined to comfort her properly. Muxue, rest assured. As long as you do not choose to leave me, I will love you for all my days. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Hearing Yuan Qi's promise, Cheng Mushue's face finally lit up with a radiant smile. Yuan Qi, I believe you. I will love you for the rest of my life as well. Cheng Mushue held him tightly, whispering words of affection. Yuan Qi could sense her affection for him deepen considerably, and indeed, as Zhang Ling had once said, her words carried truth. Of course, through their intimate communion, Yuan Qi also felt genuine warmth growing toward Cheng Mushue, transcending mere physical attraction. Yet having been betrayed by Zhang Ing before, Yuan Qi could never again trust a woman entirely, and his vows carried equal parts sincerity and pretense. He truly intended to treat Cheng Mushue well, though his words of love remained somewhat measured. They continued to embrace and whisper sweet words to one another. After a long while, Cheng Mushue seemed to recall something, her delicate face flushing crimson. Yuan Qi, just now. I think we need to buy some medicine. Yuan Qi also remembered this matter. He had been so absorbed in the moment that he had neglected it entirely, and on this first occasion, he had not wished for any precautions to disrupt their experience. Mushue, it is my fault. I shall go down and fetch it right away. Such matters could not be taken lightly. He certainly did not wish to become a father before finishing his second year of university. When Yuan Qi returned with his purchase, Cheng Mushue had already begun bathing in the bathroom. The sheets that had borne witness to their passion were now neatly gathered, and the room tidied with the Hanfu costume placed carefully by the bedside. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Yuan Qi's mind drifted back to those beautiful moments just moments before. He turned and walked toward the bathroom, hoping a quick wash might calm his restless spirit. Today had been her first time, and he could not possibly continue, but with such abundant energy, he could only resort to cool water to ease his fires. After a long while, Cheng Mushue emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, and seeing Yuan Qi seated on the sofa, she naturally settled beside him. Here, take this medicine first. Yuan Qi handed her the prepared pills. She glanced at the medicine, and the memory of earlier moments brought a flush of crimson to her cheeks once more. Having watched her swallow the pills, Yuan Qi drew her close and spoke gently. How are you feeling? You should rest in bed. Feeling Yuan Qi's tenderness, Cheng Mushue's heart warmed, and she replied in a soft voice. I'm actually quite all right. I do not need to rest. I simply wish to remain like this, held in your arms. Yuan Qi stroked Cheng Mushue's silken hair, feeling somewhat helpless inside, for his own ardor had not yet subsided. How could he remain composed while holding such a magnificent beauty? Yuan Qi could only turn on the living room television and flick through channels at random, and so they chatted while watching together. During this time, Yuan Qi could only entertain himself with gentle touches, making Cheng Mushue shyly giggling and blushing. Time drifted gently onward, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. To Yuan Qi's slight surprise, Cheng Mushue had recovered considerably, showing no sign of discomfort beyond a certain gracefulness in her step. Originally, Yuan Qi had considered having Cheng Mushue rest at the hotel for another night, but remembering that he had not yet requested leave from school, he decided it would be better to return. Seeing this, Yuan Qi declined the hotel's room service and checked out, taking her out for a meal instead. He also planned to browse the shops and purchase some items for Cheng Mushue to test the cashback card's effect, something he was rather eager to observe. The system had only vaguely mentioned a limit on reasonable spending without clear explanation. Nevertheless, he did not intend to spend excessively on Cheng Mushue, as he had already spent considerable sums today, and some restraint was necessary. After a rather sumptuous dinner costing 1,288 yuan, Yuan Qi finally received his first cashback notification. Ding! Host has spent 644 yuan on the target female, resulting in a cashback of 1,288 yuan. Yuan Qi paused in surprise. Was this some kind of arrangement? But he did not dwell too closely upon it, since he had eaten substantially more during the meal. This meant that in the future, shared expenses with Cheng Mushue would essentially amount to effortless gains, and Yuan Qi was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Soon thereafter, Yuan Qi brought Cheng Mushue to the IFS shopping center, intending to purchase 2 outfits for her. Upon reaching the Burberry boutique, Cheng Mushue realized Yuan Qi's intentions. Yuan Qi, you have already spent so much on me today. There is truly no need for this. She had fully become his woman now, and with the long road ahead, she felt no urgency for such matters at this moment. Those garments were merely for performance purposes and will rarely be worn. Normal attire is needed for everyday life. Yuan Qi explained with a smile, placing particular emphasis on the word performance. Cheng Mushue caught his meaning, and a faint blush colored her delicate features. Yuan Qi then took her hand and led her into the boutique. Cheng Mushue was undeniably captivated by the luxurious garments displayed, for it would be impossible for any young woman to claim indifference toward such fine clothing. Welcome to Burberry. I am delighted to serve you. How may I assist you? Seeing customers enter, the saleswoman greeted them with great enthusiasm. Similar to the saleswoman at the luxury watch store, she also favored such a couple. Especially with a beauty like Cheng Mushue accompanying him, wouldn't the man feel obliged to buy something before leaving? Please help my girlfriend pick out 2 outfits, Yuan Qi said with a light smile to the saleswoman. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, knowing it was settled. Mushue, go ahead and choose 2 sets. Don't worry, just pick what you like. Cheng Mushue understood the implication There was no budget limit, and felt a thrill of excitement. After Cheng Muxue followed the saleswoman to select clothes, Yuan Qi sat in the lounge sipping coffee and enjoying a small fruit platter placed by the saleswoman. As expected of a luxury store, the service was impeccable. While savoring the fruits, his gaze rested on Cheng Muxue's smiling figure as she browsed. Is this what it feels like to be wealthy? Yuan Qi relished the sensation. Nearly 20 minutes later, the saleswoman returned with Cheng Muxue, who had finished selecting her clothes. Yuan Qi, I've picked out my outfits, Cheng Muxue said cheerfully, her mood clearly lifted. Yuan Qi smiled and nodded, handing his bank card directly to the approaching saleswoman without asking about the price. If Yuan Qi's 3 adopted sons had witnessed this, they would probably have complained, "You're such a show-off." However, to both Cheng Muxue and the saleswoman, this gesture was simply dashing. The 2 outfits totaled 5,688 yuan, which to Yuan Qi was not too expensive. He even felt it was somewhat cheap. Ding, triggered double cashback, 113776 yuan. Instantly, Yuan Qi's card balance, which had been just over 7,000 yuan, surged to over 8,000 yuan. Yuan Qi couldn't help but feel thrilled. This sensation of effortless gain was incredibly satisfying. However, he had no intention of spending more on Cheng Muxue today. If he bought several more sets now, the cashback mechanism might not activate. Today, Cheng Muxue was unusually clingy. After leaving the financial center, she expressed a desire to spend more time with Yuan Qi. They strolled along the streets with Cheng Muxue tightly holding his arm, her face beaming as they exchanged affectionate words. Unconsciously, they walked for over 2 hours, only realizing they had returned to the school gate when they looked around. By then it was nearly 9 p.m. Seeing Cheng Muxue to the entrance of the female dormitory, Yuan Qi spoke gently. All right, go back and rest well. You must be tired after walking so long. For Cheng Muxue, today was a special day. She was reluctant to part from Yuan Qi so soon. Finally, she initiated a farewell kiss, more passionate than before. Yuan Qi watched her retreating figure with a hint of resignation. He would have to take a cold shower when he got back. Old Yuan, you're finally back. How was your date with the campus belle? Must have been fun, right? As soon as Yuan Qi entered the dorm, Li Dajiang sidled up to him with a mischievous grin. A tall man of 1.8 meters, yet he somehow exuded a hint of sleaziness. Happy, of course I'm happy, Yuan Qi admitted without pretense. He truly had enjoyed himself today. Old Yuan, from the looks of it, you've made new progress with the campus belle, haven't you? Li Dajiang teased. Lu Jiahao also asked out of curiosity, though his tone carried a hint of envy. Dating the campus belle. How blissful that must be. Even if they broke up later, it would still be worth it. It was a pity that no campus belle had discovered his hidden gem. Yuan Qi did not directly answer Lu Jiahao's question, as it was somewhat personal. Alright, enough about me. You guys should find girlfriends soon, so you won't have to envy me every day. Yuan Qi's words struck a nerve. Was it because they didn't want to find someone? Dating is too expensive. Isn't it better to spend all the money on myself? Zhang Wei finally spoke up. As the true introverted one in the dorm, he couldn't help but chime in. Ha, if I hadn't seen the private files on your computer, I might have believed you, Li Dajiang exposed without hesitation. I told you those are all study materials, Zhang Wei retorted, flustered. He hadn't expected Li Dajiang to discover his files. After another round of laughter and banter, the dorm quieted down. After showering, Yuan Qi lay on his bed and checked his phone. He first opened the chat with Zhong Peiyao. She had sent him several messages over an hour ago, but he had only glanced at them while accompanying Cheng Muxue, not reading them carefully. Tapping on the chat, several photos greeted his eyes. They were from today's military training parade where she had served as a flag bearer. Yuan Qi's eyes lit up as he looked at the photos. In them, Zhong Peiyao appeared tall and graceful in her military uniform. She was clearly well-proportioned, and the enchanting face that had left a deep impression on him now bore a solemn expression, creating a striking contrast. Zhong Peiyao had sent him 5 photos taken from various angles. There was no doubt that she was a beauty with a flawless 360-degree view. Yuan Qi saved each one. The photos are lovely, I've saved them. Within moments, she sent back 2 big, hee-hee messages. She didn't ask why he hadn't responded earlier, but instead began chatting casually with him. Meanwhile, in room 301 of the female dormitory, when Cheng Muxue returned carrying several shopping bags, Sun Qi and Li Jia were stunned. Especially when Li Jia recognized the Burberry brand, her heart began to race. Just how wealthy was Yuan Qi? He had spent over 2,000 yuan on Cheng Muxue in just 2 days, right? Sun Qi's mouth fell open in shock, wide enough to hold an egg. After putting away her things, Cheng Muxue noticed only Li Jia and Sun Qi in the dorm, and asked curiously, has Zhang Ying not come back yet? Although she had had an unpleasant encounter with Zhang Ying in the morning, she didn't want to hold a grudge since they were still roommates. But if the other party was unappreciative, she wouldn't be lenient either. I don't know where she went, but she seemed to have had a quarrel with Zhao Kai today. He came looking for her downstairs, and she went out with him, Sun Qi replied. Cheng Muxue nodded, indifferently tidied up, and went to take a shower. Watching her back, Li Jia found something odd about her gait. It seemed slightly different from usual. Near the girls' dormitory at a stone table in a small garden, Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai sat facing each other, the atmosphere between them somewhat heavy. Zhao Kai, let's break up. After a long silence, it was Zhang Ying who finally spoke, her voice soft but resolute. Zhao Kai froze, then stared at Zhang Ying in disbelief. Did I hear that right? Are you saying we should break up? Zhao Kai was completely baffled. Since morning, Zhang Ying had seemed to change completely. At noon, she had refused his invitation to go out. He had complained about it, and now it seemed to have triggered this confrontation. Zhang Ying had openly snapped at him earlier, and after exchanging a few heated words, they had parted ways unhappily. Zhao Kai had been confused back then, unable to understand what was wrong with her. He had returned to the dormitory and stewed in his anger for a long time. He knew Zhang Ying wanted him to buy her an Apple phone, but the price of several thousand yuan was already a burden for him now. Family business had been struggling for the past 2 years, and 2 of the 3 hot pot restaurants had already been sold. On top of that, his father had suffered a major investment loss recently. A family once worth tens of millions had seen their assets cut in half. Even counting 2 properties, their liquid cash was probably no more than 1 million yuan. Although his family still gave him 600 yuan per month for living expenses, he had been cutting back on spending. And this month alone, he had already spent several thousand on Zhang Ying without much to show for it, which frustrated him. So naturally, he had refused her request. By evening, his anger had cooled, and thinking about how much he had already invested without any return, he decided to meet her to apologize and smooth things over. He thought a simple apology would be enough. But he never expected Zhang Ying to bring up breaking up, leaving him completely taken aback. Yes, Zhao Kai. After being together for so long, I've realized we're not compatible. I've made up my mind. I don't like you. Let's part on good terms. As Zhang Ying stood to leave, Zhao Kai quickly stepped in front of her. Why aren't we compatible? Weren't we fine before? Is it just because I didn't buy you a phone? I told you I'd get it next month. Can't you wait that long? Zhao Kai grew anxious. If they broke up now, he would have lost everything he had put in. It's not about that. I just feel we're not suited for each other. I've already made my decision. Don't come looking for me anymore. After saying this, Zhang Ying sidestepped him and walked toward the girls' dormitory. In truth, her decision to break up was influenced not only by what had happened with Yuan Qi earlier, but also by her assessment of Zhao Kai's current situation. Women are sensitive to a man's circumstances. Though she did not know exactly what had happened in his family, she could discern something from his changing spending habits. She had been with him because of his family's wealth, hoping for a better life. Now that he could no longer meet her expectations, it was time to cut her losses. Zhao Kai was still dazed, but seeing Zhang Ying about to enter the dormitory, he instinctively chased after her. As expected, he was stopped at the entrance by the dorm manager. This is the girls' dormitory. Male students are not allowed inside. Under the sharp gaze of the dorm manager, Zhao Kai had no choice but to watch Zhang Ying disappear into the building. What kind of nonsense is this? Muttering to himself, Zhao Kai eventually left his mind a mixture of confusion and frustration, along with a lingering sense of loss after the breakup. Upon returning to the dorm, Zhang Ying naturally noticed that Immerse was already back. She did not know how to face her after what had happened that morning. She had been the one to end things with Yuan Qi, yet her heart still filled with resentment and jealousy toward Immerse. Why did Immerse always get the benefits? She had come first yet received nothing in return. Why? She could not make sense of it. Immerse, having finished her shower, noticed Zhang Ying, but said nothing and climbed onto her own bed. If things became unbearable, she could always apply to live elsewhere. Once on the bed, she carefully folded and stored her Hanfu costume. She would not need to wear it for tomorrow's preliminary auditions. She then took out the Burberry outfit she had bought that day from its packaging and held it up to herself, a pleased expression on her face. Zhang Ying happened to catch sight of this. Though Zhang Ying thought the Hanfu looked fine and not like cheap online shopping, she could not tell much about it. But she recognized the Burberry logo on the packaging. She did not know the exact price, but she knew a complete outfit like this would easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. And Yuan Qi had bought it today. Why had he suddenly become so wealthy? Could it be that Yuan Qi had been pretending all along, hiding the fact that he was actually from a wealthy family? An Hermes bag, a Cartier watch, Burberry clothes, an iPhone 16 Pro. All of this must have cost Yuan Qi at least 200 yuan. Compared to Yuan Qi, Zhao Kai seemed pitiful. The more Zhang Ying thought about it, the more stifled she felt. No, I need to get back together with Yuan Qi. We had a year of history together. How could she forget how well he used to treat her? Even if she had to become someone's mistress, she did not care. She wanted those luxury items. Zhang Ying made her decision. The next day, Yuan Qi had no classes all day. After breakfast with Immerse, he headed to the audition venue. The orientation event auditions began at 9:00 a.m. in the university auditorium organized by the student union. The first round was merely a preliminary screening. For both dance and music performances and spoken word acts, each act was allotted 1 minute. After all, this was only a university-organized event, and neither Rome University nor an arts school, so the selection would not be overly strict. Acts that were merely passable would be placed on standby, with only truly exceptional performances selected on the spot. Yuan Qi couldn't help but note that the campus was full of talented individuals. For instance, the 1-minute crosstalk act he had just watched was impressive, comparable to performers from the renowned Diyun Society. Under the orderly coordination of the student union, although many acts had signed up, the screening progressed swiftly. When it was Qingyim Yuxue and Yuan Qi's turn, they were surprised to learn that they passed without performing. Junior Qing, you're performing classical dance correct. I saw you last year. Your performance was stunning. I've already added you directly. A pretty senior with short hair and glasses said with a smile. Senior, actually I'm performing a dance duet with my boyfriend. Hearing this, the senior looked curiously at Yuan Qi beside Qingyim Yuxue. She had not noticed him earlier and was surprised to learn that this handsome young man was Cheng Mux's boyfriend. It seemed the beautiful flower already had its owner. Alright, I understand. As long as the show's name is fine, just put both of your names after it. She didn't intend to let them perform either and simply passed them. The two exited the auditorium, and Yuan Qi smiled at Cheng Muxue as he spoke. It seems you're quite well known in the student council. Do you know that, senior? Upon hearing this, Cheng Muxue chuckled. I have some impression, but I'm not very familiar with her. She seems to be a senior from the dance club. Yuan Qi nodded and smiled. Then I'm riding on your coattails, getting through the back door directly. The bamboo flute I brought wasn't even used. The two left chatting and laughing. This scene was noticed by many who knew Cheng Muxue, including several boys who secretly admired her. After all, with her looks, Cheng Muxue was quite recognizable on campus. Seeing that she was already taken, most boys sighed in regret, lamenting that another lovely flower had been paired with an unworthy suitor. In their eyes, any boy who succeeded in winning a girl's heart other than themselves was nothing but worthless. After strolling around the campus for a while, the two parted ways. After all, Cheng Muxue had gone through a significant personal experience only yesterday and was still feeling a bit unwell today. Yuan Qi told her to go back to the dormitory and get some rest. He still had important matters to attend to today. He needed to check on the milk tea shop. Yuan Qi went back to the dormitory, put away his bamboo flute, and then left the dormitory. His roommates thought he was going on another date with Cheng Muxue, and they all watched him leave with envy. Around 1030 in the morning, Yuan Qi arrived at the milk tea shop. He had planned to come yesterday, but was delayed. Yuan Qi didn't intend to make any hardware modifications to the milk tea shop. Senior Sun Ning had already put thought into the decoration, so Yuan Qi didn't want to redo it. In terms of staff configuration, there had been a store manager, but she resigned after the shop was transferred. There were 2 permanent staff members and 1 part-time college student. The permanent staff were not old, both under 30. One was Zhao Ping with a middle school education, the other was Luo Xiao, a high school graduate. The two mainly handled milk tea preparation and production or assisted the manager in purchasing ingredients. The part-time student was a sophomore named Chun Yin, also from Rongqing University, with a delicate appearance, and was mainly responsible for financial cashiering. In short, the milk tea shop didn't have fixed job responsibilities. When business was good and they were too busy, they would directly hire temporary part-time workers from the university. After all, the university town never lacked college students. Yuan Qi had sent a message in advance saying he would come by, so the 3 staff members were all waiting. When Yuan Qi entered, they all greeted him in unison as boss. I'm just here to see how things are and to mention a few things. He paused, feeling a bit like a boss about to give a typical corporate spiel. First, I plan to improve employee benefits. The base salary for full-time staff was originally 2,500 plus performance bonuses. I'm raising it to 3,500 plus performance bonuses. In addition, after 6 months of employment, the company will provide social insurance and housing fund. For part-time staff, the daily rate was originally 80 yuan. It's now increased to 120 yuan. The above changes take effect from this month onward. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them were stunned. They had never expected the new boss to increase wages right away. What a divine boss. After recovering from their surprise, the 3 burst into enthusiastic applause. Especially Sister Zhao and Sister Luo, who felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that the new boss would provide insurance for employees. Even Chun Yin felt a strong urge to become a full-time employee after hearing that. Yuan Qi was very satisfied with the reaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. If you don't feed the horse, how can you expect it to run fast? Of course, this was also because he had the confidence now with over 1.3 million yuan in startup funds. He gestured for them to settle down and continued speaking. Second, I have new milk tea recipes. Once we develop the new products, we'll launch promotional activities. Third, soon Yuan Qi finished explaining everything. With the first point as a foundation, everyone listened attentively to the rest. Yuan Qi did not appoint a store manager for now, mainly because he wasn't very familiar with them yet. Once he understood their abilities, he would select one from among them. After the new products were made, Yuan Qi would use the popularity card. Just then a few customers came into the shop, so Yuan Qi dismissed the group and let them get back to work. Yuan Qi found a seat and looked at the milk tea recipe rewarded by the system. The ingredients were similar to those of ordinary milk tea, though the proportions might differ. But the most important thing was that the system provided a mysterious ingredient, and it was unlimited. It was said that adding it would not only make the taste excellent, but also beneficial to health. Yuan Qi was very pleased with this. It meant that in the future others would be unable to imitate it, making it an extremely strong anti-counterfeiting label. If only the basic recipe was used, the resulting milk tea would taste ordinary, though still slightly better than what was currently available on the market. Soon Yuan Qi gave the first milk tea recipe to the staff. He secretly added the system's mysterious ingredient into the materials. Strangely enough, it was colorless and odorless. adding it made no discernible difference at all. This was good as it prevented others from noticing. Yuan Qi planned to launch one new product per week from then on. As for advertising, there was no need at all. After all, he still had the popularity card, which sounded like a sci-fi product delivering a dimension-defying blow. All he needed to do was put up a promotional sign at the entrance. The shop's business had already started to decline, but from now on it was ready to take off. He wondered how wildly popular it would become. Yuan Qi began to look forward to it. He transferred 10,000 yuan as a reserve fund into the shop's account for daily expenses. After giving a few instructions, he left the shop. Then Yuan Qi went to check on the renovation progress of the cake shop. It looked like it would be finished within a day or two. After a quick inspection, Yuan Qi was very satisfied, so he directly settled the payment in advance. He would definitely have other shops in the future. This renovation company was excellent, and he could consider long-term cooperation. Now Yuan Qi already had 2 shops under his belt. For now, he didn't plan to look for new shops. On one hand, he hadn't found a suitable one yet. On the other hand, he still had classes and a romantic relationship to attend to, so he couldn't manage too many shops at once. Once things were on track, he could register a company to manage them professionally. Then he could be a hands-off boss, a behind-the-scenes helmsman. Wouldn't that be great? For now, he just needed to manage these 2 shops well. The milk tea shop had a solid foundation and could start operating directly. As for the cake shop, after renovation, it would need about 20 days to let the formaldehyde dissipate. It would be ready for formal opening around the 11th week. He needed to start recruiting in advance, mainly 2 baking cake masters. The special ingredients provided by the system could be added directly to the ordinary ingredients. The cake-making method remained the same as before. For other staff, he could hire part-time workers from the university. As long as the pay was good, there would be no shortage of recruits. After thinking it through, Yuan Qi immediately posted job advertisements on a recruitment platform. The conditions he offered were quite generous. Monthly salary of 600 plus commission, social insurance, and housing fund, transportation allowance, annual leave. The benefits were maxed out. Yuan Qi would never be a heartless capitalist. In a city like Rongqing, a starting salary of 6,000 yuan exceeded that of 99% of workers. His parents only earned about 5,000 yuan per month from their work away from home. Thinking of this, Yuan Qi began to feel tender toward his parents, who were still working far from home. After binding with the system, he had already planned to bring them back home to enjoy their retirement. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to wait a while before sharing the news. After all, it would seem unusual if a college student suddenly came into a large sum of money. For his family, this would likely bring surprise rather than shock. If he mentioned winning the lottery, they would inevitably ask for the ticket numbers. As for claiming it came from investments, that was absurd since he had studied accounting rather than finance. Moreover, a finance graduate could not possibly generate such wealth on their own. His parents were not naive and would not easily believe such explanations. The only conclusion he could think of was that he had taken out a loan, and his parents had specifically warned him never to fall into campus borrowing traps. However, once his shop became established, the story would change naturally. He could simply say the initial capital came from lottery winnings, and as the business flourished, no one would question the minor details anymore. After all, adults ultimately judge by outcomes. Both his parents worked on construction sites, but with the real estate market in decline, there simply was not as much work available as before. Previously, he often heard them complain about having too little work and not earning enough, but now Yuan Qi saw this as a positive change. At least they would not have to rise before dawn and labor until late at night as they used to. They had pushed themselves so hard saving for his future home down payment that small health issues had accumulated over time. But that worry was over now. He was only in his early 40s with plenty of time to rest and recover his health. From then on, they could simply enjoy their golden years in comfort. Thinking of this, Yuan Qi glanced at the time, nearly 12 o'clock. He then directly dialed his mother Lu Feng's number. After a few rings, his mother's familiar voice came through the phone. Hello, Chi-Chi. Hey, Mom. Is lunch ready? What are we eating? Yuan Qi chatted with his mother in their hometown dialect. Peas with pork. Your father is cooking rice right now. Oh, that sounds nice. Yuan Qi knew that construction site workers were provided with housing, but those temporary tin structures could only be described as barely livable with a poor living experience. By the way, Mom, has there been much work lately? Hearing this, his mother on the other end complained. There has been heavy rain at the construction site these past 2 days, so work has stopped. I do not know how long it will take for the rain to stop. That is fine. If work is stopped, just rest properly and do not push yourself so hard. I wish I could, but money does not simply fall from the sky when there is no work. Yuan Qi smiled upon hearing this. His situation was somewhat similar to something falling from the sky. All right, Chi-Chi, is there something on your mind? Running out of money for dating. His mother knew he was in a relationship, so besides his living expenses, she occasionally gave him extra allowance. However, he had not mentioned the recent breakup to her. No, it has only been a short while since school started. Where would I run out of money? I still have my old lucky money, Yuan Qi replied with a smile. All right then, let me know if you need money. I need to start cooking now. Your father has finished washing up, so I will hang up first. Through the phone, Yuan Qi faintly heard his father Yuan Jianya calling his mother to begin cooking. Yuan Qi could not help but shake his head and chuckle. After hanging up, he did not return directly to campus. Instead, he found a place to have lunch, then located a barber shop that he would have hardly dared to enter before. Under the enthusiastic recommendation of a young woman, he ordered the 599 yuan luxury package. She claimed the stylists were master-level professionals, though whether that was true Yuan Qi had no idea. However, the higher price did come with its benefits. The hair washing alone took nearly half an hour. The young woman massaging his scalp was quite skilled, and he suspected most of the 599 yuan went toward that service. Yuan Qi nearly fell asleep from the comfort. By the time it ended, Yuan Qi almost could not resist asking for an additional session, but he managed to snap back in time. Seated in the barber chair, the stylist examined Yuan Qi's head shape from different angles and smiled. "Young man, your hair would suit a perm. After styling it would have more dimension." Yuan Qi directly shook his head and declined. "No need. Just cut it a bit shorter is fine." The stylist seemed to have a habit of recommending perms to customers, and Yuan Qi was no longer new to such suggestions. Previously it was because he had no money, now it was simply because he felt it was unnecessary. Soon the stylist finished the haircut. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, which seemed to make him appear handsomer, Yuan Qi was quite satisfied. He had to admit it truly was much better than the 10 yuan quick cuts he used to get. Smiling as he walked out of the barber shop, the time was already 2 in the afternoon. After wandering around, Yuan Qi felt like inviting Cheng Muxue out, but remembering that yesterday was her first time, he decided to be a bit more considerate and gentle. Then the faces of Zhong Peiyao and Gu Weiwei floated to his mind. Both of these girls had positive feelings toward him. Perhaps he should choose one of them to invite out. Better not. He should not appear too eager. He had not been like this before, and it had only been 1 day since then. Sigh. It seemed possessing a golden constitution was not necessarily a good thing. Yuan Qi quickly shifted the blame elsewhere. He wandered to a fruit shop and went inside to buy some cherries and longans. These two were among the most expensive fruits of the season. A few pounds cost several hundred yuan. In the past, he would never have dared to spend like this. After returning to school, Yuan Qi first went to the girls' dormitory and gave Cheng Muxue the purchased fruit, receiving a gentle kiss from her in return. Then he planned to take the rest back to his dorm for his sworn brothers to taste as well. Cheng Muxue hummed a little tune as she carried the fruit Yuan Qi had bought back to her dormitory. Seeing the cherries and longans in her hand, Li Jia could not help but say enviously, "It is so nice to have a boyfriend." Just now Muxue was saying she wanted to eat cherries, and unexpectedly, they were delivered right away. Sun Qi, who had been watching anime, also widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it is really true. Muxue, you were so happy." Only Zhang Ying, seeing this scene, kept a cold expression and remained silent. The more Cheng Muxue received, the more uncomfortable Zhang Ying felt inside, so naturally, she showed no pleasant expression. "If you are envious, you should also go find boyfriends. That way someone will bring you food in the future," Cheng Muxue said with a smile, completely unconcerned about Zhang Ying's expression. "Sight is not that easy," Li Jia said softly. Finding a boyfriend was indeed simple, but one as wealthy and handsome as Yuan Qi, that could only depend on fate. "All right, stop sighing. There is so much here that I cannot finish it alone. Come and share some." Cheng Muxue directly opened the fruit bag and smiled. "Muxue, I love you so much." Sun Qi was the first to jump down from her bed. She also liked to eat cherries, but they were too expensive, and in the past, she could only buy a small amount at most. Both Li Jia and Sun Qi received generous portions. Cheng Muxue noticed Zhang Ying remained motionless and asked anyway, "Zhang Ying, do you want to eat some?" Hearing this, Zhang Ying replied in a somewhat stiff tone, "No need. I do not like to eat them." In fact, her favorite autumn fruit was also cherries. Cheng Muxue did not mind, as she had only asked casually. Li Jia secretly pursed her lips, thinking that Zhang Ying was simply being stubborn, and her heart must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Yuan Qi brought the fruit back to the dormitory and generously shared it among his 3 sworn brothers. "Old Yuan, you actually bought so much expensive fruit. Dating really does make a difference. But how long can your wallet sustain this kind of spending?" "Yeah, brother Qi, how much did you win exactly?" They had all believed Yuan Qi's story about winning the lottery before, but they had noticed that he had indeed become much more generous with his spending than before. "Could it be the first prize?" "Not too much. By the way, I picked up a milk tea shop outside. When you have free time, feel free to drop by. I'll give you a 20% discount." Yuan Qi sidestepped the lottery question entirely and shifted focus to his new business venture. He wasn't planning to hide this from them anyway, since the truth would come out eventually. Hearing this, all 3 roommates froze in surprise. While starting a business at their university was not uncommon, and opening a shop was hardly extraordinary. But this shop was opened by their roommate, the one they spent every day with. That made all the difference. After a long silence, Li Dejiang was the first to speak. "Old Yuan, I've noticed you've changed so much this semester. Not only are you dating the campus beauty, but you're also starting a business. How many other things have you been keeping from us? Just tell us everything." This was exactly what Lu Jiahao and Zhang Wei were thinking. Recently, there had been so many shocks coming from Yuan Qi. Seeing Yuan Qi remain silent, Li Dejiang widened his eyes in astonishment. "Wait, do you really have other things? Don't tell me you're some wealthy person's illegitimate son who just reconnected a couple days ago." Li Dejiang let his imagination run wild. "Well, it's not quite that outrageous. I actually have another cake shop, but it's still being renovated and won't officially open until after National Day. Yuan Qi shared the news about his second establishment. Oh, I see. Thank goodness you didn't claim to be some billionaire's illegitimate child. Li Dejiang appeared visibly relieved. Opening one additional shop was nothing remarkable. One store meant another could follow. It was not a big deal. Damn, so old Yuan already has 2 stores as a sophomore. We're all in the same dorm, yet you're the only one excelling like this. Lu Jiahao remained thoroughly astonished. Brother Qi, where are your 2 shops located? Zhang Wei, though lacking business experience, understood that the current climate differed from before. Milk tea shops were now dominated by major franchise brands. If Yuan Qi had opened independently, establishing a foothold would hardly be easy. If the location were more remote, it would be even harder to succeed. The milk tea shop is situated slightly inward on Fanhua Pedestrian Street, while the cake shop is over on Xinhua Street. Yuan Qi revealed the locations of both establishments. They're not particularly close to campus, and there's even less foot traffic around Xinhua Street. Numerous shops surrounded the university district, but business naturally flourished closer to campus. Yuan Qi's chosen locations were comparatively disadvantaged. However, if the business were thriving, the shop would not have been available for transfer. Though opening in either location could still generate profit, recouping the initial investment remained uncertain. Enough, old Yuan's already a shop owner with 2 stores now. Why are we still worrying unnecessarily? Li Dejiang said with a smile. Zhang Wei and Lu Jiahao nodded in agreement. Then, Brother Qi, if you take off in the future, you must bring your brother along. Lu Jiahao leaned toward Yuan Qi with a grin. Don't worry, once I become the boss, you'll all be my employees. Yuan Qi patted his chest confidently. In the afternoon, the 3 roommates accompanied Yuan Qi out of school, eager to see his shop in person. They arrived at the milk tea shop first. Only Luo Shi and Zhao Ping were present at the moment. Boss X2, the 2 greeted him upon seeing him approach. MHM sisters Luo and Zhao, keep busy with your work. I brought some classmates to take a look. Could you make 4 fruit exploding ice drinks for me? Yuan Qi said with a smile. The 2 nodded and continued their tasks. The 4 found a seat in the shop. Not bad, old Yuan. This place looks well decorated. Li Dejiang praised it after sitting down. Lu Jiahao and Zhang Wei also looked around and agreed with his assessment. From both the decoration and layout, it was evident that considerable thought had been invested in the renovation. Old Yuan, how much did you pay to take over this shop? Lu Jiahao asked curiously. It wasn't too expensive, 1500 for the transfer fee. By the way, you might recognize the previous owner of this shop. Though the 3 roommates were still stunned by the 1500 figure, Yuan Qi's remark had piqued their curiosity. Seeing their interest, he did not keep them waiting. It's senior sister Sun Ning from the Music Society. Hearing the name, Lu Jiahao expressed some surprise. It's actually my goddess senior sister Sun Ning's shop. If I had known earlier, I would have come here more often to buy milk tea. Li Dejiang teased in response. Old Lu, you have too many goddesses. Besides, she's the owner, not the staff. Even if you come here, you'd hardly run into her. The 2 traded banter for a moment, then could not help but notice Yuan Qi's recent success with women. Since his breakup with Zhang Ying, every girl he had encountered had been a campus beauty. Zhang Wei remained fixated on the 1500 transfer fee. For college students surviving on merely 1,000 to 2,000 yuan monthly living expenses, this represented a staggering sum. Observing the shop, there were occasional customers, though the traffic paled in comparison to franchise stores. Moreover, no online orders had come through despite the time elapsed, since platforms primarily partnered with larger franchise operators. Independent milk tea shops were relegated to the bottom rankings. It remained unclear how long it would take to recoup the 1500 investment. Soon Li Dejiang and Lu Jiahao reached the same conclusion, but with the shop just opened, they would not dampen the mood with pessimistic remarks. Even modest profits would eventually cover the costs. Shortly thereafter, their fruit beverages were ready. Yuan Qi smiled and said, the shop will introduce new products in a couple of days. Come back then to try them. I guarantee they'll be far superior to any milk tea you've had before. In truth, the milk tea could have been prepared immediately, but the promotional signage remained incomplete. For Yuan Qi, the genuine opening would only commence when the new products were officially launched. Really? Then I must come taste them myself, ha. Launching new products right after opening. Old Yuan, you're impressive. Though the 3 felt some anticipation, they privately doubted Yuan Qi's claims. Over the years, numerous milk tea shops had introduced new products, yet the flavors rarely differed significantly. After finishing their fruit ice blends, the group left to visit another one of Yuan Qi's shops. When they arrived, the renovation workers were already cleaning up. By now, the shop renovation was completely finished. Seeing Yuan Qi and his friends arrive, the workers greeted them warmly with smiles. For the workers, encountering a boss as easygoing as Yuan Qi was the best thing. They had dealt with many difficult bosses before. No matter how perfect the renovation turned out, they would always find something to criticize. Constant modifications were common. Even more frustrating were those bosses who delayed payment, which in turn meant the workers' wages would be held up as well. That is why they greatly appreciated someone like Yuan Qi, who settled the bill in advance. Although there should have been one more day of work remaining, they increased their pace and finished everything by that afternoon. Masterly, thank you for your hard work. It looks like everything is completely finished, right? Yuan Qi greeted him with a smile and handed him a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Haha, since Boss Yuan has already settled the payment, we naturally have to put in extra hours to complete the work. Masterly said with a laugh, accepting the cigarettes without hesitation. His impression of Yuan Qi grew even warmer. Thank you for your hard work. I'm very satisfied with your work. I'll definitely come to your company for future shop renovations. That's great to hear. While Yuan Qi was chatting with the workers, his 3 roommates walked over to inspect the shop's renovation. They had visited this place before and had some impression of it. Compared to the previous layout, the difference was night and day. They felt the same excitement that Chung Mushua had experienced. Just from the renovation alone, they were eager to go inside and take a look. Wow, I can't find a single flaw in this renovation. Old Yuan, are you trying to create an internet-famous shop? Lu Jiahao remarked in amazement. Hearing this, Masterly beside Yuan Qi also expressed his admiration. Indeed, the designer's skill is truly impressive. Honestly, our company has done many designs, but none compare to this one. Since they followed Yuan Qi's design plans, they naturally understood the quality behind it. Didn't you hire a decoration company to design this? Zhang Wei asked curiously. No, I had someone design this specifically. It looks decent, right? Yuan Qi replied with a smile. With system-provided renovation blueprints, it would be strange if it weren't outstanding. Products from the system were guaranteed to be excellent. Then this is truly outstanding. As long as the food tastes decent, the business will surely thrive. Lu Jiahao said sincerely. Especially since there was a cake shop nearby, making the comparison even more striking and highlighting the brilliance of this design. Nobody asked how much it cost anymore. Judging by the appearance, it was certainly not cheap. Even just the design alone must have cost a fortune. They all had a rough idea in mind. At least more than the 150 spent on the milk tea shop. They guessed that Yuan Qi's family must have contributed significantly unless he had won the lottery. They sincerely hoped Yuan Qi's shop would succeed. Seeing the store, they began to feel a sense of anticipation. Soon the workers finished cleaning and placed an air purifier inside. Activated carbon was placed around the shop to help remove formaldehyde. After everything was done, they bid farewell to Yuan Qi and drove away. Yuan Qi and his roommates lingered for a while before leaving together. Since they were already out, the group decided to have dinner outside. At Lu Jiahao's recommendation, they went to a well-known buffet barbecue restaurant. The 4 found a seat, led by the waiter. Oh, Senior, what a coincidence. Are you also having a gathering here? Just as Yuan Qi was about to stand up to get some ingredients, a soft and charming female voice called out. Looking up, they saw a beautiful girl holding several bottles of drinks speaking to them. Though accurately, she was addressing only Yuan Qi. This was Zhong Peiyao. Yes, are you also dining here? Yuan Qi greeted her with a smile. This place has great food and good value. We just finished military training, so our dorm mates came out to eat together. We didn't expect to run into you, Senior. Zhong Peiyao kept her bright, slightly narrow eyes fixed on Yuan Qi throughout the conversation, shining with happiness like a cheerful little fox. Quite a coincidence. We just arrived as well. Where are you sitting? Yuan Qi asked. Zhong Peiyao pointed toward a window seat nearby. Yuan Qi and his roommates looked over and saw 3 girls seated there. Among them was Li Xie, whom they knew well. The other 2 were not as striking, but still quite pretty. Then I won't disturb your gathering, Senior. I'll go join my roommates. Zhong Peiyao winked and smiled at Yuan Qi before walking over to her friend's table. Her graceful figure caught the attention of many boys as she passed by. Bro, I thought you 2 had lost contact. Looks like you're on good terms now. Don't you already have school, Beauty Chung? After Zhong Peiyao left, Lu Jiahao's slightly envious voice rang out. Nonsense. If a gorgeous girl like that showed interest in you, would you give it up? Li Dazheng retorted with an eye roll. Come on, it's not as complicated as you think. We're just plain friends. Now let's go get some food. Yuan Qi said with a smile. The others fell silent. Just friends. Would any guy really be willing to stay just friends with a girl like that? They didn't believe it. Feeling a bit sour, they headed to get their food. Meanwhile, Zhong Peiyao returned to her seat with the drinks. A tan girl couldn't help but ask, Peiyao, do you know those people over there? You seem to be having a nice chat. Another roommate was equally curious. Zhong Peiyao handed the drinks to them and smiled. It's a senior I met before. Senior? When did that happen? Yeah, we've never seen him before. Their gossip instincts seemed to awaken mainly because recently many boys had been showing interest in both Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. Yet they had never seen Zhong Peiyao grow this close to any guy. Li Xie knew the truth, but wouldn't reveal that Zhong Peiyao had approached Yuan Qi first. Otherwise, the 2 might be even more surprised. We met him at school before. Anyway, the meat is almost done grilling. Let's eat. Not wanting to press further, the 2 quickly busied themselves with the barbecue and dropped the subject. They were about to ask a few more questions when they noticed the meat ready, so they immediately turned their attention to grilling and eating. The conversation naturally shifted to other topics as they enjoyed their meal together. After Yuan Qi gathered the ingredients, he returned to his seat, laid out the oil paper, and began grilling. Lu Jiahao spoke while cooking the meat. Brother Qi, I have a proposal. Everyone turned to look at him with curiosity. It's about whether we could arrange a social gathering between our dorm and theirs. Lu Jiahao pointed toward where Zhong Peiyao was seated. He truly liked the type that Li Xie represented, but under normal circumstances he would never have any occasion to interact with her. All he could do was try this social gathering approach to find opportunities to get closer to her. His thoughts were clear to everyone around him, and Li Dajiang couldn't resist teasing him. I say, old Lu, you still haven't given up on Li Xie. You should also learn from old Yuan and take on a greater challenge. Facing the direct comment, Lu Jiahao didn't hide his thoughts. How would I know there's no chance if I don't try? Didn't old Yuan successfully end up with campus beauty Chung? At the very least, I'm the second most handsome guy in dorm 502. I can't fall too far behind. That statement was reasonably objective. Lu Jiahao was indeed quite good-looking. Li Dajiang and Zhang Wei were both more on the burly side, so comparatively, he was indeed somewhat more handsome than them. As if you could be handsomer than me. Li Dajiang naturally wouldn't admit it. After bickering back and forth over who was more handsome, they returned to the main topic. Old Lu, the real issue is that besides old Yuan being familiar with one person over there, the rest of us are basically strangers to those three. Organizing a social gathering seems rather difficult under these circumstances, Li Dajiang said. Aside from that, he wasn't particularly interested in the social gathering either, because he had someone he liked in his heart. I agree. Moreover, we're sophomores while they're freshmen. Isn't it usually same grade social gatherings? Zhang Wei also chimed in. He simply felt quite socially anxious. The mere thought of potentially having a social gathering with them made him feel incredibly awkward. I'm saying both of you are single, and I'm looking out for you. Look at those two girls in their dorm, they're quite good looking. If they happen to take a liking to you two, wouldn't that end your single status? Lu Jiahao said somewhat exasperatedly. Let alone whether they're single or not, I'm simply not interested in them anyway. Li Dajiang shook his head and replied. I say, oldly, you're being picky now, Lu Jiahao remarked. At this moment, Yuan Qi finally spoke up. Indeed, I'm just ordinary friends with Zhong Peiyao now. If two dorms are to have a social gathering, it can't be that only two people know each other. Old Lu, if you want to get to know Li Xie, isn't this the opportunity? Just go up and ask for her WeChat. Yuan Qi's words made Lu Jiahao hesitate for a moment, but he still shook his head. No way. If I just go up directly, the probability of being rejected is too high. There isn't a suitable occasion. If he were truly rejected, he would genuinely have no chance at all. He still wanted to strive for the social gathering, but neither Li Dajiang nor Zhang Wei showed interest, leaving him with no other options. He could only occasionally glance at the graceful figure in the distance, becoming somewhat distracted. Seeing this, Yuan Qi couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. A campus beauty like Li Xie was not someone an ordinary person could hold on to. He hoped his roommate wouldn't fall too deep. After eating for over an hour, Zhong Peiyao and her table had already left for a while. Yuan Qi and the others were also preparing to leave. This barbecue meal cost over 400. Originally, Yuan Qi had wanted to treat everyone this time, but his roommates refused. The three of them split the bill and treated Yuan Qi to this barbecue meal. Yuan Qi didn't politely decline either. Any relationship sustained by one-sided effort wouldn't last long. When they left the barbecue shop, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. The group chatted as they took a stroll outside. Having consumed some beer, they weren't in any hurry to return to the dormitory right away. They wandered along the nearby Binjiang Road to enjoy the night breeze. The night view of Rongqing was quite beautiful, especially along the riverside. The night breeze blew gently, the water shimmering with sparkling ripples, while the colorful lights of the distant riverside pavilion reflected brilliantly on the river surface. Many people came here at night to enjoy the scenery. Numerous couples sat on the benches by the river, either whispering sweet nothings to each other or embracing and kissing affectionately. Aside from Yuan Qi, the three dorm mates watched the pairs of couples with a touch of envy. It's so nice. If I were really with Li Xie, I'd definitely bring her here to stroll around too, Lu Jiahao said, perhaps having had a bit too much to drink, his voice relatively loud when he spoke these words. Li Dajiang, who normally enjoyed arguing with him, also fell silent. He liked Sun Qi, but they had never really interacted in the past. The most they had spoken to each other throughout all this time was still yesterday, when asking for leave on Yuan Qi's behalf. Perhaps he should also be a little braver and try to take the initiative to pursue her. Go for it. Youth, I believe in you, Yuan Qi said, offering some encouragement upon hearing Lu Jiahao's words. Yuan Qi was also feeling somewhat tipsy at this point. He just wait and see. If I succeed, I'll definitely treat all of you to a big meal. Lu Jiahao patted his chest and made the assurance. Zhang Wei remained silent, quietly gazing at the riverside scenery. Having been single since birth, he also wanted to find a girlfriend. But compared to that, what he wanted more right now was to make money and ease his family's burden. What he envied even more was that Yuan Qi could start a business as a sophomore, while he could only continue spending his family's money. Just thinking about his family's situation made his heart heavy, yet he had never mentioned these matters to his roommates before. After all, this was only his own family business. After walking around for a while, they became much clearer-headed, and the group headed back toward the school. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and after showering, everyone climbed into bed. Yuan Qi, on the other hand, was chatting with Cheng Muxua. If you went to eat barbecue at night without bringing me angry Yuan Qi had just sent her a photo of the barbecue, and Cheng Muxua immediately replied. I'm not saying I was worried about you, I wanted you to get a good rest for a day. By the way, does it still hurt? Yuan Qi recalled how Cheng Mushua had frowned in his arms the day before, and he couldn't help but feel some anger welling up inside. It's fine I rested all day today and have basically recovered. That's good then. Shall we go practice again tomorrow? Yuan Qi had some thoughts. Sure, but we can really only practice then. Let me tell you some bad news. My relative came to visit me. Snicker. Cheng Mushua's message instantly dashed Yuan Qi's hopes. This relative really couldn't have come at a worse time. What are you thinking? I just want to practice. Yuan Qi would certainly not admit his true thoughts. Hee, I don't believe it. The two chatted back and forth for a long time in this manner, and only after exchanging goodnights did Yuan Qi put down his phone and go to sleep. The next day during class, Yuan Qi chose not to sit with Cheng Mushua. Instead, he sat alongside his roommates. He felt it best to keep a low profile and subconsciously avoided letting news of his relationship with Cheng Mushua spread too widely. After all, he did not yet possess the means to entertain multiple suitors, and if too many people knew, how could he possibly charm other girls? Yuan Qi's selfish inclinations had already taken firm root. Cheng Mushua and his roommates did not find anything unusual about it. After all, many students in their class were dating, and it was common for them to sit with roommates. The three roommates even felt somewhat touched by this. They believed they still held a meaningful place in Yuan Qi's heart. Otherwise, sitting beside the campus beauty would have been far more appealing. However, if they had known Yuan Qi's true inner thoughts, they would likely have struck him down in outrage. Zhang Ying and Zhao Kai no longer sat together, as the two had already broken up completely. Yet breakups were nothing unusual on campus. People would simply whisper about it briefly and move on. Zhao Kai's expression was rather grim, for he had spent so much money only to come up empty-handed. Truly played for a fool. The more he pondered it, the more stifled he felt. He had once harbored a sense of superiority in Yuan Qi's presence, but now it seemed he was the real clown. Fortunately, he still did not know that Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushua were now dating, otherwise he might have wished himself dead. Yuan Qi also cast a glance at Zhang Ying's data. When he discovered her special attribute was still at 99, he could not help but pause. Was Zhao Kai truly this incompetent? However, Yuan Qi was only momentarily surprised. He had long ceased to care about Zhang Ying, who, whether they broke up or not, had nothing to do with him. Time slipped away swiftly, and within 2 days it was already over. On September 25th, Yuan Qi's Chunqiao milk tea shop officially launched its new product. For other large milk tea chains, this was a matter of routine. After all, some milk tea shops even released new products weekly under renamed labels, which was quite common. To them, these small independent shops had long lost any viable space to survive. The new product launch held no special ceremony. Only a modest advertisement displayed on the LED screen. A freestanding signboard was placed at the shop entrance introducing the new milk tea, named Xiongnyang Huaya, accompanied by exquisite imagery. Yuan Qi had chosen the name himself. Though somewhat lacking in inspiration, he had pondered over it for quite some time. But none of that truly mattered. Yuan Qi simply activated the shop popularity card. He was somewhat curious about how this item would gather foot traffic, and Yuan Qi began to look forward to it. Inside the shop, all 3 staff members were present. Since the creation of Xiongnyang Huaya, they had all been among the first to taste it. Honestly, they had harbored little expectation for the flavor at first, but when they finally tried it, everyone was taken aback. It was difficult to describe in words, but simply put, delicious beyond compare. Moreover, it was the kind you could never grow weary of drinking. They firmly believed that once this milk tea was properly promoted, it would undoubtedly catch fire. The question was how to promote it. The boss had merely placed a signboard at the entrance, and relying solely on word of mouth made it impossible to predict how long it would take to gain traction. As everyone knew, milk tea carried no real technical barriers. If competitors replicated it before the shop gained momentum, their efforts would be doomed before they even began. They had offered Yuan Qi several suggestions, such as organizing discount promotions or hiring internet influencers to advertise online. Though these approaches would require additional investment, they believed the exposure was worthwhile. Yet Yuan Qi did none of these things and simply launched the new product as is. They found this hard to understand, but had no recourse. Sister Luo, Sister Zhao, I have never tasted milk tea this delicious. If the boss were willing to spend money on advertising, this would certainly go viral. Chun Yin said while brewing tea leaves. Who could disagree? But there is nothing we can do if the boss refuses to invest. Those franchise chains could have a copycat version ready before long. Luo Xiao said with a touch of regret. Sai, all I can do is recommend our milk tea to my classmates and hope some of them stop by today. The reason they cared so deeply was that Yuan Qi had treated them exceptionally well. They sincerely hoped the milk tea shop would continue to thrive under his stewardship. As they chatted, the first customer of the day walked in, a college-aged girl. She glanced at the advertisement outside and spoke casually. 1 medium cup of this Xiongnyang Huaya milk tea, please. She could not explain why, but something about the shop had drawn her in the moment she saw it. Certainly, please wait a moment. Upon seeing a customer arrive, they immediately set to work. The milk tea was prepared swiftly and handed to the girl. However, soon a second and third customer entered the shop. The staff gradually grew busy. This milk tea is wonderfully delicious. I must buy another cup to taste. I feel remarkably refreshed after drinking this, even though I stayed up all night. No way. I have to buy another cup to see if this is just my imagination. Wow, it tastes so wonderful. I need to bring one back for Nana. Wait, why has the crowd grown so large all of a sudden? Before long, a queue began forming outside the shop, with many being repeat customers who had already tried it once. Soon more people, seeing the line for milk tea, joined in and fell in behind. The short queue quickly transformed into a long serpent. The 3 staff members inside were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had the boss hired people to create a false queue? Despite their complex thoughts, their hands never stopped moving, and all 3 were swamped with work. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Sun Ning and 2 other senior girls strolled down the street chatting. Ning, you handed over your milk tea shop so readily. Do you not feel any reluctance? A pretty girl with short hair suddenly remarked. She knew well how much effort Sun Ning had poured into opening the shop back in her sophomore year. Sun Ning smiled and replied, there is no reluctance to speak of. In business, one must assess the situation and withdraw promptly when circumstances turn unfavorable. Otherwise, not only will you fail to profit, but you may also lose everything you have already earned. Over the past 2 years, the number of milk tea shops had multiplied countless times, and many small independents had been squeezed out of the market by large franchise chains. After all, those competitors had the backing of capital. What could a single small shop do against them? Helplessly, they had no choice but to transfer ownership and redirect their funds into a different pursuit. In truth, earning profits for 2 years made her quite satisfied. After all, few businesses run successfully forever, and she harbored no regrets. That is true. Fortunately, Ning, you found a wealthy heir willing to take over the shop and spend 150,000 yuan on it, another girl with glasses said with a smile. That is not entirely fair. The price of 150,000 yuan I asked for was quite reasonable, considering how much I invested in renovations and the fact that the shop was still profitable. Besides, 150,000 yuan is nothing to him. As Sun Ning spoke, Yuan Qi's image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Before long, the group found themselves strolling near Yuan Qi's milk tea shop. The area was gradually filling with people, though they paid it little mind at the time. What puzzled them was that so many passers-by were carrying milk tea. Jiangxianghuaya. That was the name they caught in conversation along the way. It was a milk tea variety they had never heard of before, likely a newly launched product. The name sounded rather plain, yet the milk tea was selling remarkably well, with so many people enjoying it. Sun Ningxin thought to herself, if only the new products she had launched in the past had sold this, well, she would never have transferred the shop. Ning, there are truly so many people buying this Jiangxianghuaya milk tea here. Everyone keeps praising its taste. It's not just 1 or 2 people. Since we walked over, I've heard countless folks raving about how delicious it is. Why don't we go buy some and try it? I've had so much milk tea lately that nothing has surprised me anymore. Sun Ning had no objections, as she also wanted to see how good the milk tea truly was. The group continued walking forward, and soon a long queue came into view. Without a doubt, this had to be the place selling Jiangxianghuaya. And then, all 3 of them froze. Wasn't this the shop Sun Ning had transferred away not long ago? The other 2 women turned to look at Sun Ning, simultaneously wondering if their memories were playing tricks on them. Sun Ning stared blankly at the lengthy queue, momentarily unable to process what she was seeing. She carefully examined the front of the line, and after multiple confirmations realized it was indeed the shop she had transferred. But how could this be possible? So little time had passed, and the shop was already this popular. The group walked in a daze to the back of the queue and began waiting, catching fragments of conversation from ahead. This is the most delicious milk tea I've ever had in my life. I really should have bought 2 more cups just now. I completely agree. The flavor is extraordinary, and there is a wonderful sense of comfort after drinking it. Hey, the shop just announced a new rule. Each person can only buy 1 cup. No way. I was even tasked with getting some for my roommates. Looks like I'll have to message them to come themselves. Listening to the conversations around her, Sun Ning's curiosity about what made this milk tea so captivating only deepened. After queuing for over an hour, the 3 finally purchased the Jiangxianghuaya. Eagerly, they each inserted straws and took a sip. They all widened their eyes in surprise. Delicious. Truly incredibly delicious. Words failed to capture how extraordinary it was, and after just 1 sip, they all felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. Ning, this milk tea is genuinely amazing. Everything those people said was absolutely true. I feel completely won over. I've decided I'm going to have this every day from now on. Sun Ning looked at her 2 friends, their eyes sparkling with delight, and found herself at a loss for words. She too had been conquered. Having made milk tea for 2 years, she fully understood what the emergence of this product signified. This shop, or rather this milk tea, was destined to become a sensation, and soon it would sweep through the entire university town. Business would only improve, and it might very well become a renowned trendy destination. Since tasting the milk tea, she had already envisioned the trajectory ahead. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi and his 3 roommates had just finished class and were leaving school. The 3 had agreed beforehand to support Yuan Qi's new product launch. Old Yuan, why didn't you invite senior sister Cheng to join us? Lita Jiang asked curiously. They had all found it somewhat strange. They had assumed Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue would want to be inseparable after starting their relationship. But the reality was quite different. The time they spent together was less than when Yuan Qi was with Zhang Ying. Not only did they not sit together during classes, but Yuan Qi also did not seek out Cheng Muxue right after class ended. This left them thoroughly puzzled. Surely there isn't another issue between you two, is there? Yuan Qi gave Li Dejiang an exasperated look. Couldn't he just assume the best? She's not feeling well today, so she'd rather not go out. Then why aren't you showing proper care? Go buy medicine and deliver it to her right away, Li Dejiang responded. Yuan Qi was even more speechless. Was he really being advised to act like a devoted admirer? Besides, her dorm had medicine anyway. A simple expression of concern would suffice, since it was nothing serious. I also think old Yuan hasn't been as attentive to senior sister Cheng as he used to be with Zhang Ying. You really need to cherish such a wonderful girlfriend, Lu Jiahao added. Was this what it meant to be so deeply cherished that one grew carefree? Envious though he was, he preferred not to say more. Yuan Qi chose to drop the subject with his roommates. It was not that he lacked care, he simply would not pander to women the way he used to. Moreover, being in a relationship did not mean constant togetherness. Everyone deserved their own personal space. Alright, you single fellows should stop advising others on love. Experience is what gives you the right to speak, understand? Yuan Qi delivered his sharp retort. Both men fell silent. Soon the group of four reached Fanwest Street, where the milk tea shop was located. As they approached the shop, the three roommates, excluding Yuan Qi, were utterly stunned by the scene before them. A lengthy queue stretched outside the milk tea shop, growing longer by the moment. Old Yuan, is this really the same shop we visited 2 days ago? Are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Absolutely no question about it. Yuan Qi's tone remained composed, though he was also taken aback by the scene. Despite having received news of the milk tea's explosive popularity, witnessing it firsthand still left him genuinely surprised. This was the combined result of the milk tea recipe and the popularity card. Come on, I'll lead you through. As the shop owner, Yuan Qi naturally did not need to queue. He directly led his three roommates to the front. Seeing Yuan Qi approach, the three busy staff members still managed to greet him. Yuan Qi did not trouble them. Instead, he personally prepared 4 cups of milk tea. Though his movements were not entirely polished, making a few cups posed no difficulty. Receiving milk tea personally crafted by the boss himself, the three couldn't help but feel a distinct sense of privilege. With no seating available inside the shop, they stepped outside after finishing. Each took a sip of the new milk tea, and all three froze. How good this was. The 3 cups were quickly consumed in one sitting, yet they still appeared deeply satisfied and longing for more. How about it? Pretty decent, right? Yuan Qi said with a smile. The 3 nodded in unison. It was truly delicious, which explained why so many people were willing to pay for it. Even Zhang Wei, who had previously shown little interest in milk tea, found the flavor absolutely outstanding. Junior, congratulations on your new product's huge success. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Yuan Qi's ears. It was Sun Ning, who had yet to depart. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Yuan Qi's ears. It was Sun Ning, who had yet to leave. Senior sister, would you like some milk tea? My treat, Yuan Qi said with a warm smile to Sun Ning. No need, thank you. We already bought 2 rounds just now. Sun Ning shook her head gently. The 2 girls behind her actually still wanted another cup, but seeing Sun Ning's response, they held their tongues. Junior brother, how do you make this milk tea? It tastes so remarkable. The question was perhaps slightly intrusive, but Sun Ning simply could not contain her curiosity. Nothing special, just a bit of serendipity. Yuan Qi replied, naturally keeping the truth to himself. Sun Ning also realized her question had been a bit forward. After all, a recipe was hardly something one shared casually. The 3 roommates were momentarily startled. Another stunning beauty around Yuan Qi. But soon they recognized her as senior sister Sun Ning, having seen her perform on stage before. They were gradually growing accustomed to the fact that beautiful women always seemed to appear by Yuan Qi's side. Whether it was Cheng Muxue or Zhong Peiyao, neither fell short compared to Sun Ning. One more shouldn't be so surprising, right? It seems your Chunqiao milk tea shop is destined for great things. I'm quite impressed, Sun Ning said with a playful smile, though a complex emotion stirred within her. She had originally assumed he was merely a wealthy young master buying a shop for amusement, never expecting it to take off so quickly. It was as though someone had discarded a mere stone only for another to discover it was actually a diamond. By the way, junior brother, your shop attracted so many customers on the very first day of launching new products. Did you do some advanced promotion? Sun Ning asked curiously. Even with excellent taste, such a crowd on day 1 seemed extraordinary. Indeed, I did put up some advertisements, Yuan Qi replied, gesturing toward the billboard, an LED screen nearby. Sun Ning glanced over and widened her eyes, her expression suggesting she wondered if he was teasing her. Could that truly be considered advertising? Well, technically yes, but that hardly explained the massive turnout. Was he being this careless on purpose? Junior brother, I find you rather untrustworthy. Oh well, since you won't tell me, I suppose I can't force you, Sun Ning said with a mock wistful tone. I really didn't do any special promotion. You can ask anyone here how they found this place. Yuan Qi himself was puzzled by the popularity charm's effects. It defied all logic. Seeing Yuan Qi's earnest expression, Sun Ning fell silent for a moment. Could it be that Yuan Qi was a naturally gifted entrepreneur drawing crowds simply by opening shop? She shook her head, dispelling the absurd thought. Alright then, junior brother. We have other matters to attend to. Let's have a meal together sometime. She meant it sincerely. Now she had formed certain impressions and hoped to get to know Yuan Qi better. Of course for business purposes. Very well, senior sister. Please go about your affairs first. Sun Ning nodded and departed with her two friends who had been silently observing the entire exchange. Brother Qi, you're amazing. You're my idol. I swear senior sister Sun Ning seems to have a soft spot for you. Lu Jiahao exclaimed dramatically. Isn't it obvious? If you could open a shop as popular as Yuan Qi's, I'm sure pretty senior sisters would take notice of you too, Li Dazhong teased. Don't say such nonsense. Senior sister Sun Ning was merely being polite. Don't read too much into it. Although Yuan Qi was confident he would not assume a girl's courtesy meant anything more. Exactly, she just said hello. I wonder why she didn't greet us instead, Lu Jiahao said in a comically wounded tone. Yuan Qi chose to ignore his dramatic friend. Standing outside the milk tea shop for a while longer, Yuan Qi observed that the queue showed no sign of shortening. He was unsure how long this effect would last. Certainly not every day would see such crowds. Yet even at 1/5 of this volume, it would be more than profitable. This single day's revenue had surpassed that of the previous month. Truly effortless earnings. Brother Qi, your milk tea shop is doing so well. Approximately how much do you make in a day? Compared to Lu and Li, whose astonishment was purely emotional, Zhang Wei was curious about the specific figures. Yuan Qi did a quick mental calculation. Under these circumstances, probably around 10,000 at most per day. That was essentially the ceiling for a shop of this size. Roughly 1,000 cups daily, especially with pricing above average. Wow. How can you say you earn 10,000 a day with such a calm expression? All three were stunned. 10,000 a day meant 300,000 a month and 3.6 million a year. In just 1 year, Yuan Qi could earn what most people never would in a lifetime. It certainly won't stay this high forever. A few thousand in pure profit per day is more realistic going forward. The three fell silent at a loss for words. Zhang Wei, still reeling from shock, began contemplating whether he could join forces with Brother Qi. He was in urgent need of money. His mother had fallen seriously ill during the summer break. The medical expenses had drained the family's savings and left them burdened with significant debt. Though his mother had recovered, she had lost her ability to work and could only manage light tasks at home. The entire family's burden rested on his father's shoulders. When Zhang Wei returned home for the holidays, his father had come back briefly. He still vividly remembered seeing his father's hair almost entirely white, his face etched with hardship. His father's most frequent words had been "study hard." His father had rushed back only to leave again immediately, hoping to clear the family's debt sooner. Zhang Wei felt a heavy sorrow in his heart and deeply wished he could help his family. Yet he was merely a sophomore. What could he possibly do? But now he seemed to see an opportunity. The problem was he only had 800 yuan per month for living expenses. What qualifications did he have to partner with Yuan Qi? Zhang Wei was deeply conflicted. Yuan Qi, of course, was unaware of his roommate's inner turmoil. After treating his roommates to a nice meal, he returned to campus. Having seen Yuan Qi shop, the roommate's attitude toward him gradually shifted. The title Brother Qi rang with noticeably more sincerity, as if they themselves were unaware of the subtle undertone of deference. This was only natural. People, regardless of gender, inherently admire excellence. Yuan Qi, once on their level, was now gradually pulling ahead. And what Yuan Qi did not know was that the popularity of his milk tea shop continued to spread through word of mouth. Dormitory 301, girls' building. Cheng Muxue was resting in bed. She had felt a bit dizzy that morning and had not gone out with Yuan Qi. However, after taking her medicine, she had already felt much better. Muxue, look what I brought back for you, Tata. Sun Qi's lively voice came from the dormitory doorway. Cheng Muxue glanced at the milk tea in her hand and smiled to herself. What was so special about this milk tea? She had certainly drunk it before. Thanks, Chi-Chi, but I'm not really in the mood for it today. Muxue, this isn't just ordinary milk tea. This Xiongjiang floral nectar is hands down the best I've ever tasted. Cheng Muxue, who had initially paid little mind, paused upon hearing the name Xiongjiang floral nectar. Wasn't this the name of the new product Yuan Qi had launched? He had mentioned it to her on WeChat before. At the time, she had thought the name sounded a bit pretentious. Does this milk tea sell well? Cheng Muxue asked curiously. It's not about whether it sells well or not. It's absolutely flying off the shelves. You have no idea, I had to wait in line twice just to get this cup. Sun Qi struck a pose that clearly begged for praise. But Cheng Muxue was lost in thought, her mind revolving around only one phrase. The milk tea was an instant sensation. She stood there dazed and entranced. Enough daydreaming, Muxue. Here, try this milk tea. I'm not exaggerating. If you drink this, your cold might just disappear. Sun Qi noticed her friend's distracted expression and handed her the cup. Cheng Muxue snapped out of her reverie and accepted the milk tea Sun Qi offered. After inserting the straw and taking a sip, her luminous eyes immediately brightened with delight. Sun Qi watched this and wore a satisfied smile, as though she had expected exactly this reaction. Well, did I lie to you? Doesn't it have that irresistible quality, where every sip makes you want another? Cheng Muxue finished half the cup in one breath before nodding in agreement. It truly is exceptional. By the way, how much does this cost? I'll transfer the money to you. Hearing this, Yuan Qi shook her head. Don't worry about it. I'm treating you today. Though I will admit the price is higher than typical milk tea shops. A medium cup runs 25 yuan, but I think it's well worth every penny. Cheng Muxue nodded in agreement, feeling that 25 yuan was entirely reasonable for such milk tea. A sense of pride swelled within her upon realizing this was crafted by her own boyfriend. This pride only intensified when her roommates expressed such enthusiasm for the drink. She had excellent taste, she thought proudly. Almost immediately Cheng Muxue finished the entire cup and indeed felt that eager desire for another round. Furthermore, whether from illusion or not, Cheng Muxue noticed her cold seemed to have improved significantly. Her persistent dizziness had completely vanished. However, she attributed this improvement to the medicine she had taken earlier, so she didn't dwell on it further. After all, can milk tea truly cure illnesses? Even charlatans wouldn't dare make such claims. Cheng Muxue pulled out her phone and found herself unable to resist wanting to chat with Yuan Qi again. Meanwhile, in dormitory 206 for first-year female students across campus. This was the shared residence of Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. All four girls held cups of Qiangyang floral nectar in their hands. Is this the new milk tea variant everyone's been discussing today? Let's see if it's truly as remarkable as they claim. Li Xie took the first sip, paused momentarily, then exchanged glances with her roommates, all reading the same surprised expressions in each other's eyes. I told you it would be delightful, said the handsome girl with a smile, addressing the three. Shouldn't you be thanking me for bringing milk tea back for all of you? Her name was Sun Qian, while another strikingly beautiful girl among them was named Wu Lan. They were the roommates of campus beauties Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao. Wait, I heard you can only purchase 1 cup per transaction. Did you really stand in line 4 separate times, just for us? Wu Lan inquired skeptically. Well, I actually arrived quite early. Before they implemented the purchase limit, Sun Qian replied uneasily. In truth, she had simply collected these from several devoted admirers below, who were hoping to present milk tea to Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. She had indeed waited in line before, but only secured a cup for herself on that occasion. Now that she could obtain them without expense, naturally, she wanted to sample them herself. Then how much does this milk tea cost, Qian? I'll transfer the payment to you. As she spoke, Zhong Peiyao prepared to send money to Sun Qian, while Li Xie and Wu Lan followed suit. Oh, there's no need truly. Sun Qian firmly declined, knowing she had already benefited enough and should not greedily exploit this small favor further. Seeing her resolve, the others abandoned their protests and continued savoring their milk teas. This is genuinely excellent. I wonder who created such a remarkable beverage. I wish we could enjoy it every single day. After finishing her drink, Sun Qian couldn't help but sigh appreciatively. Haha, then become the boss's girlfriend. You could drink as much as you please that way. Wu Lan joked teasingly. I wish someone like me could capture his interest. If anything, it would be Peiyao or Xie who might catch his attention. Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie were rendered speechless. They would never reduce themselves to becoming someone's girlfriend merely for the sake of milk tea. Nevertheless, the milk tea was truly delightful, suggesting they should become regular patrons going forward. Such scenes were unfolding across numerous university dormitories simultaneously. Within a single day, the name, Qiangyang Floral Nectar, gradually began gaining prominence throughout the campus. Its popularity spread even further, reaching institutions like Shufu University and Rongqing Academy of Art. The fervor showed no signs of diminishing through the second and third days. Yuan Qi recruited several part-time students from the campus employment group to assist, as 3 employees alone would have been utterly overwhelmed by the demand. Yuan Qi offered generous compensation at 120 yuan per day for each part-timer. Students were welcome to attend classes when needed, provided the shop maintained a minimum of 5 staff members at all times. The sustained popularity over consecutive days transformed this previously unremarkable Chunqiao milk tea shop into a household sensation. Rumor even spread of a young man who credited securing a girlfriend to presenting her with a cup of Qiangyang floral nectar. No one could trace the origin of this tale, yet the result was undeniable. The shop's allure only intensified. That afternoon, Cheng Muxue strolled closely alongside Yuan Qi, her arm linked affectionately through his. She still carried the Qiangyang floral nectar Yuan Qi had freshly prepared. Yuan Qi, how are you so remarkably talented to craft such extraordinarily delicious milk tea? Cheng Muxue spoke with a radiant, affectionate smile. Actually, my greatest skill isn't in making milk tea, but rather in. Yuan Qi leaned close to Cheng Muxue's ear to whisper the final word. Her once porcelain-white ears flushed an instant crimson. Yuan Qi watched her blushing and felt a warmth spread through his heart. Several days had passed since Cheng Muxue's period ended, and he finally looked forward to spending more time with her. Then, shall we go to the hotel later? Cheng Muxue whispered softly. She had grown considerably more receptive to such invitations, harboring a subtle anticipation rather than resistance. No rush. I think you should practice more thoroughly. I love watching you in traditional Hanfu attire, Yuan Qi said with a warm smile. Cheng Muxue was instantly reminded of their rehearsal session that day, and her delicate features deepened in blush. I didn't bring my outfit. Let me return to the dormitory to fetch it right away. Their need for such trouble. Let me take you to purchase 2 more sets. I noticed several styles last time that would complement you beautifully. Yuan Qi directly led Cheng Muxue to select clothing. They purchased one jade green ensemble reminiscent of the cinematic character Shao Qing, and another pure white set echoing the recently popular crane child aesthetic. They then proceeded to acquire a Louis Vuitton bag priced at 488 yuan. This extravagant gesture caused the affection in Cheng Muxue's eyes to overflow almost imperceptibly. Following the recent cashback, Yuan Qi's liquid assets approached 1 million yuan. He immediately invested over 40,000 at a 5-star establishment for a presidential suite, with the system covering the entire expense. This surpassed the previous refined hotel in magnificence, evoking the sensation of inhabiting an authentic palace. Italian handcrafted leather sofas adorned the space, while resplendent crystal chandeliers cast brilliant luminescence. Even the bathroom featured genuine jade stone flooring. Truly deserving of its multi-10,000 yuan per night price tag, the presidential suite was an extraordinary sight. For Cheng Muxue, experiencing such opulence for the first time felt akin to a country visitor discovering the grandeur of the Grand View Garden. She wandered through the magnificent rooms multiple times in wonder. Muxue, please hurry and put on the hanfu. Let us begin our rehearsal. While the accommodation was fine, Yuan Qi could hardly focus on anything but the beauty before him. Let us start with this white one. We shall change into the cyan outfit later. Yuan Qi simply handed the white attire directly to Cheng Muxue. Cheng Muxue accepted it with rosy cheeks, then retreated to the dressing room to prepare. Having seen the depiction of the crane boy character before, she knew she needed to apply her makeup with utmost care. Nearly an hour later, Cheng Muxue emerged before Yuan Qi, once again her makeup complete and costume fully arranged. In that moment, Yuan Qi gazed upon the living vision of the crane boy immortal before him, and in his eyes she left every imitation he had ever seen online utterly behind. Muxue, you are truly breathtaking. Yuan Qi found himself unable to restrain his feelings. This time he did not wait for her to dance, but instead stepped forward and gently embraced her. How dare you behave so improperly? Cheng Muxue gave a lightly chiding remark, pretending to maintain her composed demeanor. Yuan Qi paused for a moment. She was truly quite skilled at this. Later that evening, after their rehearsal concluded, they rested together. The night passed quietly, and with dawn arriving, both felt the weight of a deeply connected moment between them. She felt that Yuan Qi had grown even more attentive and caring since the first time. It seemed he had been holding back his enthusiasm before treating her with gentle restraint. Suddenly, Yuan Qi felt a playful pinch at his waist. Muxue, are you trying to harm your husband? Yuan Qi winced with an exaggerated expression. You know how to feel pain, yet you did not listen when I asked you to be gentle. She gave him another light squeeze. Yuan Qi could only pretend to be in pain, allowing Cheng Muxue to vent her playful annoyance. In the moment before, no man could have restrained himself, so he simply endured it with a smile. My mistake. I will be more mindful next time. Yuan Qi soothingly coaxed her, leaving future promises for the future. Men are all liars. I will not believe you. Though she spoke these words, Cheng Muxue's arm remained wrapped tightly around Yuan Qi, unwilling to let go. She had given him her trust, and now she clung to him even more deeply. The two of them lingered in tender conversation, the afternoon slipping quietly away like morning mist. That evening they dined on dinner delivered by the hotel. Yuan Qi had originally planned to return to campus, but Cheng Muxue felt it would be a pity to waste such a fine accommodation without staying. Yuan Qi naturally had no objection. He looked forward to their evening rehearsal. Both had asked their roommates to excuse them for the day. That night, Yuan Qi finally saw Cheng Muxue in the cyan costume he had been waiting to see. Cheng Muxue's figure was flawless, and in the flowing silk of the hanfu her elegance seemed to surpass even the legendary beauties of old. Yuan Qi found his composure entirely defeated. Yet he still waited until she finished dancing before he could contain himself any longer. With a soft laugh from Cheng Muxue, he lifted her into his arms. The following day, Yuan Qi took Cheng Muxue to find a beautifully furnished 3-bedroom apartment near campus, complete with floor-to-ceiling windows. The monthly rent was quite steep at 10,000 yuan. Yuan Qi paid the full year upfront, a sum of 120,000. He rented the apartment mainly so they would have a convenient place to meet in the future rather than relying on hotels. Moreover, Cheng Muxue's collection of costumes continued to grow, and the dormitory closet would soon be unable to hold them all. This would serve as Yuan Qi's private retreat with her. Cheng Muxue was thoroughly pleased with every aspect of the apartment. Simply thinking that this would be their future home filled her heart with sweetness. After lunch, the two returned to campus and parted ways as Cheng Muxue needed some rest after their busy days. As soon as Yuan Qi entered the dormitory, he was immediately surrounded by questions. You spent the night away. Did you go out with Miss Cheng, the campus beauty? Lu Jiahao could barely contain his curiosity. Yuan Qi nodded. Yes, exactly as you think. Though they already suspected the truth, learning that Yuan Qi had truly won over Miss Cheng still stirred a bittersweet feeling among them. It was as though a flower once admired by all had now been taken by another. Even if it concerned them not at all, they could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. You rascal! Our academy's most precious blossom has been taken by you. If others find out, I fear someone might come wielding a blade. Lu Jiahao was full of envy. His own love life had not yet begun to sprout while his friend was already reaping the fruits. Brother Qi, from now on you are my master. Could you teach me a thing or two? Li Dajiang approached with a shameless grin, hoping to learn a few tricks to pursue Sun Qi. What do you have someone in mind? Yuan Qi looked at his burly friend's humble posture and found it rather amusing. Indeed I do. That is precisely why I need your advice. Before Yuan Qi could respond, Lu Jiahao jumped in eagerly. No way, Laoli. Who caught your eye? Is it someone from our class? I can help too. Li Dajiang gave him a look of utter disdain. Could a hopeless bachelor really teach anyone about love? Go away. Once you leave singlehood yourself, then we can talk. For now, Brother Qi is far more reliable. Yuan Qi patted Li Dajiang on the shoulder and smiled. Actually, chasing after a girl is always the last resort. The greatest art is to attract them. You must first improve yourself. That is the true path. Li Dajiang nodded helplessly. Everyone understood this principle, but how could he improve himself? Could he truly open a shop, like Brother Qi? He lacked the capital. Perhaps he should start with exercise. Many girls seem to appreciate strong men. He wondered whether Sun Qi would appreciate such a quality. For now, he decided to begin tomorrow, or rather after the holiday ended. With his resolution made, Li Dajiang returned to gaming with Lu Jiahao. Hard work could wait. For now, he would simply enjoy the moment. Yuan Qi was also about to join the game when Zhang Wei approached him with hesitation. Brother Qi, there is something I would like to discuss with you. For several days Zhang Wei had wrestled with this decision, and today, he finally spoke up. Lao Zhang, what is it? Yuan Qi was somewhat curious. He had never seen Zhang Wei so indecisive before. It is like this. Zhang Wei briefly explained his situation, his expression still uneasy. Brother Qi, may I ask if I could come help at your shop? After hearing him out, Yuan Qi shook his head and smiled. Lao Zhang, I thought it was something serious. We are brothers from the same dorm. Do not be embarrassed about such a small matter. Over the past year, the four roommates had maintained a warm relationship, and within his means, Yuan Qi was always willing to help. My cake shop is preparing to open. If you are free, I would like you to manage it essentially as the store manager. Since you have not yet graduated, I cannot provide the full benefits package, but I will pay you 6,000 yuan per month. How does that sound? Hearing Yuan Qi's words, Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. To be made store manager, this was an incredible surprise. Yet he hesitated, afraid of failing to meet Yuan Qi's trust. But Brother Qi, I have no experience. I fear I will not do well. It is all right to lack experience at first. You will learn with time. No one is born knowing how to be a manager. If by the end it simply does not suit you, then you can help with smaller tasks. Yuan Qi said this half in jest. If Zhang Wei truly could not manage, he would replace him, for even brothers must keep clear accounts. Having heard this, Zhang Wei understood Yuan Qi's meaning. He no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. Brother Qi, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Zhang Wei wished to say more, but Yuan Qi interrupted him. Enough, Lao Zhang. I cannot stand to hear men speak such tender words. Just do your best. Zhang Wei nodded silently, choosing to keep his gratitude in his heart. He resolved to begin learning the duties of a store manager that very day, so that he could become proficient as soon as the shop opened. Lao Yuan, Lao Zhang, what are you two whispering about? Come play with us. Li Dajiang, wearing his headphones, had not heard their conversation. Nothing much. Lao Zhang is thinking of working part-time at my shop. Do any of you have interest in joining? Yuan Qi teased. But part-time work is too tiring. Besides, I plan to be a boss myself someday, Li Dajiang declared with conviction. Exactly. Working for others is out of the question, Lu Jiahao chimed in. Yuan Qi and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance and smiled, saying nothing more before joining the game. Girls' Dormitory 301. Cheng Muxue inevitably also faced an interrogation from her roommates. Mostly it was Sun Qi and Li Jia who did the questioning. Muxue, have you given yourself to him? Li Jia asked directly. Cheng Muxue's cheeks flushed pink, and she nodded softly. This matter would eventually come to light anyway, so she had nothing left to hide. The two roommates gasped in surprise. Seeing Cheng Muxue's LV handbag, they quickly understood why she had chosen this path. With a generous and wealthy boyfriend, who among them would not feel the same? Zhang Ying, who had pretended to ignore the matter, could no longer maintain her composure. Her teeth clenched tightly. All of this should have been mine. As the freshman welcome party approached, members from various departments of the student union began preparing busily. Inside the dance club, Zhang Long discussed performance arrangements with the other two vice presidents. All of them needed to prepare performances, as being club representatives also provided an opportunity to showcase themselves to the freshmen. All right, the general arrangements are set. Everyone should prepare their programs carefully. Our dance club must demonstrate our true abilities. Don't worry, President. My street dance has won awards before. I'll make the whole audience light up. Zhang Long said with great confidence. Yes, we have no issues either. The other vice president, a girl named Hanyue, spoke. If Yuan Qi were present, he would recognize her as the senior student who had helped Cheng Muxue the previous time. It's quite a pity we didn't recruit Cheng Muxue, a sophomore, into our club last year. She would have attracted many more members. Hanyue said regretfully, then glanced at Zhang Long. It was he who had personally gone to recruit her, but failed. Thinking of this, she harbored a slight grudge against him for only caring about showing off and failing to recruit anyone. At the mention of Cheng Mushue's name, a glimmer appeared in Zhang Long's eyes. He could never forget how stunning Cheng Mushue's dance had been. From that moment, he had resolved to pursue her. He had actively invited her to join the dance club, and even performed a Thomas Flair in front of her, expecting to impress her. However, he was rejected. Although the invitation was declined, he had successfully added Cheng Mushue on WeChat. At first, he only discussed dance-related topics. He hoped to increase her fondness for him through their shared interest. Gradually, his messages became more affectionate, though Zhang Long maintained certain boundaries. Zhang Long felt they were essentially good friends, so he became bolder in his conversations. Just as he thought the time was right to confess his feelings, he was blocked and deleted by Cheng Mushue. Zhang Long could not understand what had gone wrong. He felt their conversations had been going so well. Once he happened to encounter her outside campus at an Apple store. Hoping to draw closer, he was instead rebuffed completely. Yet he showed no signs of giving up. As long as Cheng Mushue was not in a relationship, he still had a chance. Just as he was lost in thought, Hanyu spoke. Cheng Mushue will be performing a dance duet with her boyfriend this time. They might steal the spotlight from our club, but I am somewhat looking forward to it. This sentence pulled Zhang Long out of his reverie. What did you just say? His voice changed noticeably. He wondered if he had misheard. Hanyu was startled and felt slightly uncomfortable. This guy was being so dramatic. However, Zhang Long did not notice her expression. Are you saying Cheng Mushue will perform with her boyfriend? Hanyu was annoyed by his tone, but saw his anxious state and nodded. Yes, she registered with me last time. She came with her boyfriend then. After finishing, Hanyu began to understand and looked at Zhang Long with a hint of amusement. So this was an unrequited affection. No wonder she chose someone else. Her boyfriend was certainly more handsome than him. Impossible. She didn't have a boyfriend before. Hearing Hanyu's words, Zhang Long became utterly dejected. How could this be? How did she get a boyfriend so suddenly? He could not accept this fact. Zhang Long's behavior made it obvious to anyone that he had a one-sided crush on Cheng Mushue. However, others did not know what to say in such situations. The atmosphere grew awkward. The club president cleared his throat and changed the subject. Alright, let's discuss the performance details further. Zhang Long could not focus on anything afterward. His mind kept returning to the news that Cheng Mushue had a boyfriend. September 30th was the day of the school's freshman welcome party. That afternoon, Yuan Qi took Cheng Mushue to their rented apartment for another round of rehearsal. One played the flute while the other danced. After the rehearsal, things naturally grew more intimate. Considering the evening performance, Yuan Qi kept it brief, finishing within an hour. It's all your fault. What if I embarrass myself dancing tonight? Cheng Mushue lay in Yuan Qi's arms, speaking with a complaint's tone. She felt her body ached all over. Xiaoxue, I was already gentle. You know my capabilities. Yuan Qi teased, twirling a strand of Cheng Mushue's hair between his fingers. I don't care. It's still your fault. Women were often unreasonable at such moments. Alright, darling, don't move. If you keep moving, we might really have to cancel tonight's performance. Hearing this, Cheng Mushue felt something stirring and blushed, stopping her squirming. After resting for over an hour, the two freshened up and got dressed. In front of Yuan Qi, Cheng Mushue changed clothes by the wardrobe. Most of the wardrobe now contained her clothes, as she had moved most of them over recently. Yuan Qi had also brought a few items. Watching her change, Yuan Qi felt a stir of desire. If not for the evening performance, he might have continued. Both felt hungry after their exertions. The refrigerator only had a few packs of frozen dumplings and tang yuan. Neither was particularly skilled at cooking. Their homemade meals were edible, but could not compare to restaurant food. After taking Cheng Mushue to a nearby restaurant for dinner, the two visited a milk tea shop. Though no longer the first time seeing a long queue, Cheng Mushue remained amazed. Although not as crowded as previous days, customers kept coming steadily. Yuan Qi's Chunqiao milk tea shop had become the most popular shop nearby. Students from other schools also came specifically to try it. Once they tasted it, they were hooked. Yuan Qi brought Cheng Mushue to skip the line and bought 2 cups of milk tea. He also brought 1 cup each for Cheng Mushue's son Qi and Li Jia, and packed 3 more to take away. Many devoted fans waiting in line for the goddess stared in amazement at Cheng Mushue's appearance. They finally understood why they could never win the goddess's affection. Someone was simply bringing her directly without pretense. Naturally, no idle passerby complained about the line cutting. After all, from the staff's attitude, anyone could tell Yuan Qi was the owner of this shop. This was what true success looked like. It feels wonderful to skip the line every time we come for milk tea. Walking through the crowd, Cheng Mushue smiled. Next time you can also let me skip the line for you, okay? At first, Cheng Mushue did not understand, but seeing Yuan Qi's mischievous expression, she realized what he meant immediately. Why is your mind always full of such thoughts? I'm ignoring you now. Cheng Mushue blushed and rolled her eyes before sipping her milk tea and heading toward campus. Yuan Qi followed with a smile. When they returned to the dormitory, it was already 7 in the evening. Lao Yuan, you're finally back. Otherwise, we would have gone to the grand hall first. Li Dejiang and the others were ready to leave. The counselor has already sent a message in the group chat telling us to gather. Yuan Qi gathered his belongings. The 4 of them left the dormitory together. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Yuan Qi did not follow his three roommates' class, but headed directly toward the backstage area of the dance hall. Lao Yuan, where are you going? You'll find out soon. So far he had not told his roommates about signing up for the performance. After all, revealing his talent at the right moment made it more impactful. Watching Yuan Qi's retreating figure, the three exchanged glances. Initially surprised, they only realized the truth when they saw Yuan Qi enter the performance backstage. Is Lao Yuan also going on stage? Li Dejiang was astonished. They had never seen Yuan Qi display any talent before. Judging from this, he probably is. But I wonder what Yuan Qi will perform. Singing. Lu Jiahao could not think of anything else, as singing was considered the simplest talent. He had actually considered signing up for singing at first, but ultimately lacked the courage to perform publicly. Isn't it just Qigu always springing surprises on us lately? They all sighed with complicated expressions. How could one person change so much? Fortunately, Yuan Qi had already impressed them enough before, so appearing on stage was not a big deal. No matter what the program is, we'll applaud enthusiastically. The three reached a consensus to cheer for Yuan Qi. They were brothers, and even if his performance was poor, they would still support him. The audience filed in, and soon the auditorium was packed. The gala began promptly at 8 o'clock. A male and a female host took turns stepping onto the stage. Respected leaders, teachers, dear classmates, good evening, everyone. After a lengthy opening address, the performance officially commenced. The first act was an energizing dance performed by the dance club. The audience's spirits were quickly lifted by the passionate choreography. The dance club's performance was of a high standard. When it ended, the applause from the audience was sustained and enthusiastic. Thus, the second and third acts proceeded in an orderly fashion. Backstage, the performers waiting to go on stage were preparing for their own acts. Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue had already changed into hanfu. Yuan Qi naturally donned a long robe. The two sat together in their hanfu, one elegant and beautiful, the other handsome and refined like a young gentleman and a lady from a noble family. A perfect match. If you're feeling nervous, try taking a few deep breaths. Cheng Muxue noticed Yuan Qi's legs slightly trembling and knew he was anxious about his first stage performance. Nervous? Not at all. It's just that this outfit feels a bit unusual. Yuan Qi was indeed a little nervous, as this was his first time performing in front of such a large audience. It was like a bride stepping into the bridal sedan for the first time in her life. But he would never admit that he was nervous. Feeling nervous is completely normal. I remember when I first danced on stage in elementary school, I was also very nervous. At that time, Cheng Muxue shared some amusing anecdotes from her own stage debut. Yuan Qi understood that she was trying to ease his nerves. A warmth rose in his heart as he listened and occasionally chimed in with a word or two. A light, pleasant laughter occasionally drifted between them. A sweet atmosphere gradually filled the air around them, and the last traces of Yuan Qi's nervousness faded away. Many people instinctively moved a little farther from the pair, unwilling to be fed this romantic moment. Not far away, Zhang Long watched the scene with a dazed expression. Cheng Muxue really did have a boyfriend. He wanted to go over and interrupt their conversation to ask why she hadn't chosen him, but reason told him not to humiliate himself. Even if he went over, what could he do? Act like a mindless villain and threaten or bribe. The next performance is a street dance by Zhang Long, vice president of the dance club. The host's announcement jolted him out of his daze. He could only walk onto the stage with heavy steps. As the passionate street dance music began to play, Zhang Long instinctively started moving. His rhythm was slightly off, but his abundant experience allowed him to correct it. Amid the audience's warm applause, he gradually regained his confidence. So what if she had a boyfriend? He could wait. Opportunities would come. But due to his distraction, he made a mistake during his signature move, a Thomas flare. His hand didn't support him properly, and he fell heavily to the floor. Although he quickly recovered with a swift stand-up motion, he knew he had ruined the performance. He finished the rest with difficulty, and then hurried off stage, hearing only sparse applause from the audience. How embarrassing. After a few more acts, the host finally announced, next, a dance performance titled Myth by Cheng Muxue and Yuan Qi from Class 6, Sophomore Year Economics and Management. Here they come. Brother Qi is finally on stage, and with the campus bell chung. Li Dajiang said excitedly. Do you have something wrong with your ears? It says dance performance, not duet. Lu Jiahao was speechless, but then wondered, was Yuan Qi singing while Cheng Muxue danced? He soon found out. On stage, Yuan Qi stood in a blue long robe like a handsome young gentleman from ancient times. Cheng Muxue, dressed in a white gown, stood at the center of the stage like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Their appearance drew thunderous applause from the entire audience, though most of it was for Cheng Muxue, whose beauty was truly breathtaking. After they took their positions, the large screen behind them began playing scenes from the movie Myth. Yuan Qi started playing the bamboo shao, producing a low, melodious, and lingering sound. Accompanied by the graceful music, Cheng Muxue moved with flowing sleeves and a supple posture, unfolding a beautiful and moving dance. A love story spanning 1,000 years was presented to the audience through their dance and music. The stage effect was fully realized. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent, as everyone was drawn into the mythical tale by the dance and music. The two on stage became the absolute focus. Both Yuan Qi Xiao playing and Chung Mushua's dancing were of professional caliber, their collaboration seeming like a perfect match made in heaven. Coupled with their striking appearances, they instantly captivated every member of the audience. As the music and dance concluded, the audience lingered in the afterglow, still immersed in the performance. Then applause erupted louder than any before. "Oh my, that young lady was so beautiful. Her dancing was absolutely stunning. I love it. And the guy Xiao playing was excellent too. It brought me to tears." Sniff. "Their cooperation was incredible. I ship this couple. No, the fairy lady is mine. I don't approve of this marriage." For a moment, the whole venue buzzed with discussion. Even as the next act began, many were still lost in the previous performance. Zhong Peiyao was also lost in thought, captivated by the performance. She hadn't known her senior had such talent. As expected of the one I admire, excellent in every way. She had recently learned that the spring grass milk tea shop was run by Yuan Qi. Although surprised, she wasn't too shocked. After all, it seemed normal for a rich second generation to open a bubble tea shop. She hadn't expected Yuan Qi to have an artistic side. If she could be his girlfriend, she would surely be very happy. Unknown to her, Li Xia was also watching Yuan Qi as he left the stage, her eyes sparkling. Yuan Qi's performance had stirred something in her heart. She hadn't expected the senior that Zhong Peiyao liked to be so outstanding. In the 502 boys' dormitory corner, "Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow!" the three blurted out in unison. "I thought Brother Qi was already impressive enough with his charm and money-making skills, but now he can play the Xiao too. How are we supposed to compete?" Li Dajiang lamented. "When did Brother Qi learn that? We never noticed. Is he cheating?" Lu Jiahao was very suspicious. "True. I also feel that Brother Qi has been different ever since he broke up with Zhang Ying. It really seemed that after that night of heartbreak at the KTV, Yuan Qi had changed. Had he secretly evolved without telling them?" The thought crossed their minds. In class 6, everyone was also surprised. Yuan Qi had not been particularly well known in the class before. Many female students weren't even familiar with him. Previously, aside from class meetings and lectures, they had few interactions. No one expected him to put on such a brilliant performance with Chung Mushua. It felt almost unbelievable. Many female students now looked at Yuan Qi with stars in their eyes, regretting not having gotten to know him sooner. Zhang Ying watched the radiant pair on stage, feeling lost. Was this the same Yuan Qi she used to know? The more brilliant he appeared, the more it pained her. If he had shown this side before, she would never have broken up with him. In the past few days, she had found no opportunity to approach Yuan Qi. She tried calling him, but her number had been blocked. She wanted to meet him face to face, but he wouldn't even glance at her. She felt helpless. It was all Zhao Kai's fault. If not for him, she and Yuan Qi would still be together. Zhang Ying thought bitterly. The breathtaking performance of Yuan Qi and Chung Mushua brought the welcome party to its zenith. Even after they stepped down, the applause lingered without cease. Yuan Qi was quite pleased with the effect, having made a splendid impression. The next act to take the stage was Xue Shan. For anyone else following Yuan Qi and his partner, the pressure would have been overwhelming. But Xue Shan did not mind, for his purpose was not merely the performance itself. "This song is for a senior female student I have long admired. May your future be bright and smooth." As his words fell, he began to play and sing a piece titled Wishes. After the performance, Xue Shan held the microphone and declared with tender affection, "Senior Sun Ning, I hold deep admiration for you." The audience responded with a mixture of cheers and playful boos. "Wow, this junior is so romantic. If someone confessed to me like that, I would surely say yes. Dream on. Senior Sun Ning is the goddess of us all. I won't agree. This party is truly entertaining." Xue Shan's guitar and singing were quite good, and the romantic gesture added a nice touch. After the performance, everyone gave him warm applause. Xue Shan scanned the audience, hoping that Senior Sun Ning was present and could feel his sincerity. But that was impossible, as Sun Ning herself was not in the venue. Meanwhile, Sun Ning had no interest in the welcome party at all. She furrowed her brow, a trace of worry on her delicate face. Her lifelong goal had been to become a strong and independent woman, and she had always strived toward that aim. In high school, she earned her first pot of gold. By her sophomore year in college, she owned her own shop, a milk tea shop along with a flower shop. She had made some money over time, but she was far from satisfied. If not for insufficient funds, she would have opened more stores. Running a business came with risks. Within less than a year, both shops had declined significantly, so she began seeking other opportunities. After transferring the milk tea shop, she had over 300,000 yuan in hand, a substantial sum for a student, but still meager for starting a new business. She had explored many possibilities and tried to discuss collaborations, but her limited funds prevented her from entering many industries. Moreover, as a beautiful young woman, she often encountered ill-intentioned men during business talks who were more interested in her appearance than genuine cooperation. She had hoped to carve out her own path through sheer ability, but after repeated setbacks, she felt emotionally drained. Just then a notification sound rang. She glanced at her phone. It was a message from a friend. "Naming today's welcome party was so exciting. Do you remember that junior who confessed to you? He declared his feelings in front of everyone today. He's so romantic." The message was accompanied by a video of a boy playing the pipa. Sun Ning glanced at it with no intention of opening the video. She felt no interest in Shueshan considering such a public confession rather naive. But her friend sent another video. By the way, the MVP of tonight's party is the sophomore pair who performed the dance piece Myth. The video was very clear, obviously taken by someone in the front row. Sun Ning immediately recognized Chung Muxue and Yuan Qi. She knew Chung Muxue danced well, but did Yuan Qi also have such talent? Thinking of Yuan Qi, she recalled how he had turned the milk tea shop she transferred to him into a thriving business in just a few days. Having run the shop for so long, she could roughly estimate its current revenue. At its peak, it earned over 10,000 yuan a day, limited only by the shop's size. How did he make such popular milk tea? And even if the milk tea was delicious, how did it attract so many customers so quickly? It seemed almost remarkable to her. Could the gap between people truly be so vast? With these thoughts, she opened the video. The performance unfolded before her eyes, and she watched it lost in thought. She had not expected this junior to be so outstanding. Having studied music herself, she could tell how skilled Yuan Qi was. What a remarkable young man, not only talented in business, but also in the arts. This created a powerful synergy in Sun Ning's mind. An idea came to her. Perhaps she could franchise Yuan Qi's shop. Her own abilities might be insufficient, but following his lead would surely dispel her current confusion. But she couldn't think of following him. If only he didn't have a girlfriend. In Sun Ning's eyes, Yuan Qi embodied capital talent and romantic artistry, truly the epitome of a man. Women naturally admire strength, and Sun Ning was no exception. Encountering an excellent man, she felt drawn to him. The welcome party concluded successfully. Many outstanding performances left a deep impression, but undoubtedly the best was the duo's presentation of Myth by Yuan Qi and Chung Muxue. After the party, many discussed it. But soon, with the arrival of the National Day holiday, everyone's attention shifted. After all, no matter how outstanding others were, it had little to do with them. Even a celebrity would be a topic of discussion for only a short while. Everyone began planning their holiday activities. These were matters that truly concerned them. In dormitory 502 of the male dormitory, Li Dajiang and Lu Jiahao were packing their things. Both were locals, just a few hours' journey from home, so they naturally planned to return for the 7-day holiday. Old Yuan, old Zhang, I'm off now. Don't miss your dad too much, Li Dajiang teased Yuan Qi and Zhang Wei before leaving. Yeah, your father will miss you too, Lu Jiahao added playfully. Get lost, the two shouted in unison at Li Dajiang. After the two talkative guys left, dormitory 502 became much quieter. Zhang Wei did not return home. Traveling back to northeast China, including bus rides, would take 2 days each way, so he usually only went home during winter and summer breaks. Yuan Qi also decided not to go home as he needed to manage the milk tea shop. The cake shop was also about to open, so he could not leave now. Making money was the top priority. Come to think of it, the system had not issued a single task for a long time. If not for the double cashback prompt that appeared when he bought something for Chung Muxue, he would have thought the system no longer existed. Other people's systems issued tasks continuously, making them the world's richest within a month. He only had a little over 1 million yuan, not enough to buy a decent one-bedroom apartment in Rongqing. He had considered exploiting the double cashback to farm money and tried it yesterday while shopping with Chung Muxue. After buying her a Chanel handbag, he attempted to purchase a Hermes one. But the system flagged him for potential exploitation and denied the cashback. He felt quite frustrated. Other people could buy 10 or 20 items without issue, but he was hit with a purchase limit. Given the way the system worked, buying a Porsche for Chung Muxue to trigger cashback was essentially impossible. It exceeded her expectations and did not align with realistic circumstances. Spending his entire savings on a Porsche for his girlfriend would be deemed unreasonable by the system. That made sense. Even with just double cashback, Yuan Qi could have accumulated enough wealth to become one of the richest men in the world in a short time if there were no restrictions. In the future, he would have to rely on himself. Yuan Qi couldn't help but think. After playing 2 rounds of games, Yuan Qi also felt a bit bored. Chung Muxue had left school and gone home the previous afternoon, otherwise he certainly wouldn't want to stay in the dormitory. As for traveling, would he just go to see a sea of people? Yuan Qi would never spend money to suffer. As for the milk tea shop, he didn't need to keep an eye on it all the time either. He would just go check it out tomorrow when they launched the second new product. Lao Zhang, what are your plans for the holiday? Yuan Qi asked, looking at Zhang Wei, who was still gazing at the computer. At that moment, Zhang Wei was sitting at his dorm desk reviewing materials. Oh, plans. I intend to stay in the dorm and study some management knowledge. Yuan Qi shook his head and smiled. It's just managing a small shop. Do you really need to work this hard? Since Yuan Qi offered him the position of store manager, Zhang Wei had proactively started gathering materials to study covering both management and finance. Brother Qi, I don't have anything else to do in the dorm anyway. Since I'm idle, it's better to read more materials. He actually felt some pressure inside. He was just an ordinary sophomore, yet Yuan Qi was giving him a monthly salary of 6,000. He knew his own worth well. An ordinary college sophomore simply wasn't worth that much. This was Yuan Qi showing care due to their brotherhood as roommates, so he needed to do his best not to let Yuan Qi down. Yuan Qi shook his head and said nothing more. The reason he was willing to let Zhang Wei be the store manager aside from their brotherhood as roommates was also because he valued Zhang Wei's steady and reliable character. Pulling his thoughts back, Yuan Qi wanted to continue playing a couple rounds of Black Myth. Not long ago, he had finally beaten it once. But it wasn't a perfect clear, so he planned to go through it again. DDD. As Yuan Qi was about to start the battle, he noticed the WeChat avatar in the bottom right corner flashing continuously. Opening it, he found it was a message from senior sister Sun Ning. Junior, are you still at school? If you are, I'd like to treat you to dinner. Yuan Qi paused for a moment. Senior sister wanted to treat him to a meal. That was a must. He was free anyway. I'm at school, where should I meet you? The reply came quickly. Cars can't enter the school, I'll wait for you at the school gate. 10 minutes later, Yuan Qi saw Sun Ning's cherry car at the school entrance. From a distance, he saw Sun Ning waving at him. She was still dressed in her light business casual style, wearing a champagne-colored dress with a casual women's blazer over it. Her slightly curly hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and her exquisitely beautiful face carried a gentle smile. Her graceful figure had a pleasing curve, and though she was still young, she carried a subtle maturity. Yuan Qi walked straight toward her. Senior sister, it's only been a few days since we last met, but you've become even more beautiful, he said sincerely, looking at her. You're quite the charmer, Junior. Then tell me, between you and junior sister Muxua, who do you think is more beautiful? Sun Ning blinked playfully at Yuan Qi. Of course it's you, senior sister. Muxua hasn't fully blossomed yet, Yuan Qi said without missing a beat. I'll believe it if you're willing to say that to Muxua's face once. After the playful banter, they both got into the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yuan Qi immediately caught a hint of an unusual fragrance. That was Sun Ning's distinctive scent. It was strange, but he felt that beautiful women truly did carry a fragrance far more delicate than ordinary people. Cheng Muxua was the same. Her scent wasn't the straightforward perfume or cosmetics type, but perhaps what people called that natural pure fragrance. Breathing in the senior sister's fragrance in such a confined space between the driver and passenger seats, Yuan Qi's mind began to wander into softer, more intimate thoughts. Junior, how about we go to that Japanese restaurant again? Sun Ning, unaware of what Yuan Qi was thinking, turned to him with a gentle breath. Senior sister, you decide. Half an hour later, the two were seated at the same Japanese restaurant as before. After ordering and chatting for a while, Sun Ning hesitated before speaking. Junior, actually, I have something I'd like to discuss with you this time. Yuan Qi had guessed that her treating him to a meal must have another purpose. Seeing her somewhat hesitant expression, he was quite curious. What is it, senior sister? Sun Ning paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. I've saved up some money from running my shop over the past 2 years. Junior, you probably still have plans to open a store, right? I'd like to invest in your business. Her voice dropped for the last few words, clearly lacking confidence. Yuan Qi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sun Ning to approach him about investment matters. Senior sister, didn't you already have other projects in mind? When transferring the shop, Sun Ning had mentioned she needed to consolidate funds for a project. Had that failed now? Sun Ning let out a soft sigh upon hearing this. I did find a luxury shop up for transfer. I was planning to partner with someone to take it over, but the owner changed his mind about the agreed price. At this point, Sun Ning felt a flicker of anger. She hadn't told the whole truth. Actually, the owner had implied that if she were willing to become his woman, he'd transfer the shop to her for 400 yuan. The man was old, ugly, and balding. How could she possibly accept such an offer? But there was no need to share this with Yuan Qi. I see, Yuan Qi nodded. Luxury shop transfers were indeed considerably more expensive than ordinary ones. I do plan to open shops in the future, but I haven't found a better target yet. I may need to wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Sun Ning hesitated before speaking. Does your milk tea shop have plans to open branch locations? If possible, I'd like to franchise. Sun Ning was quite optimistic about the milk tea shop's prospects. She had been following the shop's performance these past few days and knew the current location's capacity was far from meeting market demand. Now was the ideal time to expand. Yuan Qi understood her meaning. She had great confidence in his Cheongjiang Hualu brand. Senior sister, you really believe this milk tea shop can grow into a chain? Sun Ning nodded seriously. Yes, the current Cheongjiang Hualu milk tea has already gained market recognition. Based on current trends, it could become a well-known brand similar to Mishua Bingxing, so we must seize this moment to open more stores and expand our influence. The more she spoke, the brighter Sun Ning's eyes became. If things developed this way, creating a renowned brand was indeed achievable. Moreover, we must act quickly. If other milk tea shops figure out the Cheongjiang Hualu formula, we'll lose our early advantage entirely. After saying this, Sun Ning looked at Yuan Qi with intense expectation, waiting for his response. Milk tea indeed has no technical barrier. Under normal circumstances, replicating a similar taste is quite easy. However, Yuan Qi possessed a certain advantage that set him apart. Without the system's special ingredients, even after 100 years of research, one could never recreate the taste of Jingjiang H. Foley. This was also the reason he was not in a hurry to open branches, as this was destined to be a brand that belonged only to him. Other shops simply could not obtain anything similar. This was his confidence as someone with an edge. Watching Sun Ning's expectant gaze, Yuan Qi smiled faintly and said, Senior sister, you make a valid point. However, I originally had no plans to open branches. Hearing Yuan Qi say this, a visible expression of disappointment appeared on Sun Ning's face. But it was understandable. Given the current development trends of milk tea, it would surely grow and prosper in time. Joining as a franchisee would actually be a considerable benefit for her. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Yuan Qi continue. But if senior sister wishes to join as a franchisee, then I would still consider opening another branch. Looking at Yuan Qi's smiling face, Sun Ning understood that he was teasing her and couldn't help but give him a gentle sideways glance. That glance carried a subtle charm that made Yuan Qi's gaze linger. Under Yuan Qi's slightly intense stare, Sun Ning's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. She subtly shifted her eyes away from Yuan Qi's and quickly took a sip of soup to compose herself. After calming down, she returned to the main topic. If we open a branch, I currently have about 500,000 yuan in cash available. I will handle the store operations, and after opening we can split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Normally joining a franchise only requires a deposit and annual franchise fees. However, this arrangement would be too unfavorable to Yuan Qi. After all, Jingjiang H. Foley has broad market prospects and profit sharing would be fairer. Yuan Qi thought for a moment and nodded. No problem, but for the profit split I will take only 30% since the shop is primarily your responsibility. He was unsure whether the system would provide rewards for the new branch. Without some promotional card, business would certainly not be as good as the first store. Moreover, he now harbored feelings for the lovely senior sister before him, so yielding some profit was nothing. Hearing this, Sun Ning was surprised. Seeing Yuan Qi's serious expression, she knew he was not joking. But junior brother, wouldn't this be too disadvantageous for you? Yuan Qi smiled gently. Whether it was advantageous or not would be seen in time. Senior sister, let it be settled then. During this period you can look for a suitable shop. Seeing this, Sun Ning did not insist further for who would turn down money. But why was Yuan Qi yielding profit to her? Did he have romantic intentions toward her? Yet he already had a girlfriend. It was no wonder she thought this way, for she had encountered many such bosses before. But if that person was Yuan Qi, she did not feel as resistant. Sun Ning's mind began to wander. Composing herself, she smiled at Yuan Qi and said, "Then I thank you, senior sister. To celebrate our cooperation, let us have 2 drinks." She called the waiter and ordered a bottle of Qingjiu priced at 6,888 yuan. She had rarely drunk such an expensive bottle before, but today she felt joyful and ordered it directly. Soon the waiter brought the Qingjiu, and at Sun Ning's gesture opened the bottle directly. "Junior brother, this Japanese sake has a mellow flavor. Please try it." Speaking, she poured a cup for Yuan Qi first, then filled her own. "Come, let us toast." Their glasses clinked together, and they drank in one gulp. As the sake slid down his throat, Yuan Qi felt a rich, fruity fragrance filling his mouth with sweet and sour notes balanced against the alcohol for a pleasing taste. Seeing Sun Ning about to pour him another drink, he quickly took the bottle and poured for himself. The two continued exchanging cups for another half hour. Although the sake was not particularly strong, Sun Ning's cheeks had already taken on a light flush, appearing even more radiant under the warm lighting. Sun Ning had removed her coat, leaving only the dress she wore underneath. At this moment, she radiated an extraordinary feminine charm, her graceful figure catching Yuan Qi's attention and stirring something within him. Sigh, this side effect was quite pronounced. After the meal was finished, Sun Ning called the waiter to settle the bill. This meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan, mostly spent on that single bottle of wine. Yuan Qi showed no intention of paying since it had been agreed that she would treat. After all, there would be many more meals together in the days ahead. After stepping out, the sky had turned completely dark. "Senior sister, it is getting late. It is not safe for you to go home alone. Let me walk you." Since both had drunk alcohol, driving was impossible. Sun Ning called a designated driver, but Yuan Qi felt uneasy leaving such a beautiful woman alone with a stranger. "Why, junior brother, are you worried about me?" "It is fine. I studied Taekwondo for a while." Being somewhat intoxicated, Sun Ning's tone carried a hint of sweetness compared to her usual manner. Yuan Qi was speechless. With that kind of high kick, she would likely stumble. Standing beside Sun Ning, Yuan Qi could clearly smell the intoxicating fragrance mixing alcohol and her natural scent. That pheromone-like aroma seemed capable of stirring the most primal desires within a man. He could barely contain himself, let alone other men. "Senior sister, you underestimate your own charm too much. Girls must learn to protect themselves when outside." Seeing Yuan Qi's earnest expression, Sun Ning burst into laughter. She had not failed to notice that earlier when he had been glancing in her direction. Yuan Qi was unaware that his casual glance had been noticed. If he had known, he would have protested his innocence, for this was merely an unconscious habit. "Since it is junior brother's kind intention, then I trouble you." Sun Ning smiled and agreed. She was fully aware of her own charm. Normally she did not drink when alone outside. Today was mainly because she was too joyful and had drunk a little more than usual. There was another reason: she had not fully recognized herself. She seemed to have lowered her defenses around Yuan Qi. A few minutes later, the designated driver arrived on an electric bicycle. Seeing Sun Ning, he paused for a moment. Having worked in this profession for so long, it was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful customer. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed, for the handsome young man beside her also got into the car. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the underground parking lot of the Jinxiu Tingyuan residential complex. After getting out, the designated driver cast an envious glance at Yuan Qi. To think he would be returning home with such a graceful young woman late at night. It made one feel quite content just imagining it. The mere thought that he was still single, working overtime late at night to drive home someone else's couple made his heart feel a bit heavy. After collecting the 100 yuan fee, he rode away on his foldable electric scooter, a touch of melancholy in his heart. The two of them were naturally unaware of the driver's complicated feelings. After walking out of the underground parking lot with Sun Ning, they arrived outside the Huayuan residential complex. In Rongqing, this was considered a mid to high-end community where renting a one-bedroom apartment would cost around 4,000 to 6,000 yuan per month, depending on the furnishings. It was clear that Sun Ning placed great importance on the quality of her living environment. "Junior brother, thank you for seeing me home. How will you make your way back?" Sun Ning felt an inexplicable nervousness take hold of her. She worried about what would happen if Yuan Qi wanted to visit her home. She wondered how she might gracefully decline such an invitation. "I'll just call a taxi back. Since you're home, now I'll be on my way." Hearing this, Sun Ning paused for a moment, realizing after all her worries had been unfounded. A sense of relief washed over her, though she could not quite identify the faint disappointment lingering beneath it. "Very well. Please be safe on your way back, and send me a message once you reach campus." Yuan Qi smiled and nodded. Of course he was curious about visiting her room, but he recognized the moment was not right, and any visit would be brief regardless. He understood the importance of patience, knowing that opportunities would present themselves in time. "Then, senior sister, I will take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Sun Ning, Yuan Qi turned and walked away. Watching him depart, Sun Ning felt a gentle flush cross her cheeks. Yuan Qi wore loose athletic pants that day, and she noticed his outfit seemed somewhat ill-fitting in certain areas. Despite having a girlfriend, he maintained such a composed demeanor, which puzzled her. Men were so unpredictable, she thought. Yuan Qi walked out of the complex, unaware that Sun Ning had formed such an unfavorable impression of him. He felt somewhat restless after drinking that evening, and spending time with the lovely Sun Ning only added to his agitation. "I wish Muxue were here," Yuan Qi thought wistfully, missing the peaceful moments he shared with her. He checked his phone and saw a message from Cheng Muxue sent half an hour earlier. "Mom made a feast tonight. Look. What did you have for dinner?" she wrote with curiosity. A few minutes later, another message appeared. "Dear, I've been thinking about you today. What are you up to?" The message had arrived 10 minutes prior, but his phone was on silent, so he had not responded yet. "Had dinner at the school cafeteria with Zhang Wei today. I miss you too." He tapped send. Cheng Muxue seemed to be watching her screen closely, and her reply came almost instantly. "Hee, how much?" Yuan Qi smiled at her sweetness. He knew Zhang Ying would have questioned him sharply about the delayed response. "Just a little bit more than you." They continued chatting in this manner. Cheng Muxue clearly enjoyed these small exchanges between them. Still, he preferred meeting in person. He felt it brought them closer. As they talked, the memory of Sun Ning's image drifted back into his thoughts. Yuan Qi realized he had a tendency toward this kind of behavior. Though he told himself he missed Cheng Muxue, his mind kept returning to senior sister Sun Ning's graceful figure. There was something alluring about what remained untouched. The next morning arrived. Yuan Qi went to the milk tea shop and handed the recipe for the second new product to Luo Xiao, who had been promoted to manager based on his observation of her over the past few days. Her compensation improved substantially, with the base salary rising from 3,500 to 5,000. Luo Xiao was thrilled, as her total monthly earnings would exceed 10,000, including performance bonuses, making her part of Rongqing's higher income group. Such a salary put her ahead of most workers in the area. No other milk tea shop offered comparable benefits. Zhao Ping and Chun Yin both looked on with quiet envy. Yuan Qi understood the value of motivating his team, so he shared his vision with the rest of the staff. "I plan to open more locations in the future, and those who excel at the main store will have the chance to manage branches." The announcement excited both new and veteran employees. While many were skeptical of empty promises from employers, Yuan Qi was different. He had consistently followed through on his commitments. Following the routine briefing, Yuan Qi introduced the new milk tea creation. He had named it First Snow on Jasmine, and prepared the packaging and promotional materials in advance. Today, they simply followed the recipe as instructed. It was remarkable. Once the system-provided ingredients were added to the adjusted formula, a beverage emerged that rivaled the finest nectars in taste and aroma. Though the flavor profile differed from previous offerings, the common thread was its exceptional taste. When First Snow on Jasmine debuted, the staff became its first customers. After tasting it, they looked at Yuan Qi with admiration, as though he possessed some extraordinary gift. How could he develop 2 new varieties in just a week, each so delicious? They could already picture the popularity this tea would achieve. Reality proved their expectations accurate. As soon as the new variety launched, many customers bought a cup out of curiosity. The results spoke for themselves. The beverage earned immediate approval. "This Chunqiao milk tea shop is incredible. They released a new product so quickly, and it is just as wonderful as the other well-known brands. Both taste amazing. I wish I could drink them every day. Oh my, I was trying to watch my weight, but now I might gain it all back." Ling Ling loves this place the most. I need to get each girl in her dorm a cup. As expected, a line formed outside the Chunqiao milk tea shop once again. On the first day of the new product launch, sales shattered records. Conservatively, Yuan Qi could expect to earn 20,000 from that single day alone. Without exaggeration, the business success was substantial enough to provide for his family's future. Meanwhile, the milk tea shop thrived, and Yuan Qi began preparing for the bakery venture. Numerous candidates applied, including bakers and general staff. The compensation package Yuan Qi offered was genuinely appealing, particularly the social security benefits which many employers overlooked. Few ordinary shops could match such offerings. Consequently, his phone rang constantly with inquiries, though he was grateful to be using a separate number. After reviewing the applications, Yuan Qi passed the candidate information to Zhang Wei. Lao Zhang, I am putting you in charge of the bakery hiring process. Zhang Wei responded with sincere dedication, his expression conveying his commitment to the task. While some nervousness lingered, it was outweighed by anticipation and eagerness to prove himself. The effort he had invested over recent days would soon show its value. Zhang Wei wasted no time. After organizing the candidate files, he finalized the interview roster that same day and arranged meetings for the following day at the bakery. The next day, Zhang Wei deliberately woke up early and changed into a professional suit. This was the same suit he had bought last semester for his elective etiquette course. Before leaving, he spent half an hour grooming his appearance. He borrowed half a bottle of hair gel from Lu Jiahao to style his hair. To be fair, once dressed up, Zhang Wei indeed exuded a certain professional aura. This made Yuan Qi, who was about to head out in casual wear, feel a hint of awkwardness, wondering if he was being too casual. Old Zhang, don't you think this is a bit over the top? You're the HR, but it feels like you're the one going for an interview. Hearing this, Zhang Wei was taken aback. Yes, he was the interviewer, so there was no need to dress up like this. Zhang Wei scratched his head and chuckled. I was just thinking about maintaining professionalism. The interviewers at big companies seem to dress like this. Yuan Qi could see that Zhang Wei was a bit nervous. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Old Zhang, take it easy. Remember, you're the one holding the imperial sword now. The fate of others is in your hands. Zhang Wei nodded. Indeed, he was now the client, and it was the interviewees who should be nervous. Thinking this way eased his nerves considerably. Still, he didn't change his clothes, feeling that a suit would give him more presence. After a quick tidy up, the two left the dormitory together. When they arrived at Sunshine Cake Shop, quite a few people were already waiting. Seeing that the two newcomers were so young, the candidates felt a bit surprised. Everyone here for the interview. The baker candidates come in first, others wait outside for a moment. Zhang Wei wanted to maintain a serious image, so he spoke with a deliberately expressionless face. The crowd felt a wave of tension. Jobs were hard to find, and good ones even rarer. The benefits offered by this shop were excellent, and this young man was the one who would decide their fate. Seeing the nervousness of the candidates, Zhang Wei's own anxiety eased. He even began to enjoy this feeling. 3 women and 1 man, the baker candidates, followed him inside. After turning on the lights, they were captivated by the shop's interior design. They had worked in many shops before, some even having owned their own. Among all the cake shops they had seen, this one had the most perfect decoration. They all felt a desire to stay and became more wary of their competitors. Once inside the baking room, Zhang Wei addressed them. Since you're all here to compete for the baker position, let's test your skills. The materials are ready. Each of you make a signature cake. We'll judge based on taste. For craftsmen, interviews were about results. The bakers took it seriously, pouring all their expertise into making the cakes. Yuan Qi and Zhang Wei left them to it, stepping out to interview ordinary staff. 6 candidates had arrived for the staff positions, 3 women and 2 men. Zhang Wei conducted one-on-one interviews. He was nervous at first, even stammering a bit. After interviewing a couple, he gradually got into the rhythm. The 6 interviews took less than an hour. In the end, 2 women and 1 man were selected. The remaining 3 disappointed left. You'll start work the day after tomorrow. The schedule will be posted in the work group. Pay attention to your shifts and don't be late. Zhang Wei addressed the remaining candidates. They all nodded in agreement. After they left, Yuan Qi came over and draped an arm over Zhang Wei's shoulder, laughing. I gotta say, old Zhang, that boss vibe of yours. Where did you learn that? With no outsiders around, Zhang Wei relaxed his stern expression. Go, I learned it online. Not sure how it came across. Yuan Qi patted his shoulder. I think it was pretty good, just a bit too serious. That girl earlier was probably intimidated by your presence and stammered. Zhang Wei, a nearly 1.9-meter tall man from the northeast, could indeed be imposing with a straight face. He scratched his head sheepishly, realizing he had overdone it. He would have to be more careful in the future. Half an hour later, the bakers had finished their cakes, each covered and waiting for evaluation. This step required the 2 of them to taste the cakes. It reminded Yuan Qi of a scene from a cooking anime, just short of the cakes glowing when uncovered. The ingredients were the same, so it all came down to the baker's skill. The 2 of them took a bite of each of the 6 cakes. The bakers were indeed skilled. Only one baker's cake had the crust slightly overdone, a clear difference in texture compared to the others. This was made by a female baker in her 40s. Thus, she was the first to be eliminated. Boss, that was a mistake. Could you give me another chance? I promise I'll do better. She tried to plead for another opportunity. Zhang Wei shook his head. I'm sorry, this is an assessment. To ensure fairness, everyone gets 1 chance. What's done is done. Keep trying in the future. The middle-aged female baker left with regret. Among the remaining 3, the best cake was made by a male baker. As the top performer, he naturally secured the position. Upon hearing the result, the middle-aged baker's face lit up with visible joy. The 2 female bakers' cakes were of similar quality, so no immediate decision was made. Both of you did well. We'll consider and let you know. Wait for our notice. Zhang Wei had already decided on the more attractive female baker. After everyone left, Yuan Qi put an arm around Zhang Wei's neck and grinned. Between those 2 female bakers, which one are you keeping? Zhang Wei feigned composure. I think Li Yu's cake tasted pretty good. Yuan Qi gave him a knowing smirk. You usually seem so honest, but I didn't know you liked the mature type. Zhang Wei blushed deeply. No. I just think her cake tasted better. It's not what you think. Yuan Qi didn't believe him. He had clearly noticed the way the burly guy looked at her. But her skill level was indeed similar to the other baker. In this era of valuing appearances when conditions were comparable, good looks certainly helped. I think Li Yu is fine too. Let's go with her. Zhang Wei felt a surge of joy, but kept a calm expression, nodding. Knowing Zhang Wei's introverted, yet secretly romantic nature, Yuan Qi didn't tease him further. He had scanned her earlier. Li Yu's appearance score was 80, definitely worthy of the term beauty. No wonder Zhang Wei was attracted. Her special score was also 98, quite impressive for a 25-year-old. He just wondered if she had a boyfriend. Yuan Qi was naturally inclined to support Zhang Wei's idea of an office romance. If Li Yu did not have a boyfriend, Zhang Wei as her direct supervisor stood a good chance. This would mean 1 fewer single companion in room 502. Old Zhang, if you like someone, you must be brave enough to make a move. I noticed the other pastry chef was also looking at Li Yu with interest. I suspect he has already developed feelings for her. If you wait too long, you may miss your chance entirely. Yuan Qi was not exaggerating. The chef named Zhou Hai appeared quite handsome. Since they were both pastry chefs working closely together, it was not unlikely that romantic feelings might develop between them. What? How come I did not notice that, Brother Qi? Zhang Wei's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Your feelings are showing. You admit you like her, but still try to deny it. Yuan Qi watched Zhang Wei with an amused expression. Did you say that on purpose, Brother Qi? Inside, Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief. Not necessarily. I did notice Zhou Hai kept glancing at Li Yu, but that does not guarantee anything. It simply means there is a strong possibility. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's heart sank once more. He genuinely felt an immediate attraction to Li Yu. He saw in her a rare quality of grace and warmth. What is more, she was quite beautiful, and women like her were exactly his type. Then, Brother Qi, what do you suggest I do? In Zhang Wei's view, Yuan Qi had successfully courted the campus beauty and surely had rich experience to share. Listen, old Zhang, you are the store manager. In terms of position and status, your chances are far better than Zhou Hai's. Why not find an opportunity to invite her out for a meal? However, you should first confirm whether Li Yu has a boyfriend. Zhang Wei nodded. Indeed, if she already had a partner, his feelings would end before they even began. Then how should I go about finding out, Brother Qi? Asking directly seems rather inappropriate. Yuan Qi looked at Zhang Wei with mild exasperation. Of course you cannot ask directly. A gentle approach would work better. For instance, you could casually mention that her boyfriend did not come to pick her up after work. Hearing this suggestion, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. You are very clever, Brother Qi. I will try this when I start work in 2 days. Yes, but I suggest waiting a few more days. This way it will not appear too obvious. Zhang Wei nodded. It was indeed better to build some familiarity first before asking, so it would not seem too abrupt. Truly, Brother Qi was thoughtful as expected of the man who had won over the campus beauty. By now it was nearly midnight. The 2 of them went to a dry pot chicken restaurant for dinner. Their meal cost a total of 128 yuan. Zhang Wei insisted on treating, and Yuan Qi let him since the amount was not too large. After finishing their meal, the 2 walked back to school together. However, as they reached the men's dormitory building, they encountered Zhang Ying waiting there. Her expression showed signs of fatigue and fragility, quite different from her usual demeanor. Brother Qi, I am heading up first, Zhang Wei said, and quickly departed. He knew his presence would not be helpful in this situation. Yuan Qi wanted to leave as well. He felt there was nothing left to say to this woman. Yuan Qi, can you please listen to me for a moment? I am begging you. Zhang Ying quickly stepped in front of him. She had finally found an opportunity to speak with him alone and would not let it slip away. Zhang Ying, we have already broken up. What do you mean by doing this now? Seeing Zhang Ying blocking his path, Yuan Qi looked impatient. A pang of pain struck Zhang Ying's heart. In the past, Yuan Qi would never have spoken to her this way. Yuan Qi, let me explain first. Nothing has happened between me and Zhao Kai. My heart still belongs to you. Can you please give me another chance? Through the system's detection, Yuan Qi naturally knew she had not given herself to Zhao Kai. But what difference did it make? A broken mirror cannot be restored. Moreover, he now had better choices and had no intention of looking back. What difference does it make? I will say it again, how you and Zhao Kai are related has nothing to do with me. Please step aside now. Zhang Ying showed no intention of moving aside. Tears filled her eyes as she sobbed. Yuan Qi, how can you be so cold? I have already admitted my mistakes. What more do you want? You were not always like this. Yuan Qi was at a loss for words. She was the one who initiated the breakup, and now she regretted it and tried to pressure him. He did not wish to waste any more words. Knowing that reasoning with her was impossible, he simply stepped around her and hurried into the men's dormitory. Seeing him avoid her like a plague, Zhang Ying could no longer hold back her grievances. She squatted on the ground and began to sob quietly. After crying for a while, she realized Yuan Qi would not return. Her heart ached deeply. But she had no other options. "Young man, are you facing some difficulty? Perhaps you would like to talk about it. I can be a good listener." A male student approached her and spoke gently. Zhang Ying was quite attractive, and her tearful appearance stirred sympathy in many onlookers. The boy hoped to take this opportunity to comfort her, as he had heard online that women in vulnerable moments are more receptive. "Please do not say that." Zhang Ying looked up and saw an ordinary-looking boy attempting to approach her. She felt a surge of frustration. "I do not need comfort from someone like you." Even if Yuan Qi did not value her, someone like this ordinary boy would never have a chance with her. She released all her negative emotions in that moment. After speaking, Zhang Ying did not wait for the boy's reaction and turned to leave. The boy who had approached her stood frozen, somewhat bewildered after being spoken to so harshly. He had merely tried to strike up a conversation. Was it so wrong to be treated with such disdain? Did appearing ordinary mean one did not deserve affection? This was quite discouraging. Had it not been said that women are most receptive during vulnerable times? Why was reality so different from what he had read online? By the time he recovered his composure, Zhang Ying had already walked far away. He sighed and could only leave helplessly. This experience left a considerable mark on his heart. His moment of courage had brought him a lifetime of reserve. As for what happened afterward, Yuan Qi naturally knew nothing. Back in the dormitory, Yuan Qi put the matter of Zhang Ying out of his mind. "Brother Qi, is everything resolved?" Zhang Wei looked curious that Yuan Qi had returned so quickly. Yuan Qi nodded without saying much. He took out his phone and replied to a few messages from Cheng Muxue before preparing to open his game. However, he noticed a WeChat friend request. He clicked on it and read the verification message. "Senior, this is Li Xia. We have met before. May I add you as a friend?" Yuan Qi's mind instantly conjured the image of this pure and graceful campus beauty, Li Xia. To be honest, he had harbored some interest in her from the beginning. But they hadn't interacted much, and since old Li also had feelings for her, Yuan Qi had temporarily set Li Xia aside. He never expected her to take the initiative and add him on WeChat this time. For a beautiful woman making the first move, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Old Li still hadn't made any connection with her, so there was probably little chance for him. In that case, he wouldn't blame himself for taking this opportunity. After all, this was initiated by Li Xia herself. Yuan Qi accepted the friend request. Li Xia's WeChat profile picture showed a ragdoll cat, looking quite adorable. This suited her natural temperament well. Yuan Qi casually tapped on her moments. The first Moments post that caught his eye was a photo of a delicate hand holding a cup of fragrant beverage. The caption read, "First time tasting such delicious milk tea in my life. I've decided to have 1 cup every day from now on." Yuan Qi smiled to himself, recognizing it as a subtle form of self-promotion. After all, the beauty effect was no joke. If the person had quite a following among those around them, this single post could potentially bring considerable attention. He then scrolled further down through the timeline. Since Li Xia hadn't enabled the half-year visibility restriction, every post she'd ever made was accessible to view. She typically posted roughly every 2 or 3 days, a considerable amount of activity. Most entries captured everyday moments from her life and studies, revealing her as a genuinely positive and sunny individual. Yet these weren't what Yuan Qi was particularly interested in. After browsing for a while, he eventually came across a side-profile photograph taken by the seaside. It must be said that Li Xia possessed genuinely striking features. Her skin was smooth and luminous, her eyebrows and eyes exquisitely refined. Moreover, from this particular angle, she bore an ethereal resemblance to a fairy-like figure. After appreciating the image for a moment, Yuan Qi tapped to save it, then continued scrolling downward. Unfortunately, Li Xia hadn't posted many selfies, only 1 or 2 after scrolling through everything. It seemed that truly beautiful women rarely shared personal photographs on their social feeds. Both Cheng Muxue and senior Sun Ning followed the same pattern. When someone's feed consisted mainly of selfies paired with captions, it often suggested they were fishing for attention. At that very moment. On the other side, Li Xia was also browsing through Yuan Qi's moments. Much like most guys, Yuan Qi rarely posted more than once a month. This turned out to be quite different from her expectations. Where were the videos of him performing on instruments? The posts were mostly screenshots celebrating ranking matches or brief, uninspired captions. Honestly, unless she had personally obtained this account by chance through Zhong Peiyao, she might have assumed the owner was rather ordinary. But precisely because she knew this belonged to Yuan Qi, a striking contrast emerged in her perception. She had added Yuan Qi's account primarily because she was captivated by his performance at the orientation gala, and additionally a curiosity about him personally had taken root. This fascination had grown since Zhong Peiyao first connected with Yuan Qi, as she began reaching out to chat with him on a recurring basis. Soon the sound of WeChat notifications became something she eagerly anticipated. She would quickly check her phone, and when the message wasn't from Yuan Qi, a clear disappointment would cross her face. Li Xie observed this pattern with a certain wry amusement, recognizing it as a form of devotion. Though she acknowledged the term itself felt somewhat imprecise, the sentiment was unmistakable. She understood her friend well enough. Ordinary boys barely merited a second glance from her. Only someone truly exceptional could command her attention in such a way. This realization sparked a growing curiosity within Li Xie. She opened the chat window to send a message, but her fingers hovered uncertainly over the screen at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xie sent a friendly greeting sticker. Then she sat quietly watching the screen, feeling an unexpected flutter of nervousness in her chest. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi was still browsing through moments when he suddenly received a sticker from the other person. A cheerful image of Crayon Shinchan, waving hello. Yuan Qi simply copied the sticker and sent it back, then waited. No response came, and he wasn't in a hurry to follow up with another message. Since she had reached out first, he figured she would continue messaging. He preferred to let the conversation unfold naturally, adopting a patient, unhurried approach. As he was about to start a game, unexpectedly Zhong Peiyao's message arrived. "Senior, have you gone home for the holidays?" The message included a curious emoji. Yuan Qi sighed inwardly. He had noticed she was reaching out more and more frequently lately. Previously, she had tried to invite him out for a meal, but unfortunate timing had prevented it since he was rehearsing with Cheng Muxue. This naive and somewhat materialistic girl seemed increasingly drawn to his subtle games of attention. His original plan had been to build sufficient standing before engaging in such pursuits. After all, a certain Mr. Chen had demonstrated the approach quite effectively. With that foundation, he wouldn't fear complications if situations became tangled. But now Cheng Muxue wasn't nearby, leaving his restless energy without an outlet. Meanwhile, Zhong Peiyao's increasingly forward behavior, occasionally sending alluring photos under the pretense of accidents, was testing his restraint. As a normal young man, he felt his composure slipping. Yuan Qi began typing a reply. "No, I'm still at school." 5 seconds passed before her response arrived. "Really? I'm not going home either. I'm planning to wait until Chinese New Year. Oh, by the way, senior, there's a wonderful restaurant near campus. Would you accompany me there?" He recognized the pattern immediately. The real request always followed that careless, "by the way." Yuan Qi understood that accepting this invitation could lead to more than just a simple meal. He had developed genuine feelings for Cheng Muxue and felt a lingering sense of guilt. This time he intended to decline gracefully. But immediately afterward, a photo arrived showing her in a slip dress and black stockings. "Senior, what do you think of my outfit today?" The message included an eager emoji. Yuan Qi swallowed hard. So this was how she was testing his resolve. Forget caution entirely. He had already committed to this path, and hesitating now would only undermine his position. After all, he was a man with a system supporting him. "That looks great. Where exactly that when we meet later?" He tapped send. On the other side. After sending the invitation message, Zhong Peiyao had kept her eyes fixed nervously on the screen. The photo she had sent was from an earlier session. She was currently lying in bed. Following the rejection last time, she had begun questioning her own appeal. This time she had decided to be more direct. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then a message appeared from the other end. She glanced at it with nervous anticipation. "That looks great. Where exactly that when we meet later?" Upon reading the reply, Zhong Peiyao sat straight up on her bed. A radiant smile broke across her delicate features. Senior had finally agreed this time. "Yao, why are you so jumpy? You startled me." Seeing Zhong Peiyao suddenly sit up from the bed, Li Xie, who was still thinking about what message to send, was startled. "Sorry, I got a bit excited just now." After saying that, she quickly got off the bed to find the outfit to change into. "What's got you so excited? Are you planning to go out?" Seeing Zhong Peiyao get up and head to the wardrobe to find clothes, Li Xie asked curiously. I'm going out for a bit soon." Quickly, Zhong Peiyao found the dress from the wardrobe and prepared to change. "Where are you going? How about I come with you? I'm so bored in the dorm alone." The two of them were almost always together. Normally Zhong Peiyao would have agreed, but not this time. This was her first official date with Yuan Qi. There was no way she would bring a third wheel along, especially one whose beauty rivaled her own. She couldn't possibly take such a threat to meet Yuan Qi. "I'm going out to dinner with the senior student, so I won't take you along, darling. I'll treat you to a feast tomorrow." Zhong Peiyao didn't hide it either, since Li Xie was well aware of her situation with Yuan Qi. When Li Xie heard that she was going on a date with Yuan Qi, her heart tightened inexplicably. The senior student agreed to have dinner with you. Didn't he turn you down last time?" Zhong Peiyao had complained about this to her before. "That was an accident. With my charm, what man could resist?" Zhong Peiyao said rather narcissistically, though she certainly had the right to be confident. Li Xie fell silent. She too wanted to go out, but since the other didn't want to bring her along, what could she do? She couldn't just shamelessly tag along. After changing, Zhong Peiyao began to groom and apply makeup, wanting to present her most beautiful side to Yuan Qi. She thought to herself that she would make him pay for his aloofness and his habit of ignoring her messages. Once she had him hooked, she would have the upper hand. She was one to hold a grudge. After nearly an hour of grooming, Zhong Peiyao carefully examined herself in the mirror. Looking at her radiant face, even she was captivated. Yao, can't you really take me along for dinner? I promise I won't disturb you too." Seeing Zhong Peiyao about to leave, Li Xie couldn't help but plead for herself. Subconsciously, she didn't want to see the two of them succeed so easily. Weren't you quite interested in that Gu Hang before? He's been coming to deliver milk tea every day lately. If you're bored, you could accept his invitation. Upon hearing this, Li Xie felt a bit uncomfortable. What did she mean by interested in Gu Hang? They were at most just ordinary friends. Recently, Gu Hang had been delivering milk tea to Li Xie downstairs every day. At first, thinking they were friends and that she liked this particular milk tea, she accepted once or twice. She also gave him some snacks in return. But because of that, Gu Hang seemed to misunderstand something and yesterday directly invited her out to dinner. Li Xie naturally refused. Having a meal alone together went beyond the boundaries of ordinary friendship. We're just ordinary friends. I really don't have any feelings for him. Don't say things like that. Gu Hang was indeed a relatively outstanding guy, but she just didn't feel the spark. Zhang Peiyao had only mentioned it casually, and seeing Li Xie a bit upset, she quickly smiled and comforted her. Alright, I was just joking. Once I've won over the senior student, we'll treat you to a super feast together. Then carrying a light pink handbag, she gracefully left the dorm. Li Xie felt a bit melancholy. It was a feeling like having just become interested in something only to have it taken away by someone else. Meanwhile, after receiving Zhang Peiyao's message, Yuan Qi also changed clothes and prepared to go out. The two had agreed to meet at the school gate. Seeing Yuan Qi change clothes and fix his hair, Zhang Wei asked curiously, "Qi, are you going out again?" Yuan Qi nodded. "Going to meet a friend. I might not come back tonight." Zhang Wei was a bit stunned. What kind of friend would cause him to stay out all night? It was obvious what was going on. Hadn't the campus beauty, Cheng, already gone home? Could it be another girl? Qi Gu was truly a role model for the rest of them. But he wouldn't be a blabbermouth about such matters. Yuan Qi headed straight to the school gate. By then, Zhang Peiyao had already arrived a bit early. She wore a white dress with a light blue jacket, perfectly accentuating her figure. Standing gracefully at the school gate, she became a strikingly beautiful sight. Some male students who were passing by unconsciously paused. But they only watched from a distance, pretending to look at their phones as a cover. None of them had the courage to approach her. After all, college students weren't as thick-skinned as people in the real world. Being rejected would be quite embarrassing. Yet they were reluctant to leave, thinking that even one more glance was worth it. This pleasant scene was soon interrupted. A young man walked straight toward the beautiful girl, and almost everyone expected to see him get rejected. However, things took an unexpected turn. They saw the girl smile and greet the young man, and then the two walked away from the school gate chatting and laughing. So this beautiful flower was already taken. What was even more infuriating was that the girl had waited for the guy for so long. It was a sheer waste of perfection. If they had a girlfriend like that, they would never let her wait that long. Some recognized Yuan Qi as the young man who played the flute during the evening performance, and they resolved to learn a musical instrument themselves. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi was also captivated by Zhang Peiyao's appearance today. It was clear that she had put a lot of effort into her grooming. She looked even more radiant and beautiful than when he had seen her before. "Senior, it's really not easy to get you out for a meal. I've been waiting for so long." Zhang Peiyao's voice was lovely, and her tone carried a hint of affection and coquettishness, yet it didn't feel artificial. Yuan Qi felt his heart soften. She was indeed a little enchantress. "I really was busy before. I happen to have time today, so I'll treat you to this meal," Yuan Qi said with a smile. "Then I won't be polite, senior." She even winked at him. That little vixen was definitely doing it on purpose. Yuan Qi felt that just those few words had stirred something within him, as if he could barely contain his rising emotions. "Come on, let me take you to dinner first," Yuan Qi said, calming himself down. He thought to himself that when the time was right, he would make this girl pay a little. Knowing what she cherished, Yuan Qi chose an upscale couple-themed restaurant warmly decorated, frequented mainly by pairs. Yuan Qi had visited this place a few times before with Cheng Muxue. Though Zhang Peiyao harbored certain materialistic inclinations, she was ultimately unworldly. It was her first time dining at such an establishment, and while she felt a touch of nervousness, satisfaction predominated. "Senior brother, dining here must be quite expensive. I have never been anywhere like this before." The elegant furnishings made it evident that the average person could scarcely afford such a venue. "I am also a first-time visitor here, and I am uncertain how the cuisine tastes." Yuan Qi responded without hesitation, his expression entirely composed. The attending waiter regarded him with a puzzled look, for he recognized Yuan Qi from just a few days prior, when he had accompanied a breathtakingly beautiful young woman. He had been the one to serve them on that occasion as well. Yet now a different woman sat beside the man. Such a brief span, barely several days, and already he had replaced her. These wealthy men changed their companions with startling frequency, and each new woman was equally stunning. What exasperating rich folk they were. Though envy and resentment stirred within him, his countenance remained deferential, reflecting the highest standards of professional service. Such exemplary service was, after all, a hallmark of establishments of this caliber. Yuan Qi ordered with straightforward directness, selecting the priciest dishes. Even with some prior anticipation, Zhang Peiyao was genuinely startled by the four-figure price tags on certain selections. "Do you have any dietary preferences?" "I do not pick at my food at all, senior brother. Please order as you see fit." Yuan Qi nodded and proceeded to select several signature dishes from the establishment. Having sampled these dishes on a previous occasion and found them excellent though the pricing was somewhat steep, with each course running well over 1,000 yuan, he turned to her. Junior sister, please look through the menu and choose any dishes you would enjoy. Zhang Peiyao did not pretend to be modest. After perusing the menu, she ordered steamed large yellow croaker. She had a fondness for fish though she rarely had the opportunity to indulge in such a premium variety. Their senior brother, that is all I will have. She smiled and returned the menu to him. Upon hearing her address him as senior brother, the waiter understood they were university students. He felt even more envious of Yuan Qi, a wealthy heir with such a docile and charming companion. Truly the epitome of success in life. Yuan Qi accepted the menu and added 2 more dishes. Once the waiter departed, Zhang Peiyao turned to him with a smile. Senior brother, thank you for bringing me here. I am truly delighted. She concealed none of her joy, her gaze toward Yuan Qi laced with admiration, though a portion of it was deliberately feigned. Let us first taste how it fares. If you enjoy it, we shall return next time. Yuan Qi observed that she possessed an almost instinctive understanding of how to provide emotional warmth, a talent that in the right circumstances could captivate any man entirely. She remained somewhat unrefined at present, yet should she mature further her charms would be formidable. Zhang Peiyao perceived the underlying meaning in his words and felt a quiet satisfaction. As long as there would be a next time, that was what mattered. After a brief exchange of pleasant conversation, the dishes arrived one by one. Beholding the exquisite presentation, both felt their appetites stir. Senior brother, may I take a few photographs first? Yuan Qi nodded, familiar with the custom many young women observed before dining. Zhang Peiyao eagerly retrieved her phone and began photographing each dish individually, then gathered them all together for a comprehensive set suitable for sharing online. Satisfied that her phone was fully captured, they began their meal. Senior brother, this yellow croaker is remarkably tender. Do try a piece. She lifted a portion with her chopsticks and offered it directly to him, a gesture carrying subtle intimacy. To her surprise, Yuan Qi did not reach for a bowl. Instead, he leaned forward and took the morsel directly from her chopsticks. The fragrant silky fish melted upon her tongue, bringing profound satisfaction. You speak truly. The flavor is exceptional. Meeting his gaze, Zhang Peiyao felt an unexpected warmth rise to her cheeks, caught between her natural reserve and the moment's intimacy. The implication in his words was unmistakable. Though more unrestrained than most young women, Zhang Peiyao, never having experienced romance, found herself flustered all the same. Here, junior sister, do sample the king crab meat. It is equally exquisite. When she reached for a bowl, Yuan Qi gently sidestepped her attempt. His expression conveyed the expectation plainly. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Peiyao blushed and followed his lead, parting her lips to accept the piece he offered. Yuan Qi released the chopsticks with evident satisfaction. A blush remained on Zhang Peiyao's face. She had inadvertently brushed her lips against his in the exchange. The gesture carried the subtle intimacy of an almost kiss. With that initial moment of tender connection established, the atmosphere between them loosened considerably. They began feeding one another in turns, and their distance diminished naturally. The mutual affection already present between them allowed them to move beyond mere friendship with ease. At this point, the possibility of remaining simply friends had long faded. With both parties harboring similar intentions, there seemed no reason to delay. Those who claim to need time simply have not yet developed sufficient attachment. The evening meal continued for over an hour, lingering in warmth and ease. Yuan Qi signaled for the waiter to settle the bill, 7,868 in total. Having glimpsed his financial means, Zhang Peiyao felt no surprise at the sum. What captivated her was his effortless composure in handling the payment, a quality she found deeply appealing. Was she then to consider herself his companion? Yet something essential still seemed absent. As they prepared to depart, she mirrored the gesture of devoted couples and slipped her arm through his. The waiter, witnessing this development, could scarcely believe his eyes. They had arrived as mere senior and junior, yet within a single meal their connection had transformed entirely. The swift progression of their attachment struck him with quiet astonishment. Neither Yuan Qi nor Zhang Peiyao paid the attendant's thoughts any mind. Yuan Qi felt a subtle stir upon sensing the gentle pressure against his arm. For now he remained patient. Another evening together, perhaps a stroll through the shopping district, would bring matters to their natural conclusion. Yao, shall we visit the shopping district after our meal? The evening is still young, and it would be pleasing to take a leisurely walk. Very well, I will follow your lead. Zhang Peiyao's demeanor grew sweetly compliant, and she speculated that Yuan Qi might intend to present her with a gift. From this day onward they were in truth a couple. A quiet anticipation took root within her. Yuan Qi offered a faint smile at the thought that he alone could inspire such gentleness in a woman so often admired by others filled him with deep satisfaction. This concluding passage contains a promotional element and has been omitted. By now it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Under the night sky the city was ablaze with lights. For the people of Rongqing, the nightlife had only just begun. In the past year, as an ordinary freshman, Yuan Qi had never been able to appreciate the beauty of Rongqing's nightscape. His most vivid memories were of wearing a thick mascot costume during part-time jobs, wearily watching young men and women stroll through the streets, shopping and enjoying themselves. Back then he had felt a sense of confusion, uncertain whether he would ever be able to afford such a life after graduation. Now with a beautiful junior schoolmate by his side, he had joined the ranks of those who enjoyed the nightlife. It was a delightful feeling. A smile gradually spread across Yuan Qi's lips. "Senior, what are you thinking about that makes you so happy? Can you share it with me?" Zhang Peiyao, who was holding Yuan Qi's arm, noticed the upturn of his lips and asked curiously. "Strolling with a beautiful girl naturally lifts my spirits." Yuan Qi turned to her with a smile. "Senior, you really know how to flatter someone. You must have charmed many girls before." This was her subtle probe. It was obvious that a quality guy like Yuan Qi would not lack admirers. Not to mention the ethereal girl who had performed with him at the party, the one who posed a quiet threat. Her intuition told her the two were more than just classmates. "You're right. I've already charmed one, haven't I?" Yuan Qi wisely avoided the topic, preferring to keep his plans for being a playboy low-key for now. "If I'm not so easily fooled. My IQ is 120, you know." "Really? Then you must be quite the clever little one." Zhang Peiyao felt that Yuan Qi was teasing her, and he had deftly sidestepped the question she wanted answered. But she was smart enough not to bring it up again. The two soon arrived at Taiga Street, a place Yuan Qi knew well. He led Zhang Peiyao straight into a Bulgari jewelry store. Stepping through the emerald green glass doors, the opulent decor hinted at the luxury within. Zhang Peiyao's heart raced. She was very familiar with Bulgari, the renowned international luxury brand. She had browsed their luxury items on social media countless times. Now was her dream about to come true. Yet she still asked with a trace of reserve, "Senior, why have you brought me here?" Though still young, she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Yuan Qi found it amusing. This little fox still needed some practice. Her expression control was lacking. "To give you a gift, of course. Let's take a look and see what you like." Though she had already guessed, hearing his confirmation made her heart flutter with excitement. "Senior, I would love anything you give me." Yuan Qi took that with a grain of salt. If he gave her something random, her affection would surely drop. "Let's look at necklaces. Your neck is bare. It seems a waste not to adorn it." Touching her own smooth neck, Zhang Peiyao felt a surge of joy. She actually had a silver chain necklace, but had forgotten to wear it. She never imagined she would soon own something even finer. "Good evening, sir and madam. Welcome to Bulgari. How may I assist you?" A beautiful saleswoman approached them. "My girlfriend would like to choose a necklace. Please show us around." "Certainly. Please follow me." The saleswoman led them to a display case of necklaces. Zhang Peiyao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the glittering gemstone pendants. As the saleswoman introduced the pieces, she found herself torn between the diva red fan necklace and the green fan necklace. She loved both colors. Yuan Qi noticed her indecision and smiled. "Since you like both, let's buy them together. You can alternate wearing them." Zhang Peiyao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Each necklace cost 25500 yuan. Two would be 5000. This. Yuan Qi smiled, took the red fan necklace, and walked behind her to put it on. "Lovely. Wear this one for now, and please pack the other for us, thank you." Seeing that Yuan Qi was serious, Zhang Peiyao's emotions surged. Overcome with joy, she didn't care about the setting and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. "Senior, you are so good to me." Feeling the soft, fragrant touch, Yuan Qi was in high spirits. Spending money on a thoughtful girl certainly brought him emotional rewards. The saleswoman watched with envy. This man was so kind to his girlfriend. The moment he put on the necklace felt like a scene from a romantic drama. Handsome, wealthy, and gentle to his girlfriend. What a dream boyfriend. Why couldn't she have one like him? A tearful sigh. He paid by card, spending over 5000 yuan. For Yuan Qi, who now had won 5 million yuan, it was nothing. But the impact on Zhang Peiyao was profound. For the first time, she experienced the feeling of buying something without worrying about the price. An incomparable joy that she would never forget. If Yuan Qi could see her affection level, it would surely be 111. As the saying goes, the best way to spoil a girl is to show her the splendor of the world. Zhang Peiyao was heading in that direction. After this, it would be nearly impossible for her to fall for an ordinary guy. And now Yuan Qi was the most suitable person for her. After leaving Bulgari, he didn't take her to buy anything else. Material needs shouldn't be satisfied all at once. Too much, and she might lose interest. Now it was time for him to collect his gift. They strolled through the lively streets, and Zhang Peiyao bought a panda plushie to give to Licia as compensation for leaving her alone in the dorm. The half-person-sized plushie cost her over 200 yuan, but she didn't feel a shred of regret today. "You like plushies? This is for my roommate," Zhang Peiyao explained with a smile. Yuan Qi nodded, guessing it was for Licia. Thinking of her, he recalled that she had added him as a friend today, but had only said hello and nothing more. But one step at a time, he still had a beautiful woman in front of him. Checking the time, it was already past 10. He smiled at Zhang Peiyao. Yao, it's too late. The school gates might be closed. Let's stay outside tonight." "Senior, are we not going back to school today?" Zhang Peiyao felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Although she had mentally prepared herself to some extent, she couldn't help but feel that this was happening too quickly. This was only their first date. Yet glancing at the Bulgari gift box in her hand, Zhang Peiyao felt a mix of emotions and uncertainty. Perhaps she might as well go all in this time. After all, she had never met a young man more outstanding than Yuan Qi. I'm in the dormitory and has probably locked the gate by now. I'll book a hotel nearby. Then. All right. Zhang Peiyao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She truly was fond of Yuan Qi, and since that was the case, she might as well give herself to him completely. Yuan Qi did not hesitate and directly booked a 5-star presidential suite. At 688 yuan per night, it cost even more than the 2 necklaces he had bought for Zhang Peiyao combined. Without wasting any time, Yuan Qi hailed a taxi. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the hotel entrance. Yuan Qi felt that he ought to buy a car for himself. Otherwise, hailing a taxi every time made him seem rather lacking in style. Sigh. System, can't you reward me with a luxury car? Others have long been taken care of. It had been nearly a month since he bound the system, yet he hadn't even managed to obtain a single car. This was somewhat embarrassing. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yuan? Seeing Yuan Qi and the other approaching, a woman dressed in a cheongsam immediately came forward to greet them. Yes, I am. Is the room ready? Mr. Yuan, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Feng Hong, and I am your personal butler. Your room is ready on the 28th floor. Please follow me. Yuan Qi led Zhang Peiyao into the private elevator designated for the presidential suite. Upon reaching the 28th floor, the butler Feng Hong opened the door for them. This is your room. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I wish you a wonderful evening. With that, Feng Hong tactfully turned and entered the elevator, leaving the space to Yuan Qi and his companion. Let's go inside. Yuan Qi smiled and led the still somewhat nervous Zhang Peiyao into the room. Her attention was immediately captivated by the resplendent and magnificent interior. The spacious living room floor was entirely paved with marble. Over it lay a delicate hand-woven carpet, making one hesitant to step upon it. An enormous, exquisite crystal chandelier hung in the center of the living room, its ornate carvings and crystal bead curtains creating a striking visual impact. In addition, the suite was fully equipped with a fitness room, SBA massage room, private cinema, and other entertainment facilities. In short, it exuded an air of luxury at every turn. It truly embodied the meaning of an opulent and decadent lifestyle. Zhang Peiyao was even more excited than Cheng Muxua had been during her first stay in a presidential suite. She took out her phone and began snapping photos of the room, not even sparing the bathroom bathtub. Yuan Qi watched her with a smile, allowing her to enjoy herself. At this point, he was no longer in a hurry. After all, the rabbit was already at his lips and could not escape. After a while, Zhang Peiyao finally put away her phone with satisfaction. Turning her head, she saw Yuan Qi staring at her, and she suddenly remembered her current situation. Thinking about what was about to happen, she became a bit nervous and uneasy again, a blush spreading across her exquisite face. Yuan Qi knew that this was the moment for him to take the initiative. He stepped forward, gently wrapped his arm around her soft waist, and drew her into his embrace. Then they naturally sank onto the nearby sofa. Zhang Peiyao was startled by Yuan Qi's sudden move, and her body instinctively resisted. Ah, senior, don't. At this moment, a delicate fragrance filled the air, and Yuan Qi, now filled with a growing passion, naturally did not let go. Little temptress, still not being honest at a time like this. Yuan Qi whispered softly in her ear. Zhang Peiyao felt her ear tickle as if it had been gently nibbled. Her body trembled slightly. Senior, I'm not ready yet. I'm a little scared. Yuan Qi continued to comfort her in a low voice. Weren't you already prepared when you came out with me? I will take good care of you from now on. But don't be afraid, darling. I'll cherish you. Before Zhang Peiyao could respond, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips to hers. Zhang Peiyao closed her eyes, her initial slight resistance gradually giving way to submission. Outside the window, a light rain began to fall that night. Soon the system's voice echoed in Yuan Qi's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the goddess conquest mission. Rewards are being distributed. Double cashback on daily expenses for Zhang Peiyao. Host's attractiveness 1. Mystery gift physique transformation. The host's physique will gradually reach the peak of human perfection over the coming period, ensuring exceptional health and freedom from illness. Host panel name: Yuan Qi, age 19, height 182 centimeters, weight 71 kilograms, attractiveness 83, physique golden kidney warrior, peak human constitution, transforming personal wealth 1465231. 28 yuan. The system's rewards arrived as promised. Yuan Qi was curious about the peak human physique mentioned. How strong would he become after the transformation? At the very least, he would be a decathlete. If he were to participate in any sports event or competition, he would likely win a world championship with ease. But he had no interest in that. Moreover, the physique transformation was only one aspect of the benefits. The greatest advantage was that he would never fall ill again. In other words, living past 100 years would be effortless for him. This was a blessing that no amount of money could buy. System, kudos to you. Putting the system rewards aside for the moment, he was still engaged in more pressing matters. Another hour passed. Yuan Qi finally fell asleep with a satisfied smile, holding Zhang Peiyao in his arms. The next morning, Yuan Qi was the first to wake up. Feeling the soft body in his arms, he smiled contentedly. This was the life. He had been a bit demanding the night before, and since it was Zhong Peiyao's first time, she naturally hadn't recovered so quickly. She was still sound asleep. Yuan Qi carefully got out of bed and called the butler Fang Hong to have breakfast brought up. He first went to the bathroom to take a shower and then examined his physique. It did seem slightly better than before. However, this was only the first day of the transformation, so the difference was not yet significant. Fortunately, the transformation required time, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain it to his women. 10 minutes later, Yuan Qi finished his shower and came out. Breakfast had just arrived at the same time. When he opened the door, the butler led two waiters pushing a cart into the room, arranging delicate dishes on the dining table. "Mister, you want to enjoy your meal?" the butler respectfully said to him before leaving with the waiters. Yuan Qi went to the bedroom to call Zhong Peiyao. So sleepy you don't want to get up," she mumbled drowsily, turning over to continue sleeping. Yuan Qi smiled, helping to pull up the blanket to cover her exposed skin as she turned. He himself was quite energetic in the early morning, but since it was her first time, he decided not to disturb this little one today. Zhong Peiyao woke up close to noon. Though she was awake, she still felt as though her body might fall apart. Yuan Qi had truly pushed her to her limits the night before. She got out of bed to use the restroom, but the moment she moved, a wave of discomfort swept through her. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Qi walked into the room. "Yao, you're awake." Senior brother, I'd like to go to the bathroom," Zhong Peiyao said in a coaxing tone, her voice carrying a hint of pitifulness. Seeing her state, Yuan Qi understood the situation and smiled as he lifted her still wrapped in the blanket into his arms. He intended to carry her all the way to the bathroom. Zhong Peiyao wrapped her pristine slender arms around Yuan Qi's neck. At the moment he stood up, she pressed a kiss to his cheek. "Senior brother, you're so good to me." Hearing her enchanting voice, Yuan Qi felt his composure beginning to waver again. Calling this girl a little temptress was entirely accurate. "Don't be naughty, or I'll have to administer another round of discipline today." Hearing this, Zhong Peiyao playfully shrank her neck in mock fear. Once he saw her settle down, Yuan Qi carried her into the bathroom. Just as he was about to set her down near the toilet, Zhong Peiyao spoke with a blush. "Senior brother, please set me down here, I can manage on my own." Even though they had grown intimate, she still felt somewhat shy about such matters. Yuan Qi did not insist, and gently set her down. "Then be careful, don't slip." Zhong Peiyao nodded, then slowly took a tentative step forward. It still hurt a bit, but a few steps should be manageable. After seeing her reach the toilet, Yuan Qi stepped out of the bathroom. Yuan Qi asked the butler to prepare lunch and also tidy up the room after the night's events. The staff were highly professional, showing no outward emotion on their faces. But inwardly, everyone was thinking about how intense the previous evening had been. The marks left on the sheets told quite a story. After cleaning the room, the staff brought lunch. Luxurious ingredients like king crab, abalone, and lobster, which would be considered high-end elsewhere, were standard offerings here. Yuan Qi ordered a full set for each. While Zhong Peiyao was still showering, Yuan Qi extended their room stay by another day. Now with the system rewards, spending money alongside Zhong Peiyao felt like getting everything for free. It didn't sting at all. In the future, Yuan Qi planned to rent an apartment. This would serve as his second residence. To avoid any inconvenient situations arising, Yuan Qi decided to find a place far from his first apartment. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Zhong Peiyao emerged slowly, wrapped in a white silk robe. Seeing she still had trouble moving, Yuan Qi immediately picked her up in his arms again. "Be careful. After eating rest in the hotel today, I've extended our stay by another day." Leaning against Yuan Qi's chest, Zhong Peiyao looked up at him with a dazed expression. Another day extended. This presidential suite cost nearly 70,000 per day. If that money were given to her, she could buy so many wonderful things. But a man like this was truly handsome. Although she had some materialistic tendencies, she was still an 18-year-old girl. She still held dreams of romance. If she could enjoy both material comfort and a sweet relationship, that would be absolutely perfect. At this moment, Yuan Qi was the Prince Charming in her heart. The two reached the dining table, and Yuan Qi placed Zhong Peiyao into her chair. "These are the hotel's standard meals. See if they suit your taste. If not, I'll have the butler bring another set." "No trouble needed, senior brother, this is already wonderful." Zhong Peiyao quickly shook her head. The spread before her was extraordinary. Some dishes were ones she had never even seen before. Accompanying Yuan Qi these past 2 days had truly broadened her horizons. Having expended so much energy the night before, Zhong Peiyao's stomach was already rumbling. She no longer cared about maintaining an elegant image and began to eat heartily. The hotel's chefs were of 5-star caliber. Their culinary skills needed no introduction, and paired with the finest ingredients, Zhong Peiyao nearly devoured everything, savoring every bite. After finishing her meal, Yuan Qi summoned the butler to clear the table and then asked her to purchase a few outfits for Zhong Peiyao. The dress from the night before had been damaged beyond repair. Yuan Qi provided a budget of 100,000, covering clothes, shoes, and accessories of all types. The butler, experienced in such matters, consulted Zhong Peiyao on her preferred styles and sizes, then set out with 2 staff members for the shopping trip. Once they had left, Zhong Peiyao eagerly nestled into Yuan Qi's arms. "Senior brother, I've realized I really love you so much." She then leaned in and pressed her lips to his. The previous evening had given her a measure of experience. Under Yuan Qi's gentle guidance, she grew more comfortable, no longer feeling the breathlessness of their first time. After a long while they parted. Embracing on the sofa, Yuan Qi breathed in the fragrance from Zhong Peiyao's hair and couldn't help but think. Indeed, every beauty carried a unique scent. If Cheng Muxue carried the delicate, elegant fragrance of a wild orchid in a secluded valley, then Zhong Peiyao exuded an intoxicating purple rose perfume that was utterly captivating. It was like comparing the top notes and heart notes of fine perfumes. Yuan Qi couldn't say which was better. Each had its own charm. Either way, he cherished them both. At that moment, Zhong Peiyao rested happily in Yuan Qi's embrace, completely unaware that her companion was mentally comparing her to another woman. In the afternoon, Yuan Qi naturally stayed at the hotel with Zhong Peiyao. After watching a movie together in the screening room for over an hour, the butler returned with the clothes she had purchased. 5 complete outfits from innerwear to outerwear had consumed nearly all 100,000. Zhong Peiyao gazed at the designer pieces she had only ever dreamed of owning, her face glowing with excitement. She hurried to the fitting room to try them on. At the moment Zhong Peiyao received the clothes, Yuan Qi also received his double cashback reward from the system. The expenditure fell well within acceptable limits. It had to be said that a 5-star hotel's concierge had excellent taste. The 5 outfits selected all matched Zhong Peiyao's aesthetic perfectly. Even Yuan Qi, who knew little about fashion, found them all lovely. Though the sight of Zhong Peiyao modeling them stirred a different kind of impulse in him, one he needed to keep in check. While Zhong Peiyao was trying on clothes, Yuan Qi decided to catch up on messages from Cheng Muxue. His phone had been on silent while he was with Zhong Peiyao, and Cheng Muxue had sent several messages without a reply. They had also been separated for quite some time. As Yuan Qi read through her messages, he could sense a hint of slight indignation in her words. However, Yuan Qi simply chose to overlook it. If he truly tried to coax her, it would be like admitting guilt. Fortunately, Cheng Muxue was not the type of girl prone to making a fuss. Since Yuan Qi had explained he was occupied with matters at the shop, she soon let go of any lingering resentment over his unanswered messages. A faint pang of guilt weighed on Yuan Qi's heart, so he directly transferred 20,000 yuan to Cheng Muxue. Xiaoxue, this is your holiday allowance. Spend it freely, don't hold back. On the other end, Cheng Muxue was visibly startled and took a long while before responding. That's far too much. I couldn't possibly spend it all. Yet deep down her heart swelled with quiet joy. You could buy some gifts for your parents. It counts as a proper courtesy gift from your future boyfriend, Yuan Qi offered as an explanation. Who said I want you to be my boyfriend? Though she spoke coyly, her heart fluttered with delight as she accepted the transfer. Cheng Muxue wanted to continue chatting, but Yuan Qi noticed Zhong Peiyao had finished trying on clothes and was making her way toward him. Xiaoxue, I still have a few things to sort out at the shop. Let's talk later, okay? Alright, go ahead and get things done. I'll help my mom stretch her legs. No sooner had he set down his phone than Zhong Peiyao emerged from the fitting room. She had changed into a white spaghetti-strap dress layered with a green knitted cardigan, her entire aura transforming into something soft and delicately pure. Zhong Peiyao possessed striking full-featured features with an inherent charm, a look that contrasted beautifully with her fresh outfit. She twirled gracefully before Yuan Qi, her skirt swirling like a butterfly among blossoms. With sparkling eyes she smiled. Senior brother, do I look pretty? Yuan Qi rose and drew her into his embrace, his hands growing playful as he answered her question through gentle action. Senior brother, you're making me ticklish, she murmured in a softly alluring tone. Yuan Qi's pulse quickened, and soon the two found themselves settling onto the sofa together. Meanwhile, at Cheng Muxue's home, Xiaoxue, put away your phone and come help your mother stretch. In the living room, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, bearing a striking 7/10 resemblance to Cheng Muxue, was practicing yoga. She maintained herself impeccably well as strolled them together, and people might mistake them for sisters. Coming. Cheng Muxue set aside her phone and pattered over in her slippers. Xiaoxue, who were you chatting with? Ever since you came home for the break, that phone hasn't left your hand. Are you seeing someone? Watching her daughter's demeanor, Lan Duo couldn't help but suspect. Her daughter had never behaved this way when coming home before. Cheng Muxue kept nothing hidden from her mother and simply nodded gently. Seeing this, Lan Duo paused her yoga pose. Really dating someone? Show mom a photo quick. Cheng Muxue retrieved a picture of herself and Yuan Qi from her phone. My, he certainly looks handsome, but there must be other qualities drawing you to him, or you wouldn't have taken a shine to him in the first place. Lan Duo knew her daughter well. Mere good looks alone would never capture Cheng Muxue's attention. Even back in high school, suitors had lined up at their doorstep. That boy hardly paled in comparison to the one in the photograph. True to form, Cheng Muxue held nothing back from her mother, laying out Yuan Qi's virtues one by one. Listening intently, Lan Duo's eyes widened with amazement. All these remarkable qualities, mastery of various instruments from bamboo flute and guitar to suona. Qualities Yuan Qi had once demonstrated at the music shop. He also possessed sharp business acumen. His milk tea shop had been a hit from opening day, generating over 10,000 yuan daily from a single location. He treated his daughter generously, spending hundreds of thousands on her in less than a month. And he was genuinely handsome, at least from what they could see. In short, wealthy, talented, attractive, and devoted to his daughter. What sort of fairy tale boyfriend was this? Was she describing a novel protagonist? Xiaoxua mom doesn't doubt you. I just find it hard to believe all these admirable traits could converge in one person, let alone someone you happen to meet. You're not making stories up, are you? Mom, everything I said is true. Watch this if you don't believe me. Seeing her mother's skepticism, Cheng Muxue showed her the recent transfer from Yuan Qi. Lan Duo herself was stunned by the 20,000 yuan allowance. As a dance instructor, her monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000 yuan. Cheng Muxue's father, a middle school teacher, earned slightly less, even counting all his benefits. So this casual gift surpassed their combined monthly income. Cheng Muxue then pulled up a video of her and Yuan Qi's performance at the evening gala. Only then did Lan Duo begin to believe her daughter's account. Glancing at her daughter's radiant expression, she asked softly, "Xiaoxua, have you already given yourself to him?" Cheng Muxue understood her mother's meaning and blushed as she nodded. Lan Duo's heart grew complicated. If what her daughter described was true, Yuan Qi would indeed be a fine match. Yet could such an outstanding young man truly be without flaw? Lan Duo harbored her doubts. But seeing her daughter so blissfully smitten, she chose not to press further. Besides, the matter had already progressed this far. There was no point in complicating things. She could only hope things would unfold naturally. One could only imagine how old Cheng would feel upon learning his precious daughter had fallen for another. Meanwhile, back at the hotel. Ah Chu. Yuan Qi, lost in pleasant company, broke into a sudden sneeze, startling Zhong Peiyao. She promptly slipped from his arms, adjusted her disheveled clothing, and asked with concern, "Senior brother, are you catching a cold?" "No worries. Probably just my mother missing me." Yuan Qi chuckled unperturbed. "Yao Yao, shall we continue?" Drawing her close once more, he savored the warmth of holding such a beautiful woman. "Senior brother, not so fast. Let's do something else first." She had nearly been swept away again, and though her body had recovered somewhat, she still bore tender aches, making her hesitant to continue immediately. Understanding her reluctance, Yuan Qi knew better than to push too far. One couldn't linger in such indulgence all day. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Then what would you like to do?" "Senior brother, let me give you a spa treatment. I promise it'll match the finest salons." Yuan Qi raised an eyebrow, surprised. She actually had that skill, eh? Is it a proper one? Certain cinematic images flashed through Yuan Qi's mind, and truthfully, that wouldn't have been unwelcome. Of course, my mother runs a spa, and I learned directly from her. It was a family craft then, Yuan Qi understood. Very well, then I'll make sure to experience it properly. If I'm satisfied, there may be a reward. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll surely exceed your expectations. Soon after, they rose and made their way together to the spa room. The hotel spa suite was considerably more luxurious than ordinary establishments. Independent of anything else, every bottle and jar displayed on the shelves hailed from world-renowned brands. A single small bottle alone commanded prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. Should guests desire it, the hotel also provided professional spa therapists for in-room service. Yuan Qi walked over and lay down on the massage table, waiting patiently for Zhong Peiyao's spa treatment. "Senior, does this pressure feel comfortable?" Zhong Peiyao's gentle hands worked across Yuan Qi's back, spreading aromatic essential oil as she massaged. "The pressure is fine, but you could press a little firmer." Yuan Qi rested on his stomach on the bed, his voice carrying a soft nasal tone. Listening to the soothing melody while enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman was truly an exquisite experience, leaving him feeling completely relaxed in both body and mind. "Very well, I'll increase the pressure then." As Zhong Peiyao applied a bit more force, Yuan Qi hummed contentedly, the pleasure evident in his soft murmurs. "Yao Yao, I'm impressed by how professional your technique is." Zhong Peiyao offered a subtle smile. "Of course, mother always says my massage skills surpass her own. But senior, would you like it if Yao Yao only ever gives massages to you from now on?" Zhong Peiyao whispered these words close to Yuan Qi's ear, her voice carrying a gentle warmth. Yuan Qi gently tapped her side with his hand. "Let's keep our conversation appropriate, dear. I'm sure you'd prefer not to face any scolding, would you?" Zhong Peiyao giggled and playfully stuck out her tongue before concentrating fully on Yuan Qi's full-body massage. The spa session lasted 50 minutes. Throughout the session, there were several pleasant exchanges between Yuan Qi and technician Yao that spoke for themselves. Afterward, Zhong Peiyao intended to depart with Yuan Qi, but he gently guided her back onto the massage table. "Yao Yao, this time it's my turn to give you a full-body massage. That should make things fair, shouldn't it?" "Senior, are you skilled at this?" Zhong Peiyao asked softly. "Don't worry, I've learned everything just now. I may not know if it's professional, but it will definitely be comfortable." He immediately began without another word. Time passed pleasurably, and soon evening arrived. The two had spent the entire day at the hotel, yet it felt wonderfully fulfilling. Dinner was delivered directly to the room by the hotel. Yuan Qi had also requested a bottle of red wine along with candles and flowers. The two enjoyed a romantic candlelight dinner together. A man who knows how to create romance always captures a woman's heart. Zhong Peiyao felt herself falling deeply for him. She had completely surrendered to the tender world Yuan Qi had gently woven around her. She no longer held back, freely giving her trust to Yuan Qi. This night was destined to be beautiful. Early the next morning, Yuan Qi felt as though something heavy pressed upon him, making each breath a little labored. Opening his eyes, he discovered Zhong Peiyao still resting against him. She had somehow fallen asleep in that position throughout the entire night. Gently setting her down, Yuan Qi rose from the bed. In the bathroom, as he freshened up, he examined his figure in the mirror. This was the third day of his body transformation. Yuan Qi noticed his muscle contours seemed a bit more defined than before. Previously, his physique had been neither fat nor thin, quite ordinary. But today he could see hints of muscle definition. It was not very obvious, yet, perhaps with some pump, it would become more apparent, similar to what one might achieve after a month or two of gym training. As for other aspects of his body, he had not noticed any changes yet. After all, this was only the third day, and already seeing these results was quite impressive. Yuan Qi struck a few poses in front of the mirror, satisfied with what he saw, before leaving the bathroom. On the living room sofa, he opened his phone and found messages from several people. First was a selfie from Chung Mushua showing herself and her mother morning jogging. Honestly, if Chung Mushua hadn't mentioned it, he might have thought they were sisters. No wonder she could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Her genes were simply excellent. Yuan Qi sent an emoji depicting someone just waking up, and the reply came quickly. You big lazybones, so no exercise during the holidays, right? Hurry and go for a run. Yuan Qi shook his head with a smile. From now on, he wouldn't need dedicated workouts anymore. While chatting with Chung Mushua, Yuan Qi also checked messages from Sun Ning. She mainly informed him that she had already found a suitable location for the milk tea shop and would discuss the transfer with the current owner that day. Yuan Qi reviewed the location, a street not far from Rongqing Arts Academy. He was surprised that senior sister had chosen the spot so quickly. After replying, Yuan Qi checked a message from Zhang Wei. He said the bakery was opening its first day today and asked whether Yuan Qi wanted to stop by. Yuan Qi still needed to look at apartments later, so he replied that he might visit afterward and that Zhang Wei could handle matters there on his own. After chatting with Chung Mushua for another half hour, Yuan Qi began playing games. Time passed. After 10 in the morning, Zhong Peiyao finally stirred awake from her bed. Her condition today was better than yesterday. Oh, at least she could walk without any issues. Little sleepyhead, you're just getting up now. The sun is already high overhead. Yuan Qi teased her gently from the side. Senior, you're the one talking. If not for staying up so late last night, how could I possibly be waking up this late? Yuan Qi felt a bit embarrassed, but anyone would have found it hard to remain composed in such a tender moment. All right then, to make up for my oversight, let me help you get ready for the day. Saying this, Yuan Qi picked up Zhong Peiyao's clothes to help her get ready. Then, senior, you can't misbehave now, okay? Of course not, that's impossible. By the time Zhong Peiyao finished washing up and getting dressed, it was already noon. Most of the time had been spent getting ready. After the two finished lunch, Yuan Qi checked out of the hotel with Zhong Peiyao. As they stepped out of the hotel, Zhong Peiyao still felt somewhat dazed. Yuan Qi had opened a door to a new world for her, and she was growing fond of the feeling of living in such a grand place. Thinking of the past 2 days spent in the presidential suite with Yuan Qi, she was reluctant to leave. The thought of returning to a school dormitory brought a certain sense of loss. Yao, I'm thinking of renting an apartment outside as our temporary home. What kind of layout do you prefer? Just as Zhong Peiyao was feeling somewhat down, Yuan Qi's question instantly brightened her mood. Senior, I love apartments with floor-to-ceiling windows. It's wonderful for enjoying the night view. This idea coincided nicely with Yuan Qi's thoughts, though his reasons differed somewhat. Yuan Qi checked a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room, 3-bathroom apartment on his phone. It was about 5 kilometers from the school in a straight line and roughly 8 to 9 kilometers from his and Chung Mushua's rental. With this arrangement, there would be little chance for awkward situations. Zhong Peiyao loved it as well, and the two immediately took a taxi to view the apartment. Nanhuno. One was an upscale residential compound in Rongqing where apartment prices averaged over 30,000 yuan per square meter. The environment there ranked among the finest in the entire city. Ordinary people certainly could not afford to live there. It was said that the residents were mostly post-80s and post-90s white-collar professionals and some well-known influencers. When Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao arrived, a young female real estate agent was already waiting at the entrance of the compound. She was quite attractive, and Yuan Qi couldn't help but take a quick glance at her. Zhao Lily. By the time he reached the end, Yuan Qi had completely lost interest. He hadn't expected someone who appeared so proper to have such rich experience. One could only say this industry ran quite deep. The two followed Zhao Lily to the 25th floor. The unit featured 2 elevators serving 4 households. Yuan Qi was looking at a fully furnished apartment spanning over 180 square meters. The previous owners had moved abroad and had never even lived in the place. As Zhao Lily gave her introduction, Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao observed each room. Mr. Yuan, the monthly rent for this apartment is 12,800 yuan with a deposit of 1 month's rent paid in advance for the entire year. Does that work for you? After finishing her tour description, Zhao Lily quoted the price. Zhong Peiyao discreetly gasped at the steep cost. Yaya, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the apartment? Zhong Peiyao nodded eagerly. Yes, I love it. She was more than pleased, considering her family's home was still an older 2-bedroom apartment in a modest residential complex. She had only ever dreamed of living in such a luxury apartment before. Now that the opportunity had come, she was thoroughly delighted. Then let us sign the contract. Yuan Qi turned to Zhao Lily and spoke. Seeing the transaction come together so smoothly, Zhao Lily was quite pleased. Although the commission from a rental was smaller than that from a sale, the brokerage fee for a luxury apartment like this was still quite substantial. Furthermore, she harbored certain ambitions toward the handsome, well-off man. Even though he already had a girlfriend, she thought all men were essentially the same. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated. She made several subtle hints toward Yuan Qi whenever Zhong Peiyao was not looking, but Yuan Qi remained entirely unmoved. It was like casting pearls before swine. Having no choice, she could only abandon her scheme. After signing the contract, Yuan Qi paid 1 year of rent totaling 166,400 yuan, which the system covered in full. Getting everything for free was truly satisfying. Afterwards, Zhao Lily guided the two through fingerprint registration for the building entrance and completed the property management paperwork. This place had officially become Yuan Qi's second base. In the afternoon, Yuan Qi took Zhong Peiyao out to purchase some daily necessities. Zhong Peiyao was unusually cheerful that day, bustling about the apartment like a tireless little bee, arranging and decorating every corner. They worked until 6 in the evening before heading out for dinner. After dinner, Yuan Qi planned to take Zhong Peiyao to check on the cake shop. He had been busy all day and had not found time earlier, so the evening was perfect. By the time they arrived at Sunshine Cake Shop, it was already 8 o'clock at night. "Senior, is this the second shop you are preparing to open? The decoration is exquisite." Zhong Peiyao couldn't help but marvel. It was the first time she had ever seen a cake shop with such beautiful interior design, perfectly suited for photography. Yuan Qi led Zhong Peiyao directly inside. "Brother Qi, you're here." Zhang Wei greeted Yuan Qi upon seeing him enter, but then his gaze fell on Zhong Peiyao beside him, and he froze in surprise. "Peiyao, let me introduce you. This is my roommate and close friend Zhang Wei. Lao Zhang, this is my girlfriend Zhong Peiyao." Yuan Qi introduced them naturally. Although Zhang Wei had eaten with Yuan Qi in the cafeteria before, Zhong Peiyao had been entirely focused on Yuan Qi at that time and had no impression of Zhang Wei whatsoever. Zhang Wei was utterly stunned. Was he really introducing her as his girlfriend so openly? What about campus beauty Chung? He had already figured out that Yuan Qi had been spending time with this freshman campus beauty over the past couple of days. Though countless doubts swirled in his mind, he certainly would not be foolish enough to ask them right then. After a brief greeting, the two formally acquainted themselves. "Lao Zhang, why are you still hanging around the shop this late?" Hearing this, Zhang Wei temporarily set aside his questions and replied, "I had nothing else to do today, so I decided to stay at the shop to get more familiar with the work." Getting to know the shop operations was one reason, but there was another, the matter of Li Yu. He still took Yuan Qi's words to heart. He had exchanged quite a few words with Li Yu today. Though all were work-related, he felt genuinely happy. But compared to Brother Qi, none of it measured up. Thinking of this, he cast another glance at Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao together. How could he have already won her over so quickly? It was impossible not to feel envious. "Lao Zhang, has the secret recipe cake been taken care of?" Yuan Qi had already handed the secret cake recipe to Zhang Wei, making it the signature offering of Sunshine Cake Shop. Since it was a proprietary recipe, it was necessary to have the bakers sign confidentiality agreements. Of course, whether it was truly secret depended on the system's ingredients. Without those, the flavor would not differ significantly from ordinary cakes. That was why Yuan Qi had no concern about any leaks whatsoever. Zhang Wei nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Qi. I have already had them sign confidentiality agreements." Zhang Wei felt that such agreements were merely a formality, since anyone could easily replicate the recipe if they tried. But then he remembered how popular Brother Qi's milk tea had been. If this cake recipe could achieve similar success, it would be extraordinary. He wondered where Brother Qi had obtained such recipes. Yuan Qi nodded, and with Zhong Peiyao took a short walk around the shop. The staff had not yet clocked out. Today's work mainly involved preparations, so things were not particularly busy. Aside from helping move some ingredients, they were simply getting accustomed to the work environment. When they spotted Zhong Peiyao beside Yuan Qi, they quietly admired her striking looks. However, they already knew that the young man was the true owner of the shop. He was likely from a wealthy family, so it was hardly surprising that he had such a beautiful girlfriend by his side. Shortly before 9 o'clock in the evening, Yuan Qi took Zhong Peiyao and left the shop. Tonight, Zhong Peiyao needed to return to her dormitory, both to visit Li Xia and to pack some clothes for moving into Nanhu. "One tomorrow." "Yeah, I'm back. Look what I brought for you." Zhong Peiyao called out with a smile as she reached the dormitory door. Li Xia was still watching short videos in the dorm when the sound caught her attention. She turned around to see Zhong Peiyao walking in with a panda plush toy. She had been alone in the dormitory for the past 2 days and felt rather bored. Seeing Zhong Peiyao return with a gift for her, she felt a touch of joy. "Yaya, you're finally back. Do you know how I spent these past 2 days?" Li Xia sat up on her bed in white pajamas, her graceful silhouette softly outlined by the light fabric. "I'm here with you now. Here, a gift for you. Hug it while you sleep from now on." "Thank you, Yao." Li Xia accepted the panda plush, still carrying Zhong Peiyao's gentle scent upon it. With the panda no longer blocking her view, Li Xia immediately noticed the bulgari red fan necklace adorning Zhong Peiyao's neck, and the elegant dress she wore clearly different from what she had worn earlier. However, what captured her attention most was the necklace. Such a gemstone piece held an irresistible allure, and Li Xie found herself drawn to it at first glance. This necklace is. Oh, senior brother bought this Bulgari red fan necklace for me. Zhong Peiyao smiled blissfully, running her fingers along the necklace's delicate patterns. Yuan Qi had brought her so many pleasant surprises over the past 2 days. Even though Li Xie did not usually pay much attention to luxury goods, she knew Bulgari as an internationally renowned brand. Such a necklace must be quite expensive. How much did this necklace cost? Li Xie asked, tentatively harboring a quiet wish to own one as well. This one cost 25500. Oh, and I also have a green fan one. Saying this, Zhong Peiyao took out another necklace from her bag to show Li Xie. Girls often have a natural inclination to share their joys, which makes happiness multiply. Li Xie gazed thoughtfully at the box in Zhong Peiyao's hand, surprised by the price, and equally astonished that her close roommate had already acquired 2 such pieces. Senior brother truly treats her well. An involuntary sense of longing stirred within Li Xie's heart. Though she knew such feelings were complicated, she could not easily suppress them. She had already developed some fondness for Yuan Qi. Over the past 2 days, she had told herself to let go of her immature thoughts since Zhong Peiyao was already with him. But now, the memory of his figure playing the xiao at the welcome evening performance resurfaced in her mind. Yao, did you and senior brother? Spending 2 days away from home with a boy left much to the imagination, yet a faint hope lingered within her. As long as things had not gone too far, did that mean there was still a chance? Yeah, why do you ask? I've been with senior brother these past 2 days. Of course we've grown close. I've opened my heart completely to him. She had nothing to hide regarding such matters. In fact, she wished everyone knew about her and Yuan Qi so that no one else would harbor inappropriate thoughts. A subtle sense of insecurity had begun to take root. She had once believed her beauty would be enough to keep Yuan Qi's affection. But Yuan Qi was exceptionally outstanding, and attention from others was unavoidable. When renting the apartment, she had noticed certain behaviors from the female agent Zhao Lily. Girls are naturally sensitive to such matters. Since that woman did not match her in appearance, she had not worried much at the time. Still, what if another girl comparable to herself harbored ambitions toward her senior brother? At that thought, she glanced at Li Xie. With beauty similar to her own, could senior brother truly remain unmoved? This feeling was much like a young man dating a remarkably beautiful girlfriend, always fearing she might be taken away. Over the past 2 days, Yuan Qi had introduced her to a whole new world. From the magnificent residence and luxury goods to Yuan Qi's generous generosity and his captivating presence, everything had drawn her deeper into fascination. Occasionally, worries about losing him would surface. Watching her close friend Li Xie felt a quiet melancholy within her heart. It was as if love had ended before it had truly begun. Congratulations, Yao. You found such an outstanding boyfriend. I wonder if I'll ever meet someone like him. Of course you will. You're so beautiful, Yaya. There would be a line of boys waiting outside the school gate just to win your attention. Li Xie offered a faint smile and said nothing more. It was not that easy to encounter such a person. Zhong Peiyao remained unaware of her roommates in her thoughts. She went about searching through her wardrobe, preparing clothes to take to Nanhuno. One the next day. Seeing this, Li Xie could not help but ask curiously, Yaya, why are you taking so many clothes? Senior brother rented an apartment outside. I'm bringing some change of clothes to keep there. Hearing this, Li Xie felt a familiar ache in her heart. She knew her roommate well enough. The joyful expression on her face indicated the living conditions must be excellent. Li Xie lay on her bed, opening WeChat to gaze at her chat history, with Yuan Qi lost in quiet contemplation. Perhaps she should have been more proactive back then. Meanwhile, not long after Yuan Qi returned to the dormitory, Zhang Wei also came back. He hesitated when he saw Yuan Qi, uncertain whether to speak. Finally, curiosity overcame him. Brother Qiyu and Beauty Chung haven't broken up, have you? Not at all. Then today. Oh, she is another girlfriend of mine. Keep it confidential for now, bro. Yuan Qi spoke in a calm tone, as casually as if discussing what he had eaten for dinner. After processing the information, Zhang Wei replied, Brother Qi, rest assured I will never spread this around. As both Yuan Qi's roommate and now his colleague, he felt it was only natural to keep the secret. Yet such matters could not remain hidden forever. What would happen if they were somehow revealed? But that was not something he needed to concern himself with. Yuan Qi himself was uncertain of what to do, but he would face that day when it came. Perhaps everyone could reach an understanding by then. At that moment, Yuan Qi's WeChat notifications chimed. He assumed it was either Zhong Peiyao or Cheng Muxue reaching out. Picking up his phone, he discovered the message was from Li Xie. The message contained a series of symbols, but was quickly withdrawn moments later. Yuan Qi sent a single question mark. A reply came swiftly from the other end. Sorry, I just accidentally pressed the wrong button. Having been momentarily lost in thought, Li Xie inadvertently touched her phone screen and sent a message to Yuan Qi. Alright, I thought you wanted to chat with me. After sending this message, Yuan Qi saw the screen showing typing for a long while, yet no message arrived. Finally, after a long pause, the other side sent a line. Senior, now that you have a girlfriend, to avoid any misunderstandings, it might be better for us not to keep in touch. This friend request was ill-timed. In reality, Licia could have deleted him, but deep inside, she felt a reluctance to let go. She was deeply conflicted. Yuan Qi looked at the message startled. He read a trace of melancholy in it. He considered replying that it was actually the perfect moment, but decided against it. Would a normal friendship also lead to misunderstandings? After all, we are both above reproach. Yuan Qi resorted to the friends card, insisting it was merely a normal friendship. Once again, typing appeared for a long while before a few words came through. I suppose so. Yuan Qi had provided her with a perfect justification. She and her senior were merely normal friends. There was no need for any distance. Just because she and her close friend had become a couple didn't mean she couldn't remain friends with her senior. But this must not be revealed to Yao Yao. The reason was simple: she had managed to persuade herself, but only she knew what she truly felt. Exactly, unless you harbor some hidden feelings for me. Upon reading this, Licia's face flushed bright red. I do not. Thus the two of them played this back and forth game, and before they realized it, nearly an hour had slipped away. Ordinary friends of opposite genders wouldn't converse like this. Yet Licia was unwilling to say goodbye, so the chat continued. Finally, sleepiness overtook them, and they bid each other good night, ending the chat. The next day, Yuan Qi once again helped Zhong Peiyao transfer some of her clothes from her dorm to Nanhuihao. He took nothing of his own since he had already transported his belongings to Cheng Mushua's place. Therefore the two of them went to the mall for another round of shopping. Yuan Qi purchased 3 outfits for himself costing about 5,000 yuan. For Zhong Peiyao, he bought only one LV bag valued at over 2,000 yuan and no clothes. After all, he had already bought her 5 outfits the day before. He didn't want to escalate her expectations. Upon receiving the bag, Zhong Peiyao embraced Yuan Qi and planted a kiss on him. Though she had a slight fondness for luxury, she was not the kind of girl who was never satisfied. She had already received a great deal over the past 2 days, so she was not insatiable. Yuan Qi was satisfied with her reaction, so he bought her an iPhone 16 Pro, which filled Zhong Peiyao with joy. Thus, after returning to Nanhuihao, Zhong Peiyao insisted on staying close to Yuan Qi for a while longer. In the afternoon, Yuan Qi had errands to run and intended to leave. Zhong Peiyao wished to accompany him, but he declined. His reasoning was that even couples should not be inseparable all the time. They each need their own personal space. In truth, Yuan Qi was going to meet Sun Ning, so he could not bring Zhong Peiyao, otherwise his philandering nature would be revealed. Zhong Peiyao was currently in the throes of infatuation and was naturally unwilling to separate. Rising from the bed, Yuan Qi spoke to her gently. You should rest. I have some things to take care of this afternoon, so I won't join you for dinner. Zhong Peiyao nodded. Then go ahead. I'll go back to the dorm and have dinner with my roommate tonight. Yuan Qi smiled, bent down, and gently kissed her cheek. Initially it was just a peck, but she turned her head playfully and offered her own lips. Finally, drawing on his composure, Yuan Qi managed to free himself. What a little charmer. After leaving the complex, Yuan Qi took a taxi to the location where he had arranged to meet Sun Ning. Today Sun Ning was once again in her professional attire, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. It appeared that the senior sister had a penchant for this style of dressing. Unbidden images of an office setting flashed through Yuan Qi's mind. He shook his head to dispel those stray thoughts, smiled, and walked up to greet her. Senior, you're still as beautiful as ever after a few days. Pleased by the compliment, Sun Ning gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied with a half smile. Junior, you have such a silver tongue. If you weren't already taken, I might be charmed. The two shared a few playful remarks. All of a sudden, Sun Ning caught a distinct fragrance coming from Yuan Qi. She was quite sure it was a scent transferred from a woman's body. But wasn't Cheng Mushua back home for the break? Junior, what's that pleasant scent on you? Yuan Qi's heart tightened. He had forgotten to bathe after the earlier encounter, and now his clothes carried Zhong Peiyao's fragrance. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and replied calmly. Oh, I had a spa treatment before coming. It must be the scent from there. By the way, Senior, what was it you wanted to discuss? Yuan Qi gave his explanation and then changed the subject. Sun Ning did not pursue it further, and instead spoke about the milk tea shop. It's like this, negotiations were proceeding well, but once she found out I was opening a branch of Chuansao, she changed her mind about transferring the shop. She said she wants to speak with you. Yuan Qi grasped the owner's motivation. She had witnessed the popularity of Chunqiao and wished to cooperate with him. He nodded to show he understood. He hadn't anticipated that his milk tea shop would become such a sought-after opportunity. Where is the owner? I'll go have a talk with her. She's waiting for you at the shop now. I'll take you there. It was not far. As soon they arrived at the milk tea shop. The store was also fairly spacious, approximately 30 square meters. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. When she saw Sun Ning bring a young man with her, she looked visibly taken aback. She hadn't imagined that the proprietor of such a hugely successful milk tea shop would be this young. So this handsome young man is the owner of Chunqiao. Young people nowadays are amazing running a milk tea shop that's so popular. The woman addressed as Sister Zhang launched into a string of compliments. But Yuan Qi had no interest in idle chatter. After the introductions, he cut to the chase. Sister Zhang, I heard you wanted to sell this shop. What made you change your mind? Seeing Yuan Qi directly address the business, she also stated her purpose. It's like this I'd like to enter into a franchise partnership with you. The location of this shop is very good, and I'm confident it will be a hit as soon as it opens. Yuan Qi shook his head decisively and declined. I've already selected a partner. Sister Zhang will have to collaborate another time. Sister Zhang was taken aback that he refused so flatly, without even considering the terms. I'm sincere. I can offer an annual franchise fee of 5,000 yuan. If you think it's too low, we can discuss it further. Yuan Qi nearly laughed. Even senior Sun Ning had proposed a 50-50 split. If he accepted a mere franchise fee, he would be losing out given the immense potential of his milk tea brand. Moreover, you are not a beautiful senior like Sun Ning. Yuan Qi shook his head resolutely. No need to think about it. Sister Zhang, let's just discuss the transfer price. Seeing that Yuan Qi was unwilling to cooperate with her sister, Zhang's expression darkened. This shop is located near the Arts Academy, and the area exceeds 30 square meters plus. Sister Zhang listed numerous advantages before finally stating the transfer price. As for the transfer fee, I'll give you a fair price. Originally, it should not be less than 600,000 yuan, but since I can see your sincerity, how about 500,000? That was clearly an outrageous demand. Sister Zhang had already prepared for the possibility of the cooperation falling through, planning to collect a considerable transfer fee, so she would not suffer a loss either way. She had some confidence in this approach because milk tea has a certain time sensitivity. If they missed this window, and other shops imitated the concept, then Yuan Qi's shop would struggle to compete with the flood of similar milk tea stores. There was only this one milk tea shop in the area ready to be transferred. Of course, other shops could be converted into milk tea stores, but that would require time-consuming and labor-intensive renovations. Not to mention the cost. By the time renovations were complete and the store was ready to open, the streets might already be filled with identical milk tea concepts. So if they wanted to seize the moment and capture the market, they had no choice but to take over her existing shop. This advantage is entirely mine. Yuan Qi and Sun Ning could hardly keep from laughing out of sheer disbelief. Was she really treating Yuan Qi like a gullible fool? This shop was arguably worse than the one Sun Ning had previously owned, yet the asking price was 300,000 yuan higher. This is clearly price gouging. We had already agreed on a transfer fee of only 140,000 yuan. Sun Ning was nearly beside herself with frustration. This was clearly an attempt to pressure them into submission. My dear girl, you shouldn't speak so harshly. Your branch store here is clearly going to be profitable very soon, so charging a higher transfer fee seems quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Sister Zhang had correctly read their desperation to expand quickly. However, Yuan Qi simply stood up. Sister Zhang, if you are not genuinely willing to transfer the shop, then there is nothing more to discuss. He then glanced at Sun Ning, and the two rose to leave. Sister Zhang was utterly stunned. Were young people really this stubborn nowadays? Young man, if the price doesn't suit you, we can still talk. You cannot let this opportunity to open a branch store slip away. The last sentence was a clear reminder: if they missed this milk tea shop, they would face far greater delays in the future. No need. We will look at other places. Opening with 500,000 yuan made it obvious she had no intention of negotiating in good faith. With that, he and Sun Ning walked straight out of the shop. Sister Zhang's expression turned sour as she watched them leave. She had never imagined they would refuse to even continue talking. For some time now, she had been envious of the success of Spring Grass Milk Tea Shop, hoping to seize this opportunity either to share in its profits or simply to make a quick fortune. And now it had all come to nothing. Young people are so immature. The moment they achieve a little success, they lose sight of reality. Let's see how your milk tea shop survives once this trend passes. The world did not reward originality alone, otherwise the early pioneer in the bike-sharing industry would still be standing. She believed that once they realized the truth, they would come back to her. Junior, although that woman's asking price was indeed absurd, her words carried some truth. If we do not hurry to expand, the opportunity may pass us by. You cannot keep producing something as outstanding as nectar forever. After leaving the milk tea shop, Sun Ning spoke with visible concern. Senior sister, rest assured. This recipe is absolutely unique. Others can only imitate the surface. Yuan Qi said with quiet confidence. From now on, you need not search specifically for milk tea shops. As long as there is a suitable storefront, we will take it directly. Watching Yuan Qi's confident demeanor, Sun Ning felt her heart skip a beat. She seemed to find him increasingly charming. All right, then I will follow your judgment. These days, many physical stores struggled to survive, making it relatively easier to find another shop to renovate. The two walked side by side, chatting as they strolled along. Their hands happened to be very close, occasionally brushing against each other. This made Yuan Qi's thoughts wander unexpectedly. Before he could think better of it, he reached out and gently took her soft hand. It was tender and cool to the touch, wonderfully comfortable. Yuan Qi could not resist giving it a light squeeze. Sun Ning, who had been talking moments before, jumped in surprise. Reacting quickly, she pulled her hand away and said with flustered embarrassment, "Junior, what are you doing?" Strangely, she did not feel repulsed by the contact. That brief moment had stirred something unexpected within her heart. Yuan Qi had momentarily lost control and now felt rather awkward himself. How could he have been so reckless with his hand? Would you believe me if I said that was just an accident and that my hand had a mind of its own, eh? Sun Ning shot him a sideways glance with her bright eyes clearly unimpressed. I would be foolish to believe that. Junior, I am starting to notice you are not as well behaved as you seem. Do you perhaps harbor improper thoughts about me? Senior sister, you are so lovely, any young man would feel the same. Seeing that Sun Ning did not appear genuinely angry, Yuan Qi relaxed and spoke more openly. Flatterer. See if I do not tell Senior Miss Chung about this. After adding Senior Miss Chung as a friend last time, Sun Ning occasionally chatted with her. If you want to tell her, go ahead. But if we happen to break up, I will have to ask you to compensate me with a girlfriend of your own. Sun Ning stared at him with wide eyes. She never expected him to be so shameless, speaking such things so casually. Yet his words planted an inexplicable flutter of anxiety in her heart. Oof, I am too tired to deal with you. Saying this, Sun Ning quickened her pace and walked ahead. Yuan Qi's teasing had shifted the atmosphere between them into something subtly charged. Neither spoke as they walked, continuing until they reached the place where Sun Ning parked her car. She had originally planned to have dinner with Yuan Qi that evening, but after what had just happened, she found herself hesitating. The main reason was that she had discovered her own growing affection for him. She had tried to suppress these feelings, but such emotions cannot be simply willed away. In fact, they grew clearer and stronger the more she resisted. She felt that if they continued spending time together, things might become complicated, so she wanted to create some distance for now. If only he were not already taken. Senior sister, shall we go have dinner together tonight? This time I treat. Before Sun Ning could respond, Yuan Qi had already made the decision for her. Feeling a touch of helplessness, she also felt a quiet relief deep inside. After all, did she not wish to spend more time with him as well? Fine, then I will definitely make you pay handsomely. With that, the two boarded the car together. Yuan Qi felt that he really should buy a car soon, otherwise certain situations were quite inconvenient. Ding. A temporary mission has been issued. Win over Sun Ning today can be declined. Mission reward 1 top spec Panamera. What the? Yuan Qi was startled by the sudden mission. His system had remained remarkably quiet since issuing the 2 long-term missions, showing almost no activity at all. He never expected it to issue such a striking mission this time. This meant that if he succeeded in winning over senior sister Sun Ning today, he would not only advance the Goddess Conquest mission, but also earn an additional reward. And the reward was incredibly generous. A top-spec Panamera which would cost at least 1,004,000 or 500,000 yuan upon purchase. That amount was comparable to his entire current net worth. Was the system father implying that his progress on the conquest mission was too slow? Although the reward was generous, the timeline was also quite tight. Would it be too hasty to accomplish it all within today? However, tasks issued by the system were never without purpose, which meant senior sister Sun Ning likely harbored some affection for him as well. In truth, he could sense this as well. If he played his cards right, he truly stood a chance of winning her heart today. He had originally intended to take things slow, but it seemed that plan would not work out after all. But anyway, she already had one more, Zhong Peiyao, and having another wouldn't make much difference. Alas, this system was really tormenting him. Yuan Qi steeled himself. If that was the case, then dinner could not just be any casual meal. Yuan Qi thought of a couple's restaurant. Senior sister, how about we have dinner at the Cosmos Sky restaurant today? Sun Ning had not heard of this restaurant, but she did not think much of it. There were plenty of places in Rongqing she did not know about either. Yuan Qi opened his phone and placed it on the holder. Sun Ning started the car, following the navigation. Half an hour later, Sun Ning's car pulled up beneath the restaurant. Gazing at the restaurant's logo featuring a peach heart, Sun Ning felt something was off. After taking the elevator up with Yuan Qi and entering the restaurant, she discovered it was actually a couple-themed venue. Junior brother, this is a couple's restaurant. Why did you bring me here? The ambience here was particularly suited for couples on dates. From the entrance, vibrant red roses hung upon the walls, and within the restaurant, floral arrangements abounded. Paired with the ambient lighting, it naturally evoked a romantic atmosphere. This is merely a gimmick. Anyone can dine here regardless of relationship status. I chose this place because I find the food quite delicious. Yuan Qi said this with a straight face. Is that so? Sun Ning remained somewhat skeptical, yet she genuinely found the environment pleasant, so she did not press the matter further. Yuan Qi had reserved a private room in advance, and after providing his reservation number to the server, was led inside. Upon entering, Sun Ning sensed the atmosphere here grew even more intimate. If someone claimed this was not a date spot, who would believe it? Yet she was already committed to this course, so she simply followed Yuan Qi to the table by the window. Fresh flowers adorned the table with the word love arranged in the center, creating an utterly romantic ambience. Yuan Qi was quite pleased with the setting. An excellent environment can greatly advance the relationship between a man and a woman. For love, too, requires favorable circumstances, the right place, and harmonious alignment. To guests, we offer several couples set menus with various pairings. Please take a look at the menu. The attending server extended the menu toward them. Gazing at these set menu names, Eternal Bonds, A Century of Harmony, Holding Your Hand, and the like, he could not help but notice how each one was intrinsically tied to romance and partnership. And he claimed this was somewhere any two people could visit. She had actually fallen for Yuan Qi's excuse. But if she were truly unwilling at heart, his flimsy explanations would not have convinced her anyway. She was merely giving herself an excuse to ease her conscience. Yuan Qi directly ordered the holding your hand set, adding a bottle of red wine for a total of 12,888. Once the server departed, Sun Ning asked with a faint blush coloring her cheeks. You claim you have no ill intentions toward me, yet this is hardly a place ordinary men and women would visit together. Senior sister, you have truly misunderstood me. I never anticipated the atmosphere here would be so intense. But it does not matter. We will simply enjoy a proper meal as innocent companions. Yuan Qi, of course, had no intention of admitting anything just yet. The moment was not quite ripe. Sun Ning, hearing him speak, thus found herself at a loss for words, though her heart was racing. Yuan Qi observed her demeanor and felt reassured. She had implicitly accepted his advances. There was hope. Soon a server entered, pushing a dining cart. After arranging the tableware, they placed a red candle upon the holder. Optional, though, they proceeded anyway. They illuminated the room's ambient lighting and began playing soft music before departing. Senior sister, the lighting in this private room is rather dim. I will light the candle, Yuan Qi offered with a rather clumsy pretext, then proceeded to ignite the candle nearby. The candlelight flickered to life. Through its dancing glow, Yuan Qi found Sun Ning across from him even more breathtakingly beautiful. Senior sister, I feel the atmosphere has grown rather peculiar. But Yuan Qi cut her off mid-sentence. Senior sister, do not overthink it. Let us start with some wine. As he spoke, he poured a glass for each of them. To us, senior sister. Sun Ning's thoughts were in disarray, yet she raised her glass and clinked it against Yuan Qi's. It was fine, just a normal meal with an ordinary friend. She must not let her imagination run wild. Mentally fortifying herself, Sun Ning gradually relaxed. She began searching for topics to chat about with Yuan Qi, and the atmosphere slowly grew more harmonious. Half an hour passed as they dined and finished nearly half a bottle of red wine. Noticing Sun Ning's cheeks had flushed slightly, Yuan Qi decided to shift the conversation. Senior sister, do you have any particular requirements for a future boyfriend? Well, he should first be handsome, then capable, and most importantly treat me well. Actually, junior brother, you fit these criteria rather well. It is a pity you already have a girlfriend. Having consumed some red wine, Sun Ning was not intoxicated, but felt noticeably more relaxed than before. Oh, so you were saying senior sister actually has feelings for me? Upon hearing this, Sun Ning rolled her lovely eyes at Yuan Qi once more. What is the point of discussing this now? Would you be willing to break up with your current girlfriend for me? So senior sister does indeed like me. Yuan Qi ignored her follow-up remark and insisted on that question, deliberately substituting has affection for with likes. This time Sun Ning said nothing and simply poured herself another glass of wine. Yuan Qi had his answer. He rose, crossed to her side, and sat down beside her. Senior sister, the truth is I quite like you as well. Internally, Yuan Qi chided himself for going all out for a mere reward. Why did he sound so slick? But under the circumstances, bold action was necessary. When Yuan Qi approached, Sun Ning had grown tense once more. Yet upon hearing his words, she simply froze. Junior brother, you. What did you say? I did not hear clearly. You have had too much to drink. Sit back down quickly. However, Yuan Qi drew nearer, instead of retreating, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, as he spoke each word deliberately. Senior sister, I have not had too much. Let me repeat. It is just that I really do like you. Clatter. Sun Ning's chopsticks fell from her hand onto the plate. There was no escaping this reality any longer. Yuan Qi, what are you saying? You already have a girlfriend. Seeing Yuan Qi lean closer, Sun Ning pulled herself back to clarity. She had nearly surrendered to the moment just now. She never expected Yuan Qi would confess to her. It completely caught her off guard. Senior sister, I know, but I cannot restrain my feelings. As he spoke, Yuan Qi gazed deeply into Sun Ning's eyes. It was impossible to say he felt no attraction toward her. This stemmed from a natural male instinct drawn by beauty, far from true deep affection. Yet in this intimate atmosphere, Sun Ning herself harbored favorable feelings for Yuan Qi, and with a touch of wine's gentle influence, her heart grew restless and conflicted. But, seeing her conflicted expression, Yuan Qi knew it was time to be more assertive. With a beautiful woman before him, any man would know what to do. And so Yuan Qi drew their distance even closer, once more gently brushing aside her hair, as Sun Ning looked on in surprise. Then his lips met those tender crimson lips. No. Sun Ning's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She never expected Yuan Qi to make such a bold move. Feeling her lips being claimed, Sun Ning instinctively pushed against Yuan Qi's chest with her hands, though her resistance was gentle and feeble. Before long, she found herself swept along by Yuan Qi's rhythm. Soft music continued to play in the private room, now mingled with a few breathless whispers. After a long while, they finally parted. Sun Ning felt as though all her strength had drained away, her body leaning softly into Yuan Qi's embrace. Yuan Qi held her tightly. Neither spoke, only their breathing could be heard. Senior sister, are you still hungry? The first step was complete. It was time to change the scene. Sun Ning's mind was blank, and she did not respond. Yuan Qi smiled gently and stroked her smooth hair. After a little while, he felt someone pinch the soft flesh at his waist. Rogue, his senior sister, not so hard. Yuan Qi gasped in pain, wondering if women naturally mastered this skill. I should pinch you for stealing my first kiss. Sun Ning gave his waist another firm pinch before finally letting go. Senior sister, would you like something else to eat? No, just now. As she spoke, Sun Ning glared at Yuan Qi with her beautiful eyes. Yuan Qi chuckled and called the waiter to settle the bill. His task was far from over. He again arranged a designated driver using the same excuse, seeing Sun Ning home. After arriving at the residential compound, they walked together to Sun Ning's apartment building. You should head back. Be safe on the way. Finishing her words, Sun Ning wanted to leave immediately, unsure how to face the warmth in Yuan Qi's gaze. Senior sister, I'm quite thirsty. Could I come up for a glass of water before I go? No way. My room is too messy. Come back another time when I've tidied it up. Sun Ning was not naive. She knew exactly what a man was thinking at this moment. If she let Yuan Qi come up. It's fine, senior sister. I'll help you tidy it up. Let's go, senior sister. We should not stand outside all evening. With such temptation dangling ahead, Yuan Qi pushed his boldness to the extreme. Finally, almost involuntarily, Sun Ning led Yuan Qi upstairs. In truth, she did not want to refuse either. The elevator rose to the 16th floor. This floor had 2 elevators with 4 apartments per floor, and Sun Ning lived in the innermost unit. After unlocking the door, Sun Ning changed into slippers and then fetched a pair of women's slippers, quite small, for Yuan Qi. I do not have men's slippers. These will have to do. Yuan Qi put them on and followed her inside. Sun Ning's rental was a 1-bedroom apartment. Though modest in size, it was cozy and warmly decorated. The air carried Sun Ning's unique, delicate fragrance. As the door closed behind them, they were now in a completely private space. Sun Ning silently scolded herself for how she had been bewitched by Yuan Qi's sweet words and invited him inside. What should she do next? She hesitated. Yuan Qi, however, felt no urgency. It was only 9 o'clock. He had accelerated things today and now needed to nurture the emotional connection with his senior sister. He gently took Sun Ning's hand and led her to the sofa. Junior, I think we should not do this. Let us pretend today never happened, okay? Yet her tone lacked conviction. Yuan Qi knew he could not show any hesitation now. He turned Sun Ning gently toward him and looked into her eyes, speaking firmly. Senior sister, we have already shared such intimate moments. How can we pretend nothing happened? I promise I will treat you well from now on. Sweet words proved effective in such moments. Under Yuan Qi's tender approach, Sun Ning gradually lowered her emotional defenses. Hadn't she also developed feelings for him? Otherwise, how could mere gentle words so easily dismantle her guards? At this point, she no longer dwelled on the fact that Yuan Qi already had a girlfriend. Are all the things you said just now true? Sun Ning, now fully immersed in romantic sentiment, even asked a question she once considered childish. Senior sister, I swear everything I said is true. Yuan Qi held Sun Ning close, his voice gentle. They both lifted their eyes and gazed into each other's. Sun Ning slowly closed her eyes, unwilling to think further. Yuan Qi understood the meaning clearly. He leaned in and captured those tempting lips with his own. Soon Yuan Qi grew unsatisfied with just this. His hands began to wander restlessly. Their clothing gradually fell away piece by piece. The story continues. Ding! Congratulations on completing the goddess capture mission. Rewards 1i double cashback for expenses incurred with Sun Ning. E2. Appearance increased by 1.3. Mystery gift boyfriend's filter. Note, this trait enhances the warmth and tolerance of girls who have shared moments with the host. Note, this trait respects human nature. If the host causes excessive harm to girls, the filter's effect will significantly weaken. Please maintain appropriate boundaries. Ding! Temporary mission completed. Reward top spec Panamera vehicle. Host panel name Yuan Qi. Age 19. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 72 kilograms. Appearance 84. Physique golden guardian peak human constitution undergoing transformation. Personal wealth 1523652. 53. Yuan Qi nearly exclaimed aloud. This system gift was incredibly considerate. Indeed, the trait boyfriend filter seemed tailor-made for him alone. He had been worrying about what to do if things went wrong. Fortunately, senior sister Sun Ning already knew about his girlfriend, and Zhong Peiyao's temperament was relatively easy to manage. The most troublesome one was Cheng Muxua. Under normal circumstances, who could accept that their partner had another woman unless she was purely motivated by material gains? Originally, Yuan Qi had planned to build up his strength first, but plans never keep pace with changing circumstances. With 2 women around him, traces would inevitably surface, bringing the complicated situation forward sooner than expected. Now that he had the boyfriend filter, Yuan Qi no longer needed to worry so much about things falling apart. It was as if he had placed a devotion-augmenting aura over his companions, making them view him with extra fondness. Of course, this effect had its limits. If he were to do something truly outrageous like abandoning his family, or worse, then even this bond would not suffice. Naturally, he would never do anything that extreme. With a heavy burden lifted from his heart, he peacefully pulled the beautiful woman close and fell asleep. The next morning arrived. Yuan Qi felt a gentle pinch and woke from his sweet dream. Opening his eyes, he found a pair of lovely gaze fixed upon him. You're awake. Stop holding me so tightly, and let me get up. Yuan Qi finally realized he was still tightly embracing Sun Ning. She clearly wanted to rise, but was held fast. Rather than letting go, Yuan Qi pulled her closer. Senior sister, why wake up so early? Rest a little longer. With her soft warmth nestled against him, Yuan Qi had no desire to rise just yet. Sun Ning struggled gently, but seeing it was futile, simply leaned into his embrace. She couldn't help but wonder what had possessed her the night before, how things had unfolded so naturally. The deed was done now. How should she face Cheng Muxue? Yuan Qi, what should we do if junior sister Cheng finds out about us? She murmured, tracing idle patterns on his chest. Senior sister, don't worry. I will handle everything. I will never let you go. If you're truly concerned, I can confess to Muxue right now. Yuan Qi picked up his phone, pretending to message Cheng Muxue. Sun Ning was startled and quickly stopped him. Not yet, I. Sun Ning faltered for a long moment, unsure of what to say. She could see that Yuan Qi intended to maintain relationships with both of them. Asking him to break up with Cheng Muxue was impossible. She had already stepped onto this path and could only move forward step by step. But how could she possibly confess such a thing directly to Cheng Muxue? Yuan Qi was only putting on a show. Although he was no longer overly worried about things going wrong, he found himself enjoying the situation. Though he quickly corrected his thoughts. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble, he thought. Senior sister, rest assured I will take full responsibility for you, he said soothingly, drawing her closer. I really need to get up now. At his words, she suddenly remembered something and scrambled out of his arms. What's wrong, senior sister? Seeing her flustered state, Yuan Qi grew curious. It's all your fault. Last night. I need to go downstairs and buy something. Yuan Qi understood immediately. Given the circumstances the night before, there had been no opportunity to prepare protections. He gently guided her shoulders and persuaded her to lie back down. Senior sister, please rest here. I'll go buy it. Then. All right. The keys are on the coffee table. Come back quickly. Okay. Yuan Qi rose, gathered his scattered clothes, rinsed his face in the bathroom, and stepped out the door. Hearing the door close behind him, Sun Ning felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She feared that Yuan Qi's words were mere deception, that once he stepped outside, he would not return. In this state of anxious uncertainty, time seemed to crawl forward. Only when she heard the sound of the door opening again did she feel at ease. After giving Sun Ning the medicine, Yuan Qi carried a small wooden table beside the bed and arranged the breakfast he had purchased. Senior sister, have some breakfast first before resting again. Be careful, it's hot. Seeing that Yuan Qi was still so attentive toward her, the last traces of worry in Sun Ning's heart slowly dissipated, and she began to eat alongside him. Time passed quietly. By near noon, Sun Ning finally got out of bed. Aside from feeling a little unwell, she could walk without any difficulty. She decided to cook a few dishes herself for Yuan Qi to taste. Senior sister, perhaps we should eat out today. What do you think? My cooking isn't good. Yuan Qi had indeed been thinking that. After Cheng Muxue's disastrous cooking attempt, he still harbored some lingering apprehension. Of course not. Senior sister's cooking must be the most delicious in the world. Sun Ning shot him a knowing glance. Come here and help me tie my apron. Yuan Qi smiled, walked over, and took the apron to fasten it behind her. Having experienced the warmth of companionship, Sun Ning appeared more radiant than before. Wearing the apron now added a gentle domestic charm to her demeanor. After she finished tying the string, Sun Ning attempted to step away, but Yuan Qi embraced her from behind. Hey, I still need to cook, she protested softly. Yuan Qi pressed his face against her hair and whispered, Senior sister, your hair smells so nice. Sun Ning remained still, allowing him to hold her. In truth, she quite enjoyed this kind of embrace. Yet she suddenly sensed his change in disposition. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she silently remarked to herself how remarkably vigorous he could be. All right then, I really must go cook now. Realizing that continuing further would prevent any cooking from happening, Sun Ning hurriedly spoke. Hearing this, Yuan Qi kissed her cheek before releasing her. Among all the women in his life, senior sister Sun Ning possessed the finest figure, and holding her felt truly comfortable. He had barely restrained himself moments ago. Sun Ning turned and planted a gentle kiss on the corner of Yuan Qi's lips. Wait for me in the living room. With that, Sun Ning walked toward the kitchen. Yuan Qi picked up his phone and replied to messages from both Cheng Muxue and Zhong Peiyao. Cheng Muxue informed him that she would return to school the next morning, giving him an extra day to spend with senior sister Sun Ning. Zhong Peiyao had asked to have lunch together, and he replied that he was busy with something. Today's priority was clearly senior sister Sun Ning. Half an hour later, Sun Ning brought out 2 dishes and a soup, shredded pork with garlic sauce and stir-fried cabbage, along with a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. The simple home-cooked meal looked complete in color, aroma, and flavor. Try it and see how it is. After tasting a bite, Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. Senior sister, I didn't expect your cooking to be so wonderful. This rivals what you'd find at a restaurant. Hearing Yuan Qi's praise, Sun Ning felt genuine joy bloom within her heart. It's not as good as you say. I just occasionally cook at home. Give this a try. Sun Ning picked up a piece of cabbage for Yuan Qi. Delicious. People often say that the ideal wife who can both shine in the living room and the kitchen is just like you, senior sister. You're just saying sweet things to flatter me. No. What do you mean by ideal wife? I don't even have a child yet. Sun Ning cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Qi, evidently displeased with his description. Senior sister, I was referring to a temperament. The quality of being virtuous and gentle. You're so glib. I was fooled by your smooth talk yesterday. It was clear she still harbored some resentment over having given herself to him so easily. She had been completely bewitched. How could she have been so careless as to give herself away? He not only had a girlfriend, but also had never formally confessed to her. I really am born to be a pushover. Senior sister, every word I said is true. You can't slander me without proof. I'm not going to bother with you. Let's eat. With that, Sun Ning ignored him and ate her meal in silence. After the meal, Yuan Qi planned to go to the 4S dealership to pick up his car. For the first luxury car he was about to own, Yuan Qi felt both excitement and anticipation. It had been over a year since he got his driver's license, and he hadn't touched a steering wheel since then. Now his hands were truly itching to drive. Senior sister, would you like to accompany me for a while? Sun Ning tidied up and came over to sit beside Yuan Qi. Is there something going on? Yuan Qi smiled and pulled her into his arms. I bought a car. It arrived today, and I'm going to pick it up. I need you to be my driver. After all, he was still a novice and didn't dare to drive directly into the city. It would be upsetting if he scratched the brand new car right away. You bought a car? What kind? She wasn't surprised by the news, but was curious about the model Yuan Qi had chosen. Panamera. Sun Ning was stunned. She had expected a BMW or Mercedes costing at most a few $100,000, but he had gone straight for a million-level coupe. Soon the two of them tidied up and left together. Sun Ning didn't drive. They took a taxi directly to the 4S dealership. The middle-aged driver was quite talkative. When he heard they were going to the Porsche 4S store, he immediately opened up. Young man, are you planning to buy, or just look? Don't think I'm boasting just because I drive a Volkswagen now. I used to own a Cayenne, and I know a thing or two about Porsches. He then went on and on about the model's configurations and driving experience, speaking with great authority. Yuan Qi found it somewhat convincing, making it hard for him to tell whether the man was genuinely a former Cayenne owner or just bragging. But he took it as entertainment anyway. When they arrived, Yuan Qi and Sun Ning got out of the taxi. The middle-aged driver looked at the distant car logo and sighed. Oh, if only it were real. Meanwhile, the two were unaware of the driver's sigh. They had already entered the 4S dealership. Welcome to the Porsche sales center. Do you have a particular model in mind? A beautiful female saleswoman dressed in a Porsche uniform with long legs and a slender waist greeted them with a smile. Within half a second, the saleswoman's eyes quickly assessed that Yuan Qi was a potential customer capable of buying a Porsche. This was a basic skill for a Porsche salesperson. Therefore, she greeted them with full enthusiasm. I'm not here to look. I'm here to pick up a car. Upon hearing this, the young lady felt a slight disappointment knowing that she wouldn't get the commission for this sale. But she maintained her warm demeanor and said, Sir, could you please provide your ID? I'll verify your information. Yuan Qi handed over his ID. A few minutes later, the young lady returned and respectfully returned the ID to him with both hands. Mr. Yuan, the GT Silver Panamera you ordered arrived this morning. Let me take you to it. If it hadn't been for the beautiful woman beside Yuan Qi, the saleswoman might have considered using her charm. It was a top-of-the-line Panamera. In their store, this was the most expensive model. The saying that every time a Porsche is sold, a saleswoman disappears was not just a joke. Moreover, it was a Panamera with an on-road price of at least $1.3 million. Ordinary people couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. For many female salespeople at Porsche, the ultimate goal was to get into a Porsche. Unfortunately, she glanced at Sun Ning beside Yuan Qi. Compared to her, the saleswoman's once proud beauty seemed insignificant. Soon, led by the saleswoman, Yuan Qi and Sun Ning arrived at the largest showroom. In the center stood a sleek silver-gray coupe, its cold mechanical beauty accentuated by the lights. Both Yuan Qi and Sun Ning were captivated by the sight. Just then, the manager approached with several sales staff carrying flowers, balloons, and confetti poppers. They were preparing for the delivery ceremony. Soon the area around the car was decorated. Mr. Yuan, congratulations on taking delivery of your Porsche Panamera. The manager stepped forward and said respectfully, then handed the flowers to Sun Ning. Meanwhile, the sales staff chorused, Congratulations, Mr. Yuan Qi, on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. May the Black Horse and Golden Shield guard your noble life. Then 4 confetti poppers were fired simultaneously. Bang! This moment was captured in a photograph. The only regret Yuan Qi felt was that there was no embarrassing incident to provoke a face slapping when picking up the car. In the novels he used to read, such scenes were quite satisfying. After all the paperwork was done, Yuan Qi asked Sun Ning to sit in the driver's seat. Senior sister, I need an experienced driver like you to guide me. After fastening his seatbelt, Yuan Qi smiled at Sun Ning. Yuan Qi, I'm actually a bit nervous. Maybe you should drive yourself. It was her first time driving a car worth over $1 million, and she felt both anxious and excited. Senior sister, just treat this car like your own cherry. I trust your skills. Even if we crash, it's fine. Spit, spit, spit. What are you saying? Just got a new car, and you're already saying such unlucky things. With that, she started the engine and carefully drove off. After leaving the dealership and merging onto the road, Sun Ning still didn't dare to drive too fast, afraid of being scratched by other cars. Senior sister, let's head to the outskirts. I'll practice in a less crowded area. Sun Ning nodded and drove toward the outskirts of Rongqing. After driving for over an hour, she gradually got used to the car and slowly increased her speed. She began to enjoy the feeling of driving a coupe. In every aspect, the experience was far superior to her old Cherry. This million-dollar luxury car was truly different. There are fewer cars here, you can try driving in this spot. Sun Ning gradually brought the car to a halt on a relatively secluded road. The two exchanged seats. Yuan Qi settled into the driver's seat, and as his hands touched the steering wheel again, a subtle thrill stirred within him. He had once believed that he would need to work for several years after graduation before he could afford a car of his own if fortune favored him. Yet now a mere sophomore, he already possessed one, a coupe worth over $1 million. It would be impossible not to feel a surge of excitement. Junior, why are you just sitting there? Go ahead and drive. Or would you like me to teach you hand by hand? Seeing Yuan Qi remain motionless, Sun Ning seated in the passenger seat couldn't help teasing him. That's a great idea. How about you sit on my lap and guide me? I promise I'll drive smoothly and steadily. Dream on. Catching his double entendre, Sun Ning spat playfully. Both were about driving, but the vehicles differed. Yuan Qi slowly started the car. Apart from the time he took his driving test, he had never touched a steering wheel, so his initial speed was even slower than Sun Ning's. Perhaps men possess a natural aptitude for driving, for before long Yuan Qi dared to accelerate to 120 kilometers per hour. Yuan Qi, don't go so fast. Slow down. Sun Ning felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Was there no gradual progression in acceleration? Hearing Sun Ning's reminder, Yuan Qi abandoned his impulse to floor the accelerator. So this was the thrill of speeding. The intense push of the seat against his back was exhilarating. Senior, let's head back. Having grown accustomed to driving, Yuan Qi turned the car around and drove Sun Ning back toward the city center. An hour later, when Yuan Qi drove the Panamera into the residential complex again, the security guard raised the barrier without a word. Although the car was an unregistered visitor and by regulation should have been logged and charged. But a competent guard knows that recognizing luxury cars is a basic skill. To stop such a vehicle and risk offending its owner, could he afford to jeopardize his stable job? Which resident could be so wealthy? That guard is usually strict. Last time a Volkswagen tried to drive in for moving and he refused to let it pass. Yet your car, he just waved it through. Sun Ning understood the privilege of a luxury car, and a flicker of vanity rose within her. Then I'll give you a car that no guard will dare stop. Yuan Qi smiled at Sun Ning. She paused, taken aback. A luxury car worth over $1 million. Could he really give such a gift? Don't joke, or I might take you seriously. Who doesn't like luxury cars? Sun Ning was no exception. Her dream car was also a Porsche, but she couldn't even afford the most basic model before. Though she and Yuan Qi had shared intimacy, it was still over $1 million yuan. Would Yuan Qi truly be willing to buy it for her? Of course I mean it. But senior, have you thought about how you'll repay me? We've already. What more do you want? Sun Ning shot Yuan Qi a glare. She had already given him the most precious thing a woman could offer. Yuan Qi chuckled, leaned in, and whispered a few words in her ear. Sun Ning's fair cheeks flushed crimson. How could this man think of such things? Don't even think about it. I'll just earn the money myself and buy one. Yuan Qi wasn't bothered. Some things, when feelings deepen, naturally unfold. Back in Sun Ning's rented apartment. As soon as they entered, Yuan Qi gently pressed Sun Ning against the door and looked down at her. Her face was an elegant oval, features delicate as a painting. Under his gaze, her cheeks turned a soft pink, adding a touch of enchanting charm. She was utterly beautiful. What are you doing? Sun Ning's voice was timid. But those words only ignited a fire in Yuan Qi, and he leaned in to kiss her luscious lips. For any normal man sharing a room with a beautiful woman, the most anticipated activity naturally is. Skipping details, an hour passed. Everything returned to calm save for the disheveled room that whispered of what had transpired. After lunch with Sun Ning, Yuan Qi returned to school. It was the last day of the holiday, and many students were streaming back through the campus gate. When Yuan Qi drove his silver-gray Panamera to the entrance, it instantly drew numerous gazes. Simply because the car was stunning. Many recognized the brand and began whispering to those around them. Whoa, that looks like a Panamera, a luxury car worth over $1 million. Whose is it? Over $1 million. Good heavens. This is the first time I've seen such an expensive car on campus. I wonder if it belongs to a student or a faculty member. Would a faculty member dare drive this? Must be a student's. Some rich kid, I guess. So envious. These remarks were exchanged in hushed tones, not causing any dramatic sensation as novels might depict. College students, after all, tend to be more reserved. Nevertheless, news of the Panamera on campus gradually spread, and many early blooming girls discreetly inquired about the owner. In principle, students were not allowed to drive inside the school, but principals often have exceptions. Sometimes a luxury car emblem is the best pass. Clearly, the campus security guard was not fundamentally different from the residential one. After registering the student's information, the guard waved him through with a courteous attitude. Yuan Qi truly experienced the convenience of privilege. Parking the car in the school lot, Yuan Qi walked toward the dormitory. In room 502, Li Dajiang and Lu Jiahao arrived one after the other. But the two stared at each other dumbfounded. The reason was simple: they had both gotten the same hairstyle over the holiday, a crimped perm. Zhang Wei looked at their hairstyles and didn't know what to say. These two were truly in sync. Oldly, didn't you say perms damage your scalp? What changed your mind? I just wanted a change of image. Besides, my hometown barber was running a promotion. The crimp perm cost only a little over 100, much cheaper than the 400 or 500 here, so I went for it. Lu Jiahao nodded with a smile. Great minds think alike. With this hairstyle, my identity, as the Wu Yanzu of Rongqing, is truly cemented. But both harbored another motive. As everyone knows, when a man starts paying attention to his appearance, there is only one reason. Someone has caught his heart. Both of them had been single since birth, and though they often joke that love was for fools, deep down they wished to experience a proper romance during their university years. Each had their own target in mind. Old Lu, if you're talking about anything else I won't argue, but when it comes to being the Wu Yanzu of Rongda, I think I'm more deserving of that title. Li Dazhong also had his eyes on that reputation. Although Lu Jiahao was indeed better looking than him, that didn't matter. A young man, especially a university student, would never admit that someone else was more handsome than himself. After a few more jokes, they turned to chat with Zhang Wei. Old Zhang, how have you and old Yuan been getting by these days? Li Dazhong asked. I either work part-time at Qi's shop or stay in the dorm, just going back and forth. What? You're working part-time at old Yuan's shop. You're only a sophomore and you've already joined the workforce. Li Dazhong showed a look of mock disappointment. Li Dazhong put on an expression of feigned disapproval. By the way, old Zhang, how much did old Yuan pay you? Lu Jiahao asked curiously. He figured it would be at most around 1,000 or 2,000 since that was the usual rate for a part-time job. Brother Qi asked me to handle some shop management work, and he pays me 6,000 a month. Hearing that number, both of their eyes widened in surprise. 6,000. Meeting their gazes, Zhang Wei nodded again. There was no need to hide such information from a roommate. Li Dazhong and Lu Jiahao were both stunned. They had worked summer jobs before and knew that restaurant waiters earned around 3,000 to 4,000 a month. That was for full-time employees. For part-time jobs, most earned at most 1,000 or 2,000. They hadn't expected that working at Yuan Qi's shop would pay 6,000, almost double the market rate. This made them somewhat tempted. Both thought about whether they should also try to get on Yuan Qi's good side. But they soon abandoned the idea. University was meant for enjoying life, and they had said they wouldn't work part-time. Although 6,000 a month was tempting, their current allowance of over 2,000 was enough for their expenses. Of course, that was without a girlfriend. Just then Yuan Qi returned to the dorm. He immediately noticed their newly styled hair. Why did you both get perms? Planning to become players. Seeing Yuan Qi, they greeted him. Hey old Yuan, I feel like you've become more handsome in the few days we haven't seen you. Li Dazhong wasn't just flattering him. For someone like Zhang Wei, who was always around, the change wasn't obvious. But after a few days apart, Yuan Qi's transformation was noticeable. In those 7 days, he had not only gained 2 points in appearance, but also undergone a physical improvement. He was still the same person, but his overall image and temperament had risen to a new level. I feel the same way, but his face is still the same. It's a bit strange, Lu Jiahao said. Lu Jiahao felt the same. It seemed his title as the best-looking guy in dorm 501 might be in jeopardy. He had always considered himself the most handsome in the room. Yuan Qi smiled and didn't address the topic, knowing the reason. Alright, since dorm 501 is reunited, let's go out for a meal tonight. That sentence immediately shifted their focus. Okay, let's go to Rongqing Old Hot Pot. Guys didn't need much preparation to go out for a meal. For a guys gathering, barbecue and hot pot were always the best choices, fitting the atmosphere among men. For a date with a girl, a more refined place would be better. After all, no one wanted to have garlic breath. The hot pot dinner marked the end of the National Day holiday, and university life returned to its routine. The next morning, Yuan Qi drove his Panamera to the high-speed rail station to pick up Cheng Muxiua. He hadn't seen her for 7 days and missed her very much. Soon another train arrived. From the crowd emerged a stunningly beautiful girl with exotic features pulling a suitcase. It was Cheng Muxiua. She was wearing a white dress with blue waist details and a light blue cardigan accentuating her perfect figure. She walked through the crowd like an ethereal fairy. Although many people were around, their gazes seemed to automatically lock onto her. But at that moment her brows were slightly furrowed because of an annoying presence beside her. We sat on the same train. That's fate. Let's exchange contacts and I'll take you out for a meal sometime. A rather handsome guy was following Cheng Muxiua. On the train their seats were separated by an aisle, and one glance had captivated him by her beauty. He had been trying to chat her up the whole way. Initially she responded politely, but when he asked for her contact she refused. Even now, after getting off the train, he was still pestering her. You're a university student too, right? I'm not a bad person. I'm a junior at Tianfu University. He said this with a hint of pride, as it was the best university in Shu province. There was a hierarchy among universities, and as a student at a 985 university, he naturally looked down on other schools in Rongqing. He thought this revelation would make the beauty see him differently. I already told you I have a boyfriend. I won't add you. Cheng Muxiua was annoyed by his persistence. She had refused many times, but he was like a sticky plaster. The guy didn't believe her, or even if she did have a boyfriend, he didn't care. He had never met a girl of such beauty in his university, so he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. I really just want to be friends. Even if your boyfriend were here I would. Before he could finish, the beauty quickened her pace and ran ahead. He followed a few steps only to see Cheng Muxue throw herself into a man's arms. Damn, she really does have a boyfriend. His heart was filled with jealousy. Not just him, but many other men who had been watching Cheng Muxue also felt envious when they saw her embrace another man. The nameless guy had no choice but to quietly slip away. No one in their right mind would stick around to get beaten up. After a moment of embrace, Yuan Qi asked, "I saw that guy talking to you earlier. Is he your friend?" "Just an annoying fly trying to get my number." Hearing this, Yuan Qi's expression tensed. He quickly looked around, but the guy had already left. "What were you going to punch him?" Cheng Muxue found Yuan Qi's reaction somewhat amusing. She smiled gently at him. I feel like you look a bit different from before." Cheng Muxue studied Yuan Qi's face carefully and noticed a change since before the break. Moreover, she felt a mysterious increase in her fondness for Yuan Qi, a natural result of his improved appearance and the double effect of her loving gaze. "Do you think I've become more handsome? Then let's find a place where you can take a closer look." Yuan Qi whispered softly into her ear, catching the scent of her hair. Having been apart for 7 days, he naturally yearned to be close again. "I have class this afternoon." She knew Yuan Qi was probably thinking of taking her somewhere for a private moment. "It's fine, it's only 9 o'clock. There's plenty of time." Yuan Qi took Cheng Muxue's suitcase, and they soon walked out of the station. "Aren't we taking a taxi?" Seeing that Yuan Qi didn't call a taxi after leaving, Cheng Muxue asked curiously. "No need for a taxi. I bought a car during the break. From now on you can sit in my passenger seat." "You bought a car?" Cheng Muxue was quite surprised Yuan Qi hadn't mentioned this to her. Owning a car as a sophomore was still relatively rare in college. A sense of pride arose in her heart. "Yes, I didn't tell you on the phone because I wanted to surprise you. Later I'll take you for a drive by the river." "Great. Then I should be the first person in your passenger seat, right?" Girls tend to care about these so-called firsts. Yuan Qi said without a hint of embarrassment, "Of course you're my girlfriend." Hearing this, Cheng Muxue smiled happily. Soon they reached where Yuan Qi had parked. Yuan Qi pointed to his Palomilla and said, "That's our ride." Cheng Muxue was captivated by the sleek, silver-gray Palomilla. She didn't know much about cars, but she recognized the Baoshiji emblem. "This is a Baoshiji. What a cool car." She trotted over and gently stroked the hood, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This must be very expensive. How much did it cost?" For girls, aside from looks, the price is the main concern. Generally, the higher the price, the more they like it, while performance is secondary. Yuan Qi smiled and said the price. It was over 1.4 million in total. Although the car was a system reward, it came with proper purchase documents and invoices, so Yuan Qi knew the exact amount. Despite being mentally prepared, Cheng Muxue was still shocked by the price, her mouth slightly agape. She knew Yuan Qi was quite good at making money, but she never imagined he could afford a luxury car worth over 1.4 million. Along with pride and joy, an inexplicable sense of unease arose in her heart. She recalled the words her mother had said to her a few days ago. "Xiao Xuan, no man is perfect. Being too outstanding is not necessarily a good thing. Such a boy will surely be coveted by other girls, and philandering is inherent in men. You should understand what I mean." Her mother's words echoed in her ears. She had been confident in herself, believing that Yuan Qi would never be like that. But seeing Yuan Qi buy a luxury car today made her worry. What if Yuan Qi didn't take the initiative, but some seductive woman came to him? "Come on, let's get in and go." Yuan Qi, unaware of Cheng Muxue's complex inner thoughts, otherwise he would have sighed at his mother-in-law's foresight, opened the 3-section folding trunk and placed her suitcase inside. Cheng Muxue sat in the passenger seat, where a faint fragrance of jasmine lingered. Yuan Qi had sprayed perfume to mask any trace of Sun Ning's scent. He didn't want Cheng Muxue to find out so soon. With the roar of the sports car's engine, Yuan Qi drove away from the street. Arriving at Luzhou district, he proactively registered with the security guard. Since Cheng Muxue left for break, he hadn't been here. Upstairs, entering the room, Cheng Muxue changed her shoes and threw herself onto the sofa. "I'm back." Although living at home was nice, she preferred spending time alone with Yuan Qi here. "Baby, have you been staying in the dorm these past few days?" Yuan Qi paused for a moment before quickly replying, "Yes, I haven't been here." "I thought so. Everything is just as I left it." Yuan Qi was secretly amazed. Girls were so attentive to details. No wonder so many women had worked in intelligence in the past. Fortunately, Cheng Muxue didn't think too much. After pulling open the living room curtains, she smiled at Yuan Qi. "I brought you a gift this time." She opened her suitcase and took out 2 beautifully packaged boxes, one large and one small. "Here, open it." Cheng Muxue handed both boxes to Yuan Qi, anticipation in her eyes. Yuan Qi felt a warmth in his heart. He was genuinely looking forward to the gift his girlfriend had carefully prepared. Opening the first box, his eyes lit up. Inside lay 10 colorful animal-shaped cookies neatly arranged. "My mom and I made these together. The top layer is hers, and the bottom layer is mine. They're so cute. I can't bear to eat them. I'll have to find a place to display them." Yuan Qi, seeing the adorable cartoon animal shapes, was reluctant to take a bite. Cheng Muxue was delighted that Yuan Qi genuinely liked them. "These cookies are meant to be eaten. They'll go bad if kept too long. Try the top layer first." Cheng Muxue picked up a kitten-shaped cookie and brought it to Yuan Qi's lips. Yuan Qi obediently took a bite. Delicious, crispy, and fragrant. Auntie's skill is amazing. Now try one of mine. Yuan Qi opened the second layer. The craftsmanship was noticeably inferior to the first. He took a cookie bit into it and furrowed his brow silently. Cheng Muxue grew a little nervous. What's wrong? Is it not good? No, I was just wondering which fairy could have made such delicious cookies. You're so annoying. I thought they didn't taste good. Cheng Muxue lightly punched Yuan Qi's arm, a gentle tap, like a tickle. I was just savoring them. You misunderstood me. Yuan Qi smiled and wrapped the cookies again, then opened the second wooden box. Inside lay a finely crafted bracelet strung with a variety of beautifully polished small stones. Is this a gemstone bracelet? No, these are just stones from my mother's hometown. I loved collecting them as a child. This bracelet is made from my favorite ones I gathered. Do you like it? Yuan Qi looked into Cheng Muxue's sparkling eyes moved. He pulled her into an embrace. I love it. Held tightly in Yuan Qi's arms, Cheng Muxue's face beamed with a radiant smile. Mom was right. Gifts to a boy must come from the heart. She had been dating Yuan Qi for a month and hadn't given him any gift before. After listening to her mother's analysis, she carefully prepared this present. Now it seemed to have worked. Muxue, I actually have a gift for you too. They parted and Yuan Qi smiled at her. He took out an exquisite box from his inner pocket engraved with the letters Vulgari. Cheng Muxue watched as Yuan Qi produced a sleek silver-gray gift box with the golden brand logo of Vulgari prominently displayed on its surface. Do you like it? Open it and see. Cheng Muxue felt pleasantly surprised. She carefully opened the box, and a platinum fan-shaped necklace adorned with full diamonds appeared before her eyes. Cheng Muxue's eyes sparkled with delight. What a beautiful necklace. Women have almost no resistance to such sparkling gemstone necklaces. At this moment, Cheng Muxue felt a blend of excitement, gratitude, and an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloping her. I happened to come across it when I was shopping the other day and thought it would match perfectly with your white dress, so I bought it on a whim. Yuan Qi said gently beside her. In truth, he had also bought one for Sun Ning, but had not yet given it to her, waiting for the right moment to create a surprise. Just like this. I love you so much. Cheng Muxue stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Yuan Qi's waist, and buried her head in his chest. Yuan Qi, you are so good to me. Cheng Muxue was deeply moved at that moment, feeling as if she would give him everything she had. Yuan Qi held her soft form, gently stroking her hair. You are my girlfriend, of course I will treat you well. Hearing this, Cheng Muxue lifted her head from his embrace, gazed at him with tender affection, and then leaned in to kiss him on the lips. After a brief separation, the couple's reunion grew tender. They moved together in the living room, changing positions, as if performing a slow dance. An hour later, the dance came to an end. Cheng Muxue lay in Yuan Qi's arms, slightly perspiring, too exhausted to lift a finger. After resting for a while, she gradually regained some strength. Darling, your physique seems to have improved a lot. You didn't have abs before. Cheng Muxue had been too caught up in the moment to notice earlier, but now she realized that her boyfriend had developed four-pack abs. Of course, I've been working out lately. How can I bring you happiness without a fit body? You're terrible. They continued to cuddle for a while before heading to the bathroom together for a shower. However, the shower took a little longer than usual. Earlier, while Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue were sharing sweet moments together, the Sunshine Cake Shop officially opened for business. There was no elaborate opening ceremony, not even a discount promotion. Only a simple sign at the entrance indicated the opening. This was naturally Yuan Qi's request, as he had already used the store popularity card, making any other activities redundant. Apart from Yuan Qi, the big boss, everyone else was present at the store for the opening. The store currently offered only 3 types of small cakes packaged in different sizes. All were made according to the recipes provided by Yuan Qi, who had everyone try them before they went on sale. To be honest, everyone, including the 2 bakers, had only one thought when they tasted the cake: it's incredibly delicious. They had worried that the limited variety might affect sales, but now those concerns were gone. Having a large quantity is not that useful, focusing on quality is the mainstream approach. However, Zhang Wei thought they could distribute flyers and run a small promotion, which was a routine practice before opening. But Yuan Qi said such efforts were unnecessary. He also told Zhang Wei that the first day might be busy and asked him to pay extra attention and organize the order. Zhang Wei was puzzled by these words. Without any promotion or advertising, even the best wine needs a shop sign. But soon he would change his mind. The store opened at 9 o'clock sharp. At 9:01, the first wave of customers arrived for youthful and attractive young women who appeared to be roommates. This shop is finally open. I've had my eye on this spot for ages. One of the girls said excitedly. I think the decoration here is perfect for taking photos. If we buy something, can we take pictures? Clearly their primary purpose was to take photos. Although they hadn't encountered such a situation before, following the principle that the customer is king, they naturally agreed to the request. The 4 women each bought a bag of small cakes, then took turns taking photos in the store before leaving contentedly. This was just the beginning. Soon the second and third groups of customers came in one after another. At first, all requests to take photos were granted. However, as more and more people arrived, many female customers asked to take photos after making purchases. With such a crowd, the situation changed completely, and the store gradually became crowded. Zhang Wei noticed this issue. In such a situation, they couldn't allow random photo taking. He instructed the staff to inform customers that those who wished to take photos after buying cakes would need to queue. Outside, the first batch of customers who had tasted the cakes were already there. Wow! I've discovered a hidden gem cake shop. The cakes here are incredibly delicious. What kind of cake is this? It's so delicious. I want to go back and buy another box. Oh my goodness. Just a moment ago I could still take photos, how come it's so crowded now? Soon the store entrance, which had been freely accessible, had to enforce queuing for sales, otherwise they couldn't keep up. History repeated itself from the milk tea shop. In less than an hour a long line had already formed outside the cake shop, just as it had when the milk tea shop first opened. Zhang Wei finally understood what Yuan Qi meant by saying he needed to organize the order. But this whole situation felt somewhat surreal. When did opening a business become so easy? In the afternoon, Zhang Wei was so busy at the store that he had to ask someone to help him take leave from class, which led Lu Jiahao and Li Dajiang to joke that Yuan Qi had become a ruthless capitalist. Yuan Qi was speechless. The store manager only needed to handle coordination. Why did Zhang Wei have to be so busy himself? It wasn't until 7 p.m. that Zhang Wei returned to the dormitory. Brother Qi, you have no idea how well the store did today. Zhang Wei looked a bit tired, but his expression was filled with excitement. Old Zhang, once the store's operations are on track, let the staff handle the other tasks. Your main responsibility is coordination and management. You don't need to stay in the store all the time. I understand, Brother Qi. It's my first time and I feel like I want to do everything myself. Zhang Wei felt that if he didn't do more, he wouldn't be worth his monthly salary of 600 yuan. A store manager has specific responsibilities. You can consult Manager Luo from the milk tea shop about this. Zhang Wei nodded, knowing that Manager Luo was the store manager of the milk tea shop, and he indeed needed to seek her advice. Meanwhile, Lu Jiahao and Li Dajiang were listening with wide-eyed amazement. They had slept until after 10 in the morning and had half-day classes in the afternoon, otherwise they would have wanted to check out the store. From what they heard, Yuan Qi's newly opened cake shop had done great business today. How was it that he could open one successful shop after another? Yuan Qi had no longer intended to invest much effort in the store's affairs. His primary purpose was still to enjoy a fine life. With a system at his disposal, who would still struggle tooth and nail on the front lines of entrepreneurship? Going forward, he had no intention of personally managing the opening of new stores. These matters could be handed over to others. He simply needed to sit back and collect his earnings. The thing he should be troubled about now was which woman he should spend the next day with. He had originally planned to accompany Cheng Mushua tomorrow, but Zhong Peiyao, that clingy little enchantress, had already invited him out several times. He couldn't keep turning her down indefinitely. Making 2 dates within a single day wasn't practical either. He couldn't abandon one mid-date to keep the other waiting. So the arrangement had to be one person per day. After some thought, Yuan Qi decided to dedicate tomorrow to Cheng Mushua. After all, she was his primary partner, and she deserved a bit more favoritism. Once he had made up his mind, he composed a message and sent it to Zhong Peiyao. Meanwhile, in dormitory 206, Zhong Peiyao had been feeling somewhat down these past couple of days, because Yuan Qi kept claiming he was too busy and declining her invitations. As a woman, her intuition told her something felt off. She began to wonder if Yuan Qi might have other women. She was aware of such matters. She knew that some wealthy heirs commonly maintained multiple girlfriends. It was hardly unusual. She asked herself whether she would leave if Yuan Qi had other girlfriends. The answer was resolute and clear no. She couldn't bear to give up the comfortable lifestyle Yuan Qi provided. Beyond that, she found him genuinely appealing. She understood clearly that no perfect man existed in this world. Men like Yuan Qi, tall, wealthy, and handsome, were fundamentally incapable of complete devotion. To gain certain things, one had to inevitably sacrifice others. She couldn't demand Yuan Qi's absolute devotion. So she had mentally prepared herself for this outcome. Even if he had other girlfriends, she would simply pretend not to know. The phone notification chimed. Her WeChat alert sounded. Zhong Peiyao quickly picked up her phone to check. I have plans tomorrow, so I can't go out with you. Despite her mental preparation, Zhong Peiyao's face fell as she read the message. Just as she was about to reply, Yuan Qi sent another message. This time it was a transfer of 10,000 yuan followed by a note. I'll keep you company once I'm done. Zhong Peiyao instantly perked up and quickly typed her response. It's fine, I'll hang out with friends instead. Focus on your work. Love you. MHM. After exchanging a few messages, Zhong Peiyao finally tapped to accept the transfer. Hearing the sound of coins falling into her purse, Zhong Peiyao felt genuinely delighted. Although Yuan Qi had already spent far more on her over time, this was immediate cash flow. With this money, she could buy anything she desired and show off to her close friends. What more could she want from life? Even if Yuan Qi spent tomorrow with another girl, she would accept it gladly. Girls, any cravings for tomorrow? My treat. Zhong Peiyao announced generously. Treat? Are you serious? Sun Qian perked up immediately at the word. Of course, choose anywhere you like. Yao, can we go to a Michelin restaurant? Li Xia had just finished her shower when she overheard Zhong Peiyao's bold declaration and couldn't resist teasing her. To her surprise, Zhong Peiyao's eyes lit up. Good idea, yeah. What do you think? Qian and Lan Lan? Sun Qian and Wu Lan exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They knew Zhong Peiyao came from an ordinary family with only 3,000 yuan in monthly expenses. A meal at a Michelin restaurant would cost thousands. How would she manage? Yao, you're serious. After this meal, won't you be eating dirt for the rest of the month? Sun Qian and Wu Lan had just returned to the dorm that morning and were unaware that Zhong Peiyao had a boyfriend. Li Xia immediately understood. Since Zhong Peiyao was Yuan Qi's girlfriend, he would surely give her pocket money. If not, how could she afford meals costing thousands? Stop overthinking it, just say yes or no. Yes. Of course we're going. Our beautiful Yao is treating, we have to support her. Exactly, if it's real, I'd definitely go. I've never been to a Michelin restaurant before. Yao, I love you so much. Sun and Wu were delighted to see Zhong Peiyao was serious. Li Xia, having guessed that Yuan Qi was footing the bill, felt a complicated mix of emotions. She thought again of those red and green fan pendants she had seen a few days prior. She had even dreamed that Yuan Qi bought her a matching pair, and then they grew closer. After waking, she changed her bedsheets. These past few days, every time she watched Zhong Peiyao show off in designer clothes and necklaces, her initial envy had gradually turned to jealousy. Once jealousy took root, it was hard to dispel. She wanted those clothes and necklaces just as much. Even knowing it was wrong, she couldn't help but dwell on it. Once you've experienced certain things, it's difficult to return to your former mindset. She wanted a boyfriend like Yuan Qi, but such outstanding men were rarer than beauties. Thinking this, she couldn't resist opening her chat with him. It was as though a little devil had awakened within her, whispering, I'm no worse than Yao. Why couldn't she have what he owns? Then, acting on impulse, she composed a message. Senior, if you're free, I'd like to invite you to dinner. She sent it. Suddenly she realized what she was doing. How could she act this way? She quickly recalled the message. Only then did she see his reply. I saw it. This was from Yuan Qi. Li Xia felt flustered, yet inexplicably relieved. I accidentally sent that by mistake. She deleted the draft before finishing. After hesitating, she made her decision. Senior, I'd like to treat you to a meal. When are you free this week? She clicked send. He replied quickly. Thursday or Friday. I'll confirm the details later. Okay, senior. Meanwhile, after replying to Li Xia, Yuan Qi's face showed a faint smile. She was the one who reached out first. It wasn't his fault. His greatest strength and weakness was that he was too soft-hearted. After sending the message to Yuan Qi, Li Xia suddenly covered her head with a cup. What was she even doing? A complex tide of emotions surged within her. Regret, guilt, shyness, and of course a touch of excitement. It's alright, I'm just having a meal with a senior classmate. As friends, isn't that perfectly normal? She had been chatting online with Yuan Qi for several days. Going out for a meal shouldn't be a big deal. After this self-persuasion, Li Xia felt considerably better. Ding. The phone resting on her pillow suddenly emitted a WeChat notification sound. Li Xia assumed it was Yuan Qi messaging again and quickly grabbed the device. However, the sender was not Yuan Qi, but Gu Hang. Qi, where are you free this week? How about we go cycling together? Li Xia frowned deeply and immediately typed a response without hesitation. I prefer staying indoors and don't enjoy going out near campus. Please don't invite me for outings in the future. She finally understood why Zhong Peiyao had rejected Gu Hang originally. He would either suggest dining together or going cycling, but she always tactfully declined each time. It seemed as though Gu Hang failed to pick up on her hints, insisting she spell everything out plainly. Staying in the dormitory all the time isn't good for your health. Girls should exercise more, you know. Li Xia was speechless. No matter how she looked at it, his words came across as rather mundane. She didn't feel like responding. How could she have found this guy acceptable back then? Honestly, she had initially harbored some favorable impression of Gu Hang. During military training, she had thought he seemed decent, and he was also reasonably good-looking. Aside from being somewhat financially strained, he seemed fine in other respects. If things went well between them subsequently, she might consider dating him. After all, her parents had been quite strict before university, and she had never had a boyfriend. Naturally, once in university, she wanted to experience what romance felt like. Later, perhaps influenced by Zhong Peiyao, she came to believe that her boyfriend should certainly not lack financial means. Thus, she decided to keep Gu Hang as an ordinary friend. Yet although she thought so, Gu Hang was unwilling to stop there. It was evident that he wanted to advance their relationship further. I'm not going to continue this conversation. I'm going to take a shower now. She had already finished showering. This was merely an excuse to end the chat. I'm getting ready to shower too. It seems we're on the same wavelength, aren't we? Ugh. Li Xia felt a wave of disgust. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Gu Hang waited nervously for a reply after sending the message, eager to see how Li Xia would respond to his words. Previously, he believed that the reason their relationship wasn't progressing was entirely because he was too honest. This tendency made it easy for things to devolve into a purely platonic friendship. It was clear that their relationship had now reached an impasse. To break through this deadlock, he needed to learn how to create ambiguity. That is, he had to become a bit more bold so that girls would experience emotional fluctuations. This was something a close roommate had told him. In reality, it would have been better to ask her out on an outing to possibly advance things, but unfortunately, he hadn't seized the opportunity from the beginning. During military training back then, he had been uncertain between Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. Therefore, he had treated both equally, displaying the demeanor of a genuine caring guy. At that time, he considered himself handsome, so he harbored an unrealistic fantasy of having both girls. However, Zhong Peiyao wasn't interested in him, and by the time he decided to focus solely on pursuing Li Xie, the optimal opportunity had already slipped away. Fortunately, the two had managed to become friends, and he could still chat with Li Xie for a while. But every time he attempted to invite her out, she would politely decline. If he had focused only on Li Xie from the beginning, she might already be his girlfriend by now. How regrettable. His mind raced with thoughts, and 5 minutes had already passed since he sent the message. But there was no reply from the other party. It must be that she went to take a shower and didn't see this message. Gu Heng thought to himself. Before long, another half hour had elapsed. A girl taking half an hour to shower is quite normal. An hour passed. Perhaps she's doing her skincare and applying body lotion. An hour and a half went by. Maybe she fell asleep. Going to bed before 11 is quite normal. Gu Heng composed another message. Good night, sweet dreams. This time Li Xie replied on the other end. Sweet dreams. Seeing a response, Gu Heng didn't want the conversation to end there. You haven't slept yet? Someone just disappeared after taking a shower. Then he waited for several more minutes, which felt exceptionally long to Gu Heng. Yeah, I'm asleep. Gu Heng anxiously scratched his scalp. The reply had come, but it seemed perfunctory no matter how he looked at it. Things hadn't been like this before. This topic was effectively over, and he hadn't achieved his probing purpose. Perhaps he had, but he simply refused to admit it. The next day, after the first morning class concluded, the class needed to conduct an evaluation for students from low-income families, with those not applying casting votes. In Yuan Qi's class of 38 students, there were only 9 available quotas, yet more than 20 had submitted their applications. After all, several thousand yuan was no small amount, so why pass up the opportunity if it arose? The requirements for poverty-level students stipulated a monthly income not exceeding 1,000 yuan, which virtually no one met nowadays. After all, how many families today could claim a monthly income below 1,000 yuan? Such cases were few and far between. Therefore, unless applicants had documentation for registered poverty or serious medical conditions, those who only submitted application forms would need to rely on their popularity within the class. Only Zhang Wei from dormitory 502 had submitted materials, having previously provided a copy of his mother's surgical records. Consequently, the remaining 3 residents were all selected for the evaluation committee. Aside from members of the evaluation committee, the rest of you may leave. After those applying for financial aid departed, only 15 remained in the classroom. Cheng Muxue was also present. All 3 of her 301 dormitory mates except herself had submitted applications. Naturally, she came to sit beside Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi leaned close to her ear and whispered, Muxue, please give my buddy Zhang Wei a higher score later. Hearing this, Cheng Muxue smiled and nodded. Okay. This hardly constituted any covert arrangement on Yuan Qi's part. Given Zhang Wei's circumstances, awarding him the highest level of financial aid was hardly unreasonable. However, the intimate sight of Yuan Qi leaning close to whisper in Cheng Muxue's ear stunned many observers. At this point, even the most oblivious person could tell their relationship was special. Previously, most classmates had still been unaware that the two were dating. But upon recalling their performances at the welcome party, everyone came to understand. Yuan Qi was genuinely impressive after all. Therefore, most people could accept their pairing. Naturally, this excluded the boys. Zhao Kai, upon witnessing the scene, was nearly consumed by jealousy. What exactly did Yuan Qi have going for him? Was it simply because he could play that worn-out flute? He had similarly assumed that their shared performance had sparked romantic feelings between them. His composure was beginning to fracture. Yuan Qi paid no mind to Zhao Kai's state of mind, and didn't even glance in his direction. The fellow was nothing more than a clown. Everyone took their seats, and the class monitor distributed the application materials and scoring sheets. Scores were open to discussion. Sitting beside Yuan Qi, Li Dajiang leaned in and murmured, Old Yuan, could you give Sun Qi a high score later? From what I've seen, her family situation is quite difficult as well. The words were spoken quietly, yet both Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue heard them clearly. Both of their gazes turned toward him. Why are you looking at me? Shouldn't classmates help one another? Yuan Qi regarded him with an amused expression, his meaning clear in his eyes. Something's off with you, kid. Li Dajiang was also quite cunning. He specifically waited until Cheng Muxue was by Yuan Qi's side before saying those words. His purpose was simple: use Cheng Muxue as a messenger to pass the news to Sun Qi and subtly increase her impression of him. After all, when one does something nice, it should be seen. And Cheng Muxue was the messenger he had carefully chosen. This kind of vote-appealing behavior was actually common among acquaintances. Many students only had one application form and were not very familiar with people outside their own dormitory. At times like these, 1 or 2 extra high scores could make a significant difference. Alright, I'll give a high score later. Yuan Qi had also figured out the other guy's intentions. One had to admit that old Li was quite clever. Yuan Qi had also assessed Sun Qi. Her appearance rated an 83 as she had that youthful, adorable look. He then glanced at Li Dajiang, a burly and rough-looking fellow. Was this the popular contrast trend? Whoa, old Li, so you actually like Sun Qi. How did you keep it so well hidden before? Lu Jiahao sitting next to Li Dajiang looked thoroughly intrigued. Keep it down. Don't let others hear. Before anything was successful, Li Dajiang did not want it to become common knowledge. That way there would still be room to maneuver later. Old Li has good taste. I also think Sun Qi is the most beautiful girl in our class besides senior sister Cheng. Even Zhang Ying can't compare. Want this old father to help you with some strategy? Forget it. You're single yourself, how could you give me advice? I'd rather ask old Yuan. Wait. Who are you calling father? Li Dajiang immediately playfully locked Lu Jiahao's head. Cheng Muxue had not expected that Yuan Qi's roommate actually liked Sun Qi. The two seemed rather mismatched. She imagined the scene in her mind and could not help but shiver slightly. She would definitely mention the vote-appealing matter to Sun Qi, but she was not very optimistic about Li Dajiang's chances of succeeding. Nevertheless, Li Dajiang had achieved his purpose. Over an hour later, the scoring was basically finished. Students who had provided materials received relatively high scores. Overall, it was fairly just since the counselor would review everything once more. Zhang Wei could basically be rated as having special difficulty. Without any unexpected issues, Sun Qi could also qualify thanks to the 3 from class 502 giving high scores. After finishing, they submitted the materials and Yuan Qi and his companions left the classroom. Meanwhile, his relationship with Cheng Muxue would gradually spread throughout the class. After parting with his roommates, Yuan Qi took Cheng Muxue out for lunch. Since it was nearby campus, Yuan Qi did not drive. After the meal, the two strolled over to Sunshine Bakery. It was already quite different from their first visit. Watching the queue of customers, Cheng Muxue's eyes widened in surprise. How could a cake shop have such great business right from its opening? Yuan Qi, did you do some promotion? Why are there so many people buying things here? No, these are all natural foot traffic. Cheng Muxue did not know what to say. You call this natural traffic? Even with advertising, no one gets this many customers. The milk tea shop was in the same situation. With both stores, they must be earning considerable money each day. Cheng Muxue felt a sense of pride deep within. However, a touch of worry also arose in her heart. He was already so outstanding in his sophomore year, she wondered what the future held for him. Come on, I'll take you through the back entrance again. With a mix of joy and concern, Cheng Muxue followed Yuan Qi into the shop. Boss. Some customers had been somewhat displeased about the couple cutting in line, but upon hearing the staff's greeting, the words caught in their throats. They almost looked foolish. The staff greeted Yuan Qi as he entered. Then all eyes gathered on Cheng Muxue. This beauty was even more stunning than the one the boss had brought last time. Seeing the two with their arms linked, their relationship was quite clear. The question was whether the boss had broken up or was playing both sides. Most people leaned toward the second guess. I'll take 2 bags of small cakes. After scanning and paying, Yuan Qi led Cheng Muxue out once more. The staff watched the boss's retreating figure, admiration evident in their eyes. Success in both career and love, perhaps even double the romance. These cakes are truly delicious. Is this your exclusive recipe? After taking a bite, Cheng Muxue's eyes lit up. Though already full, she had managed to finish 2 small cakes. She then took out another small cake, took a bite, and smilingly offered the half-eaten piece to Yuan Qi's lips. I can't eat anymore. You have this one or we cannot waste it. Seeing the cake with a glistening bite mark, Yuan Qi did not hesitate and opened his mouth to eat it. Well, isn't it even more delicious than the others? Cheng Muxue asked with a mischievous smile. Yuan Qi pretended to frown. It has your saliva on it now. It doesn't taste as good. Hearing this, Cheng Muxue playfully tapped him twice. Now you're being picky. When we were at home, you were not like this at all. Back then you were practically. Yuan Qi laughed and pulled her into his embrace. Just kidding. When we get home, I still want to taste. He whispered the last few words softly into her ear. Cheng Muxue's ears and cheeks instantly turned red. She lightly hit his arm and said affectionately, You're too cheesy. I won't kiss you anymore from now on. She gave Yuan Qi a playful look of mock disgust. But these are all from you. How could that be disgusting? Yuan Qi, you. Seeing Cheng Muxue feigning anger, Yuan Qi immediately took off running, with Cheng Muxue chasing after him. Amidst the envious glances of passers-by, their laughter echoed through the street. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not always shared. Bang! In an office, a middle-aged man with a grim expression slammed a cup heavily onto the desk. Something is still off? That taste is not right. What is going on with your RD department? How can it take so long and still not produce a single cup of milk tea? Manager Chen, our RD team has already analyzed the raw materials and ratios, but for some reason the milk tea we produced still lacks the original taste. A man who looked under 30 stood before the desk, still mustering the courage to explain. Then what do you tell me? How is it possible that in nearly half a month we still cannot replicate the milk tea flavor? Manager Chen had no interest in these explanations. He wanted results. And the result was that the half month of manpower and material costs had gone down the drain. This made him doubt the capability of the RD team. Wherever there are people, there is competition. Yuan Qi's milk tea had become so popular that it naturally attracted their attention. Thus, Shuemi Rongqing branch immediately wanted to replicate a similar product. This was nothing unethical, but was not their first time doing so. Markets rely on competition, and such a sizable opportunity naturally had to be seized. What they had originally thought would be an easy task turned out to have made no progress whatsoever after more than half a month. This was merely a milk tea recipe, not some advanced chip technology. Aside from the RD team being incompetent, what other explanation was there? Is there some kind of secret ingredient we're missing? Chen Haitao, a middle-aged man, sat in his office chair. He was the general manager overseeing the Rongqing branch of Xuemi. As the leading brand in the milk tea industry today, Xuemi had established branches across all first-tier and new first-tier cities. For milk tea shops today, joining these industry giants through franchising was the best path forward. Other independent milk tea shops could at most survive in the narrow margins. It was nearly impossible for them to rise prominently as they once had. The market was nearly saturated. Whenever a viral milk tea product emerged, these leading chains would quickly produce similar new offerings, often refining them to an even higher standard. Thus, even if a small milk tea shop happened upon a hit by chance, it would barely make a ripple. In the end, the imitators reaped the rewards while those so-called original creators might not even get a taste. Yet now a single milk tea shop had appeared, generating tens of thousands in daily sales. This one store alone surpassed the combined revenue of their 10. How could they remain passive in such a situation? It was like someone was tearing a piece of flesh straight from their mouths. And if this continued, they would lose the market share they had already secured. This was precisely why Chen Haitao felt the weight of the moment. If that milk tea shop had capital backing behind it, Xuemi's position would be seriously threatened. I need concrete results now. Just tell me whether you are confident you can replicate it. Upon hearing Chen Haitao's words, the head of the research department looked troubled. If they could make it, they would have long ago. The problem now was they could not identify why they failed. Manager Chen, I suggest we simply buy the recipe directly from that milk tea shop owner or invite them to franchise with us. This implied they had lost confidence in reproducing the recipe themselves and could only obtain it from the original creator through favorable arrangements. They had originally planned to develop the recipe independently to save costs, but it now seemed they would have to part with a significant sum after all. Then contact the person in charge of that milk tea shop as soon as possible. The same scenario unfolded in the offices of other milk tea brand managers. After discovering they could not replicate the product, they all planned to obtain the recipe from Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, however, was unaware of any of this. He was out shopping with Cheng Muxue. When it came to Rongqing, this city was an ideal place for leisurely living. The pace of life was not as fast as in those large coastal metropolises, but in other aspects it was no less desirable. For those who appreciated fine dining and enjoyment, this was an excellent choice. Many visitors from out of town said that people in Rongqing knew best how to savor life. Of course, this required having financial means, otherwise, even with all the world's prosperity, it would have nothing to do with oneself. Yuan Qi had this prerequisite. Although his assets were not yet 2 million, his wealth kept growing the more he spent. Those without means could never understand how delightful it was to shop alongside a beautiful companion. There was also the simple pleasure of receiving thoughtful gestures. Inside a men's clothing store at IFS, Cheng Muxue had selected outfits for Yuan Qi and was preparing to check out. Ding, Alipay payment received 5800 yuan. Yuan Qi had intended to pay himself, but Cheng Muxue had beat him to it. Yuan Qi was somewhat pleased inside. Even though this was money he had given her as allowance, a matter of recycling his own funds, he valued her willingness to spend on him. After collecting the clothes and receipt, the two left the men's store. Compared to other sections, the mall featured far more women's clothing shops, since women were the primary consumers of physical retail clothing stores. Meanwhile, Cheng Muxue already had numerous shopping bags in hand, each bearing logos of light luxury or high-end brands universally beloved by women. At this rate, the large wardrobe at home would be filled soon. Let's put everything in the car first before continuing to shop. Carrying so many bags is inconvenient. Cheng Muxue nodded. Although she was carrying many bags, she did not feel tired at all. Alright, let's go check out the Golden Building later. I haven't been there since it was built. The Golden Building had become a new landmark in Rongqing. Many influencers visiting the city made it a must-visit spot. Yuan Qi had been in Rongqing for quite some time, but had never visited, only knowing that it sold gold. He was curious to go inside. After placing the many bags in the trunk of his Panamera, soon the two arrived outside the Golden Building. From the exterior, it was a 4-story ancient-style building entirely clad in brilliant gold, with the golden element prominently featured throughout. It gave the impression that the entire building was crafted from solid gold. Just looking at it exuded a sense of grandeur. Ordinary passers-by might not even dare to enter. On the second floor, beneath a signboard reading Jinlong Gold, 2 girls in traditional Hanfu were dancing with enthusiasm. To Yuan Qi, their skills paled in comparison to Cheng Muxue's Hanfu dancing. Yet many people were capturing photos or videos on their phones. Yuan Qi was certain that if Cheng Muxue stood there in Hanfu, the Golden Building would become nothing more than her backdrop. However, Yuan Qi preferred to appreciate such beauty on his own. Let's go in and take a look. Cheng Muxue linked her arm with his, and the two stepped into the first floor of the Golden Building. What caught their eyes were rows of long golden display cabinets filled with various jewelry. Compared to ordinary gold and jewelry stores, the pieces here featured more diverse designs. However, most of the gold jewelry on this floor was intended for weddings, making it unsuitable as a gift for his mother. Yuan Qi had planned to buy a set of gold jewelry for her as a birthday present. Cheng Muxue was dazzled by the gleaming jewelry, but despite her fondness, she kept it to herself. After all, Yuan Qi had already bought her many things, and this gold jewelry was not suitable for her to wear at the moment. After browsing around, the two headed up to the second floor. The second floor also featured gold jewelry and silver pieces. They offered DIY bracelets at relatively affordable prices. Other small gold items like rings and earrings cost around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Compared to the first floor, the items here were more budget-friendly. Thus, this floor was busier with many people stringing their own bracelets. After a casual browse, Yuan Qi showed little interest, so they ascended to the third floor. This level featured many Hetian jade pendants and antique-style gold ornaments. These were typically gifts for elderly relatives, and Yuan Qi became interested. He planned to select a pendant and bangle for each of his grandparents. After Yuan Qi expressed his needs, the female sales associate was delighted, recognizing this as a substantial order. Sir, our pendants and bangles are crafted from premium Hetian jade, symbolizing longevity. After the sales associate's eloquent presentation, she recommended several pieces suitable for elderly recipients. Yuan Qi selected a guanine pendant and a Buddha pendant based on elderly preferences, along with a large and a small sugar-white jade bangle. Then he swiped his card for 16,000 yuan. Yuan Qi spent his childhood years from kindergarten through middle school at his maternal grandparents' home, so the bond between the generations was naturally very close. Although this purchase would not bring any cash back, it was a gift for his elders, so Yuan Qi naturally would not feel reluctant to spend it. Cheng Muxue, standing beside him, had accompanied Yuan Qi on quite a few shopping trips before, yet she still found herself secretly marveling at the expenditure of over 100,000 yuan. That was equivalent to a family's entire annual income. Looking at Yuan Qi, her eyes involuntarily sparkled. He was simply too dashing. Affection points increased. The third floor featured not only Hetian jade, but also traditional handcrafted gold jewelry, including golden rui ornaments, dragon and phoenix bangles, and antique-style gold pendants. These pieces were characterized by their exceptionally refined craftsmanship, with every pattern carved to appear lifelike. Compared to ordinary gold bracelets, their price exceeded by far more than just a little. For those looking to purchase gold primarily for its investment value, buying these pieces was not particularly worthwhile, because when selling them back, the value of the hand-carved craftsmanship would not be included. However, Yuan Qi felt that his mother would definitely appreciate these elaborate decorative pieces. Growing up, the words he heard most often from his mother were her regrets about not receiving the traditional 3 gold pieces when she married his father. In that era, only families of considerable means could afford the 3 gold pieces. Yuan Qi's family, coming from humble peasant origins, simply did not have that luxury. When they got married, his father's family could only offer a few roosters, a new cotton quilt, and a dressing table. Nothing more. Now that Yuan Qi had the means, he naturally wanted to fulfill his mother's long-held wish. He selected a filigree gold bracelet adorned with red, blue, and green gemstones, its craftsmanship absolutely exquisite. In addition, Yuan Qi chose an ancient craft gold pendant with diamond accents. The 2 pieces together came to 14,000 yuan. Then Yuan Qi selected a beautiful pendant for his father featuring gold plating with Hetian jade inlaid inside, though he could not find anything else that seemed particularly suitable for him. Checking out all 3 items together came to 19,000 yuan. In a place like this, most people were merely browsing rather than buying, so Yuan Qi, spending nearly 500,000 yuan in just a dozen minutes, naturally attracted considerable attention. Many noticed the scene, and numerous women, casting glances at Cheng Muxue, could not hide their envy, some even wishing they could replace the woman standing beside such a generous man. Why couldn't she find a boyfriend willing to splurge so lavishly? Cheng Muxue sensed these envious stares, and her vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Her feelings toward Yuan Qi naturally rose even higher. At first, many men had also cast occasional glances at Cheng Muxue, clearly envious of Yuan Qi. But upon seeing Yuan Qi so effortlessly spend nearly 400,000 yuan, they instantly felt there was nothing wrong with the match at all. If it were a struggling man with a beautiful woman, they might indeed feel envious or even consider trying to win her affection. But when a wealthy man stood beside a beautiful woman, that was simply the natural order of things. Whether others felt envious or jealous, Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue paid no attention to anyone else's reactions. After completing the transaction, they ascended to the 4th floor, once more politely seen off by the sales associate. This floor's offerings were even more appealing to younger women, featuring platinum and diamond necklaces and rings. The crowd on this floor appeared noticeably younger as well. Cheng Muxue was naturally drawn to the diamond rings and necklaces. Muxue, take a look and see if there's anything you particularly like here, Yuan Qi said with a smile. Since they were already there, it was only natural to buy her some jewelry as well. Shouldn't we stop now? We've already bought so much today. Cheng Muxue did the math and realized that including the clothes purchased earlier, she had already spent over 500,000 yuan in just half a day. A single shopping trip had consumed money that ordinary people might spend a lifetime saving. To be honest, even Cheng Muxue felt a touch of trepidation. It's fine, just pick something you like. Seeing that Yuan Qi was serious, Cheng Muxue could no longer suppress her inner flutter. She naturally could not resist such exquisite jewelry. After planting a kiss on Yuan Qi's cheek, she happily went to select jewelry. Meanwhile, across the mall, Zhong Peiyao and Li Xia along with 2 others had also finished dining at a Michelin restaurant and were wandering the Taigu area. Yao Yao, thank you for the wonderful meal. This is my first time dining at a Michelin restaurant. Exactly. When I saw the bill totaling several thousand, I was completely stunned. Thanks for showing this country girl the world. Sun Qian and Wu Lan both looked at Zhong Peiyao with sincere gratitude. In truth, Zhong Peiyao also felt a pang of regret after finishing that meal. The 10,000 yuan Yuan Qi had given her had already been halved. But hearing her roommate's praises, her vanity swelled, and she walked with an extra bounce in her step. Where should we go now? Should we head straight back to campus? Back to campus for what? Since we're already out, how about we visit the Golden Building? I want to take some photos there. Sun Qian offered her suggestion. Zhong Peiyao nodded in agreement, and then turned to Li Xia, who had been quiet throughout the conversation. Xia, what do you think? Should we go to the Golden Building? Hearing her name, Li Xia snapped back to attention and nodded. Yes, let's go take a look. She still appeared somewhat dazed. She had dreamed again last night, which left her feeling sluggish throughout the day. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's head to the Golden Building. The group hailed a taxi, and after a short ride of about 15 minutes they arrived. Outside the Golden Building, many people still gathered to watch, and a new group of young women were already dancing on the second floor. They were performing the popular victory dance. Wow. No wonder it's called the Golden Building. I saw videos online, but nothing prepared me for this overwhelming aura of opulence. Sun Qian said in awe. I wonder if the exterior is really made of solid gold. It looks just like the real thing. Zhong Peiyao murmured, gazing at the Golden Building. How could it be? That would cost an astronomical amount. At most it's just gold-plated, and even that's exaggerated. Soon they had all taken their photos and compiled a 9-grid post for their social media. Let's go inside and take a look. There must be plenty of photogenic spots within. Zhong Peiyao suggested. Apart from Mulan, who mentioned visiting once during the summer vacation, but only from the outside, none of the others had been inside before. They had only seen related videos online. The building had been completed earlier this year, when they were still preparing for the college entrance examination. They were quite curious about what lay inside. Even though they knew most items were far beyond their price range, simply browsing and taking photos would still be enjoyable. Girls had no resistance to exquisite jewelry. The gold jewelry on the first floor held their attention completely. Gazing at those exquisitely carved pieces, none of them stopped taking photos for even a moment. Only after satisfying their phones with countless photos did the group feel content and prepare to head upstairs. On the second floor they can DIY bracelets, and the price is not high. Let's go make one. After coming up, several people noticed that there were more people here. Compared to other floors, many things here were affordable. Making an ordinary bracelet costs only tens to hundreds of yuan. Several girls were soon captivated by the handmade bracelet area, and they all wanted to make one themselves. The materials were affordable, yet beautiful beads. Ordinary acrylic beads cost just a few yuan each, while agate and crystal beads were 15 yuan each. There were also more expensive gold-plated beads costing tens to hundreds of yuan, and at most one of those could be selected. One question: who can tie the string? My craftsmanship is a bit poor. Zhong Peiyao said a little sheepishly. She could at most twist a simple braid, but stringing it like that would look rather ugly. No way. Yao Yao braiding bracelets is a game we girls learned as kids. How can you not know how? That said, today Zhong Peiyao had treated everyone to a big meal, so they all offered to help her DIY. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Cheng Muxue had originally wanted to choose a slightly cheaper one, but Yuan Qi directly picked an 18K diamond ring for her. The price was not cheap, over 50,000 yuan. A girl's resistance to a diamond ring is zero. It was impossible for Cheng Muxue to say she didn't like it. But falling in love with a wealthy man is a common trait among all women. Once they know a man can meet their material needs, they will actively help him save money to gain favor. Cheng Muxue also felt a sense of crisis amid Yuan Qi's repeated high spending. She unconsciously wondered if she kept spending like this, Yuan Qi might think she was too materialistic. So despite liking this ring very much, Cheng Muxue took Yuan Qi's hand and said softly, "Maybe I should choose a cheaper one. I quite like that smaller one just now." She had just picked a ring over 10,000 yuan, but Yuan Qi felt they should buy a more expensive one, mainly because he had bought so many things for his family and needed to spend some of his earnings. How could it be too cheap? "Muxue, just tell me if you like this ring or not. As long as you like it, I'll buy it, unless you think it's not beautiful." At this moment, Yuan Qi exuded a decisive aura. Cheng Muxue felt her heart completely surrendering. She truly liked this kind of firmness. "I like it." Finally, Cheng Muxue spoke her true feelings. "Since you like it, let's go look at bracelets and necklaces. You only have one necklace now, you can alternate wearing." Hearing Yuan Qi's words, Cheng Muxue's heart felt as sweet as honey. The satisfaction material things bring to girls can never be replaced. The surrounding girls, including the sales assistant, all envied Cheng Muxue. They also wished to be treated with such generous decisiveness. The boyfriends accompanying them suddenly felt a sense of crisis. They silently lamented that they could never measure up to such a grand gesture. In their eyes, Yuan Qi's actions had set an extremely high standard which seemed to deliberately put them in a difficult position. However, to appease their girlfriend's emotions, they had no choice but to spend money. My poor wallet. Yuan Qi neither knew nor cared about the other's thoughts. He accompanied Cheng Muxue to choose a very exquisite diamond necklace. Although Cheng Muxue already had one necklace, discontent is human nature. Men also always want more. Girls naturally want as many luxury accessories as possible. An 88,000 yuan necklace Yuan Qi bought without even a frown. Including the ring, Yuan Qi spent another 14000 yuan. Fortunately, the system immediately returned 2000 yuan in cashback the moment the card was swiped. After glancing at the incoming transfer message on his phone, Yuan Qi's face unconsciously broke into a smile. And this scene caught the eyes of other girls, which meant bad luck for their boyfriends. Look at him, he bought such expensive things for his girlfriend, and is so happy. Look at you, you only spent a few thousand yuan, and your face is all sour. If you don't want to buy, don't force yourself. No, I'm not unhappy. Then why aren't you smiling? Who could smile? That was his own hard-earned money. These men who had spent money but failed to please their girlfriends became even more resentful toward Yuan Qi. Bro, please show off somewhere else or we'll end up single again. Human happiness and unhappiness are often derived from comparison, with Yuan Qi's 14000 yuan spending as the benchmark. The few thousand yuan their boyfriends spent seemed particularly glaring. It was no wonder many girls couldn't give them a pleasant expression. Of course, not everyone was like that. There were also some who didn't care about others' spending and felt their own boyfriends were the best. However, they were generally younger. Sir, madam, you can also have the ring engraved for free. Hearing this, Cheng Muxue's eyes lit up. Ooh, she wanted to engrave Yuan Qi's name on the ring. Okay, take us there. At Cheng Muxue's request, Yuan Qi's name was engraved on the ring. Let me put it on for you. A ring should be worn with a sense of ceremony. Yuan Qi took Cheng Muxue's fair and slender finger and slid the ring onto her right ring finger. This scene was yet another vivid demonstration. The men silently pleaded, please stop, we can't bear it anymore. Finally, under the men's silent prayers, Yuan Qi took Cheng Muxue downstairs. However, turning around, they saw their girlfriends' gazes following Yuan Qi with undisguised admiration in their expressions. The men's faces immediately turned even more sour. On the second floor, Zhong Peiyao was not staying in the DIY area. After selecting beads, she handed her bracelet to Li Xie to make. There were also some beautiful silver ornaments on this floor, and she wanted to buy a few pieces. Previously, she felt 10,000 yuan was a lot, but here she realized it was nothing. A pair of earrings could cost several thousand yuan. She stood in front of a display case looking at a pair of earrings, then looked up to ask the sales assistant to show them. However, she suddenly saw a familiar figure by the stairs with a very beautiful girl holding his arm. It was Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue. Zhong Peiyao's first reaction was not to confront them, but to quickly hide aside. She also recognized that girl as the beauty who had performed on stage with Yuan Qi at the welcome party. Although she had mentally prepared herself, her heart was not too upset at the moment. But her eyes were soon drawn to the packaging boxes with the True Dragon Gold logo in their hands. What the third and fourth floor sold, she had learned from overheard discussions, and the most common comment was how expensive they were. A casual piece of jewelry cost tens of thousands. But what did she see? She couldn't even count how many bags Yuan Qi was carrying. When an ordinary girl witnesses her boyfriend with another woman, her instinctive reaction would be to charge forward and confront him. Yet Zhong Peiyao would never do such a thing. She wouldn't even mention it to Yuan Qi, acting as if nothing had happened. The reason was simple, she couldn't bear to lose the privileged life he provided. Confronting him would only bring embarrassment to everyone and offer her no benefit whatsoever. As for stepping away from the relationship, that was simply out of the question. Wouldn't that just hand the advantage to another woman? Zhong Peiyao was far too shrewd to commit such a foolish act. Observing the crowd, most people carried only one or two shopping bags, and many hesitated for a long time before making a single purchase. But Yuan Qi's hands were nearly overflowing with bags, as if he were stocking up on supplies. The disparity between them was self-evident. Thus Zhong Peiyao was convinced that as long as she was not foolish, she would never leave Yuan Qi. He could provide the material life she desired. As she was lost in thought, the sound of a quarreling couple drifted down from the upper floor. Look at other men. They buy their girlfriends tens of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry without batting an eye. And you? I just wanted a 10,000 yuan ring, but you couldn't even bear to spend that. I was blind to have fallen for you. Lily, didn't I already buy you a necklace worth over 5,000? What more do you want from me? How dare you say that? I told you from the start I wanted a diamond ring. The woman's voice still carried intense dissatisfaction. But I said we could only afford one item. You insisted on the necklace, and now you want a ring. My monthly salary is only 10,000. I can't keep spending like this. The man's voice now held a hint of anger. Are you blaming me for not earning enough money? Li Jigang, I'm telling you. If you don't buy it today, we're breaking up. The two gradually moved away, and Zhong Peiyao could no longer hear the rest of their argument. They had clearly walked off. She felt a sense of relief about her own decision. If she had chosen a boyfriend without means, even if he were devoted, life would inevitably become a mess. Just like that couple. With this thought, the faint unease she had been feeling completely dissipated. After another stroll, she noticed a men's silver pendant that caught her eye. It was not expensive, only a few hundred yuan. She bought it planning to give it to Yuan Qi on their next date. With her new perspective, her focus shifted to how to enhance her standing in his heart. The beautiful woman beside Yuan Qi earlier had stirred a strong sense of insecurity, so she needed to find a way to make him like her more. This way she would gain even more in the future. Returning to the DIY area, the others had almost finished weaving their bracelets. Zhong Peiyao's bracelet was the most expensive, costing over 500 yuan, while the others were around 100. Hey Yuan Yue, the one you made looks like it's for a guy. She hadn't noticed earlier, but now that it was finished, she realized the bracelet Li Xie had made didn't seem suited for a woman. I think it's fine. Let's go check out other places. Li Xie, feeling guilty, didn't want to dwell on the topic. She had no idea why, but she felt compelled to make a men's bracelet, hoping to give it to him when they met. Giving a small gift to a friend upon first meeting was perfectly normal, wasn't it? The others didn't think much of it. After browsing the second floor, they continued to the third floor. Here almost everything was beyond their budget. The cheapest items were tens of thousands of yuan. They could only feast their eyes and take photos. Overhearing shoppers mention that someone had just spent over 400,000 yuan, the girls felt dizzy with disbelief. That was such an amount of wealth, they wondered when they could ever spend like that. Zhong Peiyao, however, suspected the person in question was Yuan Qi, given how many bags she had seen him carrying. They then ascended to the top floor where diamond jewelry sparkled, making their eyes light up. Even Li Xie's gaze held a trace of longing. She yearned to wear such ornaments, and when she saw a full diamond necklace, her breath quickened. Only Zhong Peiyao remained composed. She was already wearing a Vulgari necklace, and she believed that such luxuries would be hers in time. After all, her boyfriend was extraordinarily wealthy. After a final look, they reluctantly left and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue had already gotten into the car. Babe, I've prepared a surprise for you when we get home, Cheng Muxue said with a smile. A surprise? What kind of surprise? I told you it's a surprise. You'll find out when we get back. Seeing Cheng Muxue's secrecy, Yuan Qi didn't press further. Alright, I'll look forward to it. Soon Yuan Qi drove back to the neighborhood. Cheng Muxue retrieved a package from the parcel locker. Is this the surprise you mentioned? Yuan Qi looked at the large box with curiosity, wondering if it might be one of those toys for couples. Yes, I'm sure you'll love it. With curiosity and anticipation, they stepped into the elevator. Once home, Cheng Muxue immediately began unwrapping the package, revealing the contents one by one. First came a set of intricate-looking accessories, though they were merely ordinary decorative pieces. Finally, she took out a garment with strong ethnic characteristics. This is a traditional Kazakh costume from my mother's hometown. I'm going to put it on and perform a folk dance for you. Yuan Qi's eyes lit up, realizing this was another role-play scenario. But this time it was essentially a natural performance. Great, I'm eager to enjoy this exotic charm. He was genuinely excited. He had seen many videos of dancers in such attire online. It was truly distinctive. Back when he had less money, he had even sent a small gift, a pair of sunglasses, to a dancer. He had always loved ethnic minority elements. Cheng Muxue smiled brightly and picked up the costume and accessories to prepare for makeup. This was not ordinary clothing. It featured thoughtful design details that made it unsuitable for everyday wear. In other words, she could only wear it when dancing for Yuan Qi. Time spent waiting always feels interminable, and waiting for a stunning beauty to finish her makeup is even more so. Yuan Qi gathered the jewelry he had purchased for his parents and relatives that day. He had no intention of sending them back, of course. These pieces were worth hundreds of thousands. After all, he had learned from a chat with his mother that the construction schedule was nearly wrapping up. His parents would be out of work and heading home in less than a month. When his mother mentioned it earlier, there had been a trace of disappointment in her voice, but Yuan Qi found himself quite pleased. Now he had the ability to support his parents in their retirement, and they no longer needed to rise before dawn and work late into the night to scrape together a down payment on a house for him. Once his parents returned home, Yuan Qi planned to let them enjoy a comfortable retirement, and he could also take care of his maternal grandparents along the way. However, Yuan Qi had not yet told them about his plan to open a shop. It was his little secret. Nothing quite compares to telling someone face to face instead of reading about it on a phone screen. The thought of driving his Panamera home and seeing his parents' reactions made Yuan Qi quietly thrilled. There was nothing quite like showing off in front of the people you love most. Anticipation. Half an hour passed. Finally, to Yuan Qi's eager anticipation, Cheng Muxue emerged fully dressed and adorned. Yuan Qi was utterly stunned. Cheng Muxue wore a round hat heavy with silver ornaments, a form-fitting long robe embroidered with beautiful patterns, and a jade-belted waist that traced a flawless silhouette. Combined with her naturally hybrid features, she looked simply breathtaking, beautiful beyond words. However, the neckline of the dress was rather low, and Yuan Qi could catch a glimpse of snow-white skin at a glance. The outfit carried that traditional ethnic element style, but aside from its exquisite elegance, it looked undeniably alluring. It had that sense of conflict between tradition and modern design. Could this have been made in Guanyun? Just looking at it made Yuan Qi's frustration simmer, knowing the dress could only be worn indoors. Do I look good, Oi? Cheng Muxue saw Yuan Qi's dazed expression and secretly felt delighted. Her efforts had not been in vain. Beautiful. Baby, you really do understand me. I love it so much. Yuan Qi stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, longing to hold her close. Don't tear it, please. This dress is quite expensive. I wanted to perform a traditional black horse dance for you. Cheng Muxue, surprised by Yuan Qi's forwardness, quickly spoke up. The dress was gorgeous, yes, but the quality was somewhat lacking. It could hardly withstand rough handling. Perhaps fragility was part of the design. Hearing this, Yuan Qi paused his movements. He truly could barely contain his eagerness. But he was still very much looking forward to the dance. It could add even more warmth between them. Cheng Muxue rose from Yuan Qi's embrace as he watched her stand. My lord, this humble one will now perform the black horse dance for you. This clever girl certainly knew how to delight. Yuan Qi shook his head and smiled. Soon a melody filled the living room, rich with ethnic character. Compared to the earlier classical piece, this black horse dance tune was more lively, its distinctive ethnic rhythm drawing one irresistibly into its spell. Yuan Qi finally understood why emperors of ancient times loved to enjoy a beauty's dance before anything else. The pleasure a woman brought through her dance, a single glance, a subtle smile, was simply doubled. Halfway through the dance, Cheng Muxue turned her head, casting a bewitching glance at Yuan Qi. Unable to resist such temptation any longer, he stepped forward and gently interrupted her dance. Soon the room was filled with Cheng Muxue's soft voice. Just as Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue were lost in each other. Meanwhile, a visitor had arrived outside Chunqiao milk tea shop. Her name was Zhang Lanyu, appearing to be in her early 30s, dressed in professional attire, looking like a sharp and capable woman. She was the regional branch manager of Xuemi's business development department, accompanied by 2 assistants. The fact that she had come in person showed just how seriously Xuemi took this milk tea shop. Outside the shop, a line still stretched along the street. The staff hardly had time to rest or slack off. Given the situation, the shop rotated shifts every half day. Even though the Xuemi representative had been briefed in advance, she still couldn't help feeling amazed at what she saw. This situation was almost unheard of now. Even customers who had tried every possible flavor at so many milk tea shops had long since lost that initial sense of novelty. Yet the passion people showed for this particular shop was as though they had never had milk tea before. No matter how good something tasted, there was no need to buy it every single day. The 3 of them walked past the queue and entered the shop directly. Hello, may I speak with the person in charge? Zhang Lanyu asked a staff member who was packing a cup of milk tea. Seeing the 3 visitors dressed in polished professional attire, the female clerk recognized they were important guests. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the manager. After handing the packed milk tea to the customer, the clerk went to call Luo Xiao. Hello, I'm the store manager of Chunqiao milk tea shop. How may I help you? Zhang Lanyu smiled at Luo Xiao. I am Zhang Lanyu, business manager at Xuemi. I've come today to discuss a partnership with your milk tea shop. Hearing the visitor's identity, Luo Xiao was startled. Xuemi was the leading brand in the milk tea industry. She hadn't expected them to send someone in person to discuss cooperation. But the recent explosive popularity of Chunqiao had also given her confidence. Facing a representative from a major company, she did not appear flustered. Manager Zhang, shall we discuss the details inside first? As store manager, she naturally wanted to hear the cooperation terms before reporting back to Yuan Qi. Meanwhile, the scene inside the room had already shifted. Yuan Qi carried a slightly weary Cheng Muxue into the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, the 2 of them curled up on the sofa watching television together. Yuan Qi, why do I feel like your figure keeps getting better and better? I can see the definition of 6-pack abs. Having been so close to Yuan Qi, Cheng Muxue had naturally noticed the change. I told you I exercise every day. With the body's transformation, the muscle contours were becoming increasingly visible day by day. At this point, Yuan Qi's physique was roughly equivalent to someone who had been training consistently for a year. But this is too fast. I remember you didn't even have abs before the holidays. Cheng Muxue caressed Yuan Qi's abdomen, unable to let go, savoring the firm ridges beneath her fingertips. She simply adored it. Perhaps I'm one of those legendary naturally gifted physiques. Just a little exercise and the results appear. Don't you agree? Yuan Qi asked softly, holding Cheng Muxue's small hand. I do. Cheng Muxue's cheeks flushed pink, her supple hand drifting lower still. Swear, we just took a bath. Are you sure you want to continue this game? After being teased by Cheng Muxue, Yuan Qi's irritation once again rose. If he hadn't cared for Cheng Muxue, he would never have finished in just an hour. Did she really think his strength was merely that? Yet Cheng Muxue paid no heed to his gentle reminder. She only glanced at him with a playful and charming look before continuing her actions. Yuan Qi could no longer hold back. Just as he was about to speak to her about it, his phone rang. Yuan Qi had to temporarily set aside Cheng Muxue and picked up his phone to see that it was a call from Luo Xiao. After answering, Luo Xiao explained the matter of negotiating a partnership with Xuemi. Yuan Qi had anticipated such a situation, but he had no intention of cooperating. Others chose to join large milk tea chains to rely on a strong foundation. But he didn't need that. For him, cooperating with others would only benefit them. On the other end of the line, Luo Xiu also mentioned the cooperation terms proposed by Zhang Lanyu today. Manager Zhang mentioned two ways of cooperation. First, directly by the recipes for the two most popular milk teas in the store for 1 million yuan. Second, we directly join Xuemi without paying any fees and then give a certain percentage of the annual sales as a share. After saying this, Luo Xiu waited for Yuan Qi's response. To be honest, Yuan Qi was somewhat tempted by the second method. Although the specific percentage of the share was not mentioned and was likely very low given Xuemi's scale, the annual income from selling milk tea would be quite considerable. He really hadn't expected the other party to offer such terms. However, as he had said before, he would not choose to cooperate. The special ingredients required in the milk tea recipes made it impossible to collaborate with others. The system's store opening task would not be limited to the food and beverage industry. Yuan Qi felt that the rewards from the food and beverage system were still quite restrictive. At most, he could open a few stores in the immediate vicinity. Perhaps the system would solve this problem later. Before that, he did not plan to open too many. With the assistance of the system, any store he opened would likely become a trending spot, so he could establish a company to manage these popular stores. Once the scale gradually covered the entire country, he could completely relax. These were just some thoughts for now, but he would need someone to help him plan in detail later. He didn't want to worry too much. At present, Yuan Qi was more focused on enjoying his university life, so compared to the long-term task of opening stores, he preferred the task of winning over the goddess. Making money was meant for enjoyment, and doing the more pleasant conquest task was definitely his priority now. Boss, how should I reply to Xuemi? Seeing that Yuan Qi hadn't spoken for a while, Luo Xiu asked again on the other end of the line. In fact, she was more inclined to agree to cooperate with Xuemi, which would also benefit the store's development. However, it still depended on Yuan Qi's decision. I don't plan to cooperate, oh please reject them. Reject? Luo Xiu didn't expect Yuan Qi to be so resolute, not even willing to negotiate in person. Yes, from now on, just reject all such cooperation requests without asking me again. Although Luo Xiu couldn't quite understand Yuan Qi's reasoning, she could only follow his instructions. No sooner had the call ended than Yuan Qi prepared to resume his friendly match with Cheng Muxue, but his phone rang again. Seeing that it was still Luo Xiu calling, Yuan Qi couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Hello, what is it? Sensing the impatience in Yuan Qi's voice, Luo Xiu immediately became nervous. Boss, I'm sorry, but Manager Zhang wants to speak with you. Would you give her the phone? After a moment, another woman's voice came through the line. Hello, President Yuan, this is Zhang Lanyu. I know, just get to the point. Yuan Qi interrupted her introduction. He had no time for idle chatter. Well, if you think the terms are not enough, we can discuss further. Xuemi is very sincere about cooperating with you. Otherwise, we could have spent more time developing our own milk tea, but we are fully capable of that. Although Zhang Lanyu knew that the company had encountered difficulties in researching the milk tea, Yuan Qi did not know that. She said this to create a sense of urgency for him. In other words, she implied that they were capable of making a similar tasting milk tea, but simply wanted to cooperate rather than plagiarize. Yuan Qi was unmoved. He knew that the only reason they sought cooperation was that they couldn't replicate the recipe. Oh, is that so? Then keep up the good work. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. With that, Yuan Qi ended the call. He had more important matters to attend to. On the other side, Zhang Lanyu was taken aback. She had expected that after hearing her words, the other party would choose to negotiate. After all, they had a major company as backing and they spoke with full confidence. But she never expected to receive a keep up the good work as encouragement. That was clearly a sarcastic remark. Was he really so confident that they couldn't replicate the same product? Actually, in her heart, she also thought the R&D department was too incompetent. How could they not figure out a milk tea recipe? After all, it was just a drink. Now that the cooperation talks had failed, there was no reason for them to stay. Before leaving, however, she wanted to buy a cup of milk tea to taste. She hadn't tried it before. Now she wanted to see what made it so special. Zhang Lanyu bought 3 cups, giving the other 2 to her assistants. Thank you, Manager Zhang. The 2 assistants expressed their gratitude simultaneously, then inserted straws and began to drink. Their eyes instantly narrowed with pleasure. Watching them, Zhang Lanyu wondered if it was really that good. She had tasted all kinds of milk tea. Thinking this, she also inserted a straw and took a sip. The moment the milk tea entered her mouth, Zhang Lanyu's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but take another sip, and before she knew it, the cup was empty. She felt a lingering desire for more, and she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. When was the last time she had experienced such a craving for a refill? This milk tea was indeed unique, delicious, and better than any she had ever tasted. No wonder the general manager had offered such generous terms. This milk tea was truly worth it. But now the other party's attitude was very firm, unwilling even to meet. How would she report back? Yuan Qi, free from any disturbances, naturally embraced the beauty in his arms once more. His hands began to move gently. Cheng Muxue had also heard the recent phone conversation. Upon learning that Yuan Qi had rejected a collaboration with Xuemi, she felt only one thing. That her boyfriend was truly impressive, so confident, so handsome. She adored him. What often draws women to men is their genuine, capable confidence, of course, not mere arrogance. It was clear that Yuan Qi, who could dismiss the Xiaomi collaboration with such ease, was the former type. Of course, the more capable a man is, the more security he brings a woman, but also the greater her sense of crisis. This manifests as a tendency to instinctively show a bit of accommodation toward men. At this moment, Cheng Mushue's gaze toward Yuan Qi was filled with tenderness. Facing his gestures, she even proactively adjusted her posture to make things more comfortable for him. Soon her breathing grew rapid, her large shimmering eyes clouded with mist. "My dear, I wish." Hearing the beauty's soft whispered request, Yuan Qi naturally intended to fulfill it. Soon their figures merged together once more, as if their earlier bath had been in vain. Afterward, Cheng Mushue, exhausted, had already fallen asleep. Yuan Qi, too, entered a contemplative state. Now one arm wrapped around her fragrant soft form, the other hand scrolled through his phone. Over the past couple of days, Sun Ning had been sending him messages, either morning and evening greetings or updates about the milk tea shop. The chat history appeared rather ordinary. Yuan Qi could somewhat guess the other party's state of mind. She probably did not want to disturb him and Cheng Mushue for the time being. Worrying that whatever she sent might accidentally be seen by Cheng Mushue, Yuan Qi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Senior sister Sun Ning is truly considerate. On the other side, Zhong Peiyao had also seemed somewhat different. Previously, she had been constantly messaging him, wanting to go on dates and the like. She would occasionally throw little tantrums and act coquettishly, saying things like he no longer loved her. But for the past 2 days, she had changed in an inexplicable way. She simply shared snippets of her daily life and told him to focus on his own matters first, suggesting they meet up when time permitted. Yuan Qi did not know why the change had come so suddenly. However, he did not dwell on it. Regardless of the reason, this was a good thing for him. Yuan Qi found himself growing even more fond of Zhong Peiyao this way. He looked at the recent message Zhong Peiyao had sent him. "I went shopping with my roommates today and treated them to a big meal." The photo showed the group dining at a Michelin restaurant. "I need to be more frugal from now on. That one meal cost over 4,000, nearly half of your allowance given to me." Below it, a crying emoji was sent. Yuan Qi shook his head with a smile and directly transferred 20,000 yuan to her. "Don't cry, let me refill your account." Yuan Qi had noticed that his balance would occasionally increase inexplicably. Now, he realized it was likely cashback from the money he had sent them when they spent it. This way, he did not need to accompany them on every purchase. The steady long-term cashback method was quite convenient. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhong Peiyao and her group had finished browsing at Golden Tower and then headed to the IFS Mall. Of course, they were still mainly window shopping. They certainly could not afford to buy anything. The group wandered to the outside of an LV boutique, but did not enter. This kind of place is unlike the wholesale clothing stores back home, where dozens of yuan per piece won't draw attention if you leave without buying. At a place like this, if you try something on and leave without purchasing, there is only one reason: you cannot afford it. They did not want to be labeled as freeloader. The price tags on those handbags constantly reminded them of their poverty. As college students, they could not afford them now, and even after graduation, affordability remained uncertain. "Wow, LV has released a new style, and this handbag is simply my dream bag." Sun Qian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the bags through the glass display. "It's a pity it costs tens of thousands. The total value of everything I own cannot cover even a fraction of this bag's price." Wu Lan and Li Xie gazed at the handbags, their eyes shimmering with desire. However, upon hearing Sun Qian's words, they all felt a touch of disappointment. That sense of only being able to look, but not possess, was indeed unsettling. Li Xie subtly observed Zhong Peiyao's reaction. Seeing that she did not share the same expression as them, Li Xie felt a stirring of envy. She naturally knew the reason behind it, and the small sentiment in her heart grew even more firm. Zhong Peiyao calmly observed her roommate's reactions. She already owned an LV handbag, and at home in Nanhuno, one of her wardrobe contained quite a few luxurious pieces of clothing. All of this gave her a strong sense of confidence. Therefore, watching her roommates display such inexperienced wonder, a sense of superiority constantly surged within her. The group continued browsing along the way and soon arrived at a Miu Miu women's fashion boutique. This was a popular light luxury brand among young women, and it was also endorsed by Zhang Yuanying. Seeing the clothes on display, they could hardly resist the urge to try them on. "Why don't we go in and take a look? I've noticed quite a few people trying on clothes without buying." Many young women came here, and some who did not care about face would try on items, take photos, and leave. Seeing that the sales associate showed no signs of impatience, Sun Qian and Wu Lan also decided to go in and try. Li Xie was somewhat reluctant to enter. For her, wearing clothes that did not belong to her would not bring joy, it would only add to the trouble of unattainable desire. Zhong Peiyao, however, had spotted several dresses she liked. Thinking that she still had nearly 5,000 yuan in her balance, she figured she could afford one piece. This would not only make her look impressive in front of her roommates, but also ease any awkwardness when they tried on clothes together, since at least one person would be making a purchase. With 3 out of the 4 wanting to go in, Li Xie could only follow. "Welcome to Miu Miu. May I help you with anything? We'll look around ourselves." Hearing this, the sales associate flashed a professional smile, though she privately sighed. Although these girls were quite attractive, 2 of them exceptionally, so they obviously looked like college students. Likely here just to try on clothes. Sure enough, she heard one of the girls say. You do allow customers to try on the clothes here, right? Although feeling resigned inside, the sales associate maintained a polite smile. Yes, you are welcome to try on our clothing. However, please ensure there is no damage to the garments, otherwise you would need to purchase them. Thank you all for your support. The professionalism of luxury goods sales associates is universally high. Should a case of customer mockery occur, it would likely result in dismissal the very next day. Such an incident might even be posted online, effectively bidding farewell to the service industry. In contrast, owners of small boutiques might casually sneer if you try on clothes without buying, as they cater to a lower-end clientele. Thus, in reality, luxury sales associates, regardless of their inner thoughts, always wear gentle smiles, making customers feel at ease. Heeding the sales assistant's advice, Sun Qian and Wulan cheerfully went to try on clothes, though they handled each garment with extraordinary care. After all, the cheapest item here cost nearly a month's living expenses for them. The sales assistant followed with a hint of resignation, as she would be held responsible for any damage to the merchandise. It's truly exasperating when people only try on clothes without buying. Yeah, aren't you going to look for something you like? Zhang Peiyao asked, noticing Li Xia merely accompanying them. Trying on clothes I can't afford holds no interest for me. Are you planning to buy? There were indeed styles she adored, but unable to purchase them, she chose to avoid the temptation. Well, I find these clothes quite beautiful. If I see something suitable, I'll buy a set. Upon hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible look of envy flickered in Li Xia's eyes. Her previous spending level had been slightly higher than theirs, but now the roles had completely reversed. This was the benefit of having a wealthy boyfriend. Zhang Peiyao stopped concerning herself with Li Xia's feelings and spotted an exceptionally beautiful dress that exceeded her budget at over 8,000 yuan. Just as she was about to look at another outfit, her phone vibrated. She picked it up, and her eyes instantly lit up. Yuan Qi had actually transferred 2,000 yuan to her this time. A surge of immense joy flooded her mind, as if she were immersed in a cocoon of bliss. Li Xia, standing nearby, inadvertently glanced at Zhang Peiyao's phone screen, her vantage point, allowing her to see everything clearly. With just one look, she was no longer composed. She counted the zeros twice, truly 4 zeros, a full 2,000 yuan. The sender's profile picture was familiar to her. It was from Yuan Qi. Previously, seeing Zhang Peiyao's necklace had given her little concept of his wealth, but this transfer provided a more concrete understanding of Yuan Qi's financial standing. So this was what it meant to have a well-off boyfriend give his girlfriend an allowance. She too had just received a transfer, not from Yuan Qi, but from Gu Hang. Knowing she was going out today, he had sent her 100 yuan, saying it was for bubble tea. Initially, she had felt a slight touch of gratitude, thinking she might treat Gu Hang better. But compared to Yuan Qi's 0 yuan, the 100 yuan seemed unbearably meager. She stepped aside, opened WeChat, and clicked to return the transfer. No need, I don't feel like bubble tea today. She sent the message, and a reply came instantly. Don't be polite with me. Oh, what's a cup of tea between friends? His words carried a hint of magnanimity. Feeling a pang of weariness, Li Xia simply turned off her phone screen. For a moment, a gentle mix of admiration and wistfulness welled up within her. Meanwhile, Zhang Peiyao took a while to recover from her excitement and quickly messaged Yuan Qi. Senior, why did you transfer so much money? I won't be able to spend it all, or should I return it? The reply came with just 2 words, keep it. Those 2 words conveyed a sense of firmness and authority. All right, I'll accept it then. Love you. Zhang Peiyao cheerfully accepted the transfer. With the sound of virtual coins falling, her little savings reached 2,500 yuan. In that instant, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. Excuse me, could you bring that dress for me to try on? Zhang Peiyao pointed to the dress. She had instantly fallen for addressing the sales assistant a short distance away, her tone now brimming with assurance. The sales assistant, looking at the dress, felt a quiet pang of reluctance. Of course, I'll fetch it for you to try. With a smile, she took down the garment and began her introduction. This is a new autumn collection body-hugging dress priced at 8688. She went on at length, but she emphasized the price to ensure these young students understood its value. Zhang Peiyao's expression remained unchanged as she took the dress and headed for the fitting room. The sales assistant could only accompany her, careful to ensure the garment wasn't damaged. Soon Zhang Peiyao emerged from the fitting room in the new dress. One had to admit her appearance and figure were top-notch. The dress accentuated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, lending her an aura reminiscent of an elegant white swan. Some men accompanying their female companions couldn't help but be drawn by her beauty. Wow. Yao, this dress is absolutely perfect for you. You look stunning. I need to take a photo. I want one for my phone wallpaper too. Sun Qian and Wulan were the first to gather around, genuinely admiring Zhang Peiyao's beauty and figure, now enhanced by the dress. Zhang Peiyao didn't refuse her roommate's request for photos, even posing gracefully. The sales assistant stood by, silently acknowledging that the dress seemed destined for Zhang Peiyao. Too bad the mall doesn't give away clothes just because they look perfect on someone. Just as she was thinking this, a voice reached her ears. I'll wear this dress and settle the bill at the front counter. I'd like to browse other styles as well. The sales assistant was momentarily stunned before quickly responding with a smile. Of course you can pay together at the counter. I'll hold on to your original clothes for you. Her smile now appeared genuinely warm, and she even spoke with a touch of deference as this purchase would count toward her sales performance. Upon hearing Zhong Peiyao's words, Sun Qian and Wu Lan were dumbfounded. They wondered if they had misheard. This dress cost over 8,000 yuan, not 800, not 80. Was she really buying it? They still didn't know about Zhong Peiyao's boyfriend. Previously, when she treated them to a Michelin-starred meal, they hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was a rare splurge. They had simply believed Zhong Peiyao was a generous person willing to treat them to an expensive meal. After all, they had been roommates for over a month, and her spending habits had been on par with theirs. Ordinary family background. Now, however, it seemed otherwise. Buying an 8,000 yuan dress without hesitation. What kind of family was this? Could Zhong Peiyao be a wealthy heiress? In an instant, the way they looked at Zhong Peiyao shifted completely. Zhong Peiyao clearly noticed the change in her roommate's expression. To be honest, it felt wonderful. Both men and women truly enjoy that satisfying sense of a successful reveal. Since childhood, she had always envied why others could wear beautiful clothing worth thousands, while she, despite her beauty, could only shop at those plainly inexpensive wholesale markets. Whenever someone mentioned the price or brand of their outfit, she would feel a pang of inferiority, knowing hers were unbranded stall purchases with no recognizable name. But now she was finally able to have all of this. Zhong Peiyao continued browsing clothes in the store. She then took a fancy to a white striped polo neck top paired with a pleated skirt, a very preppy style that she really liked. This outfit was also priced at over 8,000. After trying it on, Zhong Peiyao decided not to buy anything else and told the sales assistant she was ready to check out at the front desk. Sun Qian and Wu Lan had also stopped trying on clothes and followed Zhong Peiyao to the front desk. Seeing her take out her phone and successfully pay over 16,000, they were left deeply stunned. Their sense of shock lingered for a long time. For college freshmen like them, this kind of spending truly expanded their perspective on life. Only after leaving the specialty store did their chatter truly open up. Yaya, you're honestly not from an ordinary family at all. 16,000, you spent it so easily. Just watching made my heart ache. Sun Qian pressed a hand to her chest, feigning deep sorrow. Meanwhile, Wu Lan affectionately linked arms with Zhong Peiyao. Miss, when you rise to riches, don't forget us. Can I tag along and enjoy your meals from now on? And me too. From now on, I'm officially hanging off your arm as your little accessory. Sun Qian chimed in as well. Though their words carried a playful tone, both had already resolved to build a closer relationship with Zhong Peiyao. Clearly, they both viewed her as the daughter of a wealthy family. Only Li Xie, who understood the real situation, remained quietly silent. What are you two talking about? I'm by no means a rich young lady. The money for these purchases came from my boyfriend's allowance for me. These words left Sun Qian and Wu Lan momentarily speechless. So it wasn't what they had assumed at all, though honestly the difference seemed rather small in practice. For girls, finding a good boyfriend was much like being reborn into a better life. When did you start dating? Why didn't any of us know? They were genuinely surprised. Was dating still this secretive these days? There had been no hint of it before. I confirmed the relationship with my boyfriend during the National Day holiday. Of course, you wouldn't have known. Hearing this, they finally understood, but honestly it no longer mattered. The real point was how generous her boyfriend was, casually handing his girlfriend tens of thousands in spending money. That was truly quite something. Yaya, you've been unfair to us. You went into a relationship and didn't even let us meet your boyfriend. Exactly, Yao Yao. When will you bring him out so we can see what he looks like? Both were very curious about her generous boyfriend and couldn't resist wanting to meet him. Hearing this, Zhong Peiyao hesitated. Honestly, now that she knew Yuan Qi had more than one girlfriend, she felt it was best if their relationship stayed relatively private. Let's talk about it when I have some free time. My boyfriend is quite busy. He attends classes while also managing his own business. Hearing this, Sun Qian and Wu Lan both paused, surprised. Running a business already in college. But thinking about it, the starting point of rich second-generation youth was entirely different from ordinary people like them, so owning a business didn't seem so extraordinary after all. Much like in many novels and dramas, some wealthy heirs attended university merely to experience campus life, while already building their own business empires elsewhere. With that in mind, the look in both their eyes toward Zhong Peiyao was filled with envy. She had essentially secured a golden match. Her entire future was now set, and she could simply relax and enjoy life. How wonderful. I wish I could find a boyfriend like that someday too, so I could just chill for the rest of my life. Sun Qian said dreamily. Our chances aren't that high. Rich heirs prefer stunningly beautiful girls. Only Yaya in our dorm still has that opportunity. Wu Lan immediately poured cold water on Sun Qian's hopes. Can't I dream though? Maybe some rich heir is exactly my type. Sun Qian countered somewhat stubbornly. Everyone had dreams after all, and she didn't look bad either. Hearing their conversation, Li Xie also found herself thinking that finding a boyfriend with good conditions would be nice, and among the people she knew, Yuan Qi seemed to best fit that description. Yaya, what are you thinking about? You seem a bit distracted today. Zhong Peiyao asked, curiously noticing Li Xie drifting off into thought. Huh, no, nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Recovering herself, Li Xie gave a slightly guilty reply. She certainly couldn't say she was wondering how to arrange a date with Yuan Qi. Alright, shall we head back to school today then? I feel like we've done enough exploring. Hearing this, the others had no objections. Today had indeed been rather tiring. So they simply hailed a taxi by the roadside and returned to campus. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue had spent the entire afternoon together at home. Yuan Qi could clearly feel that Cheng Muxue had changed quite a bit since returning. Most noticeably, the small preferences she had previously resisted now seemed to gradually open up. This thrilled Yuan Qi enormously. Anyone who had been in a relationship would understand. Many things you wish to share with a partner are often met with reluctance, which naturally reduces the joy of intimacy. But Cheng Muxue, such a beautiful woman, was willing to gently step beyond her comfort zone for him. How could Yuan Qi not feel deeply drawn to her? As a result, even with his unique constitution, Yuan Qi found himself feeling somewhat tired by the end of the day. They simply ordered takeout for dinner since he barely had the energy to go downstairs. It wasn't until past 7 in the evening that the two finally rose from bed. After tidying the somewhat messy room, they went to the bathroom together to shower. The idea of bathing together was now completely acceptable to Cheng Muxue as well. Yuan Qi kept things gentle, knowing that if he pushed too far he might not make it back to campus on time. After freshening up, it was nearly 9 o'clock before Yuan Qi drove Cheng Muxue back to the university. Dropping her off at the entrance of the women's dormitory, the two shared a warm, lingering farewell. Several passing students couldn't help but smile wistfully at the sight. When Cheng Muxue returned to the dormitory, Sun Qi and Li Jia were chatting about gossip. Upon seeing her come in, they both greeted her. As for Zhang Ying, after noticing that Cheng Muxue was wearing a new set of clothes and carrying a new bag, a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. Since she was rejected by Yuan Qi in the male dormitory last time, she knew she had no chance anymore. So every time she saw Cheng Muxue returning in designer clothes and carrying a designer bag, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Cheng Muxue naturally treated Zhang Ying as invisible and only greeted Li Jia and Sun Qi when she came back. By the way, Muxue, weren't you on the evaluation committee this morning? Do you know if our application was successful? Sun Qi was referring to the financial aid. Speaking of this, Cheng Muxue suddenly thought of Li Dajiang's canvassing for Sun Qi today. I'm not sure. It still needs to be reviewed by the counselor. I can only say everyone has a chance. The class evaluation committee was only the first step. The key to success still lay in the school's assessment, and Cheng Muxue naturally wouldn't guarantee anything. I hope I can get it. A few thousand yuan would be enough for me to spend for a while. After getting into bed, Cheng Muxue told Sun Qi on her phone about Li Dajiang's canvassing for her. She naturally wouldn't share such private gossip in public. Sun Qi was a bit stunned after seeing the message. She couldn't help but recall the chance encounter last time when she was asking for leave in the office. She didn't expect that this person actually liked her. Knowing that someone liked her, Sun Qi felt a slight sense of pride, but Li Dajiang was indeed not her type. What she liked was still someone who was handsome, at least as handsome as Yuan Qi. Male dormitory 501. When Yuan Qi returned, Li Dajiang and Lu Jiahao were talking. I think if you like her, you should be more proactive. Being so hesitant is a bit uncomfortable to watch. Lu Jiahao was criticizing Li Dajiang's approach today. In his opinion, this way of pursuing a girl was too slow, as if he was acting in a TV drama. What do you know? This is called strategy. You know the frog in warm water trick. Li Dajiang was clearly unconvinced. He thought that if Sun Qi knew about his canvassing, she might add him as a friend and say thank you. But you don't even have her contact information yet. How can you boil a frog? I think it's more practical to find a way to get her contact. You don't understand. Yuan Qi also understood what they were talking about. He actually thought Li Dajiang's idea was a bit too naive. But he had nothing to say about this matter. Maybe it would actually work. At that moment, everyone noticed that Yuan Qi had returned. To be honest, seeing Yuan Qi go out on dates with the campus belle every day made them quite envious. They had never tasted the flavor of love. Yuan Qi was already enjoying delicacies while they hadn't even had the chance to eat humble fare. On the surface they seemed calm, but inside they were quite anxious. Old Yuan, do you think old Li's move today was just self-gratification? After all, as the only one in the dormitory with relationship experience, Yuan Qi's opinion was obviously more authoritative. I think we can first see the effect. If it doesn't work, old Li, you'll need to change your strategy. At the very least, you need to get her contact information. If you don't even know her real feelings, no matter how much you do, it's just self-gratification. See, old Yuan and I have a similar view. If you like someone, you have to be brave. Lu Jiahao's words gave Li Dajiang a reason to retort. You're so brave, why haven't you gone to get to know Li Xie yet? I still remember your bold words back then. I just haven't found the opportunity yet. And it's not like I'm determined to have her. Anyway, let's not point fingers at each other. How about we compete to see who gets a girlfriend first? Old Zhang, do you want to join in too? Lu Jiahao actually felt that his chances of winning Li Xie were slim, but he certainly wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Zhang Wei, who was spectating on the side, was a bit confused. Is this involving me too? He hadn't yet had the chance to ask Li Yu if she had a boyfriend. From his observation, she probably didn't. However, he still planned to follow the advice Yuan Qi had given him earlier to test the waters. Yuan Qi didn't continue to participate in their conversation. He actually felt that he was becoming somewhat out of sync with his roommates, and a sense of distance was gradually setting in. This was unavoidable. Once a significant gap emerged between people, estrangement would follow. Originally, everyone had the same starting point. They could only go to school and graduate step by step, then find a job in society and work like a beast of burden. But now he didn't need to consider these things at all. He could break out of this life path designed for ordinary people. In other words, he was no longer on the same level as his roommates. Topics they used to enjoy discussing together gradually lost his interest. The campus belle girlfriends that were once unattainable to them, he now had 3. He simply couldn't empathize with their troubles in pursuing girls. He no longer wanted to live in the dormitory. Outside, he had a better house, a softer mattress, and could sleep with his beautiful girlfriend every day. With such a comparison, he was naturally dissatisfied with the dormitory environment. Actually attending this university was no longer important to him. He even had thoughts of dropping out. But then he thought, firstly, this was a university he had worked hard for over a decade to get into, and secondly, he had to consider his parents' feelings. Back then, when they learned he was admitted to a top-tier university, they were so happy that they couldn't sleep all night. Afterwards, they held a lively graduation banquet and invited all their relatives and friends. Being admitted to university had made him a source of pride for his parents, so he still had to finish this university. However, he could consider applying to live off campus. It seemed that applying for off-campus housing required parental consent. After all, the school was responsible for student safety. Otherwise, what if something happened while living outside? It seemed he needed to discuss this with his parents soon. After all, having gotten used to sleeping on a spring mattress, who would want to lie on a wooden bed? Yuan Qi truly felt uncomfortable. This was the principle that it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. After making up his mind, Yuan Qi temporarily put the matter aside. He was also quite tired today, so Yuan Qi closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. The next morning, there were 2 classes that didn't take attendance. So Yuan Qi naturally skipped class because he was going on a date with Zhong Peiyao. The 2 agreed to meet at the school parking lot. Zhong Peiyao was a bit curious why they were meeting there. When she saw Yuan Qi backing out in a Porsche Panamera, she realized he had bought a car. She recognized the car as a Panamera worth over $1,000,000. She wasn't surprised at all that Yuan Qi could afford such a luxury car. After all, in her mind, Yuan Qi was a genuine rich young master. It would be strange if he drove an ordinary car. "Senior, I've missed you so much." Upon seeing Yuan Qi get out of the car, Zhong Peiyao threw herself into his arms. Zhong Peiyao's soft figure entered Yuan Qi's embrace, and the unique scent of purple roses mingled with perfume wafted into his nostrils. Yuan Qi couldn't help but take a deep breath, having to admit the fragrance was intoxicating. After embracing for a while, they slowly parted. "Senior, you haven't asked me out for days." "I really miss you," Zhong Peiyao said in a coquettish tone. "Yao, I've been busy these days. I skipped class to be with you as soon as I was free." "Really? Actually, I skipped class too. I had a major course this morning." Skipping class was something they both did without guilt, as attending lectures no longer mattered much to them. As he spoke, Yuan Qi gazed at Zhong Peiyao's lips and couldn't resist leaning in for a gentle kiss. After a moment of surprise, Zhong Peiyao began to respond to Yuan Qi, and they shared a tender kiss in the parking lot, savoring each other's presence. Although there were few students, quite a few noticed the scene. Although they hadn't seen Zhong Peiyao's face from the front, her silhouette alone was enough. And seeing the Porsche Panamera parked beside Yuan Qi, envy filled their hearts. They were all from the same university, yet the gap was so vast. So young, and already owning a luxury car and a beautiful girl. This was truly a different world from his own. In the past, many guys were lucky enough to find an innocent beauty to date in college. Even if they broke up after graduation, they at least had once been together. But now it was the age of information and the internet. Girls who matured earlier than boys after seeing the dazzling world outside, how could they be fooled by a few sweet words from ordinary guys? So if you didn't have any real capabilities, you'd better just look for a more ordinary girl, but even ordinary girls might not be interested in you. Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao kissed for nearly a minute before slowly parting. At that moment, Zhong Peiyao's beautiful, slightly flushed face appeared in the view of the onlookers. Now the bitterness in their hearts surged up to their throats. The self-deception that she might just be a backview killer was completely shattered. Some freshmen even recognized Zhong Peiyao. After all, the beautiful flag bearer from the military training had become a goddess in many hearts. Now discovering that their goddess was in another man's arms, kissing tenderly, and perhaps later at a hotel. The thought of it was unbearably painful. Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao, completely oblivious to the feelings of those around them, finally got into the car after causing a stir. It was also Zhong Peiyao's first time riding in a luxury car worth millions. As a visually oriented person, she was immediately captivated by the lavish interior. The fully digital instrument cluster, the dashboard wrapped in supple leather, the Bordeaux red color scheme intertwined with metallic shades. All these created the unique, luxurious atmosphere of the Porsche Panamera. "Senior, this car is really beautiful," Zhong Peiyao said as she sat in the passenger seat. She actually noticed a faint, lingering fragrance, realizing that someone else had been in this seat the day before. But she pretended not to notice, simply showing admiration for Yuan Qi. Satisfied with the emotional value she provided, Yuan Qi smiled. "Do you also like this Porsche model?" Zhong Peiyao nodded repeatedly. "I love it. My biggest dream was to sit in the passenger seat of a Porsche. Luckily I met you, senior, and now my wish has finally come true. And she wasn't lying. She was indeed a girl who only smiled when sitting in a Porsche. With that she leaned over and gave Yuan Qi a peck on the cheek. This is a gift to thank you, senior, for helping me fulfill my wish. She then winked playfully at Yuan Qi. Seeing her captivating gaze, a warmth stirred within him. As for the reward, this is far from enough, he said. Of course the rest I'll give you when we get home. Zheng Peiyao said in a teasing tone. Yuan Qi really couldn't resist the temptation of this enchanting girl. She was naturally gifted in the art of allure. Without lingering further, he stepped on the accelerator and drove off, leaving behind the distinctive roar of a sports coupe. Meanwhile in the classroom, as the bell rang, Li Jia poked Cheng Mushua's arm and said with a gossipy look, I've noticed there are quite a few wealthy guys in our school. First there's your boyfriend, and now there's a mysterious person driving a Panamera. It turned out that someone had taken a photo of Yuan Qi driving back to school during the National Day holiday and posted it on the confession wall. Sun Qi interjected. How do you know it's a guy? What if it's a rich girl? How could a girl choose a silver gray car like that? That's obviously a man's taste. Hearing this, Cheng Mushua curiously leaned over to look at the picture on Li Jia's phone. Although it was already quite dark when the photo was taken, the car's entirety could still be seen under the streetlights. Cheng Mushua immediately recognized it as the Panamera that Yuan Qi drove. Hearing her roommate's envious words, she felt quite proud because it was her boyfriend's car. In the school, anyone who could drive a luxury car, like a Panamera, naturally attracted attention. Some even started a bounty to find out the owner's information. Mushua, does Yuan Qi being so rich have his own car? Sun Qi asked curiously. Cheng Mushua was about to say that the Panamera was Yuan Qi's when Li Jia continued. Hey, a new picture just got uploaded on the confession wall. The title is Mysterious Panamera Owner Appears Again on Campus, but he's already taken. The picture was exactly the scene of Yuan Qi and Zheng Peiyao embracing in the parking lot. As expected, rich guys are snatched up early. They leave no chance for us. There was a hint of regret in Li Jia's words. The photo was taken from a distance, so the faces were not clear, but the Panamera beside them was very obvious. Cheng Mushua was first stunned, her initial thought being that she and Yuan Qi had been photographed. But when she looked closely at the picture on Li Jia's phone, her eyes widened in shock, and she felt as if struck by lightning. She recognized Yuan Qi's car, and the clothes he was wearing were also familiar. Moreover, Yuan Qi had skipped class today, and the timing matched. The answer was obvious. The one being affectionate with another girl was Yuan Qi. I really envy that girl. Why don't I have Mushua's looks? Then I could definitely get a boyfriend who drives a luxury car. Li Jia, not noticing Cheng Mushua's distress, continued talking. But I think Yuan Qi could probably afford a car like this. After all, he spent hundreds of thousands on you, Mushua. I really don't know. At this point, Li Jia noticed that Cheng Mushua's eyes were starting to redden. Mushua, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm going back to the dorm. Cheng Mushua forced herself not to lose composure. After speaking, she stood up and walked out of the classroom, not even bothering to take her books, leaving Sun Qi and Li Jia exchanging puzzled glances, wondering what had happened. Cheng Mushua ran toward the dormitory, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. She had not expected that what her mother had warned about would ultimately come to pass. Once again, she found herself remembering the words her mother had spoken to her before. Xiaoxue, you need to prepare yourself emotionally for a relationship with someone like this. No matter how well you treat him, there is still a chance he could become involved with another woman. A man this exceptional cannot be entirely held captive by one woman's devotion. Her mother's words had planted a seed of anxiety in her mind. Upon returning home from vacation, she found herself gradually changing her approach toward Yuan Qi, becoming more attentive to his needs and desires. She had assumed that by being so devoted he would become completely dependent on her. Yet her mother's caution proved accurate, and the revelation came with such suddenness and shock. After returning to the dormitory, she closed the door behind her. She then immediately dialed her mother's number. Their relationship resembled that of close friends rather than a typical mother-daughter bond, which is why she instinctively turned to her mother first when facing such situations. The call connected quickly, and Lan Duo's voice came through the line. Hello, Xiaoxue, is there something you need? She asked because Cheng Mushua usually reached out in the evenings, making this morning call quite unusual. Mom. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Cheng Mushua finally broke down in tears. The sound of her crying startled Lan Duo quite a bit. Baby, don't cry. Tell Mom what happened. Lan Duo felt heartbroken and quickly began comforting her, asking what had occurred. After crying for a while, Cheng Mushua confided in her mother about everything. Upon learning that her daughter's boyfriend had been unfaithful, Lan Duo actually felt somewhat relieved. It was not the worst-case scenario. Yet she could not help but sigh inwardly, for she had suspected this might happen all along. Sweetheart, listen to Mom. Every woman encounters some scoundrels in her youth. Let the past stay in the past. My daughter, with your natural beauty and grace, will certainly find a man who truly loves you. Hearing these words, Cheng Mushua paused, realizing she had no desire to end the relationship. Mama, I actually don't want to break up with him. This caught Lan Duo off guard. She had been preparing a lengthy speech to comfort her daughter, but now fell silent. Hasn't he already abandoned you? Don't you plan to let go? He hasn't abandoned me. He is just seeing other women on the side. Lan Duo wanted to point out there was no real difference, but upon reflection there actually was. One was simply seeking novelty, while the other wanted both. Then what are you thinking now? Cheng Muxue had stopped sobbing. She had considered ending things, but the thought was immediately dismissed. She simply could not accept such an outcome. Half of this stemmed from her rose-colored view of him. The other half was that Cheng Muxue herself did not want to reach that point. In their month-long relationship with Yuan Qi, she had not only received luxurious clothes, bags, and jewelry, material wealth, but also experienced profound physical pleasure. Yuan Qi had fulfilled every fantasy she had harbored about a partner. She realized she had genuinely fallen in love with him and could not bear the thought of ending things. I just don't know what to do. Lan Duo, who understood her daughter so well, could read her mind instantly. She was aware that true wealthy men often had more than one woman, yet having this happen to her own daughter was something she still struggled to accept. Muxue, listen to me, Lan Duo urged earnestly. A man like this will likely have more women in the future. If you don't let go now, what will you do? Lan Duo began to plead with her, hoping deep down that her daughter would find a man devoted solely to her. Cheng Muxue's thoughts were clouded memories of her time with Yuan Qi flooding her mind. Mom, I have thought it through. I will not leave him. If anyone goes, it should be the other women. Hearing this, Lan Duo sighed heavily. Knowing she could no longer persuade her daughter to change her mind, she accepted it. As an open-minded parent, she understood that being a wealthy man's companion could sometimes bring more happiness than marrying a man without means. She just had not expected this for her own child. She knew that sometimes being with a wealthy man could be far more comfortable than marrying one without ambition. It was merely a psychological hurdle she had yet to fully overcome. Do you know about Yuan Qi's family background? Shifting tactics, Lan Duo wanted to learn more about him. To maintain such a lifestyle required more than an ordinary wealthy heir. At minimum, he needed a net worth exceeding 100 million. If he was merely an entrepreneur with 2 shops, as her daughter had described, it would not suffice. Cheng Muxue was surprised her mother was inquiring about Yuan Qi's family. Truthfully, she had not explored this aspect herself. I do not know. I have never asked him about that before. Lan Duo was at a loss for words. Her daughter was diving into this without understanding crucial details, yet she was not typically impulsive in matters of the heart. Then get to know him better first. If his family only has a few million, it might be better to leave soon. Lan Duo spoke plainly, and Cheng Muxue understood her meaning. Considering Yuan Qi's lavish spending, his family must have far more than that. Otherwise, how could he spend hundreds of thousands in a single day? His family should be quite wealthy. Yesterday, while shopping, he spent nearly 600,000, and not long ago, he bought a Panamera worth over $1 million. Hearing this, Lan Duo fell silent once more. Money truly had a way of shifting perspectives, and at that moment she felt that ending things now would only benefit other women. Upon hearing about spending 600,000 in a single day, she admitted to herself a flicker of temptation. If this were the case, she reasoned, she could simply maintain her relationship with Muxue, while treating the other women outside as if they did not exist. Since you have made up your mind, I will not say more. Just do not regret it later. If you do not wish to break up, pretend this never happened. Never force a man to choose. Cheng Muxue gradually calmed down, the initial grievance and sorrow slowly dissipating. Mom, I know what to do. Hearing this, Lan Duo sighed again, hoping Yuan Qi was not the type to abandon her after using her. She offered a few final words of advice to Cheng Muxue before hanging up. Cheng Muxue's heart was now tangled with conflicting emotions. She had worried about Yuan Qi finding another woman, but now that it had happened, she felt a strange sense of relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted. It was like how a person fears the unknown, yet when the moment arrives, the fear somehow fades away. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had no idea that his matters with Zhong Peiyao had already come to Cheng Muxue's attention. In truth, he had somewhat anticipated this outcome, for the girls he dated were never ordinary. Though a campus beauty might not attract the exaggerated attention depicted in novels, her visibility was still far greater than that of an average person. So as long as he appeared alongside any one of them on campus, exposure was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Yuan Qi was driving with one hand while his other rested gently on the white stockings, a deliberate choice by Zhong Peiyao that day. In just a few days, Yuan Qi had already mastered the skill of one-handed driving. Peiyao, where would you like to go today? Feeling the smooth texture beneath his palm, Yuan Qi thought to himself that only a clever girl like her truly understood him. He would make it worth her while today. As long as I am with you, senior brother, I can have fun anywhere. Zhong Peiyao's eyes were filled entirely with Yuan Qi at that moment. Honestly, when it came to providing emotional warmth, Cheng Muxue fell short compared to her. So easily pleased, aren't you? But those without demands are often the most difficult to handle, Yuan Qi teased with a smile. Then let's go watch a movie, senior brother. Several good films released during the holiday haven't had a chance yet. She valued the experience of being together with Yuan Qi above all else. If every date revolved only around shopping, the feeling would certainly fade. If Yuan Qi were aware of her thoughts, he would likely argue back that hearing the cashback notifications while buying her gifts brought him considerable joy. Alright, then we'll watch a movie. By the way, Peiyao, why do you still call me senior brother after all this time? Can't you think of another title? Does senior brother not like it? What about brother? Or Yuan Qi? You could even call me hubby directly. Hearing those two words, Yuan Qi felt a gentle warmth spread through him. Forget it, call me senior brother in public. Titles like brother or hubby can be saved for elsewhere. You could also say. Zhang Peiyao naturally knew the perfect moment to whisper, so she leaned close to Yuan Qi's ear and murmured those two words softly. Spoken by her, they carried an intensity akin to a declaration. Don't tease me, or we might miss the movie. Yuan Qi replied with a light chuckle. Okay, I won't do it on purpose again. Zhang Peiyao put on an innocent, slightly pouty expression that stirred something warm within Yuan Qi. Is that how it is, eh? Without hesitation, Yuan Qi let his hand drift upward, catching Zhang Peiyao slightly off guard and drawing a soft gasp from her. Senior brother, I was wrong. It feels so uncomfortable. Seeing her playful surrender, Yuan Qi finally relented. By the time they arrived at the cinema 30 minutes later, Zhang Peiyao's legs felt a bit unsteady. She cast a lingering glance toward Yuan Qi as she stepped out of the car. They walked together into the cinema lobby, their handsome and beautiful appearance drawing considerable attention from those around them. Which movie would you like to watch? How about this romance film, Reunion of Fates? Yuan Qi pointed to the poster and asked Zhang Peiyao. During the National Day holiday, there were 2 spy thrillers, 1 romance, and 1 science fiction film. Let's watch the sci-fi one, senior brother. I actually prefer superhero movies. This was not Zhang Peiyao pretending to accommodate Yuan Qi. She genuinely preferred action-packed films over romantic ones. Yuan Qi had no objections. After purchasing tickets and a large bucket of popcorn, they headed to the blind box arcade area. Each spent 50 yuan and drew 1 blind box. Zhang Peiyao was lucky, receiving a pair of Bluetooth earphones, while Yuan Qi ended up with a water cup. Yuan Qi showed no desire to compete further. He had purchased many blind boxes before, and his best find had been an umbrella. Next, they approached the claw machine, a staple at every cinema. They spent 20 yuan, but failed to catch a single plush toy. Zhang Peiyao remained quite interested in the machine, but after watching for a while, Yuan Qi returned to his seat to wait for the screening to begin. Yuan Qi. Hearing his name, Yuan Qi turned and found it was Chun Wei, a high school classmate. It really is you. I almost didn't recognize you. It's only been a year, yet you've changed so much. For someone who hadn't seen Yuan Qi in a while, the transformation was indeed noticeable. Chun Wei, you're here to watch a movie too. And who's this beside you? Noticing a pretty girl accompanying Chun Wei, Yuan Qi instinctively ran a quick assessment. Name Su Yan. Age 20. Height 163 centimeters. Weight 51 kilograms. Comprehensive charm 84. Special trait 98. Impressive stats, though it's a pity Chun Wei is already taken. Yuan Qi, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Su Yan. Chun Wei spoke with a hint of pride, for finding such an attractive girlfriend was indeed something to be proud of. Hello. They exchanged polite greetings. By the way, Yuan Qi, are you watching the movie alone? That must be quite lonely. Haven't you found a girlfriend in college yet? Seeing Yuan Qi seated alone, Chun Wei assumed he was by himself, feeling a subtle sense of superiority rise within him. Chun Wei was average looking, yet he had managed to win over someone as beautiful as Su Yan, so encountering an old classmate naturally prompted him to boast. After all, a girlfriend's appearance reflected on a man's pride. Actually, I'm here with. Before Yuan Qi could finish, Zhang Peiyao cheerfully ran over holding a small rabbit plushie. Senior brother, look. I caught a rabbit. Am I amazing? Amazing. How many coins did it take? Oh, that's not important. This is my 5th plushie since childhood. It carries special meaning. After a few lighthearted exchanges with Yuan Qi, Zhang Peiyao finally noticed the 2 people standing before them. This is my girlfriend Zhang Peiyao. Peiyao, this is Chun Wei, my high school roommate, and his girlfriend Su Yan. Yuan Qi introduced them. Hello. Zhang Peiyao offered a polite greeting. Chun Wei was momentarily stunned. He had just been boasting about his girlfriend, only to discover that Yuan Qi's was even more striking. The sensation was uncomfortable, feeling as though he had tried to show off, but ended up on the losing end. To be honest, a trace of envy stirred within him. It was the kind of feeling where you dislike seeing others struggle, yet find it unbearable when they surpass you. Yuan Qi, your girlfriend is stunning. So is yours. Though they had gotten along well in the dormitory back in school, the connection was never particularly close, and after a couple of exchanges, conversation naturally trailed off. There was no profound joy of reunion, for they had not kept in touch since graduation. The promise made at the farewell dinner, to gather often in the future, had become nothing but empty words. Had they not coincidentally met here, it might have taken them another 2 years simply to recall each other's names. Yuan Qi, the movie is about to start, so I'll head in now. Let's get the dorm guys together sometime and catch up properly. Sure, take care. With that, Chun Wei guided his girlfriend Su Yan toward the screening room. While waiting for ticket inspection, Su Yan suddenly asked Chun Wei, your high school classmate seems to come from a well-off family, doesn't he? Chun Wei paused before replying. Huh, you mean Yuan Qi? I remember his family seemed quite ordinary. Why do you ask? Because I noticed his entire outfit costs at least 100,000 yuan. Su Yan had been focusing on Yuan Qi's attire, so she was quite certain. 10 to 100,000. No, that can't be. When we shared a dorm, he survived on instant noodles for a week to save money. I don't know, but the Cartier watch on his wrist alone is worth around 100,000 and his clothes and shoes are all Gucci, costing at least tens of thousands. Su Yan's sensitivity to luxury goods was clearly higher than Chen Wei's, so she instantly recognized the value of Yuan Qi's attire. Chen Wei couldn't believe it. Had Yuan Qi been putting on an act all along back in the dorm? But that didn't make sense. If Yuan Qi had money in high school, there was no need to pretend to be so poor, especially not for 3 whole years. Yin, is his outfit really worth that much? Could it be fake? He found it hard to believe. He had met Yuan Qi's parents at parent-teacher meetings. They were clearly ordinary people, without even a car. You forgot I study fashion design. I know these luxury clothes very well. How could I be mistaken? Chen Wei realized his foolishness. The shock was simply too great. His own family owned a restaurant modestly well off, yet his entire outfit cost only a few thousand. No wonder Yuan Qi now had such a beautiful girlfriend. He had been secretly admiring Zhong Peiyao. She was so stunning that his gaze kept drifting toward her. So he hadn't paid much attention to Yuan Qi's clothes, otherwise he might have noticed. Chen Wei, I think you should build a good relationship with your high school classmate. He might help you someday. Chen Wei nodded. Originally his offer to meet up was just a polite gesture, but now it seemed worth cultivating the connection. After all, they had shared a dorm for 3 years. Building a good relationship should be relatively easy. On Yuan Qi's side, he naturally had no idea about Chen Wei's thoughts. After the two walked away, Zhong Peiyao asked curiously, "Senior, your relationship with that high school classmate doesn't seem very close. Your invitation to meet up felt quite perfunctory." "That's normal. We haven't been in touch for over a year. Most school friendships can only be maintained during school days. After graduation, everyone goes their separate ways." Yuan Qi didn't take the casual invitation to heart. It was merely polite exchange between them. Zhong Peiyao nodded and began chatting about other things. After about 10 more minutes, the movie was about to start, and they queued up to enter. Yuan Qi had bought seats in the last row. As for why he chose such a prime spot, well, those who understand know. It was mainly to avoid disturbing other viewers. After the movie, Zhong Peiyao's first action was to buy a bottle of water to quench her thirst, as she was extremely parched. After the film, they strolled around Yida Plaza, made some purchases, and had lunch at a Japanese restaurant. They played until 2 in the afternoon before leaving Yida Plaza with their hands full. Back at home in Nanhu residential area, after organizing the purchased items, Yuan Qi gently embraced Zhong Peiyao. "Senior, wait a moment, since we've been walking for so long, how about I give you a spa treatment first?" Recalling the spa experience at the hotel last time, Yuan Qi became interested. "Sure, but we don't have the tools here." Zhong Peiyao pointed toward the room. "I bought them a few days ago. Let me go prepare in the room." With that, she stood up from Yuan Qi's embrace and walked toward the room. 10 minutes later, when she emerged again, she had changed into a different outfit. Dressed in a pink nurse uniform, Zhong Peiyao gracefully walked out. The outfit was a lapel-style nurse's short skirt designed in a modern way, quite different from traditional nurse uniforms. In front of her was a small cart neatly arranged with various bottles and jars. Yuan Qi was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a spa treatment? Why this outfit? "Senior, lie down quickly. Yao Yao is ready to serve you." Yuan Qi swallowed hard, wondering where she had learned all this. It felt like his girlfriend's attitude had changed quite a bit. But it was a pleasant surprise, so he didn't overthink. "Okay." He adjusted the recliner, removed his shirt, and lay down. "Senior, leave it to me. You mustn't move, okay?" Seeing Yuan Qi's physique, Zhong Peiyao's eyes lit up. His figure was now almost as impressive as Peng Yuyan's. The smooth contours of his muscles made her heart race. Composing herself, she began applying massage oil to his back with her small hands. Yuan Qi felt tiny currents of energy flowing through his body, and he closed his eyes in comfort. Zhong Peiyao smiled softly and continued the massage with greater care. Of course, the massage wasn't limited to hands. This was a technique she only used when giving Yuan Qi a spa treatment. The afternoon passed quickly, and both felt a sense of fulfillment from the activity. As for the nurse uniform, it was completely ruined from the vigorous exercise. After showering, it was already 6 in the evening. "Yaya, what would you like for dinner?" Yuan Qi held Zhong Peiyao, who was now dressed in a silk pajama, in his arms. "I feel like having barbecue." She no longer insisted on going to upscale restaurants, since she could go anytime she wanted. "All right, let's eat at Binjiang Road outside the school then." After a moment of tender embrace, Zhong Peiyao tidied up the room, and they headed out. Driving to the barbecue place by the river, they found many students already enjoying skewers there. The roar of Yuan Qi's sports car drew many eyes. Some students from Rongqing University were among the diners, and a few recognized the car from the confession wall. "This car is stunning. It must have cost quite a fortune. At least several 100,000 yuan. You really don't know much about cars. This is a Porsche Panamera, easily over 1,000,000 yuan when driven off the lot. Wow, I can't even afford a 10,000 yuan car myself." "Keep working hard. After you work hard enough, you'll realize you still can't afford it." The appearance of the Panamera drew considerable attention and discussion from onlookers. After all, a luxury car at this price level was something most ordinary people could hardly imagine owning in their lifetime. After finding a parking spot, Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao stepped out of the car. This somehow brought a sense of psychological balance to many bystanders. So young, driving a luxury car accompanied by a beautiful woman. The world is truly unfair. In the next life, I must be born into a good family. It seemed Yuan Qi was once again mistaken for a wealthy heir. One person watching Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao walk over with their arms linked wore an expression full of surprise and suspicion. Isn't that Cheng Shu's boyfriend? The speaker was Zhang Long from the dance club. He had come to this restaurant for a meal with several other dance club members. Did she cheat, or have they broken up? Regardless of which scenario it was, Zhang Long felt this seemed like an opportunity. Would that mean he now had a chance with Cheng Shui? At this thought, he secretly took out his phone and snapped a photo of the couple holding hands. He planned to find an opportunity to show the photo to Cheng Shui. If Yuan Qi had indeed been unfaithful, he could take advantage of her vulnerable moment and make his move. Just thinking about this made Zhang Long's heart race with excitement. Brother Long, why are you smiling like that all of a sudden? A boy beside him noticed Zhang Long's unusual expression and couldn't help but tease him. Get lost. I just thought of something happy. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had no idea he had been secretly photographed. The two had already placed their orders for barbecue. After the waiter left, Zhong Peiyao looked at Yuan Qi with a gentle smile and said, "Senior brother, I feel so happy every moment I'm with you." Noticing the envious glances from those around them, Zhong Peiyao's sense of vanity was deeply satisfied. Since being with Yuan Qi, she had obtained things she had once only dreamed of. I feel the same when we're together. Yuan Qi emphasized the word together, and Zhong Peiyao immediately understood his meaning. She turned and leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, "If senior brother still wants more, shall we not return to the dormitory tonight?" Her enchanting voice echoed in Yuan Qi's ear, making him feel a gentle warmth spread through him. No wonder ancient emperors were reluctant to hold morning court. Such charm was hard to resist. Their playful interaction made some single bystanders feel the world's cruelty toward them. Seriously, can we even enjoy our barbecue in peace? Does having a beautiful girlfriend make you so special? Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao, of course, paid no mind to the feelings of those around them. The two continued their tender exchanges as if the world around them had faded away. After about 20 minutes, the barbecue they had ordered was served. They had expected things might calm down while eating, but the two resumed their affectionate play, feeding each other bites of food. This left everyone around utterly speechless, showing affection without any pause really. Meanwhile, Zhang Long, who had been watching closely this whole time, even recorded a video on his phone. This was solid evidence now. He believed his love for Mu Xue was genuine, while Yuan Qi was merely an obstacle between them. Once removed, he would surely win her heart. But he had to admit Yuan Qi was enjoying his meal quite enthusiastically. Zhang Long couldn't help but feel a touch of envy towards such a life. After finishing, Yuan Qi paid the bill and left with Zhong Peiyao. Once in the car, Zhong Peiyao wanted to do something playful in the enclosed space, but Yuan Qi, thinking about her having eaten spicy food, politely declined. After dropping Zhong Peiyao back at her dormitory, Yuan Qi prepared to drive to the parking lot. The campus was quite crowded at this hour, so Yuan Qi drove slowly, which made his car stand out all the more among the students. Some clever girls even quietly followed behind. After arriving at the school parking lot and stepping out of the car, Yuan Qi heard a female voice beside him. "Handsome guy, could we be friends and get to know each other?" Hearing someone approach him, Yuan Qi turned to look. What caught his eye first were a pair of long, fair legs, gracefully shaped and well-proportioned, paired with denim shorts. On her upper body was a white crop top that showcased her slender waist, layered with a light blue sheer shirt. Her wine red, slightly wavy long hair cascaded down, half resting on her chest and half draping over her shoulders. Her pretty face, with a faint hint of both playfulness and allure, carried a gentle smile. Those expressive peach blossom eyes were fixed directly on Yuan Qi. To be honest, Yuan Qi was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Coming to his senses, he curiously asked, "Be friends? Why is that?" Hearing Yuan Qi's question, the girl showed no sign of shyness. Instead, she responded openly and candidly. "Because I like boys who are talented. I enjoyed your performance at the freshman welcome event, and I wanted to see what it feels like to sit in the passenger seat of a Panamera." Yuan Qi was momentarily taken aback by such a direct answer. Is this how bold she is? He felt this was far better than the usual pickup lines boys used. Of course, this was partly because of her extraordinary beauty, which made her words feel all the more natural. Yuan Qi then scanned her profile information. Name: Anna. Age: 21. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 58 kilograms. Overall beauty: 91. Special trait: 100. Physical condition: excellent. Yuan Qi was truly surprised. A beauty score of 91 wasn't unusual, but the fact that a girl this bold and attractive had a special trait of 100 was remarkable. Such a stunning girl being so proactive was somewhat unexpected. "My name is Anna. I'm a junior majoring in English. Could we get to know each other?" Anna's voice rang out again. Yuan Qi shook off his reverie, nodded, and smiled. "It would be my honor to be friends with such a beautiful lady. My name is Yuan Qi, a sophomore in the Economics and Management Department." Yuan Qi didn't play coy. He was genuinely pleased to meet such a lovely girl. "I already know your name. You were introduced at the welcome event. Shall we add each other on WeChat?" And Anna held up her phone and gave it a little wave. Yuan Qi took out his phone and added her as a friend. Her WeChat name was Nana-chan. and her profile picture was a side profile photo of her. Alright Yuan Qi. It's getting late, so I won't experience the passenger seat today. Let's meet up another time. Sure, see you later. And Anna winked at Yuan Qi with a bright smile, before turning and trotting back toward her friends. Only then did Yuan Qi notice she had come with a group. Could this be some kind of truth or dare game? Seeing the situation, Yuan Qi couldn't help but harbor this suspicion. How did it go, Nana? Did you get his contact? As soon as a Nana came over, a short-haired beauty eagerly asked. Before Nana could answer, another girl inquired. I was too far away to see clearly. Is he handsome? And Nana quickly made a stop gesture and smiled. Of course I got it. As for his looks, he's indeed very handsome, and I noticed he seems to have a great physique. Today Yuan Qi wore fitted clothes, so Nana naturally caught a glimpse of his body contours. Hearing Nana's words, the other girls were filled with regret. They wished they hadn't played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would approach him. They were all roommates out for a stroll when they saw someone driving a Panamera across the campus. The luxury car worth millions held considerable appeal for university girls, but they couldn't all go up to him together, so they used rock, paper, scissors to decide the right to approach. In the end, Nana won. In truth, Nana only decided to approach after seeing Yuan Qi's appearance. Had an ugly man stepped out of the car, she would not have gone. She also discovered a delightful surprise: this handsome guy was the same person who performed the flute at the freshman's evening show. She had been intrigued by the flute performer then, and now finding him both handsome and driving a Panamera, she naturally felt bold enough to make a move. Nana, can we discuss something? Could you share his WeChat contact with me? Yes, I want it to. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. And Nana naturally refused without a second thought. No, this is my prize. If you want to add him, do it yourselves. And Lily, don't you have a boyfriend? He's already my ex. I unilaterally announced that we've broken up. And Nana was genuinely interested in Yuan Qi now, so she wouldn't share with her roommates. After some persistence, finding Nana unmoved, someone gathered courage to approach, but found Yuan Qi was already gone. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had returned to the dorm. He was in a good mood, having spent a pleasant day with Zhong Peiyao, and also added a pretty girl's contact in the evening. Everything seemed wonderful. However, upon entering, he saw Li Dajiang sitting glumly on the edge of his bed. What's wrong with old Li? Yuan Qi asked Lu Jiahao, who was scrolling through videos. He's had a rough day, that's all. This piqued Yuan Qi's curiosity. Did he get rejected? Not exactly. After class today, he accidentally bumped into Sun Qi's book. I thought it would be a romantic story, but guess what? Before he could finish, Li Dajiang bristled. Lu Jiahao, don't bring up embarrassing things. There's no need to mention it. Take it easy, old Li. Old Yuan is one of us. It's fine. Lu Jiahao continued. When he picked up the book to return it to Sun Qi, she stepped back a full step, took the book, and ran off, as if escaping a plague. At the end, Lu Jiahao recalled the scene and couldn't help laughing. Lu Jiahao, it wasn't that exaggerated. She only stepped back a tiny step. Only at a time like this does it really matter if it was 3 feet or 2. These words silenced Lu Jiahao. He had clearly seen Sun Qi's expression. It was not shyness but disdain. The backward step dealt a heavy blow to his heart. I say you still have a chance now. At least you've stirred some emotion in Sun Qi. That's a good start. Li Dajiang ignored him. He knew this wasn't a movie where the heroine falls for the one she hates. Being disliked by someone he liked left Li Dajiang deeply dejected. Yuan Qi felt helpless. Matters of the heart were beyond anyone's interference. Though he now had 3 girlfriends, he lacked much experience in pursuing girls. He had chased Zhang Ying for a while before, but in hindsight it was too much fawning. Definitely not advisable. Old Li, don't fixate on one tree. Believe that somewhere out there is a girl meant for you. You just haven't met her yet. Yuan Qi offered a word of comfort. Zhang Wei's expression turned odd. He knew Yuan Qi was dating 2 girls at once. Why did he have such an easy time finding matches, and all beautiful at that? Li Dajiang nodded without a word, and went to the balcony to smoke alone. Yuan Qi shook his head, and went to the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, he got into bed to chat with a few girls. Cheng Muxue had barely sent any messages today, which struck Yuan Qi as odd. He casually typed a message and sent it. Honey, what are you up to? After changing the greeting, he sent the same message to Sun Ning. Then Yuan Qi ignored their replies, and started playing games. Meanwhile, Cheng Muxue received Yuan Qi's message. Though she had no intention of breaking up, knowing that Yuan Qi was on a date with another girl today naturally dampened her mood. Usually when they were apart, she would send messages frequently. But today she didn't send a single one. She wanted Yuan Qi to notice her sulking, but he only messaged her in the evening. She wanted to reply, go talk to other girls, why bother with me? But she didn't. She knew that for a man like Yuan Qi, a woman's beauty alone wouldn't give her an edge. Being too willful might make him dislike her. Instead, she had become completely dependent on him. I just took a shower. Leg photo. Are you done with your work today? Shall we go out tomorrow? She didn't even care if she had classes tomorrow. After a while, Yuan Qi's reply came. Cheng Muxue looked with anticipation, but her expression turned to disappointment upon reading it. I have things to do tomorrow. I'll let you know when I'm free. Cheng Muxue wasn't sure if he was genuinely busy. Whether he was or not, she had to accept it. What else could she do? Alright then, pout. Yuan Qi had not seen his senior sister Sun Ning for several days, so naturally, he prioritized their date. Having too many girlfriends also brought its share of troubles. After all, Yuan Qi had no way to be in two places at once. Just then Sun Ning replied to the message he had just sent her. I finished completing the transfer procedures for the noodle shop this afternoon. I contacted a renovation company and planned to decorate it in the same style as the Chunqiao milk tea shop. Looking at the message, Yuan Qi shook his head and chuckled. As a career-driven girl, Sun Ning was nowhere near as clingy as Cheng Muxue or Zhong Peiyao. Despite having already entered into such a close relationship, their conversations many times remained no different from before. Senior sister, you free tomorrow? Isn't my junior brother missing me? Having Muxue by your side isn't enough. In Sun Ning's understanding, Yuan Qi was still just someone balancing two relationships, unaware that he actually already had three and was approaching a fourth. Of course I miss you, senior sister. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. Calculate how many years it has been until now. Yuan Qi still did not engage with Cheng Muxue's remarks, only answering the first half. I knew you were just being smooth-tongued. I have to discuss the renovation tomorrow morning, and I will only be free in the afternoon. Yuan Qi smiled slightly as he typed. Then let us go find the renovation company together tomorrow morning. The one I used last time for the cake shop was quite good. Do you not have classes tomorrow? Yuan Qi had not really noticed. He now felt that attending classes was somewhat of a waste of time. After checking his schedule, he discovered that tomorrow was completely full with courses. It seemed he would need to find a way in the future to earn credits without attending classes. He could not recall how those seniors managed it, but he vaguely remembered that this situation might require donating to the school. I have classes, but nothing is more important than meeting you. Humph. You always just use sweet words to coax me. After chatting with Sun Ning for a while, Yuan Qi also began to ponder whether he should continue with the shop opening missions. Now his 2 shops' online delivery businesses had also taken off. Even after deducting taxes and other costs, the daily profit was still around 20,000 yuan. A daily income of 20,000 was an exceptionally high level anywhere. Even with fluctuations, he could earn at least 6 million per year. Moreover, spending with the girls he had courted could also yield cashback. This portion of income was quite remarkable. Just in these past few days alone, from accompanying Cheng Muxue and Zhong Peiyao shopping, the cashback he earned had already exceeded 500,000. By these calculations, adding the shop's income, making tens of millions per year, would not be a significant issue. If this were in the past, Yuan Qi would definitely have chosen to lie flat and drift through life. But as the saying goes, human desires are like a stone rolling down a mountain. Once it starts, it can never stop. There were countless people in this world richer and more powerful than him. If possible, Yuan Qi also wanted to stand at the pinnacle to see the view. He believed this was also every man's ultimate dream. Of course, for Yuan Qi, there was a prerequisite that it should not interfere with his enjoyment of life. For ordinary people, this would certainly be wishful thinking. However, Yuan Qi had a system, so things were definitely different. From the 2 shops he had opened, the system could turn all fortunate coincidences into certainties. Therefore, Yuan Qi becoming a man standing at the top would definitely not be too difficult. However, to reach this point, merely running small food and beverage establishments would certainly not suffice. So Yuan Qi was also considering how to proceed next. But after thinking for a while, he still had no clear ideas, so he temporarily stopped wasting his energy on it. After all, this matter was not too urgent. And on the other side, Li Xie was unable to fall asleep. Ever since Yuan Qi said last time he would find time this week to take her out for dinner, although she felt somewhat anxious, she actually harbored more of a sense of anticipation. But today was already the last day of the week, yet Yuan Qi had not sent any message. This made Li Xie feel somewhat conflicted. She was wondering whether she should take the initiative to ask, but would that be too forward? Watching Zhong Peiyao change day by day, her consumption on clothing and lifestyle was worlds apart from before. Just now, Zhong Peiyao had shown her a pair of shoes online costing several thousand yuan and asked for her opinion. What could she say? The shoes she wore rarely exceeded 200 yuan, yet she also wondered how shoes costing several thousand were. She felt uneasy, and before she knew it, there was already a significant gap in their consumption levels. She knew all of this was because of Yuan Qi. As a girl whose appearance was on par with Zhong Peiyao, she unavoidably harbored some competitive spirit. If Zhong Peiyao family background was originally better, then she would not have much to say. But it was precisely because she found a boyfriend that such a dramatic change occurred, so naturally her heart was unbalanced. To put it plainly, many girls secretly harbor higher material pursuits within their hearts, and the more beautiful the girl, the more likely she possesses this psychology. After all, she possessed such a beautiful appearance. If there was no better material match, would that not be wasting heaven's gift? This could not simply be called materialism. After all, everyone yearns for a better life. The difference is merely that some express it openly, while others are more subtle. After thinking about it, she still felt she should take the initiative. After hesitating for a while, she edited a relatively safe message and sent it. Senior, what are you doing? After sending the message, Li Xie flipped her phone face down on the pillow and waited for a reply. Yuan, who are you messaging? Do not tell me you are dating. At this moment, Zhong Peiyao said to Li Xie in a teasing tone, for her reaction just now was too much like sending messages to someone she cared about. No, how could that be? Just a friend. Hearing this, Li Xie felt somewhat guilty and awkward, but she quickly composed herself. I understand, just a friend. Tell me quickly, do I know him? At this moment, Zhong Peiyao was quite certain that the person Li Xie was chatting with was a man, and her curiosity was burning brightly. It is really just an ordinary friend, Yao. Please stop asking. How could Li Xie tell the truth? Otherwise, Zhong Peiyao would definitely pounce on her immediately. You have changed. Before you never had secrets from me. I do not care today, you must satisfy my curiosity. Saying this, she began tickling Li Xie with her hands. Yao, stop it is so ticklish. I am telling you. Hearing this, Zhong Peiyao finally withdrew her hands from Li Xie. At this moment, both of them were wearing only pajamas, and after this playful struggle, quite a bit of figure was revealed. At this moment, Wu Lan and Sun Qian had just gone to the supermarket to buy snacks, so no one else was present to appreciate the scene. Tell me honestly, Zhong Peiyao looked as though she would continue if Li Xie did not speak. It is that senior from the sophomore year I met during the club recruitment. Li Xie had no choice but to make something up, but indeed when the two of them participated in the student union recruitment, before there were many seniors who wanted to add them as friends. Saying it this way would make the story more believable. I knew it. You were definitely chatting with a boy just now. Tell me who it is. I remember you weren't interested in guys like that before. Li Xie was no longer willing to say more. She couldn't just make up some random name, could she? Alright, Yao, stop asking so much. We really were just having a casual conversation. Zhong Peiyao naturally wouldn't believe her. She had seen Li Xie's messaging state clearly just now. That conflicted and expectant expression meant their relationship was far from ordinary. Though she was curious about which senior Li Xie had taken a liking to, there was nothing she could do if the other person refused to talk about it. She would find out sooner or later anyway. Yeah, you've really changed. We promised to be best friends forever, and now you're keeping secrets from me. Zhong Peiyao put on an indignant expression and returned to her own bed. Li Xie felt a wave of relief. Inside, she silently apologized. I'm sorry, Yao. I truly have no way to be honest about this with you. Though she felt deeply guilty, she believed she was pursuing a better life. After Zhong Peiyao stopped pressing further, she lifted her phone from under the pillow to check if Yuan Qi had replied. To her disappointment, the message still showed the same as when she had just sent it. Did he not see it? Or is he asleep? Li Xie's mindset had become much like that of someone waiting for their crush to reply. If the other person didn't respond, she would find all sorts of excuses rather than admit the message had been read and ignored. After hesitating, she decided against sending another message and covered the phone screen once more on the bed. Honestly, we had agreed to go out this week. Li Xie's brows furrowed slightly. There was nothing she could do if the other person didn't reply. Beep. Just as she was feeling a touch of disappointment, her phone suddenly made a notification sound. They replied. Li Xie happily flipped her phone over to check the message. However, the message was not from Yuan Qi. It was from someone saved as badminton club senior asking whether she wanted to join a group activity the next day. Li Xie did not even reply. She deleted and blocked him directly. During recruitment, that senior had promised a small plush toy for filling out the form. She had only filled out the form for that small gift back then and had not cared about the assessment requirements. After all, she had never wanted to join a club anyway. She vaguely remembered adding that recruitment senior as a friend at the time and getting into the club without any assessment. Any reasonable person could figure out what he had been thinking. Over this period, she had deleted friends more than once. Too many people wanted to add her, and she had rejected most of them. For some she found too awkward to refuse face-to-face, she would add them and then delete them later. Of course, a few had slipped through and she had forgotten to delete them, but inevitably they would message her on their own soon enough. But she could not even remember what the other person looked like, so she naturally had no interest in chatting and just deleted them as a friend. Not long after deleting that person, the notification sound went off again. This time it was still not from Yuan Qi. See, yeah, why haven't you been replying to messages these past 2 days? Did I do something to make you upset? Reading Gu Hang's message, Li Xie's expression showed hesitation. She was now wondering whether she should simply delete him as a friend entirely. She had developed some fondness for him before, because she had liked him during military training. But now those feelings were completely gone. She had only ever wanted to be friends with him, yet it seemed impossible for men and women to maintain purely platonic friendships. In that case, it would be better to just cut it off directly. She did not even want to reply and directly blocked and deleted him as a friend. Gu Hang had been feeling quite down these past few days. Now it was even worse. He used to be able to chat with Li Xie, but now she barely replied to his messages. He had genuinely fallen for Li Xie. If she did not reply to his messages, he could not even sleep well at night. If he had known this would happen, he should not have listened to his roommate's advice in the first place. It would have been better to simply be honest friends with her. After sending a message to Li Xie, he began quietly waiting for her response. But after waiting for a long time, she had not sent even a single word. Gu Hang waited restlessly for half an hour with no response. He wanted to send another message, but after thinking for a long time, he could not think of anything appropriate to say. Eventually, he had to settle for sending a goodnight message since she usually responded to those. He found a cute goodnight sticker and clicked send. Instead, he saw the cruel confirmation he had been dreading. The message had been sent, but rejected by the recipient. A large exclamation mark appeared beside the sticker. Gu Hang stared at his phone screen in disbelief. Had he really been deleted? His fingers trembled as he tapped the red exclamation mark to resend. However, the result was unchanged. At that moment, the roommate who had given him advice noticed something was wrong. Guhang, why do you look so dejected? Did you have another problem with the campus beauty? He knew the person Guhang liked was Li Xia, and he as the so-called advisor had offered plenty of suggestions. However, Guhang did not answer. He was still staring blankly at his phone. What are you spacing out for? I'm talking to you. He was not actually concerned about Guhang. He mainly just wanted some gossip. Wang Chao, what terrible advice did you give me? Upon hearing this, Guhang could not hold back and let out a frustrated outburst. Everyone else in the dorm was startled by his sudden shout. Wang Chao felt a bit confused at first, then responded with some resentment. I was just sharing my own experience. Didn't you think it made sense at the time? How can you call it bad advice? In fact, Wang Chao felt a hint of schadenfreude. Li Xia was the freshman campus beauty, and if Guhang had actually won her over, he would not have been able to accept it himself. Admittedly, Wang Chao had only shared his own experience. The problem lay in Guhang's execution. Tell me what is going on now. As long as she has not blocked you completely, there might still be a way to fix this. However, those words struck right at Guhang's sore spot. Fix what? I have already been blocked, damn it. That really was unfortunate. Guhang and Li Xia had seemed to have a decent relationship before, and now it was over completely. Wang Chao also felt awkward opening his mouth, but unsure what to say. Anything he said now would seem inappropriate. But then he reasoned that his advice had not been wrong after all. Guhang had always harbored for her, so perhaps ending things quickly was for the best. However, he certainly would not voice that thought to provoke Guhang further. Guhang was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Wang Chao. His mind was entirely consumed by how to add Li Xia back on WeChat. However, Li Xia had not only deleted him, but also blocked him on WeChat, leaving Guhang unable to even send a verification message. He even considered rushing to the women's dormitory building immediately, but it was already past 11 and the dormitory gates were locked, making it impossible for him to go out. With no other option, he would have to wait until the next day. But tonight Guhang knew he would not sleep well. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi was fully immersed in playing games on his computer, so he naturally had not seen the message Li Xia had sent. It was nearly 1 o'clock before he finally noticed Li Xia's message, and it then occurred to him that he had previously mentioned wanting to ask this girl out. He couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. With 3 girls now so close to him, he figured he would need to go out with at least one of them each week. If there were even more, he would have no free days left. By the way, the Academy of Arts must have plenty of pretty girls. Maybe he should find an opportunity to date someone from outside school. Yuan Qi then thought of Gu Weiwei, a girl from the Academy of Arts, and pictured her sweet smile with the little dimples that appeared on her cheeks. Over recent weeks, she had occasionally asked him about musical instruments, though they never strayed into other topics. It was clear she truly loved music, but he wondered whether wealth alone could win her over. Yuan Qi shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. He was already too busy as it was, and should stop overthinking for now. He had not replied to Li Xia's message either. Everything would have to wait until he woke up the next day. The following day was packed with classes, and everyone in room 502 got up quite early. Good heavens, what a painful day of classes. For college students, a full schedule from morning to night was nothing short of torture. But that made no difference to Yuan Qi, as he had no intention of attending. Brothers, if the professor takes roll today, please cover for me. I will bring you all food when I come back. University professors usually took attendance randomly, so the odds of an entire dorm being called out were quite low. Lao Yuan, what have you been so busy with these days? Surely the shop does not have that much going on. Lu Jiahao was genuinely curious. Since the holiday had ended, Yuan Qi had not attended a single class. No matter how busy he was, it could not be that bad. Even Zhang Wei, who worked for Yuan Qi, rarely skipped classes. If things continued like this, failing courses was inevitable. Yuan Qi certainly could not say he had too many girls and was playing the role of a time management master. Besides, attending classes now felt no different from wasting time to him. Compared to attending classes, there are more important things waiting for me to do. Yuan Qi said with a solemn expression, as though he were about to save the world. You are being so pretentious, making skipping class sound so noble. In fact, Lu Jiahao had gradually felt a growing distance between Yuan Qi and the rest of them. Although he had not deliberately asked how much Yuan Qi earned each day, he roughly knew it was at least 10,000. That was quite impressive among college students. It was impossible not to feel envious. By the way, Lao Zhang, is your work at the shop okay? Won't it affect your classes? Zhang Wei was different from him. If work affected his studies, it would be a costly mistake. No problem. It basically will not affect my classes now. He had previously added the milk tea shop manager Luo Xiao on social media, and after seeking her advice, he had gradually gained experience in shop management. He no longer needed to stay at the shop all the time, as many things could actually be resolved on his phone. That is good. Also, how are things going with that person? Zhang Wei paused for a moment, and only after seeing Yuan Qi's curious expression did he realize what he was referring to. There has not been much progress yet. Speaking of which, Zhang Wei felt a bit embarrassed. He had learned that Li Yu was currently single, and upon learning this, a sense of quiet joy had welled up within him. Moreover, he had managed to add her on WeChat, but he was unsure how to draw their relationship closer. Then you had better work harder, or someone else might steal her away. Meanwhile, Li Dejiang and Lu Jiahao, who were listening from the side, were completely confused. What are you two talking about? Can you not speak more clearly? Why be so mysterious? Even Li Dejiang, who had been feeling somewhat despondent, was now intrigued. If you want to know, ask Lao Zhang. I will take my leave first. By now the group had walked to the dormitory building, and after saying this, Yuan Qi departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Hang had checked Li Xie's class schedule and noticed she had a morning class, so he bought breakfast early and waited downstairs at the women's dormitory. Dark circles under his eyes clearly showed he had not slept well the night before. All he wanted now was to add her back as a friend. Everything else could wait. After yawning and waiting downstairs for quite a while, he finally saw Li Xie and her roommate come out. He did not care about anything else and ran up with the breakfast in hand. Xie, good morning. I brought you breakfast. Saying this, he handed over the steamer buns and soy milk, which were already cooling. You only brought breakfast for Yaya. There are 4 of us here. Before Li Xie could speak, Wulan beside her could not resist teasing. They all knew Gu Hang after all. He had come around more than once or twice. Last time he had even brought them milk tea, hoping they would put in a good word for him. Actually, they thought Gu Hang was quite nice. It was just that Yaya did not seem to feel the same. Next time for sure. Xie, I am here to apologize to you. Previously you do not need to apologize. Just do not appear in front of me in the future. Li Xie had not slept well the previous night because of Yuan Qi, and seeing Gu Hang only made her mood worse. Her tone was quite cold. Hearing this, Gu Hang grew somewhat anxious. Xie, I know I was too rash before. It will not happen again. Let us just be friends like we used to, okay? You are so annoying. I do not want to be friends with you. Please stop saying such cheesy things and grossing me out. For a girl, once she started to dislike someone, even their breathing seemed wrong. So when Li Xie heard those words from Gu Hang, now she felt somewhat nauseous. The two had only ever been ordinary friends before, as saying such things was purely annoying. Meanwhile, those nearby found it strange that Li Xie's attitude toward Gu Hang had suddenly become so hostile. They naturally did not yet know that Gu Hang had been deleted and blocked by Li Xie the night before. However, in situations like this, one naturally sided with their own people. Upon hearing Li Xie's words, Gu Hang fell into a gloomy silence. Gu Hang, Yaya has already made herself clear. Perhaps it would be better for you to move on and find someone else. Zhong Peiyao had never felt warmly toward this fellow, so the current outcome did not surprise her in the least. Li Xie did not wish to engage further with Gu Hang either. She and her roommates simply walked around him and left, leaving Gu Hang standing alone in the autumn wind. After a short while, one of them asked, Yaya, did Gu Hang do something wrong? Why were you so cold toward him today? Sun Qian finally voiced her curiosity once they had walked some distance away. Nothing important. I just believe that if you do not like someone, you should not give them false hope. I think you handled it correctly, one of them chimed in. There is no such thing as a purely platonic friendship between a man and a woman. Guys who befriend someone as lovely as you, Yaya, likely have ulterior motives. Everyone nodded in agreement with Li Xie's approach. By the way, Yao Yao, another said playfully, your boyfriend must be handsome and successful, right? When will you bring him around so we can finally meet him? Exactly. You keep such tight secrets. We are your closest friends. We deserve to see him too. Sun Qian and Wulan turned their attention toward Zhong Peiyao. They were genuinely curious about what kind of man could win the heart of such a stunning woman. Since you all insist on knowing, I will share a little then, Zhong Peiyao said with a gentle smile. Actually, the person driving the Panamera on campus is my boyfriend. Her words left everyone, including Li Xie, genuinely astonished. They had all seen the photographs of that Panamera posted on the campus confession wall. A truly impressive luxury vehicle worth, well, over 1 million yuan. They had never imagined it belonged to Zhong Peiyao's boyfriend. However, recalling the luxury items Zhong Peiyao had recently acquired, the situation no longer seemed surprising. A man who freely spent such generous amounts on his girlfriend could certainly afford a fine car. Wow, Yao Yao, you are incredibly fortunate. I was actually thinking of trying to get to know the owner myself, but it seems that chance has passed. It is not impossible, another replied with a grin. You can always be introduced through Yao Yao. I love making friends with successful people. Zhong Peiyao felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. She had also been hoping for an opportunity to share this news, and seeing her roommate's admiration fill her with a warm sense of contentment. Meanwhile, Li Xie, upon learning that Yuan Qi was indeed the owner of that Panamera, felt her determination grow even stronger. She decided she would reach out to him again after this. Perhaps he had simply been too busy to respond yesterday. On another path, Yuan Qi had already driven his car to the entrance of the residential complex. Soon after, Sun Ning stepped out, and spotting Yuan Qi's car, walked directly to the passenger side. Before she could even fasten her seatbelt, Yuan Qi leaned forward and kissed her softly. Sun Ning had not anticipated such a tender greeting the moment she entered the car, but she did not pull away. Instead, she leaned into the moment, happy to finally see him again after several days apart. After a long while, feeling his hands growing restless, Sun Ning gently drew back. You are quite eager today. You have even smudged my lipstick. I could not help it. It has been several days since I last saw you, senior sister. Yuan Qi found it difficult to resist the gentle maturity in her bearing. Sun Ning responded with a playful eye roll, adjusted her clothes, and said, I do not believe you for a moment. It has been a whole week before you thought to contact me. Tell me honestly, do you have other girlfriends besides Mushua? She had been chatting with Chung Mushua recently, and had noticed that Yuan Qi had not been spending every day with her either. Relying on a woman's intuition, Sun Ning suspected there might be someone else involved. That is not true. I have simply been busy lately. Yuan Qi could only offer a sheepish smile. Women's intuition truly was remarkable. He now wondered whether his various companions already knew of one another. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that sometimes the wisest approach was simply to remain composed and say little. Sun Ning remained somewhat suspicious. After all, seeing one troubling sign often suggested there were more beneath the surface. But this was not something she felt she could control. In truth, she occupied a complicated position herself. They let the matter rest and continued on their way. Yuan Qi drove one hand on the wheel toward the renovation company. Yuan Qi, could you please keep both hands on the steering wheel? I am keeping both hands right here. Sun Ning sighed, inwardly wishing she had not worn tights that day. With no alternative, she simply accepted the situation as they drove along. Half an hour later, Yuan Qi brought Sun Ning to the same renovation company where they had previously overseen the design of the Sunshine Cake Shop. Having worked together before, the two parties moved efficiently through the contract arrangements. Yuan Qi paid the deposit directly from his startup fund, which still held several 100,000 yuan in remaining balance. Sun Ning observed the payment without comment. After all, they were together now, and keeping such careful accounts felt unnecessary between them. After signing the contract, Yuan Qi immediately invited Sun Ning out. Shopping together was always a cherished part of their time, and he realized he had not yet treated her properly during previous outings. This time he intended to make it right. Sun Ning favored elegant professional attire, and Yuan Qi selected 5 refined outfits for her, spending over 100,000 yuan in total. A selection of Paris Hilton hosiery was also included. Since hosiery is a consumable item, Yuan Qi purchased a few extra pairs. This was Sun Ning's first time enjoying such an unhurried shopping experience with Yuan Qi. The freedom to choose without regard to price proved irresistibly delightful, and within just 2 hours she had selected items totaling several 100,000 yuan. Yuan Qi had become a familiar face at many luxury boutiques. Sales associates eagerly greeted him upon his arrival, for a customer of his generosity was still a rarity. As for the companionship, changing from visit to visit, the staff found nothing unusual about it. Such was the nature of affluent circles. Sun Ning also did not let Yuan Qi bear the entire expense alone. She spent several tens of thousands selecting a few refined pieces for him. After finishing their shopping, Yuan Qi expressed a desire to enjoy a home-cooked meal prepared by Sun Ning herself. Sun Ning was delighted by the suggestion. Together, they visited a local market to select fresh ingredients before returning to the residential complex as a pair. On the other side of campus, since Zhang Long had captured photographs of Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao dining together, he had been seeking an opportunity to show them to Chung Mushua. He believed that doing so would help her see the situation with clear eyes. After making inquiries, he learned Chung Mushua's class schedule. After finishing his morning classes, he eagerly waited outside her classroom. Zhang Long waited outside the classroom for nearly 20 minutes until the dismissal bell finally rang. He immediately fixed his gaze on the classroom entrance, quietly awaiting Chung Mushua's appearance. Before long, he caught sight of Chung Mushua's graceful figure stepping out of the classroom, and Zhang Long found himself momentarily captivated. The lady remained as lovely as ever, though he wished she had encountered someone more worthy. I will help her see things clearly one day. He began imagining a scene where she might confide in him after learning the truth, perhaps finding comfort in his company. The thought alone brought a quiet warmth to his heart. Regaining his senses, Zhang Long noticed Chung Mushua had already descended the stairs, so he quickened his pace to follow. Downstairs, Chung Mushua was walking and chatting with Sun Qi and Li Jia. Chung Mushua's striking mixed heritage features drew the attention of many young men passing by, though she and her companions had grown accustomed to such glances. Mushua, Yuan Qi really does not pay enough attention to you. Look at how those boys stare whenever you pass by. If I were in his place, I would cherish you every day. Li Jia murmured softly beside Chung Mushua. It was understandable, for she had noticed Yuan Qi had not been attending classes lately, leaving Chung Mushua to walk alone without his company. Exactly, Mushua. Why not leave Yuan Qi and be with me instead? I truly admire your beauty. For you, I would do anything. Sun Qi linked arms with Chung Mushua and chuckled playfully. Enough, Chi-Chi, stop joking around. There are plenty of boys who admire you too, yet I have never seen you show interest in any of them. Chung Mushua teased back with a gentle smile. But I am quite particular about appearances. I could not imagine being with someone I do not find pleasing. Hey, should I go talk to Yuan Qi and suggest he let you go to me? I would treat you with great care. Sun Qi added the last line in a deliberately mature tone. Chung Mushua smiled helplessly. A faint cloud of melancholy crossed her mind, knowing that Yuan Qi was likely spending time with that girl from before, perhaps even more than one. Yet such thoughts were futile, since she had fallen for someone so indifferent. Chung Mushua, please wait. I have something I would like to tell you. Noticing the area had fewer people, Zhang Long stepped forward to block Chung Mushua's path. Upon seeing it was him, Chung Mushue's brows furrowed slightly, wondering why he had approached again. "We are not close, please do not stand in my way." Chung Mushue's words were firm and cold, mindful of maintaining proper distance as someone with a partner. "I mean no harm. It is truly important information regarding your boyfriend." Zhang Long felt a pang of discomfort seeing her cold demeanor, wondering why she remained so devoted to someone unworthy. "I will soon reveal the truth." Hearing the mention of Yuan Qi, Chung Mushue's footsteps naturally slowed. "Then tell me." It is quite important. Could we find a quiet place to speak privately?" Zhang Long had envisioned comforting her during a moment of vulnerability, which would naturally require a private setting. Upon hearing this, Chung Mushue immediately turned away. How could she possibly meet alone with a male classmate when Yuan Qi might misunderstand? "Wait a moment. Just look at my phone, and you will understand I am telling the truth. I told you we are not close. Do you not know when to respect personal boundaries?" Li Jia could no longer contain herself, and spoke out sharply. "Besides, you hardly fit the type anyway. Why persist so stubbornly?" Sun Qi chimed in. In her eyes, Zhang Long was simply a persistent fellow who failed to read the situation, a type she found rather unpleasant. Truthfully, Zhang Long was not unattractive, merely falling outside her personal preference. His cheeks flushed at their sharp remarks, wondering why their words carried such personal edge. Seeing them about to leave again, Zhang Long set aside his discomfort and braced himself for further criticism, stepping forward to open the photos he had taken on his phone for Chung Mushue to see. Chung Mushue cast a quick glance and immediately recognized Yuan Qi, standing beside an attractive young woman. She took the phone and began scrolling through the images. The photographs on the confession wall had been blurry and unclear, but Zhang Long's shots captured every detail. After studying Zhong Peiyao's features closely, Chung Mushue could not help but acknowledge her genuine beauty along with an air of captivating charm. No wonder Yuan Qi found her appealing. Zhang Long had been carefully observing Chung Mushue throughout. While he had indeed captured her attention, her reaction was surprisingly different from what he had imagined. It appeared more curious than shocked. What manner of response was this? Sun Qi and Li Jia nearby were also curious, though Zhang Long's phone featured an anti-peep screen that prevented them from seeing anything. After finishing her review, Chung Mushue deleted the photographs and returned the phone to Zhang Long. "Thank you. I understand now." With that, she signaled to Li Jia and Sun Qi, who still wore expressions of mild curiosity, and the three of them continued on their way, leaving Zhang Long standing alone and bewildered, phone in hand. What manner of reaction was this? Should she not have shown disbelief or heartbreak upon learning of her boyfriend's infidelity? He had envisioned her coming to him afterwards, seeking answers and confirmation. Then he could take her to a quiet place, discussing the matter together while offering comfort. Waiting until her spirit sank, he could then step forward. Yet he had already planned every detail, so why did Chung Mushue respond in such a manner? This was entirely different from his imagination. Even after learning of such betrayal, she remained so composed. Were young women today truly so resilient? Or perhaps she was indeed distressed, but simply concealed it behind a composed exterior. Zhang Long found this possibility more plausible, yet if that were the case, would all his efforts have been in vain? He did not have Chung Mushue's contact information, leaving him with no opportunity to offer comfort, even if he wished to. Never mind. As long as Mushue becomes single again, there should still be a chance for me. Only then did Zhang Long realize the photographs he had taken had been deleted, leaving him puzzled as to why Chung Mushue would do such a thing. However, since Chung Mushue already knew about her boyfriend's behavior, the photographs no longer held significance. Zhang Long did not linger on further thoughts and departed with a faint spark of expectation in his heart. Chung Mushue had already been aware that Yuan Qi had other romantic connections, so upon seeing the photographs Zhang Long showed her, she felt little disruption in her composure. She only sighed inwardly at how remarkably compelling Yuan Qi was to women. Though she possessed great confidence in her own appearance, she had to admit that the young woman sharing the barbecue with him was equally striking, even by her own standards. Of course, some gentle melancholy was inevitable. No woman willingly shares her partner with another. Yet she could not bring herself to leave Yuan Qi, so she could only learn to gradually accept these circumstances. "Shue, what was that fellow showing you just now?" By then, Sun Qi could no longer contain her curiosity, wanting to know what it was that had held Chung Mushue's full attention so intently. "That man said it concerned your boyfriend. Could something have happened to Yuan Qi?" Li Jia also spoke up at this moment. She had heard Zhang Long mention that whatever he had was related to Yuan Qi, and it piqued her keen interest. "Nothing serious. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat first." She naturally had no intention of revealing anything about Yuan Qi's affairs, and unsure of how to explain, she simply changed the subject. Chung Mushue's reticence only made Sun Qi and Li Jia all the more curious, but with her sealing her lips so firmly, they could do nothing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Qi, who had no idea he was being subtly undermined, had already returned home with Sun Ning. Yuan Qi looked around the small one-bedroom apartment and felt it was rather cramped, lacking floor-to-ceiling windows, a less satisfactory experience compared to the places he visited with the other two women. "Senior sister, would you consider moving? I think this place is a bit too small. Let's not rush it for now. I've grown accustomed to living here, and the lease hasn't expired yet. We'll talk about it in a while. Sun Ning had developed attachments to this place, so she had not considered relocating just yet. Yuan Qi figured she was right. Although his finances were comfortable, he currently had just over 2 million yuan. If he were to move, he could only afford to rent a place. A rented apartment would always feel temporary. If he were to purchase a property, it would likely be a modest 3-bedroom flat. He decided to wait until he had accumulated greater wealth before buying a home. Yuan Qi let the matter of moving rest. At that moment, Sun Ning had already changed into comfortable loungewear and tied on an apron preparing to cook. Seeing Sun Ning in her homey attire, Yuan Qi felt a warm stir within. He was glad he had been timely in his attentions. Otherwise, such a virtuous and beautiful senior sister cooking for another man would make him envious beyond measure. But now it was others who would be the ones feeling envious of him. Yuan Qi wanted to help, but he found himself repeatedly drawn to the sight of Sun Ning washing vegetables and preparing meals. His hands began to wander restlessly. Sun Ning knew it would take forever to finish lunch if things continued this way, so she gently escorted the distraction out of the kitchen. Yuan Qi, don't be silly, wait until I finish cooking, and then we'll see. Kicked out, Yuan Qi could only sit listlessly on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. He noticed a greeting message Li Xie had sent him that morning. At that moment, Yuan Qi remembered he had promised to ask her out sometime during the previous week, but so much time had already passed without him finding the opportunity. Of course, part of the reason was his reluctance to pursue a relationship with someone from the same school. Otherwise, if he went several days without keeping her company, he would have no reasonable excuse. In truth, he found something rather strange about the situation. For instance, neither Cheng Muxue nor Zhong Peiyao had sent him any messages lately. They typically only reached out in the late afternoon or evening. It was as if they were carefully avoiding disturbing him during the day. Though he had told them he was busy with matters, their behavior seemed almost unusually detached. This made Yuan Qi sometimes wonder whether they had learned about his affairs. After all, there was a saying that every woman carried a hint of Sherlock Holmes within her. Particularly when it came to matters of a man's infidelity, they were virtually experts. Sometimes their intuition was so sharp it could send shivers down a man's spine. If they had indeed noticed, but chose not to confront him, it might mean they had already accepted the situation. If that were truly the case, could he perhaps dare to be a little bolder? Aside from Li Xie, he had also added a beautiful junior from his third year the previous evening. He had never realized there were so many lovely women at his university before. Anna, the girl he had spoken with, possessed a face that rivaled the campus beauty, certainly admired by many young men in the English department. At this rate, he might just collect all the campus beauties from Rongqing University. He was becoming quite greedy. The innocent youth he once was seemed a distant memory now. Still, it was time to open a new chapter. He was quite looking forward to the rewards that came with his pursuits. These past 2 days have been incredibly busy. Let me treat you to a meal tomorrow. After sending the message to Li Xie, Yuan Qi opened Douyin and began browsing. Meanwhile, at the school cafeteria, Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao were having lunch together. Li Xie seemed distracted today, glancing at her phone from time to time. Yuan Qi had not replied to last night's message nor to the one she sent this morning. This made her wonder quietly whether she had lost some of her charm. Yue, why have you been staring at your phone all meal? Are you waiting for a message from some boy? Li Xie's frequent phone checking had naturally caught Zhong Peiyao's attention. She had noticed Li Xie's odd behavior yesterday, and today's conduct only confirmed her suspicions. No, I was just checking the time. I hardly believe that. You don't furrow your brows when simply telling the time. I really want to know what sort of boy could make you look so preoccupied. Zhong Peiyao was genuinely curious. She knew Li Xie, like herself, had very high standards. Ordinary young men simply would not catch her eye. She could never have guessed that the person attracting Li Xie was the very same one who had captured her own affections. Yue, you really do have someone you like. Tell us who it is. Sun Qian and Wu Lan were also drawn into the conversation by this topic. It really isn't like that. Just as Li Xie was preparing to offer some excuse, the soft chime of a WeChat notification sounded. She instinctively glanced down. It was Yuan Qi's message, freshly sent. After reading the contents, Li Xie's mood brightened considerably, and an unconscious smile softened her features. The sudden beauty of that expression caused several young men who had been secretly watching the two campus beauties to feel their hearts skip a beat. One of them thought that if he could win such a lovely girl as his girlfriend, he would not mind even if any children that followed were not his own. That smile was simply too healing. While most people possessed enough self-awareness to know that a girl like her was well beyond their reach, there were always those swept off their feet by romance, convinced they might just be the fortunate one. Furthermore, Li Xie possessed an innocent first love visage that appeared more approachable than Zhong Peiyao's, which is why someone still mustered the courage to strike up a conversation with her. Excuse me, could you tell me which serving window this dish came from? It looks absolutely delicious. The boy approaching her was dressed in sportswear, standing over 1.80 meters with a rather handsome face, no small factor in his confidence. He hadn't revealed his true intention, directly believing this approach carried a high probability of success. As long as Li Xie responded, he could use it as an excuse to keep the conversation going. But alas, ideals are often plump, while reality proves far less forgiving. At that moment, Li Xie was entirely absorbed in the messages from Yuan Qi, her mood buoyant, completely unaware of the boy attempting to approach her. The boy, possessing a rather thick skin, intended to try again when Zhong Peiyao intervened. I'd ask how you possibly thought it looked delicious when her bowl barely has a few vegetable leaves left. If you're going to approach someone, perhaps use your brain. True to her words, the boy finally noticed Li Xie's bowl contained little more than a handful of greens, making his earlier remark about it looking delicious rather awkward. A touch embarrassed, he considered switching tactics entirely. Perhaps being direct would fare better. Before he could decide, the beautiful girl beside him continued speaking. Save your breath. She's chatting with her boyfriend right now. You've got no chance. Those words suddenly snapped Li Xie back to reality, her delicate cheeks flushing crimson as she replied. Peiyao, don't talk nonsense. He's not my boyfriend yet. A strange, indefinable thrill stirred within her upon realizing who she was chatting with, Zhong Peiyao's boyfriend. Alongside a sense of guilt, something else flared to life. Li Xie couldn't help but wonder whether something was unusual about herself. Oh yeah, so you admit it at last. Not yet simply means not now, which is the same as someday. I always knew whoever you were chatting with held a special place for you. Zhong Peiyao teased with a smile. Yet if she knew the person was Yuan Qi, that smile might have vanished entirely. Soon Wulan and Sun Ning also joined the conversation, curious to know whether this mysterious person was someone they recognized. Li Xie could only offer vague, perfunctory responses. She hadn't forgotten to reply to Yuan Qi. All right, senior brother. See you tomorrow. Having sent the message, Li Xie was in excellent spirits. She didn't spare a single glance toward the boy who had attempted to approach her. The boy opened his mouth, but spoke nothing. Feeling thoroughly out of place, he turned and left quietly. Upon receiving Li Xie's reply, Yuan Qi sent an emoji sticker and let the conversation drift to a close. Even though the girl on the other end was quite lovely, Yuan Qi chatted with effortless ease. In the beginning, when messaging Cheng Muxua or Zhong Peiyao, he would carefully consider each message. Now he simply said whatever came to mind. Because girls who like you will naturally carry the conversation forward. In the kitchen, Sun Ning had purchased a considerable amount of groceries, making the meal preparation take longer than usual. Only after Yuan Qi had finished a couple of gaming rounds did she call him in to help carry dishes. Senior sister, I had no idea you could cook so many dishes. The aroma alone is enough to awaken the appetite. With skills like these, you could open a restaurant and never go hungry. That day, Sun Ning had prepared 6 dishes and a soup, each one beautifully presented and fragrant. In an era where many young women never set foot in a kitchen, a woman like Sun Ning was nothing short of a dream. Every year during New Year's Eve dinner, my mother and I each take responsibility for half. I don't usually cook elaborate meals like this. Do give it a try and tell me how it tastes. No need to ask. I already experienced your cooking last time. It won't disappoint. Yuan Qi immediately picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth. Eating too eagerly, he burned his tongue. Oof, so hot. Take it easy. I just finished cooking. Watching Yuan Qi grimace from the burned Sun Ning hurriedly held out her hand for him to spit into. But Yuan Qi didn't spit. Instead, he hurriedly swallowed it down. Why eat so fast? At that moment, Sun Ning had her hair tied up with strands of hair framing both sides of her face. She looked at Yuan Qi with a mixture of concern and gentle scolding. That fleeting glimpse of tenderness left Yuan Qi momentarily dazed. Perhaps this was every man's ideal companion. Fortunately, senior sister already belonged to him, now filling Yuan Qi with quiet satisfaction. The food just came out, so it's a bit hot. Have some cold water to soothe it. As she spoke, she began to rise, but Yuan Qi gently pulled her back. No need, senior sister. Do you take me for a child? I'd say you act about as mature as one. You didn't even blow on the food before eating. Sun Ning sat back down, giving Yuan Qi a mildly exasperated look. Yuan Qi suddenly covered his mouth, staring at Sun Ning with an expression of discomfort. Senior sister, I think I've burned my lip. I really need you to blow on it for it to feel better. Serves you right. Sun Ning simply rolled her eyes at him. After the meal, Yuan Qi volunteered to wash the dishes, though the two of them moved rather slowly. Mainly because whenever Yuan Qi looked at Sun Ning's graceful figure bending over the sink, his hands had a tendency to wander. Stop it, I'm washing dishes. Senior sister, we can wash them this way too. Yuan Qi persisted regardless. In the end, those 7 or 8 bowls took a full half-hour to finish. You can't even wait a moment. I'm starting to think you only come into the kitchen to cause trouble. From now on, no more kitchen duty together. Sun Ning's delicate face flushed as she scolded Yuan Qi, looking utterly enchanting. Yuan Qi's heart raced. What had happened in the kitchen earlier had been merely a foretaste. His feelings had only grown stronger since. Yuan Qi stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Sun Ning's slim waist, a smile playing on his lips. How can I help it when senior sister is so beautiful? I truly intended to wash the dishes properly, but my hands had a mind of their own. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to take a shower. A shower sounds wonderful. We can do it together. Saving water starts with me. With that, Yuan Qi effortlessly lifted Sun Ning into his arms in a princess carry and strode toward the bathroom. Having spent a delightful afternoon with Sun Ning, she naturally lacked the energy to cook dinner. So Yuan Qi ordered an elaborate 5-star hotel dinner to be delivered. After dinner, Yuan Qi could barely restrain himself and spent time with Sun Ning once more before departing in high spirits. Watching Yuan Qi's retreating figure, the thoroughly spent Sun Ning murmured to herself, "What a troublesome man." Though his figure was undeniably impressive. At that thought, Li Siye's delicate cheeks grew even redder. After leaving Sun Ning's home, Yuan Qi drove the Panamera back to the university. When Yuan Qi pulled up in the handsome silver sports car, many students couldn't help but stop and stare. So this is the Panamera from the confession wall. It's really cool. Truly a million-level luxury car. If I could drive this car, picking up girls would be a piece of cake. I wish I could be his girlfriend, so I could experience the passenger seat of the Panamera. Nothing to envy. It's just relying on family support. After graduation, by our own efforts, having our first car will be truly fulfilling. Most people were envious, and many girls fantasized about being able to sit in the passenger seat. Of course, there were also conceited college students who thought Yuan Qi was just a rich second-generation nothing special, and that they could achieve all this with their own hands in the future. As for what others thought, Yuan Qi naturally had no way of knowing, nor did he care. After parking the car, Yuan Qi returned to the dorm room. "Lao Yuan, where did you go? You're only back now." Seeing Yuan Qi return, Lu Jiahao asked curiously. He felt that Yuan Qi had been acting mysterious lately. If he were out on a date with Cheng Muxue, that would be understandable. But today he noticed that Cheng Muxue had been in class all day while Yuan Qi didn't come back until nearly 9 o'clock. This felt a bit unusual. Nothing much, just busy making money. This wasn't a lie. Today he had spent money on Sun Ning and earned several $100,000. His bank balance had already exceeded 2 million. "You're too competitive. The 2 shops you've opened are golden geese laying eggs. If I had 2 such shops, I could retire right away." Yuan Qi smiled and didn't say anything. "My joy is something ordinary people can't covet. The money a shop makes in a day is less than buying a Chanel bag. Brother Qi, what do you think about me opening a shop?" Suddenly Lu Jiahao leaned in and whispered. Watching his familiar roommate raking in money day by day, it was impossible not to envy him. Yuan Qi had opened 2 shops in just a month, and both were successful. Lu Jiahao also began to have thoughts of starting a business. He thought since Yuan Qi could do it, why couldn't he? And with the halo of entrepreneurial success, wouldn't it be easy to find a campus belle girlfriend? This idea had crossed his mind more than once, but the problem was that he didn't have enough startup capital. However, he could ask his family. His family's financial situation was actually quite good. They could easily come up with 100,000 or so. He could use Yuan Qi's example of entrepreneurial success, and maybe his parents would support him. Yuan Qi looked at Lu Jiahao in surprise. Was this because he saw his own success and thought it was easy to imitate? "Are you serious?" "Not joking." Lu Jiahao nodded. "Just a thought, asking for your opinion." Yuan Qi was momentarily speechless, but he could understand the other's mindset. It was simply that he saw Yuan Qi open 2 shops so successfully. He thought that opening a shop would guarantee profit, but he had a system's help. Lu Jiahao didn't. If the other rashly opened a shop, it was very likely he would lose everything. But Yuan Qi didn't know how to say it. He couldn't directly say Lu Jiahao couldn't succeed because he himself had indeed succeeded. "Old Lu, starting a business has risks. I managed to open these shops purely by luck. Not every shop can survive." But Lu Jiahao at this moment truly believed his idea was feasible, and he paid no attention to Yuan Qi's words. "I know there are risks, so I'll carefully consider what kind of shop to open." Yuan Qi fell silent. He knew verbal reminders were useless. Some people won't turn back until they hit a wall. Faced with this situation, he couldn't say much more. Otherwise, continuing to persuade might backfire. Moreover, Lu Jiahao's family might not be able to give him that much money to open a shop. "You should decide such matters yourself. Just think it through. All right, I'll discuss it with my family later." Lu Jiahao didn't think of borrowing money from Yuan Qi to open a shop. Even blood brothers couldn't borrow that much at once, let alone just roommates. Bringing it up would only harm their relationship. Lu Jiahao was clear-headed about this. A night passed. The next morning, Yuan Qi finally attended a class. This time he sat next to Cheng Muxue. Many in the class already knew that the two were in a relationship. Many boys were envious and jealous, wishing they could take Yuan Qi's place. "Yuan Qi, you finally come to class. I say you're not a very attentive boyfriend. Our Muxue is so beautiful, and she's your girlfriend, but you don't keep a close eye on her. Otherwise she might get taken away without you knowing." Li Jia couldn't help saying when she saw Yuan Qi sitting next to Cheng Muxue. "Jeje, Yuan Qi is busy with things outside, and I don't need to be watched." Before Yuan Qi could speak, Cheng Muxue defended him. "Muxue, I'm speaking up for you. Why are you siding with an outsider?" Li Jia became a bit resentful. "Li Jia, what do you mean by siding with an outsider? Now I'm Mushue's inner circle." Yuan Qi put his hand on Cheng Mushue's shoulder and said with a smile. This remark left Li Jia with no retort. Seeing a hand on the goddess's shoulder, many boys felt a twinge of envy. Zhang Ying, sitting next to Sun Qi, saw how intimate the two were and felt very uncomfortable. But regret was useless now. After the incident outside the boys' dorm last time, she knew that Yuan Qi could never go back to the way things were. The 2 morning classes ended. Yuan Qi accompanied Cheng Muxue to the school cafeteria for lunch. Sun Qi and Li Jia also came along. As for Zhang Ying, it was impossible for her to join. Watching the backs of Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue, as they left, she felt immense regret for her past choices. They arrived at the second floor of the school cafeteria. The food here was relatively expensive. Yuan Qi offered to treat everyone. This instantly earned him goodwill from Li Jia and Sun Qi. Meanwhile, Zhang Long also came to the second floor to eat because from a distance he had seen Cheng Muxue's figure going upstairs. He couldn't help but follow to see what was happening. After coming up, he looked around and quickly spotted Cheng Muxue's graceful figure. However, to his astonishment, Cheng Muxue was chatting with a boy beside her. Zhang Long looked closely and saw it was Cheng Muxue's boyfriend. How could this be? Hadn't he already shown Cheng Muxue evidence of her boyfriend's cheating? Why did the two seem perfectly fine? What was going on? Zhang Long was completely confused. Watching Cheng Muxue and Yuan Qi's intimate interaction, Zhang Long felt as though he were nothing more than a clown. His photograph should have been fine, so where exactly had things gone wrong? Could it be that Cheng Muxue had already forgiven her boyfriend? Or perhaps she simply didn't mind if he had other women nearby. Maybe the person dining with Cheng Muxue's boyfriend that day was actually her sister or some close friend. But then again, that seemed unlikely. He had witnessed their closeness firsthand, an intimacy that crossed clear boundaries. Zhang Long found his thoughts tangled and difficult to unravel. Neither scenario made sense to him. He desperately wanted to approach and ask what was happening, but now was clearly not the time. Cheng Muxue's boyfriend was right there beside her. With such thoughts weighing on his mind, Zhang Long lost his appetite for the meal entirely. Meanwhile, across from him, Yuan Qi and his companions were dining and conversing in light conversation. Yuan Qi, I've been wondering, what have you been up to outside of school? Shouldn't you be worried about failing your courses? Li Jia asked, recalling how Cheng Muxue had mentioned Yuan Qi was building something meaningful on the side. I've opened 2 shops that require regular attention. The truth was he owned the shops, but the day-to-day management was largely a formality. Yuan Qi had long since stepped back and simply collected his profits at his leisure. Oh, you open shops. That's impressive. Tell us more. What kind of shops are they? We'll definitely come support your business when we have the chance. Hearing that Yuan Qi actually owned shops, Li Jia and Sun Qi stared at him in wonder, eager to learn what he had established. Yuan Qi smiled and had no intention of keeping secrets. You've probably heard of Chun Tea and Sunshine Cake Shop, right? Of course. Those 2 shops had been incredibly popular lately. I find myself craving Chuan Sao's milk tea and Sunshine's little cakes every single day. The mention brought Sun Qi to life. She was now a regular at both establishments. She then suddenly realized what Yuan Qi might be implying and stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. Wait, you're not saying you own both of these shops, are you? Yuan Qi nodded calmly. That's correct. This time Li Jia and Sun Qi looked at Yuan Qi with entirely different eyes. They knew just how hot those shops had become. They had turned into the most famous trend spots around the university district. Every day saw full houses, something they had never witnessed before. And now the owner turned out to be a classmate from their own group. It all felt surreal. Yuan Qi, how did you pull this off? You're incredibly talented. I don't even know what I'd do without your shop's milk tea and cakes anymore. Sun Qi's gaze toward Yuan Qi now shimmered with admiration. Shui, why didn't you ever tell us your boyfriend was so impressive? We have to wait in line every time we come to buy anything. Seeing her roommate's amazed reactions, Cheng Muxue felt a quiet pride. Her boyfriend truly was remarkable. I hadn't had the chance to tell you yet, but it's not too late now, is it? If only I'd known earlier, I would have mentioned your name and maybe even gotten a discount. You're the boss's wife after all. Hearing this, Cheng Muxue sighed softly to herself. Technically, she was only one of the shop owners. No problem at all. I'll set up VIP memberships for each of you. 50% off on all milk tea and cakes from now on. Naturally, Yuan Qi wished to offer some consideration to Cheng Muxue's roommates. What? Yuan Qi, is this really true? Sun Qi nearly jumped out of her seat. Of course. You're all Muxue's roommates. I wouldn't let her down without showing some appreciation, Yuan Qi said with a gentle smile. Wow. Shui, your boyfriend is amazing. I need to find someone just like Yuan Qi in the future. With half-price discounts, she could enjoy double portions every day. The foodie Sun Qi was already getting excited just thinking about it. Li Jia hadn't expected Yuan Qi to offer them VIP treatment either. While delighted herself, she couldn't help feeling envious of Cheng Muxue for finding such a wonderful boyfriend. If Zhang Ying had known about this, who knows how much regret she'd be carrying. Meanwhile, Cheng Muxue felt deeply touched. She could sense how much Yuan Qi valued her. After the meal, Sun Qi and Li Jia graciously excused themselves first. Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue then took a peaceful stroll together around campus. Yuan Qi, do you still have things to attend to this afternoon? Would you like to go watch a movie together? Cheng Muxue looked at him with gentle anticipation. But Yuan Qi felt somewhat apologetic. He had already made plans with Li Xie for the afternoon and could not simply stand her up again. I'm sorry, Muxue. I still have some matters to handle this afternoon. How about we go see a movie tomorrow instead? Though Cheng Muxue felt a hint of quiet disappointment that Yuan Qi could not spend the afternoon with her, she did not press the matter and simply nodded understandingly. It's all right. Go ahead and take care of your matters first. Watching his thoughtful girlfriend Yuan Qi felt a touch of guilt. Without the system, having a girlfriend like her would have been a dream, so wonderful he'd wake up laughing. But now he naturally could not abandon anyone for just one person. Mushua, in meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. He gently drew Chung Mushua. He closed his arms, wrapping around her softly as he whispered, meeting you is my greatest fortune as well. Chung Mushua rested peacefully against Yuan Qi's solid chest, listening to his heartbeat and feeling an inexplicable sense of calm. The two sat together on a park bench at school, feeling each other's breathing and heartbeats, sharing tender words with one another. At one moment, as they gazed into each other's eyes, their lips drew ever closer. Meanwhile, Zhang Long could not bear the thought of all his efforts coming to nothing. He longed for a chance to ask Chung Mushua why she would rather prefer someone unworthy than give him even a single opportunity. He had followed Yuan Qi and the others downstairs, but since Chung Mushua stayed close to Yuan Qi the entire time, he never found a moment to approach her. Throughout the way, he had been exposed to their public affection, which tormented him deeply. When he finally spotted them embracing in the campus garden, Zhang Long felt completely overwhelmed. Why must he witness this? It hurt worse than anything. And why was it taking so long? Zhang Long raged inwardly. He simply could not bear watching any longer. So, he turned and walked away, choosing to put distance between himself and the scene before him. He no longer cared to understand why. Zhang Long's departure went unnoticed by all. At that moment, Yuan Qi and Chung Mushua were savoring the warmth between them, lost in each other, until time seemed to fade away. Chung Mushua's breath came slightly quick, her eyes glistening like still water as she gazed at Yuan Qi. A rosy blush grazed her naturally beautiful face, making her appear breathtakingly lovely, leaving Yuan Qi momentarily captivated. However, under the broad daylight, Yuan Qi restrained himself and simply leaned down to press a gentle kiss upon her cheek. This small park was a well-known spot for university couples, filled with pairs enjoying quiet moments together. Yet Yuan Qi and Chung Mushua's sweetness seemed to overshadow everyone around them, causing nearby couples to quietly move farther away, for comparison has a way of speaking louder than words. The two lingered in the park for nearly an hour before Yuan Qi finally escorted her back to her dormitory. Meanwhile, on another side, Li Xia had just finished lunch and returned to her room before heading into the bathroom. Today was the day she would meet her senior, and a mix of anticipation and nervousness stirred within her. She wanted everything to be perfect. After drying her hair, she used a curling iron to add a gentle wave to her straight black locks. Sitting before the mirror, she began applying light makeup, transforming her naturally radiant face into something almost ethereal, like a fairy who had wandered into the mortal world. Yeah, what are you getting all dressed up for? Even I can't help but feel a flutter seeing you like this. Zhong Peiyao had never seen Li Xia prepare herself so meticulously. To be honest, she found herself momentarily lost in the sight. If those admirers of hers ever saw her like this, they would surely lose their minds. Are you planning to go meet your mysterious boyfriend? Need me to come along? Zhong Peiyao's curiosity was growing. She wondered what kind of outstanding young man could warrant such careful preparation. I'm just meeting a regular friend, nothing like what you're thinking. Oh really? Do you even believe that yourself? Zhong Peiyao rolled her eyes. Regular friends did not warrant such elaborate preparation in her opinion. Even if they were not yet a couple, perhaps after today's meeting they would be. Li Xia smiled without responding. She felt a touch of guilt facing Zhong Peiyao for what she was doing, felt somewhat like stepping into territory that belonged to another. But there was no turning back now. If things went smoothly, perhaps from tomorrow onward, she too could enjoy the finer things in life. Li Xia thought to herself. After finishing her makeup, she continued by applying body lotion to her arms and legs. Watching her, Zhong Peiyao felt as though Li Xia had become a beautifully wrapped gift, poised and ready. What kind of extraordinary person was she going to meet? Curiosity bloomed within Zhong Peiyao's heart. By the time Li Xia was fully ready, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. She had agreed to meet Yuan Qi at 2 o'clock outside the campus, so she needed to leave now. At that moment, Sun Qian and Wu Lan also happened to return from shopping. Seeing Li Xia's exquisite appearance, they too were momentarily stunned. She looked absolutely celestial. Yeah, you look absolutely stunning. It's almost unfair. Sun Qian offered her sincerest compliment. Among all the first-year students, only Zhong Peiyao could be considered her equal, and both of them shared the same dormitory. Their dorm had recently earned the title of the Campus Beauty Dormitory, and both Sun Qian and Wu Lan had basked in that reflected glory. Our Yaya is going out to meet her beloved, of course, she wants to look her best. Zhong Peiyao teased from the side. No way, Yaya, are you going to stop being single too? Won't that mean both campus beauties of our freshman year are taken? Do you know how many boys would be heartbroken? Sun Qian exaggerated dramatically, though her words held truth. So far, nearly 100 boys had either openly or quietly sought information about Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao. Counting those who kept their feelings hidden, the number would surely be far greater. If news spread that both were in relationships, many would lose sleep over it. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. Besides, I can't control what others do. Anyway, I need to go now. After Li Xia left the dormitory, the remaining 3 girls began discussing her plans. I wonder how wonderful the boy she's meeting must be to have her preparing herself so carefully. If I were a guy, I'd be quite smitten myself. Once Li Xiye's figure disappeared through the doorway, the three roommates continued their conversation. Perhaps he's just like your boyfriend Yao Yao, a wealthy young master from a good family. That's quite possible. Otherwise, why would Yaya bother with someone ordinary? But in her heart, Zhong Peiyao believed her senior was the finest of all. Other wealthy heirs paled in comparison. She was certain Li Xiye's choice would never measure up to Yuan Qi. Li Xiye walked toward the school gate, turning heads all along the way. Her delicate charm carried a quiet power that drew countless glances. Several boys attempted to approach her, but each effort ended in gentle refusal. Li Xiye had grown accustomed to such attention since the semester began. She navigated each encounter with ease and grace. At first, she had felt a quiet delight whenever someone approached her, for it meant she was noticed and appreciated. But after witnessing the changes in Zhong Peiyao's life, her perspective had shifted entirely. Ordinary boys no longer held any appeal for her. Previously, she might have added boys who caught her eye to her contacts, but now she declined every request. Handsomeness alone could not sustain a future. Indeed, girls often mature faster than boys. Many university boys still held naive dreams, believing they would always stand out and achieve greatness after graduation. But girls like Li Xiye, who had been admired since childhood, woke from those dreams sooner. Gu Hang had just finished shopping at the supermarket and was making his way back to the dormitory when he spotted the figure he had been longing to see. Someone had approached her, but the boy soon walked away dejectedly. A small sense of comfort settled within Gu Hang. At least they had once been connected, even if she had since removed him from her contacts. Watching Li Xiye head toward the school gate, Gu Hang changed his direction. He still hoped to find an opportunity to reconnect with her. Since she was alone now, he felt brave enough to try once more. Perhaps this time would be different. He prayed for a chance. Li Xiye reached the school gate when it was already nearing 2 o'clock. She looked around, but did not see Yuan Qi's silver-gray Panamera, so she walked directly to a large tree outside the school and waited. Some people naturally attract attention wherever they go, and Li Xiye was clearly such a born protagonist. Hey bro, look at 8 o'clock, there's an extraordinary beauty. What are you? Oh, really? That looks like the campus beauty from the freshman orientation photos. I still remember them clearly. You're right, she's even more beautiful in person than in the pictures. Li Xiye stood quietly beneath the shade of the tree, the gentle breeze brushing her hair across her face, creating a scene of peaceful serenity. Someone could not resist pulling out their phone to quietly capture the moment, for the picture was simply too beautiful. At that moment, Gu Hang also watched Li Xiye from afar, standing beneath the tree. Today she was more beautiful than he had ever seen her. Gu Hang's heart pounded insistently. All he wanted now was to restore his relationship with Li Xiye immediately. Even if she scolded him, he would gladly accept it. Of course, he also noticed that quite a many other boys around were likewise fixing their gaze on that graceful figure. A sense of urgency rose in his chest. Yuan Qi himself was closest to Li Xiye, yet he had failed to seize the opportunity, and now he had been reduced to the same starting line as every other boy. Still, he and Li Xiye once shared an emotional foundation. As long as he approached her sincerely, he was certain he could win her back. After bolstering his courage and preparing himself mentally, Gu Hang smiled and stepped forward to talk to Li Xiye. If she forgave him, he could invite her out for a meal. But before he had taken a few steps, a roaring engine sound pierced through the air. Everyone turned to see a silver-gray sports coupe driving out of the school. That car looks pretty impressive, must be expensive, right? Not everyone recognized a Porsche Panamera, but the car's exterior radiated an unmistakable aura of luxury. That's a Panamera, over $1,000,000 yuan. It showed up on the confession wall a few days ago. Driving that thing is truly satisfying. Someone who followed the confession wall recognized it immediately, their tone thick with envy. Wait, is that car heading toward the campus beauty? Could it be? A bad feeling suddenly gripped the boys, and they could only secretly hope their thoughts were wrong. Yet Murphy's law held true. The car came to a smooth stop beside the pure and elegant campus beauty, and she simply opened the passenger door and drove away. Come on. Of course a stunning beauty like her will end up with a wealthy young master. Makes me a little unwilling, honestly. Just let it go? Us ordinary folks should just aim for ordinary girls. What if ordinary girls aren't interested in you either? Get lost. Some sighed, some envied, and a few were spurred into vowing to study harder and one day afford a Panamera themselves. But Gu Hang felt as though all the vitality had been drained from him. He knew exactly where he had lost: poverty. If he had money, would Li Xiye still have rejected his pursuit? A deep sense of unwillingness filled Gu Hang's heart. Compared to the wealthy young man driving the Panamera, he was far inferior. A profound helplessness enveloped Gu Hang. Yuan Qi, driving out, naturally spotted Li Xiye's location at once. She was simply too eye-catching. Seeing her face up close again. To be honest, even though Yuan Qi had seen many beautiful women, he could not help but be captivated. From the side, Li Xiye's facial contours were exceptionally soft, her aura carrying the ethereal elegance of a fairy. And that was Yuan Qi's childhood idol. So even though Li Xiye's overall impression was comparable to Zhong Peiyao's, Yuan Qi viewed her through a rose-tinted lens. When Li Xiye saw Yuan Qi approaching in the Panamera, excitement stirred within her. After all, this was a million-yuan luxury car, and she could finally sit in the passenger seat. Once inside, she saw Yuan Qi up close for the first time, and could not help but pause slightly. He looked much more handsome than she remembered. His features were sharply defined, his skin clear, and his temperament carried a calmness unlike ordinary college students. Licia felt her heart flutter once again. With financial security as a foundation, any additional qualities a man possessed became a winning hand, especially when Yuan Qi had more than just wealth. After Licia got in the car, neither spoke for a moment. After driving for a while, just as Licia was about to say something, Yuan Qi suddenly spoke. "You already know that Yao Yao and I are together, right?" Licia paused at his question. She did not understand why he was bringing this up. Was he trying to tell her not to overthink things? A strange feeling welled up in her heart. "I know." Before she could finish, Yuan Qi continued. "Good. In that case, would you like to be my girlfriend?" What? Facing Yuan Qi's sudden confession, Licia felt her mind momentarily short-circuit. It hardly felt like a confession given his calm and composed tone. Yuan Qi had no desire to play games anymore. He knew exactly why Licia agreed to this date, so he chose to be direct. "What unwilling? Don't tell me you just want to be friends." Yuan Qi looked at the somewhat bewildered Licia with a faint smile. "It's not that, senior. I just think this is moving a little fast. After all, this is our first date." Though Licia did harbor such feelings, they had barely met. Wasn't this too quick? She had not mentally prepared herself. "If both of us have genuine feelings, why complicate things? As long as you agree, I can give you the life you desire." Though caught off guard by Yuan Qi's directness, Licia couldn't help feeling a quiet joy. Yuan Qi met almost every criterion in her ideal partner. Provided she could accept that he already had another girlfriend, nothing else mattered. Yet a girl's natural reserve kept her from answering immediately. An awkward silence fell over the car. Yuan Qi did not press her, and simply continued driving. Licia was deeply conflicted at that moment. Although she indeed desired a higher quality of life from Yuan Qi, she did not wish to agree so readily, as it would make her seem lacking in modesty. Yuan Qi glanced at Licia's conflicted expression and found it somewhat amusing. This girl knew that Zhong Peiyao was his girlfriend, yet she still agreed to go out with him, her intentions crystal clear. Thus Yuan Qi decided to be straightforward this time, unwilling to waste any more time. As the car drove on, silence enveloped the interior once more, with Licia lost in thought, her head bowed. Yuan Qi simply continued driving, without speaking, curious inwardly about the response this girl would offer. After a few more minutes, Licia suddenly lifted her head, meeting his gaze, and spoke, as if she had made up her mind. "Senior, I know you already have a girlfriend. I truly like you, and I admit that material conditions are part of the reason, because I also wish to live a better life. Yet beyond material wealth, every other aspect of you attracts me, and aligns perfectly with the image I have of my future boyfriend. I know this is unfair to Yao Yao, but I cannot control my feelings. So, senior, I am willing to be your girlfriend." In response to Yuan Qi's direct approach, Licia employed the ultimate weapon of sincerity. Yuan Qi had indeed not expected Licia to utter such words. On the surface, she seemed gentle and reserved, yet inwardly, she possessed such boldness. Yuan Qi pulled over to the side of the road, parked the car, and turned to look into Licia's bright eyes. "Have you thought this through? In the future, there may be more than just Yao Yao by my side. Are you not afraid of being wronged?" This was Yuan Qi's way of setting a precaution, indicating that Zhong Peiyao was not his only girlfriend. "Then, senior, if I become your girlfriend, will you ever abandon me?" Licia met his gaze directly. "Of course not, as long as you do not commit any fundamental errors." "I will not. From now on, I will only have you, senior, as my boyfriend." Licia naturally understood what Yuan Qi meant. Having made up her mind, she would not have any entanglements with other men. Her words were resolute. A smile spread across Yuan Qi's face, his gaze slowly drifting from her eyes down to her grapefruit-hued lips. He leaned sideways, slowly closing the distance. Licia's eyes held a trace of apprehension, her heart fluttering with nervousness, yet she did not lean back to evade. When only 10 centimeters remained between them, Yuan Qi suddenly paused and asked, Have you ever been in a relationship before?" Licia shook her head repeatedly. "In high school, my family was strict. I have never been in love. My first key." As she was about to mention her first kiss, Yuan Qi swiftly closed the remaining distance and gently pressed his lips against her soft, moist ones. After a long moment, they slowly parted. Since it was her first attempt, Licia's breathing was slightly rapid. "Now that you have given me your first kiss, you are officially my girlfriend." Yuan Qi looked at her slightly flushed cheeks and smiled. Licia nodded gently. Although things had progressed quickly, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, she had thoroughly considered everything before their meeting. The time spent thinking was not short. Having sealed the bond, Yuan Qi did not press further. He drove the car toward the commercial center in the heart of the city. To truly capture a girl's heart, one must show her the splendor of the world. The method might be cliché, but it works. Licia, about to get what she desired, was excited, knowing well how long she had envied Zhong Peiyao's high-end cosmetics, clothes, and handbags. And Yuan Qi did not disappoint. He bought her everything she set her eyes on, from LV to Chanel. Items worth tens of thousands seemed trivial to Yuan Qi. In just an hour or two, he had spent hundreds of thousands. It was the most joyful shopping spree she had ever experienced. Yet she was fully aware of what she would have to give in return, but she harbored no regrets, for she was also quite taken by Yuan Qi's appearance. Such matters were not about who gained the upper hand. If anything, she felt she had come out ahead. Yuan Qi had reserved a French restaurant and asked the staff to prepare some romantic touches typical of such establishments. When he led Li Xie into the private dining room, she was stunned by the room, filled with flowers. "You want to celebrate our being together as your boyfriend? I have prepared a little surprise for you today." Saying this, Yuan Qi walked slowly through the sea of flowers and sat down before a white piano. Having acquired the skill of musical mastery, this was his first time playing the piano. As one of the more elegant instruments, it suited the ambience perfectly. His fingers rested on the keys, and a familiar sensation surged within him. He felt like a pianist who had played for years. As his 10 fingers danced, a melodious piece titled Night of Confession slowly filled the room. Li Xie stood there gazing at Yuan Qi, who radiated a dazzling light that captivated her entire being. She had never imagined Yuan Qi would create such a grand surprise, one that surpassed the 100,000 yuan shopping spree earlier. At this moment, even if Yuan Qi had nothing, she felt she would fall deeply in love with him. The piece ended. Li Xie was still lost in the melody of Night of Confession. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had risen and walked back to her. "How do you like it?" Coming back to her senses, Li Xie's gaze toward Yuan Qi was filled with adoration. She stood on tiptoe and offered her lips to him. She did not speak, but expressed her delight through her actions. Elsewhere, Gu Hang had been listless all afternoon. Witnessing the girl he liked depart in another man's luxury car was a crushing blow. Yet a flicker of hope remained within him. Perhaps they were just ordinary friends. He believed that a pure girl like she would not be swayed by a luxury car. He desperately wanted to know if Li Xie would return to the dormitory that night. If she did, then perhaps his worries were unfounded. Gu Hang wanted to ask Li Xie's roommate whether she had returned to the dormitory, but without her contact information, he could only linger beneath the girls' dorm building. Over time, many people noticed him, simply assuming he was another lovesick suitor pining for someone who did not reciprocate. Such scenes were hardly uncommon outside women's dormitories. Aside from silently marveling at his perseverance, no one paid him much mind. Meanwhile, Gu Hang grew increasingly restless as he waited in vain, for it was nearing 8 o'clock and dusk was settling in. Could it really be what he feared? Suddenly, he spotted Zhong Peiyao and 2 others returning together, but Li Xie was nowhere in sight. His heart sank. Has not Xie returned yet? Gu Hang hurriedly approached the 3, startling them from their laughter. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was him. Has not Xie come back yet? Gu Hang no longer cared about propriety. He blurted out the question burning in his mind. What does it have to do with you whether Ye returns or not? Zhong Peiyao, still rattled, replied with a sharp edge to her voice. She only played the gentle part around Yuan Qi. In truth, her temper was not so mild. I really need to know if she is coming back tonight. Please just tell me, okay? Seeing his forlorn state, Sun Qian and Wu Lan felt a pang of sympathy. They had watched Gu Hang's pursuit of Li Xie unfold over recent weeks. Honestly, if a handsome young man like that pursued them, they might have said yes. They had even spoken well of him before, since he had treated them to milk tea. It was a pity that Ye simply was not interested. Sun Qian sighed. Gu Hang, just give it up. Ye already has someone she likes. There is no need to hang yourself on one tree. Though she did not answer directly, her words spoke volumes. Yes, Ye went out to meet her boyfriend today. And she just texted to say she will not be back at the dorm tonight. Wu Lan's words struck Gu Hang like a bolt from the blue. She would not be back tonight. The phrase echoed endlessly in his mind, and just pondering its meaning drove him to the brink of madness. Out of obligation for the milk tea, Sun Qian and Wu Lan offered a few more words of advice before Zhong Peiyao impatiently dragged them away. She despised men who lacked the courage to move on. Gu Hang heard none of what followed. His spirit had gone numb, hollowed out by defeat. The late autumn night wind swept through, mirroring the desolation within him. Meanwhile, after a romantic dinner at a French restaurant, Yuan Qi led the thoroughly captivated Li Xie to a 5-star hotel. Li Xie had already messaged her roommate to request leave, fully prepared for what lay ahead. Yuan Qi barely considered which hotel to book and happened to choose the same one from his previous encounter with Zhong Peiyao. Upon arrival, the butler who greeted them was the same one from last time. For a seasoned hotel butler, remembering VIP clients was essential, and she recognized Yuan Qi immediately. Yet she maintained the pretense that this was his first visit, since he now appeared with a different beautiful companion. She had a clear impression of Zhong Peiyao's striking appearance, but was surprised that this new girl matched her in beauty. Indeed, wealthy men never lacked for fine company. The butler thought to herself. She could not help feeling envious of such attractive young women, as she too would have liked to secure a prosperous match. Having encountered so many accomplished men, women like her found ordinary suitors utterly unimpressive. Though beautiful herself, she acknowledged a gap compared to the girl accompanying Yuan Qi. After escorting them to the reserved suite, the butler withdrew silently. Yuan Qi half-joked that he should open his own hotel to spare himself future inconveniences. But that was a matter for later. Right now, attending to the moment took precedence. Li Xie understood what was to come, though the luxury of the presidential suite held little interest for her. her focus rested solely on Yuan Qi. In the privacy of the suite faced with such a captivating young woman, Yuan Qi had no patience for idle words. The time for conversation had long passed. Now was the time to move forward. Their figures soon merged into one. Ding. Congratulations on completing your mission. Your rewards are as follows. 1. Double cashback on all expenses for Licia. Host Yuan Qi's appearance stat, +1. Mystery package 5 million yuan in cash. 2. Unlocked principal bond. Host Yuan Qi has established a friendship with Su Chongqing, president of Rongqing University. Host status: name Yuan Qi. Age 19. Height 183 centimeters. Weight 78 kilograms. Appearance 85. Constitution peak human physique currently transforming at 50%. Net worth 7,123,593 yuan and 65 fun. At that moment, the long silent system voice finally resonated within his mind. Yuan Qi was thrilled by these rewards, particularly the generous bonus package. 5 million yuan instantly elevated his net worth to over 7 million, a sum that granted ordinary people complete financial freedom. More importantly, he could now afford substantial gifts for his girlfriend, perhaps a car, or even a fine apartment in Rongqing. His assets would soon snowball past the 10 million mark. 10 million. In his wildest dreams, he had never dared to imagine such wealth. Now it lay within reach. Composing himself, Yuan Qi turned his attention to the second reward. By all appearances, he had forged a connection with the university president. Though he wondered how the system accomplished this, the implication was clear: he now had influential backing. A university president may appear to wield only academic authority, but the network of connections behind such a position was formidable. Beyond these intangible benefits, the obstacle of transferring schools that had weighed on his mind was now seemingly resolved, granting him greater ease throughout his university years. He wondered how this connection had been established, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. His immediate concerns still required attention. After the night had passed, when Licia woke up the next morning, Yuan Qi was already gone from the bed. She felt that her body was somewhat stiff and inconvenient to move. Naturally, she could not attend the morning classes, so she asked her roommates to help her request leave. Her roommates still wanted to ask some gossip, but she naturally had no mood to chat with them. For some reason, Licia felt that after crossing that boundary with Yuan Qi, she seemed to love him even more. Moreover, Yuan Qi had become even more charming in her eyes. This was not due to any external factors, but purely about him as a person. She did not overthink it, as she quite enjoyed this feeling. This was naturally the boyfriend filter at work. If love had a progress bar, Licia's feelings for Yuan Qi had already fast-forwarded to the passionate stage. Cia, you're awake. What would you like for breakfast? I'll have the butler bring it up. By then, Yuan Qi had finished washing up. Seeing Licia awake, he walked to the bedside, gently stroked her cheek, and said softly, "Anything is fine." Licia gazed at Yuan Qi without blinking, her eyes shining like stars, exceptionally beautiful. Yuan Qi bent down and kissed her smooth forehead, then smiled. "Good, I'll have the butler bring it up right away. Let me carry you to the bathroom for a bath first, and then I'll have them tidy the room." Licia nodded obediently and extended her slender arms from under the covers. Yuan Qi smiled and lifted her princess style into his arms, walking toward the bathroom. Afterward, Yuan Qi asked the butler to prepare breakfast and have it brought up, as well as to tidy the room. When the butler and the staff entered with the breakfast and cleaning supplies, they naturally noticed the plum blossom pattern on the bedsheet. The female butler was secretly surprised. The same thing had happened with the previous girl. She realized this wealthy young master had his preferences, and her fleeting hope dissipated. After the staff finished tidying the room and changing the sheets, the butler led everyone out. A while later, Licia slowly emerged from the bathroom. Yuan Qi had seen many beautiful women after bathing. Each had her own unique charm. Compared to Yuan Qi's other companions, Licia's distinctive quality was her pure allure. In this moment, Yuan Qi felt she was the epitome of pure charm in his heart. "Cia, breakfast has been served. Come and eat something, then rest well." Licia nodded and walked slowly to the dining table, enjoying breakfast with Yuan Qi while chatting. After finishing, she followed Yuan Qi's request and lay on the bed to rest. In fact, her condition was not as severe as Yuan Qi imagined. Walking was still no problem, but she quite enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by Yuan Qi. They spent a sweet half-day together at the hotel. Yuan Qi then took her back to school. This time, Yuan Qi did not take her to rent an apartment outside, because he planned to buy one directly. However, if he were to buy, Cheng Mushu should come first. In Yuan Qi's heart, Cheng Mushu naturally held the heaviest weight, so when it came to buying a house or a car, she should be prioritized. With his 7 million assets, buying a million yuan car should trigger a cashback. After returning to school and bidding farewell to Licia, Yuan Qi was about to invite Cheng Mushu to dinner when his phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Yuan Qi thought it was a wrong number and did not answer. Unexpectedly, the same number called a second time. Puzzled, Yuan Qi decided to answer this time. "Hello? Who am I speaking to?" A vigorous voice came from the other end. "Hello, young friend Yuan Qi. I am Su Jiangwo, the president of Rongda University. I did not get to speak with you that day before you left, but fortunately, I managed to find you." Hearing this name, Yuan Qi remembered the system reward from last night. He did not expect the other party to contact him first. However, what the other party said left him somewhat confused. Oh, it's the president. Is there something you need? Well, I would like to invite you to my home for a meal to express my gratitude for your help that day. Hearing this, Yuan Qi was somewhat bewildered. He did not understand why the other party would invite him for a meal. The bond mentioned by the system should have had a reason. However, the system provided no hints at all. Yuan Qi could only probe cautiously. No need, President. It was not a big matter. Not a big matter. If not for you, I would have been in serious trouble that day. You left quickly, so I only managed to get your name. Fortunately, I found out you were a student at Rongqing University. I thought I should invite you home for a simple meal to show my appreciation. He also noticed that Yuan Qi looked like a college student, and the direction he left matched the route to Rongqing University. After checking the name, the person turned out to indeed be a student at his university, which greatly surprised President Su. Hearing this, Yuan Qi was absolutely shocked. The system was too powerful. This was essentially forcing karma. This was completely unscientific, but since the system had acted, he would not dwell on it. He did not expect to have saved the president's life. It seemed that as long as he did not do anything outrageous, his path at Rongqing University would be smooth. President, you really do not need to take it so heavily. I believe anyone else would have done the same in that situation. Flattering words are easy to say, Yuan Qi replied smoothly. Yuan Qi, you are truly outstanding. It would be wonderful if all college students were like you today. However, I must still express my gratitude. Come to my home for a meal today. The address is XXXX. In the end, Yuan Qi could only pretend to reluctantly agree, though he felt somewhat awkward hearing those praise. But then he thought if the system had saved the president, then in essence he had also saved him. He had no reason to feel guilty. Thinking about having dinner at the president's home tonight, Yuan Qi decided to go out and buy some gifts. After all, visiting the president, he could not arrive empty-handed. So Yuan Qi went to a fruit shop off campus and bought some fruits. After returning to the dormitory, Li Xia was naturally subjected to a 3-person interrogation from her roommates. However, when they saw the large bags of luxury goods she brought back, all 3 were instantly shocked. No way, Yia, did you really find a wealthy young master as your boyfriend? Sun Qian was utterly bewildered. Both goddesses in this dormitory had found such extraordinary boyfriends. The most astonished was Zhong Peiyao. Looking at the things Li Xia brought back, she did a quick calculation. Easily at least 200,000 yuan. Such generosity was on par with her senior. From clothes and bags to makeup cases, nothing was spared. The generous manner and the way of shopping gave her a strong sense of déjà vu. Why did this style feel so familiar? Zhong Peiyao suddenly understood why Li Xia had managed to settle herself after just one day out. She recalled that she herself had been no different. Zhong Peiyao had initially assumed that even if Li Xia's boyfriend was indeed a wealthy heir, he could not compare to the senior student. Now it seemed the two were rather evenly matched. Young women often have a tendency to compare. Seeing her best friend enjoying such a lavish lifestyle, Zhong Peiyao felt a trace of unease, realizing she was no longer the most privileged one in the dormitory. Yeah, your boyfriend is really that well off. Where did you two stay last night? Zhong Peiyao was curious to know if the other party had also booked a 5-star hotel. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's face lit up with a blissful smile. He took me to a presidential suite last night. It was the first time I had ever seen such a luxurious room, though it cost over 60,000 yuan for one night. Truly expensive. Now wholly devoted to Yuan Qi, Li Xia no longer felt hesitant, as he had clearly stated that he could not have only one girlfriend in the future. With that understanding, she no longer considered herself as poaching someone else's partner, but rather joining a harmonious big family. That's incredibly lavish. Yeah, you found yourself a wonderful boyfriend. Since you're together now, will you have time to treat everyone to a meal outside? When Wulan learned that Li Xia had stayed in a presidential suite costing over 60,000 yuan per night, she felt a deep sense of envy. That's right, and Yao Yao as well. You two have soared to great heights, while Lan Lan and I, the poor relatives, can only follow you for a few meals and drinks. Hearing this, Li Xia felt a bit helpless. The fact that both she and Zhong Peiyao were dating the same man made things rather tricky. Zhong Peiyao, however, had no such concerns, but she decided to ask Yuan Qi for his opinion first. By the way, Yaya, has your boyfriend rented an apartment for you outside? Once you have more belongings, the dormitory won't be able to hold them. Li Xia paused, realizing this was indeed a problem, but Yuan Qi had never mentioned it to her. Not yet, but for now I can still manage. If not, I'll just borrow Yao Yao's cabinet. Then Li Xia remembered that Yuan Qi had rented an apartment for Zhong Peiyao, but not for her. Could it be that he didn't want to maintain a long-term relationship with her? Or had he simply forgotten? At this thought, Li Xia began to feel anxious and uncertain. I really envy you two worrying about not having enough closet space. Now I'm afraid you've set the bar too high for any future boyfriend of mine. Seeing Li Xia's conflicted expression, Sun Qian assumed she was worried about storing her clothes and felt a pang of bitterness. These weren't cheap items costing tens or hundreds of yuan. They were all luxury brands worth thousands or tens of thousands. And yet she was concerned about wardrobe space. Sun Qian genuinely wanted to ask if she could take some of those clothes off Li Xia's hands. Now that Li Xie had also found a wealthy partner, Sun Qian and Wu Lan felt an even stronger desire to find a good boyfriend themselves. Both of them were quite pretty, though not quite on the level of campus beauty queens. Since the start of the semester, several boys had pursued them, but compared to the men, they now knew those suitors seemed far less impressive. Their standards for a boyfriend had risen sharply. The dormitory continued with its conversation about dating. No one mentioned Gu Heng's visit to Li Xie the previous night. Elsewhere, Yuan Qi remained unaware that his presence had diminished the prospects of many young men. He went to the fruit shop, bought some fruits, and then walked to the principal's residence according to the address provided. The community was not far from the university. Upon reaching the door upstairs, he rang the doorbell. The sound of footsteps soon followed, and the door opened. The person who opened the door was a square-faced man with slightly graying hair, Principal Su, whom Yuan Qi had seen during the opening ceremony. Seeing Yuan Qi at the door, he greeted him with a warm smile. "Xiao Yuan, you're finally here. Come and don't stand outside. My wife is cooking. You really didn't need to bring anything." Principal Su, who was over 50, was delighted to see Yuan Qi and quickly invited him inside. "Hello, Principal Su. Since this is my first visit, I brought just a little fruit." Yuan Qi had been somewhat nervous about meeting someone of such status, but to his surprise, the principal seemed like an ordinary middle-aged man. Indeed, one tends to see people through a lens of preconception until one actually meets them. After changing into slippers at the entrance, he followed Principal Su into the living room. The house was decorated simply with solid wood furniture and a few scrolls of calligraphy and painting on the walls, all bearing Principal Su's signature. It was hard to believe that this was the home of a university president. "Come, put your things down and sit. Your aunt's meal will be ready soon. Let's chat for a while." "Xiao Yuan, is that you? Just wait a little longer, Auntie will be done soon." A figure emerged from the kitchen, and Yuan Qi saw a beautiful woman. Yuan Qi was surprised to see how young the principal's wife appeared. He couldn't help but check her information using the system. Name: Zhou Jingshu, age 45, height 171 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms, overall appearance 88, special 99. Yuan Qi marveled at how well the principal's wife had maintained her looks at the age of 45. He wanted to greet her, but didn't know how to address her as it was their first meeting, and he couldn't just call her by name. "My surname is Zhou, just call me Aunt Zhou," Zhou Jingshu said with a smile, seemingly reading his thoughts. "Hello, Aunt Zhou." Yuan Qi greeted her politely. "You two chat for a while. The food will be ready soon." Aunt Zhou smiled warmly and returned to the kitchen. Yuan Qi placed the fruit on the coffee table in the living room and sat down on the sofa. "Xiao Yuan, I still need to thank you in person for what happened last time. If you hadn't pulled me back, given the speed of that car, I might not have made it." Yuan Qi suddenly understood. This was the scenario the system had arranged. Though a bit cliché, it was effective. "Principal, you don't need to dwell on it. I just happened to be there at the right moment. Anyone else would have done the same." Yuan Qi naturally maintained a humble attitude. Words of gratitude alone are not enough. "Oh, and don't keep calling me principal. Since we're not at school, if you don't mind, just call me uncle from now on." Yuan Qi was somewhat stunned. If he called the principal uncle, wouldn't he effectively become his nephew? Had their relationship grown too close too quickly? Although there was a relationship born of gratitude for saving a life, Yuan Qi couldn't help but suspect that the system was also exerting some influence. In fact, Yuan Qi had not guessed wrong. The bond relationship granted by the system had not only established an event connection between the two parties, but also gave Su Jiangwo a favorable impression of Yuan Qi. To put it plainly, Su Jiangwo found Yuan Qi increasingly agreeable in every respect, so such a result was hardly surprising. If it weren't for feeling it was inappropriate, Su Jiangwo might actually have considered adopting Yuan Qi as his godson. Uncle Su. Although it felt like taking advantage of an opportunity, one certainly wouldn't refuse such a favorable arrangement. Upon hearing Yuan Qi's address, Su Jiangwo's face broke into a broad smile. The two then fell into casual conversation, mostly discussing matters at the school. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Qi saw Aunt Zhou carrying dishes out from the kitchen, and he quickly rose to offer his help. "Little Yuan, no need. Today you are our guest. Oh, just sit." Aunt Zhou Jingshu stopped him, so Yuan Qi took his seat at the dining table, with Principal Su instead. Soon 6 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table, and Yuan Qi could smell a rich aroma. Aunt Zhou's cooking is truly excellent. These dishes look incredibly appetizing just by sight. Yuan Qi immediately offered his praise. "Haha, little Yuan, you speak the truth. Your Aunt Zhou's culinary skills are beyond reproach. Ooh, I have eaten her cooking for so many years and never grown tired of it." Principal Su then added with a smile. "Stop flattering me. Little Yuan, today we mainly want to thank you for saving Lao Su last time. I originally planned to take you out to eat, but on second thought, I felt cooking at home would show more sincerity. I hope you won't mind." Aunt Zhou Jingshu looked at Yuan Qi and said earnestly, "If it hadn't been for Yuan Qi last time, old Su might not have survived." The thought still made her tremble with fear. Therefore, her gratitude toward Yuan Qi came from the bottom of her heart. "Aunt Zhou, you are too kind. With your cooking skills, how could I possibly object?" "Jingshu, let's skip the formalities for now. Little Yuan is hungry. I'll let him sit and eat first. Treat this as your own home." Principal Su said with a smile, indicating that he now regarded Yuan Qi as a junior family member. Aunt Zhou Jingshu smiled. and took her seat, and the three began to eat. Aunt Zhou Jingshu's cooking was indeed quite remarkable. Yuan Qi felt it was even better than what Sun Ning made. However, this was also because Aunt Zhou had been cooking for longer. Yuan Qi believed that senior sister's cooking would improve with time. The meal was enjoyed in warmth and harmony. After the meal, Aunt Zhou Jingshu cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen. Yuan Qi and Principal Su sat on the sofa and continued their chat. When the conversation had covered enough ground, Yuan Qi felt it was time to bring up his request about living off campus. Uncle Su, I have a favor to ask. I would like to apply for an off-campus commute permit so I do not need to return to the dormitory at night. Hearing this, Principal Su was somewhat surprised. This matter was hardly a difficulty for him, but he was curious about Yuan Qi's reason for wanting to live outside the school. Oh, why is that? Is the dormitory uncomfortable for you? Yuan Qi had already prepared his answer. It is like this. I am currently in the process of starting a business, and I think living outside would be more convenient. I have already rented an apartment outside. Although the reason was slightly forced, Yuan Qi believed Principal Su would not press the matter further. Yuan Qi's off-campus commute request posed no problem for the principal. However, hearing that Yuan Qi was genuinely running a business did cause a touch of surprise. But he did not ask what specifically Yuan Qi was doing, simply saying with a smile, "Our school has special entrepreneurship support programs, including office space. If you meet the requirements, you may apply." Though said casually, this was effectively offering Yuan Qi preferential treatment. After all, school entrepreneurship support was not something one could obtain through a casual application. The conditions were rather strict. But with the principal's relationship, the situation was entirely different. Yuan Qi had never expected to one day benefit from such connections. He must admit it felt quite pleasant to have someone behind him, though he did not currently need financial support. After all, it would only amount to a few 100,000 yuan, which meant nothing to him. He also had no immediate need for office space. I have opened 2 shops outside for now, so I do not need these resources at the moment. If I do, I will certainly come to you. Very well. Starting a business at your age is a good thing. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know. In Rongqing, I can still be of some assistance. Su Jiangwo did not ask what Yuan Qi was doing. In his view, as long as young people did not break the law, it was good for them to try and explore. All right. I will certainly trouble Uncle Su in the future. Yuan Qi did not pretend to decline. That would have seemed insincere. Principal Su understood exactly what Yuan Qi meant. As he had suspected, the principal of a university certainly possessed extensive connections. Many difficulties that ordinary people found daunting could be resolved with a single phone call for him. With the off-campus commute sorted, Yuan Qi felt quite pleased. After some thought, he decided not to bring up whether he could skip classes. It seemed rather inappropriate to ask the principal directly about skipping lectures. However, with the principal's connection, he need not worry about failing courses. At that moment, Aunt Zhou Jingshu brought a plate of fruit to the coffee table and smiled. "Little Yuan, come have some fruit." "Thank you, Aunt Zhou." "Since you call me Aunt Zhou, there is no need for such formality. I am now considered your elder by half. Your Uncle Su is often busy. If you cannot reach him and need anything, you may also come to me." Hearing this, Yuan Qi paused. Aunt Zhou Jingshu now carried a certain air of authority. But upon reflection, this was not surprising. The wives of men with status and position often shared similar standing. For such people, considerations of equal social background were always important. "Very well. I will trouble Aunt Zhou in the future then." The three chatted for a while longer. Seeing that it was quite late, Yuan Qi prepared to take his leave. "Uncle Su, Aunt Zhou, it is getting late. I shall head back now." The couple escorted Yuan Qi to the door. Aunt Zhou Jingshu said with a smile, "Be safe on your way back and come over for meals whenever you are free." Yuan Qi nodded with a smile and acknowledged her words, then turned and stepped into the elevator that had just arrived. For Yuan Qi, today still felt somewhat surreal. He had so easily climbed his way into the principal's good graces. The system truly delivered. Leaving Principal Su's residence, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yuan Qi wandered leisurely along the streets of the university town, admiring the beautiful night scenery of the city. What a coincidence! As Yuan Qi strolled casually, a pleasant female voice suddenly reached his ears. The voice sounded familiar, and Yuan Qi turned his head toward the source. It was Anna, the girl who had approached him at school before, accompanied by 2 other girls who were likely her roommates. What a coincidence! Where are you heading out to have fun? Yuan Qi smiled and greeted them. "We're planning to go to the Coca-Fox Lounge bar for a few drinks. Would you like to join us?" Anna extended the invitation to Yuan Qi, her bright eyes gazing at him with anticipation. Though they had not interacted extensively, Anna had spotted Yuan Qi in the crowd at first glance. With his striking appearance, he stood out remarkably among the people around. The moment Anna saw Yuan Qi, her heartbeat quickened. It was difficult not to be drawn to such a talented and handsome young man. After exchanging contacts last time, she would often find herself messaging Yuan Qi, but his replies came slowly. Sometimes messages sent in the morning were not answered until evening. This made the usually proud Anna feel a touch of discouragement. Previously, those who pursued her would always reply instantly, fearing any delay might upset her. But Yuan Qi gave her an impression of casual indifference, which stirred a subtle sense of rivalry within her. Having finally encountered him by chance, she naturally did not want to miss the opportunity for closer interaction. Yuan Qi glanced at the two girls beside Anna and smiled. It looks like a dorm gathering. Would it be inconvenient if I joined? Being able to spend time with beautiful companions was certainly more interesting than wandering alone, and Yuan Qi had no objections. Actually, our dorm and my roommate's boyfriend's dorm organized a social gathering, but we mentioned that both sides could bring dates. You can come along as my companion. Anna smiled and playfully winked at Yuan Qi. Well then, since it's like that, I'll graciously accept your invitation. Yuan Qi, who now harbored interest in the lovely Anna, certainly did not let shyness hold him back. Great, let's go together then. Seeing Yuan Qi agree, Anna was delighted and cheerfully beckoned him to walk alongside her. Oh, I haven't introduced you yet. These are my roommates Xiaolan and Shuyu, and this is my friend Yuan Qi. Anna finally introduced them to each other. The two roommates glanced at Anna somewhat exasperatedly, thinking how she had been so absorbed in chatting that she finally remembered them. During Anna's previous approach to Yuan Qi at school, the darkness and distance had prevented them from recognizing him as the owner of the Porsche. They had only noticed that he was quite handsome and possessed an easy, confident demeanor that was quite appealing. After briefly greeting Yuan Qi, the group set off together toward the small pub. As Yuan Qi walked and chatted with Anna and the others, they gradually grew more acquainted. However, having consumed quite a bit of soup at the principal's residence that evening, Yuan Qi excused himself to find a public restroom. While Yuan Qi was away, Xiaolan turned to Anna and asked, Nana, when did you meet this handsome guy? I've never seen him before. He has such an appealing presence. I can't help but find myself drawn to him. I feel the same way, but it seems clear that he belongs to you, Nana, Chuyu said with a hint of regret. Hearing this, Anna smiled gently and replied, he's actually the Porsche owner I approached that night. Her words left both Xiaolan and Shuyu momentarily stunned. No wonder Anna had been so forward. It turned out he not only had an impressive appearance, but also considerable means. Goodness, didn't this young man embody all the qualities of an ideal partner? They could not help but wish they had the opportunity as well. Yet upon glancing at Anna's extraordinary beauty, the two quickly restrained their unrealistic thoughts. After all, such a competitor was far too formidable. Compared to Anna, they knew they fell considerably short in appearance, and there was no doubt Yuan Qi would choose her. After returning from the restroom, Yuan Qi suddenly sensed that Anna's two roommates were looking at him with somewhat warmer gazes. This puzzled Yuan Qi slightly. Had he become even more handsome after using the restroom? He entertained the thought with a touch of self-amusement, though he did not dwell on it. After all, the women he was involved with all possessed exceptional beauty. He assessed Anna's two roommates and found they did not even reach the 80-point threshold. Although their makeup enhanced their appearances reasonably well, he felt no particular interest. One should not blame him for being realistic, given that the system's standard was set at 85 points. Along the way, both girls made earnest efforts to engage Yuan Qi in conversation, hoping to capture his attention, and even displayed moments of wit and charm. Yet Yuan Qi merely offered polite responses, keeping his focus primarily on chatting with Anna. Faced with this situation, the two could only give up entirely, quietly reflecting how an engaging personality ultimately could not rival physical beauty. Meanwhile, at the Coca Fox Lounge bar, in a booth sat 4 young men and 1 woman. One of them, a handsome young man with neatly center-parted hair, addressed the group. Brothers, once Nana and the others arrive, let's start with some drinks. When the atmosphere is right, I'll go up to sing and confess my feelings. Remember to help me build up the mood. The young man with the center-parted hairstyle was named Lu Jun. It was evident this gathering was not merely a casual social event, but rather a carefully planned confession. Don't worry, Brother Jun. We'll definitely cooperate with you then. Exactly. With how thoroughly you've prepared this time, I'm confident Anna will accept your confession. Hearing this, a look of anticipation spread across Lu Jun's face. Coming from a reasonably prosperous family and possessing decent looks, Lu Jun had his share of admirers at school. Yet his heart belonged solely to Anna. Since their first meeting, Lu Jun felt as though his heart beat exclusively for her. Upon discovering that his roommate's girlfriend shared a dorm with Anna, he often organized gatherings between the two dorms under this pretext. In previous encounters, he had not been overtly forward. Through these social events, he felt his relationship with Anna had gradually progressed. Now he felt it was time to take things a step further, which is why he had prepared a romantic confession for Anna this time. Lu Jun felt he had at least a 99% certainty of success. Lu Jun had this confidence because of that last truth or dare game. When asked about his crush, the reply was affirmative. The boy I like must be handsome, considerate, and caring, and preferably with some financial means. Upon hearing these requirements, Lu Jun felt a surge of quiet delight within. This was exactly what he had described himself. Handsomeness needed no elaboration, as many girls had praised him for it. As for being considerate, during those recent gatherings, he felt he had performed admirably, portraying the essence of a warm and attentive companion. And regarding financial stability, he felt he met that standard as well. His family ran a small business with assets totaling several million. Each month alone, his living expenses amounted to 6,000 yuan. At just 20 years old, his family had already prepared a car and an apartment for him. Such conditions were the dream goal of many. He even suspected that Anna's words last time might have been a hint toward him, for she seemed to be looking directly at him when she spoke those words. So this time he was prepared to confess directly. Chen Hong, didn't Nana and the others already walk out of the school gate? Why haven't they arrived yet? After instructing them, Lu Jun waited another 10+ minutes, but still saw no sign of Anna and the others. Unable to contain himself, he turned to the only girl among them and asked. After all, walking should take about 20 minutes. It had been nearly 40 minutes, and even at a leisurely pace, they should have arrived by now. I just sent a message to check. She said they are almost here. Chen Hong replied to Lu Jun. Hearing this, Lu Jun nodded and thought no more of it. Chen Hong looked at Lu Jun, lost in her own thoughts. Because of her boyfriend, she knew Lu Jun had feelings for Anna. Honestly, she used to think he had a good chance. But now it was uncertain. She knew that Anna had met a boy who drove a Panamera. Even if that boy was not as handsome as Lu Jun, the mere fact of his car made Lu Jun unable to compete. And judging by Anna's demeanor after returning from chatting with him, she seemed quite pleased with that Panamera owner. So now she felt Lu Jun's chances of success were rather slim. But of course she would never voice such thoughts aloud, for it would only discourage him. A few more minutes passed before Anna and the others finally appeared, strolling into view. Anna's outfit today was eye-catching. She wore a white cropped short-sleeve top with a matching white cardigan jacket. Her lower half was dressed in ultra-short denim jeans, revealing a pair of full and gracefully curved legs that were hard to look away from. Bathed in the colorful lights of the small bistro, her exquisite face shimmered in and out of sight, while her fiery red hair seemed to radiate charm at every moment. Their arrival instantly drew the attention of many in the bistro, though most eyes were fixed on Anna. Lu Jun was no different. At that moment his world held only Anna. Everyone around her faded from his awareness, and he failed to notice a man who had come along with them. Nana Xiaolan, Xiao Yu over here. Chen Hong waved at them. Only then did Anna and her companions spot their table and walked over. Lu Jun rose first, a smile on his face. I have already ordered drinks. Come sit quickly over here. He had deliberately left a seat beside him, clearly hoping Anna would sit next to him. But then he suddenly noticed a very handsome boy walking beside Anna, and he froze, unsure of what to say next. Unconsciously his pupils contracted. A sense of danger flashed through his mind. The others noticed Yuan Qi earlier than Lu Jun. Seeing how close he walked with Anna, they exchanged curious glances. This gathering was about to get interesting. Nana, who is this? Though Lu Jun felt a flutter of unease, he still asked with a smile. Oh, this is my friend Yuan Qi. We met on the way and decided to come together. And these are... Anna gave a brief introduction, then turned and smiled at Yuan Qi. Let's go, let's find our seats. Everyone watched as Anna naturally sat down beside the handsome Yuan Qi. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. A shadow crossed Lu Jun's eyes. He then picked up a bottle of wine from the table and called out cheerfully. Since everyone is here, let us raise our glasses. This is a Macallan 12-year sherry oak I brought. It is not too expensive, only a little over 3,000 per bottle. Please enjoy. Under normal circumstances, he would never have spoken like this. But feeling a strong sense of urgency, now he felt compelled to mention the price of the wine to showcase his status. His roommate, ever the supportive companion, immediately played along. Good heavens. A 3,000 yuan bottle of wine, and you call it cheap. If not for Brother Jun, I might never taste such an expensive drink in my lifetime. Exactly, that is far too pricey. Today we truly broadened our horizons. You can always count on Brother Jun. We are really benefiting from his generosity. Hearing his roommate's praises, Lu Jun's confidence returned. What was so impressive about being handsome? Have you ever tasted a wine worth 3,000 yuan? With this thought, Lu Jun wanted to observe Yuan Qi's reaction, hoping to see a look of astonishment on his face. But when his gaze landed on him, he saw only calmness. This left Lu Jun somewhat taken aback. This was a bottle worth over 3,000 yuan, pricier than some Maotai, and yet the boy showed absolutely no reaction. He must be pretending. Soon he felt something was off. Besides his own roommates showing expressions of surprise and admiration, the girls across from them all wore equally calm and unimpressed looks. It was as if they did not value a 3,000 yuan bottle of wine at all. The scene made Lu Jun feel somewhat like a clown. Enough. There is no need to make such a fuss over a bottle of wine worth a few thousand yuan. To me it means nothing. Actually, I was considering ordering something even more expensive. Lu Jun quickly cut off his roommate's awkward praise, while also complimenting himself in the process. Unaware that his behavior seemed rather strange to the girls across, as if he were forcing a display of wealth. Granted, a bottle costing several thousand yuan was indeed expensive. But sitting right beside them was someone who drove a luxury car worth over $1 million. Would a few thousand yuan bottle of wine truly warrant such emphasis? They had previously thought Lu Jun was a composed and steady person, but now he appeared so showy. Lu Jun was simply flustered seeing Yuan Qi sitting beside Anna, which is why he acted in such a youthful manner. Seeing that his attempt to show off had fallen flat, he considered switching to a Macallan 18-year sherry oak priced at over 7,000 yuan. Just as he was about to speak, the boy he had imagined as his rival opened his mouth. A wine worth over 3,000 yuan is indeed not particularly expensive. I came a bit impulsively to join your gathering, so let me treat everyone to this bottle. Yuan Qi gave a small wave toward the nearby waiter. Sir, how may I assist you? The server hurried over to Yuan Qi. What premium wines do you have here? Yuan Qi had never visited a high-end lounge before, but he knew places like this wouldn't have flashy displays like dragon bottle presentations. If they did, he might have ordered one to show off. A fine lounge valued its tranquility, so there certainly wouldn't be hype crews sending over bottles with fanfare. That was precisely why Yuan Qi wanted to ask about their finest selection. The reason Yuan Qi felt the need to act this way was that he noticed Lu Jun harboring romantic interest in Anana. Of course that wasn't surprising, but what caught his attention was the provocative glance Lu Jun had shot his way, as if implying that following along to drink 300 yuan wine was simply taking advantage. Yuan Qi couldn't let that slide. He had originally come to this casual gathering as an ordinary person, but now he had no choice but to reveal his true standing. Our premium selection includes the Macallan series and a 25-year-old vintage at 500 yuan per bottle, a Louis XIII limited edition at 100 yuan, and a 10-year Romanicani red Burgundy. The 180 yuan per bottle, continued the waiter, who paused briefly upon hearing the request before smoothly reciting the names and prices of the top-tier wines. His intuition told him he had just encountered a VIP customer. Yuan Qi decided red wine would be the better choice. After all, they were all students and stronger spirits weren't ideal. Then bring one bottle of the 10-year Romanicani. The waiter's heart leaped with delight. He had indeed landed a big order tonight. His respect for Yuan Qi deepened. Certainly, sir. However, premium red wines like this require prepayment. Would that be all right? Yes, I understand. Please charge my card. Without hesitation, Yuan Qi produced his bank card. The waiter respectfully took it and processed the transaction on the prepared POS machine. Upon hearing the payment confirmation chime, the waiter could no longer conceal his joy. He handed the card back to Yuan Qi with both hands and bowed politely. Honored gentlemen, please wait a moment. I will bring your wine right away. With that, he turned and hurried toward the front counter. Meanwhile, everyone at the table was utterly stunned. They had clearly heard that the bottle of red wine Yuan Qi ordered cost 180 yuan. And yet Yuan Qi had casually purchased it with just a few words. That was 180 yuan, and from the way Yuan Qi spent it, you would have thought he was paying 18 yuan. This was a true young master of wealth. Compared to Yuan Qi, Lu Jun's earlier behavior looked like nothing short of a fool. Anana's gaze toward Yuan Qi was nearly melting with admiration. His gesture of pulling out the card had been absolutely captivating. The other girls shared the same expression, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lu Jun sat frozen in disbelief. When Yuan Qi swiped that card for 180 yuan, he knew his chances were gone. While his family could technically spare that amount, it would only be for major purchases. If they knew he spent it on a single bottle of wine, he would face a thorough scolding from both parents. How could he be so unlucky as to cross paths with a genuine wealthy heir? Just thinking about his earlier behavior made his face flush alternately red and pale. At that moment, his roommate added salt to the wound by leaning in and quietly asking, "Brother Jun, are you still planning to make your confession later?" Lu Jun didn't know how to respond. Anyone with a functioning mind would immediately see that giving up was the wisest choice. Offending a young man of such wealth would be effortless for him. Worse, Lu Jun didn't even dare to leave with any dignity, trapped in bitter frustration and helplessness. Soon the waiter carefully approached, carrying the 180 yuan bottle of red wine. The lounge indeed lacked those theatrical elements. He remembered seeing online that regular bars would have staff shouting and celebrating whenever a small dragon bottle was ordered. Perhaps I should experience that kind of atmosphere someday, Yuan Qi thought. Sir, here is your Romanicani. Would you like me to open and decant it first? Just open it and pour it for everyone, no need to decant. Yuan Qi said it casually, as though opening an ordinary bottle of beer. Yuan Qi's effortless demeanor stood in sharp contrast to Lu Jun's earlier flamboyant display. One was genuinely composed, the other awkwardly pretending. The difference was immediately clear. In truth, Yuan Qi didn't deeply understand wine culture either. He was simply curious about what set in 180 yuan bottle apart from ordinary wine. Very well, sir. Hearing this, the waiter skillfully opened the bottle with a corkscrew, gently swirled it a few times, and then moved around to pour for everyone. The others weren't particularly interested in red wine, but knowing this bottle was worth 180 yuan made their hearts flutter. A single sip was worth over 1,000. This might be the only chance in their lifetime to taste such a distinguished wine. After the wine was poured, everyone naturally raised their glasses to toast Yuan Qi. Brother Qi, let me toast you. Brother Qi, thank you for treating us tonight. I'll finish mine first as a sign of respect. Bro, you're amazing. Lu Jun's three roommates offered their toasts somewhat nervously. Though college students at this age were far from the polished eloquence of seasoned socialites, they knew Yuan Qi, a young man who casually spent 180 yuan, was someone they ought to hold in reverence. Their words were awkward, but their respect was genuine. Lu Jun, though unwilling, had no choice but to force a strained smile and say, Brother Qi, I also toast you. Yuan Qi glanced at him and inwardly sighed. This guy's resolve was weak. He had already yielded so quickly when Yuan Qi had half hoped for a bit more of a challenge. The girls kept things light and casual, frequently calling him Brother Qi. Anana, meanwhile, instinctively leaned a little closer to Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, thank you for the wine. Because they were sitting quite close, Yuan Qi could catch the faint fragrance of her breath. And Anna regarded him with those captivating, enchanting eyes, which stirred something warm within him. Unable to resist, he playfully reached over and gently tapped her arm. Anna was caught off guard by his sudden gesture. Everyone's attention shifted to her surprised cry. "I just bumped my foot, it's nothing." Anna quickly covered with an excuse, her bright eyes darting toward Yuan Qi in mild reproach, signaling him to stop. Yuan Qi smiled, gave her arm a gentle squeeze, and then quietly withdrew his hand. As soon as Anna felt Yuan Qi's movement, a warm blush spread across her cheeks. This was the first time a boy had ever dared to treat her this way. Though she wore a slight expression of reproach on her face, deep down, she felt no discomfort at all. Instead, a strange, unfamiliar warmth rose within her heart. Hearing Anna's explanation, the others did not dwell on it, and simply continued enjoying their wine. But Lu Jun noticed something. Although he knew he stood no chance against Yuan Qi, a faint hope still lingered in his chest. Perhaps the two of them were not in a relationship after all. He was not some saint, how could he simply let things go? His gaze kept drifting back and forth between Yuan Qi and Anna. He had observed every subtle expression on Anna's face. He could plainly see the shy tenderness in her eyes. Combined with the way Yuan Qi's arm had shifted slightly, forming an angle between his elbow and body that extended toward Anna's direction, Lu Jun had already pieced together the truth. His heart ached with quiet torment. The girl he loved was sharing such an intimate moment with another man, and it left him restless and speechless. Yet he had no way to change anything. At that moment, the live singer at the lounge began performing. The music chosen for the evening was gentle and soothing, and with glasses of wine in hand, it truly helped settle the restless minds of those gathered. After the singer finished several songs, the host opened the floor for audience interaction. Guests were welcome to come up and showcase their talents by raising their hands, and those selected could step onto the small stage. There was an unspoken rule behind it. Those who had spent more were given priority. Which guest would like to come up and share a talent? Please raise your hand. Soon several people eagerly raised their hands, hoping to take the stage. Yuan Qi also felt a spark of interest and raised his hand, wondering if he should sing a song. Great. Looks like everyone is in high spirits tonight. I'll choose randomly from those who raised their hands. The handsome gentleman at table 6, please come up and perform for us. The singer's choice fell exactly on Yuan Qi. Already receiving instructions through his earpiece, Yuan Qi had been selected immediately after raising his hand. After all, Yuan Qi had spent a full 180,000 that evening. In a lounge, premium spirits did not sell as easily as they would in a bustling nightclub. Since lounges kept a calm atmosphere, ordinary wealthy guests rarely felt the kind of emotional surge that drove them to order expensive bottles. It was only true connoisseurs, those who simply could not bring themselves to drink anything less than the finest, that made such purchases. So Yuan Qi, having spent a remarkable 180,000, naturally received special treatment. He was briefly taken aback, wondering if his luck had finally turned in his favor. But then he recalled that tonight he had purchased a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000, which likely played a part. Having been selected, Yuan Qi decided to give his best. I will go up now. After exchanging a few words with Anna and the others, he walked calmly toward the small stage. Anna watched him go with quiet anticipation in her eyes. She still remembered how truly impressive his performance had been at the welcome gathering. At the table along with Anna and her two roommates, none of the others recognized Yuan Qi as the student who had performed at the welcome event. For one, they had been seated further back. More importantly, their attention had been drawn to Cheng Muxiue, whose dance had captivated the room. Given how much time had passed, it was natural they did not make the connection. So they were somewhat surprised to see Yuan Qi about to perform. Lu Jun, meanwhile, harbored a secret wish for Yuan Qi to falter, so he himself could step up and reclaim some of the confidence he had lost that evening. He had been playing the guitar for 3 years and genuinely believed his singing was quite good. If he outshone Yuan Qi on stage, he could restore the face he felt he had lost tonight. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had already reached the stage and spoke with the live singer. Sir, would you like me to provide the accompaniment, or would you prefer to play on your own? Yuan Qi smiled. I will do it myself. May I use the guzheng and the guitar over there? The singer was momentarily stunned. This young man actually knew how to play the guzheng. Very well. The stage is yours. The lounge was well equipped with instruments, and a guzheng was indeed available. Yuan Qi selected a classical guitar, checked the tuning, and then sat before the guzheng. The audience below watched in quiet astonishment. Was he planning to perform on 2 instruments at once? Such confidence was rare. Or was he simply trying to impress? Even Anna and her friends exchanged curious glances. Hadn't Yuan Qi's talent at the welcome event been the show? Why was he now playing both guitar and guzheng? Yuan Qi, of course, was unaware of their thoughts. He intended to perform a cover of Li Jin's version of Waiting for You at Your Doorstep. As his fingers danced across the strings, the guzheng's melody floated through the room, and the gentle opening notes immediately captivated everyone present. Once the prelude finished, Yuan Qi cradled the guitar and began to play. As his clear, subtly resonant voice filled the room, everyone seemed transported back to their school days, the tender, careful feelings of first love. Yuan Qi's vocal gift was naturally strong, and with his mastery of rhythm and instruments, every note fell perfectly in place. His voice blended beautifully with the tender melody of the song, making his performance truly captivating. Below, Anna's eyes never left Yuan Qi. A bright starlit admiration shone in her gaze. Others around her watched with a mixture of awe and quiet amazement. At that moment, he seemed to radiate an irresistible charm. As for Lu Jun, any competitive spark had long faded, replaced by a deep sense of being utterly overshadowed. The audience, deeply moved, began to applaud warmly. Lost in the music, Yuan Qi could not help but let his mind drift. A familiar silhouette from his past suddenly surfaced in his thoughts. She had been his hidden longing, the one he never found the courage to confess to. Back then, she had been so brilliant, beautiful, and outstanding in every way, while he had been nothing more than an ordinary high school student lacking both confidence and the courage to speak his heart. If things were different now, perhaps the outcome would have been entirely different. When the song ended, the audience lingered in its afterglow. Someone called out, "One more. We want to hear more." "Yes, sing another one." "I really want to hear you play the guzheng again." Several voices echoed, wishing Yuan Qi would perform once more. Yuan Qi offered a courteous smile. "I will only be performing this one song tonight. I would like to leave the rest of the stage to others." He had simply been moved to sing. He was not the lounge's resident performer and had no obligation to keep the crowd entertained. A few faces among the audience fell with mild disappointment. Boys with artistic talent are naturally popular among girls, and Yuan Qi was particularly handsome to boot. As Yuan Qi stepped down from the stage, several girls approached him, hoping to add him as a friend. However, after a quick glance, he found none of them met his standards. Yuan Qi politely declined each one. Meanwhile, the next selected customer had already taken the stage to perform. But having set such a high bar, his rather average performance left the audience unimpressed. Returning to booth number 6, Yuan Qi was surprised when Anna immediately stood up and embraced him. "Yuan Qi, you're amazing." The gentle fragrance of musk and orchids drifted from her as she pressed close, and Yuan Qi felt himself growing restless. It was only natural that an awkward situation arose. Anna sensed his reaction and immediately understood what was happening, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yuan Qi's performance on stage had been truly captivating, and seeing so many girls approach him with their contact information had sparked a sudden sense of protectiveness within her. When he walked over, she couldn't hold back and embraced him directly. It wasn't just his talent that drew her in. It was also a way to stake her claim before the other eager girls watching. Yet she hadn't considered how her own presence might affect him, pressing too close in the moment and creating this tense situation. "I'm sorry, I got carried away." Anna realized she'd been too forward and tried to pull away, but Yuan Qi held on tighter, his arms firm around her waist. She gasped at his grip, squirming slightly in discomfort, which only made things more difficult for him. "Just stay still, let me hold you like this for a while." He whispered against her ear, knowing she was the one who came to him first. He wouldn't let her go so easily. Though still shy, Anna stopped struggling at his words. The scene drew envious glances from others in the cafe, women admiring how such a talented young man had chosen to hold her. The men around them envied Yuan Qi's good fortune, while Lu Jun watched the embracing pair with a shadowed expression. He had to admit Yuan Qi outclassed him in every way, and facing such a rival, his defeat felt deserved. After holding Anna for quite some time, Yuan Qi finally released her, and her flushed face wouldn't meet his gaze. "Oh, come on, you two have been enough with all the public affection. Stop showing off and join us for another round," someone called out. Xie Xiaolan spoke with a hint of jealousy, now that they'd finally separated, though no one had interrupted them while they were embracing. With everyone now accepting them as a couple, Yuan Qi simply wrapped his arm around Anna's waist and led her back to their seat. Anna didn't resist his affectionate gesture in the slightest. In fact, she felt a quiet joy blooming within her. Yuan Qi then asked the bartender to prepare 2 low-alcohol cocktails, and he and Anna shared a toast right there in front of everyone. The booth erupted in cheers and playful teasing as everyone offered their well wishes, blessings for a lasting union, and hopes for future happiness together. With the atmosphere reaching its peak, Yuan Qi drew Anna close, and they shared a tender kiss. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Jun felt a sharp pang in his chest. This had always been the moment he'd imagined for himself. The sequence remained unchanged, yet the tragedy was that he wasn't the one at the center of it all. Only after savoring the lingering taste of their drinks did they slowly pull apart. Yuan Qi smiled gently at Anna's flushed cheeks, remarking on how sweet the drink was, a comment she understood perfectly, sending warmth through her heart. As the evening wore on for another half hour, the group finally prepared to return to campus before the gates closed. The evening gave them a glimpse into a world they'd never experienced before, with Yuan Qi spending over 2,000 yuan on drinks alone. The young women envied Anna deeply, having caught just a glimpse into such luxury. The guys, except for Lu Jun, had been hoping to get closer to Yuan Qi. They were upperclassmen who understood the value of connecting with someone noteworthy. They'd thought Lu Jun was impressive before, but meeting someone like Yuan Qi made them want to form new connections. However, Yuan Qi had no interest in mingling with the group. They were nothing more than strangers to him, and the guys quickly picked up on this. Though disappointed, they knew better than to force themselves on someone who wasn't interested. They were students, not seasoned professionals willing to swallow their pride. After returning to campus, the groups parted ways, but Anna clung to Yuan Qi's arm, reluctant to let go so soon. There hadn't been any formal confession today. They'd simply drifted together naturally. Romance should unfold organically after all. The declarations were just comfort mechanisms anyway. Their connection had progressed a bit quickly, but every quality Yuan Qi possessed drew Anna in, and once those traits accumulated, she found herself unable to hold back her feelings. "Nana, we won't keep you from your special time together. Just make it back before curfew," they said with knowing smiles before heading off. "Do you think I'm being too forward? We've only met twice, and this is already happening," Anna asked, worried he might see her as too eager or just playing around. "Not at all. We're talking about love at first sight here. I don't typically move this fast, and honestly, with how handsome I am, your reaction is completely understandable," Yuan Qi replied with a knowing smile. "Don't flatter yourself," Anna shot back, though she couldn't hide her amusement. "I should probably mention this is my first real relationship," she admitted, still feeling a bit nervous despite his reassuring demeanor. "I had an online connection before, but it fizzled out before we ever met in person." She knew guys usually cared about this kind of thing, and while Yuan Qi already knew through his system, he was somewhat surprised to learn about her previous online relationship. But now wasn't the time to delve into those details. "Nana, you don't need to explain everything to me," Yuan Qi said earnestly, looking straight into her eyes. "We're together now, and I promise I'll treat you right." His sincerity put her fears to rest. Anna looked into Yuan Qi's sincere eyes, and her worries finally melted away. The two then found a quiet spot on campus to enjoy each other's company. Half an hour later, Yuan Qi walked Anna to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Her lipstick had faded completely, and her clothes were slightly disheveled. A soft blush graced her delicate face, and her beautiful eyes held a hint of mistiness as she shyly avoided meeting Yuan Qi's gaze, feeling rather embarrassed about their time together. I'll go upstairs first," Anna whispered softly. Yuan Qi looked at the lovely woman before him with quiet satisfaction. "Good, go back and rest early." After saying this, Yuan Qi gently kissed Anna on her forehead before waving goodbye. As she walked upstairs, Anna's mind kept drifting back to their moments together in the small grove earlier, feeling a mix of shyness and quiet happiness about how naturally things had unfolded between them. She glanced down thoughtfully, wondering if there might be faint traces left behind, given Yuan Qi's strong and confident manner. Though somewhat shy, Anna felt no real reluctance deep inside. Could Yuan Qi already have a girlfriend? Among other things, she had also noticed some faint marks on his neck that reminded her of what young couples sometimes share. It looked very much like the kind of affectionate sign a girlfriend might leave. Even though she had never experienced it herself, she had heard about such things from others. Thinking about it reasonably, it made sense that Yuan Qi, who was so confident and popular, would likely already have a partner. He certainly did not look like someone without a girlfriend. Even if he did not actively pursue anyone, many girls would naturally gravitate toward him. She had only just begun to wonder about this when Yuan Qi's gentle actions had interrupted her thoughts, leaving her mind wonderfully blank once again. Only after calming down did the question resurface in her mind. Just as Anna was contemplating whether to ask, her phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. She picked it up, and her eyes widened in surprise. Yuan Qi had transferred 500 yuan to her account. "Here's some spending money for you." Seeing Yuan Qi's message, Anna gained a whole new understanding of what spending money truly meant. This was a full 500 yuan, equivalent to nearly a year and a half of her living expenses, yet to Yuan Qi, it seemed like mere pocket change. One should not dismiss the act of giving money as vulgar. In many situations, such gestures prove far more meaningful than elaborate romantic displays. The key was that the amount had to be substantial. At this moment, Anna had already decided not to ask about her earlier suspicions regarding Yuan Qi, fearing it might upset him. Is this perhaps a bit too much? Anna gently pushed back, just in case Yuan Qi had accidentally added an extra zero. Yuan Qi's reply came in just 2 characters, "Accepted." Then followed, "All right then, dear. I love you so much." Anna then clicked to accept the transfer. To be honest, it was the first time in her life she had ever held such a considerable amount of cash, and feeling unexcited was impossible. She also felt grateful for her choice. As for whether Yuan Qi had other girlfriends, she decided simply not to dwell on it, as long as no issues arose. Seeing Anna's reply, Yuan Qi smiled and put away his phone. For Yuan Qi, at this stage in his life, he genuinely appreciated women like Anna who were straightforward about their feelings, becoming warm and affectionate in return for genuine care and generosity. After returning to the dormitory, Yuan Qi noticed his roommates looking at him with somewhat peculiar expressions. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" "Actually, yes, there is something. A flower, actually. A romantic one," Lu Jiahao said with a grin. Yuan Qi went to the mirror and discovered a faint lipstick mark on each side of his face left by Anna earlier. Yuan Qi chuckled and wiped the marks away with a towel, unconcerned. His roommates soon stopped laughing, realizing they as single men had little right to tease him. After chatting with his roommates for a while, Yuan Qi took a shower and went to bed, feeling quite pleased that he had sorted out the off-campus housing situation. The night passed peacefully without incident. The next morning, after finishing one class, Yuan Qi drove Cheng Xuexue out of campus. "Xuexue, do you like the apartment you're currently living in?" In the car, Yuan Qi suddenly asked the question. Cheng Shueshua paused for a moment before nodding. I do like it. The decoration style really suits my taste, and it's very comfortable to live in. But if you don't like it, we can find another place. Cheng Shueshua assumed Yuan Qi was suggesting they move to a different residence. I see. If you like it, how about I just buy it for you? Hearing this, Cheng Shueshua was completely stunned. She wondered if she had misheard. It was not that she doubted Yuan Qi's ability to afford it. Having lived there for some time, she had learned the property prices in the area averaged around 300 yuan per square meter. Her current apartment was a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit with a building area of over 150 square meters, meaning the purchase price would exceed 4.5 million yuan. That was 4.5 million yuan. Though she had seen Yuan Qi make considerable purchases recently, spending such a large sum all at once still left Cheng Shueshua deeply surprised. Why do you want to buy it suddenly? Isn't it fine just renting it? Rented properties always feel temporary, and I've been feeling uneasy about that, so I decided to just buy it outright. I'll follow whatever you decide. Cheng Shueshua felt truly excited inside, agreeing with Yuan Qi that owning the home would indeed feel more comfortable. At the same time, she was amazed by Yuan Qi's capabilities. Although they had been together for quite some time, she still found it impossible to fully grasp the extent of his resources. Yuan Qi contacted a real estate agent directly from the car. Upon learning that Yuan Qi was genuinely interested in purchasing the apartment, the agent became quite enthusiastic, promising to secure every possible discount from the owner. Yuan Qi was not particularly concerned about discounts. He simply asked the agent to finalize the transaction as quickly as possible, ideally within the day. Afterward, Yuan Qi pondered over one detail: should the property be registered solely in Cheng Shueshua's name or in both their names? In truth, if the system deemed the expenditure reasonable, he would prefer registering only Cheng Shueshua's name, which would maximize his returns while still allowing him to reside there comfortably. However, past experience had taught him that registering only in Cheng Shueshua's name would likely not trigger the reward system. After all, his total assets at that point amounted to just over 7 million yuan. And spending nearly the majority of his wealth on a single property for his girlfriend would seem unreasonable. The evaluation criteria were simply that strict, leaving Yuan Qi somewhat helpless. Although he could not obtain double the cashback, Yuan Qi was quite satisfied with receiving a complimentary apartment. It felt entirely different from renting a place. For ordinary people, purchasing a home is a monumental occasion. His parents had worked tirelessly throughout their lives, all to save enough for his down payment on a house and car. Whenever Yuan Qi noticed the envious glimmers in his parents' eyes upon seeing relatives or friends buy properties, he understood their feelings deeply. However, since his own college expenses were considerable and mortgage repayments would bring heavy pressure, his parents consistently advised him to wait until after graduation, when he had secured stable employment, before considering a home purchase. Now standing on the verge of owning his first apartment, Yuan Qi maintained a composed exterior, though his heart was far from calm. After driving to the residential community and parking, his phone immediately rang. It was the sales agent. However, the voice on the other end was not the original agent he had spoken with earlier. Mr. Yuan, I am sales manager Su Yan. I have been in contact with the property owner regarding your proposal. Their initial asking price was 4.8 million, but through my negotiations it has been reduced to 4.5 million, which also accounts for the rent you have already paid. Does this price work for you? Upon hearing this figure, Yuan Qi was reasonably satisfied. Over the recent period, property prices had declined considerably compared to before, otherwise such an apartment would have easily exceeded 5 million. Very well, I can accept this price. When can the owner come to sign the contract? Actually, Mr. Yuan, the owner has relocated abroad, so the property has been entrusted to our company. If you are certain about the purchase, I will bring the contract and relevant documents to you directly. Hearing Yuan Qi confirm his decision to buy, the agent's tone carried a subtle excitement. If this deal succeeded, she would earn a commission of at least 6,000. As for the original agent who had been handling this property, she would naturally only receive a modest handling fee, since she was still a newcomer. Alright, just come directly. I am currently waiting by the gazebo in the community. After hanging up, Yuan Qi and Cheng Shueshua went to the gazebo area to wait together. Before long, a beautiful saleswoman wearing a form-fitting short skirt and black stockings arrived at the community. Carrying a document folder, she approached Yuan Qi and Cheng Shueshua with a warm smile. Yuan Qi gave her a quick glance and instinctively activated his probing ability. Name Su Yan. Age 28. Height 172 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Overall appearance 86. Special quality 91. Her looks were decent, and she might be considered a goddess by many elsewhere, but her special quality was rather lacking. Surrounded by women scoring above 90, all possessing outstanding qualities, Yuan Qi's tastes had become refined. Consequently, he felt no particular interest in her. Hello, Mr. Yuan. I am sales manager Su Yan from the sales office. Seeing the handsome man and the strikingly beautiful woman before her, Su Yan was inwardly impressed, particularly by Cheng Shueshua, whose beauty seemed almost excessive. Normally confident in her own appearance, Su Yan felt somewhat overshadowed by Cheng Shueshua. Hello, Manager Su. Have you brought the contract? Let us proceed with the formalities. Yes, Mr. Yuan. Su Yin had personally come to handle the signing not only for the substantial commission, but also to build a connection with the buyer. After all, relationships mattered in her line of work. She knew that networking was essential in her profession. Of course, sometimes to sell luxury properties, she had to accompany clients to dinners or make certain personal sacrifices when necessary. Having noticed from his voice that Yuan Qi was relatively young, she naturally preferred dealing with someone like him rather than older men. She had dressed carefully before coming. However, upon seeing the breathtakingly beautiful woman accompanying him, and sensing no interest from Yuan Qi, she felt a sense of disappointment. She concluded that she could only hope to earn the commission from this transaction. Murmuring to herself, Su Yin watched as Yuan Qi said, "Mushue, please take out your ID. We will list both our names on the property." Hearing this, Cheng Mushue looked at Yuan Qi with quiet surprise. She had expected such an expensive apartment to be registered solely under his name, though she would not have objected either way. Yet when Yuan Qi suggested adding her name, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, with others present, she said nothing further, resolving to thank him properly when they were alone. She then took out her ID card. Witnessing this, Su Yin was secretly amazed and envious. Given their young age, they were certainly not a married couple. For a boyfriend to willingly add his girlfriend's name to a property at their stage of relationship was something not everyone could do. Perhaps this was what true love looked like. Su Yin could not help but think of her own first love, a time when she too was pure and naive, though ultimately reality had torn them apart. If only she had encountered a wealthy and devoted partner like Yuan Qi back then, perhaps she would not have been so changed by the world. She deeply envied Cheng Mushue for having met the right person at the most beautiful moment of her life, a fortune she herself had never enjoyed. After the contract was signed, Yuan Qi transferred 5 million yuan directly. The remaining procedures were handled by Su Yin, and with that the apartment officially became the property of Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushue. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Yuan. Should you or anyone you know have future property needs, please feel free to contact me directly. We have many excellent listings available. Su Yin handed Yuan Qi her personal business card. Yuan Qi nodded and accepted it graciously. Su Yin offered a gentle smile and prepared to leave. Though Yuan Qi had been quite reserved toward her today, she still harbored hope that opportunities might arise in the future. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi indeed anticipated needing to purchase additional properties later, so keeping the card proved useful. "My dear, you have been so wonderful to me." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Cheng Mushue threw her arms around Yuan Qi. Now owning an apartment in Rongqing, she still found the situation somewhat unreal. "This is nothing special. Since we are together, it is only natural to put both our names on the property." Yuan Qi embraced Cheng Muxi softly. "My dear, let us head home first. I have recently learned a new dance that I would like to perform for you." Yuan Qi readily understood Cheng Mushue's intention, and his eyes brightened instantly. He genuinely loved watching her dance, and was filled with anticipation for the new routine she had learned. "Very well, let us go home." Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushue returned to the room, and this time their feelings were completely different from before. There was a deep sense of belonging to a home. After all, this house truly belonged to both of them now. Living in one's own home versus someone else's was naturally an entirely different experience. "Mushue, I've transferred 5,000 to your card. If you're not satisfied with any of the furniture or household items here, feel free to replace them as you see fit." There's no need for that much. The items in the house are still quite nice. I don't think it's necessary to spend so much money replacing furniture and such. The things the previous owner had purchased were still new before the two moved in, since the previous rent of 10,000 yuan per month was too expensive for ordinary people to afford. Therefore, this property had remained listed with the real estate agency for quite some time, meaning this second-hand house was essentially as good as new. "It's alright. If there's anything still missing at home, you can go ahead and buy it. Now that this is our home, we should certainly furnish it a bit better." Hearing this, Cheng Mushue also nodded. Indeed, this was now her and Yuan Qi's house, and she needed to decorate it with more care than before. Upon seeing the 5,000 that Yuan Qi had transferred to her, Cheng Mushue's heart rate increased slightly. This was the first time she had such a large sum of money in her own account. Feeling Yuan Qi's unfathomable wealth once again, Cheng Mushue was very glad in her heart about her choice back then. As for other women around Yuan Qi, she no longer cared at all now. "Darling, wait for me to take a shower first, then I'll dance for you." Cheng Mushue knew that Yuan Qi got very excited every time he watched her dance, and she truly had a natural talent for it. To please him, she had made a bolder arrangement this time. Yuan Qi nodded and chose not to shower with Cheng Mushue because he had no confidence in his own self-control. If they showered together, he would likely miss the chance to enjoy the dance for now. Yuan Qi finished showering quickly in the other bathroom, and after coming out sat on the living room sofa to reply to messages from his other girlfriends. Meanwhile, the principal had also sent him a message saying that starting from today, he could stay out at night, but still gave him a few words of advice about being careful when living outside. Seeing this message, he couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed easier to get things done when you had influential connections behind you. It was only the second day, and everything was already settled. Reading the subsequent words of concern, Yuan Qi knew that Principal Su now genuinely treated him like a nephew. After expressing his gratitude to Principal Su, Yuan Qi scrolled through videos for a while. Just as he was scrolling, he suddenly froze, for he had stumbled upon himself. The video of his performance at the lounge bar the previous day. Taking a look, it had already garnered 300,000 likes and over 10,000 comments. On Douyin, this was already considered moderately popular, and considering the video had been posted for less than 24 hours, achieving such traffic was already quite impressive. Yuan Qi couldn't help but click on the comments and read them. This young man is so impressive. He plays both the guzheng and guitar so skillfully. The way he makes the guitar sound like a pipa is such superb technique. Wow, wow, wow. This guy is so handsome and his stage presence is amazing. Could he be a celebrity I haven't heard of? Oh my god, he sings so beautifully. It's absolutely breathtaking. What kind of divine voice is this? This doesn't seem to be posted by the person himself. Is there a kind soul who can help tag this handsome guy's account? I'm going to admire his screen. Please ask the original poster to him. Someone in the comments section really did an account, but those who clicked through came back and scolded the original poster mercilessly. Yuan Qi found it somewhat amusing. He did have an account, but he only used it to watch videos. He had never posted a single one himself. If he were to capitalize on the current popularity and post a video, he would likely gain quite a few followers in no time. However, Yuan Qi had no such intention. He didn't want to become an internet celebrity at all, especially since with a system at his disposal he had no need to work tirelessly by performing to earn money. After reading through the comments for a while, Yuan Qi swiped away the video. Yuan Qi didn't pay much attention to this surge in popularity, knowing it would fade soon enough. Meanwhile, at the Rongqing branch of Xinhou Media, naturally Yuan Qi's unexpectedly viral video at the small pub caught the attention of the staff, with someone noticing it shortly after it was posted. Later, the popularity continued to climb rapidly, quickly breaking into the top 50 of the trending list, and was now on the verge of reaching the top 30. This naturally left the staff here unable to sit idle any longer. Sister Chun, this video's popularity is rising too fast. Based on this trend, it's going to hit the top 10 on Douyin very soon. Are you sure this is a complete amateur? Has he posted any works before? Sister Chun asked the person from the data monitoring team. If this was indeed a pure amateur, his potential was extremely strong. With a little management, he could easily become a top-tier influencer for the company. This made Sister Chun feel very excited. Sister Chun, it's confirmed. This person has never posted any works on the entire internet, and is a complete amateur. This video was accidentally uploaded to Douyin by someone. Hearing this, Sister Chun could hardly contain her excitement. This time she was finally going to discover a big influencer with enormous potential. Currently, the largest influencer she managed was a female content creator with 8 million fans, though she was the type with relatively weak audience loyalty, a beauty streamer. The drawback of such streamers is that traffic comes quickly and leaves just as fast. Moreover, the number of viewers during live streams usually only maintained at a few thousand with low fan activity. That's why Sister Chun had always wanted to cultivate a truly top-tier big influencer. This time she finally saw someone who had this kind of potential. Handsome, sings well, and plays instruments flawlessly. Someone like this not going viral would be unjust. Quick, find this person's information right away. Once we get in touch, prepare a B-tier contract. Oh no, give an A-tier contract directly. Hearing this, the data monitoring staff were also somewhat surprised. Giving an A-tier contract directly. That was the treatment reserved for influencers with tens of millions of fans. Who would have thought Sister Chun would be so decisive? One must understand that sometimes whether a big influencer becomes popular also depends on luck. However, as a veteran influencer agent, Sister Chun naturally had her own considerations when choosing which contract to sign. Alright, I understand. It must be done as soon as possible. We can't let other companies get there first. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had no idea that his impromptu performance had caught the attention of an influencer company. At this moment, Cheng Muxue had already changed into a Dunhuang, flying Apsara's dance costume. Her hair was styled into the flying Apsara's bun, and she wore a golden forehead chain on her face, partially concealing her beautiful features. In that instant, Yuan Qi felt as if the person before him was a celestial maiden who had walked out from a mural. Cheng Muxue had clearly put considerable thought into her appearance. Yuan Qi had once seen a Western region performer on a television program dressed identically, and that sight had left him thoroughly captivated. Witnessing such a beautiful woman dance, Yuan Qi knew that the ancient ancestors' conquest of the Western regions had certainly not been for raisins alone. The flying Apsara that Cheng Muxue portrayed was no less breathtaking than that celebrity, and she possessed an even more graceful figure. Just the mere sight of her costume stirred a restless warmth within Yuan Qi. Cheng Muxue noticed the amazed expression on his face and felt deeply satisfied knowing all her effort had been worthwhile. She then glided gracefully toward Yuan Qi and offered a delicate curtsy, slowly raising her lowered eyes to meet his with a look full of gentle charm. Soon the melody of Yen Lu played through the living room, the rhythmic sounds of traditional instruments filling the air. Cheng Muxue's flowing skirts swirled as she began to dance to the music. Cheng Muxue's dancing skill was truly remarkable, bringing immense delight to Yuan Qi. This adapted dance struck perfectly at the very heart of his aesthetic sensibility. Though he did not know how beautifully the imperial consort had danced the rainbow feather skirt dance in days gone by, in this moment, Chung Mushiue's flying Apsara dance held the absolute first place in his heart. Watching Chung Mushue dance, Yuan Qi couldn't help but feel that dances performed for the public were far too restrained. As a young man of 19, he felt this dance stirred something deep within him with every movement, yet he never wished to disturb the beauty of her performance. Chung Mushue, sensitive and graceful, drifted closer as she danced until she stood before Yuan Qi, resting her delicate hands upon his shoulders and moving her figure softly. Yuan Qi felt the warmth within him rising to its peak, and unable to hold back any longer, he gently drew her down onto the sofa beside him. The rhythmic music from the living room continued to play, though the dance had taken on an entirely new meaning. That day, Chung Mushue, still overflowing with joy from having purchased her home, was exceptionally tender and warm toward Yuan Qi, happily granting all his requests, even though she had hesitated about before she willingly embraced this time. Over an hour later, the quiet rustling in the room gradually settled. They both washed in the bathroom and emerged to sit together on the sofa, arms around each other, watching television and chatting softly. Mushue, have you gotten your driver's license? Chung Mushue's heart fluttered slightly at the question, a faint intuition already forming about his intention. I took the test during the summer after the college entrance exam. Why do you ask? Yuan Qi smiled gently and replied, there are 2 parking spaces still available here. We'll need a car to claim them. Though she had already suspected as much, hearing his words directly still sent a surge of excitement through her heart. Are you planning to buy me a car? Yes. Is there a particular model you'd like? Chung Mushue stared at Yuan Qi speechlessly, and before she could respond, her lips were gently covered by his. The steady stream of surprises made her cherish him deeply. She was only a college sophomore, yet already owning a home and a car. A dream so vivid she could hardly believe it was real. After a long while, they finally parted. Seeing Chung Mushue's cheeks flushed with a soft rosy hue, Yuan Qi smiled gently and said, foolish girl, you didn't even remember to breathe. I was just a little too carried away. It all still feels unreal. Chung Mushue was indeed overwhelmed with emotion. Have you decided which car you want to buy? Darling, I'll drive whatever you choose. Yuan Qi thought for a moment and felt that a Porsche would suit a young woman perfectly. How about a Porsche? Hearing this, Chung Mushue looked at Yuan Qi in disbelief. She had imagined at most a car costing 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, never expecting him to mention a Porsche so casually. A Porsche was every girl's dream car, and Chung Mushue was no exception. The moment she heard Yuan Qi intended to buy her one, her heart swelled with pure elation. Whatever you choose, I'll drive it. Chung Mushue replied sweetly, her heart brimming with warmth. She already dreamed of choreographing more beautiful dances, each one crafted specially for him. Then we still have time. Let's go look at the cars now and be back early, Yuan Qi said. Chung Mushue felt as though he were speaking about picking up groceries rather than buying a car. In her mind, purchasing a vehicle was always a lengthy affair from decision to final purchase. When her father had bought his car, her parents had deliberated endlessly, weighing cost, performance, models, and budget. By the time they finally decided to visit the dealership, weeks had already passed. It was nothing like Yuan Qi, who seemed ready to buy the moment the idea came. But then again, hadn't their house purchase been the same way? From making the decision to signing the contract, it had taken barely over an hour. They quickly changed clothes and headed downstairs. Arriving at the Porsche dealership where Yuan Qi had picked up his previous car, a sales associate swiftly approached them. She recognized Yuan Qi immediately, as not much time had passed since his last visit. The beautiful companion beside him was a new face, which was nothing unusual for a Porsche saleswoman, though she was internally astonished by Chung Mushue's striking beauty. Mr. Yuan, are you here for a service appointment? The sales associate noticed Yuan Qi's Panamera parked outside, and assumed he was coming in for routine maintenance. To her pleasant surprise, Yuan Qi's familiar face was readily recognized. No, I'm looking to buy a car. Yuan Qi said it casually, but the words sent a wave of astonishment through the sales associate. So little time had passed since his last purchase, and now he was buying another. This one is for my girlfriend. Could you recommend some models that might appeal to her? This news left the sales associate even more surprised. To buy a car as a gift for his girlfriend. How incredibly generous. Of course, Mr. Yuan. Please, ma'am, follow me this way. The sales associate felt a deep sense of envy toward Chung Mushue. Being the companion of a young man of means truly came with wonderful benefits, far surpassing the prospects of settling for someone ordinary. Among all Porsche models, the 911 is the most beloved by young women. For this lady, I would highly recommend this particular model. As she spoke, she watched Yuan Qi's expression carefully, mindful that the Porsche 911 would cost well over 1.5 million yuan on the road. Noticing no hesitation in his expression, she felt assured. She then recommended the Porsche 911 with even greater enthusiasm. Chung Mushue paid little attention to the technical specifications. Her focus rested on only 2 things, the exterior beauty and the final price. Hearing the base price exceeded 1,020,000 yuan, her heart began to quicken with each beat. As if sensing Chung Mushue's hesitation, Yuan Qi spoke to her gently. Muxue, I think the Porsche 911 would suit you very well. What do you think? Hearing Yuan Qi's words, Cheng Muxue nodded eagerly. I really like this model too. With his encouragement, she no longer held back and openly expressed her fondness for the Porsche 911. The salesgirl watching from the side felt an overwhelming sense of envy, wondering when she too might meet someone whose only criteria for gifts was whether she liked them. We have a 911 on display right here. This lady can go experience it personally, the salesgirl said as she led them over to the showroom vehicle. Cheng Muxue eyed the white Porsche before her with growing excitement, then climbed in with the salesgirl to get a feel for it. When she stepped out, her face glowed with evident delight. It was clear she had thoroughly enjoyed the experience. The Porsche 911 was not available in stock and would need to be specially ordered from headquarters after selecting configurations. Yuan Qi naturally opted for all the top-tier options, bringing the total price to 156 million yuan. Even with some mental preparation, Cheng Muxue was still quite stunned by the final price. She hadn't expected the added configurations to push the cost up by over 300 yuan. It was more expensive than her family's current car. Yuan Qi then asked the salesgirl to accompany Cheng Muxue to sign the contract. Since the owner's name would be Cheng Muxue's, the salesgirl's envy deepened even further. After the contract was signed, Yuan Qi paid the full 156 million yuan in one payment. Ding! Host has spent 156 million yuan on Cheng Muxue cashback reward 12 million yuan. Yuan Qi felt a surge of excitement inside. This was by far the largest cashback he had received. With that cashback, his bank balance now exceeded 8 million yuan, and he was getting closer to his goal of 10 million. If he arranged similar gifts for his other girlfriends, he would truly become a multimillionaire. However, Yuan Qi decided to hold off on buying cars for his other girlfriends for now. Cheng Muxue was his favorite, and he didn't want the others to receive the same treatment so easily. Yuan Qi still kept things balanced in his heart. Picking up the car would take about 20 to 30 days. After completing the paperwork, the two left the Porsche dealership with warm farewells from the salesgirl. Cheng Muxue couldn't contain her excitement at becoming a genuine Porsche owner, her smile never fading. In just one day, she had achieved the goal of owning both a home and a car, and neither was anything ordinary. Almost in a daze, Cheng Muxue felt as though she were dreaming. Dear, do you think all of this might be a dream? Cheng Muxue said, holding onto Yuan Qi's arm. Yuan Qi gently pinched her soft cheek and smiled. Can you feel it? This is certainly not a dream. Yes, it just feels so unreal. Right now I feel as though I'm floating in the air. Yuan Qi could understand Cheng Muxue's feelings. In fact, he had experienced something similar in the days after first receiving his system. The surprises had simply come too suddenly. They hadn't spent much time at the dealership, and Yuan Qi then took Cheng Muxue to watch a movie. After the movie and dinner, Yuan Qi drove Cheng Muxue back to her school. Yuan Qi then drove to see Sun Ning. Now that he no longer needed to live in the dormitory, he naturally planned to make the most of his newfound freedom. Back at school, Cheng Muxue was still deeply excited and couldn't help but call her mother. She eagerly shared everything that had happened that day. After a long pause, her mother Lan Duo's voice came through the phone, tinged with disbelief. Swear, are you sure you're not joking with me? Or have you not fully woken up yet? It wasn't that she refused to believe, it was simply too astonishing. In one day, her daughter had acquired both a car and an apartment. It all sounded so unreal. Mom, it's all true. That apartment is the one I showed you in the photo, and Yuan Qi also gave me 500 yuan to furnish it. We just finished signing the contract for the Porsche. Let me send you the photos. Cheng Muxue then sent her mother screenshots of her bank balance along with the purchase contracts for both the house and the car. There was a long silence on the other end as Lan Duo processed the messages. After quite some time, her voice came through once more. Swear, it seems your choice was the right one. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore from now on. Just remember what I told you before. Yes, Mom, I understand. I don't care about those things anymore. Cheng Muxue knew her mother was referring to the fact that Yuan Qi had other women around him. She had also noticed beyond the girl in the photo there were likely others. She had even caught a different scent on the passenger seat of Yuan Qi's car. He had driven away shortly after dropping her off, perhaps to see another. But she truly didn't mind anymore. Yuan Qi had given her a wonderful life and let her experience the sweetness of love. If that was the case, exclusivity didn't seem so important after all. Besides, Yuan Qi was truly exceptional in every way. Even if he only had one person daily intimacy, that would be overwhelming. At the thought, Cheng Muxue felt a touch of relief. Good. As long as you know what's best for yourself, I won't say more. After sharing her joy with her mother, Cheng Muxue ended the call. On her way back to the dorm, Cheng Muxue encountered Zhang Long, who seemed to have waited for her along her usual route. What is it? Seeing Zhang Long approach, Cheng Muxue spoke coldly. She maintained her usual aloof demeanor with other men. I want to ask, do you know if your boyfriend has other girlfriends? Zhang Long finally voiced the question that had been weighing on him. Since showing her the photo, he had initially expected them to break up. But the very next day, he saw Cheng Muxue and her boyfriend together as if nothing had happened. It left him deeply confused. What does that have to do with you? Cheng Muxue didn't want to waste words. She turned to leave immediately. I just want to understand where I fell short. Why would you choose someone like him instead of giving me a chance? I won't allow you to speak about my boyfriend that way. In my heart, you don't compare to him in the smallest detail. Cheng Muxua left without looking back, leaving Zhang Long standing alone in a daze. Before setting out, Yuan Qi had sent a message to Sun Ning to ask if she was at home, but there had been no reply until now. He guessed she was likely still at the shop, so he drove there directly. On the other side, Sun Ning had been overseeing the renovation work at the shop recently. The progress was expected to be nearing completion in the next few days, so she needed to stay and handle the final touches. Sun Ning was very much looking forward to the opening of the new shop. Yuan Qi's Chunqiao No. One store continued to maintain its exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. Even now, those large milk tea chains had not been able to replicate the same signature drink, as if they were allowing Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop to develop freely. This seemed almost unbelievable to Sun Ning. She naturally did not know that it was not that others did not want to imitate it, but that they simply could not produce the same product. Because of this matter, the RD team at Xuemi had already been replaced once. But the result remained unchanged, which is why it had been delayed until now. Sun Ning naturally did not know about these matters, but she also realized this was a rare opportunity. Now that she had become Yuan Qi's partner, she naturally needed to consider his career. Therefore, besides this shop being renovated, she had already begun scouting other locations. During this period, she already had 3 alternative shops in mind. As a woman with strong career ambitions, she took great interest in this kind of thing, so generally, she would not proactively seek out Yuan Qi. Sometimes Sun Ning even felt grateful that Yuan Qi had other girlfriends. She supervised the renovation until around 6 in the evening, then casually found a nearby restaurant for dinner, only to run into an old acquaintance. To be precise, this was someone she had considered as a potential partner during her earlier entrepreneurial attempts. The man was a hot pot restaurant owner, which was one of the directions she had been interested in. However, this man had been attracted to her appearance, and said that as long as Sun Ning agreed to his proposal, he would directly let her manage a hot pot restaurant. Sun Ning would naturally never agree to such a request. She did not expect to encounter this person again. Miss Sun, we really do have fate on our side. We meet again. The man speaking was named Chun Hui, around 30 years old, approximately 1.70 meters tall, slightly shorter than Sun Ning, with an ordinary appearance, but carrying the aura of a successful businessman. Today he had some business to handle nearby, and after finishing, he came to this restaurant for dinner. He did not expect to run into the beauty he had been constantly thinking about. Chun Hui had seen quite a bit of the world and had known many women, but Sun Ning was the first truly stunning beauty he had ever encountered. She was beautiful and graceful on the outside, and carried a confident charm of maturity. Seeing her again this time made him feel she was even more captivating, completely unable to look away. Miss Sun, what a coincidence, I am also dining here. Shall we eat together? We can still discuss what was talked about last time. Chun Hui guessed that Sun Ning had already experienced enough setbacks by now. In his view, a beautiful woman like her going to start a business alone was simply a waste. Why not just be with him? 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses, comfortable and carefree, would that not be better? Seeing Sun Ning again this time, he was determined to succeed, even if he had to offer higher terms. It did not matter because she truly fit his aesthetic perfectly. No need, Mr. Chun. I have finished eating and am preparing to leave. Seeing this person, Sun Ning's brows immediately furrowed. She did not even intend to continue eating the dishes she had just ordered and directly called the waiter to settle the bill. The more Sun Ning distanced herself, the more Chun Hui wanted to pursue her. Seeing her leave, he also decided not to continue eating, quickly settled the bill, and followed after her. Mr. Chun, please behave yourself. I already made things very clear last time. Miss Sun, do not be so distant. I know that college students like you still have pride and ambition, which is good. But starting a business is not as simple as you imagine. When I started, I only graduated from middle school, and after more than 20 years I now own 5 hot pot restaurants. Speaking of his own experiences, a touch of self-satisfaction appeared on Chun Hui's face. After all, he had built himself up from nothing and now possessed assets worth millions. However, because he only had a middle school education, he always looked down upon college graduates in his heart, though he still had a fondness for female college students. Sun Ning had no intention of listening to his stories of past glory. Seeing that he still showed no sign of leaving, she said directly, I already have a boyfriend, and I now have my own project. I need to go now, so please stop disturbing me. Chun Hui fell silent, his expression growing somewhat displeased. To be honest, looking at Sun Ning's perfect features and figure, he could not help but feel tempted, but here in a public place, he had no opportunity. He really wished he had found a chance last time to take matters further, but now that Sun Ning was wary, she would certainly not agree to dine with him alone. Miss Sun, do not say I have not given you honest advice. What can your university boyfriend possibly offer you? Even working a lifetime after graduation, he may never afford this car of mine. Chun Hui pointed to the BMW X5 parked by the roadside, then continued, what about a house? Can your boyfriend provide that? Or are you purely pursuing love? Let me speak plainly. Love is something that only fools children. Adults understand interests. I will not beat around the bush. From now on, I will give you 60,000 yuan every month. Just follow me, how about it? He raised the amount by another 10,000. He did not believe any woman would refuse money, nor did he believe she would turn him down for some ridiculous idea of love. However, Sun Ning only said one word. Go away. Then she turned and walked away. Chun Hui's expression darkened considerably. In the past, a few thousand yuan a month was usually enough to persuade a college student. This time he had raised it to 60,000, and she still refused. But the more she resisted, the less he wanted to give up. A woman like this was exactly the kind worth pursuing. Sun Ning returned to the shop and turned around to see Chun Hui had actually followed in his car. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly spotted a familiar silver-gray sports car appearing before her eyes. Yuan Qi parked the car and stepped out, walking straight towards Sun Ning. Yuan Qi, why have you come here? Seeing Yuan Qi, Sun Ning felt a surge of joy, her earlier distress over Chun Hui's persistence fading. In that moment, Yuan Qi seemed to appear like a hero descending upon radiant clouds. Senior sister, I came because I missed you. By the way, what is going on? He asked, casting a glance at Chun Hui, who stood dazed nearby. Chun Hui could never have imagined that Sun Ning's boyfriend drove such an impressive car. The memory of his earlier words made his face flush with embarrassment. He could tell there was something extraordinary about this man. This was certainly not an ordinary wealthy young master. Having built his life in Rongqing for many years, Chun Hui knew well which people one should not provoke. Sometimes a careless offense against a young master from a powerful family could lead to total ruin in moments. This was no exaggeration. One should never underestimate the influence within wealthy circles, for these circles encompass people from every profession and industry. Yuan Qi appeared to be only around 20 years old, yet at this age, he was driving a Panamera. His family status was beyond question. At the very least, this was far beyond what someone like him, who merely ran a hot pot restaurant, could achieve. Chun Hui inwardly groaned. How could anyone with such a formidable boyfriend still pursue independent entrepreneurship? Would it not be easier to simply rely on his partner? He could not leave directly for fear that the other party might seek retribution later. If he angered Yuan Qi, inspectors might suddenly appear at his hot pot restaurant the next day under the guise of food safety checks. Therefore, he had to remain and offer an apology. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi listened as Sun Ning explained the full situation. Glancing at Chun Hui, Yuan Qi walked slowly toward his car. A BMW 5 Series. Indeed, a fine automobile. Hearing this, Chun Hui grew visibly nervous and opened his mouth to respond. Bang! A sudden loud sound startled everyone. Yuan Qi delivered a powerful kick to the BMW, leaving a deep dent in the spot he had struck. Chun Hui's first reaction was shock. This was his beloved car worth over 600,000. But when he saw the deep dent on the door, his pupils contracted. This was no ordinary steel panel. It was high-strength steel. How much force had that kick required? Yuan Qi himself was somewhat stunned by the result of his own kick. Since beginning his physical transformation, he had always felt as though he possessed inexhaustible strength. After hearing Sun Ning's account, he naturally could not simply brush the matter aside. Acting on impulse, he walked over and kicked the car. Yet the result far exceeded his expectations. He felt he could have kicked an average-sized adult clear across the ground. Would you like me to compensate you? Yuan Qi turned and looked at him calmly, speaking in a measured tone. No, I can fix it myself. I am truly sorry. I did not know you were Miss Sun's boyfriend. If my words offended you, please accept my apologies to Miss Sun. Saying this, he bowed deeply to Sun Ning at 90 degrees. To be honest, this response caught Yuan Qi off guard. He had not expected the man to yield so completely. Shouldn't there have been some trace of resentment in his eyes? Of course, he could not know that in Chun Hui's mind, Yuan Qi had already been classified as one of the most prominent young masters in Rongqing. If I see you near my girlfriend again, I will not be so restrained. Yes, I understand. Chun Hui felt Yuan Qi's formidable presence and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. He offered a few more apologies to Sun Ning before reluctantly driving away. Yuan Qi turned to find Sun Ning watching him with intense eyes. Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? Yuan Qi, I find you incredibly handsome. Your protectiveness is truly impressive. Sun Ning could not help but speak with excitement. She was genuinely captivated, not merely by his appearance, but by the profound sense of security he embodied. Someone like Chun Hui acted timidly in Yuan Qi's presence, unable to utter a word even after his car was damaged. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Yuan Qi's display of confidence was undeniably compelling. What, was I not handsome before? Yuan Qi teased with a smile. Handsome? You have always been handsome, you silly boy. Well, that is more like it. Yuan Qi then turned his attention to a shop nearby undergoing renovation. He had never been here before, and the style closely resembled that of their first Chunqiao milk tea store. This should be completed in another day or two, correct? Yes, about 2 days. Oh, and did I not tell you I plan to expand? I have already identified several potential locations. Sun Ning's expression carried a hint of excitement at the mention. Yuan Qi observed her enthusiasm and recognized her long-held ambition to build something of her own. Yes. If you need any funding, please let me know immediately. Yuan Qi had already decided to entrust the milk tea shop entirely to Sun Ning, including the cake shop. Since she harbored entrepreneurial aspirations, he was happy to provide her with the space to pursue them. After discussing the milk tea business for a while, Yuan Qi remembered that Sun Ning had not yet had dinner. By the way, you have not eaten yet, correct? Let me accompany you. What would you like to eat? Shall we go to the Japanese restaurant? It has been some time since we last went. All right. Yuan Qi then took Sun Ning to the Japanese restaurant they had visited before. Having already dined with Cheng Muxue, he kept his meal light. After finishing, the two strolled through the night market together. By nearly 9 o'clock, Yuan Qi escorted Sun Ning back home. Did you take time off today? Shouldn't you be returning to school? It was almost closing time for the campus, so Sun Ning asked curiously. No, I have decided to live off campus from now on. Sun Ning blinked her beautiful eyes, understanding Yuan Qi's meaning. Do you mean you will commute from now on? Yes. From tonight onward, I will need your hospitality, senior sister. Gazing into Yuan Qi's deep eyes, Sun Ning could not help but recall the warmth of their nights together. If every night were like this, then she. Sensing her thoughts, Yuan Qi smiled and leaned close to her ear. Do not worry, senior sister. I will be gentle with you. With that, as Sun Ning gasped in surprise, Yuan Qi lifted her into his arms and strode toward the bathroom. Yuan Qi, not so fast, I'm still taking a bath. Sun Ning's gentle voice rang out from the bathroom, carrying an undeniable softness. Senior sister, why are you being so formal with me? You're blocking my view. Let me take a peek first. Hey you. Her words were gradually drowned by the sound of flowing water, leaving only faint whispers drifting from behind the bathroom door. Night fell. When Yuan Qi woke up the next morning, the space beside him was already empty, yet the orchid-like fragrance still lingered on his pillow. He stretched lazily, feeling that sleeping with a human pillow was indeed incredibly comfortable. Recalling the playful moments between them the night before, a gentle smile appeared on Yuan Qi's face. Senior sister was becoming increasingly tolerant toward him. Although some things had not yet been explored compared to before, there was progress. The joy between them was something not easily shared with others. His ears twitched as he heard the sound of pots and pans from the kitchen, and he couldn't help but smile warmly. Senior sister was truly so virtuous, getting up so early to make breakfast for him. Among his girlfriends, the ones he cherished most were Cheng Muxue and Sun Ning. One shared a deep emotional foundation and was obedient and sweet, while the other was like a gentle older sister, elegant and refined. In comparison, the others were somewhat lacking, and their motivations were more calculated. Although Yuan Qi did not mind such things, it naturally created some distance. Just as he was lost in thought, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Sun Ning's exquisite face appeared at the doorway. You're awake. I've made breakfast, come and eat. Sun Ning spoke in her usual gentle tone. Senior sister, I have no energy at all right now. Could you help me get dressed? Seeing Yuan Qi's playful act, Sun Ning couldn't help but roll her beautiful eyes at him. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Nevertheless, she gracefully walked toward the bed. You're such a baby. I endured all that last night without complaint, and now you're the one tired. You even need me to dress you. Despite her words, she reached for the clothes on the bedside table, preparing to help him. Yuan Qi gazed at Sun Ning, who was wearing a purple slip dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair was simply tied up, and her bare, flawless skin glowed softly in the morning light. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful. In the morning, when one's spirits are naturally high, seeing such a sight, Yuan Qi naturally had no intention of holding back. He reached out and pulled her gently into his embrace. Caught off guard, Sun Ning let out a soft cry as she fell into Yuan Qi's arms. Before she could say anything, his lips pressed against hers. Sun Ning closed her eyes with a helpless sigh, expecting this outcome, yet she began to respond to his touch. More than an hour passed before the atmosphere in the room finally settled. After showering together, they emerged from the bedroom. The breakfast had grown cold. Sun Ning took it to the kitchen to reheat it before they ate together. After breakfast, Yuan Qi sat on the sofa with Sun Ning in his arms, chatting leisurely, though his hands remained playful. Senior sister, I think we should move to a different place to live. Yuan Qi glanced around the one-bedroom apartment. Why? I think it's quite nice. Sun Ning's voice carried a hint of softness, influenced by Yuan Qi's lingering touch. Because it feels too small and cramped. Besides, the soundproofing here isn't very good. I'm worried about complaints from neighbors. Yuan Qi said with a serious expression. Sun Ning's face turned red at his words. She lightly pinched the back of his hand and said with gentle reproach, It's all because you were too. I couldn't hold back then. Seeing her lovely reaction, Yuan Qi leaned down and kissed her cheek before continuing. So, I think moving to a better place would be wise. This community is actually quite nice, and there should be better options available. In truth, Yuan Qi felt it was unfair for Sun Ning to continue living in such modest surroundings. Now that he had the means, he naturally wanted to provide her with a better home. Moreover, he would likely spend most nights with Sun Ning in the future, so a larger apartment would be more comfortable for both of them. Sun Ning pressed her lips together and did not refuse. Instead, she spoke up. This community is indeed quite nice. I quite like the environment here. As far as I know, the units in buildings 2 and 3 are excellent, though the rent is considerably higher. We won't be renting. If you like it here, I'll buy a place. Yuan Qi stroked Sun Ning's smooth hair and smiled. What? Buy a house? You're not joking, are you? Sun Ning's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Honestly, she had never imagined Yuan Qi would want to purchase a property right here. Yes, buying a house. After all, living in your own home is more comfortable, Yuan Qi said with a calm smile. He was now worth nearly 10 million. Living in a rented apartment no longer matched his status. But the property prices here are not cheap. Senior sister, leave this matter to me. Right now you should focus on what kind of house you'd like. Sun Ning didn't know what to say. If she claimed she wasn't moved or happy, she would be lying. After all, who wouldn't yearn for a better home? Her original motivation for working hard was precisely for a better life. Thinking of Yuan Qi's capabilities, she gradually let go of any hesitation. She was already his woman now, so there was no need to be overly restrained. Then you decide. I've never thought about buying a house before. Yuan Qi smiled and checked the community's information on his phone. The community was indeed as Sun Ning described, with average prices around 20,000 per square meter. There were also large flat apartments available. He clicked through the photos and found them promising, though a site visit would be necessary. Sun Ning, resting in Yuan Qi's lap, also looked at his phone. Seeing him focused on the large flats, her heart raced with anticipation. She had once dreamed that after succeeding in her career, she would buy a spacious flat to live in. Could this dream be coming true? Senior sister, do you prefer living in a large flat? Huh, well, I like them, but I'll listen to whatever you decide. Sun Ning's heart pounded with excitement. She never expected Yuan Qi to genuinely intend to buy a large flat. She was so overwhelmed that her words stumbled. Yuan Qi smiled and reviewed the details of the large flats. They were approximately 200 square meters each, with fully furnished units priced around 5 million. After finishing his review, Yuan Qi directly called the real estate agent. Hello, Mr. Yuan, is there something I can help you with? As soon as the call connected, a somewhat familiar female voice came from the other end. Hearing her address him by his surname made Yuan Qi pause briefly. He then realized this was Su Yin, the property sales manager from the day before. It was quite a coincidence that she was also handling the sales for the Jinxiu Tingyuan residences. Yuan Qi maintained his composure and replied, Yes, I would like to take a look at the large flat apartments at Jinxiu Tingyuan. Those words instantly filled Su Yin with delight. In just a single day, Yuan Qi was already eager to view the property again. In her experience, wealthy young men like Yuan Qi were practically guaranteed to close a deal. The decision was already made. Yesterday, she had already earned a commission exceeding 60,000 yuan. If this deal went through, she would reach 100,000 in total commissions. To her, he was nothing short of a blessing. Certainly, Mr. Yuan, please give me a moment. I will be right there. Even through the phone, Yuan Qi could sense her palpable excitement. All right, senior sister, let us go view the apartments together. I should be able to finalize things today. All right. Sun Ning had not expected Yuan Qi to be so decisive. Property purchases typically required extensive deliberation, yet from decision to viewing only minutes had passed. The swiftness left her somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, she genuinely admired such decisiveness in him. Since they needed to go view the property, they rose from the sofa and headed downstairs. After changing into proper attire, they descended to the lobby. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Qi spotted Su Yin once again, this time wearing a tailored blazer and pencil skirt. She had arrived on an electric scooter. She had been about to greet Yuan Qi, but upon noticing Sun Ning beside him, she fell momentarily speechless. She understood that affluent young men often changed companions with ease, yet this pace was remarkably swift. Just the day before, she had genuinely believed Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxua shared something meaningful. Yet here she was replaced within a single day. Still, it was hardly unusual for someone as youthful, wealthy, and handsome as Yuan Qi to remain unbound to any single person. She had been naive to think otherwise. Good day, Mr. Yuan. Thank you very much for placing your trust in our company. After offering a courteous greeting, she continued with the introduction. Let me provide a brief overview, Mr. Yuan. There are 2 large flat apartments currently available at Jinxiu Tingyuan, each designed with a private elevator. The unit in building 4 spans 215 square meters with a living room width of 6.4 meters and a master bedroom suite exceeding 40 square meters. Following the introduction to both apartments, Yuan Qi and Sun Ning prepared to follow Su Yin upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie were enjoying a day of shopping at the mall. Ever since receiving their allowance from Yuan Qi, the two had been living quite comfortably, making shopping their favorite pastime. Upon exiting another cosmetic store, both Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie were each carrying multiple shopping bags. Yao Yue, I swear, I never want to go shopping with you two again. Watching you make purchases is simply too envy-inducing. Tell me about it. I am nearly losing my mind from sheer envy. Wulan could not help but join in. In the past, their shopping trips involved mostly browsing without buying. Now, with 2 campus beauties having found generous companions accompanying them, felt rather like being an attendant along for the ride. Cease your complaints, please. You and I take turns treating everyone to meals whenever we go out. Qian, could you help me hold this bag? It is rather heavy. Speaking, Zhong Peiyao handed a snack bag to Sun Qian. At your service, Miss. Sun Qian playfully acknowledged before accepting the bag. Her feelings leaned more toward envy than resentment. After all, she and Wulan had benefited considerably from these outings during this period. Fine dining experiences at upscale restaurants had been generously covered by Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao, broadening their horizons along the way. Wu Lan assisted Li Xia with several of her items. Indeed, the scene resembled two young ladies out shopping accompanied by their attendants. Hee Lan Lan and Qian, you have both worked so hard today. This meal is on me. Where would you like to eat? Long live you. I would love to try the grilled fish today, Wu Lan said eagerly. What about Yao Yao and Qian? Li Xia asked. Let us go with the grilled fish. The restaurant we visited last time was quite delightful. With consensus reached, the group headed together to a grilled fish restaurant. Li Xia ordered 2 fish for the 4 of them. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, they began chatting, and the conversation naturally drifted toward the topic of Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao's boyfriends. Speaking of which, your boyfriends are so mysterious. We have yet to meet a single one of them, nor do they ever accompany you while shopping. Did you not say you would introduce them sometime? My boyfriend is simply quite busy. Li Xia dared not reveal Yuan Qi at this point. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward Zhong Peiyao, only to find the latter watching her in return. For some reason, Li Xia sensed a certain meaning behind Zhong Peiyao's look. She quickly averted her gaze, suddenly feeling unsettled. That excuse again, you. At least Yao Yao mentioned her boyfriend's name. You will not even share yours. Could it be that he is not even from our school? Wu Lan regarded Li Xia with subtle doubt, wondering whether she might be supporting some older wealthy gentleman, given her reluctance to mention even a name. After a few more exchanges, Sun Qian rose to use the restroom, and Wu Lan followed. Only Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao remained seated. An awkward silence settled between them. Recalling Zhong Peiyao's earlier glance, Li Xia felt an uneasy premonition stirring within her. You, is your boyfriend Yuan Qi? Upon hearing those words, Li Xia's eyes widened in utter disbelief as she stared at Zhong Peiyao. I suspected as much. Do not look so surprised. Your behavior has been rather telling. Every time the subject of your boyfriend treating us arises, your eyes instinctively drift toward me. That was quite obvious. Additionally, I noticed that the allowance we both received was exactly the same amount, which seemed rather coincidental. But most importantly, yesterday evening I happened to glance at your chat screen, and I recognized Yuan Qi's WeChat avatar. Zhong Peiyao spoke in a remarkably calm tone, almost with mild amusement, showing no sign of displeasure whatsoever. Her composed reaction left Li Xia momentarily bewildered. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Inside the grilled fish restaurant, Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao sat facing each other. Observing Zhong Peiyao's calm expression, Li Xia felt a wave of relief despite her inner astonishment. The angry words or disputes she had imagined never came to pass. You think my reaction is too calm, that I should have had a dramatic confrontation with you like in the TV dramas? Seeing Li Xia's somewhat dazed look, Zhong Peiyao even teased her. Li Xia nodded blankly, then came to her senses. She thought to herself, you're so in control that it makes me look foolish. It does feel a bit strange. Actually, there's nothing odd about it, because strictly speaking, you and I are in similar positions. Before me, Yuan Qi already had a girlfriend. Oh, by the way, you should remember the pretty girl who performed with Yuan Qi at the orientation party. She was also his girlfriend. Hearing that Yuan Qi had other women, Li Xia felt a shock inside, but honestly, she didn't have much other emotion. After all, she herself had come into this relationship in an unconventional way. She only lamented that she had thought she was the other woman, but it turned out she was the fourth. Of course, I only know about that one. There might be others I'm not aware of yet. But I feel that given Yuan Qi's charm, there are definitely more. So do you understand what I mean? I understand. Li Xia nodded, meaning she might not even be the fourth woman. But that wasn't really important to her. In this situation, if she and Zhong Peiyao were to tear into each other, it would be completely meaningless, like the pot calling the kettle black. Zhong Peiyao pointed to the shopping bag beside her and the LV handbag she wore, then continued. Being with Yuan Qi, I can have all the things I once dreamed of and live a more dignified life in the future. And although I'm not a superficial person, Yuan Qi really matches my aesthetic taste. Besides, he has so many other wonderful qualities. I truly feel happy with him, but I also know that a man like him is destined not to have just one woman. So I understand you. Li Xia found this situation a bit strange, but the weight in her heart finally lifted. At least she wouldn't have to be so anxious from now on. However, she was still a bit shy and didn't know what to say. She couldn't just say, let's cooperate happily. So are we still the same as before? Li Xia hesitated. Of course we are still the same good sisters as before. Not only that, we can form an alliance. If any other woman bullies us in the future, we can stand together. Li Xia was stunned by Zhong Peiyao's words. She hadn't expected Zhong Peiyao to have thought so far ahead. But she also felt that these words made a lot of sense. Anyway, backing out now was out of the question. She and Yao Yao could indeed become allies. Just then Wu Lan and Sun Qian, who had just finished in the restroom, walked back. They had no idea that in just a few minutes the two had already signed an alliance treaty. As they sat down, Sun Qian handed her phone to the others. Yao Yao, look. I found a trending short video. This guy is amazing. I just watched it, and it feels familiar. I think he's the senior who played the Xiao at the orientation party. What was his name? Wu Lan wasn't sure since the performance was a while ago, and she hadn't paid much attention to the name announced by the host. Hearing this, Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao quickly leaned in curiously. They found that it was indeed Yuan Qi, a video of him performing guzheng and guitar in a quiet bar. It really is him. I actually felt it was familiar too. I just saw someone in the comments saying the same thing, so it must be him. Not only can he play the xiao, but he's also so good at guzheng and guitar, and he's really handsome. Sun Qian couldn't help getting excited. Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao watched Yuan Qi performing on stage, their hearts racing. At that moment, Yuan Qi was radiating his charm freely. His fingers plucking the strings seemed to pluck at their heartstrings as well. I really want to get to know him. I hereby declare that I am his die-hard fan. I wonder what his name is. I didn't remember it back then. As Sun Qian was about to scroll through the comments for his name, Zhong Peiyao suddenly spoke. He's my boyfriend. There was a hint of pride in Zhong Peiyao's tone as she said this. Having such a remarkable boyfriend, she couldn't help but show off a little. Yes, she was revealing the truth now. Beside her, Li Xie was taken aback. She realized that since Yao Yao had said that she wouldn't be able to openly claim Yuan Qi as her boyfriend in front of their roommates anymore. From now on, her boyfriend would have to remain mysterious in front of her roommates. Thinking of this, Li Xie couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. Yao Yao, are you saying this is your boyfriend? Is that for real? Sun Qian and Wu Lan's eyes widened. They suspected Zhong Peiyao was joking. They knew Zhong Peiyao's boyfriend was wealthy, but if he was also handsome and artistic, that would be too unbelievable. Of course it's true. Didn't I tell you before that my boyfriend's name is Yuan Qi? If you don't believe me, you can check the host's announcement from the orientation party video. Hearing Zhong Peiyao say that, the two quickly went to confirm. They found an account on Douyin that specifically posted videos of Rongqing University, and in a pinned video, they saw the clip from the orientation party. They heard the host announce the performer's name. It was indeed Yuan Qi. Now it was confirmed. Yao Yao wasn't joking, as she really had found such an amazing boyfriend. The two looked at Zhong Peiyao with undisguised envy. Having a wealthy boyfriend was already enviable enough, but if he were also average looking, they might have felt better. But now they learned he was a perfect boyfriend in every aspect, leaving no flaws. It made them feel a bit unbalanced. Yao Yao, you're living the dream. I'm so jealous. Exactly. Not only is he rich, but he's also so talented. How can the rest of us survive? Seeing their roommate living such a wonderful life, even the two with the best attitudes couldn't hold back. Li Xie sat quietly, not saying a word. She also wanted to say that Yuan Qi was her boyfriend. On the other side, Yuan Qi naturally had no idea what had happened in the grilled fish shop. Ding! The elevator doors opened and Yuan Qi, along with Sun Ning, followed Su Yin to the top floor. What greeted the eyes was the bright crystal chandelier above. The walls on both sides of the corridor were made of fine-textured marble, and the floor was covered with a warm-toned fiber carpet. It felt as if stepping out of the elevator had already brought them into the home. At the end of the corridor was a heavy door with gilded flowing patterns extending all the way to the handle. Every detail manifested the luxury of the house. Su Yin led the two as they walked, introducing the layout of the house. There were many things Yuan Qi had never known about before, such as the built-in shoe cabinets and wardrobes, which he found quite novel. Sun Ning, even more so, kept her beautiful eyes darting around, as she truly hadn't expected the house to be so luxurious. As the main door opened, the interior scene appeared before the few of them. This large flat is overall decorated in a light luxury style. From the moment they entered, Su Yin introduced every aspect of the house in great detail. The 270-degree circular floor-to-ceiling windows, the Kata purple grain marble background wall, and the smart fogging glass. Walking into the luxurious yet tasteful rooms, hearing about functions she had never encountered before, Sun Ning's mind was somewhat overwhelmed. In her heart, there was nothing but admiration, and it even felt unreal, like a dream. As a woman, being able to live in such a house was truly the ultimate goal in life, and now she was about to achieve it. To say she was not stirred in her heart would be impossible. After all, Sun Ning was just a 21-year-old girl. With her emotions fluctuating, she could only try her best to manage her expression at this moment. Throughout the process, it was Yuan Qi who was talking with Su Yin while she remained silent. After touring the entire place, Yuan Qi looked at Sun Ning, who was pursing her lips and not saying a word, and asked, "Senior, what do you think of this house?" Yuan Qi's words brought Sun Ning back to her senses. "I think it's very nice." In her heart, she could not be more satisfied. Yuan Qi nodded. He was actually quite satisfied in his heart. Living with his senior in such a house would definitely be comfortable. Especially the 270-degree circular floor-to-ceiling windows. Thinking of playing games with his senior while enjoying the city's bustling traffic was simply wonderful. As for the price, Yuan Qi could accept it for now. The total was 8 million, and with discounts it might be reduced by 1 to 200,000. As long as it didn't exceed his current principal, the house would be a free acquisition. Manager Su, please take us to see the other one. Okay, the other one is in Unit 6. I'll take you there right now. Su Yin nodded. She took a bottle of water from her bag and took a sip. After talking for so long, she felt her mouth was dry. However, she was still quite pleased in her heart, as she could tell that Yuan Qi was very satisfied with the house. This big deal today was probably secured. Then the group took the elevator down and went to see the large flat in Unit 6. The decoration style there was minimalist, and it looked quite nice as well. However, comparatively, Yuan Qi still preferred the first large flat. Sun Ning also felt that the first set's decoration style matched her aesthetic better. After the two reached an agreement, Yuan Qi said to Su Yan, "Manager Su, I prefer the first large flat. We can sign the contract now." Hearing Yuan Qi say this, Su Yan was extremely happy in her heart. She had seen many clients, but there had never been a client as decisive as Yuan Qi, who signed the contract immediately after viewing a multi-million large flat. "Okay, Mr. Yuan, rest assured regarding the price, I have strived for the maximum discount within my authority. The original price was 8.05 million, and I can strive for a maximum discount to 7.9 million. That's good. Are we going to your company to sign the contract?" Yuan Qi didn't really care about the discount. After all, it was the same to him. "I've already brought the contract documents." Knowing that the client was Yuan Qi, she had already prepared the contract documents when she came, saving them the trouble of making another trip. "Senior, you brought your ID right. This house will be registered under both our names." Upon hearing this, Sun Ning was stunned. What had she just heard? This house worth nearly 8 million was actually going to have her name added. You're not joking with me, are you?" Sun Ning looked incredulous. Yuan Qi smiled and went over to put his arm around Sun Ning's slender waist, speaking softly. "Of course not. This is our home, and you have half of it. It's only natural to add your name. No other way. If he bought it himself, he would have to spend 8 million in real money." After hearing Yuan Qi's words, Sun Ning's eyes became misty, containing more emotion and joy. She didn't care that there was an outsider present, and directly threw herself into Yuan Qi's arms. Looking at Sun Ning's moved expression, Yuan Qi sighed inwardly. Money truly was the greatest romance for a woman. Su Yan, standing nearby, felt a pang of envy. Yesterday it was like this, today it was also like this. Which woman could withstand such an offensive? Although she herself was a real estate sales manager, a big client like Yuan Qi was rare. Under normal circumstances, if she wanted to buy a large flat, she would have to save for a lifetime without eating or drinking, and still might not have enough. If only Yuan Qi could take a liking to her, she could directly reach the shore. But the other party's gaze showed no interest in that regard. Oh, just now, while introducing the house, she had inadvertently had some contact with Yuan Qi. But the other party showed no reaction at all. She was obviously very beautiful. The male clients she had encountered before would all be desperate to win her favor. Why was it that with Yuan Qi it didn't work? Little did she know that Yuan Qi had a truth-revealing mirror. Her true nature had long been seen through by him, so naturally, he would have no interest in her. After Sun Ning got up from Yuan Qi's embrace, she composed herself. She decided that from now on she would agree to any request Yuan Qi made, even if it was a bit excessive. Soon the contract was signed, and Yuan Qi directly transferred the full payment of 7.9 million. Seeing Yuan Qi's generous spending, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Such a man, even if she could be his friend, she could get many benefits. Undeterred, she gave Yuan Qi several probing glances, but unfortunately Yuan Qi remained oblivious. He naturally noticed the sales manager's subtle moves, but now he was used to fine things, and he had absolutely no interest in Su Yan. Helpless Su Yan could only temporarily dismiss this idea. After the transaction was completed, the property records were quickly updated with Yuan Qi and Sun Ning's information. From that moment on, this 215 square meter luxury apartment became entirely their private space. Mr. Yuan, Ms. Sun, congratulations on becoming the owners of Jinxiu Ting Yuan. We also sincerely thank you for your trust and support. Su Yan reached out to shake hands with both Sun Ning and Yuan Qi separately, and when shaking Yuan Qi's hand, her fingers subtly traced a gentle line across his palm. Yuan Qi had long suspected this woman's hidden intentions toward him, yet he never expected her to reveal them so openly now. Unfortunately, she seemed interested in many other men as well, so Yuan Qi had no desire to get involved. Seeing Yuan Qi remain unmoved by her advances, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration, though with Sun Ning present, she dared not make any further moves. Mr. Yuan, the property certificate should be ready within about a week. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. With that, Su Yan had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Senior sister, let's go take another look at our new home. Yuan Qi paid no mind to Su Yan's subtle hints and instead reached out to embrace Sun Ning's slender waist, ready to explore their new home together. Alright, let's go see our new home. Sun Ning's voice was exceptionally enchanting today, and the way she looked at Yuan Qi had grown tender as flowing water. The surprise Yuan Qi had given her today was truly enormous. The two of them returned once again to the spacious apartment. With no outsiders around, Sun Ning no longer concealed her emotions and happily wandered through the house. This built-in wardrobe is so spacious. All my clothes from before wouldn't even fill a quarter of it. This bathtub can fit both of us. The view from the terrace is really nice. Yuan Qi followed behind his senior sister, watching her excitedly point out features throughout the apartment like a little girl, and couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he had ever seen such a side of his senior sister. Today Sun Ning was exceptionally excited, and the thought that this was their home together made her heart swell with uncontrollable joy. It took over half an hour for her to calm down from her excitement. On the Italian-style luxury leather sofa in the living room, Sun Ning leaned against Yuan Qi's embrace. Yuan Qi, thank you. Sun Ning looked directly into Yuan Qi's eyes as she spoke, her gaze filled with an intensity of affection that could barely be contained. Senior sister, there's no need for such formalities between us. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, I'd prefer to see it reflected in your actions. He gently placed his hand on her waist, drawing a soft sigh from her. Junior brother, I'll fulfill all your wishes today. Watching his senior sister's gentle expression, Yuan Qi's breath came a little faster. He had previously asked her to do things that made her uncomfortable, but she had always refused. Yet today it seemed he might finally experience something truly special. Then let's celebrate our new home today. Soon Yuan Qi's gentle movements caused Sun Ning's breathing to grow unsteady, and she found herself whispering sweet nothings. This completely stirred Yuan Qi's emotions, and soon melodic sounds echoed throughout the spacious living room. Meanwhile, outside Chengdu University, a white Audi A6 slowly pulled over to the side of the road. The door opened, and a man and a woman stepped out. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in professional attire that exuded an air of sophistication. The man beside her had a rather flamboyant style, wearing clothes of more than 5 different colors and sporting black sunglasses. Standing before the university entrance, the man spoke up. Sister Chun, is the boy from that video a student here? That should be correct. I never expected someone with such talent to come from Chengdu University rather than the Arts Academy. Sister Chin's tone carried a hint of admiration. These two had come from Xingho Media, where Sister Chun served as an influencer manager. The man named Fu Chuan was Sister Chin's current top influencer with over 2 million followers on Douyin. They had come to make initial contact with the talented boy. Sister Chin saw immense potential in him. After Yuan Qi's performance video went viral, she learned he hadn't posted on Douyin himself, so she sought him out in person. At the quiet bar, the staff readily recognized Yuan Qi as a regular customer. They mentioned he appeared to be a student at Chengdu University. This was how Sister Chin ended up at Chengdu University. Upon hearing this, Fu Chuan frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. Having started working straight out of high school, he looked down on university students. What was so special about them? He had no college degree, yet still earned nearly $1 million annually. Sister Chun, does that person really have such great potential? Is it worth all this effort to find him? Deep down, he didn't want Sister Chin to bring that boy in. As the most popular male influencer under her management, he already received excellent resources. He was poised to become one of Xingho Media's top male influencers. Currently flourishing at the company, he enjoyed the attention of many female influencers around him, which gave him great satisfaction. The thought of someone competing for his spotlight bothered him greatly. As Sister Chin's most sought-after male influencer, his position felt secure, until now. He felt as though he were the only one receiving favor, and the arrival of a newcomer threatened to shift that dynamic. He would have preferred signing beautiful female streamers instead, as building their accounts would be easier. I don't misjudge people, Sister Chin replied. I see headliner potential in him, and it would be easier to build on this current momentum. Fu Chuan couldn't hold back his frustration. Sister Chun, he just has some talent. Is that really enough to warrant such high expectations? There are plenty of viral sensations online that fade as quickly as they appear. Sister Chun naturally saw through his intentions and frowned slightly. Fu Chuan, don't entertain those thoughts. Your platforms are completely separate, so there won't be any conflict with your resources. Just maintain a positive attitude when you meet him. She had brought Fu Chuan along to demonstrate the success of her current influencers to the boy. If the boy saw Fu Chuan and researched his 2 million followers online, he would likely accept her offer. Young people naturally dreamed of standing in the spotlight, and Sister Chun understood this well. Understood Sister Chun. Even though he felt uneasy, he dared not disobey her wishes. Suddenly his gaze shifted to a group of people getting off a vehicle nearby, and his eyes lit up. It was Li Xie and her companions returning from their shopping trip earlier that day. Even from a distance, Fu Chuan could tell 2 of them were stunningly beautiful, not the standardized influencer looks he was accustomed to seeing at the company. The moment he caught sight of Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie, even Fu Chuan felt his heartbeat quicken. Sister Chun, I've spotted 2 people with great potential to become big influencers. Let me go see if I can sign them to our company. Without waiting for Sister Chin's reply, Fu Chuan walked toward the group, not far away. Sister Chin also noticed Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. She was somewhat amazed by their looks. Beauties like them would attract many fans, even as live streaming hosts focusing on appearance. However, seeing Fu Chuan walking toward the group with an overly eager look, Sister Chin couldn't help but frown. Fu Chuan had only graduated from junior high school and had been working in a screw factory. Because of his handsome looks, which closely resembled a top male celebrity, a video of him went viral and he gained some fame. After that, Sister Chin signed him with Starfire Media. At first, he was quite humble and hardworking. However, after recently producing several explosive viral videos and skyrocketing to become a 1 million follower influencer, he started to get a bit cocky. He now likes to show off in person and even started approaching random female fans. This greatly displeased Sister Chun. With only a mere 1 million followers, he was already so arrogant that one might mistake him for a top-tier celebrity. This was a classic case of someone who couldn't handle sudden wealth. Fu Chuan was indeed a promising influencer under her management, and she had spoken to him several times, but it had little effect. Her proactive approach to Yuan Qi this time was not only because she truly valued his potential, but also to subtly warn Fu Chuan and remind him of his place. After all, being too ostentatious in this industry is not good. Sooner or later one will suffer a great loss. The closer Fu Chuan got to the group, the brighter his eyes became. They were incredibly beautiful, one pure and innocent, the other charming and seductive. They were in no way inferior to the company's top female influencers, and this was without any beauty filters, completely natural. Fu Chuan unconsciously swallowed. He adjusted his center-part hairstyle and approached with a confident smile. "Hello, can we get to know each other?" He was still wearing sunglasses, inwardly anticipating the look of surprise on their faces when he later revealed his true identity. After all, he had just become a viral sensation online, and he often got recognized when he went out. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of being recognized, and the shock it brought, which made him feel that he was now no less than some celebrities. The group, who were about to head back to school, turned around upon hearing the voice and saw a flashy guy in sunglasses smiling at them. Sun Qian and Wu Lan were somewhat interested in the person approaching them. Although they couldn't see his eyes, they could tell he was handsome. Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie merely glanced at him briefly before looking away. They encountered such pickup attempts several times a day and had become immune to them. Seeing their indifferent reactions, Fu Chuan felt a bit embarrassed. He then took off his sunglasses and continued, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Fu Chuan." Seeing Fu Chuan without his sunglasses, Sun Qian's eyes lit up. "Are you that Douyin blogger who does costume transformations? It really seems like you." "Fu Chuan, I remember that blogger's name is Fu Chuan." Wulan also realized, looking at Fu Chuan with a hint of surprise. Seeing that he was recognized again, Fu Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile involuntarily. However, when he noticed that the two most beautiful girls still showed no reaction, his smile immediately faded. He was a Douyin influencer with 1 million followers. Wasn't this reaction a bit disrespectful? "That's right, I'm Fu Chuan. You two beauties, I feel that your looks and temperament are very suitable as hosts for our company. Are you interested in developing at Starfire Media?" This remark was naturally directed at Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. Although the other two were also good-looking, their looks would be considered mediocre at their company. Seeing that the two target beauties responded indifferently, he had no choice but to extend an olive branch. After all, many girls were desperate to become influencers, and Starfire Media was the best incubator for influencers. "Sorry, not interested. Please move aside." Zhong Peiyao was not at all interested in being an influencer. Could being an influencer be as comfortable as being with Yuan Qi? Besides, this guy's gaze was quite unpleasant. Even if she went, she would surely encounter many bad things. "I'm not interested either." Li Xie also shook her head. She was very satisfied with her current life and naturally had no desire to become an influencer. Seeing the two reject him so bluntly, Fu Chuan was dumbfounded. There were actually people who didn't want to be influencers. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You should seriously consider it. If you become successful, you can easily earn millions a year, which is much better than going to college. He thought they were worried about their studies. In his view, college was completely unnecessary. Wasn't being an influencer better than college? After graduation, you'd be lucky to earn a few thousand to 10,000 a month. Can you really earn that much? Aren't you just fooling us? Sun Qian asked skeptically. Fu Chuan immediately showed a smug expression. Of course. In my opinion, college is totally unnecessary. Like me. A Sister Chun. Sister Chen couldn't listen anymore. She stepped forward and pulled Fu Chuan, cutting off his words. This Fu Chuan had no sense of tact, and he was getting more and more off track. She had clearly noticed that the two most beautiful girls were covered in luxury items from head to toe, suggesting they were from a well-off family. Girls like that were basically unlikely to become influencers, and saying that being an influencer was better than college. If such words were posted online, he'd be criticized instantly. How had she never noticed how foolish Fu Chuan was? "Hello, I'm Chen Yue, an influencer agent from Starfire Media. If you're ever interested in being part-time host, feel free to contact me." As she spoke, she handed out business cards. "By the way, I'd like to ask you something. Do you know this person?" Sister Chun directly took out a photo of Yuan Qi performing at a small tavern. She thought that the guy in the video must be a popular figure at school and would be easy to ask about. Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie were both stunned when they saw the person in the photo. They were of course extremely familiar with him. Combining this with the identity of the visitors, they guessed why these two were looking for Yuan Qi. Their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. Isn't this Yao Yao's boyfriend? Yeah, it really is." The two roommates also recognized Yuan Qi, having just seen his video not long ago. Sister Chen's expression brightened when she saw that they really did know him and seemed quite familiar. This would save her a lot of trouble. "Since you know him, could you please help me contact him?" Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie exchanged a glance, both taken aback that someone would approach Yuan Qi about becoming an internet celebrity. They cast somewhat curious looks toward the two before them. Though they were unsure of just how wealthy Yuan Qi truly was, they could make an educated guess. After all, someone who casually spent hundreds of thousands in a single day likely had family assets far exceeding those of an entire influencer agency. "Sister, I don't think he would ever become an influencer. Pursuing him would be pointless." "Why do you say that?" Manager Chen looked puzzled by Zhong Peiyao's remark. How about I give you his contact information? You can ask him yourself. Zhong Peiyao could hardly mention that Yuan Qi was well off driving a car worth over 1 million yuan and likely seeing little appeal in a streamer's income. Speaking that way felt rather boastful. Very well then. Please give me his phone number. Manager Chen did not take Zhong Peiyao's words too seriously, as she believed that once the terms were presented, the other party would surely be tempted. Zhong Peiyao said no more, handing over Yuan Qi's number before preparing to leave. Miss, could you wait a moment? At that moment, Fu Chuan spotted the group about to leave and quickly called out to stop them. He genuinely found both beauties charming and could not bear to let them pass him by. The women he had previously spent time with simply did not measure up in comparison. Is there something else? Fu Chuan immediately flashed what he considered a charming smile. Meeting is fate. Let's exchange contacts and sometime I will take you out. He figured that earlier, when they were unaware of his identity, they would certainly not decline the opportunity to get to know him now that they knew he was a prominent internet celebrity. Really? Sun Xian and Wu Lan's eyes lit up. Aside from anything else, an influencer held considerable appeal for girls like them, and honestly, Fu Chuan was rather handsome. Absolutely. Fu Chuan's confident smile returned as he pulled out his phone and opened his WeChat QR code. Sun Xian and Wu Lan gladly scanned it. However, neither Zhong Peiyao nor Li Xie took out their phones to add him as a friend. This made Fu Chuan's expression stiffen slightly. If the people he was interested in did not add him, how could he possibly communicate and build rapport? Aren't you going to scan? Both women shook their heads. No need. If there is nothing else, we will head back to school. Goodness. If their senior were to misunderstand, it would be awkward. With that, they turned and left. Fu Chuan wanted to say more, but Manager Chen interrupted him. Enough. I brought you here not for you to flirt with girls. You really need to change that habit. Manager Chen, I was just trying to make friends with them. Fu Chuan reluctantly tore his gaze away. By the time the others had walked far ahead, he could only temporarily abandon the idea of adding them as friends. Still, he had managed to add their roommate on WeChat, so there would surely be another opportunity later. Those two girls' appearance was precisely his type, and the fact that they were both college students only made the attraction all the stronger for him. Manager Chen could tell at a glance that Fu Chuan had not taken her words to heart. However, influencers were not bound by as many restrictions as movie stars and entertainers, so she could not say much about his private life either. As long as it did not cross any principled lines, it would not affect her or the company. In fact, it was all consensual between adults. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts about Fu Chuan, Manager Chen decided to call Yuan Qi right away. Compared to Fu Chuan, this Yuan Qi had far greater potential. But after the call connected, there was no answer on the other end. She tried again, still no response, and Manager Chen could not help but furrow her brows. Perhaps the other party simply had not seen the phone, but since she had obtained their contact information, there was no need to rush so urgently. Meanwhile, at Jinxi Tingyuan, Junior, your phone has rung twice now. Sun Ning reminded him in a faint, halting voice. No rush, senior sister. Let me finish what I am doing first. Half an hour later, Yuan Qi finally let out a long breath. Seeing his senior sister leaning against him, thoroughly exhausted, Yuan Qi could not help but show a satisfied expression. After showering together with Sun Ning, he finally checked his phone. He saw that an unfamiliar number had called him twice, likely not a mistaken dial, so Yuan Qi immediately dialed back. The call connected after just a few rings. Hello? Who are you looking for? May I ask if this is Yuan Qi? Yes, it is. This is Chen Yue, a manager at Xingho Media. I am calling because... Manager Chen briefly explained the situation and her purpose. Yuan Qi had not expected that the video of his performance at the small tavern had been uploaded online and had even gained some traction. He had not checked Douyin much over the past couple of days, so he was unaware of the matter. As for signing on to become an internet celebrity, he naturally had no intention of considering it. I am sorry, but I have many commitments and have little interest in becoming a streamer. Manager Chen, on the other end, was clearly not expecting Yuan Qi to refuse so directly. Yuan Qi, this is a wonderful opportunity for you. With the current buzz in our company's promotion and support, you could very well become a streamer with 1 million followers overnight. If managed well afterward, you could even reach 10 million fans. It is a rare opportunity. Let us meet in person and I will explain the details. Yuan Qi's expression grew somewhat peculiar. It sounded rather like empty promises. But regardless of whether he could become a 10 million follower internet celebrity, he would certainly never become a streamer. If he had not been bound to the system, perhaps. But no, that was not right. Without the system, a media company would never have noticed him in the first place. I apologize, but I truly have no interest in becoming a streamer or internet celebrity. You need not decide right away. Take some time to think it over, and if you change your mind, feel free to call me. After Manager Chen offered a few more words of persuasion, they ended the call. Junior, what was that about? What internet celebrity? Sun Ning's voice still carried a trace of husky languor, making it all the more captivating. Yuan Qi pulled her gently into his arms and briefly recounted what had happened. What video performance? Let me look it up. Sun Ning hurriedly searched for the keyword small tavern Guzheng on Douyin, and indeed the first video that appeared was Yuan Qi's. The more she watched, the brighter her eyes grew. Junior, I never expected you to play both the guzheng and guitar so beautifully. You are truly remarkable. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure, and her gaze toward Yuan Qi grew ever gentler, flowing like water. Just a little knowledge, nothing more. That is far from a little. I may not be able to judge exactly how skilled you are, but I feel it is comparable to the professional performances I have heard on television. And you can also play the dongxiao. Goodness, how many instruments do you actually know? By now Sun Ning's gaze was filled with deep admiration. She had never imagined Yuan Qi was so extraordinarily talented. Yuan Qi felt quite pleased with the admiring gaze of the beauty, though indeed a man must possess some talents. Senior, your singing is also very pleasant. I have been listening to the Wu Jiapa demo you gave me all along. Now I want to hear you sing it live. Actually, singing is also a hobby of mine. I haven't had any professional training before, but if you want to hear it I will sing just for you in the future. However, my throat is a bit hoarse today, so I can't sing for now. Hearing this, Yuan Qi couldn't help but glance at her lips. He naturally knew why Sun Ning's voice was hoarse. Today's senior was truly gentle. The two leaned against each other and whispered affectionate words for a while. At 6 o'clock they both felt a bit hungry. Naturally, there was nothing in the refrigerator of the new house. After dressing, they went downstairs together to find a place to eat, and also to stroll through the night market. It was almost November, and by 6 something the sky was gradually darkening. Yuan Qi drove to a nearby snack street. There were many cars at this hour, and his vehicle could only crawl along in the traffic. Yuan Qi thought he could buy an electric scooter. Sometimes for short distances an electric scooter is much more convenient than a car. It seemed he would need to prepare one at each of his bases. A journey that normally took less than 10 minutes ended up taking nearly 40 minutes due to traffic. After parking, they entered the pedestrian snack street. It must be said that many unhealthy foods are indeed tantalizing. Even from a distance the aroma could be smelled. The intertwined scents of chuan xiang yu air chicken and mao kai aroused their cravings. They strolled and ate, and after satisfying their hunger they went to watch some street performances nearby. Hey, it's our junior students from the music club. They said they wanted to form a band, and I didn't expect they actually did it. Sun Ning exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the street performance not far away. Yuan Qi also looked over and spotted a familiar face. It was Shueshan from his class, who was the band's guitarist. The other guitarist was a girl. The bassist and drummer were two stylishly dressed boys along with a cute-looking girl as the lead singer, forming a 5-member band. Forming a band. That seems quite dreamy. Yuan Qi showed an interested expression. Yeah, I feel like I just coasted through the music club before. They invited me to be the lead singer, but you know I was mainly focused on my startup, and honestly, I wasn't interested in forming a band, so I refused. Yuan Qi nodded and said nothing more. He turned his gaze back. The group seemed to have just arrived and were still tuning their equipment. A live streaming stand was also just set up. There were not many people lingering around. About a dozen or so were watching. Yuan Qi and Sun Ning sat down on some steps nearby. Soon after the equipment was adjusted, the lead singer girl spoke. Today is the founding day of our Qianhua Jin band. Thank you for the support from the passersby. After an emotional opening, they prepared to sing their first song. We present to you The Ordinary Road. As the familiar intro played, more and more onlookers gathered. Yuan Qi possessed mastery of musical instruments, so his appreciation was not lacking. He could tell that although the musicians were far less skilled than him, their level was still acceptable. Hesitant on the road. The girl's voice instantly drew more attention. Yuan Qi didn't expect that such a petite and cute-looking girl would have a smoky voice. However, such a voice was indeed more suitable for a band performance. Moreover, it must be said that the girl sang quite well. During the chorus, many in the audience joined in, as The Ordinary Road was quite famous. Soon the song ended and applause rang out. Thank you for your support. Then the bassist set up a payment QR code. Yuan Qi understood that this was for on-site tips. However, most people were just watching the fun. There were not many who actually tipped. Sun Ning scanned the QR code, entered 600, and clicked to pay. Yuan Qi smiled and also scanned and paid 600. Dreams need investment. Thank you all very much for your support. Next we will bring you. After receiving positive feedback, the band's performance improved, and they sang 3 more songs in a row. Others tipped in amounts of 10 or 20, while only Yuan Qi and Sun Ning gave larger sums. They listened for nearly an hour, and the two of them tipped over 8,000 yuan in total. During the break, the band looked at the payment back end in astonishment. Oh my god, we actually received nearly 10,000 yuan in tips from the live performance. The bassist couldn't help exclaiming upon seeing the amount. The others also had shocked expressions. Had they encountered a passing big shot? It must be a passing benefactor. Almost all of these tips came from 2 people, the lead singer girl said in amazement. The payment QR code was printed on her phone, so she could see the nicknames of the tippers. Over 9,000 yuan, of which more than 8,900 came from 2 people. Hey, why does this Ningning avatar look so familiar? It seems like senior Sun Ning's avatar. The lead singer suddenly noticed the issue. She had Sun Ning's WeChat, so she quickly opened it. Indeed, the avatar and nickname matched. It couldn't be a coincidence. What? The president is here. Where? I didn't see her. Shueshan became quite excited upon hearing that senior Sun Ning was present, and quickly scanned the surroundings. The others also looked around. Sun Ning was their idol, and they wanted to see her. They had only met her once this semester when she handed over the vice president role. But by then Yuan Qi and Sun Ning had already left, so they couldn't see them. Shueshan felt a sense of loss. Wow. I never thought the president would silently support us. That's so heartwarming. And the other nickname, Qi Tian Dashing. Could that be an acquaintance too? That nickname is so cringy. Is it a kid? Possibly. I hope not, or we'd have to return all that money. Regardless, making so much money from this street performance was a successful debut. Apart from the disappointment of not seeing Sun Ning, they were overjoyed. Under normal circumstances, getting tips of less than 1,000 yuan would be considered good. Today was an extraordinary success. After watching the band's street performance, Yuan Qi and Sun Ning strolled through the nearby pedestrian street before returning to the residential area. Tonight they would stay in Sun Ning's previous rented apartment, as the new house had no bedding yet. Returning to her one-bedroom rented apartment, the space that once felt cozy now seemed somewhat cramped. Sun Ning shook her head with a wry smile, surprised at her own practicality. Having a spacious penthouse made her original home seem less appealing. Noticing her daze, Yuan Qi stepped behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her soft, fragrant form, resting his chin on her shoulder as he breathed in the scent of her hair. What are you thinking about, senior sister? Feeling his embrace, Sun Ning leaned back slightly. I just feel a bit unreal. I never imagined moving into a penthouse so quickly. It feels like a dream. Yuan Qi smiled, understanding her feelings. Don't overthink it. Everything that happened today is real. Can't you feel it? Then his hand moved gently. Sensing his touch, Sun Ning snapped out of her reverie, her cheeks visibly flushing. Senior sister, I'd like to do what we did this afternoon. Yuan Qi whispered softly in her ear. Recalling what she had done for him that afternoon, Sun Ning's already rosy cheeks grew even more delicate and bright. She had resisted such intimacies before, but the surprise of Yuan Qi buying a house today had overwhelmed her, and she did not refuse. After all, what woman could resist such attention from a man? First, let's take a shower. All right. After a pleasant night, the next morning Yuan Qi and Sun Ning moved the belongings from the rented apartment to the penthouse, then went to the furniture store to buy bedding and selected 2 bean bags. These were brand-name items costing over 200,000 yuan in total, and the store would arrange delivery to the residential area. They also bought some small decorative items such as plants and vases. By noon, their shopping was nearly complete. Back home, Sun Ning eagerly began decorating their new place with the purchased items. With their joint efforts, the penthouse gradually took on the feel of a home. Sun Ning couldn't help but take a few photos, arranging them into a 9-grid post and sharing it on her Moments. Soon her Moments comment section was flooded. Wow, Ningning, you moved? Is this real or just a stock photo? Such a beautiful house. It's my dream home. I wish I could live there. This place is huge. How much does it cost to rent a month? Seeing her friend's comments, Sun Ning couldn't suppress a smile. She had her own vanity too, and the admiration of her friends brought her a quiet thrill of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi prepared to return to the university dormitory to move out his belongings. Now that he had the penthouse, there was no need to stay in the dorm. The silver-gray Panamera parked beneath the male dormitory building the first time he had left it there. Naturally, it drew considerable attention. To their surprise, the Panamera belonged to someone in their own dormitory building. As Yuan Qi stepped out from the driver's seat, many male students felt a pang of envy. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also strikingly handsome. What window had God closed for him? Yuan Qi, indifferent to the envious or jealous stares, walked straight upstairs. Dormitory 502. Seeing Yuan Qi finally return after 2 nights away, Li Dajun couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, where have you been having such a good time that you've stopped coming back to the dorm?" "I've been busy with a few things. From now on, I probably won't be staying in the dorm much." This statement made the 3 roommates turn to look at him. "Are you serious, old Yuan?" Yuan Qi nodded. "Of course. I'm here to move my things." "Damn, you're actually leaving us. Then I'll use your bunk for storage. Old Lu, I might come back to stay sometime, so don't clutter it with random stuff." Yuan Qi packed his belongings while joking with his roommates, feeling a subtle shift in his mindset compared to the past. Spending more time outside would gradually distance him from his roommates. After living together for a year, Yuan Qi felt a tinge of reluctance. "Guys, today I'm treating you all out to see the night scenery of Rongqing." "Holy crap. Are you serious, Godfather?" Li Dajun and Lu Jiahao's eyes lit up, knowing that now that Yuan Qi was well off, the place he'd take them would be extraordinary. "Of course, today everything's on me." Though they would still meet during class, the days of living together were ending. He had a good bond with his roommates, so he wanted to take them out for a proper farewell. "A KTV. Then I'll book a large private room today." "KTV? No, this time I'm taking you to a bar to experience the glitz and glamour." Yuan Qi had always wanted to visit a bar, and now was the perfect opportunity. The 3 were slightly stunned. Honestly, they had only seen bars online, mostly videos of dancing girls. They knew the cost, at least a few thousand yuan. But knowing Yuan Qi could afford it, they didn't refuse, driven by genuine curiosity. While purely curious about whether the drinks there were good, they also realized that opportunities to dine together like this would become rare. After packing up, Yuan Qi went downstairs with his 3 roommates. As soon as they came out, Li Dajiang and the others spotted the Panamera parked outside the dormitory. The sleek body gleamed with a heavy metallic luster under the sunlight, making it hard for them to look away. Damn, this car actually belongs to someone in our building. I wonder which big shot it is. It's truly cool. A man should drive a car like this. When I make big money, I'll get one for myself. Lu Jiahao made bold declarations. Even Zhang Wei felt a pang of longing. After all, a million-level luxury car was rare on a university campus, and Rongqing University had only this one. Just as they were about to look away, they saw Yuan Qi walking straight toward the Panamera. Then, to their disbelief, Yuan Qi unlocked the car door with the key fob. Watching Yuan Qi step into the car, Li Dajiang and the other 2 stood frozen like stone statues. Their minds went blank, unable to process the surreal scene unfolding before them. In less than 2 months, their once-poor roommate had not only started dating the campus beauty, but also succeeded in his startup and now sat behind the wheel of a Panamera. Each event was more extraordinary than the last. Why had Yuan Qi transformed so dramatically when they all shared the same dorm? Novels couldn't be this absurd. Stop staring. Hurry and get in the car. Yuan Qi found their rooted posture amusing, perfectly understanding their astonishment. Honestly, it felt rather satisfying. At Yuan Qi's words, the 3 finally snapped out of their daze and approached the luxury car, their expressions deepening with disbelief. As they opened the rear door and glimpsed the exquisite Bordeaux red interior, the 3 grew noticeably awkward, terrified of accidentally scratching or bumping anything. There are only 2 seats in the back. Someone take the passenger seat. Li Dajiang and the others instinctively assumed 3 could fit in the rear as in a regular car, only to find exactly 2 seats. Lu Jiahao stepped forward and took the front passenger seat. Once all 3 were inside, Yuan Qi gently started the engine. Old Yuan, how much did this car cost? Lu Jiahao gazed at the futuristic displays and center console before speaking. After all expenses, the drive-away price was about 1.5 million yuan. Although they knew it was a million yuan luxury vehicle, hearing the exact figure from Yuan Qi still left them utterly stunned. Full payment or financing? Full payment, of course. In reality, the car should have been free for Yuan Qi as a quest reward, so claiming he bought it outright was perfectly acceptable. Silence fell inside the car as Yuan Qi's full payment purchase delivered another wave of shock. Holy shit. Complex emotions swirling, yet those 2 words perfectly captured their feelings. The car slowly left the campus. It was just past 6 o'clock and Yuan Qi decided to take his 3 godsons out for dinner first. They arrived at an upscale restaurant with an average cost of 500 yuan per person. Now aware that Yuan Qi had become wealthy, the 3 seized the opportunity without hesitation. The meal passed quickly within an hour. The exquisite cuisine at this fine dining establishment spoke for itself. Aside from the steep prices, everything was flawless. The 4 of them spent nearly 10,000 yuan on the meal. Watching Yuan Qi casually handle the payment, the 3 were filled with admiration. They couldn't help but think this is how a man should be. Let's head to the next stop, Immerse Bar. Going to a bar with close friends was always more enjoyable, especially since such venues were never short of attractive company. Old Yuan, are we really going? If it gets too late, we won't make it back to the dorm. Li Dajiang's excitement was tinged with trepidation. For boys their age, bars remained both mysterious and alluring. Despite Li Dajiang and Lu Jiahao's loudmouth reputation in the dorm, they were fundamentally decent guys, and Zhang Wei was no exception. Of course we're going. Tonight our wealthy friend brother Yuan is treating. How could we pass up the chance to experience it? If we can't make it back, I'll just tell the counselor I have hemorrhoids. Wow, what an excuse. What should we use for ours? Yuan Qi shook his head with a smile, having already spoken with the counselor. Following the previous incident, the counselor already knew Yuan Qi's connection to the university president, so she simply reminded him to stay safe and approved the leave. Therefore, enjoying a full night out tonight posed no issues. Having connections made everything so much easier. I've already informed the counselor, and she's approved it. None of us need to return to the dorm tonight. Let's make the most of it. Hearing this, all 3 turned to Yuan Qi. Old Yuan, is this really true? Without explanation, Yuan Qi showed them his chat records with the counselor. The conversation contained only 2 messages. Sister, our dorm 502 is going out for dinner and won't be back tonight. Please grant leave. Noted. Stay safe, all of you. Seeing the simple exchange, the 3 were momentarily dumbfounded. Such overnight leave requests were usually scrutinized strictly by counselors. After all, student safety was at stake and no legitimate reason would be approved without proper documentation. Even Lu Jiahao's proposed hemorrhoid excuse would require medical verification. Yet Yuan Qi's single sentence, delivered almost like a notification, had been immediately accepted. Brother Qi is truly impressive. Tonight dorm 502 is going completely wild. With the matter settled, they no longer dwelled on the leave request. Yuan Qi had already astonished them enough, and anticipation for the evening ahead began to build. Immerse Bar ranked among the top 3 nightlife venues in Rongqing. By the time Yuan Qi drove over, quite a crowd had already gathered, and the parking lot featured far more luxury vehicles than usual. Sports cars lined the area, truly a paradise favored by the affluent. Yuan Qi's Panamera hardly stood out among the impressive collection. Though it was his first visit, Yuan Qi remained composed and relaxed, knowing that any entertainment venue became enjoyable with sufficient means. Lu Jiahao and the others, however, lacked Yuan Qi's composure. Their excitement mingled with nervousness, for this was Rongqing's premier destination. They had only seen it online before, so the opportunity to experience it firsthand was thrilling. Entry required security screening, dress code checks, and ID verification for age restrictions. Fortunately, arriving early meant a short queue before reaching the ticketing area. Do you still have booth seats available? Having arrived, Yuan Qi naturally preferred a VIP booth over crowded general seating for its superior vantage point. Regular and medium booths are fully reserved. The A-class VIP booth remains with a minimum spend of 1,000 yuan. Shall I arrange it for you? Hearing the quote, Li Dajiang and the others could only swallow hard. That meant merely entering the venue would cost 1,000 yuan. Please arrange an A-level booth for me, Yuan Qi said, indifferent to the price. Since he was here to have fun, he intended to enjoy it thoroughly. Without hesitation, he paid the minimum consumption of 10,000 yuan, and under the guidance of the attendant, they passed through a corridor interwoven with neon lights to arrive at booth A13. From this position facing the dance floor, directly, the view was exceptionally open. At this moment, the entire hall was already teeming with people, and the dazzling lights created a vibrant spectacle. The bar was still in its warm-up phase, with the resident DJ already playing progressive electronic music. The shifting colored beams cast a mysterious atmosphere over the venue. On the stage, several graceful young women had begun to dance. Under the ambient lights, the crowd started to stir. An attendant entered with a fruit platter and standard drinks, placing them on the table. Old Yuan, this booth is so spacious. It could seat at least 10 people. Just the 4 of us feels a bit wasteful. Lu Jiahao's words hinted at something, though he had never experienced it firsthand. He had heard of such things. He knew that booths like this usually came with female companions to drink with. Of course, it won't be just the 4 of us. When the girls arrive, you'll need to bring out your usual charm, Yuan Qi teased with a smile. Absolutely. Lu Jiahao's face lit up with excitement at the thought of having female companions to drink with. Even Zhang Wei, influenced by the atmosphere, showed a hint of excitement. However, when he learned that girls would be joining them, he appeared somewhat nervous. Old Zhang, you need to loosen up later. Don't let anyone see you're a novice, Li Dajiang teased, patting Zhang Wei's shoulder as he noticed his expression. As if you're not one too. I'm just a bit unused to this, Zhang Wei replied. Though Zhang Wei felt a bit uneasy, he was genuinely looking forward to it, for he was the reserved type. In truth, aside from Yuan Qi, everyone else was both excited and nervous, worried about how they would perform. Yuan Qi, on the other hand, was simply there to broaden his horizons. Earlier, the attendant had explained that there were various types of female companions. Some were employed by the bar itself, while others worked part-time. Of course, there were also those who came voluntarily to join tables. Generally, the latter type tended to be of higher quality. As for how to attract such companions, it naturally required the power of money. Yuan Qi glanced at the drink menu the attendant handed him, skipping over the cheaper options and directly looking at the bottom section for Black Ace. This was reputed to be the top-tier drink in nightclubs, and Yuan Qi had long wanted to try it. Ding host has triggered a random task. Become the center of attention at Yeme Bar tonight. Reward 10 times cashback on the host's own consumption. The system, silent for so long, had finally issued a task again. It seemed that trying new things was the key to triggering random tasks. There was no discernible pattern. Initially, Yuan Qi had planned to order a basic set, since the expense wouldn't be refunded. But now, with the system's task, he naturally chose the most expensive full series of the Divine Dragon set. This way, he would not only complete the system's task, but also receive a 10-fold cashback on his spending. Perfect. I'll take a full set of the Divine Dragon series. Hearing this, the nearby attendant widened his eyes. He had guessed that these guests were still students, expecting them to order only ordinary drinks. He never expected them to start with the full Divine Dragon set. Sir, may I confirm? You wish to order the full Divine Dragon series at 8 yuan. Yuan Qi nodded again in confirmation. The 3 companions, seeing the attendant's shocked expression and hearing the figure 8 were puzzled and leaned in to look. Upon seeing the prominent price tag on the drinks, they realized that 8 referred to the cost. For a moment, their minds went blank, and they double-checked to confirm it was indeed a 5-digit price. Wow, this drink is ridiculously expensive. Old Yuan, are you serious? Yuan Qi calmly nodded. Of course. Today is all about enjoying ourselves. Seeing Yuan Qi's composed demeanor, the 3 of them felt like kneeling and calling him godfather in gratitude. They had thought the 10,000 yuan booth fee was already high, but the real expense was yet to come. This was 8 yuan, a flashy, extravagant item unlike a car. Yet Yuan Qi had ordered it without hesitation. To them, this was even more astonishing than when they learned Yuan Qi owned a Porsche Panamera. The attendant, after the initial shock, wore an expression of sheer delight. Having just joined the bar not long ago, he had never expected to land such a large order. Sir, the Divine Dragon set requires full payment in advance. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Since many guests gave tips to the female companions, many preferred to bring cash, as physically handing over cash often added to the fun. By card. Yuan Qi directly took out his bank card. The attendant quickly brought out a mobile POS machine. Yuan Qi inserted his card, entered the password, and everyone heard the sound of a successful payment. As the POS machine printed the receipt, the attendant's joy was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Li Lu and Zhang watched as nearly 90,000 yuan was casually spent, feeling a sense of unreality. Sir, there will be an on-site announcement shortly. May I ask for your name? After Yuan Qi told him his surname, the attendant left to prepare. Before long, the original DJ music faded, replaced by a gradually intensifying simulated heartbeat sound. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, all the lights in the venue went out, and the crowd's clamor fell silent. A single white beam of light shone directly at the entrance, revealing 3 male and 3 female attendants in uniform, each holding a bottle of Black Ace in different colors. Then the lights began to interweave and flicker, and the LED screen displayed the Black Ace logo. Seeing this iconic scene at the bar, many realized that someone had ordered the full Divine Dragon set. Numerous young women in the bar, eyes sparkling, took notice. Several attractive pseudo-socialites were already waiting to join the table. Let us congratulate Mr. Yuan at booth A13 for lighting up the dazzling brilliance of Black Ace tonight. Wishing Mr. Yuan a soaring stock market on the left hand and a life full of splendor on the right. May you drink to your heart's content tonight. As the voice faded, the dynamic DJ music resumed, and the crowd cheered, caught up in the atmosphere. The attendants at the entrance raised the Black Ace bottles and paraded them around the venue, igniting the atmosphere completely. At the sound of the system notification, Yuan Qi's lips curved into a smile. The tenfold cashback had not only covered the entrance fee, but returned a substantial sum as well. The system was truly gifting benefits this time. 1 million yuan had landed in his hands so effortlessly. With the substantial deposit now in his account, Yuan Qi's cash holdings had successfully surpassed the 10 million mark. Meanwhile, in their VIP booth, Li Dejiang and his companions felt an unmistakable thrill as the entertainment team circled the venue before making their approach. Even Lu Jiahao's face flushed with excitement. He finally understood why Yuan Qi was so willing to spend extravagantly. Being the center of attention was simply invigorating, even if he was merely basking in Yuan Qi's generosity. Soon 3 men and 3 women in matching uniforms filed into their booth, trailed by a crowd of young women, hoping to enjoy complimentary drinks. After delivering the beverages, the 6 staff members formed a line, each holding a different type of alcohol that created a striking visual impression. Behind them, girls carrying light boards and cold fireworks followed into the booth, quickly filling the previously spacious area. The air grew thick with an intoxicating blend of perfumes, awakening everyone's senses. Congratulations, boss, on ordering the Divine Dragon set. May tonight bring you soaring success. As she finished her toast, a girl triggered a party popper, sending colorful ribbons cascading through the air. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. After the festivities settled, 6 bottles of Black Trumpeter were placed on the table in sequence, and the male server quietly withdrew from the booth. The female servers, dressed in elegant evening wear with figures that turned every head, remained behind, and Lu Jiahao and his companions found themselves completely captivated. This was an experience none of them had encountered before. Yuan Qi conducted a quick assessment and selected those with attractive features, though he overlooked anyone with visible health concerns. Yuan Qi was not overly demanding in other respects. He understood that one could hardly expect girls working in nightclubs to maintain an air of simplicity. As long as they could create the desired impression, that was sufficient. After the screening process, 6 remarkably attractive girls remained in the private room. While their beauty could not match Yuan Qi's girlfriends, they were still exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Placed among outsiders, they would still be considered top tier. These girls, experienced and perceptive, instantly recognized the core figure in the group and naturally gravitated toward Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi chose the 3 most beautiful girls to sit beside him. Since he had arranged this gathering himself, he felt no need to be restrained. Though the remaining 3 felt a pang of disappointment, they concealed it well and smiled as they took their seats beside Lu Li and Zhang respectively. They harbored no resentment seeing 3 pretty girls beside Yuan Qi. For them, the companions assigned to their own sides were equally stunning. Makeup undoubtedly played a role, yet their figures were genuinely impressive. The 2 newcomers, Lu Jiahao and Li Dejiang, appeared rather tense despite their earlier bravado. Frequent physical contact only heightened their restlessness. They had been alone for 20 years and felt unsure how to navigate these intimate moments. The experienced girls easily read their discomfort, but creating a warm atmosphere was precisely their specialty, so they smoothly initiated conversations. Relax, Gigi, are you still in school? Your shy demeanor is absolutely adorable. I rarely meet such innocent young men like you. A girl in a black tube top, her face adorned with delicate makeup, sat close to Lu Jiahao and chatted warmly, affectionately calling him Gigi, without concern for their age difference. She leaned in close while speaking, her warm breath carrying traces of red wine, washing over Lu Jiahao's face, deepening the blush on his cheeks. Yes, I'm still in college. This is my first time here with my roommates, so I'm a bit nervous. Lu Jiahao sounded nothing like his usual confident self. His hands fidgeted nervously at his sides, looking completely out of place. The girl gently took his hand and guided it to rest on her waist. Guji Xiao won't bite you, what's there to be nervous about? How about we play some games together later? As his fingers brushed against her soft waist, an electric current surged through Lu Jiahao's body. Her gentle, soothing words slowly eased his tension, and he began relaxing as they drank and chatted. Nearby, Li Dezhang's companion was doing the same, engaging the two of them in warm conversation. For someone who had never been in a relationship, this girl's charm was simply devastating. Like Lu Jiahao, he could talk freely with his brothers in the dorm, but when it came to actual situations, his confidence faltered. That was especially true after Sun Qi had rejected him once before. Beautiful girls seemed to carry an invisible filter in his eyes, appearing almost untouchable. Yet within moments of her gentle encouragement, his nervousness melted away and was replaced by a growing sense of confidence. So beautiful girls could be this proactive with him. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, the usually reserved fellow, had surprisingly opened up and was already playfully feeding fruit to his companion. Yuan Qi found this somewhat surprising. He hadn't expected old Zhang, who appeared so straightforward, to let loose like this. Around Yuan Qi, the three girls were naturally drawn to him. His looks and presence were simply unmatched. Though the most attractive of the three scored only an 85, they excelled at creating emotional connection, making the experience quite pleasant for Yuan Qi. After chatting with the girls for a while and building rapport, Yuan Qi gestured to a waiting server and pointed to the black trumpeter bottles on the table. Please open all the bottles. I want everyone to enjoy themselves tonight. The girls erupted in cheers. Following Yuan Qi's instructions, the server opened each expensive bottle, and the rich aroma of wine quickly filled the booth. The girls eagerly took photos and poured drinks for him. Yuan Qi was trying black trumpeter for the first time and found the taste pleasant with a pronounced fruity quality. But the true value of this drink lay not in its taste. Just the display from that entire round had already consumed most of the money. The group continued playing in a warm and lively atmosphere until midnight. By then, Lu Jiahao and the other two had completely let go, and under the influence of alcohol they hugged and cuddled with the girls without any reservations. However, it could only go so far here, as the bar still had certain regulations regarding propriety. Of course, if they wished to deepen their interactions with the girls, that was perfectly fine. It would simply be a matter of mutual consent, entirely separate from the bar's jurisdiction. That evening, Yuan Qi was also thoroughly enjoying himself, handing out red envelopes with 2,000 yuan to each hostess, which they gladly pocketed. As a result, they treated Yuan Qi with extra attentiveness, occasionally employing subtle gestures to hint at their desire to take him home for further conversation. Yet Yuan Qi had no such intentions. He was merely playing along for fun, and there was absolutely no need to join them for a game of pool. After all, he had no habit of pursuing companionship with other men. Brother, could you possibly take Nana home tonight? I still have so many things I haven't shown you yet. Having witnessed Yuan Qi's wealth, naturally, some wanted to gain more from him, and Yuan Qi himself was extremely handsome. Even though Yuan Qi had declined, some were unwilling to give up. Nana, who was leaning against Yuan Qi's chest, was the most beautiful of the 6 girls present. Her appearance, judged by the system, scored 85 points, reaching 90 with her refined makeup. She was full of confidence, believing that if she acted coquettishly, Yuan Qi might change his mind and take her back. However, Yuan Qi remained completely unmoved. Accustomed to finer company, he would naturally not take a girl like her home. Seeing Yuan Qi's complete indifference, Nana felt a touch of helplessness. This was the first time she had encountered a man who could resist her advances. This made Nana doubt her own charm. Compared to Yuan Qi's calm composure, Li Dajiang and the other two had already begun to fall under the spell of the constant brother calls. This was an unprecedented experience for them, and having let themselves go completely, they could not help but want to take things further. But though these girls appeared cheerful and generous, they were all sharp. They would not reveal their true intentions without something to gain, and handling these young men came easily to them. Yuan Qi, acting as their adoptive father, naturally wanted to fulfill his brother's wishes. After midnight, following several rounds of games, they had already drunk quite a bit. What remained, Yuan Qi used to rinse the water stains from his hands, making everyone's eyes widen in shock. At that rate, 10,000 yuan had vanished with just that single gesture. Brother, I was thinking we 3 could go out together tonight. I would love to continue our games with you. Honestly, the proposal did stir something in Yuan Qi. But after assessing their appearances, he still firmly declined. Had they scored above 90, he might have agreed. Seeing Yuan Qi so unmoved, they each shot him resentful glances. They had really put themselves out today, but unfortunately this handsome man had no intention of taking them out. He had only taken advantage of their attention at most. Lu Jiahao and the others had no choice but to part from their good sisters, despite their reluctance. Old Yuan, we are leaving already. Li Dajiang's arm was still wrapped around the waist of the girl beside him, clearly reluctant to let go. Lu Jiahao and Zhang Wei felt the same. Yuan Qi smiled and said to the 3 girls, my brothers have had a bit too much to drink. If it is convenient, could you look after them tonight? Everyone understood what Yuan Qi meant, and the 3 adopted sons' eyes lit up. But the girls hesitated, not from any sense of pride, but mainly because of money. If the money was right, they would be happy to care for these young college students. Yuan Qi, of course, understood their thoughts, and simply pulled out his phone to show them. Instantly the girls broke into smiles and walked over. Old Yuan Yu. Lu Jiahao and the others started to say something, but stopped and Yuan Qi just waved his hand. No need to say more. From now on, just call me Dad when we meet. Yuan Qi had essentially helped them grow up together so they would not shrink away from girls in the future. They accepted that title with a clear conscience. All three adopted sons sincerely called Yuan Qi adoptive father this time. Having left the bar, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. At the entrance, he reminded the girls to take good care of his 3 adopted sons before bidding farewell. The 3 did not know if it was from the night air or actually being drunk, but their bodies slumped against the girls. Having received Yuan Qi's generosity, each of the girls was extraordinarily gentle, supporting the trembling trio as they made their way to a nearby hotel for rest. Watching this scene, Yuan Qi shook his head with a smile, wishing them a pleasant evening. Since he had been drinking, he naturally could not drive, so Yuan Qi called a designated driver on his phone to take him to Jinxiu Tingyuan. After returning home, Yuan Qi opened the door to find the living room TV still on, and Sun Ning had actually fallen asleep on the sofa. Tonight he had messaged her saying he might be late, never expecting her to wait until now. Yuan Qi felt a warmth spread through his heart. The feeling of coming home to someone waiting for you was truly wonderful. He quietly approached, intending to carry her back to the bedroom, but she seemed to sense the movement. Her eyelashes fluttered before her eyes opened. Upon seeing it was Yuan Qi, she smiled at him. You are back. Still drowsy. Sun Ning's tone carried a touch of sweetness as Yuan Qi gently stroked her soft cheek and spoke tenderly. Senior sister, why did you not go back to the bedroom to sleep? I told you I would be coming back late today. Sun Ning nuzzled her face against Yuan Qi's palm like a lazy fairy cat. I thought you would be back before 12, so I was watching TV here. I did not expect to fall asleep like this. What time is it now? It is almost 2 o'clock. Let me carry you to the bedroom to sleep. Yuan Qi slipped his hands under her knees and lifted her into his arms, carrying her bridal style. Seeing his senior sister's rosy cheeks from sleep, Yuan Qi could not resist and kissed her. To his surprise, she took the opportunity to press her fragrant lips against Yuan Qi's. Having accumulated quite a bit of desire at the bar earlier, Yuan Qi naturally would not refuse this offered temptation. After their embrace, he carried Sun Ning to the large bed in the bedroom, then went to the bathroom for a shower before returning to bed. In that short time, Sun Ning had already fallen back asleep, so Yuan Qi naturally would not wake her. Carefully climbing into bed, he gently embraced Sun Ning's soft, fragrant body, and she instinctively leaned into his arms, finding a comfortable position. Yuan Qi kissed her hair and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep within moments. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yuan Qi woke up at nearly 10:30. Having gone to bed late the previous night, and having had a little wine, he naturally slept in. When he opened his eyes, the space beside him was empty. Sun Ning had slipped away from bed sometime during the night. After getting up and washing up, Yuan Qi walked into the living room and immediately spotted a thermos containing breakfast with a small note resting on top. The note was from Sun Ning. It said the renovation of her shop had been completed that day, and she needed to go over to inspect the work and pay the final balance. She reminded him to remember eating breakfast once he woke up. Yuan Qi smiled and tucked the note away, then sat down to begin his breakfast while pulling out his phone to check his WeChat messages. Scrolling through the messages flooding the 502 group chat, Yuan Qi couldn't help but smile. It seemed his 3 sworn sons had had a quite delightful evening the night before. Lu Jiahao, Yuan Qi, beloved father, please accept this humble bow from your son. You have truly shown me what real male happiness is all about. I feel like my entire being has been elevated to a higher plane. Li Dajiang, that was absolutely amazing. Words fail me. Good brothers last a lifetime. Cheers, cheers. Zhang Wei, same here. And then the conversation turned to those adult discussions, the kind about duration, sensations, and other intimate details. Yuan Qi thought for a moment and decided to send a message as a gentle reminder. After you've had your fun, don't go falling for the girls you meet at clubs. It was not that he held any prejudice against women who frequented such places, but rather that women accustomed to that lifestyle had already grown familiar with the way of things. His 3 sworn sons were like fledglings just learning to fly. They simply would not be able to handle such situations. He did not want them to be naively taken advantage of in the future. Lu Jiahao, don't worry, father. This little prince of the nightlife knows exactly what he's doing. I'll only ever give my body, never my heart. Li Dajiang, you've only been there once, and already you're calling yourself the prince of the nightlife. Lu Jiahao, disdain. Actually, I think Lily is quite lovely. Last night, she told me she went to work at the club to earn some extra money because her family has been going through some difficulties. Li Dajiang, do you really believe her nonsense, or do you think I'm the emperor of Qin? Li Dajiang, I know she may have exaggerated a bit. I just want to be friends with her. Yuan Qi could not help but press his fingers to his forehead in exasperation. It seemed Li Dajiang was already quite smitten. But that was hardly surprising. For a young man, the first experience is indeed unforgettable. Oldly, listen to me. Block her and delete her contact. There is nothing good that comes from keeping company with a woman like that. After a while, Li Dajiang finally replied, I understand. Yuan Qi was unsure whether he had truly taken his words to heart, but he had given his advice. Should his friend suffer any consequences in the future, he could only hold himself responsible. He set the group messages aside. Yuan Qi began replying to messages from his girlfriend while pondering whom he might spend the day with. His thoughts quickly settled on Anana. After all, he had not yet won her over. So Yuan Qi sent her a message directly. Meanwhile, Anana had just finished her classes and was walking back to the dormitory with two of her roommates' textbooks in hand. Anana's wine-red hair was strikingly conspicuous, and paired with her exquisitely delicate features, several young men could not help but cast admiring glances her way from time to time. Nana, your charm is truly something else. I've been watching, and at least a dozen boys' eyes have followed you the entire walk here. Of course, that's natural. If there were a campus beauty ranking, Nana would undoubtedly sit at the top. It's just such a pity that our dear Nana is already spoken for. By the way, Nana, I haven't seen you with your boyfriend these past few days. Their friend group was full of envy toward Nana. Not only was she beautiful, but her boyfriend was equally outstanding. Wasn't it usually the case that beautiful girls ended up with ordinary partners? Yet here was Nana living out what many could only dream of. Recently, they had also noticed a marked increase in Nana's spending. Places she would never have considered before, such as cosmetics costing several thousand yuan, were now within her reach. And yet Nana had simply gone ahead and purchased an entire Chanel set worth over 10,000 yuan. There was no need to guess where her money had come from. Her friends had already witnessed Yuan Qi's wealth that fateful evening. Nana found her thoughts drifting to what she and Yuan Qi had done together in that quiet grove the night before, and a faint blush tinted her cheeks. She had assumed Yuan Qi would ask her out the very next day, but 3 or 4 days had already passed without any such invitation. The realization of what she had discovered that night filled her with a quiet sigh. Yuan Qi certainly had other women in his life. She had even gone so far as to quietly ask around. She had learned that he was currently seeing a girl named Cheng Muxue who was well known among the junior students in the finance department. Their relationship was hardly a secret by now. A little inquiry was all it took to uncover the truth. But fortunately, Nana had already prepared herself for this reality. As for asking her to step aside, there was no way that would happen. Lost in these thoughts, her phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. She opened the message and saw it was from Yuan Qi. Nana's eyes lit up at once. Have you finished your classes today? If so, I'll take you out for a walk this afternoon. Nana quickly typed her reply. Already finished. Happy. Great, I'll come to your school in a little while to pick you up. Okay. By the way, do you have any relatives coming to visit you today? Nana paused for a moment upon reading this, then understood what Yuan Qi meant. She replied with 2 simple characters. None. Sisters, I won't be eating at the cafeteria today. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up in a bit. Nana smiled as she told her roommates. Nana, you really are one for your boyfriend the moment he shows up. You're abandoning us so decisively. Xiaolan teased with a laugh. All right, you all go ahead and eat. I'll bring you some fruit when I get back tonight. That depends on whether you make it back tonight. I don't believe your boyfriend is taking you out just to stroll around. Won't he be taking you to a hotel? Faced with Xiaolan's playful teasing, Nana's face flushed. She knew she likely would not be returning to school this evening. If I don't come back tonight, could you cover for me during the dorm check? I'll bring you all snacks and fruit when I return. Their counselor was rather strict about such matters, and absences overnight usually required thorough explanations. Nana did not wish to bother with asking for official leave. She would simply manage the evening roll call. We'll hold you to that. After a few more words exchanged with her roommates, the group parted ways. Nana headed straight toward the school gate. She knew that this time spent with Yuan Qi would mark the moment she truly became his woman. Her heart carried a mixture of nervousness and quiet anticipation. Not long after Nana arrived at the school gate, Yuan Qi had already pulled up in his sports car. Today, Nana wore a tight khaki crop top that revealed her slender waist, paired with capri jeans that accentuated her long, elegant legs. Paired with her wine-red hair, she looked both striking and beautiful. Seeing Nana's outfit today, Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. Truthfully, he felt her figure was outstanding even among all the women he had known. Noticing Yuan Qi's car pulling up in front of her, Nana smiled brightly and opened the passenger door, stepping inside gracefully. You look lovely today. After Nana fastened her seatbelt, Yuan Qi gazed at the curve it traced and offered a compliment. Nana naturally noticed Yuan Qi's glance, and a warm satisfaction bloomed within her. I picked up this outfit at the mall yesterday. It cost over 10,000 yuan. Finishing her words, she glanced at Yuan Qi and asked softly, do you think I spend too freely? After all, Yuan Qi had only given her 50,000 yuan, and she had already spent half of it. Hearing this, Yuan Qi chuckled and shook his head. The money is yours to manage as you see fit. I only gave it to you so you could live comfortably. Thank you. Nana's face lit up with a joyful smile. She acknowledged she was somewhat materialistic, and she found genuine delight in spending money, especially when shopping without needing to consider the price. And since Yuan Qi could fulfill her desires, she felt no regret about the choice she had made. Yuan Qi started the engine and drove away from the school, leaving behind a resonant roar. The familiar scene left a rather handsome young man standing nearby, utterly stunned. He was the same person who had approached Li Xia at the school gate previously, only to be outright rejected. Now he had spotted another extraordinarily beautiful girl at the same location. Moreover, she was exactly his type. Just as he was about to approach and ask for her contact information, he saw that familiar Panamera from before pull up once again in front of the stunning young woman. A bad premonition immediately struck him. Then through eyes filled with disbelief and bitter envy, he watched helplessly as the girl who had captivated him climbed into that car. The same scene unfolding once more made him question reality. This was undeniably a player. He was certain the car was the same one from before, only the beautiful woman who got in was different. His composure fraying, he desperately wanted to do something. "So you're playing the field, huh? Then I'll expose you on the campus forum." He believed both girls must have been deceived, so he certainly could not stand idly by. With that thought in mind, he immediately began posting on the campus forum. Shocking. The owner of that Panamera is actually this kind of person. After writing the headline, he began describing the events that had unfolded at the school gate. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had no idea someone was publishing inflammatory posts out of jealousy. At this moment, he had already brought Anana to an upscale private dining restaurant. As the two were enjoying their meal, Yuan Qi's phone rang once again. Yuan Qi picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number, but soon remembered this was likely the manager from that internet celebrity agency he had spoken with 2 days prior. At that time, Manager Chun had asked him to think it over carefully, but he had promptly forgotten all about it. He had initially wanted to hang up directly, but after a moment's thought, he pressed the answer button. "Hello Yuan Qi, have you made up your mind these past couple of days?" Manager Chun on the other end got straight to the point. "I apologize, but I truly have no plans in that direction." Previously, Zhong Peiyao had informed him that the manager had already visited the campus to look for him. Honestly, a manager from a large influencer agency showing such earnest interest was quite impressive. If it were not for the system, he would likely have considered this path as well. "Yuan Qi, I admit you are an exceptionally outstanding young man, but you must learn to seize opportunities. If you join our company relying on your talent, there will certainly be opportunities for you to enter the true entertainment industry." This was essentially painting a tempting picture for Yuan Qi, but what she said was also true. Entering that realm often required behind-the-scenes resources and support. And indeed, in reality, many influencers had successfully made the transition into stardom. "Yuan Qi, how about this? Let us meet in person. I can explain the details face to face. Are you currently at school or somewhere else?" Manager Chin felt some matters were difficult to clarify over the phone and wished to meet with Yuan Qi, unwilling to let someone as promising as him slip away. With her words having gone this far, Yuan Qi felt it would be fine to meet once. Although he had no intention of becoming a streamer, making an acquaintance carried no harm. "Alright then, I am currently dining at Rongji Private Kitchen. I happen to be nearby. I will come find you right away." After hanging up the phone, Anana beside him asked, "Do you have something important to attend to later?" She had only caught fragments of the conversation, understanding merely that someone would be coming to meet him shortly. "Oh, nothing serious. It is about that incident at the bistro last time." Yuan Qi briefly explained the situation, and Anana's expression turned remarkably surprised. She could not believe an influencer agency wanted to sign Yuan Qi. However, Yuan Qi's performance that day had indeed been splendid, and she had felt a certain warmth stirred within herself while watching. She then opened Douyin to search, and although the popularity had begun to decline over the past 2 days, he still ranked within the top 50. A single search brought up the results. Watching the video of Yuan Qi performing on stage radiating charisma, she could not help but feel that same stirring sensation again. They say men who play music possess a particular charm, and Yuan Qi's appearance and aura were already first-rate. On stage, that effect only magnified, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. His stage presence carried the aura of a true star. The thought that this radiantly brilliant man was currently sharing a meal with her filled her heart with quiet contentment. Scrolling through the comments section, she saw many girls praising his handsomeness or posting playful remarks. Reading through these comments, Anana found herself thoroughly entertained, especially when she encountered those calling him husband. She could not resist replying, "I am having dinner with the man in the video right now." Before long after her comment was posted, the person who had written it replied immediately, "I will come clean. Actually, I am the girlfriend of the handsome man in the video. We just got out of bed together." Anana could not help but burst into laughter. Anana happily exchanged messages with her online friend. The thought that the husband her correspondent spoke of was indeed her own boyfriend filled her with a quiet sense of delight. Others might brag or joke about such things, but for her, it was all real, a feeling one could only truly understand through personal experience. Meanwhile, over at the agency, Manager Chun decided this time she would not bring Fu Chuan along. She could see that Fu Chuan was unwilling to have another male streamer join her team. After all, among the current roster under her management, Fu Chuan was one of those with relatively high viewership. But Manager Chun also knew this situation would not last. When he first rose to prominence, live streams once drew over 10,000 viewers, yet now the numbers had fallen to less than half of what they once were. At the end of the day, Fu Chuan was merely an imitation streamer. Aside from bearing a resemblance to a certain celebrity, he had little else to distinguish himself. Manager Chun, however, was thinking long-term, which was precisely why she had been so attentive toward Yuan Qi. Not long after she left, Fu Chuan arrived at the office hoping to discuss a commercial partnership with her. Oh, is Manager Chen not here? Finding her absent, he curiously asked her assistant. An assistant nearby replied, Brother Chuan, Manager Chen just stepped out. Wasn't you in training? What was there to train for? I'm not any kind of talent streamer. Even if I just stand in the live stream room, I still draw plenty of viewers. Fu Chuan had never cared for studying since childhood. The training materials sounded endlessly tedious. Since he possessed no special talents anyway, he had simply slipped away. Do you know where Manager Chen went? I believe she went to meet that ordinary person from last time. You were there with her. Upon hearing this, Fu Chuan's expression darkened. When Yuan Qi had refused last time, Fu Chuan had felt a surge of satisfaction, secretly muttering that the fellow had no sense of opportunity, while also feeling a wave of relief. After all, resources in every agency manager's hands were limited. If Yuan Qi joined, he would inevitably draw away some of that attention and support, which made Fu Chuan deeply uncomfortable. What he could not understand was why Manager Chen was so invested in that particular person. It was only a matter of playing a few instruments. Was it really worth several attempts to recruit him? A sense of imbalance stirred within Fu Chuan. But that handsome guy truly has potential. His guzheng and guitar playing was extraordinarily smooth. I still keep recordings and listen to them every day. The assistant, unaware of his troubled expression, continued praising Yuan Qi's skills, a faint look of admiration appearing on her face. Seeing this only deepened the darkness in Fu Chuan's expression. It was easy to foresee if Manager Chen signed Yuan Qi, it would significantly shake his position within the team. Manager Chen drove an Audi A4 and soon arrived at Rongji private kitchen where Yuan Qi was having a meal. She had dined at this private kitchen before, and the prices were hardly modest. It seemed Yuan Qi's financial standing was quite comfortable, which immediately gave her some pause. If Yuan Qi was well off, convincing him to become a streamer would not be easy, since people of means rarely considered such a path. Guided by the waiter, Manager Chen entered the private room where Yuan Qi and Nana were dining. The moment Manager Chen laid eyes on Yuan Qi, she knew this visit was likely in vain. She noticed the Cartier watch on his wrist, easily worth over 200,000, along with his expensive attire and the attractive young woman seated beside him. These were the hallmarks of a wealthy heir, and she read it all in an instant. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she smiled and greeted Yuan Qi. Excuse me for interrupting your meal. Having come this far, Manager Chen intended to try once more, hoping against hope that something might change. Manager Chen, please come sit and eat with us. We can talk while we dine. Yuan Qi's primary reason for meeting Manager Chen was to expand his social connections. After all, he could not remain confined to his own circle forever. He even entertained the idea of establishing his own influencer agency one day. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Manager Chen brought up her original purpose again. Manager Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of pursuing anything in that direction. Hearing Yuan Qi's refusal, once more Manager Chen merely showed a trace of regret, but did not press further. She had known the outcome from the moment she arrived, harboring only a faint hope. What a pity. To be honest, you have the perfect qualities for the entertainment industry. If you trained as an idol trainee and debuted, you could achieve something remarkable. Yuan Qi chuckled inwardly at the suggestion, though he kept it to himself. There are many handsome and talented people in this world, yet not everyone becomes a major star. That's true, Manager Chen replied, but you truly already possess the foundational qualities. And with the current attention you're receiving online, if someone were to give you a push behind the scenes, the opportunities would be significant. Look at a few years ago. Someone became famous across the internet simply for a smile, seized the moment, and soon enough entered the entertainment industry. Yuan Qi felt unmoved, but Nana beside him listened with growing excitement. After all, who had not entertained a dream of stardom? In truth, only a handful ever broke into the industry. Yuan Qi noticed in Nana's subtle shift in mood and teased gently. Nana, do you have any thoughts of becoming a star? Huh, could I? Yuan Qi was momentarily surprised. She actually had such thoughts. No, I was just joking. Realizing what she had implied, Nana grew slightly embarrassed. Such ambitions did seem rather fanciful. Dreams are worth having, Yuan Qi said with a gentle smile. Who knows, one day it might come true. As a man bound to a system, Yuan Qi had no intention of remaining complacent. He often thought of how protagonists in novels always manage to leave their mark in the entertainment world, and he certainly would not fall behind. Perhaps someday, he could follow a similar path and use his resources to help elevate Nana's career. For now, however, he lacked the means, so he would have to wait for the right moment. Though she had not achieved her original goal, Manager Chen felt that Yuan Qi was different from ordinary wealthy heirs, and she wished to maintain a connection with him. After the meal, Manager Chen intended to settle the bill, only to discover that Yuan Qi had already paid at the beginning, so she let it pass. Then Yuan Qi, next time you're free, let me treat you to a meal. All right. The three stood at the entrance and bid each other farewell. Manager Chen did not seem surprised to see Yuan Qi's car, a Panamera. Sighing softly with a hint of regret, she drove away. Nana, were you serious about wanting to become a star when you mentioned it in the private room? Yuan Qi asked with a smile as he sat in the car with Nana. I do have this dream. I originally wanted to apply to the Film Academy, but my family didn't agree. These days, I often read books about acting hoping to have a chance to enter the entertainment industry in the future. A faint trace of disappointment lingered on Anna Na's face as she spoke. This was partly a performance on her part. Deep down, she carried a quiet hope. What if Yuan Qi might one day help her realize this dream? Yuan Qi simply nodded after hearing this, and said little, leaving Anna Na somewhat disappointed. It wasn't that he lacked willingness, rather he was merely a middle-class professional at present. The millions in his account might seem like an extraordinary sum to ordinary people, but it fell far short of what would be needed to help Anna Na establish herself in the entertainment industry. Still, Yuan Qi had his own thoughts on the matter. After all, many affluent individuals took interest in the entertainment world, and nurturing a rising star seemed like an intriguing prospect. But for now his priority was to secure the cashback from Anna Na. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Sister Chun had barely returned to her office when Fu Chuan walked in with an obviously displeased expression. Sister Chun furrowed her brows. Fu Chuan, shouldn't you still be attending the skills training session? Hasn't it ended yet? The content they teach means nothing to me. It's all material meant for small-time streamers. Hearing this, Sister Chin's brows tightened further. The company's streamer training program was entirely voluntary, designed to improve streamers' professionalism from every angle, including many important details to be mindful of. Someone like Fu Chuan was precisely the type who needed such training, since during his last broadcast, he had nearly said something inappropriate and caused negative attention. But judging by his demeanor, now he had not taken the matter to heart at all. Fu Chuan, I've reminded you countless times. Becoming famous does not mean everything is settled. You still need to learn how to sustain your popularity and avoid violations. Have you already forgotten what happened during that last broadcast? Fu Chuan was already somewhat resentful about Sister Chin's efforts to sign Yuan Qi, which was exactly why he had rushed over, to see whether she had reached an agreement with him. Instead, he received criticism the moment he walked through the door. He was now a well-known internet personality with over 2 million followers. Didn't he deserve some respect? Fine, I already know everything you're saying. I'm practically a major streamer now. I understand these matters without needing to be taught. A wave of indignation rose within Fu Chuan. He believed his sudden fame stemmed entirely from his appearance and talent, while Sister Chin merely benefited from his success. Why should he tolerate such criticism? Sister Chin's expression darkened upon hearing his words. At that moment, laughter echoed from outside the office door. I was wondering why it was so lively here. Qinyue, you really shouldn't be so strict. If a big streamer like Xiao Chuan doesn't wish to attend training, that's his choice. There's no need to press him so hard. A man in his 30s with a slicked-back hairstyle stepped inside with a smile. The moment he appeared, Fu Chuan's expression brightened immediately. Brother Guo, mind your own people. My matters do not concern you. Sister Chun gave no warmth toward Guo. He was also an internet celebrity manager, and both of them currently held the rank of intermediate managers. However, a senior manager position would open up by year's end, and naturally both of them had their eyes set on it. That's not the way to look at it. We work for the same company. Why draw such sharp lines? We're both contributing to Xingho Media. Guahai saved the empty words. If you're here for nothing, don't interrupt our work. Yet Guahai seemed to miss the implication entirely, his smile deepening as he turned his attention to Fu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, I truly believe in your potential. Work hard, and reaching tens of millions of followers will come soon enough. Guahai patted his shoulder, assuming a solemn and earnest manner. Fu Chuan felt a wave of warmth at these words. Guo was the one who truly understood him. Sister Chin only ever imposed restrictions. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Guo from the beginning. He had entirely forgotten how Sister Chun had brought him into the company and helped design his early video content. Not at all, there's still much I need to learn. For once, Fu Chuan sounded modest. Sister Chin saw through Guahai's intentions clearly. He was clearly attempting to poach her streamer. A streamer's achievements were crucial to their evaluation ratings. Currently, both of them managed streamers of roughly comparable quality, with Sister Chin holding a slight edge. But if Fu Chuan were poached away, the balance would tilt instantly in his favor. Streamers could submit requests to change managers, and even if the request was ultimately denied, the very act would bring unfavorable consequences for Sister Chin. Guahai's motives were transparently calculating. Yet frustratingly, she could not say anything openly, since he had only offered encouragement and had not explicitly stated anything improper. If she expressed dissatisfaction, Fu Chuan would likely grow even more resentful. Watching Sister Chin's expression darken, Guahai felt quietly satisfied. That was precisely the effect he sought. The senior manager position was within his grasp. After a few more words of encouragement to Fu Chuan, he left with a satisfied smile, while Fu Chuan's face still carried a pleased expression. Clearly, Guahai's flattery had taken root. Sister Chin opened her mouth, but found nothing suitable to say. Beyond the fact that he was a direct competitor, there was another important reason she disliked Guahai. His conduct was questionable. He frequently engaged in inappropriate arrangements with rookie streamers, which was the core reason she maintained such a cold attitude toward him. With Guahai's endorsement, Fu Chuan's confidence surged. He suddenly realized his own importance to Qinyue and felt remarkably invigorated. Without even bidding farewell to Qinyue, he walked out of the office directly. He was already considering switching managers, feeling that following Guahai offered far greater prospects. Staying under Sister Chin's supervision meant constant oversight, leaving him no room to act freely. Watching this unfold, Sister Chin let out a quiet sigh. Her thoughts drifted to Yuan Qi. Compared to him, Fu Chuan fell entirely short. It was only a pity that Yuan Qi came from a wealthy family. Fu Chuan had just left Manager Chin's office when he encountered Gua Hai waiting at the corner of the hallway. He quickly put on a smile and greeted him warmly. Brother Gua. He was no fool. He understood that the man was deliberately waiting for him here and could faintly guess his intentions. Yes, Xiao Chuan. There were some things inside Manager Chin's office that couldn't be discussed openly. I believe in your future greatly, but I feel you might be underutilized staying with Chunyu. Do you understand what I mean? Gua Hai patted his shoulder with an earnest expression. In his heart, Gua Hai considered Fu Chuan nothing more than a fool. If not for the latter's genuine fame online, he would not have bothered with such courtesy. Hearing Gua Hai's words, Fu Chuan hesitated for a moment. After all, he had been discovered and nurtured by Manager Chun. Moving to Gua Hai's side might brand him as ungrateful in the company, and that was a reputation he wished to avoid. Reading his concern, Gua Hai smiled again. Xiao Chuan, once you join my team, I will allocate abundant resources to support you, helping you reach the 10 million follower milestone as soon as possible. Many of my influencers also hold you in high regard. Gua Hai spoke these final words with deliberate nuance. Fu Chuan's eyes immediately brightened. Both the promise of 10 million popularity and the implication behind those words proved irresistible to him. Under Manager Chin's guidance, he had always been kept within strict boundaries, which sometimes left him feeling frustrated. But following Gua Hai meant not only strong backing, but also the freedom to interact with beautiful influencers. The choice seemed clear. He felt Gua Hai was his true patron. In that moment, Fu Chuan almost longed to kneel and declare that he had wandered half his life only to have missed meeting such a wise mentor. Brother Gua, I need some time to think this over. Can I give you my answer later? Gua Hai responded with a smile and a wave of his hand, as though it mattered not, though inwardly he scoffed at the man's sudden air of importance. Their Xingho Media was merely average among MCN agencies and could not compare with top-tier firms like Yo Media. With only 2 influencers possessing 10 million followers, Fu Chuan himself, who held 2 million fans on Douyin, already occupied a respectable position at the company. A request to change managers would be taken seriously, otherwise Gua Hai would not have spoken to him so civilly. This matter was connected to his own promotion prospects. Consider it well. I look forward to your good news. After saying this, Gua Hai patted Fu Chuan's shoulder warmly before departing. Though Fu Chuan felt a trace of hesitation, it soon faded. Glancing toward Manager Chin's office, he thought, Manager Chin, please do not blame me. If I cannot grow here, I must seek a better path. Having made his decision, Fu Chuan began preparing his application to change managers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Qi accompanied Anna Na to the mall. After browsing the LV boutique, Yuan Qi had selected 2 bags for Anna Na at a cost of 50,000. As he prepared to settle the bill, the sales associate checked his spending record and said respectfully, Mr. Yuan, given that you have spent over 1 million at LV in the past 2 months, you have now been upgraded to our VVIP clientele. You will enjoy exclusive services in the future. Yuan Qi paused, somewhat surprised. He had not paid close attention to his spending, yet it seemed he had already accumulated such a considerable sum. But it made sense. Cheng Mushua's son Ning Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao had accompanied him on numerous LV outings. Each had likely spent over 200,000. The total exceeding 1 million was hardly astonishing. Of course, if one included their own personal spending here, the figure would be even larger. Compared to top-tier brands like Hermes and Chanel, he did visit LV more frequently. He wondered whether he had earned VIP status at those other brands as well. I understand, the sales associate replied with a bright smile. Mr. Yuan, here is a complimentary gift from LV in appreciation of your continued patronage. She handed him an elegant white gift box that appeared quite valuable. Yuan Qi accepted it with a smile, sensing something extra pressed into his palm, though he did not dwell on it at the moment. Beside him, Anna Na felt a mixture of astonishment and complexity. Her shock came from the revelation that Yuan Qi had spent over 1 million at LV in less than 2 months, a figure that far exceeded her previous understanding. And this was only a single store. The amount spent elsewhere must have been far greater. Her more complicated emotions stemmed from the realization that these luxury gifts could not have been intended for just one woman, meaning Yuan Qi surely had other companions beyond Cheng Muxua. Yet she soon composed herself, understanding that the world offered no perfect compromises. Seeking a handsome, wealthy, talented man who was also entirely devoted was not mere wishful thinking, but pure fantasy. Surrounded by such admirable qualities, it was foreseeable that more women might appear around Yuan Qi in the future. Her task was simply to strengthen her own place in his heart. With this thought, Anna Na tightened her grip on Yuan Qi's arm. Feeling the gentle pressure against his side, Yuan Qi glanced at the young woman, whose eyes were filled with affection, and a smile naturally formed on his face. Regardless of whether such gazes were genuine or crafted, he found great comfort in them at that moment. After settling the bill, the two turned and left the LV boutique. Watching their retreating figures, the sales associate's eyes revealed a touch of envy. Over this period, she had witnessed Yuan Qi purchasing LV goods for various women beside him. Such matters no longer surprised her. What had astonished her was how each companion was a different type of stunning beauty. Yet considering Yuan Qi's looks and wealth, such circumstances were hardly remarkable. Whenever she attended to him, she had subtly hinted at her own interest, believing herself a beautiful woman with considerable prospects. Unfortunately, Yuan Qi had ignored every one of her attempts. This time, however, she had dared to try. While handing him the gift, she had quietly slipped him a note bearing her contact information and address. One can only hope for a response. Yuan Qi, having left the LV store, was naturally unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in the salesgirl's mind. It was only upon exiting that he noticed a small slip of paper in his hand. Opening it, he saw a phone number and an address. Yuan Qi instantly understood her intention. Without a second thought, he crumpled the paper into a ball and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. To be honest, he had also scanned the salesgirl at the counter. Her data was not bad, with an appearance score of 82 and a special attribute of 98. She would certainly be considered a beauty many men could never attain, but in his eyes she fell short. Even the system's standard of an 85 appearance score eluded her, so Yuan Qi naturally felt no interest. Now he was surrounded by stunning beauties, each with an appearance score above 90, which had imperceptibly raised his aesthetic standards. After finishing their shopping, the two decided to visit the zoo. It was Nana who suggested it. She said she wanted to see the giant pandas, and Yuan Qi had no objections. Come to think of it, Yuan Qi hadn't visited the Rongqing Zoo in a long time. The last time was with his parents back when he was still in middle school, so it had been 5 or 6 years since his last visit. The ticket price was still the same at 20 yuan. That at least had never changed. Today happened to be a weekend, so the zoo was quite crowded, mostly families with children coming to see the animals. After a full tour, they sat for a while in the rest area. Yuan Qi, I'm going to buy some fish food. Oh, let's feed the koi together, she said. With that, she happily walked toward the vendor. It was clear that Nana truly loved animals. Yuan Qi had been interested at first, but after a full circuit, he began to feel rather indifferent. He was thinking of going to the hotel to play a game of ball with Nana, but since she was in high spirits, he decided to accompany her a while longer. After all, he couldn't appear too eager. Yuan Qi, it really is you. I thought I saw you from afar. Just then a familiar voice reached him. Looking up, Yuan Qi saw Chun Wei and his girlfriend Su Yin, whom he had met at the mall last time. Yuan Qi smiled and greeted them. Wei, go out with your girlfriend. Yeah, are you here with your girlfriend too? In truth, he was a bit puzzled. From a distance, he hadn't gotten a clear look at Nana's face. He had only seen her back, and she seemed different from the one he had met at the cinema last time. She's gone to buy something. Oh, by the way, I tried to add you as a friend on the class group chat last time, but you haven't accepted yet. Chun Wei hinted that he wanted to add Yuan Qi as a friend. His girlfriend had told him about their previous encounter, so he was keen to build a better relationship with Yuan Qi. All that. I've been getting a lot of friend requests. Yours probably got buried. Yuan Qi had no idea how his contact info had spread, but he was indeed receiving many friend requests these days. The two added each other as friends face to face. Then they began chatting about what had become of some of their high school classmates. But Yuan Qi didn't really know much. In high school, he had been an above-average student with good relationships all around. However, after graduation, most connections had faded. In high school, they had used QQ groups, but now he barely checked QQ messages anymore. After chatting for a while, Nana returned with the fish food. Chun Wei naturally saw her, and when he clearly made out Nana's features, he was momentarily stunned. This beauty was entirely different from the one he had seen at the cinema last time. Yet she was equally breathtaking. Could it be that Yuan Qi had broken up with the previous one and found a new girlfriend? But how could he find another one this beautiful? As a man, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yuan Qi noticed Chun Wei's reaction and understood his thoughts, but he didn't elaborate. Instead, he made a simple introduction. Nana, this is my high school classmate Chun Wei, and beside him is his girlfriend Su Yin. Chun Wei, this is my girlfriend, Nana. When Nana heard Yuan Qi refer to her as his girlfriend, her heart fluttered with joy. Strictly speaking, their relationship had never been formally acknowledged by Yuan Qi. Hello. Nana smiled and greeted them both, then affectionately linked her arm with Yuan Qi's. Su Yin reached out and tugged at the still-dazed Chun Wei, snapping him back to reality. Oh, hello. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He wanted to ask what was going on, but it clearly wasn't the right time. Chun Wei, we're going to feed the koi. Want to join us? It was rare to run into a high school classmate twice that felt like fate, so there was no harm in keeping in touch. Sure, Yin Yin and I were planning to go there too. Chun Wei set aside his curiosity for now, and the four of them headed to the fish pond. Nana had bought quite a lot of fish food, so she shared half with Chun Wei and Su Yin. The four of them chatted and fed the koi together. During this time, Nana and Su Yin quickly became acquainted. Half an hour ago, they had been strangers, yet now they were chatting and laughing. Yuan Qi found it quite remarkable. Women's friendships really did blossom fast. In the end, the two even added each other as friends. Seeing that Nana was a bit farther away, Chun Wei couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Hey, what happened to your last girlfriend? Did you break up? Yuan Qi had expected Chun Wei to ask this given his hesitant demeanor earlier. No, she just didn't come out with me today, Yuan Qi replied truthfully. Haha, you're joking, right? Are you telling me you're juggling two at once? Chun Wei clearly didn't believe him. In his mind, having a beauty like a Nana was already a stroke of incredible luck. Juggling too? Not exactly. Yuan Qi thought that describing his situation as juggling too was a bit inaccurate, but he didn't feel the need to explain further. I knew you were kidding. But you've got quite an eye. Your girlfriends are truly stunning. In Chunwei's heart, he was sure Yuan Qi had broken up with the previous girl. He sighed inwardly, thinking that two beautiful girls never last long. After feeding the koi, they strolled around for another half-hour before deciding to leave. Let's have dinner together. I know a great sour fish restaurant, Chunwei suggested as they exited the zoo. Everyone agreed. Just as Chunwei was about to call a taxi, Yuan Qi stopped him. No need for a taxi. I drove here. What? You already have a car. Although he had learned from his girlfriend that Yuan Qi seemed to be doing well, owning a car as a sophomore was still astonishing to him. Yuan Qi nodded and walked toward where his Panamera was parked. With a stunned expression, Chunwei watched as Yuan Qi climbed into Pamela's car and drove up to where they stood. Anna was the first to take a seat in the front passenger chair. Suyin noticed her boyfriend still in a daze and gently tugged at his hand. Chunwei finally snapped out of it and followed Suyin into the back seat of Pamela's car. Brother Qi, you have really made it big this past year. I never expected you to be driving a Palamara by now. Gazing at the exquisitely refined interior of the car, Chunwei spoke with unmistakable envy in his voice. He genuinely could not comprehend what Yuan Qi had accomplished over the past year that could bring about such a dramatic transformation. The question lingered persistently in his thoughts. He was certain that back in their high school days, Yuan Qi's family had been quite ordinary. Therefore, the change must have occurred sometime after graduation. Now Yuan Qi not only had a remarkably beautiful girlfriend, but also drove a luxury car worth millions. It was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of envy and jealousy. He was genuinely curious about what had transpired in Yuan Qi's life over the past year to reach such a remarkable standing. So he probed indirectly, hoping to draw something from Yuan Qi's words. It's all right, by the way. Where is that sauerkraut fish restaurant you mentioned? Yuan Qi smiled faintly and did not elaborate further on Chunwei's question. Seeing that he would get nothing more, Chunwei stopped pressing and simply told him the location of the restaurant. Having noted the location of the sauerkraut fish restaurant, Yuan Qi set the navigation and stepped on the accelerator, driving away from the place. Meanwhile, within Rongqing University, many students were scrolling through the campus forum looking for any gossip or news. Suddenly, a surprisingly lengthy post appeared on numerous feeds. At first, no one paid much attention, but after reading the content and examining the accompanying images, a growing number of people became intrigued. The topic suggested that someone at their university was allegedly maintaining romantic involvement with multiple people at once, and that person happened to be the owner of the Palamara, who had recently appeared on the campus confession wall. Moreover, the account that published this gossip demonstrated solid writing ability. Presenting facts logically and building a coherent argument, the post ultimately elevated the discussion to the negative impact such behavior could have on the school's moral climate. By the end, many readers found themselves sympathetic and even felt that someone like that deserved expulsion. Notably, the majority of these commenters were male, since the original poster had described all the women romantically linked to the Palamara owner as campus beauties. However, shortly after the post was published, others immediately came forward with claims of having seen the Palamara owner in intimate company with various campus beauties. Several even provided photographic evidence. After all, Yuan Qi's Palamara had drawn considerable attention on campus, and it was not uncommon for someone to accidentally capture images of girls stepping out of the passenger seat. What proved most surprising was that every girl who had been seen alighting from the vehicle turned out to be one of the recognized beauties on campus, even without any formal popularity polls. The most attractive girls in the first year naturally attracted considerable attention and were readily recognized by many. Instantly, the forum erupted into lively discussion. Goodness, isn't that my goddess Licia? Didn't she say she had no intention of dating during university? Are you sure you didn't confess to her, bro? Perhaps she simply isn't interested in you. Zhong Peiyao from the freshman class was also seen in this car. Does the Palamara have that kind of appeal to beautiful girls? That's Cheng Mushue from our grade. However, I heard she already has a boyfriend, and it is likely the owner of this Palamara. Goodness. Does this mean the guy is juggling multiple relationships at once? Today, the girl seen entering the car was Anna from our English department. This guy really is something. I just realized something. Are all the most beautiful girls at our school connected to this car owner? Come on, getting into a car does not necessarily prove anything. Campus Beauties, a luxury car, and tales of romantic entanglements. Such topics inevitably generated tremendous buzz. Simply entering a car might indeed prove nothing, but soon others came forward with corroboration, claiming to have witnessed him holding hands with one campus beauty, followed by reports of him appearing intimate with another. The crowd of onlookers immediately became energized, their feelings a mixture of envy and jealousy toward the Palamara owner. Upon careful consideration, it seemed as though he had somehow become closely connected with every beautiful girl at the school, which only intensified the resentment. Especially the devoted admirers of these campus beauties, who surged with indignation and launched fervent criticism against the Palamara owner. Some even called upon the school to impose disciplinary action, with a few suggesting outright expulsion. Of course, a few voices of reason did emerge, but they were quickly overshadowed by the wave of negative commentary. Within half a day, the original lengthy post had accumulated nearly 1,000 replies. Watching this unfold, the boy who had posted it all felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. What does having money prove? With just a little effort, I can ensure he cannot remain here. Those beautiful girls who have been deceived will surely thank me once they see his true nature. At that moment, Su Sun felt an immense sense of relief, as refreshing as drinking something chilled on a sweltering summer day. With the matter having gained such widespread attention, the school would surely take disciplinary action against him and ideally expel him as a disruption to the campus. He had not even anticipated that beyond what he had witnessed, the individual had connections with other campus beauties as well. This only deepened his envy and jealousy, while reinforcing his conviction that the guy's days at the school were numbered. As for whether this would reflect back upon him, Su Sun harbored no concerns whatsoever. He was not spreading baseless rumors, and numerous others had corroborated his claims. Under these circumstances, he was confident he would face no difficulties regardless of how the school chose to respond. Just as classes had ended, Lu Jiahao and two companions were making their way toward the dormitory. Lu Jiahao was scrolling through the campus forum when the pinned post immediately caught his attention. If this had occurred earlier, he would never have connected the matter to Yuan Qi. After all, they had ridden in that Palamara just the day before. The photographs clearly depicted the same vehicle, and there genuinely was no other like it on campus. After reading through the content and several comments, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This immediately drew the attention of Li Dajiang and Zhang Wei. Lu, what did you find that provoked such a strong reaction? Li Dajiang leaned in curiously. Lu Jiahao did not respond, instead remaining quietly lost in thought as he gazed at Li Cs stepping out of the car. She was indeed the girl he had admired at first sight. However, learning that she seemed connected to Yuan Qi now left him feeling a quiet sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, he possessed a clear understanding of his own standing and knew that she was unlikely to notice him. He had previously hoped that through Yuan Qi and his connection with Zhong Peiyao, he might find an opportunity to be introduced to her, but such a chance had never presented itself. If what the forum claimed proved to be true, he reasoned he would hold no ill feelings toward Yuan Qi. After suppressing the complex emotions within him, Lu Jiahao finally realized that this post seemed unfavorable to Yuan Qi. Indeed, after seeing the numerous negative comments, his brows involuntarily furrowed. I say, old Lu, what did you see? Why are you suddenly so quiet? Seeing Lu Jiahao's expression change, Li Dajiang was incredibly curious inside. Check the campus forum yourself. Old Yuan must be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Li Dajiang and Zhang Wei immediately opened the forum, and after reading through it, their faces also wore serious expressions. Li Dajiang no longer had the presence of mind to marvel at Yuan Qi's connections with multiple school beauties. His own anxiety was mounting as the public criticism against Yuan Qi was already taking shape online. The devoted fan groups proved remarkably effective in their campaigns, though many were merely onlookers eager to stir up drama without caring about the truth. For them, attacking someone wealthy was simply entertainment. Zhang Wei understood the connection between Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao. Having previously considered Yuan Qi's relationship with multiple women impressive, he now saw his own perspective as rather narrow. What should we do now? If this continues, old Yuan will surely face disciplinary action from the university. Even if he escapes punishment, his reputation on campus will be completely ruined. There's nothing I can do. I posted several supportive comments just now, but they were quickly buried. I'll have to inform old Yuan about the situation first. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai had been navigating a particularly challenging period. His family business encountered difficulties, causing his monthly expenses to shrink by half. After breaking up with Zhang Ying, he quickly found a new girlfriend who was less striking than Zhang Ying, yet spent even more lavishly. When she discovered his modest means were merely apparent, she discarded him without hesitation. This left him feeling deeply constrained. This inevitably brought Yuan Qi to mind. Ever since he learned that Cheng Muxiue was with him, a lingering sense of comparison had taken root within him. He could not easily reconcile how someone who had been applying for financial assistance throughout his freshman year could suddenly find himself in such comfortable circumstances. Even Cheng Muxiue, with her ethereal grace, seemed to hold him in high regard. Wow. Brother Kai, Yuan Qi has been keeping a low profile all along. I never expected he would be the one driving that Panamera. The roommate's words suddenly snapped Zhao Kai back to reality, and at the mention of Yuan Qi's name, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Zhao Kai's eyes widened sharply. What? You mean Yuan Qi? Brother Kai, don't you know yet? The forum is absolutely buzzing about it. Yuan Qi is the owner of that Panamera. But this guy certainly carries himself with confidence. Even with Cheng Muxiue, he apparently maintains connections with the campus beauties from both the freshman and junior years. The words carried a heavy undertone of comparison and wistfulness. Hearing his roommate's words, an expression of surprise crossed Zhao Kai's face. A Panamera, that was a $1,000,000 luxury vehicle. His own father's car was merely a Mercedes valued at over $500,000. Then he caught himself and remembered what his roommate had said afterward. He quickly pulled out his phone and opened the forum. Zhao Kai's expression shifted from astonishment to a dawning sense of possibility. If the reports were true, Yuan Qi might face expulsion from the university. Yet gazing upon the faces of those campus beauties, a quiet sense of comparison arose within him. Such delicate beauty placed upon someone like him. After a moment's reflection, he began to compose his own post. I know the driver. It's Yuan Qi from the Finance Management Class 6, sophomore year. This individual often skips classes. He wrote several hundred words laying out his observations alongside documented instances of absences. Normally posting such content would yield little result. But circumstances had shifted. With the foundation already laid, even minor details would be magnified. Zhao Kai naturally recognized this as an opportunity. Watching the comments steadily accumulate, a quiet smile spread across his face. Yuan Qi, with your public stance you may face academic dismissal or at minimum a probationary record. And Cheng Muxue will surely reconsider things. The more he reflected upon the situation, the more satisfying it seemed. He then joined the chorus, aligning himself with those voicing criticism toward Yuan Qi's conduct, hoping the matter would gain further attention. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Muxue and her companions had also noticed the post. Both Sun Qi and Li Jia wore expressions of disbelief. Shui Yuan Qi has crossed a line. How could he maintain such connections with so many others behind your back? Jia, perhaps we should keep our voices down. Muxue must be processing this. Sun Qi fell silent mid-sentence, suddenly still. She noticed that Cheng Muxue, upon reading the post, showed no visible signs of distress regarding her boyfriend. Had she already accepted the situation, or had the weight become too much to bear? Sun Qi could not help but feel a quiet concern. Muxue, are you alright? Sun Qi gently touched Cheng Muxue's arm, her tone careful, mindful of causing further discomfort. Cheng Muxue's thoughts were indeed intricate at this moment. She had assumed Yuan Qi's circle involved only one other person, yet she realized she had underestimated the complexity. Beyond that, her thoughts settled into stillness. Since Yuan Qi had provided her with a home and a vehicle, she felt her days ahead were secured. Observing the criticisms directed at Yuan Qi in the comments, she felt a mixture of protectiveness and quiet frustration. Noticing the shift in Cheng Muxue's expression, Sun Qi and Li Jia felt somewhat reassured. But before they could offer words of comfort, Cheng Muxue spoke with evident conviction. This is simply excessive. How can these people speak about Yuan Qi in such a manner? Indeed, it goes too far. Sun Qi instinctively inclined to agree, but then paused, sensing something amiss. These are all unverified claims. Must people jump to conclusions so readily? Sharing a ride hardly proves anything. I need to help clarify Yuan Qi's side. She prepared to use her own account on the campus confession wall to set the record straight. Meanwhile, Sun Qi and Li Jia sat quietly, puzzled by this unexpected response. Though no concrete photographs existed, the post did indicate that Yuan Qi had indeed spent time alone with those campus beauties. Rather than seeking clarification from Yuan Qi directly, she chose to defend him instead. Sun Qi and Li Jia exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain how to respond. Cheng Muxue paid no attention to her roommate's surprised expressions and continued composing her post. She explained that Yuan Qi's relationships with those girls were merely platonic, and that she was already aware of these circumstances. Cheng Muxue composed over 1,000 words expressing her view that the accusations lacked substance, while consistently defending Yuan Qi's character. After reviewing her post and finding it satisfactory, she clicked publish. Sun Qi and Li Jia watched Cheng Muxue's actions with a touch of bewilderment. As a girlfriend seeing her boyfriend appearing to be intimate with other girls, her first instinct was to defend him. Was this truly reasonable? If it were merely one girl, it might be a coincidence, but several girls had alighted from Yuan Qi's passenger seat, and one photo even showed him with his arm around a girl's shoulder. To explain this away as merely a friendship seemed far too strained. Yet Cheng Muxue appeared utterly unconcerned, focusing solely on providing explanations. This baffled the two. Muxue, are you alright? Of course I am. Please help me check if my statement has any issues, and if there's anything else I should add. Seeing her anxious expression, they opened their mouths, but said nothing, instead assisting her in reviewing the text. After reading it, Li Jia looked up at Cheng Muxue and said, Muxue, the content you posted is fine, but it's only your own explanation. Unless those other girls also issue a statement, the effect might be limited. This was beyond what two people could clarify. The other girls would need to help as well. But how could that be? If the post was true, Yuan Qi had been secretly dating several girls simultaneously. Now that it was exposed, those girls might well resent him deeply. They would hardly help him explain, unless they were merely friends. Yet could a private meeting with such a beautiful girl be merely a friendship? Hearing this, Cheng Muxue's elegant brows furrowed. In her understanding, aside from herself, the other girls were likely unaware that Yuan Qi had other girlfriends. If they knew, the chance of them helping him explain was slim. And Muxue, there's another problem. This post doesn't prove you are who you claim to be. Look at the comments. They're already saying this isn't your real account. Startled, Cheng Muxue quickly checked her post. A few comments had already appeared. Hilarious. You say you're Yuan Qi's girlfriend. Anyone with common sense knows the real Cheng Muxue would want to tear him apart. This is pure comedy. Exactly. The content of this post seems fake. How could a girlfriend defend her boyfriend after he's been intimate with other girls? Seeing these comments, Chung Yuju's expression darkened. She had overlooked one thing: the school forum was not verified by real names, and she had never posted anything personally identifiable before. Thus no one would believe it was truly her. After a moment's thought, she opened her phone's video recording function and repeated the content of her statement. After recording, she uploaded the video. Sun Qi and Li Jia exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Shortly after Chung Yuju posted the video, the number of comments visibly increased. Wow, this is a raw camera shot, and she's still this stunning. You're missing the point though, what you said is true. Goddess, don't believe a man's lies. I can assure you he's cheating. Only a man truly understands another man. That Yuan Qi is so lucky to have such an understanding girlfriend. Could it really be a misunderstanding? No way. Wait, the other campus beauties might start denouncing Yuan Qi. The forum quickly became lively. Many praised Chung Yuju's beauty. Even captured with an iPhone's raw camera, she remained breathtakingly lovely. Some believed her words while others insisted she was being deceived. Apart from those genuinely convinced, there were also those who simply couldn't bear to see such a goddess fall into another man's arms. Truth mattered little to them. They merely joined in the amusement, claiming Yuan Qi was unworthy of Chung Yuju. Seeing these comments, she realized that alone she could prove nothing, unless the other girls also posted videos. But was that possible? Elsewhere in a freshman girl's dormitory, oh my god, Yao, your boyfriend actually has another girlfriend, and she posted a video on the forum. Wulan shouted, holding up her phone. All the girls in the dorm were aware of today's campus forum drama. Initially, Wulan had seen the post, and was skeptical as the first picture alone proved nothing. But as more and more people discussed it, and various photos emerged, Wulan grew increasingly shocked. Finally, as the situation escalated, she hesitantly told Zhong Peiyao about it. To her surprise, Zhong Peiyao showed no unusual reaction upon hearing the news. After all, Zhong Peiyao already knew. Her concern was the same as Chung Yuju's. She wasn't sure if Yuan Qi's other girlfriends would help explain. As for the photo of Li Xie getting out of Yuan Qi's car, Zhong Peiyao had explained it as a casual ride. Sun Qian and Wulan believed her, though the reason was somewhat strained. They hadn't suspected anything further. That senior is really beautiful, but why is she defending Yuan Qi? Doesn't she believe Yao Yao is his girlfriend? After watching the video, Wulan and Sun Qian were puzzled and looked at Zhong Peiyao. Zhong Peiyao said to Li Xie, "Yeah, let's also post a video to explain." Li Xie nodded. Sun Qian and Wulan were stunned. They never expected Zhong Peiyao to also post a video. But how to explain? To help Yuan Qi, would Zhong Peiyao have to admit she was merely a casual friend? Before they could speak, Zhong Peiyao smiled and said, "Qian and Lanlan, I'm going to post a video. Please keep my relationship with Yuan Qi a secret." This revelation was too much for Sun Qian and Wulan to process at once. For a moment, they were unsure how to react. The first thing they could confirm was that Yao Yao's boyfriend Yuan Qi was certainly not dating only one person. Moreover, despite knowing that Yuan Qi already had a girlfriend, Yao Yao chose to post a video explanation and even voluntarily stated that she and Yuan Qi were merely ordinary friends. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, they both turned their gaze to Li Xie. Initially, they had believed Zhong Peiyao's earlier explanation, but now it seemed untenable. They recalled how every time Li Xie mentioned her mysterious boyfriend, she became evasive, even refusing to share his name with them. Why was that? They had never understood before. But if both Yu and Yao Yao were involved with the same person, it all made perfect sense. Now the truth was finally clear. Qian Lan, what are you two thinking about? Seeing the two lost in thought, Zhong Peiyao couldn't help but speak up. Oh, nothing. Yu and Yao Yao, rest assured we will definitely keep this a secret. Me too. Sun Qian and Wulan quickly nodded. Over this period, they had witnessed the improvement in the two's living standards. They had also benefited quite a bit from following them. Honestly, if they themselves had a boyfriend as wealthy and handsome as Yuan Qi, and one who was particularly generous to his girlfriend, they would likely make the same choice as Zhong Peiyao. Seeing this, Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie each took out their phones to record videos. The content was simple. They explained that their relationship with Yuan Qi was merely that of ordinary friends, and that they had ridden in his car because they were on good terms with Chung Muxue. Finally, they urged everyone to browse the forum rationally and not to spread rumors. After recording, they both posted their threads on the forum. Their posts immediately sparked another wave of heated discussion on the forum. Wow, what a twist. So it turns out the campus beauties all know each other. I knew it. No matter how impressive Yuan Qi is, he couldn't be dating several beauties at once. Whoa, I just realized that the girls at our school are this stunning. These two freshmen are really beautiful. Even the raw camera can't diminish their appeal. I still envy Yuan Qi though. He's gotten to know all the campus beauties. I feel something's off. These beauties seem to be deliberately covering for Yuan Qi. Above, the parties involved have come forward to explain, and you're still showing your ignorance. Are you suggesting Yuan Qi is dating multiple beauties simultaneously, and they're all getting along harmoniously? That sounds like something out of a novel. There's still one senior campus beauty who hasn't given an explanation. Most people were convinced after the videos from Zhong Peiyao and Li Xia were posted. However, a small minority remained skeptical. In truth, these people simply couldn't stand Yuan Qi showing off his Panamera. There was also the fact that Nana hadn't come forward to explain, which left some lingering doubts. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi was completely unaware of the commotion at school. After having sour cabbage fish with Chunwei and Su Yin, they parted ways. Yuan Qi and Nana strolled around the area for a bit before Yuan Qi decided to book a hotel for the night. Nana had mentally prepared herself for this, though she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Just then her WeChat phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was her roommate Xiaolan. Lon. My dear, I sent you so many messages today, and you didn't reply to a single one. Something big has happened, you know. And Nana was bewildered. She hadn't checked her phone much during the meal, so she hadn't seen Xiaolan's messages. What happened? Xiaolan didn't answer immediately, but asked, Is your boyfriend Yuan Qi with you? Yes, he is. Why? Yuan Qi, who had overheard their conversation, also looked puzzled. It's about your boyfriend. It's a long story. Go check the school forum, and you'll see. After hanging up, both Nana and Yuan Qi opened the school forum. Curious about what involved him, Yuan Qi started browsing. Upon entering, he found the forum unusually lively today. After reading the forum content, Yuan Qi's expression shifted from seriousness to a peculiar amusement. He now understood clearly that his girlfriends had somehow discovered his playboy nature long before. Though he had suspected it before, now it was confirmed. I thought I was a master of time management, but I'd already been exposed. And here I was feeling so smug, Yuan Qi mused to himself. And Nana, after reading it all, felt a mix of emotions. It seemed that the girls involved with Yuan Qi were more numerous than she had imagined, even though Zhong Peiyao and Li Xia both claimed to be just friends of Yuan Qi. Of course she didn't believe that. But she certainly wasn't going to back out now. Nana, did you know I had other girlfriends before? Yuan Qi's voice suddenly reached her ears. She looked up into his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. I knew. But in her mind she added, I just didn't expect there to be so many, and all so beautiful. Yuan Qi sighed, inwardly admitting that he truly lacked the talent for time management. Without the system to back him up, he would have been exposed long ago. Shaking off the thought, he smiled at Nana. We've walked enough today. I've booked the hotel. Let's head over now. He didn't say anything sentimental. Such topics only became more awkward the more they were discussed. It was better to say nothing. Since Nana had already known and didn't mind, that was enough. As for the forum discussions about him, Yuan Qi wasn't concerned. After all, he still had the principal's backing. Nana nodded shyly, but then thought of something. Yuan Qi, I also need to post a statement to explain. She immediately found a spot and began recording a video. Yuan Qi shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself that he didn't need any flashy tactics to balance relationships. What he had once feared would be a battlefield of jealousy now seemed like an unnecessary worry. Soon Nana finished recording and uploaded the video to the forum. The content was similar to those of Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao. This effectively dispelled the rumors on the forum. The main instigators who had posted the original threads were utterly frustrated. Why are they all coming out to defend this scumbag? Su Sun was nearly furious. He had assumed that Yuan Qi's inappropriate behavior the man faced consequences. In the afternoon, he found immense satisfaction reading the forum posts condemning Yuan Qi. Though he had no direct conflict with him, he simply could not bear the arrogant attitude of wealthy young men like Yuan Qi, or at least that was what he told himself. He also deeply enjoyed the feeling of manipulating public opinion through the internet, capable of shifting perceptions with a single post. But before he could savor it long enough, several school beauties suspected of having connections with Yuan Qi all stepped forward to debunk the rumors. This situation filled him with jealousy. Why could Yuan Qi win the favor of all these beautiful girls while he could not even find a girlfriend? Su Sun glanced once more at his own post. With the parties involved offering their explanations, his post naturally became the target of widespread criticism. The comments section was once again filled with people making sarcastic remarks toward him. Bro didn't expect the slap in the face to come so fast. The people involved have already clarified things. Your post is nothing short of defamation. You twisted facts without any evidence. Don't you think people should be responsible for what they say online? Just snapping a couple of photos and spreading rumors is simply disgusting. Don't you find this person's sneaky behavior disrespectful? And it wasn't just once. Is this the kind of person who likes to secretly photograph others in real life? That's terrifying. Anyone know who this person is? Reading these comments, Su Sun's expression darkened considerably. The thought of having become a laughingstock only deepened his disgust and growing resentment toward Yuan Qi. Still, there was some comfort. Nobody knew the forum posts came from him, so his personal life remained unaffected. He was the type who was bold online but timid in person. Confronting Yuan Qi face to face was completely out of the question. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had already driven Anna to the hotel. Even at this point, Anna remained quite nervous. She knew that after tonight she would undergo a significant change. For her, this was also a gamble. Her feelings were complicated yet tinged with anticipation. Anna, you already know what happened today. I have other girlfriends as well. If you can't accept that, I won't force you. Before entering the room, Yuan Qi said to Anna beside him, I accept it willingly. I truly like you. As for everything else, it doesn't matter to me. Anna looked into Yuan Qi's eyes with great seriousness. Yuan Qi smiled at her and pulled her into his arms. I won't let you down in the future. But after being with me, you must not harbor other intentions. My temper is rather possessive. Yuan Qi felt it necessary to make this clear. He understood that people, especially women, could change their hearts. He needed to set his stance firmly. His circle of companions was growing, and he did not wish to encounter unexpected complications later. Anna naturally understood Yuan Qi's meaning and whispered softly in his arms. Anna will be your woman from now on. She genuinely felt this way. Being with Yuan Qi fulfilled both her material desires and emotional needs. Aside from his tendency toward many relationships, he seemed flawless. In that case, she had no reason to hesitate. After hearing Anna's words, Yuan Qi nodded with satisfaction. Let's have some wine first. Yuan Qi did not rush to proceed further. He could see that Anna was still somewhat nervous, and a little wine would help ease her mood. This way the experience would naturally be more pleasant for both of them. Yuan Qi asked the butler to bring a bottle of Romanicani. Though not as vintage as the one from the tavern last time, it was hardly inexpensive at 600 yuan per bottle. However, Yuan Qi felt that simply drinking wine lacked entertainment value, and playing truth or dare between the two of them would be rather awkward. Suddenly Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. Anna, I have an alternative way to enjoy wine. Anna was curious. Was there another way to drink wine? Yuan Qi smiled, looked at her lips, and leaned close to her ear to whisper something. This? All right then. Anna's cheeks flushed slightly. She had only ever heard of such a method before, but she did not refuse and gently nodded. She then poured herself a small glass of wine, took a sip without swallowing, and shyly leaned closer toward Yuan Qi. By the time half the wine was gone, both had found their rhythm, and everything flowed naturally. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully winning over a goddess rated above 85 points. Obtaining Anna earns double cashback. Reward 5,000 yuan in cash. Host appearance increased by 1. Ding, the host has successfully won over 5 goddesses. Phase rewards distributed 1. Obtain 51 equity in Xingho Media. Name Yuan Qi, age 19, height 184 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms, appearance 86, constitution golden body, peak human physique refining at 88, personal wealth 151-3120. 56 yuan, assets 51, stake in Xingho Media. Hearing the series of system notifications in his mind, Yuan Qi's already thrilled expression grew even more exhilarated. He had not expected the system to offer phase rewards, and the prize coincidentally matched Xingho Media, the company where Chen Yu worked. This was a 51 share. Though not absolute legal control, holding majority equity meant he could decide most matters independently. From earlier conversations with Sister Chun, he had gathered that the company was now valued at over 100 million yuan. Did that mean his 51 stake was worth more than 50 million? Such a sudden surge in net worth made Yuan Qi extremely excited. As for the 10 million yuan Douyin tipping fund, it complemented the Xingho Media acquisition, since this type of influencer company thrived on Douyin. Gathering his thoughts, Yuan Qi returned his focus to the present moment. The next day, warm sunlight streamed through the window as Yuan Qi slowly woke from sleep. Feeling the warmth beside him, Yuan Qi's hand moved instinctively, but Anna, thoroughly exhausted from the night before, did not stir. Yuan Qi gently withdrew his arm from beneath Anna. Sensing the warmth leave her brows furrowed slightly, though she remained asleep. He quietly got out of bed and checked his phone. It was nearly 10 in the morning. They had not slept until almost for the previous night, yet Yuan Qi already felt fully refreshed. With his peak human physique, this level of activity was hardly exhausting to him. Yuan Qi suddenly noticed 2 missed calls on his phone, the most recent one placed half an hour ago. His phone had been set to silent, so he hadn't heard either ring. Thinking of last night's system reward, Yuan Qi decided to call back. The line connected after just 1 ring. Clearly the person on the other end had been waiting. Hello, President Yuan. A middle-aged man's voice came through. At the title, Yuan Qi felt a slight daze. He hadn't expected to hold such a formal position at his age. Life truly has its turns. May I ask who this is? Yuan Qi knew the caller was likely from Xingho Media, but couldn't place his identity. Haha, my apologies for the abruptness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Qing, a director at Xingho Media. Oh, President Zhou, what can I do for you? As you may be aware, you have acquired a 51 stake, making you the largest shareholder. We have convened a shareholders meeting today to formalize certain matters. Would you be available this afternoon, President Yuan? The man's tone was courteous, yet Yuan Qi found himself intrigued. He had received no prior notice of such a significant transaction. One had to treat a figure capable of such acquisitions with due caution. After a moment's thought, Yuan Qi replied, I shall come this afternoon. Thank you for the reminder, President Zhou. Haha, let us dispense with such formalities. You may call me Brother Zhou, or simply Zhou Go. In return, may I affectionately call you old brother. Yuan Qi's lips twitched slightly. How seasoned these executives were at cultivating connections. Even before they had met in person, he was still unaccustomed to such practices. Yet since the other party had extended goodwill, it was only natural to reciprocate. Since Brother Zhou has said so, I shall address you as such from now on. Excellent. Then I shall let you return to your affairs. See you this afternoon at our company. The call ended amid warm laughter. A faint smile crossed Yuan Qi's lips. He understood precisely why the man had been so deferential. One could not acquire a 51 stake in a company without demonstrating considerable influence. They clearly regarded him as a person of deep background. He did not mind. Truthfully, despite his wealth, he had never quite breached the upper circles of Rongqing. But now, with one foot already stepping across that threshold, his social standing had risen significantly as the largest shareholder of Xinghe Media, a company of respectable stature in Rongqing. Yuan Qi had no intention of taking an active role. His original intention was simply to enjoy life and collect dividends. Around noon, Anna stirred awake and immediately noticed Yuan Qi was no longer beside her. She sat up with a frown, feeling the unfamiliar soreness in her body. Her recovery was remarkably swift. Though it had been her first time, it had hardly hindered her movement. Dressed, she stepped out of the room. "Dear, I thought you had already left." Anna spotted Yuan Qi and hurried toward him, slipping into his embrace. "Careful." Yuan Qi quickly stepped forward to steady her. "Why aren't you resting more in bed?" "I woke up and you weren't here, so I was worried." Yuan Qi understood her anxiety. She feared he might slip away. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. He could empathize. After losing her virginity, just the night before she was at her most vulnerable. Wrapping his arms around her, he offered gentle reassurances. "Nana, why don't you go back to rest? I know the first time is always quite difficult." Last night he had been overly enthusiastic and hadn't been as tender as he should have been. That she could still stand surprised him. Anna shook her head. "Actually, it's not too bad, and I felt quite." She hesitated, unable to voice the rest. Aside from the initial discomfort, she had genuinely enjoyed herself. She found it hard to confess such words to Yuan Qi, but from her expression, he read her meaning clearly. Among his companions, Anna's compatibility with him was indeed the highest. The memories of last night stirred warmth within him once more. But it was already mealtime, and there was no possibility of continuing now. He would wait until evening instead. Yuan Qi arranged for the hotel to deliver lunch. Afterward, he spent some time with Anna before explaining that he needed to head out this afternoon. Though Anna wished to stay by his side, she understood this was important business. She nodded obediently. Xinghe Media was an MCN company established 2 years prior and had grown remarkably fast. What began as an inexperienced startup had matured into a stable operation. The company now boasted over 40 streamers, including several self-cultivated million-follower influencers and a dozen million-viewer stars. Partnerships with numerous advertisers and distributors were already in place. At this pace, reaching the caliber of Youan Media was not impossible, though the process would be more straightforward given the recent slowdown in internet celebrity economics. Yuan Qi drove to the Xinghe Media headquarters tower. Before arriving, he had called Zhou Cheng once more. Zhou Cheng had originally planned a formal reception, but Yuan Qi, preferring a low profile, declined. He would ascend on his own terms. Inside the agent's office, Chen Yu stared at Fu Chuan with a grim expression. She could not believe the talent she had painstakingly cultivated was now transferring to Guahai, and she had learned of it only after the application had already been submitted. "Fu Chuan, can you give me a reason?" Composing herself, Chen Yu spoke each word deliberately. Fu Chuan appeared somewhat unsettled, but then steadied his gaze and responded firmly. "Sister Chen, I am grateful for your past guidance, but I believe continuing under you will limit my development. Compared to President Guo's team, I feel they would be a better fit." Chen Yu let out a sharp, dismissive laugh. "Fu Chuan, do you not find those words laughable? Without my careful planning and efforts, would you even have these fans now? And yet you tell me following me would hinder your development. This is nothing short of ingratitude." Chen Yu could barely contain her disbelief, never expecting to have nurtured such an ungrateful person. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Fu Chuan's expression also darkened. "Senior Sister Chen, I acknowledge that you have helped me, but there is no need to frame it as an unpayable debt. At most, we achieved mutual success. Moreover, my growing fanbase is primarily a result of my own efforts. If I had joined Brother Guo from the beginning, my following might have grown even faster." Fu Chuan's tone grew increasingly detached. By now his transfer request had already been submitted, leaving him with no reason to hold back. He had come to obtain Senior Sister Chen's signature on the broker transfer consent form, which would allow him to smoothly join Guahai's team. Even without her signature, the transfer could still proceed. It would simply involve more paperwork. With over 2 million followers, Fu Chuan already held a respectable position among Xinghe Media streamers. As such, the company was inclined to consider his wishes. "Senior Sister Chen, please sign this consent form. It would benefit both of us, and I would prefer we part on amicable terms." Fu Chuan handed a printed A4 sheet to Chen Yu. As she examined the transfer agreement, a deep sense of weariness settled over her. Even if she refused to sign, the company would likely side with Fu Chuan given its current rapid growth phase. Cultivating a high-potential streamer outweighed the concerns of any single broker. She knew she could not compete with Guahai this time. "Fu Chuan, have you truly made up your mind? Joining Guahai may not be the right path for you." "I have thought it through clearly. Once I become a top streamer, I will not forget your help." Noticing Chen Yu's hesitation eased, Fu Chuan felt a surge of relief. Under the circumstances, he preferred not to burn bridges entirely. Such a blunt departure would also damage his reputation within the company. Chen Yu remained silent for a long while before letting out a gentle sigh and accepting the agreement from his hand. If the outcome was unavoidable, there was no point in struggling further. With swift brushstrokes, she signed her name. Afterward, a profound listlessness washed over her. At that moment, laughter echoed from the doorway. Ha ha, Senior Chen, rest assured. I will take good care of Xiao Chuan. Once I earn the rank of senior broker, I will surely look after you as well. The visitor was Gua Hai, his face brimming with barely concealed triumph. Glancing at the signed agreement, he added his own signature. Fu Chuan was now officially his streamer, and Gua Hai's year-end senior broker evaluation was firmly secured. Chen Yue, if you don't mind my saying so, your approach to cultivating streamers is outdated. In the future, you might learn a thing or two from me. I am quite willing to share my expertise. Gua Hai placed particular emphasis on the word expertise, his gaze drifting appreciatively over Chen Yu. Admittedly, despite being in her early 30s, Chen Yu retained a refined beauty. Gua Hai's thoughts drifted in an unwelcome direction, especially since she was his rival. Imagining the notion of bringing his competitor to heel filled him with a quiet sense of satisfaction. Chen Yu caught the unspoken implication in Gua Hai's gaze, and an immediate wave of disgust rose within her. If such a person were to become her direct supervisor, she would have no choice but to resign. There is no need. Now please leave immediately. Seeing Chen Yu's anger only intensified Gua Hai's desire to prevail. Don't worry, Senior Chen. I will certainly take good care of you in the future. With that, he glanced at Fu Chuan and turned to leave. Though Fu Chuan carried a faint trace of guilt, he said little more, exchanged a brief farewell with Chen Yue, and followed Gua Hai out. Watching the two disappear through the doorway, Chen Yu slumped back into her chair, utterly drained. After so much effort with promotion within reach, she had been betrayed by someone from her own team. Her heart ached deeply and a heavy desolation settled over her spirit. With Fu Chuan now aligned with Gua Hai, her chances of winning the year-end senior broker ranking were effectively over. Her thoughts drifted involuntarily to Yuan Qi. If only he had been willing to become a streamer, she was confident she could have surpassed Fu Chuan's popularity within a month. But alas, he had no interest in such a path. Chen Yu sighed softly once more. All her dedication had amounted to water drawn in a bamboo basket. Nothing but empty effort. Her spirits lay in ruins. Though he was no longer an anchor under Sister Chen's management, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy at the thought of this outcome. It felt as if he had voluntarily made room for the other. Fu Chuan's previously good mood was now clouded with gloom. Standing nearby, Gua Hai noticed Fu Chuan's unusual behavior and furrowed his brow. The fact that the other had not responded to his words made him feel somewhat disregarded. Xiao Chuan, what are you thinking about? I was talking to you. Gua Hai's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Oh, brother was sorry, I just spaced out. He rolled his eyes and then pointed in the direction of Yuan Qi. Brother Gua, I was just looking at that man over there. He's probably a new anchor here to sign with Sister Chen. Gua Hai's gaze shifted to where Fu Chuan was pointing, and he also saw Yuan Qi in the distance. He then furrowed his brow. The man's appearance and demeanor were indeed impressive, making him a promising candidate for an anchor. A new anchor? You seem to know him. Gua Hai turned to Fu Chuan and asked. Fu Chuan nodded, a hint of jealousy in his voice as he spoke. Not really, but Sister Chen took me to see him before. Honestly, I think she made a big deal out of nothing. The guy is just a college student with a bit of talent, not worth all this attention. Wait, Chen Yu personally when to sign him. Does he have some special skill? Gua Hai seized on the key point in Fu Chuan's words. If Chen Yu valued him so highly, there must be more to him than just good looks. Nothing special. He can play guitar a little, but I think he's just average. He got lucky and went viral online for a bit, but I bet he's lost all that popularity now. Oh, at his peak, did he make it onto the Douyin trending list? I think he reached the top 10, but it was just a flash in the pan. The hype faded quickly. Upon hearing this, Gua Hai's frown deepened. A newcomer with built-in buzz and decent looks was easy to promote. With proper management, overnight success was not impossible. What he did not know was that his assistant had mentioned it to him before, but the moment he learned it was a male anchor, he lost all interest. He preferred to manage female anchors for reasons that were obvious. Had it not been for Fu Chuan's growing popularity and the potential boost to his own promotion, he would not have wasted resources on a male anchor. Thinking about promotion, Gua Hai's expression turned uncertain. If this guy signed under Chen Yue, the promotion that had seemed almost certain might face complications. After all, in the streaming world, overnight success stories were not uncommon, however unlikely they might be. With this thought, an idea formed in his mind. He then broke into a smile. Xiao Chuan, let's go over and get to know this newcomer. Hearing this, Fu Chuan felt a pang of discomfort. Could Brother Gua be interested in that guy too? What did he have that made him so special? Brother Gua, you have no idea how arrogant he is. When Sister Chen and I went to see him, he didn't even bother to meet us. He puts on such airs. Someone so lacking in humility won't go far. Gua Hai just chuckled and said, newcomers tend to have a bit of pride, but he's still here to sign with the company. What he wanted now was to nip any unstable factors in the bud, even if it meant poaching. With that, he and the visibly displeased Fu Chuan strode toward Yuan Qi. Upstairs, the receptionist's eyes lit up when she saw a man of such striking appearance and demeanor. Although she had never seen this handsome man before, he was most likely a new anchor for the company. Handsome, I've never seen you before. Are you a new anchor signing with the company? Faced with the receptionist's warm welcome, Yuan Qi also smiled and replied, It's actually my first time at the company. I thought so. If a handsome guy like you had come before, I'd definitely remember you. The receptionist giggled, covering her mouth, and slipped in a compliment about Yuan Qi's looks. By the way, since it's your first time, how about I show you around the company? The young lady was very enthusiastic, eager to get closer to such a handsome man. Yuan Qi was about to nod when he suddenly noticed two men approaching him. The receptionist quickly greeted them. Brother Guo, Brother Chuan. Guo nodded and then looked at Yuan Qi. Up close, he had to admit that Yuan Qi was truly blessed with remarkable looks. With a face like that, even as a plain looks-based male anchor, he would attract many female fans, let alone with actual talent. Combined, it was a winning formula. At this thought, his resolve grew even stronger. He had to get this man under his wing. Otherwise, that woman Chen Yu might just turn the tables with this guy, a situation he certainly did not want to see. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Guo, a senior agent at Xingho Media. You're here to sign a contract, right? Come to my office and we can talk in detail. Guo was all warmth, thinking it would be a breeze to convince a naive newcomer. Seeing Guo being so polite to this guy, Fu Chuan felt a surge of jealousy. Was it just because he had a little bit of talent? First he got Sister Chen's attention, and now that he was with Guo, was he going to compete for the same resources? No matter whether Yuan Qi chose Chen Yu or Guo, it irked him deeply, and his displeasure was written all over his face. Meanwhile, upon hearing the other's identity, Yuan Qi recalled the Chen Yu he had met earlier. Hello, my name is Yuan Qi. I'm not here to sign a contract. At this, Fu Chuan could no longer contain himself. He could not stand the airs this guy was putting on. If you're not here to sign, then what are you here for? Just to waste time. You're still a college student, and you're already putting on such airs. Last time at school, I didn't even get to see you. So today you're not busy. Fu Chuan vented all the pent-up frustration, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction, toward Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi frowned, looking at the man who had been rude to him from the start. He was initially puzzled as to why this man seemed to dislike him, but after hearing his words he realized that this was the same foolish person Zhong Peiyao had mentioned. Yuan Qi did not hold back and shot back immediately. What I do here is none of your damn business. Hearing Yuan Qi's sharp retort, the several people present couldn't help but fall stunned. They never expected that this newcomer who had just joined the company would speak so impolitely. Coming to his senses, Fu Chuan immediately became quite irritated. How dared a mere newcomer address him as senior in such a manner? If he truly managed to establish himself here, he would surely oppose him endlessly in the future. Young man, don't think that just because Sister Chen values you, you should carry yourself so arrogantly. In this industry, one must know how to keep a low profile. Watching the gloomy expression on Fu Chuan's face, Yuan Qi wore a composed and tranquil demeanor. Oh, and what if I choose not to keep a low profile? Who exactly are you to dictate how I should conduct myself? You? Fu Chuan had not expected an ordinary college student to speak with such disregard. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Guo beside him interrupted. Fu Chuan, say less. Young people are meant to be spirited and ambitious. However, little brother, you must still learn to show respect to your seniors in the company, otherwise you will face considerable hardships in this industry. Guo immediately adopted an instructive tone toward Yuan Qi. I'm sorry, but not all seniors deserve my respect, and not just anyone can claim to be my senior. Seeing Yuan Qi's completely unfazed expression, even Guo's brows furrowed. This fellow appeared to be quite a thorn indeed. Still, it was understandable. He was after all still a university student. Once he fell into Guo's hands for proper guidance and experienced the harsh lessons of society, he would no longer be so naive. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan beside him watched Yuan Qi maintaining his composed demeanor and could hardly contain his frustration. He simply could not tolerate such an indifferent attitude. What was he pretending for? The receptionist beside Yuan Qi had no idea that this handsome newcomer would offend someone on his very first day. She hurriedly and kindly tugged at Yuan Qi's sleeve, urging him to say less. Enough, let us get back to the matter at hand. Little brother, you are here to sign a contract, correct? Then follow me. After speaking, Guo gestured for Yuan Qi to accompany him. Having spoken for some time, Yuan Qi had roughly pieced together the situation. This Fu Chuan had apparently been Sister Chen's streamer before, yet now he followed alongside Guo. Moreover, the other party clearly knew he had previously been in contact with Chen Yu, yet here appeared Guo wanting to sign him instead. The situation was quite apparent. These two likely both had disagreements with Sister Chen. Fu Chuan had fallen out with her, and now followed this surnamed Guo. At this realization, Yuan Qi suddenly felt a peculiar sense of amusement. Was he witnessing a minor factional struggle? Brother Guo, is it? I am here to see Sister Chen. Could you please take me to her? Yuan Qi felt a playful impulse arise. Upon hearing this, the smile on Guo's face instantly vanished. Little brother, it makes no real difference whom you sign with. Moreover, I will be able to direct considerably more resources toward you in the future. Given your qualifications, I am confident that I can help your followers exceed 1 million within a month. That will not do. I have already made arrangements with Sister Chen, so I will only be handling the signing matter with her. Guahai's expression darkened completely at this point. Little brother, you may not fully grasp the circumstances since you are new to the company. I will soon become a senior broker at the company, while Chun Yu currently holds only a mid-level broker position. The resources I can offer will be considerably greater. You understand what I mean, don't you? Hearing this, Yuan Qi smiled and replied, should I understand it this way? If I choose Sister Chun, I will face suppression in the future, correct? Guahai was clearly taken aback. Although that was precisely his meaning, this young man had plainly laid it out so openly. I did not say that directly. I merely mean that if you make an unfortunate choice, your development within the company may not proceed smoothly. Though Guahai's words were relatively subtle, everyone present understood his implication. Yet there was an element of bluff to his statement, since everything depended on him actually becoming a senior broker. Guahai had assumed that a newcomer like Yuan Qi, upon hearing such words, would certainly become nervous or apprehensive. Yet neither occurred. Instead, he even detected a hint of amusement on Yuan Qi's face. Quite good. I have gained a preliminary understanding of our company's atmosphere. It appears workplace dynamics still require proper adjustment. Hearing Yuan Qi's seemingly unrelated remark, those present were somewhat bewildered. Fu Chuan, however, could not suppress a snicker. Don't tell me you intend to clean up the workplace yourself. You think you're... Before he could finish his sentence, a large group of people strode toward them from the elevator. Guahai was also startled. These were all the company's top executives, and leading them was Zhou Cheng, the actual controller of Xingho Media. Standing beside him were several vice presidents of the company. These few individuals could be said to be the true decision-makers of Xingho Media. Xingho Media occupied 2 floors in this building. The lower level housed mid-level brokers and streamers below the top tier, while the upper level was reserved for the company's top streamers and executives. Under normal circumstances, it was always those on the lower level who went upstairs. The fact that so many executives, even President Zhou himself, had come down was something they had never encountered before. Fu Chuan was equally confused. While he could not yet identify all of them, he recognized President Zhou at the forefront, having seen him at multiple company meetings. He could not fathom why all these company figures had come down personally. Before he could piece it together, the group was already approaching them at a brisk pace. A servile smile instantly appeared on Guahai's face, one that Fu Chuan had never seen on him before. Just as Guahai prepared to open his mouth in greeting President, Zhou suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Brother Yuan, we have been waiting upstairs for quite some time without seeing you. I was considering coming down to welcome you, only to discover you have already come up. Yuan Qi observed the middle-aged man before him. He was handsome and well-dressed in an immaculate suit, his hair neatly combed, his stride confident and commanding. Though a smile graced his face, one could sense an unmistakable bearing that set him apart from ordinary people. He radiated a composed and steady presence. Those beside him shared similarly distinguished demeanors cultivated through years of occupying positions of authority. To be honest, this was Yuan Qi's first encounter with genuine business elites. Those who had built Xingho Media into its current stature were clearly accomplished individuals with real capability. Admittedly, facing so many accomplished professionals for the first time, Yuan Qi felt a touch of nervousness. However, upon remembering that he was now seemingly the true leader of the company, his nervousness instantly subsided, replaced by a calm composure. While Yuan Qi was sizing up President Zhou and his entourage, they were in turn evaluating him. Their first impression was his youth. He was remarkably young. Yet this very young man had managed to acquire 51 of their company Spark Media within a single day. Although Spark Media was not among the top-tier MCN companies, nor could it rival industry giants like Wio Media, which boasted market valuations in the tens of billions, it was still a respectable entity. With a market value approaching 200 million, the company was on a steady growth trajectory. By the end of the year, he was confident that its valuation could surpass the 200 million mark. Thus, the fact that Yuan Qi had secured a 51 stake left no doubt about his formidable capabilities. These thoughts flashed through his mind as Zhou Cheng, wearing a warm smile, approached Yuan Qi. Brother Yuan, you truly are a remarkable young talent. Becoming our largest shareholder at such a young age, the company's future development will certainly rely on you. Brother Zhou, you flatter me. I have much to learn from your experience. Though he had never been in such a situation before, polite pleasantries came naturally. After all, mutual compliments were the order of the day. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Cheng stepped aside and smiled at Yuan Qi. Brother Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chen Sun, our head of operations. A man in his 40s smiled and greeted Yuan Qi. President Yuan, I look forward to your guidance. Not at all, not at all. Zhou Cheng then introduced the others behind him, including the vice president, general manager, senior agents, and 2 internet celebrities with millions of followers. The 2 women and 1 man were naturally attractive and well-groomed. Yuan Qi recognized the 2 female influencers from Douyin. One was a dance streamer, the other a singer. As for the male streamer, Yuan Qi had not followed him. He couldn't help but take a quick look. Clearly, the 2 women were exceptionally beautiful, with appearance scores of 88 and 87, both surpassing the system's threshold. Xie Yuyu had an excellent figure. At 171 centimeters, her long legs alone seemed to measure at least 110 centimeters. The smooth, shapely thighs beneath her shorts appeared to radiate a subtle sheen. It was evident that she took great care of her legs. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, exuded a sweet and adorable charm. Her bright, sparkling eyes seemed to speak volumes. However, it was a pity that both women were no longer in their prime innocence. Yuan Qi chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Given their age and looks, it was perfectly normal for them to have dated 2 or 3 boyfriends. By today's standards, that still qualified them as good girls. Xie Yuyu and Su Xiaoyu had no idea that Yuan Qi had already grasped their basic information in an instant. They had been preparing for their evening live stream when their agent suddenly informed them that they needed to accompany the boss downstairs to welcome someone. Expecting it to be just a vice president, they were astonished to see President Zhou and all the other executives heading down. Intense curiosity sparked within them. What kind of important figure deserved such a reception? The moment they saw Yuan Qi, both felt a sense of admiration. After hearing President Zhou's introduction, their gazes turned even softer and more attentive. Their greetings were gentler than usual. President Yuan, hello. I'm Xie Yuyu, just call me Yuyu. I'm a dance streamer. She blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Yuan Qi, now a man of experience, was not entirely unaffected by such playful interaction, but he remained composed. He smiled and shook her hand. Xie Yuyu noticed that he only held her fingers briefly before letting go, a gentleman's handshake. Her gaze toward him grew even brighter. Su Xiaoyu quickly chimed in. President Yuan, you're so handsome. I'm Su Xiaoyu, just call me Xiaoyu. I'm a singing streamer, and I hope to learn from you in the future. Su Xiaoyu's voice was as melodious as jade beads falling on a jade plate. Hello, Xiaoyu. I've actually watched your live stream before. I'm a fan of yours. Her eyes lit up. Really? I never expected to have such a big shot in my live stream room. I even sent a few little stars back then. Yuan Qi smiled. The group responded with warm, friendly laughter. Zhou Cheng watched the scene with amusement. As a seasoned man, he understood that young people naturally preferred interacting with attractive young women. That was why he had brought along the company's 2 most popular streamers. The atmosphere was indeed harmonious. Su Xiaoyu beamed at Yuan Qi's words. That's still quite a lot. It's my honor to have you in my livestream, President Yuan. I'm really happy. Yuan Qi found the flattery from the beautiful influencer rather pleasant. After all, a girl he could only have admired from afar before was now speaking to him with such ingratiating words, filling him with a strong sense of accomplishment. Before the system, even sending a grand gift would only earn him a simple, thank you, big spender. Nothing like the treatment he received now. President Yuan, you've actually followed Xiaoyu. Then have you seen Yuyu's dance videos? Having gauged Yuan Qi's temperament, Xiaoyu dared to joke with him, a hint of playful grievance in her tone. Of course I have. I've been following your dance account for almost a year. Xie Yuyu's face lit up with a smile. Feeling the pleasantries had gone on long enough, Zhou Cheng smiled and said, Brother Yuan, let's head upstairs. There are some matters at the company we need to discuss. Yuan Qi nodded, then glanced at Guahai and Fu Chuan, who had been completely forgotten behind him. Seeing their expressions, Yuan Qi suspected their souls had left their bodies. They had worn that same look from the moment President Zhou greeted Yuan Qi. To describe it, 1 part confusion, 3 parts disbelief, and 6 parts anxiety. They felt utterly disconnected from reality. As the group prepared to move, Guahai finally snapped back to his senses, his previous haughty demeanor completely gone. He felt an overwhelming sense of shock and disbelief. What had just transpired seemed utterly surreal to Guahai. What had he done? He had directly threatened a shareholder of the company, vowing to make him struggle within the firm. But how could this young man be a shareholder? Guahai couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard, wishing desperately that this was all a dream, and that upon waking none of it would have occurred. Alas, he felt the pain in his thigh, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Fu Chuan's expression was even more dramatic. He kept murmuring, this isn't real, this simply cannot be real. He seemed almost spellbound, having assumed the other was just a typical college student, only to discover he was a major stakeholder. Who could bear that? Worst of all, he had offended him. What would become of his future at the company? Yuan Qi cast a meaningful glance at the 2, but said nothing. Zhou Cheng, observing from the side, noticed the scene and frowned at the sight of Guahai and Fu Chuan. As a seasoned veteran, he could tell that these 2 had clearly clashed with Yuan Qi earlier. Brother Yuan, it seems something unpleasant just happened, didn't it? Yuan Qi paused, having planned to mention it later, but Zhou Cheng had already discerned the matter. It's nothing major. I just arrived at the company and was told that if I didn't follow someone's orders, I'd have a hard time developing here. I'm not sure if this is the usual atmosphere. The moment he said this, everyone in the room held their breath, and Zhou Cheng's face darkened. Upon hearing Yuan Qi's words, Guahai broke out in a cold sweat, abandoning all pretense of dignity. President Yuan, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Before he could finish, Zhou Cheng raised a hand to interrupt. No need to say more. Go prepare your resignation letter. Then he turned back, a smile returning to his face as he addressed Yuan Qi. Brother Yuan, I apologize. It's a shame that such a thing happened on your first visit. I must certainly tighten the company's culture from now on. Yuan Qi hadn't expected Zhou Cheng to be so decisive, but he didn't say much either. He wasn't particularly magnanimous, and repaying kindness with kindness was not his style. Moreover, judging by Guahai's demeanor, this was surely not his first offense. Yuan Qi was glad to see such a corrupt element removed from the company. Notify everyone here to gather upstairs for a general meeting, Zhou Cheng instructed his assistant. The assistant nodded and left to inform the staff. Brother Zhou, what's this about? To be honest, Brother Yuan, I had already noticed some unhealthy tendencies in the company, so I intended to hold a meeting to caution certain individuals. Today's incident just served as a catalyst. Yuan Qi nodded, unsure whether the words were true or not, but it didn't matter. He and Zhou Cheng's group then took the elevator upstairs. Guahai slumped to the floor, all his hard-earned gains now vanished. Fu Chuan looked uneasy, but it seemed his own situation hadn't been mentioned. After all, he was still a contracted streamer for the company, someone of value. This thought brought him a measure of calm. But then another thought struck him. He had just sided with Guahai, who was now fired. What would become of him? Staring at the document in his hand, he decisively tore it to shreds and dashed toward Chen Yu's office. He intended to apologize to Chen Yu. At that moment, Chen Yu was still in her office, lost in thought. The day's events had dealt her a heavy blow, and she was even considering resigning. Thinking of how the streamer she had painstakingly nurtured had now turned against her, a bitter ache swelled in her heart. Just then, Fu Chuan appeared at the office door, a smile already plastered on his face as he entered. He was a completely different person from the one who had left not long ago. Seeing Fu Chuan, Chen Yu's expression immediately turned cold. What are you here for? Noticing the hostility in Chen Jie's tone, Fu Chuan's heart tightened, and he forced an even more sincere smile. Chen Jie, I know I was wrong. I still want to continue working under you. Chen Yue, unaware of what had just happened, was astonished by his words. She couldn't understand what Fu Chuan was playing at. Just moments ago, he had been determined to follow Guahai, and now he suddenly changed his mind. But her office was not a shelter for those who came and went as they pleased. Before she could respond, her phone pinged with a notification. It was a message from the company's group chat calling everyone to a meeting in the 25th floor conference room. After reading it, Chen Yu stood up and said to Fu Chuan, Fu Chuan, I don't know what game you're playing now. This is not a place where you can return whenever you like. From now on, stick with Guahai. My office can't accommodate a big shot like you. With that, she strode out of the office. Chen Yu had her pride, and Fu Chuan's earlier betrayal had deeply wounded her. Her assistant followed, casting a contemptuous glance at Fu Chuan as they passed. She had once thought highly of him, but his true colors had shown as soon as he gained some fame. She knew how much effort Chen Jie had invested in building his career. Seeing this, Fu Chuan could only trail behind them, planning to apologize properly after the meeting. He believed that if he humbled himself enough, Chen Jie would forgive him. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi followed Zhou Cheng upstairs and entered his office. The office was evidently furnished with great care. The desk made of fine rosewood, smooth to the touch and no doubt expensive. Behind the desk stood a bookshelf much like that of many executives, designed to project an air of culture regardless of whether the books were ever read. One could only wonder if the books were merely hollow shells. Straight ahead, a massive floor-to-ceiling window offered a panoramic view of the city's bustling traffic. Standing there, one might feel a sense of commanding the world. A nearby door led to a rest area, though its other possible uses remained unknown. After briefly surveying the surroundings, Yuan Qi sat down on the sofa at Zhou Cheng's invitation. Younger brother, my office environment is decent, isn't it? If you're interested, how about I let this office be yours from now on? Zhou Cheng said this with a hearty laugh, as if in jest. Brother Zhou, to be honest, I'm just a sophomore now. My studies are demanding, and I don't have much time to manage a company. From now on, Starfire Media will still rely on you to hold things together. I'll just take my share of the dividends. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng felt a wave of relief. Yuan Qi's words made it clear he wouldn't be involved in the company's management. In other words, as long as he maintained a good relationship with Yuan Qi, he would remain the one in charge at Starfire Media. With this thought in mind, a broader smile spread across Zhou Cheng's face. Younger brother, I truly didn't expect you to achieve so much at such a young age. When I was your age, I still had no idea where my future would lead. After offering his praise, Zhou Cheng paused briefly before continuing. Younger brother Yuan, here's what I propose. Even though you're still studying and managing company affairs isn't convenient, I'd like to offer you a vice president position with an office here, so you can come and guide us whenever you'd like. Yuan Qi was taken aback that they would offer him such a prominent role. Brother Zhou, this really isn't appropriate. To be honest, I don't understand the company's business well enough, let alone provide guidance. That would just be meddling without knowledge. Haha, younger brother, you're being too modest. And don't worry about it. You don't need to come often, but the position will always be kept for you. After all, you're our company's largest shareholder now. Except for shareholder meetings, you're welcome anytime. Hearing this, Yuan Qi thought to himself that this was essentially a position where he'd receive compensation without having to do much actual work. Could such a favorable arrangement really exist? He could see Zhou Cheng harboring some concern about being displaced, but Yuan Qi had never been interested in managing a company in the first place. Their positions aligned perfectly. Then I appreciate you considering my situation so thoughtfully, Yuan Qi said with a warm smile. Only now did Zhou Cheng feel completely at ease. He could finally move forward without obstruction. Starfire Media was built from the ground up by Zhou Cheng and his partners. After 2 rounds of financing, his stake had shrunk to just 30%, while the original shareholders collectively held only 49%. The remaining shares belonged to investors who had also placed numerous executives and vice presidents within the company. Though Zhou Cheng was the top leader, he often faced constraints. Differences in strategic vision frequently clashed with others, leaving him feeling hesitant and restricted in his decisions. Now everything had changed. Yuan Qi had acquired all remaining shares outside of theirs. While Zhou Cheng couldn't fathom how it happened, he recognized it as a tremendous opportunity. As long as Yuan Qi stayed out of operational matters, Zhou Cheng would finally have complete freedom to execute his vision. At that moment, a knock came at the office door. Zhou Cheng called for entry, and the assistant stepped inside. Mr. Yuan's people have arrived at the main conference room. Zhou Cheng nodded and turned to Yuan Qi with a smile. Let's go meet everyone. Yuan Qi nodded in agreement, rising to leave the office alongside Zhou Cheng. The conference room was already filled to capacity with senior executives and top-tier streamers seated in the front row. The seating toward the back was more relaxed with no strict assignment protocol. Glancing around, the room was filled mostly with stylish, attractive women who would certainly draw attention elsewhere, yet here, they seemed entirely ordinary. Male streamers were also well represented, though they made up roughly a 20-80 ratio compared to their female counterparts. This wasn't surprising. The streaming industry simply favored women when it came to building an audience. Hey, is there something important happening today? Don't all-hands meetings only occur once per quarter? I'm not sure either. I find it strange myself. Perhaps there's an important announcement to be made. I actually know a little something. Guess what I saw at the front desk today? A number of women in the crowd whispered to each other. Many were curious about why the meeting had been called, while a smaller group had witnessed the scene at the front desk themselves. They suspected today's meeting had something to do with the new leadership. Guohai had also come to the meeting. After a brief moment of panic, he had managed to calm himself. He still held on to a sliver of hope, for he had connections within the company as well. Strictly speaking, he was aligned with Vice President Li, who was in charge of the company's planning department. Understanding the company's equity structure, he knew Li was installed by investors, so Zhou would likely weigh her perspective before moving to dismiss him. As for offending Yuan Qi, he reasoned, he could simply lower his pride and offer a sincere apology. Perhaps that would preserve his position. He was unwilling to part with this job. As for Fu Chuan, he sat at a considerable distance from Guohai. Compared to Guohai, he actually saw the situation more clearly. After all, Yuan Qi was someone every senior executive welcomed with genuine respect. And regardless of Guohai's connections, his position was likely untenable. As for himself, though Yuan Qi had said nothing at the time, Fu Chuan had spoken to him disrespectfully. He wished he could slap himself for his impulsiveness, leaving his fate to whether Sister Chun could intervene. Before long, Zhou Cheng and Yuan Qi entered the conference room together. At the sight of the two figures, especially upon noticing Yuan Qi, many of the female streamers' eyes brightened. They admired his striking appearance while wondering what status allowed him to enter alongside the general manager. Once inside, Zhou Cheng gestured for Yuan Qi to take a seat in the front row. To his surprise, the seats on either side of him were occupied by Xie Yu and Su Xiaoyu. As Yuan Qi sat between them, a delicate fragrance drifted toward him. Both women addressed him respectfully as Mr. Yuan, and Su Xiaoyu even flashed him a flirtatious glance. Fortunately, Yuan Qi maintained his composure and wasn't swayed by such modest attempts. Zhou Cheng stood at the front of the room and began speaking without preamble. Today's meeting covers 3 main points. First, I'm pleased to announce that our company has appointed a new vice president. Let's give a warm round of applause for our Mr. Yuan Qi. As Zhou Cheng finished speaking, enthusiastic applause filled the hall. Yuan Qi, still somewhat uncomfortable with such public attention, rose and made his way toward the front. Under the gaze of everyone present, Yuan Qi walked calmly and unhurriedly toward the front of the meeting room. Though initially a little nervous since this was his first time facing such an occasion, he gradually became composed the moment he stood before the crowd. This was only the beginning. The heights he would eventually reach would far surpass this moment. What he was experiencing now was merely a small occasion. The crowd below, especially the female streamers, could not help but light up upon seeing Yuan Qi. They had seen many handsome men before, but someone like Yuan Qi who carried such a confident and commanding presence was truly rare. It was a display of genuine self-assurance, and soon many girls found their hearts beating faster. Yuan Qi took the microphone from Zhou Cheng, smiled at him, and turned to face the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Yuan Qi. The applause erupted immediately. Hardly had he finished his self-introduction when another wave of enthusiastic applause rose from the audience, with some bold streamers even calling out how handsome he was. To be honest, Yuan Qi himself was a little taken aback. Was he really this charming now? It felt more like a fan meet and greet than a company meeting. In truth, with his charisma at a remarkably high level and the weight of his current position, it was no surprise that he could command such attention so effortlessly. Yuan Qi gently raised his hand, and the room fell silent at once. He then continued, Your enthusiasm is making me a bit shy. Today is mainly about getting to know everyone. Since he had not prepared a formal speech, Yuan Qi spoke freely from the heart, and the audience responded with great enthusiasm. Zhou Cheng, standing nearby, felt a touch of envy. He never enjoyed such an effect when he spoke. He couldn't help but touch his own face. He didn't look bad, either, at least the type women tended to find appealing. But when it came to personal magnetism, he was completely overshadowed. In the back row, Chen Yu had been astonished since the moment Yuan Qi appeared. She had only assumed he came from a wealthy family, never expecting that Yuan Qi was now the company's vice president. It felt almost surreal. Then she suddenly thought of something and glanced toward Fu Chuan, who sat looking uneasy not far away. Fu Chuan had probably come here seeking her forgiveness because of this, but she still did not fully understand what had happened before feeling puzzled about the connections. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi's speech was drawing to a close. This young, handsome, and approachable vice president had quickly won everyone's affection, especially among the mostly young female audience. After Yuan Qi finished speaking, another round of warm applause filled the room. He then handed the microphone back to Zhou Cheng and returned to his seat. As Yuan Qi sat down, Xie Yu leaned over and whispered softly, "Mr. Yuan, you looked so charming just now." Yuan Qi could feel her warm breath against his ear, and without being certain whether it was intentional, his arm seemed to brush against something soft. He turned his head and saw Xie Yu smiling and winking at him, her beautiful eyes like autumn waters sending playful signals his way. Any ordinary man caught in such a moment might easily become captivated. Even Yuan Qi felt a slight stirring of emotion. Although his girlfriend was indeed very pretty, he had to admit that in certain respects she was still rather inexperienced compared to Xie Yu. Compared to Cheng Muxiue and the others, Xie Yu's appearance was slightly less striking, but every movement and expression she made was exquisitely captivating. She was, after all, an internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers. She was clearly well-trained in poise and expression, with every facial gesture perfectly calibrated. Yuan Qi had to admit he felt a certain pull. Yuan Qi had always considered himself somewhat selective when it came to relationships, feeling somewhat uneasy around women he felt were not entirely suitable. But in the case of Xie Yu, perhaps it would not be so difficult. The thought of a beauty so admired by so many now standing so close to him only deepened his inner restlessness. Su Xiaoyu, seated on Yuan Qi's other side, noticed Xie Yu's little gesture and silently cursed her under her breath. But compared to Xie Yu, she was far more reserved and could only observe quietly. Many of the female streamers behind them also noticed Xie Yu leaning close to whisper to Yuan Qi, and feelings of envy arose within them. After all, Xie Yu was already the top streamer at the company. If she gained Yuan Qi as a supporter, her future would surely be even brighter. And Yuan Qi was certainly not one of those tired middle-aged men they were used to dealing with. They too wished for such a powerful ally. On stage, Zhou Cheng had already moved on to the second matter. Due to certain reasons, Vice Presidents Li and Wu have both resigned from their positions. At these words, a murmur of surprise rippled through the audience. Ordinary employees and streamers were simply stunned that two vice presidents had left at once, while those with some inside knowledge understood that both individuals were representatives of the investors. They had frequently opposed President Zhou in the past. To think they had both resigned simultaneously was remarkable. Almost involuntarily, many people cast their gazes toward Yuan Qi. This was surely connected to this remarkably young man. Upon hearing this news, Guohai slumped in his seat. His backing was gone. Even if he had not crossed Yuan Qi today, his days ahead would still be difficult. And on top of that, he had already offended Yuan Qi. Guohai's expression turned bitter. Though unwilling to accept this, he had no way to change anything. Zhou Cheng then began discussing the upcoming position adjustments, and many in the audience grew tense. After discussion with the vice presidents and consideration of everyone's performance, XXX, and Chen Yu will be promoted to senior manager. Chen Yu's face was filled with disbelief. She could hardly believe her ears. Had the position she had long desired truly been achieved? The surprise was too sudden. It was only when she was called to the stage that she came back to her senses. Amid the applause, Chen Yu and the other newly promoted managers stood before the audience. Chen Yu's gaze naturally fell upon Yuan Qi. Seeing him smile and nod at her, she felt that this outcome was closely connected to him. Recalling Fu Chuan's earlier attitude, she was certain of it now. She could not help but look at Yuan Qi with gratitude. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although Yuan Qi had not mentioned it proactively, once Zhou Cheng learned the details of what had happened at the front desk that day, he had immediately made his decision about who deserved the promotion. Yuan Qi had made it clear that he would not involve himself in the company's management. Zhou Cheng promoted Chen Yue, who was close to Yuan Qi, as a gesture of goodwill toward him. After announcing the promotions, Zhou Cheng turned to the day's focal point, the reform of the company's policies. Yuan Qi hadn't expected Zhou Cheng to be so decisive. The reform regulations were clearly well prepared, suggesting he had been planning this for some time. Otherwise, he couldn't have produced them so quickly. However, Yuan Qi had little interest in the company's management matters, so he stopped paying attention to the lengthy discourse. "President Yuan, do you have time this evening? I'd like to invite you to dinner." Xie Yu suddenly leaned close to Yuan Qi's ear and whispered. Feeling a tickling sensation in his ear, Yuan Qi secretly clicked his tongue, thinking her a true enchantress. Compared to Xie Yu, Zhong Peiyao seemed quite inexperienced. "Oh, is it a private invitation, or are there others?" Yuan Qi asked with a smile. Would you prefer me to invite you alone, President Yuan? Xia Yu put on a coy expression that stirred a longing in Yuan Qi. He then quietly reached behind and gave her a gentle tap. Xia Yu hadn't expected his sudden move and let out a soft gasp. Fortunately, most attendees were focused on Zhou Cheng's speech, so no one noticed the subtle exchange. Su Xiaoyu sitting beside Yuan Qi witnessed the intimate gesture and felt a twinge of jealousy. After savoring the sensation, Yuan Qi remarked that her form was indeed pleasing, fitting for a dancer-streamer. Xia Yu, recovering her composure, shot him a reproachful glance. Frankly, that fleeting charm made Yuan Qi yearn to spend the night in deep conversation with her. Yet he recalled that Anna Na was waiting for him at the hotel. He might be generous with his affections, but he wasn't truly heartless. He couldn't just enjoy her company and then abandon her. Another time. I have plans today. Hearing his refusal, Xia Yu's eyes flickered with disappointment. She genuinely didn't mind getting closer to Yuan Qi as he met her standards in capability, status, physique, and appearance. For instance, when that Mr. Li had hinted at a similar arrangement, she had politely declined, mainly because his looks were so off-putting she feared nightmares. Given that she was a cash cow for the company, Mr. Li dared not act overtly. Now, after her first proactive invitation was turned down, Xia Yu felt a pang of defiance. What's so important tonight, President Yuan, that you can't even spare time for dinner with me? She asked with a hint of reproach. I'm accompanying my girlfriend. Yuan Qi's 4 words left Xia Yu speechless. She hadn't expected him to openly admit he had a girlfriend. Was this a complete rejection? I'll treat you to a private dinner another time, he added, having decided to be straightforward after realizing he lacked the talent for time management. Now he openly acknowledged his relationship, which would help avoid unnecessary complications. His approach was pure honesty. Xia Yu gave him a wistful look, understanding that he intended to be an unabashedly straightforward player. This made her hesitate. Though Yuan Qi's qualities were excellent, accepting such an arrangement was difficult for her, or perhaps the visible extent of his capability wasn't enough to convince her. Observing her reaction, Yuan Qi guessed her thoughts. He couldn't help but feel that women could be a bit too greedy. He had some interest in Xia Yu, but if it meant giving up others, he'd rather she stay away. They fell silent, waiting for Zhou Cheng to finish his speech. After presenting the new reform plan, Zhou Cheng began his motivational talk. His eloquence was impressive, even stirring a flicker of enthusiasm in Yuan Qi. But the feeling soon faded. When the meeting ended, several female streamers approached Yuan Qi, hoping to add him as a contact. The female streamers signed with Spark Media were indeed of high quality, with most rating above 80 in appearance, and several even surpassing 85. With the aid of digital enhancements, they seemed nearly as appealing as Cheng Muxue and the others. However, under Yuan Qi's scrutiny, none reached the 90-point threshold. Having encountered so many high-scoring women at school, he had mistakenly thought such encounters were common. Now he realized it was merely his good fortune. After dealing with the crowd, Zhou Cheng cheerfully approached Yuan Qi. When I was young. Hearing the opening, Yuan Qi knew what was coming. Zhou Cheng launched into a tale of how he had built his career from scratch through charisma. You're truly a remarkable man, Brother Zhou. But I think even now your charm hasn't faded. Yuan Qi's compliment made Zhou Cheng laugh heartily. Not at all, I'm getting older. I can't compare to the young heartthrobs of 20, and certainly not to you even in my prime. Yuan Qi's lips twitched slightly. After a round of polite mutual flattery, Zhou Cheng invited him and 2 deputy directors for drinks that evening. But Yuan Qi declined. Why would he drink with a bunch of old men when he'd just turned down a beautiful streamer? After bidding Zhou Cheng farewell, Yuan Qi declined the offer of a ride and drove himself back to the hotel. Having spent the day surrounded by alluring women, he felt a need to cool down. Meanwhile, at the company, Fu Chuan shamelessly went to apologize to Chen Yu. Now that Chen Yu was a senior agent, her resources had grown significantly. If Fu Chuan could return to her side, he might achieve great success. Fu Chuan now bitterly regretted being swayed by Gua Hai into breaking ties with Chen Yu. When he arrived at Chen Yu's office, before he could speak, she coldly uttered a single word: "Get out." Upon hearing such heartless words from Chen Yu, Fu Chuan's face fell into a grimace. Sister Chen, you can't just abandon me. My application hasn't been submitted, yet I'm still a streamer under you. Fu Chuan was now filled with regret, having completely abandoned all pretense. Yet Chen Yu remained unmoved by his display. Once certain things happened, they could not be undone, and a betrayal that occurred once would surely happen again. Fu Chuan, don't play the pitiful fool with me now. I remember clearly what you said before. Now that you see me promoted, you want to come back. There's no such easy deal in this world. To be honest, Chen Yu felt a sense of relief. Thinking it over, it was better to have an ungrateful wretch like Fu Chuan leave her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, after truly helping him rise, another betrayal would be unbearable. Gua Hai actually suits you well. Didn't you swear to follow him? Chen Yu looked at Fu Chuan with a half smile. Sister Chen, but now Gua Hai is leaving the company. I have no one to guide me now. Fu Chuan said with a mournful tone. He now faced an awkward situation. He had no agent to guide him. The company was not large, and word of his betrayal of Chen Yu had likely spread. Few capable agents would want to take on a thrice-changing servant, then wait for the company to assign you an agent. But don't expect anything from me. Seeing that Chen Yu showed no sign of softening, Fu Chuan knew he had no hope and left in dejection. Oof. Sister Chen, that guy is shameless. He left on his own, yet dares to come back begging. Chen Yu's assistant Xiao Yun said with a pout. Xiao Yun, this is reality. People always step on those below and fawn on those above. Enough, let's not talk about it. You're almost a full junior agent now, so prepare well. Upon hearing this, the assistant, named Xiao Yun, beamed with joy. Strictly speaking, she still had months before her probation ended. Now after a round of job adjustments, she was about to become a regular. I understand. It was nearly 6 in the evening when Yuan Qi left the company and drove straight back to the hotel. After Yuan Qi went out that day, Anna did not leave the hotel in the afternoon. She had expected him to return soon, but she waited until nearly 7 o'clock. Yuan Qi had driven for almost an hour to get back to the hotel, unavoidably caught in the evening rush hour. Even his sports car could only crawl along, and he had also bought a small gift for Anna. So by the time Yuan Qi returned to the hotel, it was already dark. Seeing Yuan Qi back, Anna wearing a slip dress immediately threw herself into his arms. Darling, why are you so late? Looking at Anna, whose tone held a hint of reproach, Yuan Qi felt a bit apologetic. After all, he had been with her the night before, and then left her alone in the hotel for most of the day. It wasn't quite appropriate. Sorry, Nana. I was really busy this afternoon. To comfort your wounded heart, I've prepared a little gift for you. Yuan Qi wrapped one arm around Anna's slender figure and spoke softly. Hearing this, the little bit of complaint in Anna's heart vanished instantly. Her starry eyes looked at him expectantly. Yuan Qi smiled and brought his other hand from behind, revealing a beautifully packaged square silver box. Open it and see if you like it. Anna saw the prominent Bulgari logo on the outer packaging, and her heart began to race. This? Anna looked up at Yuan Qi, opening her mouth as if to say something, but Yuan Qi gestured for her to open it first. So Anna carefully unwrapped the packaging, revealing a sparkling fan-shaped, diamond-encrusted Diva's Dream necklace. Anna's eyes lit up instantly. She fell in love with the diamond necklace at first sight. Well, do you like it, eh? Seeing Anna's expression, Yuan Qi already knew the answer, but this was the right atmosphere. Anna nodded repeatedly. I love it, I really love it. Darling, you're so good to me. Then Anna noticed the receipt in the box. Seeing the amount of over 140,000, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Though she knew it would be expensive, she hadn't expected it to reach 6 figures. As a third-year university student, Anna could hardly withstand such a gesture. Overwhelmed, she proactively offered her lips to Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi smiled. He believed that such a token of affection should be made known. For instance, many people give gifts without revealing the price. But Yuan Qi felt that the recipient must know the price, otherwise how could they appreciate the weight of the sentiment? Though a bit vulgar, it was effective. A necklace worth over 100,000 was indeed very expensive, especially for someone like Anna, who had little experience with such luxuries. For a woman like Xia Yuyu, a gift of over 100,000 wouldn't have stirred much excitement. At that moment, Yuan Qi truly felt Anna's enthusiasm. For Yuan Qi, who had been somewhat agitated by Xia Yuyu that afternoon, this was a time to release his frustration. So in the living room, their figures soon intertwined. An hour later, a satisfied Yuan Qi carried Anna to the bathroom for a shower. By then, both were hungry, realizing they hadn't had dinner yet. Yuan Qi then ordered a late-night snack delivered to the room. After eating, he held Anna in bed and took out his phone to browse videos. He thought of checking on Xia Yuyu or Su Xiaoyu's streams, but unfortunately neither was broadcasting that day. It made sense, as the company's top streamers had considerable autonomy and weren't forced to stream daily like regular ones. They had independent streaming rooms in the company, but could also choose to stream from home. Newcomers and ordinary streamers had to meet a minimum streaming duration, with newcomers sometimes even doing 2 sessions a day. After all, they needed to quickly accumulate followers. Yuan Qi had followed several streamers with attractiveness ratings around 85, planning to support them. After all, the system had rewarded him with 10 million in Douyin tipping funds. He searched for a streamer named Qingqing, found she was live, and clicked in. When Yuan Qi entered Qingqing's live stream, she showed no reaction at all. This was hardly surprising, for he was merely a level 10 casual viewer. Even with the system, Yuan Qi had never before sent gifts on Douyin. His rank remained unchanged from before. Qingqing was a cosplayer specializing in classical Chinese styles, and at that moment, she was dressed as a female swordsman. Yuan Qi's eyes lit up at the sight. To be honest, compared to those flashy anime-style cosplays, his own taste favored this more understated attire. Qingqing wore a black and crimson female warrior outfit, exuding an aura of poised elegance and heroic grace. Welcome, dear viewers, to Qingqing's stream. Please help boost my popularity. The moment she spoke, her voice shifted to a soft, gentle tone, creating quite the contrast. Yuan Qi noted she had fewer than 200 followers, yet the stream already drew over 600 viewers. That viewership was already respectable. Many streamers with millions of followers often struggled to draw such a crowd. The live streaming industry had become far less forgiving than in earlier days. Most viable niches had already been explored, and the competition among streamers grew increasingly fierce. More importantly, the era of simply offering emotional companionship to retain generous benefactors had passed. Such patrons were becoming scarce. What benefactors sought now was far more. Without hesitation, Yuan Qi sent a virtual sports car worth 1,000 diamonds. Thank you, great sage, equal to heaven, for the sports car. The words had barely left her lips when Yuan Qi sent several more cars in quick succession. Wow. Thank you, Brother Dashing, for the 5 sports cars. You are so generous. Yuan Qi typed these words into the comment section. Streamer, do you have any talents to share? Indeed, I can dance. What kind of dance would Brother Dashing like to see? By then, the commentary section had begun to buzz with viewers sharing their thoughts. I just want to see the streamer perform a suggestive dance. That's the real draw. Yes, I'd also like to see a classical female warrior perform such a dance. The contrast would be fascinating. You must be new here if you're asking that. The streamer never does anything of the sort. Ching Ching ignored the speculation and waited for Yuan Qi's reply. After a moment's thought, Yuan Qi typed, could the streamer perform a sword dance? Can you do that? Being a person of proper taste, Yuan Qi wished for a performance that complemented Ching Ching's current attire. I certainly can. I'll perform one for Brother Dashing right away. Ching Ching's eyes brightened. Sword dancing was her greatest strength, and she could not recall a benefactor who had ever requested it after sending gifts. She rose from her seat, retrieved a prop sword from nearby, and stepped back to allow more space within the frame. She offered a courteous bow, and as the background music began, the sword was drawn with a graceful flourish. Though Yuan Qi was no connoisseur, he could tell Ching Ching possessed genuine skill. The sword dance that unfolded was both elegant and striking, revealing a solid foundation in martial arts. Yuan Qi opened the gift menu and sent 5 carnival gifts. The screen erupted in dazzling visual effects. No way, our Ching Ching is finally making it. A big benefactor has appeared. Ching Ching stopped dancing and thanked the benefactor, or he might leave. What's so appealing about this dance? I want to see something more enticing. Those with such requests should leave through the door on the right. With Yuan Qi's carnival gifts, the viewer count easily surpassed 1,000. Ching Ching, still dancing, caught sight of the carnival effects on screen and immediately exclaimed with excitement, thank you, benefactor, for the carnival. Her voice cracked from sheer enthusiasm. Only after the sword dance concluded did she gently catch her breath and run toward the screen, noticing that the top donor had become great sage equal to heaven. Ching Ching realized she had encountered a true benefactor, and excitement surged within her. Encountering a random benefactor was exceedingly rare. She had been streaming for a month and had never received a carnival before. Thank you, Brother Dashing, for the carnival gift. Viewers, please follow Brother Dashing and type your gratitude in the comments. Instantly, the stream filled with viewers expressing their thanks. For the first time, Yuan Qi experienced the feeling of true presence and influence. Ching Ching, now having secured a benefactor, naturally sought to connect with other streamers for friendly competitions. Yuan Qi showed no reluctance. Across 5 matches, victory was theirs each time, and Ching Ching smiled so broadly it seemed her face might not return to rest. Since these were ordinary competitions without personal grievances, Yuan Qi spent fewer than 20 carnival gifts across all 5 rounds. Yuan Qi then left Ching Ching's stream and browsed the channels of several other female streamers at his company. After sending roughly 10 carnival gifts to each, he logged out of Douyin. Anana, who had remained quiet beside Yuan Qi throughout, finally spoke once he closed the app. Darling, do you enjoy watching female streamers so much? She harbored no jealousy, merely feeling that such an enormous sum of money could have been put to better use. Not particularly. I was simply providing a small benefit for my employees. What? Providing benefits for employees? What do you mean? Anana did not grasp Yuan Qi's meaning. Yuan Qi smiled and gently tickled the bridge of her nose. Those streamers are all employees of my company. As their boss, it's only right that I offer some support. Anana finally understood, but her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she looked at Yuan Qi. Darling, are you saying those female streamers are all signed to your company? Which company is this? Admiration shone in Anana's eyes. She could not believe Yuan Qi, still a university sophomore, already owned a company. Xingho Media? Have you heard of it? Anana shook her head, then searched on her phone. Information about Xingho Media appeared almost immediately. She paid little attention to the details, but upon seeing the company's valuation of nearly 200 million, her eyes widened in astonishment. To her, a company valued at 200 million was already a colossal enterprise, and her boyfriend was the owner of such a company. A wave of pride and satisfaction filled her mind. Darling, you are truly extraordinary. Yuan Qi shifted closer and embraced her, smiling. The best is yet to come. One night passed. The following morning, Yuan Qi accompanied Anna to watch a movie and browse the shopping mall, making up for the time they had missed the previous afternoon. After entrusting herself completely to Yuan Qi, Anna grew deeply attached to every moment spent with him, finding joy in simply being by his side. Naturally, there was the filter of a boyfriend's affection in her eyes. Now, whenever Anna looked at Yuan Qi, her gaze was filled with deep love, a tenderness that could melt any man's heart. After lunch, Yuan Qi planned to drive Anna back to school. Although Anna desperately wanted to spend more time with Yuan Qi, she knew she had already claimed 2 full days of his company, which was more than enough. Through the school forum incident, she had also learned that Yuan Qi had other girlfriends outside. This meant she could not hog Yuan Qi's time whenever she wished, and at this thought her gaze toward him grew somewhat wistful and melancholy. "What's wrong, Anna? Why that expression?" Yuan Qi smiled as he watched Anna's wistful look after getting into the car. He understood her feelings to some extent, but as he always said, he simply couldn't be in 2 places at once. After all, he needed to maintain relationships with his other girlfriends as well. He had promised to have dinner with Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie tonight. Yes, Yuan Qi himself was unaware of what had transpired, but these 2 young women intended to share their evening meal with him. After all, everyone was aware of the nature of their relationships, so there was no need for concealment. To be honest, Yuan Qi never expected Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie to get along so well. Was it because they had been close friends before? Yuan Qi did not dwell on such matters, recognizing the benefit it brought him. After finishing lunch, he intended to drive Anna back to school. "Darling, I wish to spend more time with you." Anna rested her head on Yuan Qi's right shoulder, speaking softly. Yuan Qi reached out to gently stroke her smooth cheek. "Be good, Anna. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I'll spend proper time with you next time." Only with Yuan Qi's current standing could he bring himself to decline such a stunning beauty. An ordinary man would desperately want to remain by her side every day. Still, an ordinary person would scarcely have the chance to be with someone as beautiful as Anna. Hearing Yuan Qi's words, Anna pouted slightly. She understood he would be going to see others, yet she refused to throw a tantrum. Learning that Yuan Qi was also a major shareholder of Xingho Media only deepened her attachment to him, making her feel somewhat more deferential than before. She could act a bit coquettish, but she feared causing offense by being unreasonable. "Very well." Anna slumped back into the passenger seat dejectedly. Yuan Qi found her demeanor amusing. "Nana, you mentioned before that your dream was to enter the entertainment industry, didn't you? What do you think about starting with short dramas?" "Yes, acting is a profession I've always admired, so short dramas or feature films mean the same to me." "I see. How about beginning with short dramas and then moving on to big-budget productions?" Xingho Media currently had investment partnerships in short dramas, with several of the company's artists primarily focused on this format. The short drama market was quite substantial, requiring minimal investment with quick returns, a factor that MCN companies valued highly. Yuan Qi's latter remark was essentially an empty promise. For now, he still couldn't place someone in a major film production. But this would certainly change in the future. Meanwhile, Anna's heart swelled with excitement. With her appearance alone, she could easily join a short drama cast, even without any acting experience. After all, short dramas rarely demanded much in the way of acting ability. The environment was cutthroat despite its modest scale. Entering as a beautiful woman without connections meant facing considerable obstacles. Yet with someone backing her, everything changed, as she could even have scripts tailored specifically for her. She believed Yuan Qi when he spoke of her joining major productions in the future. Though Yuan Qi's current capabilities fell short of such promises, his enigmatic aura convinced her he wasn't deceiving her. After absorbing his grand assurances, Anna's lingering resentment vanished, entirely replaced by hopeful anticipation for what lay ahead. As Yuan Qi drove near the school, Anna spoke up. "Darling, please stop the car here." Yuan Qi initially assumed she wanted to purchase something and pulled over to the roadside. "Are you going to buy something?" Anna shook her head. "Someone posted photos on the campus forum simply because they saw me getting into your car, so I decided to get off here instead." Hearing this, Yuan Qi frowned. While the matter didn't particularly bother him, he recognized the importance of considering his girlfriend's feelings. They still needed to navigate campus life, and excessive gossip would undoubtedly disrupt their studies and daily routines. Even with his connection to the principal, he couldn't silence everyone's tongues, so maintaining a low profile on campus remained necessary. Seeing Yuan Qi's furrowed brow, Anna quickly explained, fearing he might misinterpret her intentions. "Darling, I'm not worried about myself. I'm afraid someone might capture another photo." Before she could finish, Yuan Qi drew her into his arms and spoke tenderly. "No need to explain yourself to me. The responsibility here ultimately lies with me. From now on, we'll just be more cautious when we're near the school." Dates outside campus carried minimal consequences anyway. What irked him most were those meddlesome individuals snapping covert photographs and posting them on the forum. Resting against Yuan Qi's warm embrace, Anna gave a slight nod before lifting her gaze to him and slowly closing her eyes. Understanding her unspoken request, Yuan Qi leaned down and captured her alluring red lips. After their kiss, Anna stepped from the car, waving cheerfully to Yuan Qi before gathering her things and walking toward campus. Watching Anna's graceful figure disappear, Yuan Qi fell into thought. The forum situation would need addressing sooner or later. Then something occurred to him, and his eyes lit up. He recalled hearing that the school's forum required upgrades, though funding remained insufficient. If that was the case, he could serve as an angel investor. Yuan Qi remembered that the school forum had only been established not long ago, initially developed by students majoring in computer science. It originally featured only basic posting and private messaging functions. Later, after being absorbed by the university, it became a semi-official forum and was upgraded once. Now they were planning a third upgrade, but the required funding would be substantial, so the school would certainly not bear the full cost. Therefore, they needed to attract external funding for the development. To control public opinion, the best approach would naturally be to take hold of the very tool that shapes it. With this thought in mind, Yuan Qi logged into the school forum and found a fundraising announcement posted by the official account a couple of days prior. The school forum was not only used by students, but also by nearby merchants who sometimes posted advertisements on it. Yuan Qi scrolled down to the budget section and was surprised to see the estimated cost of 1 million yuan. This was no minor update. It was a major overhaul. Ordinary merchants would hardly be able to invest such a large sum at once. But for Yuan Qi, now 1 million was nothing. He treated it as an investment trial. Making money was secondary. So Yuan Qi decided to contact the person listed there. Meanwhile, over at the dormitory, Anna was immediately surrounded by her roommates as soon as she returned. They had all seen the statement Anna posted on the forum. Others might not know about Anna and Yuan Qi's relationship, but they certainly did. They had already confirmed they were boyfriend and girlfriend at the small bistro earlier. Yet Anna had explained on the forum that she was merely friends with Yuan Qi. Was she helping him hide the truth? Especially when she already knew Cheng Muxua was Yuan Qi's girlfriend. Their curiosity had been building for 2 days, but since Anna had not returned to the dorm, they had to hold back for now. Now that she was back, they were eager to interrogate her. But as soon as they saw the large bags in her hands, their attention shifted instantly. Anna, is that a Chanel dress? That bag is Hermes, the latest model. And there's a Bulgari jewelry box here too. The girls could hardly believe their eyes. The collection of luxury goods Anna carried completely captivated them. They may not have known the exact prices, but to them it was undoubtedly an astronomical sum. Seeing their reaction, Anna felt her vanity satisfied. Anna, these weren't all bought by Yuan Qi, were they? Xiaolan asked. Hearing this, Anna's face lit up with a happy smile as she nodded. Yes, my boyfriend bought them all for me. Hearing this, their eyes filled with envy. The questions they had wanted to ask seemed to have been answered. If a boy were this generous toward them, perhaps having other girlfriends wouldn't matter so much, assuming marriage wasn't considered. Moreover, they had met Yuan Qi before. His appearance was quite striking, which explained why Anna would defend him on the forum. Anna, given what happened, how will you and Yuan Qi interact on campus going forward? They no longer asked why she had made the explanation. Instead, they wondered how she would handle being around him at school, especially since he had a legitimate girlfriend. It doesn't matter. I'll keep my distance from him on campus. Dating outside school is the same. Anna was not bothered by such matters. Anna, have you considered that those girls who claim to be just friends with Yuan Qi might also be? Though it sounded absurd, it was apparently not impossible. I don't care about their relationship with my boyfriend. I will never leave him. Anna already knew the truth and had accepted it over the past 2 days. The girls exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. After all, it was their first time encountering such a situation. But since the person involved did not mind, they saw no need to worry on her behalf. Their gaze drifted back to the luxury goods Anna had brought. They thought that if it were them, they might also find it acceptable. At that moment, in an office within the school's entrepreneurship zone, a small meeting was underway among several computer science students. At the head sat a boy of ordinary appearance, but with bright, sharp eyes. A look of worry crossed his face. Tell me the current situation. Boss, we visited a few investors offline. They all think an initial investment of 1 million is too much. 10 or 20,000 perhaps. But 1 million is beyond their reach, said a pretty girl first. Hasn't anyone shown any interest in investing? The 4 people below shook their heads bitterly. Boss, does the forum really need such a massive upgrade? I also think investing 1 million in a forum is too much. The bespectacled boy referred to as Boss shook his head. The forum's current functions are still quite limited. I have reviewed the school forum of Shanghai University. Theirs is not only fully featured, but also highly monetizable. Our forum remains primarily for discussion, so an upgrade is necessary. He too was troubled. The school could not afford such a large amount. After all, the forum was essentially a startup project, and the school had already provided 150 yuan in startup incentive funds. The remaining 1 million would have to be sourced by themselves. Just as they were at a loss, the pretty girl's phone suddenly rang. Seeing a familiar number, one she had listed on the forum, her eyes lit up. This call might be about investment. She explained the situation to the others and answered the call in front of them, putting it on speakerphone. Hello, is this senior sister Chun? A young and gentle voice came from the other end. Hearing herself addressed as a senior, the pretty girl paused. Was this a student from their school? If so, what was he calling for? Her initial expectation quickly turned to disappointment, and the others felt the same. Still, she smiled and replied, Yes, I am. What can I help you with, Junior? Regarding the forum upgrade investment you posted, I'm quite interested. Could we discuss it? Everyone in the room froze. Could this really be an investor? After a few seconds of dazed silence, the beautiful girl finally came to her senses and said uncertainly into the phone to Yuan Qi. As senior brother, you're not joking, are you? It wasn't that she didn't want to believe him, it was simply that 1 million yuan was such a staggering amount. The fact that the other party was merely a university student claiming he wanted to invest such a sum was hardly credible. Of course I'm not joking. Why would I call just to tease you? Hearing Yuan Qi say this, the girl felt that her skeptical words were indeed inappropriate. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are you now, junior brother? Let's meet in person and discuss this further. I'm waiting for you at the Weiguan Cafe outside the school. After hanging up, everyone present wore expressions of anticipation and excitement. This was the first time they had encountered someone with such clear investment intentions. Though the person was just a university student, perhaps he truly possessed the capability. Boss, then I'll go meet him right away. I'll go with you. After all, this was a 1 million investment. The bespectacled young man took it very seriously and planned to accompany the pretty girl to the negotiation. The Weiguan Cafe was not far from Rongqing University, less than a li away. Yuan Qi was sitting at a window seat, sipping his coffee. Not long after, a young man and woman entered through the door. The man looked ordinary but carried an impressive aura, while the woman was quite pretty. Yuan Qi ran a system scan. Name Chen Lu. Age 21. Height 167 centimeters. Weight 52 kilograms. Overall attractiveness 80. Special rating 99. Such data meant nothing to Yuan Qi, but he knew this was the person in charge of the campus forum. As the two looked around, Yuan Qi waved his hand. Spotting the gesture, they made their way over to him. When Chen Lu saw Yuan Qi, her eyes lit up. Both his looks and temperament appealed to her greatly. But then she felt he seemed familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. The bespectacled young man began introducing himself with a smile. Hello, junior brother. I'm Luo Ming, and this is Chen Lu, the one who was just on the phone with you. Yuan Qi smiled back at him. I'm Yuan Qi. Senior brother Luo, senior sister Chen, let's sit and talk. Upon hearing Yuan Qi's name, Chen Lu immediately realized, wasn't this the so-called scumbag everyone was talking about on the forum? Luo Ming also seemed momentarily taken aback. He naturally knew Yuan Qi, well, given how prominent he had been on the campus forum these past few days. It was impossible not to have noticed. However, there was no need to mention such matters now. They would simply treat this as their first meeting. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Ming prepared to discuss the investment matter. But barely had he started when Yuan Qi raised his hand and interrupted him. Gentlemen, none of that matters to me. I have no issue investing 1 million yuan. I only have one requirement going forward: no negative posts about me or the girls who helped explain things should appear on the forum. Yuan Qi stated his terms directly. This left both Luo Ming and Chen Lu stunned. They had originally intended to elaborate on the forum's upgraded features and advantages, but clearly Yuan Qi showed no interest in such details. They quickly understood Yuan Qi's intention. He wanted to control any negative content about himself on the campus forum. After those campus beauties, including Cheng Muxue, had publicly come out to explain things, both had assumed the rumors were false. After all, it seemed unlikely that Yuan Qi could be connected to so many stunning girls. But now it seemed the matter ran deeper than they had imagined. Watching the two remain silent, Yuan Qi frowned and spoke. Is there something problematic about this request? Hearing Yuan Qi's words, Luo Ming suddenly came to his senses and quickly replied, absolutely not. Currently, we simply need to pay closer attention to message backend reviews. After the upgrade, AI will handle content moderation, eliminating any concerns in that regard. Yuan Qi's request posed no real difficulty for them. After all, forum posts naturally required backend review and screening. Posts that did not align with positive energy would naturally be removed, though manual review occasionally led to oversights. In fact, the discussion surrounding Yuan Qi on the forum had been one of the reasons Luo Ming decided to push for an upgrade. The university administration had already spoken with him, requesting that the campus forum avoid content damaging to the school's image or overly controversial topics. They needed to maintain positive energy at all times. The recent rumors had already caused considerable negative impact, a scenario the school wished to avoid. In short, the upgraded forum would implement stricter content review and more standardized management. Real name registration would also be adopted, with AI-driven review becoming the primary moderation method. Under these conditions, Yuan Qi's request posed no obstacle whatsoever. Next, they discussed the equity allocation for Yuan Qi's 1 million investment. Given the forum's weak monetization ability and low valuation, Yuan Qi's 1 million secured a 40% stake. Yuan Qi had no objections to this arrangement. In truth, this was more like a preparatory move on his part, an exploratory investment attempt. Whether it would generate profit was not his primary concern. The most important thing was to prevent similar situations on the forum from occurring again. Junior brother, may I ask when the funds will be transferred? Luo Ming asked about what concerned him most. Yuan Qi thought for a moment before responding. I am ready on my end. Going forward, I will invest through my company. After signing the contract, the full 1 million will be transferred within this week. Individual investment would incur higher taxes, so Yuan Qi chose to use his Xingho Media company for the investment. Both Luo Ming and Chen Lu showed visible delight at this news. After discussing several additional details and confirming a contract signing time, the three parted ways. By the time they left the cafe, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. That evening, Yuan Qi had arrangements to have dinner with Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. Yuan Qi drove to outside the school. He had messaged both young ladies earlier, learning they had already left the dormitory, so he decided to wait outside campus. Regarding tonight's date, Yuan Qi felt quite anticipating. Not long after, two striking figures emerged from the school gates, Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. Zhong Peiyao wore a pink knit long-sleeve top paired with slim-fitting jeans that elegantly outlined her legs. Her hair fell straight over her shoulders, her face adorned with light makeup, making her appear exceptionally beautiful and graceful. Li Xie wore a white slip dress beneath a blue cardigan, her pure and lovely face carrying a gentle smile. Together, both young women were truly captivating to behold. Their figures and beauty were both outstanding, and appearing together naturally drew considerable attention from passers-by. The two young women paid no heed to the stares of others, for such gazes had long become a common occurrence for them. Upon exiting the school, they immediately spotted Yuan Qi's Panamera parked by the roadside, not far away. They walked straight toward it. In this world, there is no shortage of idle people, some driven by envy, others by jealousy, or simply by a love of gossip. Having witnessed the two young women getting into the Panamera, they secretly took a photo. They intended to continue the discussion by posting it on the campus forum. He had already thought of a title, and he cared little about any negative consequences it might bring. After all, it wasn't under a real name. However, the moment he posted it, that was the end of it. His post was swiftly deleted, and even his account was silenced. This left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after parting with Yuan Qi, Luo Ming had notified the moderation team, and all forum posts related to Yuan Qi were completely removed. If anyone continued to spread rumors by posting, they would be directly silenced. After all, Yuan Qi was now the generous benefactor, so the enforcement was exceptionally efficient. Thus, the moment the fellow posted his message, it was deleted. Meanwhile, Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao had both entered Yuan Qi's car, and they chose the back seat in unison. Seeing this, Yuan Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you two getting along so harmoniously? What's wrong, senior?" asked Zhong Peiyao, blinking her large beautiful eyes with a smile as she noticed Yuan Qi turning to look at them. Yuan Qi smiled. "Nothing. By the way, where would you like to go for dinner tonight?" Since they had already reached an amicable understanding, Yuan Qi didn't bother to ask further. After all, this was a good thing for him. "Senior Ye and I have already decided. We'll cook dinner ourselves tonight." "Cook yourselves? Just the two of you?" Yuan Qi looked at the two young women with a hint of surprise, as he hadn't known they could cook. "Senior, you're underestimating us. I can cook, and today Yao Yao will be my assistant." Li Xie felt she needed to highlight her strengths, otherwise Yuan Qi might not value her in the future. "Senior, although my cooking skills are a bit lacking, Ye is truly adept in the kitchen. Tonight we will certainly prepare a bountiful dinner for you." In fact, ever since she learned that Li Xie also had a relationship with Yuan Qi and that Yuan Qi had not rented a separate apartment for her, Zhong Peiyao invited Li Xie to bring her extra belongings to Nanhu and stay with her. After all, their relationship had grown closer, and living together would make things more lively. Of course, she had some other subtle intentions which she kept to herself. "Then I shall look forward to it," Yuan Qi said with a smile. "Rest assured, senior. I've already tasted Ye's cooking, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yuan Qi drove away from the school, taking the two young women first to the market to purchase ingredients for the evening meal. After shopping, he took them to the mall. Once outside, they shed their reservations, and Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie each took one of Yuan Qi's arms, walking on either side of him. Both young women were naturally stunning, and Yuan Qi was exceptionally handsome. Thus, their appearance in public naturally drew nearly 100% of people's attention. The men were wistful, their envy quietly simmering within. When they saw the luxury items in the two young women's hands, they inwardly criticized Yuan Qi for inflating prices. However, none of the trio paid any attention to this. In fact, the young women occasionally planted a kiss on Yuan Qi's left and right cheek, scattering affection all along the way. Some onlookers initially thought one of them might be Yuan Qi's sister, but after witnessing this scene, their unspoken complaints grew more intense. Notably, after this shopping trip, Yuan Qi became a VIP member of both Hermes and Chanel, qualifying him to attend some of their events. And coincidentally, a Chanel fashion show would be held in Rongqing on Christmas Day, for which Yuan Qi received an invitation. Unbeknownst to him, his cumulative spending at these two brands had surpassed 1 million. To be honest, Yuan Qi hardly noticed. He had treated these international luxury brands as check-in spots, a must-visit whenever he went shopping. Beyond the fashion show, he could now also order custom-made clothes from these luxury brands, a privilege truly reserved for the affluent. Though custom-made prices were certainly higher than ready-to-wear in stores starting at least several $100,000 or even millions, the garments would be more tailored and refined. After shopping, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and they returned to Nanhu. 1. Yuan Qi found the environment quite pleasant. Since Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao planned to live together, he considered purchasing the apartment outright, and the property would be registered under the two young women's names. His assets had now reached nearly 20 million, so buying an apartment worth around 5 million for the women in his life seemed reasonable. Upon returning home, the two young women busied themselves in the kitchen. Yuan Qi lounged on the sofa in a relaxed posture, first chatting with the other three women for a while. Then he opened Douyin, intending to support his own streamer. He casually searched for Xie Yuyu's Douyin ID and discovered that she was streaming today. Naturally, he decided to take a look. Upon entering the live stream, he saw Xie Yuyu performing a lively dance. Her captivating movements drew even Yuan Qi's admiration. At that moment, Xie Yuyu was engaged in a PK battle with another streamer. Yuan Qi noticed that the other streamer was a female talent from Weibo Media with only about 6 million followers, nearly half of Xie Yuyu's 11 million. However, her live room had 20,000 viewers, double the number in Xie Yuyu's room. Though Yuan Qi was not well versed in the live streaming influencer circle, he understood that a higher follower count didn't always guarantee an advantage. It also depended on follower engagement. Thus, Weibo Media was indeed impressive. Even a million-follower streamer could outperform Xingho's top streamer like Xie Yuyu. Soon Xie Yuyu finished her dance. Meow meow, I've completed my punishment. Yuyu Jie, you danced beautifully. Let's change the punishment for the next round. Whoever loses must write the name of the opponent's top spender in the collarbone area until the stream ends. Okay. Hearing this, Xie Yuyu hesitated. She had already lost 3 consecutive rounds, and the opponent's supporters were too strong. She had no confidence in the next round. Just then a conspicuous message floated across her screen. Don't worry, I'll take care of this round. The sender's name was rather cringy, Qi Tian Desheng. This account had caused quite a stir in the company's streamer chat group yesterday. Because yesterday during the live streams of Xingho's female streamers, someone had gifted them between 5 to over a dozen galas each, and upon discussion the group realized they all shared the same top spender. The first to receive a gift, Ching revealed that the person had started as a mere level 10 account, then skyrocketed to level 45 in a single night. In other words, they had spent between 5 to 600,000 yuan on gifts in just one night. It was truly astonishing. As the female streamers reveled in joy and excitement, Xie Yu couldn't help but think of Yuan Qi, because all the streamers who received gifts last night belonged to Xingho Media. Moreover, the spender had started from a brand new account, and during yesterday's meeting Yuan Qi had mentioned he would help everyone with gifts when he had time. Under these circumstances, Xie Yuyu suspected that the ID Qi Tian Dasheng might very well be Yuan Qi, so she wasn't originally scheduled to stream today. But to keep an eye on this big spender, she went live anyway. It's Brother Dasheng. Welcome Brother Dasheng to the live stream. The thought flashed through her mind, and upon seeing this suspected Yuan Qi big spender enter the stream, Xie couldn't help but shout excitedly. Most of the viewers in the stream had no idea who Brother Dasheng was, as this name had never been heard before in the live streaming world, but since the host called him out, they had to show the proper respect. Immediately the screen was flooded with messages welcoming Brother Dasheng to the stream. Seeing this, Yuan Qi wasted no time and started with 2 galas. Thank you Brother Dasheng for the 2 galas. Love you. Xie Yuyu made a heart gesture toward Yuan Qi through the screen. At this moment she was quite excited. Although galas were not uncommon in her stream, most of them were sent by the guild to boost her popularity. It had been a long time since she had received a gala from a genuine wild big spender, and when they did send one they often made excessive demands. She naturally wouldn't agree to such things. So despite having over 10,000 viewers, she had no truly powerful supporters left. Usually the guild didn't send her gifts during her streams. That's why she was so thrilled to see Yuan Qi start with 2 galas. You've got a big spender now. Looks like this round is going to be tough. Viewers, our opponent has a big spender, so you need to protect Meow Meow, or else I'll have to write his name on my collarbone. The female streamer on the other side, seeing that Xie Yuyu had gained a seemingly wealthy supporter, was also rallying her own audience. The two had just started a new round of PK. Initially, the health bars on both sides began to press against each other, with ordinary viewers contributing small amounts. However, both streams were popular, so the scores quickly surpassed 10,000. But Meow Meow on the other side had a slight edge. Although the big spenders on both sides hadn't made their moves yet, the opponent had already completely overwhelmed Xie Yuyu's health bar. So Yuan Qi directly sent 2 galas, adding 600 points, and the health bar instantly pushed to the opponent's doorstep. The opposing streamer Meow Meow was not flustered. The big spender on the other side is starting to contribute. Our big spender needs to step up. If we win this round, I'll give everyone a special treat. As soon as she finished, the opponent's health bar surged back, surpassing 100 points. Yuan Qi threw in another 5 galas, but the opponent matched him without hesitation. Indeed, big streamers have very powerful supporters. Yuan Qi mused to himself. This was just an ordinary PK, and it was unlikely the guild was inflating the score, meaning the other side also had a major spender. Yuan Qi then sent 10 galas at once. The score on his side instantly exceeded 400, overtaking the opponent by over 100 points. Xie Yuyu's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, and when she saw Yuan Qi drop 0 points in one go, she jumped up in excitement. The stream's popularity had surged to over 300 and was still climbing. Wow, what kind of match is this today? Such high scores. It seems like a regular PK, but Brother Dasheng is really impressive. Brother Dasheng. Never heard of him. From now on, another legend of Dasheng will spread. Numerous curious viewers flooded into the stream, quickly pushing Xie Yuyu's popularity past 400, heading toward 500. Thank you, Brother Dasheng, for your support. Brother Dasheng, you're awesome and mighty. Xie Yuyu was ecstatic. To be honest, apart from guild events, she hadn't seen such a grand spectacle in a long time. She had even entered the top 10 of the hourly leaderboard. After sending 10 galas, Yuan Qi stopped. With over a minute left, the opponent's big spender also paused. This was to guard against a last-second steal. In the final 10 seconds, the opponent did make a final push, but Yuan Qi was prepared and sent another 10 galas, firmly suppressing the opposition. Xia Yuyu cheered in excitement. Finally 1-1. Thanks again, Brother Dashing. Viewers, let's put Brother Dashing is awesome on the screen. She had lost 3 consecutive rounds and was holding back a lot of frustration, finally releasing it now. Meow meow, it's time for your punishment. Meow meow said nothing and wrote Yuan Qi's ID on her collarbone with a marker. Yuan Qi secretly regretted that his name wasn't more playful, as that would have made for a better show. Yuyu, one more round. My big spender says he wasn't ready last time and wants to redeem himself. Clearly the opponent hadn't accepted defeat and wanted to continue the PK. Xia Yuyu, while dealing with Meow Meow, sent a WeChat message to Yuan Qi. President Yuan, was that you in the stream just now? Should we continue the next round? Seeing the message, Yuan Qi was briefly stunned, then fell into thought. It wasn't surprising that she knew it was him, but he wondered whether playing PK like this was worthwhile. Although the system had rewarded him with 10 million yuan for Douyin tipping, if he kept spending at this rate, it wouldn't last long. Especially in high-end matches with top streamers. Suddenly, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed in Yuan Qi's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing 10 consecutive PK victories and triggering the hidden quest, the ever-victorious general. The host has achieved 100 consecutive victories in Douyin PK battles. Reward 1, upon the first achievement of 100 victories, a Bentley Flying Spur will be granted. Reward 2, each subsequent 100 victory milestone will restore 10 million in Douyin tipping credits along with a cash rebate ranging from 0.1 to 1 times the total tipping amount based on overall performance. Note, if a PK defeat occurs mid-streak, the count restarts from 0. Just as Yuan Qi was weighing his options, the system struck once more. What impeccable timing. The perfect solution arrives precisely when needed most. This system father truly cares for him above all others. Upon reading the quest details, Yuan Qi's heart swelled with delight. Previously participating in livestream PK battles had offered him little beyond boosting the anchor's popularity. But now the rewards were finally arriving. Though the earlier 10 million Douyin tipping credits had been substantial, Yuan Qi had still felt reluctant to spend them. Now, however, his first 100 victories directly rewarded him with a Bentley Flying Spur. This car alone was worth nearly 4 million, a significant step up from his current Panamera. Moreover, every subsequent 100 victories would restore 10 million in tipping credits, while also providing cash rebates, an utterly thrilling prospect. Wait, something seemed amiss. He had won at least 30 matches the night before, perhaps even 40, yet the system only counted 10 consecutive victories. After some reflection, Yuan Qi understood that the system had imposed certain restrictions, though he remained uncertain about the specific criteria for determining victorious tips. It likely came down to a combination of factors: the anchor's follower count, the PK tipping amounts, room viewership, and possibly even the anchor's appearance. Otherwise, if he could exploit loopholes to challenge minor anchors, the task would be trivial. Yuan Qi had grown quite familiar with how the system operated by now, but that was no concern. He would simply tackle the high-tier matches. With 10 million in credits, he should easily sustain 100 consecutive victories. Yuan Qi felt overwhelmingly powerful. Accept it. Rest assured, with me here, victory is guaranteed. Backed by the system, Yuan Qi immediately sent Xia Yuyu a message accepting the PK challenge. President Yuan is so handsome. With those reassuring words, she confidently accepted the challenge. Inside the streaming room, Xia Yuyu and her opponent Meow Meow launched into another round of PK competition. The penalty for this round involved mimicking a puppy's bark while singing. Unlike their previous encounter, the opposing side opened aggressively with 10 carnival gifts, immediately crushing their health bar to the minimum. It was a bold opening move. Yuan Qi's eyebrow arched slightly. Under different circumstances, he might have felt intimidated. But now, facing an opponent already unleashing their full firepower, he remained composed. How could they possibly withstand such overwhelming force? Yuan Qi responded immediately with 20 carnivals, reversing the advantage and demonstrating sheer financial dominance. The opposition fell silent, clearly caught off guard by his aggressive spending. It was unusual to encounter such a generous benefactor operating independently rather than through an agency. They were operating as a coordinated trio. When Yuan Qi held back, the opposing donors grew bold, and each unleashed 10 carnival gifts in quick succession. This pushed their combined score past 1.2 million. As the substantial funds transformed into dazzling live streaming effects, the 3 benefactors in Meow Meow's room felt genuine reluctance at the cost. They had come seeking to make a striking impression online, but instead encountered someone far more formidable, forcing them to pool their resources just to gain any advantage. Thank you to bosses Wulong Yagairan and Lingxi for your generous support. Meow Meow loves you all. Meow Meow Meow. Seeing her benefactors perform so magnificently, Meow Meow appropriately provided emotional encouragement. She resolved that this time she would certainly accompany them to dinner. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi noted the clock was ticking. The opposition had gained a 2-0 vote lead over Xia Yuyu's side. To ensure victory, Yuan Qi deployed 30 carnivals in rapid succession. This surge reversed the standings by 7 votes, pushing their health bar right to the opponent's threshold. The three benefactors from Miao Miao's room finally relented. They recognized they could not match the genuine heavy hitter on the opposing side. Inevitably, Xie Yuyu claimed the decisive victory. The live stream's concurrent viewership had surged to an impressive 1,000+ audience, with follower counts climbing visibly by tens of thousands. Xie Yuyu wished she could embrace Yuan Qi and express her gratitude profusely. It had been far too long since her stream had experienced such spectacular momentum. Though Miao Miao lost the PK, she felt exhilarated nonetheless. Neither side had agency backing them today. Neither competitor had expected to surpass 1 million votes in such a contested match. It proved an enormously profitable encounter. Following the loss, Miao Miao commenced the penalty, singing while mimicking a dog's bark. Unexpectedly, it was quite endearing. Yet Yuan Qi could not determine whether her actual appearance rating met the threshold of 85, unable to access personal data through the screen. Within the stream, Xie Yuyu continuously expressed her gratitude toward Yuan Qi, simultaneously sending him messages through her mobile application. President Yuan, when might you find time? I wish to thank you properly in person. At this moment, Xie Yuyu felt an overwhelming urge to offer herself entirely to Yuan Qi. This man simply captivated her completely. To be honest, Yuan Qi also desired a change of pace. In certain respects, Xie Yuyu would undoubtedly surpass a university student. However, he remained uncertain about his availability. I'm uncertain when I'll have free time. That's all right, President Yuan. I'll check in with you daily, and when you're available, please promise to meet with me. Xie Yuyu had resolved to cling tightly to Yuan Qi, unbothered by appearing subservient in his presence. After leaving Xie Yuyu's streaming room, Yuan Qi proceeded to other Starfire anchors' broadcasts. Now at level 50, his entrance carried special visual effects. Each female anchor, upon seeing Big Sage Brother return, performed a talent showcase before eagerly seeking PK opponents. Without exception, Yuan Qi maintained an undefeated record across all matches. Big Sage Brother had become the ultimate icon among Starfire's female anchors. After nearly 2 hours of play, Yuan Qi had lost count of his consecutive victories, with the quest progress reaching 23 out of 100, indicating 13 valid PK matches completed today. Over 6,000 yuan in cash had been spent today. At this rate, he would complete the quest before exhausting the 10 million allocation, while also boosting his female anchor's popularity. A highly advantageous exchange. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie had prepared an elaborate evening meal. Since many ingredients required laborious preparation, and Zhong Peiyao's assistance proved limited, most of the work fell to Li Xie alone, hence the extended time required to complete the meal. Senior brother, dinner is ready. Please come eat. Though Yuan Qi wished to continue competing, Zhong Peiyao's voice called to him from the dining area. Only now did hunger truly strike him. He had not yet had a proper meal this evening. A series of delicious-looking dishes were brought to the table by the two women. However, Yuan Qi only glanced briefly at the food before his gaze settled on Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao. At that moment, both of them were wearing matching pink aprons, and their flowing hair was tied up in high ponytails. As the saying goes, a beauty looks good in anything. Their simple home attire gave Yuan Qi the impression of attending a fashion show. Fashion often depends on the person. Even if someone wears a sack, it can be stylish. Clearly, both women belonged to that category. The only phrase in Yuan Qi's mind was a feast for the eyes. Senior, stop daydreaming and come taste the dishes Yaya made. Seeing Yuan Qi staring at them, Zhong Peiyao urged him, thinking to herself, he's captivated by my beauty again. Of course, besides herself, there was Li Xie. When the two of them appeared together, how could Yuan Qi resist? Zhong Peiyao had indeed thought ahead. I don't need to taste it, I could smell the aroma from where I was sitting. It's already whetted my appetite. This was somewhat exaggerated, but since the two stunning beauties had personally prepared the meal, Yuan Qi naturally wanted to give positive feedback. Hearing Yuan Qi's words, Li Xie felt gratified after all her efforts, and a serene smile appeared on her face. Yuan Qi went to the dining table, and Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao sat on either side of him. Then both women simultaneously picked up food for him with their chopsticks. Senior, try this steamed sea bass. Senior, try this braised pork ribs first. They spoke at the same time and exchanged glances. Yuan Qi found it amusing, feeling as if he had become a feudal lord of old times. You two eat on your own, I can help myself. Accepting the food they had picked for him, Yuan Qi first tasted the steamed sea bass. How was it? The flavor was quite good, but still inferior to the base he had eaten at the private kitchen restaurant. However, seeing the anticipation in Li Xie's eyes, Yuan Qi spoke with exaggerated expression. Yeah, this sea bass is absolutely delicious. No less than what a professional chef would make. Li Xie's face lit up with joy, but she replied modestly. It's not that good, Senior. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, don't be modest. I think it's delicious too. Li Xie felt a bit shy from the praise, but being complimented by her beloved and her best friend naturally made her very happy. As they say, the atmosphere matters when eating. Having a meal with someone you love makes every bite a delicacy. Although Yuan Qi told the two women they didn't need to pick food for him, they clearly ignored his words. Not only did they continue to pick food, but they also directly fed him with their chopsticks. Of course, neither of them minded sharing saliva, since they had already shared meals like this before. The meal was filled with joy and harmony like a sweet drama scene from a romantic film. After the meal, the two women intended to clear the table, but Yuan Qi waved his hand. Don't worry about this. I'll hire a cleaner to tidy up tomorrow. The two women readily agreed. They weren't fond of housework unless it was in front of Yuan Qi. It was already past 10 o'clock, and they had spent a long time on dinner. Yuan Qi had a vague idea of what to do at this hour, but after glancing at the two women, he shook his head. Such things were probably still beyond their comfort zone, and one shouldn't be too greedy. He thought they might not be ready for that yet. Senior, it's still early. How about we play some games? Zhong Peiyao looked at him with bright eyes. Play games, eh? Yuan Qi was taken aback, then nodded with a smile. Sure, what game? Zhong Peiyao tilted her head thinking about what three people could play. Then her eyes lit up. Senior, let's play Do Diju Fight the Landlord. Yuan Qi said, is that all? He had thought Zhong Peiyao had something better in mind. However, the games that three people could play were indeed limited, like werewolf or puzzle games required 5 or 6 people. It seemed they could actually gather enough people. Senior, though the game is ordinary, the penalty can be creative. Zhong Peiyao looked at him with a mischievous expression. Licia asked curiously, what penalty? She knew how to play Do Diju, but unless she had a perfect hand, she usually couldn't win. Zhong Peiyao smiled and explained the penalty to the two. The details are left to imagination. Hearing this, Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Licia's face flushed slightly, but since there were no outsiders, it was fine. So the three began playing Do Diju. With the motivation to win, Yuan Qi didn't hold back, but his card skills were only average. Still, he won more than he lost. The one who lost the most was Licia. Sometimes, she even lost with a perfect hand. In the end, she lost everything. They played until midnight, and Yuan Qi felt it was time to wind down. He had been storing up some energy from the day's activities. The first one to be picked for a fun activity was Licia, who had lost the most. So Yuan Qi picked her up in a princess carry and took her into the room to rest. Zhong Peiyao smiled and walked into the other room, leaving the door unlocked waiting for him. The next day, both women were still sound asleep. Yuan Qi woke up energetically around 9 o'clock. After 2 rounds of activities, given his physical condition, it was nothing. After sleeping for a few hours, Yuan Qi was fully revived. He didn't disturb the still sleeping women. After washing up, he first called a cleaner to tidy up the living room, which had gotten a bit messy from the previous night. Then Yuan Qi began thinking about buying a house. He had already considered buying this apartment for the 2 women to live in, so he contacted the rental agency. When the agency learned that Yuan Qi wanted to buy the apartment, they were very willing. Because the apartment had originally been listed for sale, but due to various reasons no buyer had been found, so they had temporarily rented it out. Upon learning that the property was valued at 5 million yuan, Yuan Qi asked them to bring the contract over. Just as they waited for the real estate agent to arrive, Licia and Zhong Peiyao got up one after another and stepped out of their respective rooms. It was undeniable that youth brought excellent recuperative abilities. After Yuan Qi had kept them so busy the night before, both girls had nearly fully recovered by now. After finishing their morning routines and the breakfast Yuan Qi had ordered for them, they were eager to continue exploring the city with him that day. However, Yuan Qi merely shook his head with a smile. Let's wait a moment. I have a surprise prepared for both of you. It should arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, curiosity sparkled in both of their eyes. What kind of surprise is it, senior brother? Zhong Peiyao spoke first, unable to contain her curiosity. Yuan Qi shook his head and smiled. As I said, it's a surprise. You'll find out soon enough. Hearing Yuan Qi say this, the 2 girls became even more curious. Women were naturally curious creatures, and seeing Yuan Qi's mysterious air, they felt as though tiny cats were scratching at their hearts. Fortunately, this suspense did not last long. Before long, the doorbell rang from outside. Zhong Peiyao dashed to the door with barely contained excitement, only to find herself face to face with a beautiful woman wearing a small suit jacket and a black pencil skirt, a folder tucked under her arm. Zhong Peiyao froze for a moment. Could the surprise Yuan Qi had mentioned simply be arranging for another woman, so the 4 of them could play mahjong together? Hello, I am Li Jing, the real estate sales manager. I spoke with Mr. Yuan earlier. May I ask if he is home at the moment? Hearing the woman's words, Zhong Peiyao realized she had overthought things. Oh, he's inside. Please come in. Before entering, Li Jing took a pair of shoe covers from her bag and slipped them over her shoes before following Zhong Peiyao inside. Zhong Peiyao was somewhat puzzled. What business did a real estate sales manager have here? Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Could Yuan Qi be planning to buy a house as a gift? The moment that thought appeared, Zhong Peiyao's heart began pounding uncontrollably. Was this really happening? At that moment, Licia also came forward to see who had arrived. She too looked somewhat puzzled upon seeing Li Jing. Li Jing, seeing another stunningly beautiful woman emerge from the room, maintained a composed expression on the surface, though inwardly, she couldn't help but sigh at how extraordinarily fortunate these wealthy young women were. Such beautiful girls, so young, and already living such comfortable lives. It made her wonder what the rest of them were supposed to do. If she had a choice, she would gladly remain an ordinary person as well. Following Zhong Peiyao's lead, Li Jing quickly spotted Yuan Qi sitting on the sofa. He carried himself with remarkable elegance and handsomeness. Even someone like her who prided herself on not being easily swayed by appearances felt a brief flutter in her heart. After all, a handsome young man like him held considerable appeal for a woman past 30. At that moment, she truly understood the feelings of these two beautiful girls. With Yuan Qi's appearance, even setting aside all other considerations, he would make an exceptional boyfriend. The fact that both young women willingly followed him indicated he was not only handsome, but also possessed remarkable capability. These thoughts flashed through her mind for only an instant. She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. Mr. Yuan, hello. My name is Li Jing, and I am the sales manager responsible for the South Lake 1 properties. Saying this, she extended her hand toward Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi smiled and reached out, gently clasping her fingertips with a polite touch. Hello, Manager Li. Thank you for making the trip in person. Yuan Qi still remembered the previous agent, a woman named Zhao Lily. He wondered why she had been replaced by this Li Jing. Considering Zhao Lily's behavior last time, Yuan Qi knew she was not a woman content with stability. But admitting it grudgingly, her appearance had indeed been quite attractive. Perhaps she had found a reliable backer and improved her circumstances. Compared to Zhao Lily, the woman before him was certainly more impressive. Name Li Jing. Age 31. Height 168 centimeters. Weight 54 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance score 86. Special rating 96. It is no trouble at all, Mr. Yuan. These are simply what we should be doing. Sensing the refined way Yuan Qi handled their handshake, Li Jing's regard for him deepened. He was clearly a well-bred man. She rarely encountered men who observed social etiquette so carefully. Little did she know that Yuan Qi had already seen through her completely. After exchanging a few polite words, Yuan Qi turned the conversation to the property. Manager Li, I have lived in this property long enough to understand its basic information, so there is no need to elaborate further. As long as the price is acceptable, we can sign the contract directly. Hearing Yuan Qi say this, Zhong Peiyao felt her heart leap with excitement. So the surprise Yuan Qi had spoken of was truly a house. It was simply unbelievable. Li Xie also realized what was happening a moment later, her heart equally filled with excitement. She clearly remembered Yuan Qi saying the gift was meant for both her and Peiyao. That meant this house would also belong to her in the future. This was an 180 square meter fully furnished apartment. In the past, she would never have dared to dream of one day living in such a splendid place. Mr. Yuan, the current owners of this property are overseas, so it has been listed with our agency for nearly a year. You happened to catch it at an opportune time. They recently contacted us saying they need to sell quickly, so the price has dropped considerably compared to before. Otherwise, 5 million would certainly not have been enough. This was indeed the truth. The original asking price for this property had been 6.5 million. Over time, no buyer had emerged. Furthermore, influenced by the broader economic environment over the past 2 years, property prices had continued to decline. In the end, the owners faced financial difficulties and needed money urgently, which is why the final listing price settled at 5 million. So Yuan Qi's timing was indeed fortunate. However, Yuan Qi paid little attention to these details. Turning to the two women who seemed somewhat dazed, he smiled and spoke. Have both of you brought your identity cards? Upon hearing this, the two girls nodded instinctively. Before they could fully comprehend why Yuan Qi was asking such a question, they heard him continue. Then please fetch your ID cards and sign the contract. The property will be registered under both of your names. Hearing this, Li Jing showed no particular surprise. She had encountered wealthy clients before and knew that gifting property to companions, while not common, was not entirely unfamiliar either. Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie, however, were completely speechless. Both girls were only first-year university students with limited worldly experience. Yuan Qi's direct gesture of gifting an entire house left them utterly overwhelmed. Of course, the dominant emotion was one of pure delight. Okay, we'll go get our ID cards right away. Zhong Peiyao was the first to regain her composure, then pulled Li Xie along to retrieve their respective identification documents from their rooms. Yuan Qi glanced over the contract and thought for a moment before speaking. Although 5 million is a favorable price, splitting it evenly between two people sounds rather awkward. Let us adjust it to 5.2 million. I prefer that number. Even Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. Over her years in real estate, she had encountered countless negotiations and price haggling even from wealthy clients. But a buyer who willingly raised the price was something she had truly never seen before. It was a genuinely rare occurrence. In truth, for Yuan Qi, raising the price by 2,000 was not simply about making an impression. More importantly, it meant he would receive an additional 4,000 in cashback rewards. Who would turn down such an advantageous opportunity? Others were unaware of Yuan Qi's true intentions. At that moment, Li Jing's gaze toward him seemed to convey only one thought: such extraordinary generosity was beyond ordinary comprehension. However, in the eyes of Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie, their affection for Yuan Qi ran even deeper. He was a man who knew how to turn spending into romance. When Yuan Qi willingly raised the price to 5,000, a wave of sweetness washed over their hearts. If not for the presence of outsiders, they would have gladly shared more time with him right then and there. Wonderful. Truly wonderful, Mr. Yuan. You certainly understand the language of romance. Observing the two beautiful women gazing at Yuan Qi, Li Jing could hardly deny the profound impact such gestures held for women. If a man were willing to go to such lengths for her, she imagined, she would be deeply moved as well. The subsequent procedures were straightforward. Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie proceeded to sign the contract with Li Jing. After signing, Yuan Qi paid the full 5,000 in one transaction, not even blinking, instantly winning the admiration of all three women. A notification appeared: cashback of 104000 has been credited. His account balance now exceeded 2,000. It had been accomplished. Yuan Qi's heart swelled with quiet joy. This was the largest cashback amount he had ever received. His account balance had surged past 2,000. This was a height completely unattainable to ordinary people. Even without the system, Yuan Qi could live comfortably for the rest of his life. But Yuan Qi was not content to rest on these achievements. If not for the system's limitations, he would have continued purchasing properties to earn more rewards, though such thoughts remained just that, fantasies. Congratulations on becoming homeowners of Nanhu Yahoiwan. We will process the property transfer as soon as possible. The ownership certificate will be ready within 7 business days. Li Jing rose and smiled. Thank you for your trouble, Ms. Zhong. You are too kind. Should you have any questions in the future, please feel free to reach out. After saying a few words to the three of them, Li Jing took her leave. Though this commission had earned her considerable profit, Li Jing felt a deep sense of envy toward Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. After Li Jing departed, Zhong Peiyao could no longer restrain her emotions. She gently embraced Yuan Qi. Senior brother, this surprise means so much to me. I truly adore it. Li Xie leaned against Yuan Qi's other shoulder at the same moment. Senior brother, I feel the very same. Yuan Qi held both women close, the distinct fragrances enveloping him, filling his heart with warm contentment. A true gentleman ought to be like this. Meanwhile, the second Chunqiao milk tea shop also officially opened its doors. Sun Ning had personally come to the milk tea shop today. The staffing arrangement mirrored that of the first shop, with 5 clerks required on duty at all times to ensure smooth operations. Although there had been little promotion, many customers learned of the new Chunqiao branch and arrived early in the morning to wait in line. This was partly due to the generous opening promotions on milk tea purchases. Witnessing the growing queue outside, Sun Ning could not help but admire how thoroughly the brand had established its reputation. She could already envision the market for Chunqiao milk tea continuing to expand in the near future. The thought brought a quiet sense of fulfillment to her heart. Becoming a successful businesswoman had always been her dream, and it now seemed within reach. The image of Yuan Qi naturally came to her mind, and she felt a touch of gentle helplessness. She had heard about the recent discussions on the school forum. She knew Yuan Qi was attentive to multiple relationships, but she had never imagined his connections were so numerous. Beyond Cheng Muxue and herself, he had at least 3 other companions at school, each remarkably graceful and beautiful. Although those young women had publicly spoken in his defense, Sun Ning could clearly see they were protecting his reputation, something she would have done herself under similar circumstances. Fortunately, she and Yuan Qi had never been photographed together on campus, or the forum would likely have featured images of them as well. Whether this was something to be thankful for, she could not say. Shaking her head to clear these tangled thoughts, she reminded herself that she had already embarked on this journey with Yuan Qi. Such matters were simply part of her new reality, and she would grow accustomed to them over time. Moreover, this arrangement allowed her to focus more fully on her business pursuits. She had already secured 2 of the 3 storefronts she had been eyeing, and renovations were underway. She estimated that Rongqing would have 4 Chunqiao milk tea shops before December. The expansion would continue to accelerate, and she planned to establish a formal company similar to the large chains that now dominated the market. The mere thought filled her with renewed energy and purpose. Quick! There's a Chunqiao milk tea shop at our school now. I wonder if the taste matches the one near Rongda University. It should be the same, of course. This is explicitly labeled as their second branch, developed from the original. That's wonderful. Now I won't have to travel so far to enjoy it. Unnoticed, a queue of 20 or 30 people had formed outside the shop. Without witnessing it firsthand, one would scarcely believe that a milk tea brand could achieve such popularity. This was not merely because the taste was exceptional, but also because the drink offered genuine health benefits. When people first discovered this advantage, many found it hard to believe. A milk tea that could improve one's well-being seemed almost fanciful. Yet as more and more customers confirmed the effect, the evidence became impossible to ignore. Though the reported benefits were modest, relief from minor digestive discomfort, faster recovery from colds and fevers, such effects were remarkable for a beverage. Any product that held even a slight edge over its competitors could distinguish itself, but Chunqiao milk tea stood far above all others. Consequently, no advertising was needed. Word of mouth alone drove the shop's growing popularity. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others sorrow. The unstoppable rise of Chunqiao milk tea had inevitably threatened the interests of other major brands. With only 2 shops open so far, the impact was manageable. But if Rongqing saw dozens or even hundreds of Chunqiao branches in the future, many competing shops would struggle to survive. Large milk tea franchises could not remain idle. They first attempted to recreate the recipe through their own research, but after considerable effort, no breakthrough was achieved. They also sent representatives to propose acquisition and partnership, offering increasingly generous terms, yet Chunqiao milk tea firmly declined every proposal. With direct approaches blocked, the competitors had no choice but to consider other strategies. Meanwhile, a quiet determination settled over the team as they contemplated their next steps. Chen Xiaolan was a 36-year-old woman who had previously worked as an accountant at a company, earning a modest salary of only 380 yuan per month, without housing fund or social insurance benefits. Even so, she was let go by the company. Though they gave a long list of formal reasons, she knew the real cause was her request for a raise. She had been working for several years with a stable salary, which is why she had mentioned the raise to her boss. But not long after, she received news that she was being laid off. After leaving, she learned from colleagues that the boss had hired a recent college graduate at only 280 yuan per month, yet still had multiple bachelor's degree holders competing for the position. Only then did she understand. The boss saw her as poor value compared to those energetic college graduates. But she still needed to find work. At her age, finding good employment was extremely difficult, but most companies had age requirements. In the job market, 36 was a serious disadvantage. With a mortgage, car loan, and a child in middle school, relying solely on her husband's income was overwhelming. She had no choice but to lower her standards and look outside her field. After many mismatches, she accidentally found a position as a staff member at Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop. The compensation package had initially attracted her, 600 yuan monthly salary plus commission and full benefits. Her first instinct was that it must be a scam. With Rongqing's average salary around 200 yuan, a regular milk tea shop position offering over 100 monthly seemed absurd. But after numerous rejections, she had nowhere better to turn, so she decided to try her luck at Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop. Little did she know this would become the best decision she ever made. She successfully got the position, and the benefits were genuine. Her first month, she earned 800 yuan, and they started providing the full benefits package from the second month. The business was thriving, yet not exhausting. Just 8 hours a day. She got 6 days off monthly, with rotating holidays on festivals matching the legal holiday schedule. It felt like striking gold, so she threw herself into the work with dedication. A month later came wonderful news. A new Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop was opening, and because of her excellent performance, the boss offered her the manager position there. She was so thrilled she could not sleep for 3 nights. Hard work truly does get noticed. On November 5th, the new shop officially opened its doors. She and the boss's wife, Sun Ning, arrived at the milk tea shop almost simultaneously. The boss's wife was genuinely stunning. Even as a woman, Chen Xiaolan found herself captivated. Despite her appearance, Sun Ning carried no airs whatsoever, greeting her warmly, as Sister Lan, with a smile, every time they met. She deeply respected Sun Ning, though she had barely encountered the actual boss, Yuan Qi. He had only visited the shop a handful of times, and each occasion coincided with her days off. From casual gossip among the staff, she had gathered that the boss had accompanied more than one attractive woman to the shop, suggesting he might have a reputation for being somewhat charming with women. She did not concern herself with such matters. If the compensation was good, that made him a good boss. Sun Ning then reminded her that opening day would likely be busy and asked her to put in extra effort. "Boss, you are too kind," Chen Xiaolan replied modestly. "This is what I should do. Honestly, watching our milk tea shop grow stronger makes me truly happy." Soon, Sun Ning said, "Stores 3 and 4 will be opening shortly, and Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop will undoubtedly become even better in the future." After a few more exchanged pleasantries, Chen Xiaolan set to work. For the first time, she genuinely wanted her milk tea shop to thrive and expand. In that case, her compensation would naturally rise along with the business. As expected, the new store opening day was a tremendous success, drawing crowds comparable to when Yuan Qi first activated the popularity card. The morning alone brought in over 400 yuan in revenue, demonstrating just how popular Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop had become. At noon, she chose to dine out rather than order delivery, as she personally preferred eating away from the shop. Unexpectedly, not long after she left, someone called out to her, "Ms. Chen, please wait a moment." Turning with confusion, she spotted a sharply dressed man smiling and waving at her. Furrowing her brow, she initially wondered if he was selling insurance and was about to decline when he spoke again. "Good morning, Miss Chen. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Hua, the head of human resources at Chunqiang Company." Extending his hand with a confident smile, he knew that Chunqiang milk tea brand was nearly as renowned as Xuemi Cha Qiandao in the industry. With over 10,000 milk tea shops nationwide, Chunqiang was essentially a behemoth in the industry, and he was certain she would be startled to learn who he represented. Chen Xiaolan paused briefly upon hearing he was from Chunqiang, then shook his hand. She had certainly heard of their reputation, though she was curious what business brought him to her. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" "Ms. Chen, this is not the place to talk. Let us find a restaurant and discuss over a meal." Chen Xiaolan was not naive. After her initial surprise, she became wary. What could someone from a major corporation possibly want from a milk tea shop manager? No thank you. If there is something important, please speak directly. I am quite busy. Lu Hua was taken aback by her sudden coldness, but had no choice but to accept her unwillingness to move elsewhere. Here is the situation. I believe you are an exceptional talent, and our company would like to offer you a position at Yuan Qi. Rest assured the salary would be double your current compensation, and if you make significant contributions there is a potential bonus of 1,000 yuan. Of course, if these terms do not meet your expectations, we can continue negotiating. While some things were left unsaid, Chen Hua's intention was clear. Chen Xiaolan understood he was after Chen Xiao milk tea recipes. Chen Hua felt confident that such generous terms would surely persuade her to join. Chen Xiaolan's tone was cold and uncompromising, leaving no room for negotiation. When she had struggled to find employment back, then those very large companies had turned her away, citing her age as the reason. Now that she had finally secured her dream job, these same people resurfaced with ulterior motives. She had to admit that upon hearing about the reward of 100,000 yuan, her heart had flickered with temptation for just a moment. Such a reaction was only natural. After all, such a sum meant a great deal to her family. But soon she steeled her resolve. After all, it was Chen Xiao milk tea that had reached out and lifted her up during her darkest hours, offering her an excellent job. She could never repay them with betrayal. Moreover, she was thoroughly satisfied with her current position. Looking ahead, the milk tea shop was destined to expand, and her own prospects would only grow brighter. Is this the extent of your character? If legitimate competition is too difficult, you resort to such underhanded tactics. Let me make this clear. I won't have any of it. Lu Hua was utterly dumbfounded. How could people today truly treat money as worthless? Chen Xiaolan's blunt rejection stirred irritation within him, yet his objectives remained unfulfilled, so he maintained his composure and kept smiling. Miss Chen, I believe nothing in this world is beyond negotiation. If you find my initial offer too modest, you are welcome to propose better terms. If 200,000 feels insufficient, we can double it. Chen Xiaolan swallowed hard. 200,000 yuan was an enormous sum, one she could scarcely imagine accumulating through years of hard work. With that kind of money, her family could stop it. She scolded herself inwardly. That kind of tainted wealth, she would have none of it. In that moment, an inner light seemed to guide her, shielding her from every lure the world offered. No need to continue this conversation. Money cannot buy everything in this world, and don't you find your actions deeply shameful? Leave now, or I will call the police immediately and report an attempt to steal trade secrets. Honestly, the dignified aura Chen Xiaolan exuded in that moment was so compelling that even Lu Hua could not help but acknowledge her unwavering integrity. After all, how many people in this world could truly resist the temptation of money? This made someone like Chen Xiaolan all the more rare and admirable. Ms. Chen. Lu Hua opened his mouth to say something, but Chen Xiaolan had already turned and walked away. She knew she could not withstand any further temptation, so she chose to leave without hesitation. Back at the milk tea shop, Chen Xiaolan spotted Sun Ning and walked straight over to her. Boss, there is something I need to discuss with you. Sister Lan, what is the matter? It is about. I just encountered someone from Chuanxia. Chen Xiaolan briefly recounted the events to Sun Ning, her expression growing grave as she spoke. Now they are targeting our milk tea recipe. What should we do? Sun Ning frowned upon hearing this, for this was precisely the concern that had been weighing on her mind. Although the staff prepared the milk tea following standardized procedures without knowing the exact recipe, the store manager and administrative staff had access to the ordering system and were well familiar with the raw materials, so with some analysis the recipe could be deduced. Sun Ning had previously brought this up with Yuan Qi, but he confidently assured her that no one could replicate their milk tea. Though she could not pinpoint the source of his confidence, Sun Ning chose to trust him anyway. As her thoughts raced, Sun Ning turned to Chen Xiaolan with a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Our milk tea recipe is well protected. It will not be easy for them to recreate it. Chen Xiaolan saw that Sun Ning seemed to have a solution, and her own worries eased considerably. She genuinely hoped Chen Xiao milk tea would thrive and grow. That is good to hear. Honestly, I have always looked down on the tactics of big corporations. If they are so capable, they should create their own bestseller instead. Sun Ning smiled, growing even more impressed with Chen Xiaolan's steadfast principles and integrity. She resolved to give her a more prominent role once the company was established. All right, let us not concern ourselves with them. We just need to focus on making great milk tea. By the way, Sister Lan, you have not had lunch yet. Why do not we eat together? Meanwhile, in the Non-Who-No, one residential community. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement. Here are your rewards. 1. You have obtained the culinary trait Delicious and Healthy. Your restaurant will receive this trait's enhancement as long as you use safe and healthy ingredients. 2. You have obtained the special trait Public Opinion Guidance. When you face malicious public opinion, as long as you can provide relevant evidence, public opinion will unconditionally support you. Yuan Qi, who had just unlocked a new achievement, was walking out of his room. He never expected the system notification in his mind to suddenly sound. This system was a bit unreliable. But after seeing what the system rewarded him with, Yuan Qi admitted he had been too hasty in his criticism. The system master truly favored him the most. There was no doubt about the first trait. It was custom-made for his current situation. You see, he had been worried about the ingredients for the milk tea shop and cake shop needing to rely on the system's special materials each time. It was manageable with just a few shops, but if Senior Sister were to expand it into a nationwide chain, he would never be able to keep up no matter how hard he tried. But now things were different. With the system trait, all those problems were solved. As for the second trait, it seemed quite powerful, though it did not appear to have much use at the moment. However, this trait would absolutely be a game changer for those internet-famous celebrities, since it is often easy to spread rumors, but nearly impossible to prove one's innocence. Even when presented with irrefutable evidence, the damage to one's reputation often cannot be fully undone. The truth rarely matters to ordinary observers. What truly mattered was the thrill of watching the drama unfold. As for possessing this trait himself, while it might not be useful now, he could certainly see it coming in handy someday. If only the school forum had this trait back then. Actually, it would not have helped much, since there is no justifying what he did as a scumbag. In any case, the rewards this time around had truly surprised Yuan Qi. After the two girls had finished their meal and gone to rest, Yuan Qi settled back onto the sofa. Earlier today, he had promised to invest in upgrading the school forum. Though the investment would be made under the company's name, the funds were coming from Yuan Qi's own pocket. Zhou Cheng had just messaged him to confirm that arrangements for the investment were underway, so Yuan Qi promptly transferred 1 million yuan to Xingho's corporate account. Shortly after, he received a message from Sun Ning on WeChat. After reading it, Yuan Qi felt no concern at all. The issue was no longer about recipes. How could mere mortals compete against the power of system traits? That employee of Chun Xiulan's, however, caught him by surprise. In this day and age, there are plenty who would stop at nothing for money, so it was rather rare to see someone who could resist temptation. After a moment's thought, Yuan Qi sent a message to Sun Ning. Senior Sister, don't worry about the formula. They definitely won't be able to replicate it. By the way, please give Chun Xiulan a bonus. For such an employee, Yuan Qi certainly wanted to offer some encouragement. After replying to Cheng Muxue and Anna Na's messages, he lay back on the sofa in a contemplative state, realizing that quantity indeed leads to quality. Even with his current physique and the blessing of the Golden Warrior, he still felt a trace of fatigue. No wonder Lu Bu fears, as he had his body drained by indulgence. Otherwise, he might not have been captured by two minor soldiers. Opening his phone to Douyin, Yuan Qi intended to complete the PK task. Starfire's regular streamers had set hours, so many were already broadcasting. Yuan Qi randomly chose a female streamer who caught his eye and asked her to start a PK. Upon seeing the level 53 Qitian dashing entering the live stream, the streamer, with only 100,000 followers, jumped up in delight. Welcome to Tutu's room, Great Sage. I'm so happy to see you. Big Brother Sage, is there any performance you'd like to see? I can do anything. The streamer named Tutu greeted Yuan Qi with a saccharine, flirty voice. Yuan Qi had no impression of this streamer, nor could he discern her true appearance from the broadcast. He simply said to her, "Just find someone to PK. I'll send gifts to ensure you win." Yuan Qi wanted to see the system's definition of a proper PK. Seeing Yuan Qi's message, Tutu was overjoyed. Over the past few days, Great Sage had become a legend in their company. Every room Great Sage visited received no fewer than 10 carnival gifts, and each gained at least 10,000 new followers. Now it was finally her turn. How could she not be thrilled? All right, Great Sage, I'll find someone to connect with right away. With Great Sage's support, she felt invincible, so she connected with a former friendly rival of hers. Of course, this was deliberately made to seem that way to the audience. In reality, it was often a tactic to get viewers excited and spend money. Soon Tutu connected with a female streamer with a slender waist and long legs, though her heavy makeup and maximum beauty filter made it impossible for Yuan Qi to see her true face. "Oh Tutu, why are you connecting with me today? Didn't you get beaten badly enough last time?" As soon as they connected, the other side started a teasing taunt, instantly uniting the dozens of viewers in Tutu's room against her. "Tutu, teach her a lesson. I've already topped up 10 yuan, I'll send us sunglasses later. I can't do much, but I can spare 8 or 10 little stars. You guys are too cheap, I've got 5 lollipops ready." Seeing these comments, Yuan Qi knew these were Tutu's loyal followers, there mainly for companionship. It was up to him to dominate. At that moment, Tutu was brimming with confidence. "Don't speak too soon. Let's first agree on the punishment for the loser." Seeing Tutu's confidence and having heard from a spy in her room that a level 53 big spender was present, the other streamer decided to set a conservative penalty. "If I lose, I'll do 10 squats. Hearing this, Tutu was displeased. Having finally got a chance to turn the tables, she wanted to settle the score from last time. No, it has to be like last time. The loser draws a turtle on their face with a marker and can't wipe it off until the stream ends. The other streamer hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She had a big spender at home too, and a high level didn't necessarily mean more gifts. However, she soon realized her mistake. As soon as the PK started, the opponent opened with a carnival worth 30,000 points, obliterating her health bar. After a level 46 big spender on her side sent a Porsche, the opponent sent another carnival, and the spender immediately fled. For streamers of their tier, PKs rarely exceeded 10,000 points. Yuan Qi's move was a complete overmatch. By the time Yuan Qi sent the fifth carnival, the opponent had completely given up. Her room had over 200 viewers, which was quite supportive. They managed to push her score past 10,000, a remarkable performance compared to usual. But seeing the opponent's score nearing 200,000, she had fully surrendered. Was this normal for streamers of their level? The PK ended with the opponent's complete defeat. She drew a small turtle on her face and disconnected from Tutu. Tutu seized the moment and connected with several other streamers, but none stood a chance. The number of viewers in her room reached several thousand, an all-time high. After another PK ended, just as she was about to express her gratitude, she saw that Qitian Dasheng had already left the room. The invincible buff was gone, and Tutu felt a sense of wistfulness. Though her room now had over 5,000 viewers, it couldn't compare to the casual generosity of Great Sage. Yuan Qi had helped Tutu win 5 PKs, but the system's progress bar remained unchanged. It seemed the system didn't recognize easy wins. Only high-level matches counted. However, most streamers with millions of followers had fixed broadcasting times, and it wasn't their time yet, so only small streamers were live. For those he found appealing, pretty ones Yuan Qi would enter and send a couple of carnivals and a Douyin no. 1. As for male streamers, he would occasionally send a Porsche or 2 and then leave. The emotional value provided by male streamers simply paled in comparison. After spending a few tens of thousands, Yuan Qi stopped. Apart from boosting a few small streamers' popularity, it was meaningless. The reward money should be spent where it truly mattered. He was very much looking forward to the system's reward, a Bentley flying spur. Yuan Qi didn't go out. Instead, he half reclined on the sofa and played games. Just then his WeChat notification sounded again. Yuan Qi saw it was a message from Xiaoyu. President Yuan, are you free today? Picture attached location. Seeing the message, Yuan Qi couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. It seemed this woman was truly sincere. Opening the second photo she had sent, he had to admit that Xiaoyu had an excellent figure. After a while, his contemplative state was gradually fading. This photo stirred a hint of lingering emotion within him. Then seeing the location she had sent, he was taken aback. It was at Nanhu No, one of the same community as his. Yuan Qi opened the location details and found it was less than 100 meters away. What a coincidence! Yuan Qi had known for some time that the Nanhu No, one residential community was home to quite a few internet celebrities. He had never expected, however, that Xiaoyu happened to live there. Should he go or not? To be honest, Yuan Qi was actually quite keen on trying something new, and Xiaoyu did possess qualities that genuinely attracted him. She not only had an excellent figure, but also danced with great freedom and charm. Furthermore, there was the advantage of her status as a major internet celebrity with 10 million followers. Although this kind of fame didn't quite match that of a true celebrity, it still held a certain appeal for Yuan Qi at this stage in his life. Moreover, the fact that they now lived so close to each other made the situation even more convenient. Are you at home? Yuan Qi sent a message deciding to visit one of his employees. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was lounging on the sofa, her legs crossed, one calf tapping softly as she stared at her phone screen without blinking. Any seasoned admirer of elegant legs might have sighed at such a graceful sight. The silk sleepwear clung perfectly to Xiaoyu's delicate silhouette, though unfortunately no one was there to appreciate it. Her eyes remained fixed on her phone screen. She had acted on impulse earlier, combined with having had a little wine tonight. In her slightly relaxed state, she had sent Yuan Qi some photos and even shared her location. The implication was almost too obvious. Yet her heart leaned more toward anticipation than nervousness, for she was no longer a naive girl ignorant of the world. Given her status as an internet celebrity, she naturally encountered frequent unwanted attention from the outside world, with many so-called successful men expressing interest in her. But she had always declined such approaches, limiting herself to occasional meals with those men at most. She had always believed she would encounter someone better, until she met Yuan Qi. The first time she saw Yuan Qi at the company, she was immediately captivated by the aura he exuded. His position as a major shareholder of the company, along with his youthful and handsome appearance, were precisely the qualities that drew her in. Later, his generous tipping of the female streamers at the company only reinforced her impression of Yuan Qi's substantial standing. Xiaoyu had a strong intuition that Yuan Qi was far more than just a major shareholder at Xingho. This conviction led her to make up her mind to get closer to him. With her refined standards, now ordinary men could no longer catch her attention, yet with Yuan Qi, she felt a deep sense of attraction and admiration. Staring at her phone as the messages went unanswered, Xiaoyu couldn't help but grow a little restless. Could Yuan Qi possibly be a man of proper principles who wouldn't fall for her gestures? If so, she might have overstepped. A sense of unease began to settle over Xiaoyu. Just then a message finally appeared in her chat with Yuan Qi. Are you at home? Upon seeing his message, Xiaoyu was overcome with delight and immediately responded. Yes, I'm at home right now. After sending the message, she waited a moment before Yuan Qi finally replied again. Tell me your apartment number. Reading this message, Xiaoyu sat upright on the sofa, unable to contain the delighted smile spreading across her face. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu sent her exact address to Yuan Qi. After he replied with a simple acknowledgement, the conversation fell silent. Uncertain whether Yuan Qi would actually come, Xiaoyu nonetheless hurriedly reapplied her apple-scented lipstick, then selected a beautiful sleep dress from her wardrobe and changed into it. However, she had not expected that barely moments after changing the doorbell rang. Xiaoyu was momentarily surprised, wondering if he could have arrived so quickly. She hurried to the door and peeked through the peephole, confirming that it was indeed Yuan Qi. Xiaoyu immediately opened the door and welcomed Yuan Qi inside. "President Yuan, what a pleasant surprise. How did you get here so quickly?" she said with visible delight. "I happen to have an apartment nearby, and since I was already in the area today, I thought I'd stop by." Yuan Qi's gaze drifted briefly toward the neckline of her attire before returning to her poised figure. He couldn't deny that her silhouette was remarkably elegant, truly the grace of a dancer. She was indeed a woman of exceptional charm. Her lines were smooth and graceful, befitting a professional dancer. Yuan Qi had to admit that in terms of figure and presence, Xiaoyu was truly remarkable. Xiaoyu noticed Yuan Qi's glance, and far from being shy, gracefully adjusted her posture with quiet confidence. She continued chatting with him casually. "I never expected President Yuan to have an apartment in this area as well. That's wonderful." Yuan Qi regarded the charming woman before him with a faint smile. "Oh, in what way is that wonderful?" inquired Xiaoyu with a touch of shyness. "Of course, it makes it much more convenient for us to visit each other. I have so many things I'd love to learn from President Yuan. There's no need for such formal titles between us. From now on, just call me Brother Qi." "All right, Brother Qi." Xiaoyu readily accepted the new form of address, even though she was actually several years older than Yuan Qi. Yet neither of them found anything unusual about it. "Then, Brother Qi, let me give you a tour of my place." Yuan Qi made no objection, understanding her intentions well enough. Xiaoyu's apartment was quite spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, all elegantly furnished. A huge floor-to-ceiling window dominated the living room. A unique fragrance filled the room, likely a blend of various scents. Yuan Qi found himself quite drawn to the pleasant aroma. Xiaoyu walked ahead with graceful poise, and Yuan Qi wondered whether she moved this way naturally or was deliberately charming him. Either way, he found himself quite appreciative of the scene. She first led Yuan Qi into her bedroom. The room was beautifully decorated, featuring only shades of pink and white that created a warm and inviting atmosphere. Everything was neatly arranged, far from the disarray one might expect. Yuan Qi had only been there for a few minutes, so it was unlikely she had prepared in advance. After viewing the bedroom, Xiaoyu then led Yuan Qi into her live streaming studio, a space she had specially designed for her broadcasts. The room maintained a warm color scheme throughout, with a small raised platform where Xiaoyu would stand during her dance performances. Yuan Qi could see various professional live streaming equipment set up inside. Although the company also provided Xiaoyu with a dedicated live streaming room, she often preferred to broadcast from her own home. After showing Yuan Qi around her apartment, they returned to the living room, where Xiaoyu suddenly embraced Yuan Qi warmly. "Brother Qi, what do you think of my home? Would you ever consider being the master of this house?" Feeling the soft warmth against his chest, and hearing the melodious whispers of a lovely woman, Yuan Qi knew that no man could remain unmoved by such gentleness. But Yuan Qi simply could not resist. He had not expected Xiaoyu to skip the usual teasing altogether and speak so directly. A man promising a woman a home is a familiar vow, but now the roles seemed to reverse. And truly, Yuan Qi found himself drawn to this unexpected turn of events, so his body responded before his mind could catch up. Yuan Qi wrapped his arms around Xiaoyu's graceful waist, drawing her close against him. His forehead rested gently against hers, gazing into her bright, deep eyes as his breath grew slightly quicker. "You're so captivating," Xiaoyu murmured, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she looked at Yuan Qi's handsome features and felt the warmth between them, her voice soft and tender. "Brother Qi, don't you like this?" Yuan Qi smiled quietly, saying nothing, and let his hand drift lower, feeling the delicate texture of her stockings, his actions speaking louder than words. Xiaoyu's cheeks grew redder, and her breathing deepened gradually. As she parted her lips slightly, Yuan Qi leaned forward and gently pressed his lips to hers. A soft chime echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Successfully connecting with Xiaoyu has granted you the following rewards. First, double cashback on all future expenses for Xiaoyu. Second, your appearance score increases by 1. Third, a mysterious gift containing 2 million in cash." A quiet notification appeared displaying his updated profile. Yuan Qi glanced briefly at the rewards and returned to his thoughts. The gains were reasonable, nothing extraordinary, and soon his mind drifted elsewhere. The next morning arrived. Yuan Qi was awakened by a gentle touch from Xiaoyu, something none of his previous companions had ever initiated on their own. Seeing Yuan Qi fully awake, Xiaoyu offered him a graceful smile, without stopping what she was doing. After a quiet while, she rose gracefully and made her way to the washroom to freshen up. Yuan Qi exhaled softly. After returning from the washroom, Xiaoyu curled back into his arms and whispered, "Brother Qi, whether you believe it or not, this was actually my first time trying something like this." "There's no need to explain so much," Yuan Qi said with a warm smile, wrapping his arm gently around her and showing no sign of judgment. Yet Xie Yu persisted with a gentle firmness. Brother Qi, I swear I'm telling the truth. I've had a boyfriend before, but this truly was my first time. Meeting her sincere gaze, Yuan Qi believed her. How she had become so naturally graceful in such moments remained a quiet mystery. As if reading his thoughts, Xie Yu blushed and explained she had learned from watching videos. Yuan Qi understood. Self-taught, truly dedicated to the craft. He found himself quite pleased with her enthusiasm. I believe you, he said. Hearing this, Xie Yu relaxed against his chest with a soft breath. Until Yuan Qi continued. Yu, what is it that you hope to gain from me? Yuan Qi knew Xie Yu was no ordinary girl. She was not like the campus beauties he had known who could be delighted by small gifts. She was someone who understood the world far better than he did. From the residence she shared, it was clear she had already achieved a comfortable financial independence, living well beyond typical expectations. Such grace and humility could not come from nowhere. There had to be something more she desired. Xie Yu's arms tightened slightly around his waist. She admitted to herself she had come with intentions, but after that night, she discovered her feelings for Yuan Qi had grown beyond mere calculation. Unable to find the words to speak her mind, she fell silent. Seeing her quiet, Yuan Qi gently patted her smooth back and whispered softly, "Why are you not speaking?" Xie Yu looked up at him through her long lashes, her voice soft and tender. "I have no hidden motives. I think you are a wonderful person, and that is all." She decided to keep her ambitions quiet for now, content to nurture the warmth between them, naturally trusting that what was meant to come would arrive in time. Yuan Qi gazed at her earnest expression as if she truly believed every word she had spoken. He knew he was handsome, but Xie Yu was a well-known influencer who had met countless distinguished men. Within Starfire Media, she was already considered a leading figure. By all rights, even if she harbored genuine affection, it seemed unusual for her to be so openly forward. Yet he chose not to press the matter. Since she offered no demands, Yuan Qi gently accepted her words at face value. They stayed close until nearly 10 o'clock before rising together. Xie Yu prepared breakfast herself, serving it with attentive care, which made Yuan Qi appreciate her sweetness and thoughtfulness even more. Initially, Yuan Qi's interest in Xie Yu had been born of curiosity and a sense of unfulfilled longing. He had never planned to invest deeply in anyone connected to those old memories. But as the morning light filled the room, he found himself reconsidering. She was so gentle and considerate, and he saw no reason to let this quiet connection fade. After breakfast, Yuan Qi left Xie Yu's home. Since he had slipped away without notice the night before, he needed to return and spend time with Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie. Watching him depart, Xie Yu let out a soft sigh. In truth, she did carry ambitions. She longed to reach a larger stage to perform where the lights shone brighter and the audiences were vast. Though she already commanded millions of followers across platforms and enjoyed considerable recognition among internet creators, she knew that within the broader entertainment world, influencers occupied the lowest rungs of an invisible hierarchy. She dreamed of climbing higher, of standing where she could look down upon the horizon and see what lay beyond the current view. She knew she could not reach that place alone, which is why she sought a steady ally to walk beside her. When she looked at Yuan Qi, something deep within told her he held the strength and resolve to help her ascend, which is why she chose to place her trust in him entirely. Even stepping beyond her comfort zone meant little compared to the future she envisioned. Perhaps the moment had not yet arrived, or perhaps a quiet tenderness had begun to bloom within her heart. That is why, when Yuan Qi asked what she wanted, she chose silence over ambition. After leaving Xie Yu's residence, Yuan Qi returned to the two girls. They had both risen from bed dressed in slip dresses, seeking the perfect angle to take photographs in the room. Now that this apartment fully belonged to them, the feeling of taking photos was entirely different from before. They were also discussing which areas of the decor needed adjustments. Yao, I think a flower vase would look lovely placed here. Yes, I agree. A green plant would also work well here, and a cozy armchair on the balcony. As soon as Yuan Qi arrived home, he heard the two girls chatting about decorating the room. Noticing Yuan Qi's return, both girls' beautiful faces simultaneously lit up with warm smiles as they approached him together. Yuan Qi opened his arms and embraced both of them. The two distinct fragrances drifted toward him as he gently kissed each of their foreheads. Senior brother Yaya and I were discussing how to arrange the house. Do you have any suggestions? Yuan Qi smiled. You two can discuss it yourselves. I'll transfer 500 to each of you shortly. If you find any decorations or furniture you like, simply purchase them on your own. Hearing this, both girls' sparkling eyes fixed on Yuan Qi simultaneously, their expressions filled with excitement. 500,000 was an enormous sum. They had never possessed so much wealth before, and their hearts raced with each beat. Senior brother, isn't that too much? Decorating a house wouldn't cost nearly that much. It's not too much. Consider the remainder as your allowance for the month. Both girls felt deeply stirred. In truth, furnishing a home would not require nearly this amount. 200,000 combined would be more than sufficient. This meant Yuan Qi had given each of them over 400,000 in spending money alone. Warmth surged through their hearts as affection for him swelled. In fact, both Zhong Peiyao and Li Xie had noticed a faint fragrance clinging to Yuan Qi's clothes, deducing that he had visited another woman the night before. Yet neither mentioned it, maintaining a gentle silence. Such matters had long ceased to trouble them. After all, Yuan Qi provided so abundantly. After embracing both girls and sharing a tender moment, Yuan Qi finally released them. He then transferred 500 to each of them via his phone, a sum that held no burden for him whatsoever. Upon seeing the 500 deposited, both girls thrilled, already planning how best to use the money. Yuan Qi did not linger further. After lunch, Yuan Qi took the two girls out to enjoy themselves. They watched a movie together first, then tried an escape room challenge. The three of them spent the entire afternoon in delightful companionship. Following dinner, Yuan Qi escorted both girls back to campus. Several days passed, and Yuan Qi's life flowed in peaceful ease. Each day brought different appointments with beautiful companions, and he rarely attended classes at school. He only appeared for occasional lectures when nothing else occupied his time. During this period, Yuan Qi also paid a visit to Principal Su, who received him with the same warmth as before. Yuan Qi discussed his attendance situation openly, since his absences had ultimately not gone unnoticed. He hoped Principal Su might offer some flexibility. At first, Principal Su naturally declined the request. Then Yuan Qi explained his reasoning. Uncle Su, I will be honest with you. I have recently opened several stores that are doing quite well, and I have begun preparing to establish a company. For this reason, I simply do not have enough time to attend classes. Young Yuan, while entrepreneurship is admirable, your studies should remain the priority at this stage of life. Yuan Qi detected the doubt in his words, that he did not believe a young man could build something meaningful through business, so he spoke directly. Uncle Su, have you heard of Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop? Before Principal Su could respond, Aunt Zhou nearby smiled and spoke up. I know it well. That milk tea shop has become quite popular recently. I bought a cup myself yesterday while out shopping, and it truly tasted wonderful. Principal Su paused thoughtfully, recalling that his wife had indeed returned home the previous day holding a milk tea cup. His wife rarely indulged in such beverages, so her approval carried great weight and confirmed the tea's excellent quality. You say it sells quite well? Indeed, it sells exceptionally well. When I visited, there was a line outside. I waited over 20 minutes for a single cup, but the flavor made the wait entirely worthwhile. Principal Su was surprised. Though he himself did not drink milk tea, he could assess the situation clearly. If this milk tea shop truly performed so well, expanding it into a chain would hold tremendous promise. He then turned to look at Yuan Qi. That milk tea shop, could it be yours? Principal Su understood that Yuan Qi would not have asked so deliberately without having a connection to the shop. Yuan Qi nodded. Yes, it is indeed mine. I have been occupied with opening new branches during this time, which is why I have been unable to attend classes frequently. Principal Su pondered quietly. He was not rigid in his thinking. He understood that many college students pursued entrepreneurship to secure their futures after graduation. Although Yuan Qi was only a sophomore, his business ventures had already borne fruit. In light of this, attendance mattered less to him. Then very well. You need not worry about classes going forward. However, you must still take the final examinations. Should you fail them, you would not be eligible to graduate. A bright smile spread across Yuan Qi's face. His regular attendance marks were now secured, and he no longer needed to worry about failing those. As for the final exams, university examinations followed patterns that anyone familiar with higher education would understand. Professors typically highlighted key material, and reviewing a semester's content within a few days was entirely manageable. Thank you for your assistance, uncle. After staying at the principal's residence for over an hour, Yuan Qi took his leave. After Yuan Qi departed, Principal Su looked at his wife. The milk tea shop Yuan Qi opened, is that the one you mentioned was reported? Zhou Jingshu nodded. I never expected such a coincidence. Your nephew's milk tea shop appears truly remarkable, drawing the attention of major competing companies. Was there something wrong with the milk tea? Zhou Jingshu shook her head and smiled. On the contrary, the tea is entirely wholesome and even offers certain health benefits. There were no inappropriate additives, as the complaint suggested. At the milk tea shop, those big companies unable to obtain the recipe simply filed a complaint directly. Several competitors seem to have coordinated their efforts, determined to nip Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop in the bud, driven by a philosophy of, if I cannot have it, no one will. Their suspicions were not entirely unfounded, since many customers had indeed become attached to this milk tea, raising doubts about whether prohibited ingredients might be involved. Though such cases had occurred before, the investigation ultimately revealed that Yuan Qi's milk tea shop used only the cleanest, healthiest ingredients with absolutely nothing prohibited. Consequently, nothing further transpired at the milk tea shop. Upon hearing Zhou Jingshu's words, Principal Su nodded in agreement. The fact that these major corporations felt compelled to file complaints speaks volumes about how exceptional Yuan Qi's milk tea shop truly is. One can only wonder how far this venture will go. Zhou Jingshu smiled and replied. If it continues developing at this pace, I don't think it will fall short of Xuemi. That's quite anticipated. Principal Su nodded, which also explained why he had immediately agreed to Yuan Qi's request to skip classes upon learning that Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop was his establishment. Meanwhile, the milk tea shop began encountering difficulties. During this period, Sun Ning had already begun preparing for the opening of the third and fourth milk tea shops. It was estimated that within a short while both shops would open simultaneously. Chunqiao Milk Tea's reputation had already spread considerably, leaving the leading milk tea brands restless and unable to remain passive. First came the recruitment efforts where, under the weight of financial temptation, an employee named Luo Yi could not resist and resigned. The reasoning behind targeting him was straightforward, as he was being considered for leadership of the next location, functioning essentially as an assistant manager within the operation. He had been quite content with his position, earning over 10,000 monthly without undue strain. However, when representatives from Chuanxiang approached him with the same terms they had offered Chuan Xiulan, his resolve began to waver. Confronted with promises of rewards reaching 100 or 200,000, he found himself unable to resist the temptation and accepted without hesitation. Although he lacked knowledge of the precise formula, his access to raw material orders allowed him to reconstruct it through experience alone. The following day, he submitted his resignation, and by the third day, he had stopped coming altogether without waiting for a replacement. He was eager to embrace what he believed would be a brighter future. However, what he had considered certain to succeed proved otherwise. The milk tea he created tasted decent, but fell far short of replicating the distinctive flavor he had aimed to achieve. No matter how he experimented, he could not recreate that particular taste despite using the correct ingredients. Consequently, Chuanxiang's favorable attitude underwent a complete reversal. Without the ability to produce Chuanxiao's signature beverage Luo, he held no value to Chuanxiang, rendering all previous promises unfulfilled. His compensation ultimately amounted to less than half of what he had earned at Chunqiao. Luo Yi was left utterly bewildered by the outcome, having lost everything through his own misjudgment. He deeply regretted abandoning his promising position at Chuanxiao, where he had been on track to become store manager. What troubled him most was not remorse, but rather the painful gap between his previous monthly earnings and his current wage of less than 5,000. There was also the 3-month probation period before benefits would begin, which would have been acceptable before. But now that he had experienced superior conditions, he could not settle for so much less. After working for several days, he resigned once more, and with some embarrassment returned to Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop, hoping to reapply, intending to speak directly with the owner Sun Ning. Unfortunately, his prior actions had severely damaged his credibility, leaving Sun Ning unwilling to accept someone who had abandoned a good position for greater gain. Luo Yi then attempted to appeal to her emotions in hopes of eliciting sympathy. "Owner, please let me return to work. You've witnessed my dedication over the past month. I resigned because my father accidentally broke his leg, and I needed to return home to care for him. But upon returning, I realized the situation wasn't as serious as I'd imagined, so I came back immediately." Luo Yi spoke with genuine emotion, making his story sound convincing. Sun Ning, however, was no fool. If his father's injury were truly as he described, he would have mentioned it beforehand, and she would have approved leave accordingly. Given what had happened with Chun Xiulan, she suspected Luo Yi had been poached by another employer, but was dissatisfied with the outcome and now wished to return. Such favorable circumstances were rare in this world. "There's no need. We've already filled the position, so you should return to where you came from." Luo Yi grew anxious, feeling as though something that rightfully belonged to him had been taken by another, breeding resentment within him. "Owner, can you not be so unyielding? I've explained the circumstances, can you not give me another chance?" Yet Sun Ning did not spare him another glance, turning and walking away. A dark expression crossed Luo Yi's eyes, for he saw nothing wrong with his actions, and instead regarded the milk tea shop as entirely unfeeling. "Very well, if that's how it is, then I'll see to it that this wretched milk tea shop shuts down completely." Soon after, a complaint video emerged online. "I am an employee of Chunqiao Milk Tea Shop, and I wish to report that harmful substances have been mixed into the ingredients at our location on a certain street in Rongqing. The reason everyone grows so fond of this drink is due to these unhealthy additives. When I discovered the truth, I was deeply troubled. I never expected the place where I worked so long to be in such a state. Although recording this video may bring retaliation upon me, I cannot remain silent for the sake of everyone's health. I must fulfill my social responsibility." The video was delivered with sincere emotion, as though truly motivated by concern for the public. Initially, the video gained little traction, yet for reasons unknown, its popularity surged rapidly. The likes, saves, and shares multiplied at an astonishing pace, reaching a wide audience within a single day. Yuan Qi had not yet received any word regarding the matter. As Yuan Qi was contemplating whom to invite out that day, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He noticed it was from outside the region, but answered anyway. "Hello, may I ask who I am speaking with?" After a brief pause, a middle-aged man's voice came through the line. "Mr. Yuan, hello. I'm calling to discuss the milk tea shop matter with you once more." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qi's brow furrowed. Yuan Qi felt somewhat bewildered. These people were indeed quite persistent. They had been rejected so many times before, yet they still insisted. "What else is there to discuss? I've already said I won't consider joining." Hearing Yuan Qi's words, the other party replied unhurriedly. "Don't be so quick to refuse. Young people shouldn't be too stubborn. As the saying goes, a big tree provides good shade. If you don't have backing support, it won't be easy to solve problems when trouble arises. The other party's words clearly carried a hidden meaning. Yuan Qi frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that you've given up on open methods and are starting to use unfair means?" "Of course not. We are law-abiding citizens. I'm just stating a fact. If your milk tea shop runs into trouble, it won't be easy for you to resolve." Yuan Qi sensed a hint of mockery in the other's tone and felt puzzled about what had happened at the milk tea shop. "All right, President Yuan, I've said my piece. If you change your mind, give me a call." The other party hung up, and it seemed they were confident that Yuan Qi would call them back. Before Yuan Qi could figure it out, his phone rang again. Yuan Qi saw it was Sun Ning calling. He guessed that something had happened at the milk tea shop because Sun Ning usually contacted him via VX. "There's a problem at the milk tea shop." As soon as the call connected, Sun Ning anxiously explained what had happened. As he listened, Yuan Qi's expression turned somber. He hadn't expected that running a milk tea shop would lead to such a situation. "Senior, don't worry. I can solve this." Yuan Qi calmed Sun Ning down, then hung up and opened Douyin. There in the top 10 of the trending list, he saw a striking title, "The Hidden Crisis Behind Delicious Milk Tea." He clicked on it and saw Luo Yi's report video. The likes and favorites had already reached hundreds of thousands, and the video had been posted less than a day ago. It seemed someone had paid for Dough Plus promotion, otherwise the popularity couldn't have risen so quickly. Following that video, some marketing accounts reposted it, then began to criticize from a moral high ground regardless of whether the truth was as presented. The comment section exploded. "Chunqiao milk tea. Is it famous? Why have I never heard of it before? Same question. I only know of Shui Mi Cha Qian Dao. I've never drunk any other milk tea. It's terrifying that they added something to the milk tea. I'm from Rongqing. The Chunqiao milk tea shop has recently become popular. My girlfriend loves buying their milk tea. After seeing the video, I'm planning to take her to the hospital for a checkup. These unscrupulous merchants must be crazy for money. They should all be arrested. Oh my god, this is too scary. I'll never drink Chunqiao milk tea again. Could it be commercial competition? I think this milk tea is good." The comment section was almost entirely critical of Chunqiao milk tea, with some even suggesting the owner be arrested. Of course, there were also rational people who thought it might be slander from competitors, but such comments were quickly drowned out. Most people follow the crowd. Since the topic was so hot, it must be true, but whether it was true or false didn't matter to them. They just wanted to sit back and watch the drama. Yuan Qi looked at his phone with a grim expression. So this was their game. No wonder the person who called earlier was so confident that he would reach out to them. Public opinion was terrifying. Even if someone later proved their innocence, the negative impact had already spread and business would surely plummet. However, Yuan Qi had confidence and certainly wouldn't bow down. He had just unlocked a trending topic related to public opinion guidance. As long as he could prove that the milk tea in his shop was completely safe, the public opinion would reverse. As for evidence, he just needed to obtain a hygiene inspection report. Meanwhile, in the office of the Chunxiang manager, a man around 30 with slick back hair sat in the office chair. His name was Chun Guangrui, the head of Chunxiang Milk Tea's Rongqing branch. "How are things? Have the test results come out? Are there any problems with the milk tea ingredients?" Chun Guangrui asked the assistant who entered. "President Chun, the results are out, but..." "Stop hesitating. Is there a problem or not?" "There is no problem at all, and the ingredients are actually the best." The assistant didn't finish his sentence. The ingredients were far superior to those used by Chunxiang, but of course he wouldn't say that out loud. Upon hearing this, Chun Guangrui frowned. That didn't make sense. If there were no addictive substances, how could it be so habit-forming? "President Chun, that video has now reached number 1 on the Rongqing trending list and top 10 on the Douyin overall list." Hearing this, Chun Guangrui's brow relaxed. With public opinion on their side, whether the milk tea was healthy or not didn't matter. When everyone thinks Chunqiao milk tea is bad, then it is bad. Luo Yi's video originally had little traffic, but behind it was his push, and several other major milk tea chains had certainly helped to boost it. Otherwise, how could it have shot up the trending list so quickly? Glancing at his phone, Chun Guangrui wore an amused expression. Young people are just young. If he had agreed to partner earlier, nothing would have happened. Now let's see how he can keep his milk tea shop running. Yes, that phone call was made by him to Yuan Qi. He enjoyed the feeling of pulling someone down from the clouds and watching them come to him for help. They had naturally investigated the owner behind the milk tea shop, just an ordinary college student with no financial backing. Such a person was easy to manipulate. He couldn't wait to get the milk tea recipe, then rename it and make it part of the Chunxiang brand. He might even surpass several other major milk tea chains. With such achievements, he would quickly be promoted to a higher position at headquarters. Just thinking about it made him gleeful. However, after a long time, Yuan Qi still hadn't called, which made him frown. Logically, the other party should already know about the online situation. How could he remain so calm? The negative impact had already been created. Even if he produced evidence proving the milk tea was safe, netizens would likely not believe it. He simply couldn't figure out what other methods the other party had to turn the situation around. Meanwhile, Luo Yi also hadn't expected his video to suddenly become so popular. Initially, after being rejected by Sun Ning for a job, he had posted the video out of frustration and embarrassment. He never expected the views to nearly reach 1 million in just one day. Luo Yi felt a flicker of nervousness, for these were all fabricated tales he had concocted over a few drinks. Yet he soon comforted himself. Perhaps the milk tea truly did have issues, or else how could he possibly have invented them? Even if it ultimately proved the milk tea was perfectly fine, he reasoned, he could simply issue an apology. Many people spread rumors about celebrities and faced no real consequences after all. With his mind at ease, Luo Yi watched his video's popularity surge, a quiet satisfaction blooming within him. You had turned him away. Now let us see how your milk tea shop would endure. He felt no wrongdoing on his part. Setting aside the facts, he believed the milk tea shop was entirely in the wrong toward him. After a few more drinks, Luo Yi could not resist posting another video determined to bring spring grass milk tea to its knees. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second milk tea shop, unlike the usual queues, only a handful of unaware customers remained to buy milk tea. In this age of information, most had already seen the report video, and no one dared to purchase anymore. But shortly after buying their drink, someone nearby called out, "Why are you still buying milk tea from this place? This brand simply cannot be trusted." "What do you mean, eh?" Upon hearing this, the person instinctively spat out the sip they had already taken. They added something to it. "If you do not believe me, check Douyin. The topic is already trending." The person opened Douyin's search for the keyword, and the first result that appeared was spring grass milk tea. After watching the report video, their expression shifted to disbelief, and they promptly tossed the milk tea into a trash bin. "No wonder I felt strangely energized after drinking this. I cannot believe the truth is like this. I must go get a medical checkup after consuming so much." Such scenes were unfolding at the first store, as well as though someone had been waiting outside specifically for this moment. Soon both milk tea shops grew completely deserted. The staff inside found themselves at a loss, unaccustomed to such sudden emptiness. That Luo Yi is truly despicable. Not only did he leave, but he also smeared the reputation of our milk tea shop. Absolutely unforgivable. The staff had also seen the video online. Although Luo Yi had obscured his face with smoke effects, his admission that he was a former employee of Spring Grass Milk Tea made his identity obvious to everyone. Who else would agree? "I posted a video clearing our name, but it received fewer than 10 likes. The only comment was an insult. What should we do now? Can the boss resolve this? If the milk tea shop closes down, what will become of us? This is the first time I have ever earned such a decent wage." One by one, the staff members wore worried expressions, each fearing the shop might close. For the first time, they hoped their workplace would thrive and endure. After all, the boss truly delivered on his promises, unlike previous companies that merely dangled empty assurances. Like hanging a carrot before a donkey, always within reach, yet never attainable. Just as everyone was deep in anxious thought, they spotted Sun Ning entering the shop. Their eyes brightened as though she were their pillar of strength, and they eagerly gathered around her. Sun Ning surveyed the nearly empty shop. Though worry weighed heavily upon her heart, her outward demeanor remained calm and composed. "Madam, it has been nearly an hour without a single customer. Is there anything we can do? Should we simply call the police? Spreading false information carries legal consequences after all." Looking at the staff, offering one suggestion after another, Sun Ning raised a hand and forced a gentle smile. "Do not worry. The innocent will prove their innocence. I have already sent samples of our milk tea for testing. Once the report confirms everything is fine, we will be clear." Though she spoke calmly, a heavy weight pressed upon Sun Ning's heart. Did the test results truly matter? One could say they were important, and one could say they were not. They were important because with an official report, the relevant authorities would not order the shop to close and business could continue. Yet they were also unimportant, for despite presenting evidence, the damage had already been done. To ordinary people, first impressions run deep. Having already absorbed the negative report, many had formed a fixed impression of our milk tea brand. Even after evidence was presented, many would likely never return. The staff felt somewhat reassured by Sun Ning's words, but the empty shop weighed heavily on their hearts. They struggled to accept such a dramatic shift. After offering the staff a few encouraging words, Sun Ning left the milk tea shop. She gazed at the overcast sky, which mirrored her own somber mood. She had once dreamed of carving out a place for herself in the milk tea industry, never expecting such turmoil. Faced with this situation, she did not know what to do. Yet remembering that Yuan Qi had promised to find a solution brought a glimmer of hope to her heart. She wondered how Yuan Qi intended to resolve the matter. After all, many celebrities and public figures had fallen victim to rumors and public opinion. Could Yuan Qi truly achieve what they could not? Yuan Qi had only asked her to obtain a test report, yet she could not fathom whether that alone could reverse the current situation. She felt little confidence in this approach. After all, convincing those affected was an immense challenge. Just then Sun Ning's phone rang. Without hesitation, she answered. "Hello, is this Miss Sun?" "Yes, it is. Regarding the milk tea testing report you submitted, it has been completed. However, to issue an official certificate, we will need to conduct an on-site inspection." Sun Ning paused in surprise. It had been completed so quickly. "Very well, thank you for coming to us. It is our duty. Please provide your address, and we will be there shortly." After hanging up, Sun Ning remained somewhat stunned. She had only submitted the sample not long ago, yet the results were already ready. Moreover, whether by illusion or not, the caller's tone had been remarkably courteous. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she reasoned that obtaining official certification as soon as possible might truly turn things around. Not long after an Audi pulled up. After parking, the passenger side occupant stepped out first, hurriedly circled to the rear, door opened it, and from the back seat emerged a woman whose presence commanded immediate respect. Sun Ning had assumed only ordinary staff would arrive, but this situation suggested the woman behind her held considerable standing. If Yuan Qi were present, he would have recognized her at once. This was Madame Zhou Jingshu, wife of Principal Su. Seeing Zhou Jingshu step out of the car, Sun Ning was slightly taken aback. It was not that she recognized her identity, but rather she marveled at the aura exuding from the woman, a beauty that had been refined by the passage of time. To Sun Ning, she exuded a powerful presence. Even standing still, one could sense her extraordinary status. While Sun Ning was appraising Zhou Jingshu was naturally also observing Sun Ning. Upon seeing Sun Ning, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Jingshu's eyes. Even as a woman, she had to admit that Sun Ning's appearance was exceptionally striking. She speculated that this must be Xiao Yuan's girlfriend. After learning yesterday that the Chunqiao milk tea shop was owned by Yuan Qi, she realized that the shop must be facing trouble. As expected, rumors had surfaced online today. That was why she had made a personal visit today. Sun Ning stepped forward with a smile. "Hello, we are so sorry for troubling you to come all this way." Sun Ning could not understand why the woman had personally delivered the test report and had come with such a grand entourage, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Noticing Sun Ning's nervousness, Zhou Jingshu offered a gentle smile. "No need to be tense. By the way, what is your name?" Sun Ning's mind was reeling. It felt oddly like meeting the parents. Still, she instinctively replied, "My name is Sun Ning." Zhou Jingshu nodded with a smile. "Very good. Are you and Yuan Qi in a romantic relationship?" Now Sun Ning was completely bewildered. Why had the conversation turned to Yuan Qi? Could this woman be related to him in some way? Fortunately, before her wild speculation could take shape, Zhou Jingshu offered an explanation. "I am an elder of Yuan Qi, so I was just asking." Hearing this, Sun Ning relaxed, having nearly let her thoughts stray. "Yes, we are currently dating." "Then you are not an outsider. My name is Zhou Jingshu. Yuan Qi calls me Aunt Zhou, so you may call me that as well." Oh, Aunt Zhou." Sun Ning felt the atmosphere grow increasingly peculiar. Wasn't this supposed to be about collecting documents? How had it turned into a family connection? With a slightly dizzy mind, Sun Ning exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhou Jingshu before the latter finally brought up the main matter. Zhou Jingshu gestured, and her assistant handed over a document folder with both hands. This test report was already completed yesterday. Sun Ning understood now. It was impossible for the results to come out in just one morning. She was just puzzled about who had sent it for testing in the first place. Someone had previously reported that your shop's milk tea contained added substances. They even attempted to tamper with things, but they did not succeed. Sun Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. She could guess who had reported it, but she was shocked by the sheer underhandedness of the method. It was pure slander. "Aunt Zhou, without your help, our milk tea shop might not have been able to stay open." Sun Ning did not ask for details, but it was clear that without Aunt Zhou's assistance, law enforcement would have arrived the next day. Thinking of such consequences, Sun Ning felt a lingering unease. The tactics of these big merchants were truly despicable, or perhaps she had previously overestimated their ethical standards. Speaking of which, this milk tea is quite interesting. Most tested food items are merely harmless, but your milk tea actually benefits people's health. Zhou Jingshu's words brought Sun Ning back to the present. She opened the report handed to her. The technical terms in the front were incomprehensible, but the final results left her wide-eyed in astonishment. The report listed numerous health benefits, making one think it was a health supplement rather than milk tea. To be honest, although there had been similar rumors before, she herself had been skeptical, as the ingredients were well known and had no medicinal properties. Could it be that some change occurred after mixing? That seemed too far-fetched. By the way, there are now rumors about your milk tea shop online. What do you plan to do? Hearing this, Sun Ning snapped out of her thoughts. This was indeed a major problem. The online discourse had already formed a wave of public opinion. Although she had evidence, if she posted it from her personal account, people would likely not believe it. Moreover, the report's findings seemed too good to be true, and posting it outright might backfire. Seeming to read Sun Ning's mind, Zhou Jingshu said with a calm smile, "If you use your personal account, the public may not trust it. How about we release a video through the official account of Ronqing?" Sun Ning's eyes lit up. "And Zhou, is that really possible?" "Of course. Such a good product should not be buried by rumors. It deserves to be promoted." The sudden joy overwhelmed Sun Ning. Using the official account to release a verification video would not only clarify the rumors, but also serve as an advertisement. This misfortune could instantly turn into a blessing. There was also a hidden benefit, perhaps the greatest one. It would signal that the milk tea shop had backing. In the future, rival merchants would find it impossible to resort to underhanded tactics. Xiao Ning, prepare the video and send it over when it's ready. "Okay, thank you so much, Aunt Zhou. Oh, I'm sorry for keeping you standing outside for so long. Please come inside the shop and sit down. We're about to launch a new milk tea, and I'll make it for you to try first." "That sounds wonderful. I'd love to taste the new flavor." Zhou Jingshu did not decline and followed Sun Ning into the shop. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo, he had already recorded another complaint video. Looking at the notification of 500 yuan transferred to his account, He grinned from ear to ear. Someone had contacted him saying that if he continued posting similar videos, more money would follow. Such an easy way to earn money by just recording a video was a golden opportunity. He gave no thought to the consequences, merely blurring his face in the video and proceeding with the recording. After all, he knew that the owner of the milk tea shop was just a college student. What background could an ordinary student have to turn things around? Faced with the overwhelming public opinion, the shop would have no choice but to close its doors. As for any guilt over smearing the place where he once worked, he felt none. It was that lousy milk tea shop that refused to let him return to work, so now he would trample it underfoot. Watching the views on his video climb, Luo Yi's smile grew wider. He even felt he had discovered a new way to make a living. Lying on the living room sofa, he scrolled through the comments under his first video. Most were attacks on Chunqiao milk tea and praise for his actions, filling him with immense satisfaction. He glanced at the time and figured it was about time to post his second video. This one would mainly describe how he discovered the issue. He then voluntarily gave up the substantial compensation offered, resolutely stepping forward to expose the unscrupulous merchant. In short, it was about reinforcing his noble and righteous image once again. However, just as he was about to post the video, he discovered his account had been suspended, so he couldn't upload it at all. What's going on here? Luo Yi's brows furrowed. It had been working fine just moments before. He tried again, but to no avail. What's worse, his previous video had suddenly been taken down. Luo Yi felt a pang of unease. An inexplicable sense of dread settled over him. He wanted to contact the person who had sent him the money to ask what was going on, but he found that he had been blocked. The growing apprehension weighed heavily on him when his phone alerted him to a video posted by the Rongqing official account. After reading through it, Luo Yi's face drained of all color. It was an official rumor-dispelling video that completely refuted his allegations, even citing footage from his own prior uploads to condemn his actions. Then it listed numerous benefits of Chunqiao milk tea shop, essentially running an advertisement. Luo Yi sat frozen in disbelief. Wasn't the store owner just a college student? How could an official account step in to clear up such rumors? Luo Yi watched helplessly as public opinion online shifted dramatically after the video went live. Nearly all the backlash turned back toward him. What the hell? I thought he was some kind of hero, but he's actually just a traitor. This guy is disgusting. I knew this milk tea shop couldn't have any issues. Because of this, I haven't had milk tea for 2 days. I need to make up for it now. People who spread rumors should be arrested immediately. Facing the wave of accusations, Luo Yi felt like he couldn't breathe, though at least he'd blurred his face in the video. He tried reassuring himself it would pass, that it wouldn't affect his normal life. But before he could steady himself, a text message arrived on his phone. Opening it, he nearly fainted from shock. It was a court summons. He was being sued. Seeing that the plaintiff was Chunqiao milk tea shop, a mix of hatred and fear clawed at him. I'll just run away if it comes to that. You want to sue me? Not a chance. Luo Yi deleted the message, packed his belongings quickly, and prepared to leave Rongqing. He refused to believe he'd end up imprisoned over something so minor. As someone unfamiliar with legal matters, he didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, thinking he could simply ignore the summons. So he chose to flee. Meanwhile, in the Chunqiang office, Chen Guangrui listened to his assistant's urgent report, his expression shifting between dark and light. Once finished, the assistant stood cautiously nearby. Chen Guangrui rubbed his fingers together. He had completely failed to anticipate that things would reverse so swiftly, especially since he had assumed the other party was merely a college student with no real background. But this didn't seem so straightforward after all. Fortunately, he had kept his involvement discreet. Whether sending money to Luo Yi or fueling the video's promotion, there was no direct evidence linking him. Yet a persistent sense of foreboding lingered. At that moment, his phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, his pupils contracted sharply. He quickly answered the call. Hello, President Wu, what brings you to call? His usual commanding presence had faded, replaced by a tone tinged with deference. However, President Wu's voice came through cold and emotionless. You've caused trouble this time. Resign on your own accord. Upon hearing this, Chen Guangrui's face paled instantly. No further words were exchanged, making it clear this was an ultimatum. He couldn't fathom why the consequences felt so severe. Even if the Chunqiao milk tea shop had some connections, shouldn't there be limits? President Wu, could you tell me why? Unwilling to accept this fate, he desperately wanted to know who exactly he had offended. After a brief silence on the other end, 2 words came through in a cold tone. The call ended immediately. Chen Guangrui sat stunned. He had never imagined that merely using methods against a small milk tea shop would entangle him with that family. He forced a bitter smile. There was no chance of turning things around now. President Chen, are you all right? The assistant standing nearby had not caught what was said on the other end, and had no idea what had caused the usually composed President Chen to show such an expression. It's nothing. I won't be addressed as President Chen anymore. In that instant, Chen Guangrui's entire posture seemed to slump. After ending his call with Sun Ning, Yuan Qi's expression also carried a trace of surprise. His original plan had been straightforward: present the evidence directly and produce a video explanation. With the public opinion already shaped in his favor, Yuan Qi was confident this matter would not affect him. But he never expected the situation to resolve so smoothly before he could even act. It felt like he hadn't even exerted himself, yet the opponent had already fallen. Now not only had the rumors been clarified, but it had also served as an indirect advertisement. It was easy to imagine how smoothly the milk tea shop's development would proceed from now on. Yet Yuan Qi had never imagined that Aunt Zhou possessed such considerable influence. He didn't know her true background, but she seemed far more connected than Principal Su. Even when he had visited before, he had this intuition, that although Aunt Zhou appeared approachable and always wore a gentle smile, her presence seemed to surpass even the principal's. Looking back now, the greatest reward from the system's bond wasn't with the principal, but with Aunt Zhou. He had truly struck gold. At this thought, Yuan Qi couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction. This guy had genuine connections after all. Yuan Qi planned to visit the principal's home tomorrow to properly thank Aunt Zhou. Soon the milk tea shop experienced another surge in popularity, even busier than on opening day. The queue outside had already exceeded 30 people and continued growing. They eventually had to split the queue into separate lines, creating quite a spectacle. Didn't someone say this milk tea shop had problems? Why are so many people still buying milk tea? Some people with limited information were still unaware of the situation. You're behind the times. Check your phone now. The official account has come out to debunk those claims. Everything said before was pure slander. Is that really the case? There's all sorts of people out there. My girlfriend is upset with me today anyway, and bringing her this milk tea will surely make her forgive me. Though the incident at the milk tea shop was resolved perfectly, the matter of Luo Yi made Sun Ning feel that the confidentiality agreement needed to be redrafted with some additional clauses appended. Sun Ning first called Yuan Qi to share some of her proposed reforms. Senior, just follow your own ideas, who I support all your thoughts. Although Yuan Qi thought it unnecessary, the system's terms could not be explained. Moreover, the shop matters were now entirely in Sun Ning's hands, so he had no objections. Alright then. This is also an opportunity, a chance encounter that brought us some publicity. I think we should speed up the store openings, aiming to have 20 shops in Rongqing by the end of the year. Now we can also register a company. As Sun Ning outlined her upcoming plans, Yuan Qi merely nodded in agreement. Senior, your ideas are all sound. Don't worry about capital. Once the company is registered, I'll transfer the funds directly to the corporate account. Yuan Qi could sense the enthusiasm in Sun Ning's voice, and he naturally wanted to be the man behind her, offering silent support. Of course, his main wish was to be a hands-off manager. By the way, didn't we mention giving Sister Lan a bonus? What amount do you think is appropriate? Yuan Qi thought for a moment and replied, give her 500. He believed that an employee who could resist temptation and not harm the company's interests deserved such a reward. Sun Ning hesitated. Isn't 500 too much? I was thinking around 1000 to 200 would be enough. Senior, I think someone who holds their ground in the face of temptation deserves this much. It also sets an example for other employees. Hearing this, Sun Ning stopped worrying. Sister Lan indeed deserved it. Since you say so, I'll follow your advice. I'll hold a meeting with the staff tonight to finalize this. By the way, Senior, it's better to give the 500 in cash for a stronger visual impact. Direct transfer and cash created different impressions which would inspire other employees more. Sun Ning understood his meaning, and after a few more words, she ended the call. That afternoon, the shop closed early. Sun Ning notified all staff from the 2 milk tea shops and the cake shop to gather at the first milk tea shop for a brief meeting. Since there was no company yet, this was the only option. With each shop doing brisk business, the total number of staff, including the store managers, reached 20. This ensured everyone had enough time off. Typically, a shop would have only 2 people on rotation, and more leave meant the owner had to hire more people, increasing labor costs. But Yuan Qi didn't worry about that at all. He wanted to ensure every employee had ample vacation time. Around 6 in the evening, all the staff gathered at the first shop. After moving the tables together, the 3 store managers, Luo Xiaochun, Xiulan, and Zhang Wei, stood in front with their respective staff behind them. Just then, Sun Ning entered from outside carrying a handbag and walked to the front. As the staff laid eyes on their boss, both men and women couldn't help but show admiration in their eyes. Dressed in formal attire, Sun Ning exuded the aura of a powerful female CEO, beautiful and dignified. Zhang Wei felt a deep reverence for Yuan Qi. He hadn't initially thought Sun Ning and Yuan Qi were a couple, but over time, everyone had come to call her the boss's wife. And Sun Ning never denied this title, confirming that she was indeed Yuan Qi's girlfriend. Zhang Wei knew that Yuan Qi already had 2 campus beauties as girlfriends, and he even suspected that the rumors on the forum might not be false. That would mean Yuan Qi had swept up all the campus beauties. How extraordinary. Impressive, my brother Qi. This is our first meeting. Some of you may know me, but others might not. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sun Ning, the general manager of the milk tea and cake shops. As she finished, everyone burst into warm applause, especially the male employees. After all, beauty is justice. In this meeting, I want to discuss 3 main points. First, I believe you all know what happened at the milk tea shop these past 2 days. Fortunately, justice prevailed, and the rumor storm has passed. I hope everyone will take Luo Yi's actions as a lesson. Here I want to give special recognition to Chun Xiulan, the manager of the second shop. After Sun Ning recounted Chen Xiulan's story, many were genuinely impressed, imagining how hard it would be to resist such temptation. Some, however, remained unmoved. Of course, praise is not just words. There will be a tangible reward. As Sun Ning mentioned this, curiosity was piqued, and everyone wondered what the reward would be. Chen Xiulan, her heart brimming with joy, stepped forward at Sun Ning's smiling gesture. The reward is 5,000 yuan in cash. At these words, the staff thought they had misheard. 5,000. That couldn't be right. But the next moment, they saw Sun Ning pull a thick envelope from her bag. The sight of its heft made them swallow hard. It's real. Chen Xiulan was stunned, the surprise so sudden that she didn't know how to react. Sister Lan. Oh boss. Lady I. This is really too. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chen Xiulan lost her ability to speak coherently. Sun Ning smiled and handed her the thick envelope. Sister Lan, this is your bonus. Do you have anything to say? Chen Xiulan steadied herself, tears welling up in her eyes. In all her years of work, she had never encountered such a generous boss. This is such a wonderful surprise for me. I just want to say, as long as the company needs me, I'm willing to work here forever. These were her true feelings. The others glimpsed the thick stack of banknotes through the envelope and couldn't help but swallow hard, their envy nearly bringing them to tears. At the same time, they felt that the boss was truly generous. Clutching the envelope tightly, Chen Xiulan returned to her spot, her heart still racing. Having resisted temptation earlier, she couldn't deny a twinge of regret, but holding the tangible cash in her hands brought a far greater sense of peace. After distributing the rewards, Sun Ning's second order of business was to discuss the re-signing of the confidentiality agreement. Naturally, no one had any objections. The third matter was to accelerate the pace of opening new stores and establishing the company, and it was announced that the store managers would essentially be selected from among the veteran staff. This filled everyone's hearts with aspiration, for it was clear to all that the store was poised for rapid growth in the days ahead. Therefore, one must seize the opportunity to rise early, as both income and status would ascend with the company's expansion, perhaps even leading to a meteoric rise to prominence. Thus, everyone harbored a quiet determination to excel in their performance from then on. After the meeting concluded, they restored the store to its original arrangement. Sun Ning let everyone leave first, choosing to stay behind until the end. After locking the shop door, she walked toward her car and noticed a familiar man standing not far away. It was none other than Yuan Qi, who stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at her from a distance. A glimmer of delight flashed in Sun Ning's eyes, for she had not seen him for several days and missed him dearly. She quickened her pace to reach him and teased, "What brings you here? Is it finally my turn today?" Her words nearly caught Yuan Qi off guard, and he found it hard to respond. His face twitched slightly, but he managed to maintain his smile. "I naturally missed you, senior. Without seeing you for days, I could neither eat nor sleep well. Here, this is for you." With that, Yuan Qi produced a bouquet of tulips from behind him and handed it to Sun Ning. Her eyes brightened at the sight of the tulips. She took the bouquet, brought it to her nose, and inhaled its refreshing fragrance. "How lovely it smells." Yuan Qi also leaned in to smell it and chuckled. "Indeed, it is fragrant, but I believe you, senior, are even more so." Sun Ning cast him a playful glare, feeling that his words had spoiled the romantic atmosphere. Yet Sun Ning was in high spirits today. As Yuan Qi drew closer, she leaned in and lightly kissed his lips. "Thank you, Junior." Feeling her lips, Yuan Qi was slightly puzzled. "Why are you suddenly thanking me?" "Nothing. I just wanted to say it." Sun Ning was truly joyful, for she was about to embark on a successful career, and her long-held dream was finally within reach. Yuan Qi smiled and drew her into his embrace. "You don't need to say that to me. I will unconditionally support whatever you do." Sun Ning leaned against his sturdy chest, feeling a profound sense of security. Though he was somewhat fickle, he was truly good. "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let's go home, and I'll cook for you." "That sounds wonderful. I love your cooking, senior. Now I can't even enjoy food from outside." Sun Ning felt pleased inside, but she retorted, "You smooth talker. You say the same thing to others, don't you?" "No, I've only ever said it to you. I swear." In truth, Yuan Qi had recently said similar words to Zheng Peiyao and Li Xia, but he would never admit it. After a playful exchange, they prepared to head home. Yuan Qi had driven there, so Sun Ning did not take her chirui. They arrived home half an hour later. Once inside, Sun Ning changed out of her white blazer and pencil skirt, put on casual clothes and an apron, tied her hair into a bun, and began to prepare dinner. Yuan Qi watched as the elegant, intellectual beauty transformed into a gentle, sophisticated woman, yet both images stirred his heart. After sitting on the sofa for a while watching her busy figure, he could not resist and decided to help. As Sun Ning was picking vegetables, she felt herself being embraced. Just as she turned to say something, Yuan Qi spoke. "Don't turn around. I am." Fill in the blank. Sun Ning rolled her eyes in a charming way, but knowing his nature, she had no choice but to play along with his act. 2 hours later, Sun Ning had prepared 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. She had intended to make more, but was delayed by other matters. Noticing the slight blush on her cheeks, Yuan Qi smiled and served her a bowl of black chicken soup. "Senior, have some more soup to nourish yourself." Sun Ning gave him a playful glare. Junior, you should drink more yourself. After all, it wasn't me who worked hard. This was just Sun Ning being stubborn. It is said that no field is worn out by plowing, but Yuan Qi was incredibly energetic. If she hadn't mentioned cooking, who knew when they would have stopped? Thinking of this, Sun Ning felt that it was fortunate Yuan Qi had more than one girlfriend, otherwise she alone would not be able to handle him. After dinner, Sun Ning washed the dishes and prepared for bed, while Yuan Qi lounged on the sofa watching livestream PK battles. His PK win count had reached 73 out of 100, and he planned to finish the task in one go tonight. It was just past 9 o'clock, the peak time for live streams. After entering a few familiar streams and winning, his score reached 85 out of 100. Just as he was about to switch to another streamer, Xiaoyu sent him a photo of herself looking charming on WeChat, inviting him to her live stream. Yuan Qi examined it with a critical eye. It had to be said that Xiaoyu, being a streamer, had a great sense for photography. Since he had to spend his coin somewhere, he directly entered her stream. To his surprise, she was connected with Su Xiaoyu. This was the first time Yuan Qi had seen her live stream. In the video, Su Xiaoyu looked just as she had in the office, wearing a Lolita-style princess dress, sweet and adorable. How did the two of you end up on a call together? Yu, are you two doing a PK? Seeing Yuan Qi enter, Xiaoyu naturally prepared a welcoming ceremony. Upon reading his message, she smiled and said, "Yes, we agreed on a best-of-5 match. Whoever wins will be called Big Sister by the other from now on." Yuan Qi was speechless. That felt like a childish game, but he just focused on winning the PK. As the PK began, just as Yuan Qi was about to send gifts to Xiaoyu, Su Xiaoyu sent him a message on WeChat. "Brother Dashing, can you throw some votes for Xiaoyu today? I've never received your favor before." Sad face. Yuan Qi raised an eyebrow. Her words were ambiguous. "It's my fault then. You weren't streaming before. I wasn't feeling well, Brother Dashing. If you help me beat Yu, I'll do anything for you." After saying that, Su Xiaoyu sent him a photo of herself in a JK uniform. Yuan Qi was momentarily taken aback. Was this the same routine every streamer followed? Yuan Qi mused that Xiaoyu had acted similarly before, and now Su Xiaoyu was employing the same tactic. He wondered what impression they had of him. Yuan Qi opened the image and enlarged it. To be honest, aside from a passable face, her figure was quite modest compared to Xiaoyu. Yuan Qi thought to himself that she was not his type. The women around him now were all stunning beauties, and he had little interest in such a modest-looking girl. "How about it, Brother Great Sage? Would you come to my stream and vote? I have many more exclusive photos to share." Yuan Qi replied, "Maybe next time. I've already promised to support Yu today." After sending the message, he ignored Su Xiaoyu's subsequent messages. Xiaoyu now had a special connection with him. Su Xiaoyu thought she could win his support with just a couple of photos. Did she take him for an inexperienced otaku? Unsurprisingly, with Yuan Qi's backing, Xiaoyu decisively won the first match against Su Xiaoyu by a large margin. Xiaoyu had 3,000 votes, while Su Xiaoyu only had 5,000. Su Xiaoyu's face showed a look of disappointment, her lips slightly pursed. "Brother Great Sage, please give me some votes too. I lost so badly last round." Su Xiaoyu pleaded in the live stream, hoping Yuan Qi would take pity on her and come to her stream to vote in the next round. Yuan Qi remained unaffected. "Thank you for the gifts, Brother Great Sage. Yu really adores you." Xiaoyu was overjoyed inside. Her efforts had paid off. Yuan Qi was still willing to stay in her stream and send gifts. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoyu, who was still pleading, and thought to herself, what's the use of acting cute? She has no idea what I've sacrificed. How can she compare to me?" But when she thought of Yuan Qi's handsome face, she felt she had gained even more. Although Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyu were both influencers from the same company, they were in a competitive relationship with similar resources, each wanting to outperform the other. In the next 4 PK rounds, Yuan Qi bought Xiaoyu nearly 100 Galaxy-level gifts, leaving Xiaoyu far ahead, while Su Xiaoyu seemed on the verge of tears. Before Xiaoyu could say anything, the connection was cut off. Xiaoyu, completely unfazed, continued chatting with Yuan Qi. "Brother Great Sage, is there a dance you'd like to see? I can perform one for you," offered Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the comment section was filled with suggestions for various dance routines, including some that were provocative. Yuan Qi was focused on completing his task, and the dance he had in mind was definitely not suitable for a live stream, so he declined. "No need, I'll go browse other streams first," he said. With that, he directly exited Xiaoyu's live stream. Yuan Qi's PK mission had now reached 90 wins, 10 more wins, and the system's reward would be credited. So he had no time to watch Xiaoyu's dance. Meanwhile, Sun Ning had finished washing up and changed into a nightgown. Seeing Yuan Qi playing on his phone on the sofa, she cut an apple and carried it over to him. Seeing that his hands were occupied, she picked up a slice of apple with her hand and brought it to his lips. Yuan Qi glanced at her, smiled, and ate the apple from her hand. "What are you playing so engrossed?" Sun Ning leaned against Yuan Qi and looked at the phone screen. Seeing that he was watching a live stream of a young woman on Douyin, she spoke with a hint of playful jealousy. "Junior, are you watching these flashy girls while you're with me? Do you think I'm not as attractive as them?" She felt a bit uncomfortable. It was one thing if she weren't there, but he was watching other streamers while with her. Yuan Qi wrapped his arm around Sun Ning's slender figure and laughed. "These ordinary girls can't compare to you. I'm mainly watching to support my own employees. Employees? What do you mean? Yuan Qi then told Sun Ning about his status as a shareholder of Spark Media. Sun Ning was slightly taken aback, not expecting her boyfriend to have such a role. Why did you invest in an MCN company? Are you trying to pick a favorite among them? Sun Ning looked at him with an amused expression. How could that be? Is that the image you have of me? I invested because I think it's profitable, not for what you're thinking. Yuan Qi quickly denied it, needing to defend his reputation. So have you had a relationship beyond friendship with any of your influencer employees? This question directly left Yuan Qi speechless. If it were before, he could have answered with a clear conscience, but now he had a relationship with Xie Yu, which left him momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Sun Ning lightly pinched his waist, but didn't say anything more. She knew that given Yuan Qi's nature, there would likely be more women in the future, something she couldn't control, but that didn't stop her from expressing a small amount of displeasure. Yuan Qi chuckled and didn't mind continuing to play PK on Douyin. Sun Ning fed Yuan Qi apple slices while watching the live stream, but seeing how extravagantly he was spending, she felt a bit uneasy. In just this short while, Yuan Qi had already sent dozens of Galaxy-level gifts, his fingers never stopping. Each Galaxy gift cost 3,000 yuan, meaning Yuan Qi had already spent over 100,000 yuan in just a few minutes. Is this account a guild account? She asked. No, it's my personal account. Why? Sun Ning was momentarily speechless. Why? If it wasn't a guild account, then it was real money. She genuinely felt pain watching it. Isn't this a waste? Your company should have a partnership with the platform. Can't you use a guild account to send gifts? It's fine, I'm doing this to boost the streamer's popularity, and this amount of money means nothing to me, Yuan Qi said with a grand gesture. After all, he couldn't really explain that he was actually earning money through this. Sun Ning fell silent. The money was Yuan Qi's, if she could only offer suggestions, not make decisions for him. She knew her boundaries. Still, every time she saw him send another 3,000 yuan gift, it truly pained her. After who knows how many PK wins, the system notification finally sounded in Yuan Qi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 100 PK wins for the first time. 1. Host receives a Bentley Flying Spur Mulliner. 2. Host's gift balance restored to 10 million. 3. Based on the PK winning effect to 0. 1x cashback of 1 million yuan. Hearing the system prompt, Yuan Qi was overjoyed. He had finally completed the mission. Yuan Qi wasn't very familiar with the Bentley car, he only knew it was a luxury vehicle. As for the Mulliner version, he had no idea which model it was. Just as he was about to ask Sun Ning, he realized she had already fallen asleep in his arms. She had been busy at the shop during the day, and after returning home, she had spent a long time being active with Yuan Qi. Now leaning in Yuan Qi's warm embrace, she had naturally drifted off to sleep. Yuan Qi gently placed his phone on the coffee table, then slid his arm around Sun Ning's legs, and lifted her with tender care. Given Yuan Qi's current physical condition, holding a person felt as effortless as cradling a doll, so his movements did not disturb Sun Ning's slumber. Gazing at Sun Ning's delicate sleeping face, Yuan Qi bent down and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead before carrying her into the bedroom. The next morning, when Yuan Qi woke, Sun Ning was no longer in his arms. Dressing and stepping out of the room, he heard the sound of her cooking in the kitchen. Yuan Qi smiled and walked straight in, seeing Sun Ning steaming eggs. He stepped over and wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Stop it, go sit down, it'll be done soon. Sun Ning was a bit worried that Yuan Qi would act like last night, since she had important business today. It's okay, I'll just hold you for a moment. I promise not to do anything else. Sun Ning had no choice but to let him be. Yuan Qi indeed did nothing else, only inhaling deeply at the nape of her neck, savoring the faint orchid fragrance he loved so much. His breath tickled Sun Ning's neck, making her shrink involuntarily. She said petulantly, "Don't exhale, it's so ticklish." Yuan Qi couldn't help but kiss her fair smooth neck before whispering softly in her ear, "Senior sister, you smell wonderful." Sun Ning, utterly helpless against him, steadied herself, quickly mixed the eggs, placed them in the steamer, and turned around to face him. Her face bore no makeup, yet her natural unadorned features remained strikingly beautiful. Looking at her exquisite face, Yuan Qi couldn't resist lowering his head to capture her tender lips. 10 minutes later. Ding, ding. The steamed eggs are ready. Hearing the timer from the steamer, Sun Ning snapped back to reality, quickly parted from Yuan Qi, and turned off the heat. Yuan Qi licked his lips, realizing he had been so absorbed that 10 minutes had slipped by. Sun Ning added soy sauce and sprinkled chopped scallions on the eggs, then began to lift the bowl. Yuan Qi came up from behind, took the bowl from her, and carried it to the living room. During the meal, Yuan Qi spoke to her. "Senior sister, you can drive my Panamera later." Yesterday, Yuan Qi had picked her up, so her Cherry was still parked by the milk tea shop. "Then what about you? Not driving today?" Yuan Qi smiled. "I ordered another car. It should have arrived by now. I'll just take a taxi to pick it up." Hearing that Yuan Qi had bought another car, Sun Ning wasn't surprised. Considering his usual spending, she felt that one car was hardly enough for him. Not to mention anything else, the gifts he sent last night alone could have bought an Audi. "What car did you buy?" Sun Ning was curious. "A Bentley." Sun Ning clicked her tongue in amazement. This was a true luxury car, far surpassing the Panamera he currently drove. In that case, I'll borrow your Panamera for now. Yuan Qi shook his head with a smile. How could I let you drive a used car? Tell me what model you like, and I'll buy you a new one. Sun Ning was touched by his words, but she shook her head. It's good enough to have a car to drive. I already have 2 cars that I can't even use. I'll think about buying a new one later. Compared to material things, she was now focused on developing the business Yuan Qi had entrusted to her. With this opportunity, she planned to accelerate the opening of new stores. Her goal was to have more than 10 milk tea shops by the end of the year. Yuan Qi nodded and said no more. Since Sun Ning had no immediate need, he would leave it for later. He wasn't the type to force a luxury car on her just for a cashback. Oh, by the way, I'm going to look at an office building today. Once I find a suitable place, I'll rent it and register the company. When she mentioned this, Sun Ning's eyes sparkled. Have you found a good location? I've looked into it before, but those were spaces of a few hundred square meters. Considering the business might grow quickly, I think I should rent a larger floor. Yuan Qi thought about the building where Xingho Media was located. It would be perfect. A floor of 2,000 square meters would be more than enough. But he wasn't sure if any floors were vacant. He could call Zhou Chun later. Senior sister, you don't have to do all this alone. You can hire an assistant. I hate seeing you work so hard every day. While having ambition was a good thing, and Yuan Qi was happy to see his woman pursuing what she loved, he couldn't let her wear herself out. His caring words warmed Sun Ning's heart. She spoke softly. Right now there isn't too much work, and I can handle it. Once the company is registered, I'll start recruiting. All right, just don't overwork yourself, senior sister. I know, Sun Ning replied with a smile. After breakfast, Sun Ning did a simple makeup, said goodbye to Yuan Qi, and left. Yuan Qi stayed at home, using his phone to search for the Bentley model the system had rewarded him yesterday. He hadn't known much about Bentley before, only that it was a luxury car brand. To his surprise, the Mulliner was the top-tier model of the Bentley Flying Spur series, priced at least 5 million yuan. An ordinary Bentley Flying Spur cost only 2 or 3 million. This was a huge win. Just as Yuan Qi was feeling thrilled, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was the Bentley 4S store. He answered, and a respectful, sweet voice came through. Hello, Mr. Yuan. The Bentley Flying Spur Mulliner you ordered has arrived at the store today. May I ask when you can come to pick it up? Indeed, the system worked swiftly. A normal purchase would have taken months to deliver. However, Yuan Qi felt a bit puzzled. If so, wouldn't that mean the system had started ordering months ago? He shook his head and stopped overthinking. I see. I'll come by today. After hanging up, Yuan Qi couldn't wait to test his new car. Having driven the Panamera for so long, he was already tired of it. After changing clothes, Yuan Qi stepped outside. Descending to the street below, he had intended to hail a taxi to the Bentley dealership, but heard someone calling out to him from behind. Director Yuan, what are you doing here? Yuan Qi paused for a moment. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. He turned and saw a white Porsche 911 slowly pulling out from the gate. The car window rolled down, revealing a fair and delicate face. It was Su Xiaoyu. She too wore an expression of surprise as she looked at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi never expected such a coincidence. Su Xiaoyu actually lived in the same residential compound as Sun Ning. But upon reflection, it wasn't particularly surprising. This was indeed a high-end residential area that popular internet celebrities tended to favor. Yuan Qi smiled in response. I have a property here. I stayed here last night. Su Xiaoyu nodded, glanced at Yuan Qi, and grinned with a wink. That's such a coincidence. I live here too. Where are you headed, Director Yuan? You can hitch a ride with me. Though she could not fathom why Yuan Qi had not driven himself, she saw this as a fine opportunity to get closer to him. The previous evening, when Yuan Qi helped Xie Yuyu secure votes, had left her thoroughly envious, and she had been looking for a chance to draw nearer. In truth, she had a boyfriend, which is why at first she had not been as proactive in approaching Yuan Qi as Xie Yuyu had been. But after some deliberation over the past period, compounded by the emotional stir of the previous evening, she had resolved to be more assertive in getting closer to Yuan Qi. Just like Xie Yuyu, her own career had reached a bottleneck. Despite boasting over 10 million followers on Douyin, her actual monetization potential paled in comparison to many influencers with merely a few million fans. After witnessing Yuan Qi's influence over this period and wrestling with her thoughts, she had made the same decision as Xie Yuyu, to ally herself with Yuan Qi. She never imagined the opportunity would come so soon. Yuan Qi actually lived in the same compound. This was indeed a matter of proximity. Are you heading to the office? We do not travel the same route. Director Yuan, you make me blush. Even if I were merely going out shopping, the mere chance of encountering you would warrant a change of plans. In truth, she had come prepared to end things with her boyfriend, but her plan would of course need adjustment now. Then I will trouble you for a ride. By the way, just call me Brother Qi in private. All right, Brother Qi, where are you headed? The Bentley dealership. Meanwhile, on a park bench, a handsome young man sat gazing blankly at the falling ginkgo leaves. His name was Xiaoyu, and he was Su Xiaoyu's boyfriend. They had first met during their freshman year. He still remembered that back then Su Xiaoyu had been a very innocent and lively girl. He too had stood out among the boys for his good looks and ability to play the guitar. Both had joined the music club, and after a collaborative performance at a gala, their story had begun. Like every love story, the beginning had been beautiful, from acquaintances to lovers, all fond and happy memories. By the second semester of their junior year, a fortunate accident led Su Xiaoyu to film a singing video and post it on her Douyin account. Her sweet voice and pretty appearance made the video go viral overnight, gaining tens of thousands of followers within just a few days. This also caught the attention of MCN companies, and soon someone approached Su Xiaoyu with an offer to become a contracted streamer. Coming from an ordinary family, she was naturally tempted by such an opportunity to change her fate. However, Xiaoyu had felt a flicker of worry at the time, fearing that if Su Xiaoyu truly became a famous internet personality, she might change. But seeing her determination, he said nothing. Afterward, they spent less and less time together. Su Xiaoyu streamed 8 hours a day while he busied himself with internships, and they might only see each other once a week. Still, their relationship remained stable back then. Su Xiaoyu would often vent to him, saying she should not have signed the contract, and that 8 hours of hard streaming barely earned anything. Xiaoyu comforted her verbally, yet inwardly, he welcomed the situation. He subconsciously did not want Su Xiaoyu to become too popular. That way the gap between them would not grow too large. But events did not follow his expectations. Su Xiaoyu soon became an internet celebrity with 1 million followers. By then, Su Xiaoyu's income had become quite substantial, earning at least tens of thousands of yuan per month. Yet she never looked down on Xiaoyu, who earned only a few thousand per month. They still met once a week and video called daily, just as before. To spare his pride, Su Xiaoyu always chose modest restaurants for their dates rather than upscale ones. But Xiaoyu grew increasingly uneasy, for he watched as Su Xiaoyu's clothes and handbags became more luxurious, many costing several months of his salary. Over the following year, her Douyin followers surpassed 10 million, and inevitably troubles arose in their relationship. Xiaoyu could no longer recall what had angered Su Xiaoyu and caused her to avoid him, for it did not matter. The fundamental cause was the widening chasm between their social positions. Staring at the messages Su Xiaoyu had sent him on his phone, Xiaoyu's expression was remarkably calm, or perhaps rather numb. Xiaoyu, I have thought it over carefully, and I do not believe we are suitable for each other anymore. Why? I simply feel there is no love between us anymore. Do you feel unworthy of the current me? How well, I have already prepared myself for this. Let us meet tomorrow and say a proper goodbye. Okay. Xiaoyu, you have no idea how much I love you. I will not allow you to leave my side. I will find my own way to keep you by me forever. Xiaoyu muttered softly to himself. After a while longer, he noticed they were already over half an hour past their agreed meeting time, yet Su Xiaoyu had not arrived. Xiaoyu's brows furrowed involuntarily. He sent a message to Su Xiaoyu on his phone. Xiaoyu, why have you not arrived yet? You will not even see me one last time. But no reply came for a long time. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu had already arrived at the Bentley dealership with Yuan Qi in the car. As they chatted on the way, Su Xiaoyu realized that buying a Bentley Mulliner would not surprise Yuan Qi much. Given her current income, she could afford one within a year. Of course, that would require living on nothing at all. Compared to that, Yuan Qi had spent hundreds of thousands on gifts in a single evening on Douyin, which made Su Xiaoyu even more astonished. She knew he was not using a guild account, but spending his own money to support streamers. What kind of family could afford such spending? The key thing was that since the company meeting, Yuan Qi had been spending this much every single night. A week had passed, and he had likely spent nearly 10 million. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoyu could not help but swallow hard. In Yuan Qi's presence, she felt once again like the poor girl from before. Like Xiaoyu, she had approached him not for gifts, but because she hoped his powerful connections could help her advance. Yuan Qi stepped out from the back seat of the Porsche with some difficulty, his legs feeling rather stiff. At 1.8 meters tall, sitting in the back of a Porsche 911 was indeed uncomfortable. Brother Qi, I am sorry. The back seat of my car is really quite small. It is fine though, the back row of a 911 is not really meant for passengers, Su Xiaoyu replied, sticking her tongue out slightly. The two entered the Bentley showroom where a saleswoman in a professional outfit greeted them warmly. Welcome to the Bentley dealership. How may I assist you today? Yuan Qi smiled faintly. I am here to pick up a vehicle. Hearing this, the saleswoman asked respectfully, Are you Mr. Yuan Qi? Their manager had already informed them that the owner of that Mulliner would be coming to collect it today, so the sales team was well aware. Yuan Qi nodded. Yes. Mr. Yuan, could you please provide your ID? I will verify the information, and we can proceed with the handover right away. Yuan Qi handed over his ID, and after the saleswoman completed the verification, she led both of them to the showroom to collect the car. Following the saleswoman into the showroom, Yuan Qi immediately spotted the white Bentley Flying Spur surrounded by people. It shone brilliantly under the lights, standing out among all the other Bentleys on display. It was truly a customized Bentley Flying Spur Mulliner, a portable work of art. Yuan Qi looked at it with great delight. This was far beyond the level of his previous Panamera. By then, people were already positioned on both sides preparing for the car handover ceremony. When they saw Yuan Qi approach, everyone chanted the celebratory slogan together under the manager's lead. After the ceremony, Yuan Qi got into the car and drove away in his new luxury vehicle. The car was already registered, and he could not fathom how the system accomplished this. The license plate number was an impressive sequence of 6 consecutive sixes. Obtaining such a premium plate number required auction bidding, which was not any cheaper than purchasing another car. This meant that factoring in the license plate, the vehicle's value had already exceeded 10 million. Brother Qi, the interior of this car is beautiful, Su Xiaoyu remarked while seated in the passenger seat, admiring the exquisite and luxurious craftsmanship. It was far more refined than her Porsche 911. Yuan Qi was equally pleased with the interior. The cabin was full of design elements with various embroideries completed by hand. Attention to detail was evident everywhere. After leaving the dealership, Su Xiaoyu stepped out of the passenger seat and found the ride far more comfortable than sitting in her Porsche 911. Brother Qi, let me treat you to lunch today. Su Xiaoyu had no intention of parting ways with Yuan Qi so easily. She had already decided to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yuan Qi thought for a moment and agreed. After all, she had given him a ride earlier, and he had no plans for the afternoon anyway. Having lunch with a pleasant companion was certainly better than eating alone. Su Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy when Yuan Qi nodded. As she was about to get into her own car, her phone began ringing. She glanced at the screen and saw it was Xiaoyu calling. She hung up immediately, but the phone rang again almost instantly. I will wait here for a bit if you have something to attend to first. Sorry about this, Brother Qi. I will be right back. She walked a few steps away and answered the call. Xiaoyu, did we not agree to meet today? Why have you not arrived yet? Xiaoyu's voice came through the phone. I am a bit busy today. Let us reschedule for another time. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's somewhat cold tone, Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Xiaoyu, do you think there is still a chance for us? Xiaoyu, we really are not suitable for each other anymore. A complex expression flickered across Su Xiaoyu's eyes. They had been together for 4 years now, and honestly Su Xiaoyu felt somewhat distressed about ending things like this. But she was no longer the naive girl she had been. She knew two people with such a vast gap between them would never end up together. Her annual income now far exceeded what Xiaoyu could earn in his lifetime. The distance between them had grown beyond repair. After being together for so long, her initial passion had long faded away. I understand, Xiaoyu. I just want to see you one last time. After that I will leave this city and disappear from your world. Hearing him say this, Su Xiaoyu felt her resolve soften slightly. It would be nice to put a proper period at the end of their relationship. But she had just promised to have lunch with Yuan Qi. For a moment, she found herself caught in dilemma. If you do not come see me, I will keep showing up at your office. You would not want me to affect your career, would you? Are you threatening me? You are my dearest Xiaoyu. How could I threaten you? I simply wish to see you one last time. Xiaoyu's tone had not changed from before, yet Su Xiaoyu could not help but shiver inexplicably. She felt as though Xiaoyu had become someone entirely different since they last argued over a month ago. She had a nagging sense that something about his words tonight was deeply unsettling, though she could not tell whether it was merely her imagination. Glancing toward Yuan Qi in his car nearby, she made her decision. All right, I will come find you in a bit. Okay, meet me at the park we used to frequent often. I will be waiting for you there. After hanging up, Su Xiaoyu approached Yuan Qi, but hesitated, unsure of how to break the news. What is wrong? Yuan Qi asked, noticing the troubled expression on Su Xiaoyu's face. Brother Qi, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Could you pretend to be my boyfriend for me? Yuan Qi was taken aback. He never expected Su Xiaoyu to actually ask him to pretend to be her boyfriend, a scenario he had only ever encountered in novels. Such favors were usually thankless endeavors that could easily invite trouble. Moreover, considering his current status, how could he possibly pretend to be Su Xiaoyu's boyfriend? Thus Yuan Qi decisively shook his head. No, I don't enjoy pointless tasks like this. If you have something to attend to, please go ahead on your own. Yuan Qi's refusal was straightforward. Common sense alone suggested that such matters would inevitably stir up trouble. Though he was not afraid of complications now, what reason did he have to seek out discomfort for someone with whom he shared no tie? It would benefit him in no way. Su Xiaoyu pressed her lips together. She knew her request was rather abrupt, but she genuinely dreaded facing Xiaoyu alone. Xiaoyu's tone earlier had unsettled her. She feared that if she avoided the meeting, he might one day actually come to her company and bother her. So she decided to find a capable man to pretend as her current boyfriend, hoping to make Xiaoyu give up completely. Brother Qi, please help me. You don't need to do anything special. Just accompany me to meet my ex-boyfriend, so he'll finally let go. It won't take much of your time at all. Hearing this, Yuan Qi nearly rolled his eyes. Another thankless situation, he thought. The same saying applied. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters without cause. Please find someone else for this. I'm not that bored. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. With that, Yuan Qi prepared to drive away. With his new car, he was looking forward to a leisurely drive. But Su Xiaoyu grew anxious. Her small hands gripped the car door, unwilling to let him leave. Setting aside other concerns, she had intended to approach Yuan Qi today. If he left now, all her efforts would have been in vain. Brother Qi, as long as you're willing to help me, I'll agree to any terms you set. The implication behind a woman saying such words was unmistakable. Of course, this was not purely out of a desire to repay Yuan Qi's favor. She genuinely harbored such feelings as well. After all, Yuan Qi's qualifications were impressive in every aspect, and she felt no particular hesitation when making such an offer. Yuan Qi regarded her with an amused half-smile. To most people, Su Xiaoyu was undoubtedly a striking beauty. With her natural beauty complemented by her skill in makeup and styling, she was simply captivating to the opposite sex. However, Yuan Qi's own standards had grown equally refined and girls like her held little appeal for him now. They posed no real challenge whatsoever. Just as he was about to decline again, Su Xiaoyu continued speaking. It's like this, Brother Qi. I feel like something isn't quite right about my ex-boyfriend. I'm a bit afraid to meet him alone. This piqued a spark of interest in Yuan Qi. Oh, you mean your ex-boyfriend is some kind of extreme type? Su Xiaoyu pressed her lips together. Not exactly, but I sense he can be rather intense, especially since I became a top streaming anchor. Su Xiaoyu then shared several of Xiaoyu's extreme behaviors, such as the time he slashed his own arm with a knife to apologize after doing something that upset her. There was also his earlier talk of wanting to stay by her side through life and death, which had led to Su Xiaoyu developing a sense of fear toward him. After hearing the full account and learning that her ex-boyfriend was merely an office worker earning a few thousand per month, Yuan Qi could somewhat understand the man's state of mind. Frankly speaking, it was precisely the enormous gap in their social standing that made their once equal love feel increasingly inadequate, prompting him to do things that made Su Xiaoyu feel pressured. But honestly, regardless of how they once loved each other, the vast disparity in their incomes made their separation inevitable. After all, matters of the heart have always been governed by a certain sense of equal footing. That Su Xiaoyu had endured for so long before formally raising the topic of breaking up was already quite admirable. Perhaps they had once shared beautiful memories together, but in the end reality had prevailed. That's how it stands. Brother Qi, will you help me with this? Yuan Qi observed Su Xiaoyu's earnest expression and considered his options carefully. From Su Xiaoyu's description, her ex-boyfriend did seem somewhat unstable, and choosing a park as the meeting place meant that Su Xiaoyu going alone could indeed be unsafe. Fine, he might as well do a good deed. Very well, I'll accompany you. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's eyes instantly lit up. Thank you, Brother Qi. Su Xiaoyu then turned and got into her Porsche 911. She drove ahead as the guide while Yuan Qi followed behind. After more than an hour of driving, Su Xiaoyu stopped at the entrance of a park. Yuan Qi also slowed to a halt. Stepping out of the car and surveying the park, he suddenly felt that Su Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend was indeed harboring questionable intentions. There was no mystery about it. The location was rather remote, with the nearest street several hundred meters away. Few people were around, only a handful of anglers could be seen near the river in the distance. Still, the park was filled with ginkgo trees, and the sight of golden leaves drifting with the autumn wind was undeniably romantic. What did you and your boyfriend used to come here for? Yuan Qi asked, curiously wondering if perhaps they chose this secluded spot specifically for its privacy. We used to come here because it was quiet. When we had free time, we'd come and sing. As she spoke, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall those earlier days. But everything had changed now. She had risen to greater pursuits. Yuan Qi nodded, realizing they had been fellow art enthusiasts. He had jumped to the wrong conclusion. Cough. Just as he was about to walk further in, Su Xiaoyu came over and linked her arm with his, blinking at him with a smile. Brother Qi, if we're going to play this part, I hope you don't mind me committing fully to it. Yuan Qi did not object and allowed Su Xiaoyu to lead him into the park's pathway. Walking along the stone path for a short distance, he spotted a young man sitting on a bench not far ahead. From Yuan Qi's vantage point, the young man's hair had grown long enough to cover his eyes, appearing somewhat unkempt. His clothes were ordinary, perhaps a bit loose, but in this setting he carried an unmistakable artistic aura. A suitcase rested beside him, suggesting he truly intended to leave after this meeting. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had been lost in thought, finally noticed someone approaching. When he slowly turned his head, he was surprised to see Su Xiaoyu walking toward him, her arm linked with another man's. Su Xiaoyu now also saw the current state of Xiaoyu. It had only been a little over a month since they last met, yet she felt as if he had become a completely different person, exuding an air of despondency. However, her feelings for Xiaoyu had long faded, so she felt no significant stir within. Soon the two of them walked up to Xiaoyu, but Su Xiaoyu did not release her grip on Yuan Qi's arm. Yet Xiaoyu appeared remarkably calm, even a faint smile gracing his face. Yuan Qi sensed something was deeply amiss. As the saying goes, a dog that bites does not bark. If this was indeed the boyfriend Su Xiaoyu had described, such behavior might well be a prelude to some action. Xiaoyu, is this your current boyfriend? He truly suits you better than I do. As Xiaoyu spoke, both Yuan Qi and Su Xiaoyu were taken aback. Yuan Qi thought to himself, well, you're quite something. Su Xiaoyu suppressed the faint trace of guilt in her heart and spoke. Yes, he is my boyfriend now. I came here today to draw a line between us. Didn't you want to see me one last time? Say whatever you have to say now. After this, we probably won't see each other again. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's resolute words, Xiaoyu's face remained calm. Xiaoyu, after this meeting I will leave. I had thought to try one last time to win you back, but now it seems hopeless. Seeing you with such an excellent boyfriend puts my mind at ease. For the rest of your life, I only wish you happiness. Yuan Qi, as an observer, began to wonder if he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps Xiaoyu had truly accepted it. If that were the case, his magnanimity was indeed admirable. Su Xiaoyu was also moved. After all, they had once truly loved each other. Hearing Xiaoyu's words now stirred some emotion within her. Xiaoyu slowly stood up, smiling. Seeing you with a good future, I can finally let go completely. After this meeting, we will likely never meet again. Before parting, I have something I wish to give you. As Xiaoyu walked forward, he reached into his pocket intending to retrieve something for Su Xiaoyu. No need I? Oh. Before Su Xiaoyu could finish, she suddenly let out a sharp cry. It turned out that after taking 2 steps, Xiaoyu pulled out a sharp object from his pocket and made a sudden swift motion toward Yuan Qi without any hesitation. Given the close distance of less than a meter and Xiaoyu's speed, an ordinary person would have been unable to dodge. But Yuan Qi possessed a peak human physique with reflexes far quicker than the average. In the critical moment, his right hand tightly gripped Xiaoyu's wrist. Xiaoyu instantly felt his right hand locked in a vice-like grip, unable to move. All traces of calm vanished from Xiaoyu's expression, replaced by a fierce intensity. He struggled wildly, as if driven by madness, trying to force the object toward Yuan Qi. But Yuan Qi gave him no chance. He squeezed harder, causing Xiaoyu to cry out in pain and drop the object. Then Yuan Qi kicked Xiaoyu to the ground. From Xiaoyu's sudden move to his being subdued, it all happened within a few seconds. Su Xiaoyu's screams still echoed. Honestly, Yuan Qi was also startled. Despite some earlier suspicion, he hadn't expected Su Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend to be this reckless. He had only ever seen such things in the news. If he hadn't come along this time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Now looking at the black suitcase again, even Yuan Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Hey, stop screaming. Su Xiaoyu finally fell silent, but was still in shock, clearly shaken. Yuan Qi felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Now the only course was to call the authorities. He took out his phone, dialed the police, and explained the situation and location before hanging up, waiting for their arrival. By then, Su Xiaoyu had slowly come back to her senses, though a lingering fear remained in her eyes. If she hadn't been cautious enough to bring Yuan Qi along. She shuddered at the thought. Qi. Su Xiaoyu stammered, not knowing what to say, her hands tightly clutching Yuan Qi's left arm, as she leaned half her body into his embrace. Xiaoyu, having recovered, rose from the ground. Seeing Su Xiaoyu leaning entirely into Yuan Qi's arms, his expression turned complicated. Su Xiaoyu, I love you so much. Why won't you be with me forever? Do you know how much I love you? Leave this man and come back to me, or I will never let you go. Xiaoyu now seemed like a man possessed. I've already called the police. Your actions just now constitute attempted harm. Do you think you'll still be free? Yuan Qi spoke calmly. Hearing this, Xiaoyu let out a laugh. Ha ha ha, do you have proof? There's no surveillance here. If I deny it, what can you do? I'm telling you, don't let me find an opportunity. I may not have succeeded this time, but there will always be another chance. Yuan Qi frowned. Indeed, the incident had only 3 witnesses. Without solid evidence, it might be difficult to secure a conviction if the other party refused to confess. Without strong evidence, it might be hard to prove the crime. Ding, the system detects the host's current predicament. Reminder, this system has a built-in recording function. All people and events the host encounters will be recorded from a comprehensive perspective and can be generated as a video sent to the host's phone. Just as Yuan Qi was pondering how to handle the situation, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Yuan Qi felt the system seemed almost intelligent. How thoughtful. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu continued in a bitter tone. Don't think I won't do it. Don't sleep too soundly at night. I'll always be a lingering shadow. Hearing this, Yuan Qi smiled. Sorry, but I actually sensed something was off earlier, so I discreetly placed a tiny camera on the ground. It seems it came in handy. Yuan Qi pretended to pick something up from the floor. This was also to prepare for later. He needed a plausible explanation for the video, and the footage had to capture all of them. So Yuan Qi gave this somewhat flimsy excuse as a prelude. Hearing Yuan Qi speak this way, Xiaoyu felt a sudden flutter of unease in his heart. The reason he had chosen such a secluded place to meet Su Xiaoyu was precisely because there were no surveillance cameras here. He could do whatever he wished without being discovered. But Yuan Qi's arrival had clearly thrown him off guard. Now that direct confrontation was impossible, he would have to wait for another opportunity. However, if Yuan Qi truly had placed a pinhole camera, then he would have gone from attempted wrongdoing to attempted murder at least, a sentence starting from 10 years, or possibly even worse. Before acting, Xiaoyu had been fearless. But now with his plan foiled, and prison looming ahead, fear and unwillingness warred within him. Yet Xiaoyu soon calmed himself. What Yuan Qi was saying sounded utterly absurd. Thinking back carefully, he could not recall Yuan Qi making any motion of throwing anything. In that moment, it was simply impossible for him to have hidden a pinhole camera anywhere. This was clearly a bluff meant to intimidate him. Moreover, how could any normal person casually carry a pinhole camera around? After piecing it together, Xiaoyu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Yuan Qi. Do you take me for a foolish child? You think such nonsense will work on me? Either kill me now, or I will find a way to make you pay once I'm free. By then, Su Xiaoyu had also come to her senses, her eyes filled with fear and a strange unfamiliarity as she looked at Xiaoyu. Although she had previously noticed Xiaoyu's extreme behavior, she never imagined he would go to such lengths. And if what he said were true, how could she ever live in peace again? Xiaoyu, you used to be different. Please stop this, let us pretend nothing ever happened. Su Xiaoyu was truly frightened now, her voice trembling as she spoke. Xiaoyu watched the two of them standing close together, his eyes filled with resentment. He would not allow the woman he considered his to be touched by another man. Su Xiaoyu would belong to him one way or another. Xiaoyu, as long as you do not leave me, I will not harm you. Can we start living peacefully from now on? By this point, Xiaoyu's voice had turned extremely gentle, as though he were a completely different person from the fierce man seen moments before. Seeing such Xiaoyu felt only dread. How could she continue living with someone like this? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's expression shifted again, revealing a cold cruelty. Then you too can sleep. Yuan Qi, unable to endure this increasingly unhinged individual any longer, interrupted before he could finish. In 3 quick strides before Xiaoyu could react, he delivered a sharp strike. Stop pretending. I said I would see you behind bars, and that is exactly what will happen. You really think you can walk free? I'll make sure you get a life sentence if it's the last thing I do. As he spoke, he kicked the man again. Yuan Qi had already been annoyed upon encountering this situation, and now that he held solid evidence, he wanted to vent his frustration. With video proof, a few more strikes would be considered legitimate self-defense. Watching from the side, Su Xiaoyu was startled by Yuan Qi's actions. She could not believe he actually had evidence. If she allowed Xiaoyu to be injured, he might twist the story and make it sound convincing. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward to stop Yuan Qi. Brother Qi, please stop. After a few kicks, Yuan Qi finally ceased his actions. He knew his limits, and had only struck areas where the skin was thick. He had already made up his mind to hire an excellent lawyer to ensure at least a life sentence or a suspended death sentence. He could afford it. Putting such a dangerous person back on the streets would only endanger society. Don't worry, I was careful. The law will deal with him. Su Xiaoyu looked at Yuan Qi with deep concern. Brother Qi, do you really have evidence? Just our testimonies alone won't be enough, will they? Although she did not fully understand the law, she knew that with only a plaintiff and a defendant present, the case could easily become a he said, she said situation. Moreover, Yuan Qi had already resorted to physical action. She and Yuan Qi were unharmed while Xiaoyu was the one injured. Trouble might end up falling on them instead. I said I have evidence, so I do. Go ahead, keep hitting me. With these injuries, let's see who ends up behind bars. Though Xiaoyu on the ground was grimacing in pain, his gaze toward Yuan Qi still carried a fierce edge. After venting his frustration, Yuan Qi no longer bothered with the madman. Soon enough, the police would arrive and the truth would come out. Not long after, 2 officers arrived. Upon seeing the police, Xiaoyu immediately adopted the appearance of a vulnerable victim. You're finally here. This man attacked me. Look at what he did to me. He pointed to the red marks on his face and the bruises on his body. Su Xiaoyu grew anxious and quickly explained. It's not like that. He tried to stab my friend with a knife and I defended myself. Indeed, upon witnessing this situation, the police could not immediately make a judgment and decided to take everyone to the station for investigation. Although a knife was present at the scene, it did not necessarily prove Su Xiaoyu's version of events. Come with us to make statements. To the 2 officers, this appeared to be nothing more than a mutual altercation. The person on the ground clearly bore more visible injuries, and in such cases responsibility would be determined through medical assessment. Officers, may I make a phone call to bring a lawyer? I have evidence proving this man attempted murder. One of the officers nodded. Granted. In truth, they did not believe Yuan Qi could produce substantial evidence. Proving attempted murder was difficult unless there was clear, undeniable proof, such as surveillance footage capturing the act. Otherwise, conviction would be nearly impossible. Looking across, the park trees stretched in every direction. Where could any surveillance camera possibly be? Yuan Qi took out his phone and called Zhou Cheng. As a businessman, Zhou Cheng certainly had connections with lawyers, so Yuan Qi asked him to help find one. Hello, little brother, what brings you to call? Brother Zhou, I do have a favor to ask. Something has come up on my end, and I need a lawyer. Could you help me find one? No problem. I'll contact someone right away. By the way, what kind of lawyer do you need? Lawyers certainly had their specializations: criminal law, civil and commercial law, and so on. Criminal law specifically. You know, the kind that can argue a life sentence down to a suspended death sentence. You understand what I mean, right? Yuan Qi was not well versed in the legal profession, so he explained his request to Zhou Cheng in the simplest terms possible. Zhou Cheng on the other end of the line paused for a moment. Matters involving criminal offenses were indeed quite serious. Brother, have you encountered some significant issue over there? Not exactly trouble. Oh, I intend to have someone face legal consequences, and I have solid evidence. I need to consult a lawyer to see if we can ensure a more severe penalty. Zhou Cheng understood. I see, I happen to know such a lawyer. Let me share his contact details directly. After hanging up, Zhou Cheng sent Yuan Qi a contact name and number on WeChat. Zhang Wei 182 XXXXXXXX. Yuan Qi found the name quite interesting as it seemed to indicate professionalism. He immediately called Zhang Wei, who answered quickly. After Yuan Qi briefly explained the situation, the lawyer said he would arrive soon. At the police station, the officers were mediating between the 2 parties. Xiaoyu still adamantly denied the accusations and instead claimed that Yuan Qi had struck first. Su Xiaoyu was visibly anxious, explaining the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. The knife was brought by Xiaoyu. I admit the knife is mine, but how can you prove I intended to use it to assault? If you had no intention of assault, why would you bring a knife to meet me? Xiaoyu sneered. I was just carrying it for fun. But you, on the other hand, brought someone to confront me. I will pursue this matter to the end. Su Xiaoyu was trembling with frustration at a loss for words. Xiaoyu sneered, inwardly convinced that Yuan Qi had been bluffing. Without solid evidence, verbal accusations were useless. Yuan Qi did not waste words arguing, knowing it was pointless. Xiaoyu occasionally flashed a sinister smile, while Yuan Qi responded with an innocent-looking smile. The officers were troubled. Yuan Qi had reported an attempted serious assault. Without evidence, it could only be considered mutual brawling, and since Xiaoyu had visible injuries, Yuan Qi might bear greater responsibility. If you don't have strong evidence to prove the other party's intent to cause serious harm, verbal accusations cannot stand. Yuan Qi stated he had evidence, and would present it when his lawyer arrived. Xiaoyu sneered, thinking it was a bluff. While the situation was at a stalemate, the lawyer Zhang Wei finally arrived. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Wei learned the details of the case, and furrowed his brow. Zhang Wei remarked, Mr. Yuan, the criteria for attempting to cause grievous harm are very strict and complex. Without powerful evidence, it is indeed impossible to convict the other party. Such cases are the most difficult to judge, especially when the plaintiff has not suffered any actual harm. It is difficult to determine the subjective intent, as one cannot see inside another's mind. Yuan Qi asked, what kind of evidence would be the most compelling? Zhang Wei explained, there must be evidence to prove that the act posed a severe threat to life, and that the offender had a clear subjective intent to cause serious harm. Both conditions must be met simultaneously. For instance, a clear video showing the offender's life-threatening actions and their deliberate intent. Zhang Wei shook his head. Although he was a professional lawyer in this field, he could not fabricate a conviction. If Yuan Qi could not produce such evidence, there was nothing he could do. If such evidence existed, what would be the maximum sentence? Yuan Qi asked. Zhang Wei replied, at least 10 years. If the circumstances are particularly severe, a heavier penalty, even the most severe legal consequences, might be possible. Zhang Wei did not believe Yuan Qi could produce such a clear video. Yuan Qi smiled, and casually took out his phone. The system had uploaded the required video clip to the phone captured from a low angle consistent with Yuan Qi's earlier account. Crucially, the video was in 8K resolution, ensuring that even the expressions and micro-expressions of the individuals were clearly visible. Seeing Yuan Qi take out his phone, Xiaoyu felt a sense of unease. He forced himself to believe it was a psychological tactic. He only needed to remain calm. It was impossible for a video to exist under those circumstances. He could never have imagined that in a world where the protagonist had a system, logic did not apply. Yuan Qi opened his phone and tapped on a video in his album. Though it was a low-angle shot, the image quality was remarkably clear. The video began with the initial meeting of the three people, where Xiaoyu pretended to be magnanimous. Soon Xiaoyu stood up and reached into his coat. Even from the video, one could see the subtle change in his expression, which became more menacing. With 8K ultra-high definition, the expression was like a close-up. Then the video showed Xiaoyu making a threatening move with a knife toward Yuan Qi's neck, causing viewers to gasp in shock. Yuan Qi immediately grabbed Xiaoyu's wrist and subdued him. The viewers were astonished, as such a close-quarters ambush would be impossible for 99.9% of people to dodge. Yet Yuan Qi appeared completely at ease, his reaction speed incredible. Then followed the conversation, during which Xiaoyu's threatening words, including his statement that he would find an opportunity to cause serious harm to Yuan Qi, were clearly heard by everyone. The video also showed Xiaoyu's arrogant and malicious demeanor. The clip ended. The room fell silent, as everyone was struck by the unprecedented clarity of the video evidence, which felt like watching a TV drama. So, Lawyer Zhang, is this evidence sufficient? Yuan Qi asked. At that moment, Zhang Wei looked at Yuan Qi with a changed expression, realizing he was no ordinary person. Mr. Yuan, of course this is absolutely solid evidence, Zhang Wei replied. He had never seen such a conclusive proof of attempted serious harm, perfectly meeting the criteria he had mentioned. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had been in a daze since the video started playing. How could this be? How could anyone have set up a hidden camera from the very first meeting, and with such clarity that it captured even his micro-expressions? He didn't even know how to defend himself. One of the officers couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yuan, how did you think to prepare a hidden camera from the start? Yuan Qi replied, I happened to be carrying one on me. When I saw his expression, I had a feeling he might be up to no good, so I prepared it in advance. It turned out to be useful. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Carrying a hidden camera at all times was an unusual habit. The explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, but there was no other plausible reason. Impossible. This can't be real. How could there possibly be a video? This must be fake. Xiaoyu couldn't accept going in like this. He hadn't accomplished anything, and being taken away felt entirely unjust. But this was no ordinary place, and soon someone approached to calmly restrain the somewhat agitated Xiaoyu. Yuan Qi simply smiled faintly. The authenticity of the video can be verified. We'll know the truth once it's examined. He then turned to Zhang Wei and spoke. Lawyer Zhang, I'll leave the follow-up lawsuit to you. Zhang Wei nodded. With this evidence in hand, the subsequent proceedings would be far simpler. Xiaoyu was taken into custody. Yuan Qi paid Lawyer Zhang 1,000 yuan upfront, promising additional compensation if the results met his expectations. Seeing Yuan Qi's generous approach, Zhang Wei repeatedly assured him he would handle everything diligently. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yu's best outcome would be spending the rest of his life behind bars. After finishing his statement at the station and settling the follow-up matters with Zhang Wei, Yuan Qi and Su Xiaoyu left together. By the time they stepped out, it was already close to dinner time. Brother Qi, thank you for today. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. To be honest, Su Xiaoyu had been deeply shaken by today's events and still hadn't fully recovered. If Yuan Qi hadn't been there, she couldn't even imagine what might have happened to her. Yuan Qi glanced at her. Today's troubles had been caused partly by her involvement. Otherwise, he would currently be happily test driving his new car. After everything that had happened, the joy of picking up his new car was completely gone. I essentially saved your life today. Is a single meal really enough to repay me? Yuan Qi was somewhat annoyed. He felt he should recover some of his time and trouble from this situation. Brother Qi, then maybe I should just stay by your side forever. Su Xiaoyu directly linked her arm through his. She had felt an overwhelming sense of security around him today, and her growing affection for him only deepened. She wanted nothing more than to stay close to this man. You're quite good at reading the situation. Watching Su Xiaoyu leaning her entire body against him, Yuan Qi gently pushed her aside. But she only leaned in closer. After what happened today, I might not be able to sleep alone for a while. Could you possibly keep me company? That was a rather direct invitation. Yuan Qi didn't intend to refuse. Though women like Su Xiaoyu were merely occasional companions to him, nothing compared to his campus beauty girlfriend. She was indeed quite pretty. Her figure wasn't quite perfect, which was why her overall appeal scored only 87 points, but she was still a popular internet celebrity with millions of followers. Right now, Yuan Qi was genuinely interested. Let's find a place to eat first. I'll collect my due interest later tonight. Su Xiaoyu was quietly delighted. After such an eventful day, she truly needed someone to keep her company, and Yuan Qi was the perfect choice. Soon after, Yuan Qi held her slender waist as they headed to their cars. They drove separately, had dinner at a restaurant, and then returned to the residential complex together. After parking in the garage, Su Xiaoyu led Yuan Qi up to her apartment. She lived on the 30th floor in a high-rise building with 4 units per floor. It was remarkable how quickly these popular internet celebrities earned money. Within just 1 or 2 years, an ordinary girl could afford a multi-million yuan property. Has your ex-boyfriend ever been here? After entering the apartment, Yuan Qi looked around. The space seemed to carry only traces of Su Xiaoyu's own life. No. I only bought this place in the second half of this year, by which time we were already separated. Yuan Qi nodded, speculating that Xia Yu's extreme behavior might have stemmed from deep inner imbalance. His girlfriend had bought a car and an apartment while he remained an ordinary working-class person. That kind of gap was indeed hard for most people to accept. Yuan Qi's gaze shifted back to Su Xiaoyu. Today she wore a light yellow dress that made her appear petite and delicate. After a moment's thought, Yuan Qi said to her, "Do you still have that black Lolita dress you wore during your last live stream?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, I have several of those. They're specifically for my live streams." "Why do you ask, Brother Qi? I'd like to see you wear that dress." Su Xiaoyu immediately understood his meaning and gently nodded. At this point, she wouldn't refuse anything he asked. Soon after, Su Xiaoyu emerged from the bedroom wearing a black Lolita princess dress. Yuan Qi's eyes lit up instantly. In the Lolita princess dress, Su Xiaoyu truly looked like a young princess, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Paired with her slightly youthful, delicate face, she exuded an irresistible charm. The dress perfectly complemented her figure, turning any perceived weakness into an advantage. Beneath the flower-like flowing skirt, her legs adorned with black stockings created a beautiful contrast. "Brother Qi, do I look nice?" Su Xiaoyu walked up to Yuan Qi and twirled around. Yuan Qi smiled and nodded, then pulled her gently into his arms. The high skirt made the movement natural and easy. Feeling Yuan Qi's sudden closeness, Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Yuan Qi was momentarily startled looking at this seemingly pure and innocent young woman before him. He hadn't expected things to progress quite like this. "Brother Qi, what's wrong?" Su Xiaoyu asked in a soft, slightly trembling voice. She had never worn anything like this before and was still getting accustomed to it. "Nothing. I'd like to hear you sing a song." A faint smile crossed his face. Knowing she had dressed this way deliberately, a playful mood came over him. He was curious whether she could sing properly in such an outfit. Brother Qi, what song would you like to hear?" Yuan Qi leaned close to her slightly blushing ear and whispered a song title, just an ordinary sweet love song. Su Xiaoyu steadied her breathing and began to sing softly. It was undeniable that as a popular internet celebrity and singer with millions of followers, her vocal ability was truly excellent. Her voice was gentle and melodious like a lark song, perfectly suited for this kind of sweet melody. Yuan Qi felt her performance was no worse than the original singer, perhaps even better. Though her voice carried a slight tremor influenced by the moment, it added a touching warmth to the performance. In the end, Su Xiaoyu could not help but be somewhat affected, her voice growing more tremulous, yet she managed to finish the song. "Qi, Brother Qi, would you like to hear another song?" Yuan Qi looked at her slightly breathless manner and teased. "Can you still sing like this?" As long as you like it, I will continue to sing. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu gazed at Yuan Qi with limpid eyes. Very well, then I shall listen to some wordless notes for a while. Yuan Qi felt a slight stir within and gently interrupted her upcoming notes with a soft gesture. Soon the room was filled once more with Su Xiaoyu's melodious voice like that of a lark. The next day, having spent the night at Su Xiaoyu's home, Yuan Qi comforted her a little before leaving. He had promised to go out with Cheng Muxue in the afternoon. For Yuan Qi, a quick meal was fine occasionally, but what he truly cherished was his main course. With nothing else to do in the morning, he decided to drive back to the university. It had been a while since he last visited the campus. Though not long in actual days, he had almost forgotten that he was still a sophomore. It was impossible for him to live the life of an ordinary college student from now on, but he could still return from time to time and also visit his adopted son. Driving his Bentley Flying Spur, Yuan Qi finally enjoyed the sensation of a new car. At the very least, the comfort was far superior to that of his previous Panamera. However, driving on the city's main roads, he could not fully unleash the car's speed. After a few more laps to familiarize himself with the new vehicle, Yuan Qi drove back to the university. At the security booth, he showed his student ID to the guard, who promptly let him in. The guard's attitude was exceptionally courteous. Such was the prestige of a Bentley. Watching Yuan Qi drive the Bentley into the campus, the guard's eyes were filled with profound astonishment. He recognized the young man who had previously driven a Panamera, and now in such a short time, he had switched to a Bentley. What amazed him even more was the license plate number, 6666, a repeated number of such rarity. He had thought the young man was merely a wealthy scion, but now he realized his narrow-mindedness. This was truly an heir to a powerful family. As Yuan Qi's white Bentley drove into the campus, it naturally drew a wave of attention. The flying emblem on the car was simply too conspicuous, and its elegant design made it impossible for the students to ignore. Is that a Bentley? Since when did we have a Bentley owner at our university? The car is really beautiful. Wow. Look at the Mulliner badge on the hood. This is a Bentley Flying Spur Mulliner. Among the crowd, someone knowledgeable identified the car. What's the difference between this and an ordinary Bentley? First of all, no Bentley is ordinary. Secondly, the Bentley Flying Spur Mulliner is the top-tier model starting at least 5 million yuan. Wow. As he spoke, he noticed the license plate number, a sequence of repeated sixes. The overall value of the car might well double. Soon more people noticed the plate with 5 sixes, a sight most had never seen before. Someone curious searched for the price of such a lucky number plate and was stunned by the results. A license plate could sometimes cost more than the car itself, meaning the total value exceeded 10 million yuan. That their Rongqing University had such a remarkable figure was astonishing. Yuan Qi, of course, noticed the students' gazes. He had to admit that these relatively inexperienced students provided a great deal of emotional gratification. Their expressions of surprise, envy, and admiration were written plainly on their faces. Yuan Qi's vanity was somewhat satisfied. Zhang Ying had not dated anyone since breaking up with Zhao Kai, although there were still suitors. But without comparison, there is no harm. Whenever she compared those suitors to Yuan Qi, they were utterly eclipsed. Thinking that it was she who had initiated the breakup, Zhang Ying deeply regretted her decision. As she walked along the road, a white car approached from the opposite direction. Zhang Ying quickly stepped aside, but when she saw the car's emblem, she froze. Could this be a Bentley? Since it was on campus, the car moved slowly. Zhang Ying took a closer look, then searched on her phone, confirming it was indeed a Bentley. This was far more expensive than Yuan Qi's previous Panamera. The parking lot was not far ahead, so Zhang Ying instinctively followed. She wanted to see who the owner of this Bentley was. Yuan Qi found a spot, parked, and got out. Zhang Ying, who had followed, happened to witness this scene and stood frozen in place. Yuan Qi now looked completely different. His demeanor and attire were worlds apart from before. But Zhang Ying recognized him instantly. So Yuan Qi had changed cars again to a Bentley worth several million yuan. Zhang Ying's breath caught. After a moment of daze, she instinctively chased after him as he walked away. Yuan Qi. Hearing his name, Yuan Qi turned and saw Zhang Ying, but felt no particular emotion. Is there something? He had long forgotten this woman. The past no longer mattered to him. His tone was utterly devoid of any feeling. Zhang Ying sensed this and felt a pang of pain. When they last met at the male dormitory, Yuan Qi had shown impatience, but at least there was some emotion. This neutral, indifferent tone indicated that he had truly let go. No, nothing, I just saw you and wanted to say hello. How have you been lately? Yuan Qi smiled. Not bad. By the way, do you have a class this morning? Having been away from school for a while, he had forgotten the schedule. Seeing that Yuan Qi was still willing to talk, a flicker of hope rose in Zhang Ying's heart. Could she still have a chance? She no longer cared about being a third or fourth party, and as long as she could be with Yuan Qi, she would accept it. There's a class at 10. Shall we go to the classroom together? She looked at him with hopeful eyes. I need to go back to the dormitory first, so I'll go my own way. With that, Yuan Qi turned to leave. Zhang Ying instinctively wanted to follow, but stopped after 2 steps. She now understood that Yuan Qi regarded her as nothing more than an ordinary classmate. After understanding this, a bitter taste filled Zhang Ying's heart. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. Regret overwhelmed her. Especially when she saw Yuan Qi arrive in a Bentley again, Zhang Ying's unwillingness grew even stronger. If only she hadn't been foolish enough to break up with Yuan Qi back, then she could be sitting in the passenger seat of that Bentley now. How blind she had been to follow Zhao Kai. That man was no match for Yuan Qi in every aspect. The thought made Zhang Ying want to slap herself. Watching Yuan Qi's retreating figure, she felt they had truly become people from two different worlds. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi felt no stirring emotions about running into Zhang Ying. He now regarded her merely as an ordinary classmate, so he could speak with her in a calm and measured manner. After all, Yuan Qi's circumstances had improved so greatly that Zhang Ying could no longer evoke even the slightest ripple in his heart. Back in the dorm, all three roommates were present. Seeing Yuan Qi return, they immediately gathered around him. It had been less than half a month since Yuan Qi last took them to a bar to see the world. But the impression Yuan Qi gave them had changed significantly. Li Dejiang stepped forward and playfully punched Yuan Qi's chest with a smile. "Old Yuan, you finally decided to come back and visit us common folk of Jiangdong. Were you too afraid to come to school because of what happened on the forum last time?" The discussions about Yuan Qi on the forum had been quite sensational at the time. Apart from Zhang Wei, both Lu Jiahao and Li Dejiang were eager to know about Yuan Qi's relationship with those campus beauties. But Yuan Qi hadn't appeared at school since then, so they had no chance to ask properly. "Are there still discussions about me on the forum?" Yuan Qi asked curiously. He rarely checked the school forum, so he wasn't very aware of the matter. After investing 1 million previously, he had completely set the forum matters aside. Lu Jiahao shook his head. There were many posts before, but now not a single one can be found. Yuan Qi smiled. After all, he had invested 1 million on that forum. If there were no results at all, his investment would have been in vain. His original intention had been to prevent those campus beauties from being affected by the rumors. He himself did not mind such discussions. "By the way, old Yuan, there's something we've always wanted to ask you. Is what was said on the forum actually true?" After Lu Jiahao finished speaking, Li Dejiang also looked at Yuan Qi with curiosity. This question had been weighing on their minds for a long time. Zhang Wei had a clear understanding of the situation. From the beginning, he had known that Yuan Qi and Zhong Peiyao were a couple. 2 days ago at a meeting at the milk tea shop, he had also seen another girl named Sun Ning. Given this, the others were likely true as well. Thinking about it now, the campus beauty's efforts to explain things on the forum seemed somewhat like attempts to cover up the truth. However, Zhang Wei was not a gossiping person and had not shared these matters with his two roommates. Moreover, he was currently working under Yuan Qi. He had already decided to continue following Yuan Qi even after graduation. "Weren't they already helping me explain? We're just ordinary friends," Yuan Qi said with a hint of playful teasing. Although he did not mind revealing that he had multiple girlfriends, he was somewhat concerned about affecting his disciples' feelings. That may be true, but the way they all appeared one after another, as if coordinated, did seem a bit unusual. "Alright then, I'll just come clean. What was said on the forum is indeed true. Li Shiwei, Zhong Peiyao, and Anna are all currently my girlfriends." Yuan Qi suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiahao and Li Dejiang both paused in surprise, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. They had at most thought Yuan Qi was involved with 2 girls, but Yuan Qi's words suggested 4. This sounded completely fantastical. After all, those were not ordinary girls. They were the campus beauties that countless male students admired. If what Yuan Qi said were truly the case, and he had swept them all up, those devoted admirers would perhaps consider giving up entirely. Furthermore, Cheng Muxue had explicitly stated she was Yuan Qi's girlfriend. If the others truly had relationships with Yuan Qi, they would not have come forward to defend him. "Haha, old Yuan, your exaggeration has gone too far. If all those campus beauties were your girlfriends, I would immediately do a handstand while eating." Li Dejiang began making another bold oath. Lu Jiahao and Zhang Wei felt this scene seemed somewhat familiar, unaware that Yuan Qi was speaking the truth, only that they chose not to believe it. Yuan Qi smiled and walked over to pat his shoulder. "Then you should practice that move well. Otherwise it might be difficult to enjoy the meal properly, ha." Li Dejiang's expression turned completely blank. After a few more casual exchanges, it was almost time for classes. The others prepared to head to their lessons. "Old Yuan, are you going to attend class?" Yuan Qi nodded. "Yes, it's been quite some time since I last attended. I'm beginning to miss the experience." The others were speechless, but remembering Yuan Qi's current business pursuits, attending classes might truly feel like a leisurely experience for him now. Arriving at the classroom, once more Yuan Qi felt somewhat dreamlike. Counting from his last class, it had been roughly 20 days. Though not an extraordinarily long time, it gave Yuan Qi a sense of having passed through another lifetime. The classmates also seemed momentarily stunned upon seeing Yuan Qi. By now, Yuan Qi had become somewhat of a well-known figure on campus. Yuan Qi's appearance and demeanor had changed considerably compared to before. He seemed like someone from an entirely different world compared to the rest of the students. The economics and management major had more female students, and many girls looked at Yuan Qi with bright, admiring eyes. Compared to the other boys in the class, Yuan Qi stood out remarkably. Cheng Muxue was sitting with her roommates at the moment. Yuan Qi walked directly toward her. Almost everyone now knew that Cheng Muxue and Yuan Qi were a couple. Many girls harbored deep envy toward Cheng Muxue. However, the boys felt rather envious and uneasy, their gazes toward Yuan Qi filled with a hint of discontent toward his prominent presence. Especially seeing so many girls in the class looking at him, some couldn't help but think, what is so special about him anyway? Yuan Qi paid no attention to the mild stir he had caused and took his seat beside Cheng Muxue. Why are you here attending class today? Cheng Muxue was happy to see Yuan Qi as well. She had not seen him for several days and missed him somewhat. Yuan Qi smiled as he gazed at Cheng Muxue's exquisite profile. Of course I came to see you earlier, otherwise why would I attend class? Hearing this, Cheng Muxue felt a sweetness in her heart. Ignoring the others around, she gently rested her head on Yuan Qi's shoulder. From a distance, Zhang Ying witnessed this scene and felt a pang of sadness. That spot should have been hers. After all, they were in class and Yuan Qi did nothing overly improper. During the lesson, Yuan Qi kept holding Cheng Muxue's hand, occasionally exchanging glances with her. This made the classmates around them feel quite envious. After the morning classes ended, Yuan Qi prepared to take Cheng Muxue out of the school. They walked together to where Yuan Qi had parked his Bentley. Cheng Muxue showed no surprise at the car, as Yuan Qi had already mentioned it during their conversation. By the way, Muxue, your car should be ready for pickup in a couple of days, right? It had been nearly a month since they bought the car, and the Porsche 911 was almost due. Cheng Muxue's face lit up with excitement at the mention of this, as she had been looking forward to it for a long time. Yes, it should be in a day or two. I'm just a bit worried about whether I'll be able to drive it safely. Yuan Qi stepped aside from the driver's seat and gestured for Cheng Muxue to try. You can practice with my car first to get familiar. Cheng Muxue was eager to try, but after a moment's thought she said, you drive out of the school first, and then I'll try. My driving skills aren't safe enough on campus. Yuan Qi nodded, got in the car, and took Cheng Muxue to have a meal outside first. They then found a spacious suburban road with little traffic for Cheng Muxue to practice driving. Under Yuan Qi's patient guidance, her skills improved steadily, and by the afternoon, she could drive smoothly in the city. Later, as they spent time together in the spacious Bentley, Yuan Qi felt a warm affection and decided to enjoy a quiet moment with her. Cheng Muxue was focusing on driving, but Yuan Qi's gentle gestures made it a bit hard for her to concentrate completely. Honey, I'm still driving. Could you wait a bit? Unable to focus, Cheng Muxue finally spoke up to stop him. Xue, let's find a quieter place to park. Yuan Qi's breath quickened slightly as they spent time together in the confined space, but he remained composed. Yuan Qi, though young, managed to keep his restraint. Cheng Muxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she understood his feelings. But she still felt a bit shy about being so intimate with Yuan Qi, worried that someone might see them. Maybe we should go home instead. What if someone sees us? Yuan Qi chuckled. Don't worry, no one can see inside from outside. Faced with Yuan Qi's insistence, Cheng Muxue hesitated for a moment, then blushed and nodded. She drove to a relatively secluded spot, parked, and rolled up all the windows. After a while, they emerged from the car looking relaxed and content. Then at nearly 5 in the afternoon, Yuan Qi took the driver's seat again and drove to a restaurant for dinner with Cheng Muxue, feeling a bit tired but happy. When they arrived at the restaurant, Cheng Muxue had recovered and they walked in together for dinner. The waiter led them to a table by the window. After ordering, they began chatting affectionately. On the other side of the restaurant sat a group of young people. Among them was a familiar face to Yuan Qi, Zhao Kai. There were 4 people at that table. Besides Zhao Kai, the other 3 from their conversation and demeanor were clearly not ordinary individuals. Normally, Zhao Kai would not be on the same level as these people, and he would not have been qualified to dine with them. However, one of them, named Luo Yingchuan, was a relative of his. His family, like Zhao Kai's, was in the catering business, but on a much larger scale than Zhao Kai's few hot pot restaurants. Cousin, you've been looking a bit shabby lately. You can't even afford a private room for a meal. Luo Yingchuan, Zhao Kai's older cousin, said with a half smile. He meant no offense, just a simple tease. Zhao Kai gave a wry smile. How can I compare to you, cousin? You know my monthly allowance is only a few thousand yuan now. His family's business was not doing well, and even his allowance had been cut significantly, so he had to dip into his own savings. Luo Yingchuan was 4 years older than Zhao Kai, and they had always had a good relationship. Zhao Kai had even picked up some of his cousin's quirks. No way. When I was in college, my dad gave me 500 yuan a month, and I still felt it wasn't enough. A few thousand a month can't even cover meals. Another handsome young man chimed in with a laugh. Zhao Kai felt a bit speechless. The comment sounded so smug. Mingji, you've always been extravagant. No matter how much money you have, you always think it's not enough. Luo Yingchuan said with a chuckle. I've been short on cash lately. I want to buy a Ferrari, but my dad won't give me the funds. I've been driving my Maserati for a year, and I'm already bored with it. This person was Li Ming, whose family owned bars in many cities, which explained his boastful tone. Zhao Kai was secretly amazed. He also wanted a car of his own. Although his family could afford a Mercedes or BMW, he no longer felt that was impressive enough. Especially since Yuan Qi, whom he had once regarded as a mere soldier, now drove a Panamera, which made Zhao Kai feel he needed to get a luxury car worth at least 1 million yuan. But given his family's current situation, it was basically impossible. As he was thinking, his gaze fell on 2 familiar figures sitting not far ahead. He looked closer and saw that it was Yuan Qi and Cheng Muxue. Seeing Chung Muxue, Zhao Kai's heart still skipped a beat. But when he saw her intimately holding Yuan Qi's arm, a wave of jealousy washed over him. Chung Muxue had long been Zhao Kai's admired figure, and seeing her sharing such warmth with Yuan Qi stirred a deep unease within him. What are you staring at so intently? Luo Yingchuan noticed Zhao Kai's gaze fixed steadily on the seat behind him and asked curiously. Nothing, cousin. Just a classmate I recognized. Luo Yingchuan paid it little mind and glanced back instinctively, then froze. Chung Muxue was a striking beauty with classic refined features and a hint of mixed heritage. The moment his eyes landed on her, he found them impossible to divert. He truly admired her from afar. Cousin, do you mean that beautiful young lady over there? Seeing the expression cross Luo Yingchuan's face, Zhao Kai knew all too well his cousin's familiar pattern was resurfacing. Though outwardly polished and handsome, Luo Yingchuan carried a restless streak. He had a habit of pursuing women already attached to others. He relied on displaying his wealth to create opportunities, and with his appearance and means he succeeded more often than not. It was always a matter of mutual interest, and once connections were made, he enjoyed playing teasing phone games with these women. Those who understood. As a result, at 24, Luo Yingchuan still had no steady companion. Zhao Kai had felt the influence of his cousin's habits to some degree, though he lacked the same resources. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Yes, she is my classmate. Her name is Chung Muxue. Chung Muxue, what a lovely name. Luo Yingchuan murmured, his gaze never leaving her. At that moment, the other two also turned to look toward Yuan Qi and let out soft exclamations. Wow. She really is captivating. Looks like she has Western heritage. Her features are truly remarkable. She is beautiful, but she has a boyfriend beside her. Luo Yingchuan had already noticed, so he turned to Zhao Kai and asked, Do you know that young man? Zhao Kai nodded. He could tell his cousin had set his sights on Chung Muxue. Yes, he is also my classmate. Oh, how is his family situation? Though carrying the legacy of Wei Wu, Luo Yingchuan preferred to understand the circumstances of a potential rival. He could usually read much from a person's demeanor alone. Since the young man was Zhao Kai's classmate, he simply asked casually, How should I put it? I am not entirely sure. He was quite ordinary throughout his first year, but something shifted at the start of this semester. Suddenly, he had money and drove a Panamera. I suspect he may have been fortunate enough to win the lottery, or something similar. It had always puzzled him, for Yuan Qi's modest circumstances the previous year had seemed entirely genuine. You said he has a Panamera. Is it his own, or rented? Renting luxury cars to impress was not uncommon these days. I cannot say for certain. He simply had money appear out of nowhere. Last year he was certainly not well off. Luo Yingchuan touched his chin, his eyes drifting once more toward Chung Muxue, before he swallowed thoughtfully. He truly admired her, but from his cousin's words it seemed this young man had considerable means, making it difficult for him to act rashly. Still, getting to know them was harmless. Hey cousin, since you were classmates with them, why not go over and introduce yourself? If I succeed, I will give you 50,000 as a reward. Hearing this, Zhao Kai's eyes brightened. He had been short on funds lately. Moreover, he had never cared for Yuan Qi, so if his cousin truly succeeded, it would bring him a quiet satisfaction. After all, there was no possibility between him and Chung Muxue anymore. With that thought, he stood up, and the other three followed as they made their way toward Yuan Qi's table. Yuan Qi had been speaking warmly with Chung Muxue when he suddenly noticed several people approaching. They looked up, and upon seeing Zhao Kai, Yuan Qi paused, wondering what he wanted. Yuan Qi, Chung Muxue, what a coincidence. We are also dining here. Why don't we share the table? Yuan Qi was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Kai's familiarity. Though they were classmates, there had been some distance between them in the past. Yuan Qi had long moved past those minor disagreements. However, their relationship remained only that of ordinary classmates, nowhere close to sharing a meal together. Besides, he was on a date. This seemed rather ill-timed. No thank you, Yuan Qi replied calmly. Yuan Qi's response was somewhat expected by Zhao Kai, but before he could speak further, Luo Yingchuan stepped forward with a polite smile. Since you are both classmates of my cousin, let us dine together. Let us find a larger private room. The meal is on me. Upon drawing nearer and seeing Chung Muxue, Luo Yingchuan's heart quickened. Her face was flawless, her figure elegant. Were he able to win her affection, he would be thoroughly delighted. Yet he was no fool. Though his longing was genuine, his gaze remained restrained, and his manner stayed gracefully composed. Yuan Qi noticed the newcomer and furrowed his brow. He had caught the subtle glance directed at Chung Muxue. He was not a man given to unnecessary confrontation, nor would he strike out simply because someone had looked at his companion. I said no thank you. We are not close. What purpose would sharing a table serve? Yuan Qi's words carried a slight edge. His evening had been interrupted, dimming his spirits somewhat. He had expected a single refusal to suffice, yet another person had appeared. After all, we are classmates. Let us not be so distant. Sharing a meal is hardly a burden. Yuan Qi gradually understood. An unexpected invitation to dine together carried either simplicity of purpose or a hidden agenda, and the glances his rival kept casting toward Chung Muxue made the intention clear enough. I must say, Zhao Kai, we are not close enough for this, are we? The dishes are about to arrive. Perhaps you could give us a little space. Luo Yingchuan occasionally let his gaze rest on the luxury watch at his wrist, hoping to catch Cheng Mushua's attention. Yet she offered him not a single look. He might as well have been performing for an empty hall. His efforts went entirely unnoticed. The main issue was that Luo Yingchuan could not find the right moment to reveal his financial standing, so he had to resort to this approach. As long as he left a deep impression on the girl in his mind, adding each other as friends afterward would be much easier. In the past, whenever he set his sights on someone, he and his two close friends would take turns acting as wingmen, subtly showcasing their wealth through casual conversation. For instance, when they encountered a couple traveling, they would offer to take photos for them as an excuse to get acquainted. After becoming familiar, they would reveal their identities as wealthy second-generation heirs through friendly chats, then generously invite them to enjoy high-end recreational activities. Throughout this process, some girls with weaker resolve might find themselves drawn to the handsome and affluent Luo Yingchuan. Even if she did not give in that day, it did not matter. As long as she had materialistic tendencies and her boyfriend could not meet her current consumption expectations. Even if she did not respond immediately, a couple of gentle tests using generosity after exchanging contacts would likely win her over. Of course, there were also those who truly believed in love, in which case he would simply move on to another target. This time, however, there was no careful arrangement, and appearing directly, without proper timing, felt rather abrupt. It was mainly because seeing Cheng Mushu, a truly exceptional beauty, made him a bit impatient. At that moment, judging by Yuan Qi's attire and grooming, the outfit was indeed quite expensive, and the man himself was quite handsome. In this situation, it would be quite difficult to win her affection. Just as Zhao Kai was about to say something after hearing Yuan Qi's words, the dishes at their table arrived. All right, the food has arrived. Let's not disturb me and my girlfriend while we eat. Zhao Kai and the others could only step aside and return to their seats, and no conflict arose. Yuan Qi was slightly surprised, having expected a dramatic confrontation like in novels, and was fully prepared for such a scene. He could not have imagined it would be so simple. He shook his head, stopped overthinking, and began dining with Cheng Mushu. That man seems to have considerable means. That beautiful woman is wearing nothing but luxury brands, carrying Hermes bags, and adorned with a Bulgari necklace. Brother Luo, your chances of winning her over are slim. Luo Yingchuan had also noticed it, and indeed, finding no good way to strike up a conversation, he could only temporarily give up. In reality, things rarely unfold like in novels, where one bluntly approaches, belittles, and attempts to coerce or bribe. Only someone unreasonable would act that way. Of course, such occurrences were not entirely impossible, but Luo Yingchuan's mind was clear. He glanced at Cheng Mushu once more, feeling genuinely reluctant to let her go. Cousin, are there any other girls as lovely as hers at Rongqing University? Luo Yingchuan turned and asked Zhao Kai, not because he lacked exposure, but because a girl of such rare caliber was truly hard to come by. In today's society, women's expectations kept growing, sometimes even exceeding what he could offer. After seeing Cheng Mushu, he felt that girls who had not yet stepped into the wider world might be simpler to approach. A modest gift of a few thousand yuan might well impress one. Speaking of which, our school does have several beautiful girls, but I don't really know them well. Cousin, are you giving up already? Luo Yingchuan gave her an exasperated look. What else can I do if I don't give up? I don't even know their relationship well enough to find an opportunity to exchange contacts. Besides, that man doesn't have the aura of someone who suddenly got rich. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Saying nothing else, Luo Yingchuan's ability to judge character was undeniable. Really? Could someone actually be pretending to be poor? I used to steal his previous girlfriend right from beside him. You stole his girlfriend? This surprised Luo Yingchuan greatly. If the man was truly a wealthy heir, how could his cousin have succeeded? Exactly, which is why I'm confused about his sudden change. Hearing Zhao Kai's words, Luo Yingchuan felt a flicker of renewed interest, but quickly restrained himself. By the way, didn't you say you were classmates with them? Do you have that girl's contact information? Zhao Kai shook his head helplessly. No, he had actually had it before, but it was now blocked and deleted. After finishing the meal and settling the bill, Yuan Qi escorted Cheng Mushu out of the restaurant. Just then, Zhao Kai and his companions also finished eating and stepped outside. Upon seeing Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushu, especially Cheng Mushu, the men present could not hide the admiration in their eyes. Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushu naturally noticed them as well, but said nothing further and headed straight toward the parking area. The two parties exited the restaurant one after the other. Soon Zhao Kai and the others saw Yuan Qi and Cheng Mushu walking toward a white car. They were taken aback, for wasn't it supposed to be a Panamera? How did it suddenly become a Bentley? Cousin, I told you that guy was probably just renting a fancy car to show off. He must have won some money but couldn't afford a luxury vehicle, so he rented one to impress people. Otherwise, how could he switch cars so quickly? Watching Yuan Qi board a car that was not a Panamera, Zhao Kai's suspicions grew even stronger. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yingchuan firmly tapped the back of Zhao Kai's head. Idiot! You nearly got us into trouble. Zhao Kai was utterly bewildered by the unexpected blow. Hearing Luo Yingchuan's words, he was even more confused and, disregarding the sting on his head, asked, Cousin, what do you mean? How did I get you into trouble? And you're asking, didn't you just say that guy didn't have the vibe of someone who rose from nothing? Which ordinary guy can drive a car worth 20 million? Zhao Kai was immediately stunned. 20 million. Was he joking? Cousin, isn't that just a Bentley? You can rent one for a few thousand yuan a day. Luo Yingchuan was at a loss for words. Even if he didn't understand cars, could he not recognize that license plate? The number 6666. What kind of rental car would have such a plate? It really does cost over 20 million. That Bentley is the Mulliner edition with a starting price of at least 5 million. More importantly, that license plate. Recently, there was an online auction for a lucky number plate, and someone snapped it up for 15 million. That was the exact plate on the Bentley just now. One of the wealthy companions beside Luo Yingchuan offered an explanation. Except for Zhao Kai, who lacked such refined taste, everyone else present was thoroughly impressed. Spending 15 million on a license plate worth more than 3 times the car itself. What kind of family could afford that? They certainly could not, no matter how they tried. After hearing the explanation, Zhao Kai stood frozen in place. He wondered if he had misheard. 20 million. A license plate alone costing 15 million. That exceeded the total value of everything his family owned combined. And this was all Yuan Qi's personal vehicle. Zhao Kai felt as though the world itself had become somewhat surreal. Cousin, is it really worth that much? Zhao Kai swallowed hard and asked in a somewhat dry voice. However, at this moment no one answered him. Instead, they all stared blankly as Yuan Qi drove away. Although they were considered wealthy heirs, buying a car worth 3 or 4 million yuan was already quite a strain for them. Someone like Yuan Qi spending 15 million yuan on just a license plate was on an entirely different level from them. Yuan Qi naturally had no idea what they were thinking. He drove around the night market with Cheng Muxue, then went to watch a movie. The two did not return home until 11 o'clock at night. Back in the private space, Cheng Muxue quickly changed into her prepared outfit, a blue and white porcelain-style qipao. The high slit went quite far up, reaching the waist. Qipao is the most demanding garment for a woman's figure. If one's figure is not good, wearing qipao only exposes shortcomings. It was clear that Cheng Muxue could completely carry off this qipao. Its elegant curves traced the graceful lines of her body. Yuan Qi found himself feeling somewhat restrained watching her. A smile appeared on Cheng Muxue's face. I had this qipao custom made. Do you think it looks nice? Yuan Qi swallowed, and thought it was relatively modest, though he did notice the slit seemed a bit high. Shuer, you are so beautiful. You look good in anything. Yuan Qi smiled, and pulled her directly into his embrace. With a restless energy within him, quiet murmurs soon filled the living room. The next day, after waking up and having breakfast together, Yuan Qi drove Cheng Muxue back to campus. He then intended to drive over to check on his shops. Worth noting is that the bakery was preparing to open a second location. Sun Ning was keeping an eye on the renovation, and Yuan Qi found upon inspection that it was nearly finished. The decoration style matched the first shop exactly. After all, the goal now was to build a chain. Yuan Qi lingered at the bakery for a while, then visited the milk tea shop. Business seemed better than last time. The online controversy had accidentally provided Chunqiao milk tea shop with considerable advertising, and now customers were traveling from other regions specifically to buy their milk tea. This meant he could afford to expand more boldly, though first he needed to establish a company and implement systematic management. Sun Ning had been scouting suitable office spaces these past 2 days. Once rented, she would register the company immediately. She had been busily occupied from morning to night. Currently, there were 4 milk tea shops ready to open, and expansion would continue across Rongqing. The business was growing rapidly. After visiting the milk tea shop, Yuan Qi drove around the city for a leisurely cruise. Because many drivers instinctively gave way to him, the Bentley was not even the main reason. Rather, it was the extraordinarily notable license plate that signaled the owner's remarkable status. If anyone were to accidentally scrape against it, the responsibility would be beyond compensation. Thus, although Yuan Qi was driving through the urban area, the roads felt unexpectedly smooth. Suddenly, an aggressively roaring engine sound reached his ears. He instinctively turned his head and noticed a convertible supercar passing by. Yuan Qi expected the driver to continue onward, but to his surprise, the car slowed down as it passed his window. Hey bro, that license plate is pretty impressive. How much did it cost? A young man wearing sunglasses and a patterned jacket sat in the sports car. His hair was dyed white. He called out to Yuan Qi. I didn't pay for it. Seeing the other guy initiate conversation, Yuan Qi responded with a smile. It was true in a sense, since the car had been awarded through his system tasks, so he had spent not a single coin. Hey, you're quite humorous, brother. A plate like that is worth at least 1 million. Mine cost over 1 million itself. Yuan Qi then noticed the other guy's license plate was also a prize number differing only by 1 missing digit. Really, I didn't pay? Both the car and plate were gifted. The wealthy young man paused, then quickly smiled. You're truly impressive, brother. With that, he stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car surged ahead, overtaking Yuan Qi. Watching the Ferrari disappear, Yuan Qi thought he might consider buying a sports car in the future. It surely made a stronger impression than his Bentley. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and continued driving aimlessly. Unknowingly, Yuan Qi found himself driving past the Rongqing Art Academy and past the music shop, where he had once bought a bamboo flute with Cheng Muxue. Yuan Qi slowly brought the car to a stop. Since acquiring musical skills, he had grown quite interested in various instruments, and since he was already passing by, he decided to go in and browse. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the shop, he noticed a familiar female figure browsing for instruments. Gu Weiwei. This sweet-looking young woman with dimples when she smiled was someone Yuan Qi certainly remembered. After adding him as a friend there previously, she had occasionally asked him questions about instruments. Later, after he had forgotten to reply a couple of times, she stopped messaging. He had planned to respond later, but somehow forgot. By then his circle of girlfriends had grown, and he gradually paid less attention to such matters, wondering whether she had already deleted his contact. When Yuan Qi entered, Gu Weiwei also noticed him. Seeing his appearance, she paused for a moment. She naturally recognized Yuan Qi, since the musical performance he had given at this very shop remained vividly in her memory. But he seemed much more handsome than before. Through several enhancements to his appearance, his face still bore the same features, yet now appeared remarkably clean and attractive, his skin even finer than many women's. Yuan Qi had expected her to greet him, but Gu Weiwei merely glanced his way, and then looked away, clearly having no intention of initiating conversation. Yuan Qi rubbed his nose. Hadn't she called him teacher before? Still, he could understand. After sending several messages without a reply, she likely assumed he was ignoring her, and had therefore distanced herself. He somewhat regretted letting this sweet girl slip away. In the past, before meeting someone else, he would have simply moved on, but now that fate had crossed their paths again, Yuan Qi felt a slight stir of interest. After all, Yuan Qi was the type who liked to enjoy both opportunities. Instinctively, he activated his data scan. Name Gu Weiwei. Age 19, height 165 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, charisma 92, special 100. Yuan Qi felt quite pleased to see that the other person's special score remained at 100. It was perhaps a common human inclination shared by men like Yuan Qi, to prefer that someone they cherished remain untouched by others, as though it would be better for her to remain single than to be claimed by another. Yuan Qi had changed considerably from his past self, when he might have simply wished to tend to a flower he admired in his own garden. Yet if Gu Weiwei's score were to truly change, he knew it would trouble his heart. Yuan Qi took out his phone and opened WeChat. He searched for her name and found their chat window. The last time she had messaged him was nearly a month ago. Master, the flute technique you taught me has been truly helpful. Thank you, Master. I would like to treat you to a meal, just the two of us. 2 days later. Master, have you been busy lately? You haven't replied to my messages. A day later. Yuan Qi could not recall what he had been doing those days. He vaguely remembered seeing the message but was uncertain how to respond, and then other matters arose, and he forgot about it. Yuan Qi first tapped on Gu Weiwei's profile and glanced at her moments. Oh, what Yuan Qi saw was a blank line. This likely meant she had deleted him as a contact. Yuan Qi sent a test message. You are no longer a friend of this person. While this was within Yuan Qi's expectations, she had probably felt neglected and simply removed him. Later, Yuan Qi had been occupied with other matters and temporarily set this aside. If they had never crossed paths again, Yuan Qi might have simply forgotten about it. But encountering her today felt like fate. Well, in truth, Yuan Qi had been drawn to her appearance, for her rating of 92 was the highest he had ever encountered. It was worth noting that Cheng Muxue had only received a 91-point rating. However, Yuan Qi was different from those who would eagerly pursue someone. He had his own approach. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwei, since seeing Yuan Qi enter, had tried to appear calm, yet her gaze kept drifting toward him. Yuan Qi seemed to have grown even more charming since their first meeting. But she reminded herself, if he chooses not to engage, then so be it. I do not need to care. Stay composed, Weiwei. Adding Yuan Qi as a friend had been somewhat impulsive. His musical performance here had deeply attracted her, and she had reached out without hesitation. However, she soon discovered he already had a girlfriend, which left her with a hint of disappointment. Still, she thought it would be fine to remain friends, so she decided to add both of them as contacts. Since her initial intentions were not entirely clear, she had not contacted Yuan Qi much. Later, under the pretext of seeking advice, they chatted several times. Yuan Qi's expertise with instruments deeply impressed her, and she came to appreciate their exchanges. At some point, she wanted to thank him properly by inviting him out for a meal alone. But after sending the message, Yuan Qi had not responded. Those days, she felt quite uneasy. A few days later, after sending 2 more messages with no reply, she felt somewhat frustrated and deleted Yuan Qi as a contact. After all, they had only met once, so any deep emotional connection was unlikely. For a few days, she had been thinking about it, but reminding herself that he had a girlfriend, she worried that contacting him might cause misunderstanding. Over the past month, she had gradually let the matter fade. But unexpectedly, she had run into him again at the music shop. The more Gu Weiwei tried to control herself, the more her gaze drifted toward Yuan Qi. When she saw him seem barely to notice her, her heart felt somewhat unsettled. Weiwei, what's wrong? A handsome young man in designer clothing asked. The handsome young man was named Zheng Hao, and his gaze toward Gu Weiwei was filled with warmth. He had come to the music shop with Gu Weiwei to select a few instruments for the school club. Yet Zheng Hao's true intention was not merely about shopping. Most of his attention was fixed on Gu Weiwei. Therefore, Zheng Hao naturally noticed Gu Weiwei's distraction immediately. Nothing. Let's continue looking at guitars. Gu Weiwei shook her head, and said nothing more. Zheng Hao's gaze instinctively followed the direction of her attention, and he also saw Yuan Qi. Zheng Hao's brows furrowed slightly. Had Wei Wei been distracted by this person? The thought flashed through his mind, but quickly faded, and he convinced himself it was unlikely. Turning his gaze back to Gu Weiwei, Zheng Hao smiled. Wei Wei, I will cover the cost of these instruments myself. It will be my welcome gift for joining the music club. If this amount of money could win the favor of the girl before him, it would be no loss at all. In truth, his purpose for joining the club had always been Wei Wei. That won't do. The total comes to tens of thousands, and they are for club practice. It is not fair for you to bear this alone. This amount means nothing to me. Consider it my small gesture to the club. No need. We agreed on club funds. Gu Weiwei's brows furrowed slightly. Although Zheng Hao masked his intentions well, a girl's perceptiveness could see through such things. Since entering university, countless boys had expressed their interest in her. Gu Weiwei, who preferred directness, had mostly declined them. But she had also added some boys, for she still hoped to experience a romance during college. Gu Weiwei was not entirely focused on appearance, but she did have standards. However, the art academy was full of handsome men, and after seeing so many she had grown somewhat desensitized. What she valued more was a boy's talent. Almost every boy admitted to the art academy possessed some artistic skill, and Gu Weiwei had once hesitated about whether to choose a boyfriend from among them. She never intended to lead anyone on. If she felt it was unsuitable, she would simply remove the contact and move on. With Zheng Hao, she had initially held some goodwill. He played the piano and was handsome, but that goodwill had not deepened into the sense of being drawn to someone, especially since he appeared too eager. So Zheng Hao did not know that she had already decided against him. As for the sense of being drawn to someone, Gu Weiwei's mind could not help but recall Yuan Qi playing his instrument. There was truly an air of refinement about him. Her heart fluttered slightly. Mastering a conventional instrument requires considerable dedication, and even the simplest one demands several years of practice. At that level, performing on stage would pose no problem. But to make the music flow effortlessly infused with one's own soul beyond hard work, natural talent is also required. Gu Weiwei came from a well-off family. Her parents had refined tastes, and she had attended countless live musical performances since childhood alongside them. Therefore, her appreciation for instrumental performance was quite keen. She was certain that Yuan Qi's performances on multiple instruments last time had all demonstrated master-level proficiency comparable to professional artists. At that time, Yuan Qi had tried his hand at numerous instruments, each reaching that same masterful standard. This was precisely why she had found herself unable to resist seeking his acquaintance. She had also begun studying piano and other instruments at an early age, though her talent in this area was merely ordinary. After a decade of practice, she had only managed to reach the 10th grade level. Though her skill was respectable, it was in truth still amateur by nature, far removed from the caliber of a master pianist. Now making further progress seemed exceedingly difficult. During a conversation, she had asked Yuan Qi for advice, assuming that someone proficient in so many instruments might not necessarily excel at the piano. To her surprise, Yuan Qi responded with remarkable professionalism and offered guidance through a simulator. She could clearly sense that his own mastery of the piano was equally at a master level. His abilities far surpassed those of her former instructors, truly remarkable. While many could play multiple instruments, achieving true mastery across them all was extraordinary. Yet to reach master-level proficiency in every instrument, what kind of gift did that require? And Yuan Qi was still barely 20 years old. Gu Weiwei was roughly the same age as Yuan Qi and had picked up fragments of various instruments, but only in name. The gap between them was simply worlds apart. Having witnessed Yuan Qi's artistry, she could no longer regard those so-called musically talented students with any seriousness. Once you've seen the highest peak, even the smallest hills lose their appeal. Just like Zheng Hao in front of her. Then I'll follow your judgment. Noting her firm stance, Zheng Hao let the matter drop. He could also sense that Gu Weiwei held no particular interest in him. Despite this, he genuinely cared for her and would never give up. At that moment, Gu Weiwei's attention shifted back to Yuan Qi as he moved toward the audition area, and her eyes lit up. I'll go check the audition area. Saying this, she paid no heed to Zheng Hao's reaction and walked directly toward Yuan Qi. Zheng Hao was somewhat puzzled, but naturally wouldn't stay behind alone and followed them to the audition area. Yuan Qi returned to this place again, and seeing the instruments on the wall, that familiar sensation stirred within him once more. Last time he had tried several instruments, but now his gaze settled on a piano. A boy was already playing a Chopin nocturne. There were several mistakes along the way which most listeners wouldn't catch, but to Yuan Qi it was clear, this was merely beginner-level playing. When the piece ended, the boy stood up and noticed several girls looking in his direction, a touch of pride surfacing in his expression. Though music was considered a refined art, he privately believed its real value lay in showing off and making a good impression. Then his eyes caught a stunning figure approaching, drawn by his performance. A surge of delight filled him. Perhaps he would get to know this beautiful girl. With such thoughts, he considered sitting back down to play another piece. Zheng Hao, who had followed along, saw this, and assumed Gu Weiwei was captivated by the piano, immediately feeling a pang of jealousy. He couldn't let this guy steal his thunder, so in a few quick steps, he took the seat at the piano before the boy. Hey there, I was planning to play another piece. It's rather impolite to come and take my seat like this. The piano at this music shop was open to anyone, and he wouldn't have said such a thing before. But now was his chance to shine. How could he let someone spoil it? You already stood up, so anyone else is free to sit down. Besides, I thought your nocturne wasn't particularly impressive. Zheng Hao was eager to impress, so his tone grew sharp. Oh, I've passed the piano grade 10 examination. Do you really think my skill falls short? The young man was visibly irritated by this. The gap between two grade 10s can be enormous. Let me show you the difference between us. With that, Zheng Hao began playing the same nocturne. His fundamentals were indeed more solid than the previous players, and the piece flowed more smoothly and naturally. Anyone familiar with piano could readily discern the difference. Yuan Qi nodded silently. This person's level was indeed somewhat higher than the previous one. To put it plainly, if the earlier player was at the early stage, this one had approached the peak. Noticing Gu Weiwei watching him from the corner of his eye, Zheng Hao began to embellish his playing, significantly increasing the tempo. The previous player, seeing Zheng Hao show off, muttered inwardly with irritation, then turned his gaze toward the beautiful woman, noticing her attention was fixed on them. He felt a pang of dissatisfaction. This moment should have been his, and in his own mind, he was hardly inferior to the man before him. When the piece concluded, Zheng Hao withdrew his hands with satisfaction. He then turned to the young man, before him, confidence radiating. Well, the youth merely pursed his lips. Nothing remarkable. I could play at that level as well. I simply choose not to show off. Under normal circumstances, neither would have argued over such a trivial matter. But the situation was different. There was a beautiful woman present as an audience. Naturally, both wanted to make a good impression. Oh, spare us the empty boasts. I heard you're playing. You missed several notes. Zheng Hao promptly pointed out the mistakes the youth had made during his performance, almost thoughtfully offering corrections. However, his voice was rather loud, his purpose being simply to elevate himself. The young man grew flustered and indignant. He certainly would not admit fault. Nonsense. Why don't we play another piece and see who's truly better? Yuan Qi, who had been watching the exchange unfold, couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. At his current level, observing two amateurs competing for attention was truly quite amusing. Yuan Qi stood close enough to the two of them, and his laugh carried clearly to the ears of the two men who were glaring at each other. Zheng Hao and the young man turned to glare at Yuan Qi. The man was exceptionally handsome. If he had been a woman, most would have felt an instant warmth toward him. But since both were men, there was no kinship to soften their feelings, and a trace of envy began to stir within them. Moreover, Yuan Qi's teasing laugh only stoked their irritation. The young man, already feeling trapped between pride and hesitation, saw an opportunity to shift the tension elsewhere. What are you laughing at? The young man's face flushed red. Yuan Qi had indeed let out a laugh. He could not suppress, amused by the boy's awkward reluctance. A smile had slipped out before he could stop it. Sorry, I just remembered something pleasant. Please continue. Hearing this, the young man grew even more flustered. The amusement still lingering on Yuan Qi's face was unmistakable mockery, and his frustration boiled over. Zheng Hao had intended to stay silent, but his glance fell upon Gu Weiwei, who was fixated on Yuan Qi. He recalled that earlier she had also seemed lost in thought while looking at this man. A strange sense of unease rose within him, and an inexplicable urgency took hold. Almost without meaning to, he spoke to Yuan Qi. How do you think our piano skills are inadequate? Why don't you give us a performance? Unlike a guitar, the piano was an instrument far fewer people knew how to play, and even fewer played well. He did not believe Yuan Qi could match his own level. He did not even think Yuan Qi could compare to the young man beside him. His words were meant to humble Yuan Qi in front of Gu Weiwei. The young man found his opening and sneered at Yuan Qi. Yes, show us what you can do. By then, several others in the room who were testing instruments had noticed the commotion and turned to watch. Gu Weiwei's expression carried a hint of anticipation. Although Yuan Qi had demonstrated his piano skills during rehearsal, this was an instrument that truly came alive on stage. Yuan Qi found their challenge amusing. They had walked right into his hands when he had been considering how to reveal his ability. He smiled at them and walked toward the piano. He stepped back, ready to begin. Zheng Hao and the young man noticed Yuan Qi's calm composure and realized he likely knew something of piano. Yet, judging by his age, they assumed his skill could not exceed theirs by much, so they felt no real concern. Zheng Hao, however, felt deeply unsettled. He had come today hoping to spend time alone with Gu Weiwei, but now everything felt wrong. He walked over to Gu Weiwei and noticed her gaze never leaving Yuan Qi. A sharp discomfort tightened in his chest, and he began to regret having spoken at all. Weiwei, shall we head back? We've picked what we need. There's nothing more to see here. Gu Weiwei did not even glance at him. Go ahead if you want. I'll stay a little longer. Her eyes burned with focused attention on Yuan Qi. She could not be certain if it was merely her imagination, but the young man seated at the piano seemed to carry an air of quiet distinction that set him apart. Anticipation swelled within her as she wondered what kind of surprise his playing might bring. Zheng Hao opened his mouth to speak, but when she ignored him entirely, a fierce envy ignited inside him. He had worked so hard, yet he had never been looked at by Gu Weiwei with such focused attention. Now he could only hope his piano skills would prove inadequate. I'll stay with you then, he said quietly, standing aside as Yuan Qi prepared to play. A strange nervousness washed over him. Yuan Qi sat at the piano, and a flood of famous compositions surfaced in his mind. The sensation was extraordinary, as though these melodies were permanently etched into his memory. He chose Liszt's La Campanella. It was a piece of considerable difficulty, one that had once captivated countless listeners. Yuan Qi rested his hands on the keys and slipped into a state of deep focus. The world around him faded away until nothing remained but himself and the piano before him. His fingers moved, and the first notes emerged slowly, then with growing certainty. Many in the room were piano enthusiasts. The opening notes immediately revealed the piece to be the world-renowned La Campanella, a work that China's finest pianists had performed on grand stages. This was far beyond the reach of an ordinary player. All eyes turned to Yuan Qi as the tempo gradually quickened, his fingers accelerating until they blurred. The urgent piano music swept over the audience like a rising tide. Within the practice room, all other sounds faded, leaving only the melody. Everyone sat in silent reverence, absorbed in the performance. The young man's mouth fell open in astonishment. Those who understood the instrument recognized the difficulty of Liszt's work, the leaps, the rapid finger techniques, the ornate chromatic passages. Mastering these techniques with such effortless grace was the mark of a true concert pianist. What Yuan Qi displayed was nothing short of international caliber. How extraordinary that he had encountered someone of such renown. As the piece reached its crescendo, Yuan Qi's hands became a blur before the audience's eyes. Even their breathing seemed to pause in anticipation. Gu Weiwei watched Yuan Qi with deep admiration. His skill far exceeded her expectations. She had once attended a live performance by LL who had played this very piece. That experience had left her utterly captivated. Now Yuan Qi was recreating that same moment, and from a purely technical standpoint, he matched LL's brilliance. Moreover, he brought his own emotional depth to the music, offering the audience a truly unforgettable experience. A perfect sensory feast unfolded before everyone present. The room fell into a hushed silence as the final notes resonated through the space. Zheng Hao was also astonished by Yuan Qi's performance. If the difference between him and the young man just now was like that between a second grader and a first grader, then Yuan Qi was a postdoctoral researcher. The gap was truly immense. The two of them merely knew how to play the piano, whereas Yuan Qi had achieved unity between man and instrument. Zheng Hao was first stunned by Yuan Qi's performance for a moment, then seemed to think of something and turned to look at Gu Weiwei. At this moment, Gu Weiwei's eyes were entirely filled with the image of Yuan Qi. Zheng Hao could clearly see the admiration in her gaze. Zheng Hao's heart clenched. He now deeply regretted his actions, feeling that he had brought trouble upon himself. He inwardly prayed that Gu Weiwei would not have any interaction with Yuan Qi later. Yuan Qi's performance drew to a close with the last few notes fading away. Even after the piano sound stopped, the surroundings remained utterly silent. After a dozen seconds, someone started clapping, and soon a burst of enthusiastic applause filled the air. In the realm of art, there is no definitive ranking. When the skill levels are close, no one readily concedes superiority. But Yuan Qi's performance was overwhelming this time. The piece, La Campanella, he had just played captivated almost everyone present. Amazing. I'm speechless. His piano playing is truly breathtaking. His skill is world-class, and his finger speed is like lightning, a real-life whirlwind. I thought the previous two were already very skilled, but unexpectedly, there was an even greater master. Even as a layman, I find it impressive. Now those two have had their pride humbled. At this point, murmurs of discussion began to rise around. Yuan Qi also emerged from that state of rapturous performance. This time, it was an exceptionally high-level display resulting from the fusion of technique and emotion. Frankly, the feeling of being immersed in music was quite pleasant. Yuan Qi decided to buy a piano for his home so he could play occasionally. It would be a nice pastime. As Yuan Qi stood up, the applause gradually ceased. He turned to look. The young man from earlier had already left at some point. Would he stay just to be embarrassed? Zheng Hao actually wanted to leave as well, but since Gu Weiwei was still here, he naturally couldn't just walk away. Frankly, if it weren't for Gu Weiwei, he would have gone over to admit that Yuan Qi was impressive. But now he just wanted to stay low-key and leave with Gu Weiwei. However, things often don't go as one wishes. Gu Weiwei's heart was surging with emotion. She was once again captivated by Yuan Qi's performance. Although Yuan Qi had already demonstrated many instruments last time, in most people's hearts the piano is the king of instruments, standing above all others. After showing off his skills, Yuan Qi appeared radiant in Gu Weiwei's eyes. Involuntarily, she wanted to go up and talk to Yuan Qi, but after taking half a step she stopped, thinking of what had happened before she hesitated. By all accounts, they had fallen out. Approaching him now would be a bit embarrassing. However, in the moment of her hesitation, a pretty girl had already walked up to Yuan Qi. "Handsome, your piano playing is amazing. I also study piano. Can we get to know each other?" The girl was quite attractive. Yuan Qi first took a quick look at her data. After reviewing the data, Yuan Qi found it somewhat underwhelming. The girl actually looked very pretty, but the numbers didn't match. Perhaps it was because of makeup, the actual data was slightly lower than the visual impression. Naturally, she couldn't compare with Gu Weiwei, but she was still undeniably a beauty. However, Yuan Qi had no interest in her. "I just played casually. I don't usually touch the piano much." Yuan Qi did not respond to Lu Yu's request to get to know him. This was essentially a veiled rejection, and Lu Yu could sense a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She really liked this type, a guy with both good looks and talent. She didn't want to miss out. She maintained her smile and said, "That's fine, we don't have to talk about piano. Can we get to know each other? I'll treat you to dinner later." Faced with Lu Yu's renewed approach, Yuan Qi shook his head and refused again. Although he had an appreciation for beauty, he wouldn't accept every woman who came his way, especially since he had other goals today. Seeing that Yuan Qi still refused, Lu Yu felt a bit uncomfortable. Usually it was other guys who approached her, she rarely took the initiative, and now she was rejected. She had her pride. After being rejected twice, she didn't persist, and simply turned to leave. Some other girls who had been thinking of approaching him were discouraged by this scene, figuring they probably wouldn't succeed either. Can we talk?" Just when it seemed no one else would approach, another girl walked over. On closer look, she was even more striking than the previous one. Many guys here had noticed her. Seeing her take the initiative to talk to Yuan Qi, they were extremely envious. If only they had practiced piano hard in the past. Little did they know that while piano is easy to start, reaching Yuan Qi's level requires talent. Others were merely jealous of Yuan Qi, but Zheng Hao was going mad. Things had indeed developed in the direction he least wanted. Gu Weiwei actually went up to talk to that guy. Seeing this, he clenched his fists. Now he could only hope that Yuan Qi would reject Gu Weiwei, just as he had rejected the previous girl. Yuan Qi looked at the slightly blushing Gu Weiwei before him and felt amused. He hadn't expected that a simple display of skill would make Gu Weiwei approach him again. While she had only herself to blame. Although he thought this, Yuan Qi maintained a calm expression. He pretended not to know that he had been deleted. "It's you, long time no see. I have some things to attend to later. Let's chat on WeChat tonight." With that, he smiled at Gu Weiwei and was about to leave. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei panicked. If Yuan Qi left now, she might not run into him again. After all, she had deleted him from her contacts in a fit of anger. But then she felt a pang of resentment. This meant he had never sent her any messages, otherwise he would have noticed she had deleted him. However, she couldn't let Yuan Qi leave now. She reached out and grabbed his arm, saying, "Oh wait, you taught me some things about instruments before, and I haven't had a chance to treat you to a meal. Strike while the iron is hot. Since we happen to meet today, let me buy you dinner." A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Yuan Qi's mouth. After saying this, Gu Weiwei's delicate face became slightly flushed. Yuan Qi turned his head, pausing as he noticed Gu Weiwei holding his hand. Only then did Gu Weiwei realize that she had been a bit impulsive, actually taking the initiative to grasp his hand. She hastily withdrew her hand from Yuan Qi's arm, but still looked at him with hopeful eyes. Yuan Qi feigned hesitation for a moment before speaking. "I just gave you a casual piece of advice earlier. There's no need for thanks. We can still chat on the messaging app later." Hearing this, Gu Weiwei felt a pang of remorse. She shouldn't have impulsively deleted him as a friend. What should she do now? She would need to find some excuse to explain it later. Maybe she could say she accidentally tapped the wrong button. Yuan Qi saw her tangled expression and naturally understood what was going on in her mind. "Little girl, you deleted me from your contacts." Gu Weiwei bit her lip. "Oh well, Just as Gu Weiwei was about to say something more, Zheng Hao, who had been agitated for a while, could no longer hold back and strode over to stand before them. Though deeply upset inside, he still forced a smile onto his face. "Weiwei, do you know him? Won't you introduce me?" With this remark, Zheng Hao positioned himself as close to Gu Weiwei, believing that his relationship with her was better than that of this man. Gu Weiwei was still inwardly troubled, and when she saw Zheng Hao coming over to cause trouble, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. "Zheng Hao, please take the things back to school first. I have something to attend to here." Hearing this, Zheng Hao felt terrible. Wasn't this a clear sign for him to leave? If he left, the two of them would be alone together. "Weiwei, we came out together, so we should go back together. Buddy, you played the piano quite well just now. You must have practiced a lot. How many years have you been playing?" Although Zheng Hao was very upset inside, he still maintained a composed facade and turned to greet Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi naturally saw that this man was a suitor of Gu Weiwei and that he was trying to be a nuisance by striking up a conversation. "It's okay. I just practiced a little casually. I don't usually touch the piano much." Yuan Qi's words were of course the truth. Before this, he had indeed hardly ever touched the piano. But to Zheng Hao's ears, Yuan Qi's statement was pure showing off. Who was he kidding, saying he hadn't touched the piano much? That's no different from a certain billionaire saying he's not interested in money. Hee buddy, you really know how to joke. Gu Weiwei, who was standing by, could no longer tolerate this unexpected obstacle. She directly reached out and took Yuan Qi's hand again. "Let's leave here first. I have something I want to explain to you, and we can find a place to eat." Yuan Qi also didn't want to listen to Zheng Hao's rambling, so he let Gu Weiwei lead him away. When Zheng Hao saw Gu Weiwei actively holding Yuan Qi's hand, his expression could no longer be maintained and turned very sour. He hadn't even held Gu Weiwei's hand yet, and now someone else had beaten him to it. How could he accept that? Seeing the two about to leave, he quickly followed. "Weiwei, we bought quite a few things this time. Let's take them back first." Gu Weiwei also thought about the many items she had bought, and it wouldn't be fair to let Zheng Hao carry them back alone. Seeing Gu Weiwei's hesitation, Zheng Hao continued. "Let's drive the things back first. The club is waiting for them." Mentioning the car, Zheng Hao's face showed a smug expression again. He wasn't driving an ordinary car, but a luxury SUV worth over $1,000,000. This guy seeing me in such a nice car will surely back off, he thought. Zheng Hao thought wishfully. Seeing Gu Weiwei somewhat conflicted, Yuan Qi took the initiative to say, I drove here too. Let me help you take the things back first. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei didn't hesitate at all and pulled Yuan Qi out. Okay, that's settled. You help me take the things back to school, and I'll treat you to dinner. Well, alright then. Yuan Qi agreed with a show of reluctance, leaving Zheng Hao alone, clenching his fists where he stood. Looking at Yuan Qi's back, he felt intense frustration. From an observer's perspective, he thought Yuan Qi's demeanor was pretentious. It wasn't that he could tell Yuan Qi was faking regardless of whether it was real. Zheng Hao thought so. The first time Zheng Hao saw Gu Weiwei, he was deeply attracted by her sweet appearance and resolved to make her his girlfriend. To this end, he used connections to enter the music club, which had stopped recruiting, just to be closer to Gu Weiwei. Although Gu Weiwei usually seemed lively and got along well with everyone, when a boy actually pursued her, she would reject him very decisively. She was a typical warm on the outside but cold on the inside. During this time, he had seen many boys who expressed their love to Gu Weiwei being ruthlessly rejected, so he didn't act rashly. His plan was to take it slow, waiting for the right time, when they had spent enough time together, and then express his feelings on a suitable occasion. But now an unexpected rival had appeared, and the flower he had been eyeing was about to be picked by an outsider. How could Zheng Hao accept that? He still followed them out. Gu Weiwei picked up the few guitars and ukuleles she had just bought along with a few other small instruments, and then paid at the front desk. At this moment, Yuan Qi naturally wouldn't offer to pay as their relationship wasn't close enough. Glancing, he saw Zheng Hao the shadow following behind with a dark face. Yuan Qi didn't care. He had never regarded this person as a rival. They took the items and walked out of the music room. Zheng Hao quickly spoke up. With so many things, better put them in my SUV. The space inside is larger. Then he looked at Yuan Qi's expression, hoping to see him surprised. Zheng Hao deliberately emphasized the word SUV to make Yuan Qi realize the gap between them and back off. After all, among students, a luxury car worth $1,000,000 was already a top-tier vehicle. But to his disappointment, Yuan Qi's face still wore that faint smile that he found so annoying. Keep pretending, he thought. I don't believe your car can be better than mine. Gu Weiwei ignored Zheng Hao's words and just looked at Yuan Qi. My car also has plenty of space. There's no problem putting these few things in it. With that, he led Gu Weiwei toward his luxury car. Several cars were parked in the nearby spaces, with Yuan Qi's Bentley being the most conspicuous, followed by Zheng Hao's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Both Zheng Hao and Gu Weiwei noticed the car, and Yuan Qi was walking toward the Bentley. Zheng Hao felt a wave of frustration, sensing that Yuan Qi was deliberately trying to overshadow him today. Zheng Hao kept telling himself it couldn't be his, but events continued to unfold in a direction he dreaded. To Zheng Hao's astonishment, Yuan Qi walked straight to the white Bentley and opened the rear door. Zheng Hao's heart sank as he realized the truth. Gu Weiwei was also taken aback when she saw Yuan Qi's Bentley, not expecting him to drive such a luxurious car. She said, "Put the items in the back seat." Gu Weiwei smiled and placed the purchased musical instruments in the car. Zheng Hao, dazed, approached and noticed the license plate number. He had intended to ask if the car was rented as a last attempt to salvage his pride. But upon seeing the license plate 66666, his rationality returned. A car with such a plate would never be available for rent. So he felt defeated. Gu Weiwei and Yuan Qi paid no attention to Zheng Hao's mood. After placing the items, Gu Weiwei sat in the passenger seat. "Thanks for helping me take these back to school," Gu Weiwei said with a smile as she fastened her seatbelt, looking at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi's attention then turned to her. Today, Gu Weiwei wore a casual hoodie that was relatively loose, revealing little. But as she fastened the seatbelt, the outline of her figure became more apparent. Even the experienced Yuan Qi was slightly surprised. He couldn't help but wonder about her proportions. With her sweet face, the contrast was quite striking. Gu Weiwei noticed his gaze and realized what he was looking at. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Yuan Qi nonchalantly looked away. "It's no trouble, and it's not far." He started the car and drove toward Rongqing Art Academy. On the curb, Zheng Hao watched the car disappear, standing in silence. The girl he had liked for so long left in someone else's car. In that moment, he felt as if he had lost his direction in life. The music shop was not far from the academy. Yuan Qi arrived at the school gate in a few minutes. Unlike Rome University, the art academy had many luxury cars parked outside, including a Ferrari and at least Audi-level vehicles. Truly an art academy. He had heard that many celebrities graduated from this university, and he wondered if there were even more refined girls here. After parking, they got out and unloaded the items. Soon Yuan Qi saw two girls jogging over. "Weiwei, you've worked hard." "Oh, who is this?" The girl was curious, as she thought Zheng Hao had accompanied Weiwei earlier, but now there was a different person. Yet this guy was quite handsome. Even in the art academy, where good-looking people were common, Yuan Qi's appearance stood out. "He's a friend who helped me bring these back," Gu Weiwei replied. The girl asked with a smile, "A friend? Is he your boyfriend?" "He's so handsome. No wonder you turned down so many confessions." "Nonsense, he's really not my boyfriend. Let's take these things inside first," Gu Weiwei said. Yuan Qi smiled silently. He had observed that the two girls' appearances were above 80, and their stylish dressing made them look even more attractive. He followed them into the campus. Rongqing Art Academy was smaller than Rhone University, but its environment was more refined. Everywhere artistic ambience could be felt, and the most eye-catching were the fashionable students. On this path, he saw many girls scoring above 80. However, he hadn't seen any scoring above 90 yet. As they walked along a small path, one of the girls pulled Gu Weiwei aside. "Weiwei, is this handsome guy really not your boyfriend?" "I told you no, and besides." Gu Weiwei hesitated, thinking that Yuan Qi had a girlfriend, but she didn't say it. She was aware that she had developed feelings for Yuan Qi, so she subconsciously avoided the topic. She wished he had already broken up. "What about him?" the girl asked eagerly. "Nothing. Don't be so nosy. He's not my boyfriend yet." "Oh, so you do have feelings for him. He's good-looking, but other equally handsome guys have pursued you before. What's so special about him?" Gu Weiwei didn't want to reply. Nothing was certain yet. She had seen Yuan Qi's girlfriend before, and although she was confident in her own appearance, she had to admit the other girl was equally attractive. Thinking about this, she felt troubled. She didn't want to remain just friends with Yuan Qi, but as he already had a girlfriend, she didn't know what to do. "Weiwei, what's wrong? You look so worried." "Nothing. Let's not talk about it." She walked ahead. The two girls exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. The school clubs had their own activity rooms. After placing the instruments, the two girls tactfully left, giving Yuan Qi and Gu Weiwei some privacy. "Weiwei, we won't disturb your date," they said before leaving. "Let me treat you to dinner at our school. The cafeteria food is quite good," Gu Weiwei said with a smile. She planned to ask Yuan Qi whether he was still in a relationship. "I heard your cafeteria is famous on the internet. I'd like to try it," Yuan Qi replied. The Art Academy's cafeteria had once been trending on Douyin, and Yuan Qi had seen the videos. Gu Weiwei led him to the third floor of the cafeteria. Unlike the lower floors, there were only 5 windows here, and the price list explained why. A single dish cost several tens of yuan, which was quite expensive for students. They found a seat. Not far away, a male student who was eating paused when he saw them. Qin Yuan still thought he might have seen things incorrectly, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. This time he could see quite clearly. Gu Weiwei, who had previously rejected his pursuit, was now dining with another man. Qin Yuan himself came from a wealthy family and was notably handsome. Unlike Zheng Hao's gradual approach, Qin Yuan expressed his feelings much more directly. He sent flowers and gifts to Gu Weiwei every few days, and after half a month of this, he finally worked up the courage to confess to her. Gu Weiwei had actually been somewhat swayed at the time, given that Qin Yuan's appearance and family background were both quite impressive, and he played musical instruments beautifully. She had watched Qin Yuan perform at the freshman welcome party. His piano skills were at a professional level, and many girls at school harbored feelings for him. When Qin Yuan confessed, Gu Weiwei had been genuinely hesitant. Having never dated before, she found Qin Yuan to be a remarkably dazzling young man. She had always dreamed of experiencing a sweet romance during college. Yet shortly after meeting Yuan Qi, she found herself unconsciously comparing the two of them. Somehow she simply did not wish to accept his courtship, though she could not quite explain the reason behind her refusal. In the end, Gu Weiwei's rejection was gentle. She told him she was not considering romance at that moment. Because of her hesitant response, Qin Yuan believed his timing had been wrong, and that she had not declined firmly, so he continued to harbor hope. He continued seeking opportunities to send gifts to Gu Weiwei, but after most of his expensive presents were returned, Qin Yuan changed his strategy. He began sending food treats to Gu Weiwei's roommates instead, knowing this would gradually build his presence in her mind, while making it difficult for her to refuse. This pattern of gift-giving continued for over a month. Through his various small gestures, he had grown quite close with Gu Weiwei's roommates, and these past few days he had been planning his next confession. With insider help and better preparation than before, Qin Yuan felt confident that this confession would surely succeed. However, he never expected to see Gu Weiwei dining with another young man just that day, their closeness making it almost unbearable for him to accept. "Brother Qin, what's wrong?" The two boys sharing the table with Qin Yuan noticed his change in demeanor and couldn't help but ask curiously. But Qin Yuan did not respond, his gaze still fixed on the two figures not far away. The two boys followed his line of sight and were simultaneously taken aback. "Tada, this is a signature dish from our school. You'll definitely like it." Gu Weiwei had finished collecting her food and walked over. Since she was treating Yuan Qi, took his seat without hesitation. The dishes on Gu Weiwei's tray were indeed colorful, fragrant, and appetizing. As an internet-famous cafeteria, it was impressive. They even offered relatively premium items like braised lion's head meatballs. "I didn't expect your school's cafeteria to have so many options. Ours only serves basic dishes without this kind of variety," Yuan Qi said with a smile as he accepted the bowl and chopsticks Gu Weiwei handed him. "Then give it a try? If it's not enough, I'll order more." Gu Weiwei had spent over 500 yuan on just 4 dishes, which showed just how costly the 3-floor cafeteria was. Students from ordinary families certainly could not afford to dine here every day. Yuan Qi picked up a piece of the meatball, blew on it gently, and took a bite. Its rich, savory flavor immediately filled his taste buds. "Not bad. I didn't expect it to taste so authentic." "Hee, I told you I wasn't joking. Try this one. Saying this, Gu Weiwei volunteered to place a piece of fish into Yuan Qi's bowl. She was being so attentive mainly because she was thinking about how to explain to Yuan Qi later about deleting his contact. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan watched Gu Weiwei serve Yuan Qi food, his fists clenching tightly. How could a stranger who had just appeared snatch away a woman he had set his sights on? From childhood onward, there had never been anything he wanted that he could not obtain. The two boys eating with him noticed Qin Yuan's state and dared not even breathe heavily. Although Qin Yuan usually appeared amiable and well-mannered in his interactions with others, but they knew very well that his temper was far from what his surface demeanor suggested. Qin Yuan subdued the anger in his eyes and rose to his feet, walking straight toward the table where Yuan Qi and Gu Weiwei sat. The two boys with Qin Yuan felt it was inappropriate to continue eating there, so they also rose and followed. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi was in the middle of his meal when he noticed three people approaching their table, and the boy at the front was giving him a rather unsettling look. Just as he was wondering about this, the three had reached their table. Qin Yuan's face now wore a warm smile. Weiwei, what a coincidence running into you here. I'm not sure if you received the gift I sent today. Gu Weiwei, who had been eating with her head down, looked up and saw Qin Yuan, her expression flickering with surprise. Qin Yuan, what are you doing here? Hearing those words, Qin Yuan barely held back his expression. Was she suggesting he had interrupted them? I just happened to see you eating over there, so I stopped by to let you know. We have a dorm get-together planned for tonight between our two dorms. A get-together? When was this decided? I didn't know anything about it. It's not too late now. I've already spoken with Qingqing and Shasha, and they are both quite supportive. The Qingqing and Shasha Qin Yuan mentioned were Gu Weiwei's roommates, and under his persistent efforts over recent weeks, they had become his allies. This get-together was actually Qin Yuan's carefully orchestrated plan to confess once again. Gu Weiwei hesitated. If Qin Yuan had asked her out alone, she would have refused without hesitation. But refusing a group event between two dorms was much more difficult. Then it's settled. Meet at Furong Restaurant at 6 o'clock this afternoon. I still need to prepare for the gathering, so I will take my leave now. See you tonight. Qin Yuan did not give Gu Weiwei a chance to decline and finalized everything on his own. Throughout the entire encounter, Qin Yuan never once addressed Yuan Qi directly. Only as he was leaving did he cast a glance at Yuan Qi, but he said nothing further before turning and walking away. Yuan Qi would not naturally be angered by being overlooked, but he did sense that the young man seemed to harbor some resentment toward him. Before Gu Weiwei could fully process what had happened, Qin Yuan had already departed. Gu Weiwei knew full well that Qin Yuan had not given up on her, and she worried that attending the gathering might lead to some unexpected complications. At this thought, Gu Weiwei let out a troubled sigh. That is your friend? Yuan Qi asked curiously after taking a bite of fish, noticing Gu Weiwei sighing repeatedly. Gu Weiwei nodded first, and then shook her head, leaving Yuan Qi quite puzzled about what her gestures meant. I'm not sure if we're really friends. I'm still hesitating about whether I should attend tonight's dinner. Gu Weiwei pressed her lips together, clearly conflicted inside. If you want to go, just go. If not, don't. Who could possibly force you? Hearing this, Gu Weiwei sighed. Based on Qin Yuan's earlier comments, he must have already arranged things with their three roommates, and she shared a close bond with them. If they all attended the gathering, and she didn't, it would seem improper, which was why she felt so troubled at that moment. Then Gu Weiwei's gaze shifted to Yuan Qi, and with a flicker in her eye, she spoke. How about you accompany me this afternoon? I don't know them well. What would we even do there? Just stare at each other awkwardly. Gu Weiwei thought about it, and agreed, patting her head before coming up with another idea. Actually, you don't need to join our gathering directly. You can just accompany us to the Furong Restaurant for dinner. Yuan Qi looked at her somewhat speechlessly. Why must I go with you? Gu Weiwei opened her mouth, but said nothing. She wasn't entirely sure why she wanted Yuan Qi to come along, but she truly didn't want to attend this gathering. Yuan Qi couldn't help but feel amused seeing Gu Weiwei's conflicted little expression. Yuan Qi had guessed that the boy from earlier was also one of Gu Weiwei's admirers. He appreciated her company greatly, and had no intention of letting others approach her easily. He simply wanted to maintain some composure, lest agreeing too readily might seem overly eager. How about I treat you to dinner tonight instead? Order whatever you like, and I'll cover the bill. Think of it as doing me a favor, okay? He had to admit that such a lovely girl acting sweetly was truly endearing, and Yuan Qi almost found himself smiling warmly. Since you've been so sincere about this, I suppose I'll agree. After pretending to hesitate for a moment, Yuan Qi finally nodded in acceptance. Gu Weiwei's eyes lit up. If the evening turned out as she feared, she could at least have Yuan Qi nearby as company. Of course, that reason was only a small part of it. The rest remained known only to her. Then Gu Weiwei remembered something about WeChat, and after a long pause of hesitation, she softly began to speak. I have something else I'd like to explain to you. What is it? Yuan Qi, noticing her demeanor, guessed she was probably going to bring up the WeChat matter, though he pretended to have no idea what she meant. It's just, last time when I was sleeping, I accidentally tapped the wrong button and deleted you as a friend. After saying this, Gu Weiwei cautiously glanced at Yuan Qi, hoping he would believe her explanation. Is that so? Then we can just add each other again. Gu Weiwei's expression immediately brightened, and she quickly took out her phone to open the WeChat interface. Let me scan you. On the surface, Yuan Qi remained calm, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel pleased. They had successfully re-added each other, and this time it was she who initiated. Meanwhile, after leaving the table, Qin Yuan returned, but had lost his appetite for the meal. He had wanted to ask about the relationship between Gu Weiwei and that boy, but he managed to hold back his curiosity. For one, he wasn't in a position to ask such questions now. It might upset Gu Weiwei. For another, he feared hearing an answer he couldn't bear to accept. After returning, he continued watching the two of them for a while, noticing they took out their phones and scanned something. This certainly wasn't for payment, which meant they had just added each other as friends. This brought him some relief, suggesting their relationship wasn't as complicated as he had feared. But then his glance at Yuan Qi grew more contemplative, since he had worked so hard just to become Gu Weiwei's friend. Yet this young man appeared, and immediately found himself dining together with her. Qin Yuan took out his phone and opened WeChat. He found a contact saved as Weiwei's roommate, and sent a message. "Qing, I'm asking you something. Have any guys been getting particularly close to Weiwei lately?" He then sent a message. The other party accepted, and replied promptly. "As Weiwei's closest friend in the dorm, I can assure you there aren't." Qin Yuan felt another wave of relief. If Weiwei were truly in a relationship, her roommate would surely know something by now. "What's wrong, young Master Qin? Why do you ask?" After thinking it over, Qin Yuan sent a photo of Yuan Qi and Weiwei dining together. "I ran into them at the cafeteria today. Do you know this guy?" This time there was a long pause before a reply came. Just as Qin Yuan was growing impatient, the message finally arrived. "I don't recognize him. They might have only gotten close recently. I'll look into it for you. Thank you for your trouble. If Weiwei and I end up together, I'll make sure to reward you properly." Setting his phone aside, Qin Yuan watched the two in the distance, his expression thoughtful and uncertain about what he would do next. After finishing their meal, Yuan Qi and Gu Weiwei took a leisurely stroll around campus. Along the way, Yuan Qi noticed several boys casting curious glances his way, making him quietly remark on how many admirers Gu Weiwei seemed to have. "Weiwei, you're not the most celebrated beauty on campus, are you? I saw plenty of guys looking in our direction." To be honest, Rongqing University didn't officially designate a campus queen. Even though girls like Cheng Muxue and Li Xia were beautiful, the title was only whispered among students privately. He wondered if the Academy of Arts had such rankings. It's just lists made up by idle people. Sometimes it really does get frustrating. Yuan Qi hadn't expected such a ranking to exist at the Academy, though he was curious about who might be featured. However, it wasn't the right moment to ask about it. After wandering around campus for a while longer, Yuan Qi prepared to leave. During that time, he encountered several boys who harbored hostility toward him. It was undeniable that Gu Weiwei's reputation on campus was quite considerable. A beauty on Gu Weiwei's level naturally attracted admirers, both open and subtle, especially among the many talented boys at the Arts Academy, who, coming from well-off backgrounds, confidently pursued those they admired. After all, pursuing art as a field of study required a family to have considerable savings. The situation was different at Rongqing University, where privileged boys were fewer, and most kept silent crushes on the idols in their hearts. As they walked, Gu Weiwei pressed her lips together and finally asked the question she had been wondering about. "By the way, why didn't you come out with your girlfriend from last time today?" Gu Weiwei maintained a calm exterior, but inside her heart was already racing with nerves. She was deeply worried that Yuan Qi's answer would not be what she hoped to hear. Yuan Qi glanced at her. In the past, he would have deflected such a question, but now there was no need. She had class today, so she couldn't come with me. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei's heart sank. His words made it clear that he was not single. "So when did you and your girlfriend get together?" Yuan Qi did not hide anything and briefly shared with Gu Weiwei how the two of them had come together. "It seems you two have a really good relationship. I wish I could meet someone I truly love." As Gu Weiwei spoke these words, a trace of melancholy lingered in her tone. "There are so many handsome men at your school who like you. Can't you find anyone you're drawn to?" "No, I just feel like none of them are quite right for me." "Your standards are quite high then. Could you share what you're looking for in a partner?" Gu Weiwei thought for a moment before speaking. "Someone I like must be genuinely talented. Mediocre talent won't do. Then he needs to be handsome. I couldn't bring myself to be with an unattractive artist. And finally, he has to treat me well." Yuan Qi knew the first 2 points were the real substance. The last one was merely a conventional addition that most girls included, a safe universal answer. "To be honest, if not for that last point, I would have thought you were describing me. Not like you at all." Gu Weiwei murmured softly and fell quiet. The two of them walked in silence for a stretch. After finishing their tour, Yuan Qi decided it was time to leave the school, and Gu Weiwei walked him to the gate. "Then I'll see you tonight." After saying those words, Gu Weiwei realized they carried a certain ambiguity, and her pretty cheeks flushed slightly. Yuan Qi smiled and nodded, then made his way toward where he had parked his car. Gu Weiwei watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. If only you weren't taken. Gu Weiwei sighed softly to herself. She admitted that she had very strong feelings for Yuan Qi. If he were single, she would not hesitate to confess her feelings. But in the current situation, she did not know what to do. Gu Weiwei returned to the dormitory, where only Zhao Qingqing and Wu Xiaxia were present. Their dorm was a 4-person room, but one roommate lived off campus, so only 3 remained. Seeing Gu Weiwei return, Zhao Qingqing hurried over, grabbed her arm, and said with a grin, "Our campus beauty is finally back. Why didn't you have lunch with us today? Could it be that you went on a date with some handsome guy?" Qin Yuan had shared photos with her, but she could not ask directly, otherwise her role as an informant would be exposed. That was why she had adopted this indirect approach. "Exactly. You usually invite us to eat together, but today you slipped away without a word. Something must be going on, right?" Wu Shasha joined them, grinning mischievously. "Nothing like that. I just went out shopping and came back too late, so I grabbed something quick." Zhao Qingqing had not suspected anything at first, but Gu Weiwei's careful deflection only deepened her doubts. Could her close friend really be hiding something? "Weili, you're a terrible liar. Look at your face, you're blushing. Just tell us the truth." Wu Shasha had only been joining in the teasing, but seeing Gu Weiwei's expression, now it seemed something was actually happening. "It's just a friend I know. He helped me with something, so I invited him to dinner." "A friend? Male or female?" Zhao Qingqing wanted to dig deeper, but Gu Weiwei, not wanting to answer further and fearing the topic would veer off course, changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that now. Qin Yuan mentioned today that our dorm is organizing a social gathering with his dorm. How come I didn't know about this?" Hearing this, both Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha exchanged guilty glances, since they had both accepted favors from Qin Yuan regarding this matter. "Oh, that was only decided this morning. I was just about to tell you. Qin Yuan said there are 2 handsome guys in his dorm, so Shasha, and I thought we should take a look. Maybe we'll finally find someone." Hearing this explanation, Gu Weiwei had nothing to say. She had already sensed that Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha might have been won over by Qin Yuan. After all, during this time Qin Yuan had been regularly bringing them snacks and treats, especially the popular Chunqiao milk tea, which he delivered almost every few days. She herself had insisted on transferring the money back to Qin Yuan, but she had no idea about her 2 roommates. Before meeting Yuan Qi, she had not paid much attention to these matters. Her 2 roommates occasionally spoke well of Qin Yuan, and she herself had a favorable impression of him. It was only now, with Yuan Qi reappearing in her world, that she felt troubled. "Really, honestly, I think Qin Yuan is really quite good looking. He plays the piano well, comes from a nice family, and most importantly, he has always been so devoted to you. I really think he'd make a great boyfriend." Faced with Zhao Qingqing's persuasion, Gu Weiwei gave her a sideways glance and said, "Then why aren't you his girlfriend?" "I wish I could, but he would never consider me. Anyone with eyes can see that he only has eyes for you. Otherwise I would have made a move long ago." Zhao Qingqing genuinely liked Qin Yuan, but she had self-awareness. Though she was quite attractive herself compared to Gu Weiwei, she fell far short. If she tried to pursue Qin Yuan, she would stand no chance at all. After all, not only was he handsome, but he also drove a Ferrari to school. "By the way, from now on don't accept any more gifts sent by Qin Yuan. I'll transfer the money for the previous ones to him later." Gu Weiwei thought for a moment, and then said to her 2 roommates, "Huh? Why? It was all fine before. I felt you had some fondness for Qin Yuan earlier. Why the sudden change?" Su Shasha was bewildered, but Zhao Qingqing suspected it might be related to the young man who had dined with Gu Weiwei today. From the photograph, that young man was quite handsome, indeed a formidable rival for Qin Yuan. However, in her heart, she naturally leaned towards the acquaintance. "Weiwei, do you really have someone you like?" Zhao Qingqing had promised Qin Yuan to help probe a bit, so she naturally needed to extract some hints from Gu Weiwei's words, otherwise Qin Yuan's efforts tonight would likely be in vain. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Yuan Qi playing the piano today. Was she attracted? She asked herself honestly. Gu Weiwei examined her own heart and admitted she was indeed drawn to him, but he already had a girlfriend. At this thought, a wave of restlessness washed over her. "All right, Qingqing, don't ask anymore. I won't accept anything from him in the future. As for you 2, do as you please." Noticing Gu Weiwei's emotional shift, Zhao Qingqing refrained from further questioning. Although she hadn't received a direct answer, she gathered one piece of information: Qin Yuan's chances were truly slim. Gu Weiwei finished speaking and headed to the bathroom for a shower, while Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha huddled together. "What's going on? Qin Yuan has already prepared everything for tonight, but judging by this, his chances don't look good." Wu Shasha, unaware of the matter with Yuan Qi, was puzzled by Gu Weiwei's recent behavior. Zhao Qingqing showed Wu Shasha the photo that Qin Yuan had sent her. "It must be related to this young man. I've never seen him before. Do you recognize him?" Wu Shasha studied the photo with a hint of confusion. She felt she had seen this handsome man somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Seeing Wu Shasha's expression, Zhao Qingqing pressed her for more information. "Do you know him? Tell me about this person." After pondering for a while, Wu Shasha's eyes lit up. She finally remembered where she had encountered this man. She quickly pulled out her phone and searched on Douyin. Zhao Qingqing, puzzled, was about to ask further when she heard Wu Shasha's exclamation. "Wow, it's him. No wonder he looked so familiar." Wu Shasha hurriedly showed her phone to Zhao Qingqing, which displayed the video of Yuan Qi performing at a small tavern some time ago. The video's popularity had long faded, but Wu Shasha had bookmarked it and quickly found it. Watching Yuan Qi skillfully handle multiple musical instruments, Zhao Qingqing finally understood why Gu Weiwei had developed a fondness for this person. Living in the same dormitory, she knew Gu Weiwei's preferences well. Gu Weiwei had a deep appreciation for musical instruments, and it was no surprise that a young man with such talent had captured her interest. I came across this video a while ago, and always thought the performer was incredibly charming. I never expected Weiwei to know him. Wu Shaoxi's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had watched the video many times when it first appeared. She had even. After viewing it, Zhao Qingqing admitted that this person was truly a formidable rival for Qin Yuan. This person performs at a small tavern. He must be a resident performer or something like that. Zhao Qingqing had seen many talented individuals at the art academy, but she lacked Gu Weiwei's discerning eye, so she merely thought he played well. In her view, family background was the most important factor, otherwise a relationship would never last. After some thought, she sent a message to Qin Yuan informing him of what she had learned. Meanwhile, on the other side, after receiving Zhao Qingqing's message, Qin Yuan also searched on Douyin. Upon seeing the video of Yuan Qi's performance, his gaze turned somewhat profound. He knew that Gu Weiwei herself enjoyed playing various musical instruments, so a talented young man like Yuan Qi would naturally appeal to her. Judging solely from his performance on these instruments, Qin Yuan admitted he was indeed inferior. However, the other party was merely a tavern singer, and his family background would certainly be no match. If he wished, he could easily manipulate this person. With this thought, Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief. If this was all there was to it, he had nothing to worry about. After leaving the art academy, Yuan Qi drove to Sun Ning's place. Sun Ning had just messaged Yuan Qi saying she had found a suitable office building and wanted him to come and take a look. Having nothing planned for the afternoon, Yuan Qi decided to head over. Half an hour later, Yuan Qi's car stopped beneath the Yunxi Tower, a large 30-story office building reputed to house hundreds of companies, though many shared floors. Sun Ning stood at the entrance looking around. When she saw Yuan Qi alight from the Bentley, she smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Yuan Qi, seeing his charming and radiant senior, broke into an involuntary smile. "So this is your new car? No wonder a Bentley. It really does look more impressive than a Panamera. If you like it, we can swap. How about you drive the Bentley from now on?" Sun Ning shook her head with a smile. "You keep it to charm the ladies. I don't need such a fine car for my daily use." Undeterred by Sun Ning's teasing, Yuan Qi went up and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Sun Ning was wearing a white cinched blazer. As Yuan Qi's hand rested on her waist, he could faintly feel its firmness. Sun Ning leaned naturally into Yuan Qi's embrace. "Let's go. Take a look at our future office." With that, the two of them entered the office building. Many people coming and going had noticed the elegant, striking woman at the entrance. Now that they saw she was taken, they couldn't help but feel a pang of dismay. The two stepped into the elevator and ascended to the 16th floor. There were still several people cleaning up, suggesting that the previous company had been of considerable size. This floor used to belong to an accounting firm. The owner went bankrupt due to poor management, so the entire floor needs to be subleased. The rent is 100 yuan per square meter per month, meaning the annual rent for this 100 square meter office is 144 million yuan. Yuan Qi looked around and found it satisfactory. 100 square meters was more than enough for their current needs. No problem, but it will need to be renovated later. There's a lot of computer equipment and office desks here that are still usable. Should we just take them over? Yuan Qi shook his head. His system task for opening a store came with dedicated funds, and opening a company would surely have its own budget. So he had no intention of cutting corners on this aspect. "We should buy everything new for the renovation and equipment. Money isn't an issue, and it'll leave a good impression on employees who come to work here." Sun Ning nodded. Since Yuan Qi had said so, she agreed to purchase everything brand new. The two of them walked through the building, briefly discussing the layout and design plans for the future office. The existing interior would obviously need to be completely torn down and redone. The renovation would certainly take no small amount of time. However, once they had secured the office building lease, they could go ahead and register the company first. Recently, several investment firms have approached me offering to fund a financing round for the milk tea shop. Their valuation for Chunqiao milk tea is quite generous. Do you think it's worth having talks with them? After stepping out of the office building, Sun Ning brought up the milk tea shop matter again with Yuan Qi. Hearing this, Yuan Qi didn't find it particularly surprising. Following the previous controversy, many investors were now willing to finance Chunqiao milk tea shop. Now, any person with a clear eye could see this milk tea brand would surely become hugely popular in the future. So it was perfectly normal that they were all competing to reach out. Of course, equity would be diluted. In the future, major decisions might not be solely his to make. But Yuan Qi certainly wouldn't allow that to happen. With the system's special funds, he had no need for outside investment at all. Just turn down all those who want a large share. No matter how high the valuation seems now, it will look low in retrospect. Equity must remain entirely in our own hands, with a portion set aside later for employee stock incentives. All right, then I'll follow your judgment. Previously, when Sun Ning heard about valuations reaching as high as 1 billion yuan, she had been quite tempted. But since Yuan Qi was confident enough to forego financing, she would simply trust her man. So far, Yuan Qi gave her a sense of mystery. Even though the milk tea shop had already revealed its tremendous future potential, Yuan Qi still appeared completely at ease and unhurried. It was undeniable that his calm and composed demeanor was quite captivating to Sun Ning. Senior sister, once the company is registered, you should assemble a professional team for yourself. That way there'll be many things you won't need to handle personally. Sun Ning's face lit up with a smile as she looked into Yuan Qi's eyes and said softly, great. In that case, I'll be able to spend more time with you. Speaking, she moved closer and rested against Yuan Qi's chest. Having a man as her backing felt so good, she could move forward fearlessly and pursue her dreams with peace of mind. Yuan Qi gently cupped Sun Ning's lovely face in his hands. Looking at her exquisite features, he bent down and pressed a deep, lingering kiss against her soft pink lips. After drawing deeply from one another's breath, the two slowly parted. Senior sister, I still need to head to the milk tea shop this afternoon, so I won't be able to walk you back. Yuan Qi brushed a strand of hair from Sun Ning's face and spoke in a tender voice. Very well. Just don't overwork yourself, or I'll be worried. I know. Sun Ning gave a light kiss to the corner of Yuan Qi's lips. After lingering together for a while longer, the two reluctantly said their goodbyes. Rongqing University. Zhao Kai strolled around campus with his cousin Luo Yingxuan. Since meeting Cheng Muxue, his expectations for the female students at this university had been thoroughly awakened. So he wanted to try his luck on campus and see if he could encounter another high-quality girl like her. Cousin, you said there are several beauties at your school, yet I haven't seen a single one so far. They had been walking around the campus for quite some time. Though they had spotted a few decent-looking girls, he was no longer interested in such ordinary pretty faces. What he wanted was a beauty on the level of Cheng Muxue. Zhao Kai thought to himself, this school had thousands of students, yet finding one of those top-tier campus beauties was far from easy. Cousin, I found the class schedule for Li Xia's class. We just need to wait here until class is let out. Something like a class schedule wasn't exactly secret information. It was very easy to find out which classes a particular group of students attended. Earlier, when Luo Yingxuan had asked Zhao Kai whether there were still attractive girls at Rongqing University, Zhao Kai had casually shown him a photo of Li Xia from military training. One glance was all it took to catch his interest. Hearing this, Luo Yingxuan nodded. Thinking of the photo Zhao Kai had shown him earlier, his heart grew warm. If the photo hadn't been edited, the campus beauty named Li Xia was indeed very pretty, no less stunning than the mixed-race beauty they had encountered at the restaurant earlier. If he got the chance to meet her this time, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Half an hour later, it was nearly 3:50 in the afternoon, and the bell signaling the end of classes finally rang. Students from the first-year classes began streaming out one after another. Both men kept their eyes fixed on the crowds emerging from the buildings, and within moments both pairs of eyes brightened in unison. Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao had finished their classes and were walking out together with two roommates. During this period, both had made considerable changes to their appearance and style of dress. Money truly was the best beauty treatment. Even though both had already been quite pretty before, they now looked noticeably brighter and more radiant. At that moment, they were discussing with Wulan and Sun Qian where to go play later when two boys walked up to them. Sorry, we don't have friends. Zhong Peiyao didn't even bother looking at them before speaking her refusal. Such situations were far too common for her, and Li Xia, this response had essentially become her muscle memory by now. Luo Yingxuan was about to say something when Zhong Peiyao's words caught him off guard. As a young master accustomed to his outstanding looks and family background, he rarely faced rejection when approaching girls. Yet here he was turned away before he'd even spoken. But these two were truly exceptional. He couldn't simply let them walk away. Seeing them prepare to bypass him and Zhao Kai, he hurried forward and stood in front of them once more wearing a gentle smile. Excuse me, could I ask you to wait a moment? I'm running a small quiz contest. Answer one question correctly, and you'll receive 500 yuan as a reward. At these words, Li Xia and the others finally raised their heads to look at Luo Yingxuan. He was indeed handsome, and anyone with even a modest understanding of fashion could see his clothes were quite valuable. Paired with his pleasant smile, he possessed a certain charm that could attract ordinary girls. But Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao only glanced at him dismissively before looking away. That amount of money held no attraction for them anymore. Wu Lan and Sun Qian, however, were genuinely interested. They were still on campus grounds, so the chances of this being a scam were relatively low. Is it really 500 for every correct answer? Sun Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked for if this were true, getting a few questions right would cover her monthly living expenses. Of course, I'll transfer the money on the spot for each correct answer. Such an amount was nothing to him. Are you guys doing a live stream? Wu Lan glanced around, but saw no sign of any recording device. It's not a live stream, just a simple little game. Who wants to go first and answer the questions? As he spoke, Luo Yingxuan secretly hoped that Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao would step forward. He had no interest in the other two. Then I'll go first and see if what you say is true. Sun Qian was the first to speak, smiling at Luo Yingxuan. Though disappointed inwardly, Luo Yingxuan maintained a light, courteous smile on his face. Alright, first question, what was the first feudal dynasty in Chinese history? The question caught them off guard. Was it really that simple? Sun Qian answered immediately, and Luo Yingxuan, without hesitation, scanned a code and transferred 500 to her. Wow, it's true. Do you two want to answer the next questions? Li Xia and Zhong Peiyao both shook their heads, leaving only Wu Lan eager to try. Alright, next question, I'll take it. Luo Yingxuan's lips twitched slightly. His target was not these two, so why were the two beauties unwilling to participate in such an easy quiz? He had used this method to successfully approach many beautiful women. Although reluctant, he patiently asked several more questions, all of modest difficulty, and Sun Qian and Wu Lan each earned 2,000. However, they weren't just taking the money. With each transfer, they made sure Luo Yingchuan added a note voluntary gift for playing the game. After a few questions, he could no longer hold back. The game was meant to eventually ask for names and more personal details, a test to see if they would open up. If they did, the prize money would double. But with Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao not participating, how could he proceed with his plan? Won't you two join in? The prizes for the later questions will be doubled. Luo Yingchuan ignored Wu Lan and Sun Qian as his attention had always been on Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao. Seeing their lack of interest, he had to take the initiative. I won't play. Neither will I. Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao both declined. They could sense that this man was mostly after them, so they preferred to keep their distance. In truth, Luo Yingchuan's tactic was not particularly clever, but it often went unspoken. Previously, when he played this game with other girls, he demonstrated his wealth and quickly built rapport through this playful approach. After all, few girls dislike money, so his method had usually worked. But today he hit a wall. Hearing their firm refusal, his expression stiffened. Hey, are you still asking? If not, we'll be on our way. Sun Qian and Wu Lan were no fools. They now realized his true aim was to flirt with the two campus beauties in their dorm. But they saw through it without saying a word. Since they didn't have a wealthy boyfriend behind them, they would take what they could. Luo Yingchuan's lips twitched in annoyance. His money didn't grow on trees, and giving it away for nothing was unacceptable. Yet how could he continue? Seeing no response from him, the group prepared to leave again. Wait. Luo Yingchuan called out. What are you planning to ask for the money back? Sun Qian eyed him warily, afraid he might demand a refund. How could that be? The game has rules, and I won't ask for the money back. That's good. Sun Qian and Wu Lan both sighed in relief. Actually, I'd like to get to know you and make friends. If possible, I'd like to invite you all to dinner tonight at the Furong restaurant. The Furong restaurant was renowned in Rongqing, much like the Hepping Hotel in Modu. Only those from wealthy or influential families could afford to host a meal there. Seeing that his roundabout approach had failed, Luo Yingchuan decided to be direct. He believed that with his charm and the wealth he had displayed, they would not refuse. But the outcome was bound to disappoint him. I knew you had ulterior motives. Let me tell you, both of the girls you're after already have boyfriends. You have no chance. Out of gratitude for the 2,000, Sun Qian gave him a friendly reminder. This man seemed quite nice, but his targets were already taken. Hearing this, Luo Yingchuan's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity. He resolved to spend generously and win these two girls over. If he could win both over, he could hardly imagine the delight. No matter, I just want to be friends with no other intentions. By the way, if you agree, I'll give each of you an LV bag after dinner, or we could buy the bags first and then eat. Luo Yingchuan decided to use money as his weapon, confident that such an offensive would be irresistible. Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao remained utterly unmoved. They had countless LV bags in their wardrobes at Nanhu No. 1. Sun Qian and Wu Lan were somewhat tempted, but they knew that if they went alone, they would get nothing. Don't waste your effort. We won't have dinner with you. Lanlin Qian returned the money to him, and I'll transfer it to you later. Hearing this, Sun Qian and Wu Lan didn't hesitate and stepped forward to refund the money. Luo Yingchuan was stunned. He had never expected to fail this time. Watching the two approach him to return the money, his expression shifted slightly. However, as a wealthy young man, he had already given the money away and wouldn't ask for it back. That would damage his pride. Keep the money. Since you don't want to be my friend, then forget it. With that, he turned and walked away with a dark expression, leaving Zhao Kai standing there. Zhao Kai had been a silent observer watching his cousin's entire operation. At first, he had some thoughts about the two beauties, but now that his cousin had been rebuffed, he decided not to embarrass himself. Only after watching Luo Yingchuan and the other depart into the distance did Sun Qian finally speak, her face radiant with excitement. I never would have expected to stumble upon such good fortune this time. Yeah, and Yao Yao, it's because we're together that things like this happen. Tonight, Lan Lan and I are treating everyone to dinner. Wu Lan, seated nearby, also nodded with a smile. Exactly. But honestly, that boy earlier wasn't bad. Handsome and quite generous, willing to splurge on an LV bag just to get acquainted with you two. Of course, she longed for that handbag deeply, but she was fully aware that she could never make decisions on behalf of Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao. True enough. I wonder if he's even from our school. His demeanor seems a bit above that of an ordinary student. Frankly, if he had set his sights on me, I probably would have said yes. Listening to her roommates chatter, Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao merely sat quietly, completely unmoved. That boy had indeed been quite generous with his spending, but then again, that depended entirely on whom one compared him to. Yuan Qi's monthly allowance for them had already climbed past 200,000. Each of their accounts held over 300,000, a sum they could hardly finish spending. Not long ago, he had even purchased a home for them, ensuring they would never have to worry about daily expenses again. After spending so much time together, both of them had genuinely deeply fallen in love with Yuan Qi. So from every angle, there was no possibility of them engaging with any other man. After chatting for a while, Sun Qian and Wu Lan noticed the calm, unreadable expressions on Li Xie and Zhong Peiyao's faces and couldn't help but sigh. When they first learned that the two shared the same boyfriend, they had been utterly stunned. They couldn't fathom why two such beautiful young women would willingly share the same man. But observing the couple's lavish spending habits over recent months, they began to understand. When one finds a truly capable man, why should worldly judgments matter? If given such an opportunity, neither of them would have hesitated to seize it. Sun Qian and Wu Lan were uncertain of the exact amount the two received each month, but from their daily expenditures, certain patterns were evident. It was easily tens of thousands, at the very least, perhaps far more. This filled them with sincere envy. They were unaware, however, that the two also owned a spacious apartment elsewhere. Had they known, their envy might well have shifted into outright jealousy. Lanlin Qianqian, let's go out for dinner tonight. There's no need for you to pay. How about we return to that private kitchen restaurant we visited last time? Hearing Zhong Peiyao's words, both Sun Qian and Wu Lan's eyes lit up. Their complicated feelings melted away instantly. This was perfectly fine. Occasionally enjoying a meal together was quite agreeable. Both of their minds were relatively straightforward, and Zhong Peiyao had recognized this quality, which was precisely why she was willing to nurture a good friendship with them. Should she have encountered anyone jealous or calculating, she would not have been so generous. Luo Yingchuan strode ahead with a dark expression for quite some time, before Zhao Kai finally caught up from behind. Cousin, wait up. Glancing at his cousin's countenance, Zhao Kai could tell he was in dreadful spirits. This cousin had always reigned supreme in matters of romance. Today's crushing rejection meant his heart could hardly be at peace. Cousin, our school has plenty of other beautiful girls. If those two didn't work out, we can simply move on to the next. As an onlooker, Zhao Kai felt entirely unbothered and offered his cousin some advice. Hearing this, Luo Yingchuan finally halted his steps. He drew a deep breath and told himself this failure was merely a coincidence, nothing significant. Yet the images of those two young women's faces kept replaying in his mind, and he could not bring himself to accept it gracefully. The previous incident with Cheng Muxue he could let pass, but to encounter two extraordinary girls and be turned away, that left Luo Yingchuan rather frustrated. Does your school have girls who are equally attractive? There are some, though. I believe that particular girl is in her third year. During the incident, when several campus beauties had appeared on the forum to explain things on Yuan Qi's behalf, he had also learned of a striking girl in the English department, a third-year student. The forum had subsequently erupted into a lively ranking debate, but each of those girls possessed her own unique charm, and no definitive order had ever been established. A third year? Do you know her? Zhao Kai shook his head. I know of her, but she doesn't know me. Do you have a photo? I don't have one, but there's one on our school's forum. Zhao Kai immediately opened his phone to the campus forum, and within moments he had found Anna's photograph. As Luo Yingchuan gazed at the photo on Zhao Kai's phone, his eyes brightened. It was unmistakably taken with an unfiltered camera, yet it did nothing to diminish the girl's beauty in the slightest. That cascade of wine-red hair added a truly captivating charm to her appearance. Luo Yingchuan swallowed softly, interest stirring once more. Cousin, is there any way to find her right now? Luo Yingchuan desperately needed a successful encounter to soothe his wounded spirit, and this girl was undeniably stunning. He refused to believe his means would prove ineffective every single time. Cousin, it probably won't work out today. Let me look up her class schedule first so I can arrange a chance meeting. Rongqing University was quite vast, and relying on mere luck made finding her virtually impossible. Such so-called coincidences were usually the result of careful planning. Luo Yingchuan's brows furrowed slightly. He was genuinely eager to meet that red-haired girl, yet he knew some matters could not be rushed. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was his close friend. Hello? Brother Chuan, where are you right now? Let's grab dinner tonight. Luo Yingchuan exhaled slowly. Just wandering around outside. What did you have in mind for dinner? Though his mood was somewhat dampened, he would not decline a close friend's invitation. One of my buddy's friends is planning to confess to someone tonight near Furong Hotel. We should go check it out together. Luo Yingchuan paused. This friend was named Lu Ming, and the Furong Hotel he mentioned happened to be part of his own family's business. Really? You're personally helping out your friend's romantic gesture. Your buddy must be quite special then. I'll be there shortly. Alright, after my friend's confession succeeds tonight, we can all meet and get to know each other. His family background is remarkable. After hanging up, Luo Yingchuan turned to Zhao Kai and spoke. Let's head over. We can come back tomorrow. Though his thoughts kept drifting back to that red-haired beauty, social interactions within his circle were equally important, and he needed to maintain these relationships carefully. Zhao Kai had also overheard the conversation on the phone and felt inclined to join such social gatherings. He had once been proud of his own family background, but compared to these people it meant almost nothing. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, he certainly intended not to let it slip away. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the female dormitory of the Art Academy, Zhao Qingqing looked at Gu Weiwei, who was still wearing a pink hoodie, and said somewhat speechlessly, Weiwei, are you going to the dinner in that outfit? Gu Weiwei remained completely unbothered. It's just a meal, why dress so formally? If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't even want to attend this gathering, she said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit resigned. They knew that since they were going to dine at Furong Hotel they had taken out their finest clothes, yet Gu Weiwei showed no intention of changing. They were somewhat aware of Qin Yuan's plans for today, but given Gu Weiwei's attitude it seemed unlikely to go smoothly. Then they began to hesitate whether they should change back into their simpler clothes, for Weiwei was the main character today, and they didn't want to overshadow her. Hey, why did you two change back? Gu Weiwei asked, puzzled. Well, Weiwei, since you haven't dressed up, we sisters naturally want to match you, they replied. Gu Weiwei didn't say much more, as she indeed had many beautiful dresses, most of which were even custom-made. However, she usually kept a low profile and wore relatively ordinary clothes on most occasions. Of course, ordinary was relative. The clothes she wore never cost less than 5,000 yuan. After getting ready, the three of them set off together. Qin Yuan had originally planned to drive them over, but Gu Weiwei declined. Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha naturally decided to accompany her. As they walked, Gu Weiwei took out her phone and sent a message to Yuan Qi. The gathering is about to start. Have you arrived at Furong Hotel? There was no immediate reply. Gu Weiwei frowned slightly, put away her phone, and continued walking. They hailed a taxi at the entrance and headed toward Furong Hotel. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan drove a silver gray Land Rover Range Rover accompanied by his three roommates. He also owned a Ferrari at school, but he chose the Range Rover today to accommodate more people. Brother Yuan, your confession to Gu Weiwei will surely succeed. We'll all support you, his roommates encouraged. With such thorough preparation, it should be fine. Absolutely any woman would be moved by Brother Yuan's effort. Although his roommates came from well-off families, they were far from Qin Yuan's status, so their words carried a tone of flattery. The two roommates who had seen Gu Weiwei and Yuan Qi eating together at the cafeteria earlier chose not to mention it, for Qin Yuan's expression remained calm, though his thoughts were unreadable. Yet the truth was that the harmonious image of Gu Weiwei and Yuan Qi dining together lingered in his mind. What had seemed a sure thing now felt uncertain. He hoped everything would go smoothly, otherwise he would have to reconsider his approach. Half an hour later, Qin Yuan and his group arrived at the entrance of Furong Hotel. A young man was already waiting at the door. Seeing Qin Yuan's Range Rover stop, he smiled and walked over. Qin Yuan's face also lit up with a smile. Brother Ming, why are you waiting outside for me? Haha, when Master Qin comes I naturally have to wait at the door. Otherwise, as host, I would be discourteous, Lu Ming replied. Qin Yuan's three roommates dared not speak. This circle was still beyond their reach. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ming briefly greeted the three of them and led the group inside. Furong Hotel was decorated in European style, exuding an atmosphere of grandeur and luxury in both its design and layout. Qin Yuan chose not to hold the gathering in a private room. Instead, he sat in the center of the hall. Directly ahead, a European-style stage was covered with a curtain clearly prepared for his plans. Around them, some diners were present, some of whom were regular customers, while others were people Lu Ming had arranged to help create a lively atmosphere. After all, Lu Ming was the young master of the hotel, so such arrangements were possible. Qin Yuan smiled as he surveyed the surroundings. Brother Ming, I appreciate your trouble. You're being too formal. Your matters are my matters, so of course I take them seriously, Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming and Qin Yuan had met at a business gathering where Qin Yuan had attended alongside his elder brother Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family. In Sichuan province, the Qin family held a top-tier commercial status. Thus, Lu Ming had proactively sought to build a friendship with Qin Yuan, and their relationship had grown quite close over time. He was also very attentive to today's arrangements. He was curious about what kind of woman would warrant such an elaborate confession. After inspecting the setup, Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction, his confidence renewed. In every aspect, he considered himself far superior to the modestly talented young man, and he was a member of the Qin family. Afterwards, Qin Yuan and his roommates went to the entrance to await Gu Weiwei and her companions. Lu Ming grew even more curious about the woman Qin Yuan admired. At that moment, Luo Yingxuan and Zhao Kai arrived at Furong Hotel. Seeing a group of people at the entrance, they paused in surprise. Luo Yingxuan wondered if they were there to welcome him, but that illusion quickly faded. Haha, Brother Chuan, why are you only arriving now? Lu Ming greeted him. Luo Yingxuan glanced at Qin Yuan, who merely looked away. Traffic was slow. Why are you all standing outside, he asked. My friend is waiting for someone, so I'm keeping him company, Lu Ming said, not yet introducing Qin Yuan. Lu Ming decided to save the introduction for later. Luo Yingxuan shifted his gaze to Qin Yuan, whom he didn't recognize from the previous business gathering. But since Lu Ming was personally accompanying him, the man must be of high status. Just as Luo Yingxuan was about to greet him, Qin Yuan smiled and walked toward the entrance. A taxi stopped at the door of Furong Hotel, carrying Gu Weiwei and her friends. As they stepped out, they saw Qin Yuan approaching with a smile, followed by his three roommates. Weiwei, you're here. Brother Qin waiting at the entrance. How thoughtful. Zhao Qingqing complimented appropriately. It's nothing. Let's go inside, Qin Yuan said. Luo Yingxuan paused when he saw Gu Weiwei. She was indeed very beautiful. But he quickly suppressed any thoughts, realizing this was not for him. As for Lu Ming, the moment he saw Gu Weiwei, he recognized her. He now understood why Qin Yuan was so invested. Gu Weiwei had also encountered Lu Ming once before at an upscale birthday banquet that Lu Ming had attended with his father. The celebrated guest of honor at that occasion was Gu Weiwei herself. That gathering marked Gu Weiwei's 18th birthday celebration. Many prominent figures from society had been present, and among them Lu Ming's family standing could barely be considered average. Coming back to his senses, a brighter smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he quickly guided Qin Yuan and Gu Weiwei's group to their seats. Gu Weiwei glanced around left and right, her brows slightly knitting together unconsciously. Although the people around appeared to be dining peacefully, they kept subtly watching their table, and the atmosphere in the room felt somewhat peculiar. Weiwei, take this seat. Qin Yuan stepped forward first to pull out a chair for Gu Weiwei. This seat faced the curtain at the front directly. Gu Weiwei hesitated for a moment before sitting down. Qin Yuan did not sit beside her. Instead, he saved the seats for Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha. Qin Yuan and his 3 roommates took their places at the outer tables. Brother Ming, please arrange for the dishes to be served. Thank you. Qin Yuan smiled toward Lu Ming after settling in. Certainly. Today's cuisine will be prepared personally by our head chef, Master Luo Yuan. We guarantee your satisfaction. We are truly fortunate then. Master Luo is a national treasure of a chef. I never expected him to be working at your Furong restaurant. Hearing their conversation, those unfamiliar with this Luo Yuan searched for him online and were astonished to widen their eyes. This Luo Yuan was quite an extraordinary figure, having once placed among the top 3 in a national chef competition. He had also represented his country in international culinary competitions, achieving remarkably impressive results. He had once served in leadership roles for state banquets comparable to a royal chef in ancient times. In other words, this Luo Yuan was equivalent to the absolute pinnacle of the culinary world. For ordinary people, the thought of tasting his cooking was nothing short of impossible. Having the chance to do so today left everyone except Gu Weiwei and Qin Yuan extraordinarily excited. It is because Master Luo's hometown is in Rongqing that our Furong Hotel had the opportunity to invite him. Ordinarily, he is only called upon to cook when hosting distinguished VIP guests. For chefs of such renown, their fame already surpassed their culinary skills. They typically cooked only occasionally, lest they lose their exclusivity. With Master Luo Yuan's prestige present, it would undoubtedly make those hosting esteemed guests feel greatly honored. Zhao Qingqing, Wu Shasha, and Qin Yuan's 3 roommates all blushed with excitement. Did this not prove that they too had gained entry into an elite circle? At another table nearby, Luo Yingchuan and Zhao Kai were equally somewhat stunned. It was not because of Luo Yuan himself, but rather because Lu Ming had arranged for such a heavyweight chef to cook. It was understandable that among that group who appeared to be students, there was someone of remarkable standing. Zhao Kai also searched for information about Luo Yuan. Knowing the man's identity, his gaze toward Qin Yuan's side was filled with envy. He had originally thought his own family background was quite respectable, but compared to these people he was far inferior. Yuan Qi drove to Furong Hotel and arrived at nearly 6 o'clock. He had never been to this place before, mainly because venues like this were too formal and not particularly suited for couples dining together. As Yuan Qi stepped inside, a neatly dressed doorman approached with a welcoming smile. "Do you have a reservation, sir?" "No. Please arrange a seat for me in the main hall." "Very well, sir, please follow me." The doorman did not lead Yuan Qi to the central area, but instead guided him to a somewhat peripheral position. After being seated, a waiter handed him a menu. Yuan Qi glanced through it and casually ordered several dishes from the 1,000 yuan tier. The waiter took the menu and withdrew. Yuan Qi took out his phone to check whether Gu Weiwei had sent him any messages. On his way over, he had already replied to the WeChat message she had sent earlier. At that time, Gu Weiwei had mentioned they were dining in the main hall, so Yuan Qi had also chosen a seat in the main hall. "I have arrived." Photo. Yuan Qi sent a picture of his location to Gu Weiwei. After waiting a moment, she replied with an okay hand gesture. She then sent a sticker depicting someone standing ready at a moment's notice. Yuan Qi chuckled at this and found a suitable reply sticker to send back. After Gu Weiwei replied to the message, a smile naturally appeared on her face. She then looked up toward the direction from which Yuan Qi had sent his photo, and there at a distance of about 10 meters, she caught sight of that familiar figure. "Weiwei, what are you looking at?" Zhao Qingqing, seated beside her, asked curiously. "Oh, nothing. Just looking around." After seeing Yuan Qi, Gu Weiwei returned her gaze. She did not even know why she had asked Yuan Qi to come. Nevertheless, seeing him actually arrive made her mood brighten considerably. Zhao Kai, seated diagonally across from her, also noticed Gu Weiwei's change. Or rather, his attention had been on her from beginning to end. Following Gu Weiwei's gaze, his expression suddenly darkened. 10 meters was not too far, and Yuan Qi's attire was essentially the same as at noon. He naturally recognized him at a glance. What was that fellow doing here? If he interfered with Zhao Kai's plans later, he would truly deserve punishment. Qin Yuan cast a glance, and then returned his attention to Gu Weiwei. Seeing that she appeared noticeably happier than before, the hand beneath the table quietly tightened into a slight fist. The reason he had gone to such lengths to pursue Gu Weiwei was, besides her exceptional beauty fitting his partner requirements, another very important factor: the Gu family. Although the Qin family was formidable, they were merely a commercial clan. The Gu family was different. In ancient times, they could be called a true aristocratic lineage. In terms of commerce, the Qin and Gu families were not far apart, but the Gu family's influence extended well beyond business alone. His pursuit of Gu Weiwei, aside from his personal desires, also carried the weight of a family mission. Should anyone attempt to obstruct him, Qin Yuan would certainly not let it pass. Though Qin Yuan's heart was somewhat oppressed at this moment, a faint smile still graced his face as he occasionally initiated topics to chat with Gu Weiwei. The people from both sides of the dormitory were quite accommodating, deliberately steering conversations toward Qin Yuan and Gu Weiwei. However, Gu Weiwei responded only with polite acknowledgments, causing those around to feel a sense of unease for Qin Yuan. Soon after, the dishes were served by attendants in exquisite cheongsam. Those further away also took notice of the spectacle and could not help but feel a sense of amazement. This was the highest standard of service at the Farong Hotel. What kind of identity did the people at that table possess to receive such treatment? Having arranged everything, Lu Ming naturally sat together with Luo Yingchuan and Zhao Kai, with a charmingly beautiful woman, an internet influencer, seated beside him. At this moment, Lu Ming's hand rested on the woman's waist occasionally, making her chuckle softly. Luo Yingchuan was not particularly interested in such women. His taste leaned toward a different type. As for Zhao Kai, his gaze would occasionally fall upon the attractive influencer. Although she was not as beautiful as Chung Muxua or Li Xia, but she seemed quite alluring, a type that Zhao Kai found rather appealing. Of course, he dared not stare too long. "Brother Ming, can you give me a hint about this young Master Qin's identity? The treatment is far too grand." Zhao Kai, sitting nearby, pricked up his ears, equally curious. Lu Ming took a sip of the red wine that his companion offered, then smiled at Luo Yingchuan and said, "My young friend here is of no ordinary background. Can't you guess from his surname?" From their earlier conversation, Luo Yingchuan had learned the name of Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan. Qin. Luo Yingchuan's eyes widened slightly. In his mind, the image of a business giant surfaced. "Is he from the Qin family?" Lu Ming nodded, confirming Luo Yingchuan's guess. "But that girl's identity is even more extraordinary than the Qin family," Luo Yingchuan asked. "Of course, her surname is Gu." Upon hearing this, Luo Yingchuan was surprised. There are many people with the surname Gu in this world, but for Lu Ming to mention it with such gravity, it could only be that Gu family. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, these families are not as famous as some influencers or celebrities, and they might even be indifferent. But only when one reaches a certain social standing can one truly understand the power of these families. No wonder they are so serious. If people from these two families are here, it's no surprise. Zhao Kai looked at the two mystery speakers, somewhat bewildered. His own status and that of his family was relatively low. He had no real concept of the Gu family or the Qin family. From his cousins and Lu Ming's conversation, they seemed to be very formidable. But he still had no concrete idea of how formidable. Compared to these people, that Yuan Qi fellow probably didn't amount to much. For some reason, this thought emerged in Zhao Kai's mind. It was truly that Yuan Qi had brought him too many surprises, from someone who needed to apply for financial aid to now being able to afford a luxury car worth 20 million. If Yuan Qi had always been stronger than him, it would have been fine, and he wouldn't have felt any emotional turmoil. But this person whom he once looked down upon had suddenly far surpassed him, and even won the woman he couldn't have. This feeling left him very frustrated and uneasy. Although there had been no direct conflict between them so far, he always felt that Yuan Qi's mere presence was a slight to him. That was why he wanted to find someone even stronger than Yuan Qi and mentally trample on him to feel better. This was a kind of self-deception, much like the AQ mentality. "Brother Ming, if there's a chance later, please introduce me." As a rich second-generation Luo, Yingchuan naturally enjoyed networking upward. Maintaining these relationships would become valuable connections in the future. Perhaps one day they could be of great help. "No problem, but we have to wait until after the confession." If Lu Ming didn't finish his sentence, but Luo Yingchuan naturally understood. If the confession failed, he certainly wouldn't go and court bad luck. However, Qin Yuan and that Gu family girl were indeed a perfect match. The chance of failure seemed low. But then Luo Yingchuan thought of his own experience at Rongqing University today and couldn't help shaking his head. Indeed, anything was possible. Wow, these dishes are really works of art. I'm afraid to even use my chopsticks. Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha looked at the exquisite dishes being served one by one, their eyes lighting up. They simultaneously took out their phones to take photos and post on social media. On the other side, Qin Yuan's roommates, even those who rarely took pictures, now followed suit, as the chef's skill was truly remarkable. Even radishes were carved into exquisite dragon-shaped sculptures, something they had only seen on TV before. At the table, only Qin Yuan and Gu Weiwei remained still, as they were already accustomed to such displays and held little interest. After everyone finished taking photos, Qin Yuan smiled and urged everyone to eat. "Please don't be restrained. These dishes are meant to be eaten. Today is a gathering between our two dormitories, so feel free to enjoy." Hearing this, everyone finally picked up their chopsticks. It wasn't that they were overly reserved, but the dining standards were indeed exceptionally high. "Weiwei, these are the dishes you like." Qin Yuan looked at Gu Weiwei with a gentle gaze, smiling as he pointed to several exquisite dishes. "Thank you for being so thoughtful. Gu Weiwei noticed that nearly half of the dishes on the table were ones she enjoyed or at least didn't dislike. This indicated that Qin Yuan must have inquired about her preferences and that he was quite familiar with her. Although this meal was nothing extraordinary for her, Qin Yuan's deliberate preparation clearly indicated that this so-called gathering was not simple. Weiwei, you're too polite. No need to thank me. Gu Weiwei only smiled faintly and did not respond. She just wanted to finish the meal quickly and leave. As time passed, when they were halfway through the meal, Qin Yuan stood up. I have something to attend to. I'll step away for a moment. Please continue eating. With a smile, Qin Yuan excused himself and left. Gu Weiwei had already wanted to leave, but seeing that her two roommates still seemed to be eating, she had to stay and accompany them. After a while, the crystal chandelier in the hall suddenly went dark. Everyone was startled. Before they could react, a spotlight came on from somewhere. Around them, warm-colored lights gradually lit up. Meanwhile, the curtain that had been covering the front stage slowly rose, and at the same time, melodious piano music began to emanate from within. The melody was Confession Night. As the curtain rose, the scene inside gradually revealed itself to everyone. Many people present, especially the women, couldn't help but show a look of fascination upon seeing the scene. At this moment, Qin Yuan had changed into a white suit and sat before a white piano under the spotlight, playing a romantic piano piece. His gaze was fixed tenderly on Gu Weiwei in the audience. As the music concluded, Qin Yuan held a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a transparent crystal box in the other, through which a blue gemstone necklace could be seen. Many women present could not help but reveal a look of longing at the sight of the gemstone necklace. It was so exquisitely beautiful that before it, even diamond necklaces seemed lackluster. The diners who had been eating there now realized that this was a confession and that the person who could command the cooperation of the Hibiscus Hotel must be of extraordinary status. The crowd turned their attention to the scene, and some had already begun recording videos to witness the birth of this couple. Not far away, Yuan Qi was also taken aback by this flamboyant confession. This person must have some real capability to orchestrate such a scene, even managing to secure the cooperation of the Hibiscus Hotel. Previously, Yuan Qi had encountered suitors for his girlfriends, but they were all insignificant rivals. This time he had encountered a formidable competitor. However, Yuan Qi was not concerned. As long as Gu Weiwei's heart belonged to him, no one could prevent her from becoming his girlfriend. With the system backing him, Yuan Qi felt confident. A random task was issued, but he chose to ignore it, focusing instead on the scene before him. Yuan Qi had originally intended to remain a mere spectator, as he knew Gu Weiwei would not agree to Qin Yuan's confession. But the system's task demanded that he intervene and confront the situation directly. He felt that this might be quite exciting. Moreover, the reward was indeed enticing. Anyone who could investigate his background would not be a trivial figure, and using the mysterious background to deter them would save him many troubles. With this thought, Yuan Qi left his seat and walked toward Gu Weiwei. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had already approached Gu Weiwei, and his three roommates along with Zhao Qingqing and Wu Shasha all stood up. Weiwei, from the first moment I saw you, your image was deeply etched in my heart. Every day, no matter what I do, I find myself thinking of you. I know I have fallen for you. Weiwei, will you be my girlfriend? As he finished speaking, the people around him also stood up, each producing a bouquet of roses and gathering around, creating the illusion of being surrounded by a sea of flowers. In this atmosphere, most people expected Gu Weiwei to accept. But she slowly spoke. Qin Yuan, you are a very good person. The smile on Qin Yuan's face instantly froze. But I don't think we are suited for each other. I truly don't have those feelings for you. Before meeting Yuan Qi, Gu Weiwei had thought Qin Yuan was quite impressive. But at that time, she had simply not yet met someone who truly made her heart flutter. For someone who had never been in love, Qin Yuan was the most outstanding person she had encountered. However, after meeting Yuan Qi, she understood what true attraction felt like, and she naturally would not consider Qin Yuan anymore. Weiwei, I really like you. Can you give me a chance to prove myself? Qin Yuan's expression darkened. He had felt that he had a good chance, so why was the result of this confession still the same? I truly have no feelings for you. You don't need to waste your efforts on me anymore. The last time Qin Yuan confessed, Gu Weiwei had said she did not want to be in a relationship for now, which had not completely closed the door. But this time she explicitly stated that she did not like him, meaning there was no possibility between them. Hearing her unequivocal rejection, Qin Yuan's hands clenched slightly. Throughout his life, he had never failed to obtain what he desired. This was the first time he had experienced such a setback. Weiwei, I also like you very much. Could you be my girlfriend? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a clear voice cut through the air, startling everyone present. They turned to see a handsome young man with an elegant demeanor walking toward Gu Weiwei with a smile, holding a bouquet of roses. Seeing this, the crowd was bewildered. What was this guy doing? While others were simply confused, when Qin Yuan saw Yuan Qi approaching, his expression became cold. The usually courteous young man now seemed like a coiled snake. On the other side, Zhao Kai and Luo Yingxuan were also slightly surprised by Yuan Qi's move. Although Yuan Qi had shown himself to be stronger than Luo Yingxuan, directly challenging Qin Yuan seemed overly bold. Lu Ming had been impressed by Yuan Qi's car earlier, but that only proved his wealth. It was unlikely that Yuan Qi could match the young master of the Qin family. After recovering from his surprise, Zhao Kai wore a gloating expression. Yuan Qi had been acting arrogantly lately, showing no regard for anyone. This Qin Xiaodong was clearly a person of significant background. He wondered what would happen to Yuan Qi after this. Everyone had different thoughts, but none spoke, simply watching the events unfold. Gu Weiwei was also taken aback by Yuan Qi's confession. However, her reaction to the bouquet he offered was completely different from before. She was momentarily at a loss, her cheeks flushing slightly. When faced with a confession from someone who truly made her heart race, she felt a stir within. Although Gu Weiwei said nothing, it was obvious to everyone that she was favorably inclined toward this sudden suitor. Moreover, he had only brought a simple bouquet of roses, a stark contrast to Qin Yuan's elaborate display. After composing herself, Gu Weiwei did not respond to Yuan Qi's confession, but instead turned to her two astonished roommates and said, "Let's end the dinner here. I'll be leaving first." With that, she took Yuan Qi's arm and walked toward the exit. Qin Yuan watched them leave, his expression unreadable. He had not said a word since Yuan Qi appeared, nor did he show any anger. At least on the surface he appeared calm. Yet it was precisely this calmness that somehow made those around him feel an inexplicable chill. I was indeed impulsive. I did not expect Weiwei already has someone special in her heart. It was my foolishness. Everyone please stop staring and continue your meal. Let this be my celebration of Weiwei finding her true love. After Yuan Qi and Gu Weiwei had walked far enough away, the brilliant smile instantly reappeared on Qin Yuan's face. He continued to invite everyone to sit down and eat as if what had just happened had not affected him at all. He even invited the two people from his dorm room to join the meal. Meanwhile, under Lu Ming's signal, the surrounding atmosphere group also dispersed. Young Master Qin, about today. Lu Ming had switched to a respectful address, but before he could finish, Qin Yuan waved his hand to interrupt. Brother Ming, no need to say more. I was indeed not thorough in my considerations today. Thank you for your help with today's arrangements. It's no trouble at all. These are all minor matters. After nodding and exchanging a few more words with Lu Ming, Qin Yuan made his way back to where Luo Yingchuan was waiting. Although Qin Yuan acted as though nothing had happened, Luo Yingchuan deliberately did not ask Lu Ming to introduce him to Qin Yuan. This simply was not the right moment. Zhao Kai was genuinely confused, wondering why the older brother running such an impressive company would not even raise a finger when the woman he fancied was taken away. However, he kept quiet for now. Only after finishing the meal and leaving Furong Hotel could Zhao Kai contain his curiosity no longer. That young Master Qin looks pretty formidable. Why is he so calm about having his girlfriend snatched away? You are thinking too simply. Unless something unexpected happens, your classmate is probably finished. Hearing this from Luo Yingchuan, Zhao Kai's eyes lit up immediately. He was eager to see Yuan Qi suffer, so these words brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Cousin, what consequences will that guy Yuan Qi face? Upon hearing this, Luo Yingchuan glanced at his cousin. It is better not to pry into matters of the world. Luo Yingchuan did not want to discuss these matters further. For people from influential families, dealing with someone was hardly a significant undertaking. Regarding today's incident, Luo Yingchuan did not believe Qin Yuan would magnanimously let it go. Having witnessed some things within this circle, he knew better. As for what consequences that classmate of Zhao Kai would face, that depended on what price Qin Yuan wanted them to pay. After leaving Furong Hotel, Qin Yuan did not drive back to school. Instead, he drove to an upscale villa district. Although he was still under 20 years old this year, he already owned many properties in Rongqing. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, the villa door opened. Two beautiful women dressed as maids emerged from inside and came out to greet him, showing respectful expressions on their pretty faces when they saw Qin Yuan. Welcome home, young master. Although the two women were only around an 8.5 score in appearance, the key was that they looked exactly alike. This instantly elevated their charm by more than a notch. At this moment, seeing them in their maid outfits with such respectful demeanor, most ordinary men would likely feel their hearts race. But Qin Yuan merely grunted expressionlessly and walked straight into the villa. The two women exchanged glances. Having been with Qin Yuan for more than a day or two, they could tell his mood was terrible today. This brought a trace of panic into their eyes. Only they knew what kind of person this seemingly gentle and refined young master was in private. What are you two doing outside? My temper is a bit high today. Hearing Qin Yuan speak, the two women had no choice but to step inside. Ding. Mission complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. Mysterious background. As Gu Weiwei pulled Yuan Qi out of the hotel, a system notification sound echoed in Yuan Qi's mind. Yuan Qi felt somewhat expectant about what kind of background the system would provide him. But since the system hint did not reveal it explicitly, he did not know either. Usually this was just a decoration for him, but when facing real trouble, this would be very useful. After coming out, Gu Weiwei followed Yuan Qi and got into his Bentley. At this moment, Yuan Qi's confession to her earlier was still circling through Gu Weiwei's mind. Although Gu Weiwei felt no strong emotions about Qin Yuan's well-prepared confession, Yuan Qi's confession to her made her head somewhat dizzy. Do you not already have a girlfriend? Why did you confess to me just now? Yuan Qi did not know how to explain. According to his usual personality, he would definitely not have confessed like that. He could not exactly say he did it to complete a system mission. I saw you were in a difficult situation, so I intentionally helped you escape from it. Yuan Qi noticed that this woman was different from his other girlfriends. Although her looks were comparable, Gu Weiwei carried an undeniable aura of nobility. A girl like her must come from an extraordinary family. In other words, the money power he had always relied on would not work on a girl like her, so Yuan Qi would not treat her the way he treated ordinary girls. Moreover, the other party definitely could not accept that he currently had several girlfriends, so he was not in a hurry to advance their relationship now. Is that all? Hearing Yuan Qi say this, Gu Weiwei felt somewhat disappointed, but she quickly composed herself and said to Yuan Qi, "You might have offended Qin Yuan just now. You may encounter trouble later." Gu Weiwei quickly regained her composure and then said with some concern, "Oh, what trouble can he cause me? You might not know that Qin Yuan is from the Qin family. The Qin family is a prestigious clan with considerable influence in business. If your family is in business, the Qin family could easily pose significant difficulties for you. Do you understand what I mean?" Yuan Qi nodded. It sounded impressive, but he was not particularly worried. No matter how powerful his family is, it is still just his family. He himself should not have that much power, right? Gu Weiwei shook her head. In prominent families, members typically begin gradually taking control of family businesses starting from age 16. Someone like Qin Yuan, although currently under 20 years old, already holds substantial shares and assets. Moreover, in many situations, a simple word from him suffices. He does not need to personally intervene. Yuan Qi understood. That meant this Qin Yuan could make ordinary enterprises unsustainable just by leveraging his family's reputation. Truly formidable. But before that, they would surely investigate the background first. Would that not be where his mysterious background came into play? Then I will deliver a big surprise to them. I understand. But I am from an ordinary family. He cannot possibly bully a commoner, can he? Gu Weiwei was momentarily speechless at Yuan Qi's words. Which ordinary family could afford a Bentley for their college student? She had said all this because she originally wanted to offer her help if any trouble arose. She never expected Yuan Qi to respond with something like that. I am telling you the truth, the influence of the Qin family is beyond ordinary imagination. Yet you still jest like this. Seeing the adorable, slightly puffed expression on Gu Weiwei's exquisite face, Yuan Qi could not resist reaching out and gently pinching her cheek. "Oh, what are you doing?" Yuan Qi's action startled Gu Weiwei, and she lightly tapped his hand away. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." "You?" A trace of annoyance flickered across Gu Weiwei's face, yet deep down, she felt no real resistance to this intimate gesture. Watching her, Yuan Qi could not help but marvel at how beauty remained captivating in every expression. "Weiwei, let's talk about the serious matter. As you said, the Qin family wields great power. If Qin Yuan truly bears a grudge and comes after me, what should I do?" Hearing Yuan Qi turn to serious matters, Gu Weiwei let go of the previous incident. "If Qin Yuan really does try to trouble you, you can ask me for help." As she spoke, a charmingly proud expression appeared on her face, as if to say she could handle anything. Yuan Qi was tempted to pinch her dimpled cheek again. Yet her words surprised him. He had already sensed her family background was impressive. But according to her, the Qin family was a formidable clan, and she claimed she could help him settle the matter. It seemed he had underestimated this girl. Seeing Yuan Qi silent and staring at her, Gu Weiwei's composure began to falter. A blush crept onto her cheeks under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? I mean what I say." She thought he might not believe her. "I understand. Then I'll rely on Miss Gu to protect me when trouble arises." Yuan Qi exaggeratedly gestured, making Gu Weiwei giggle. When Yuan Qi played the instrument, he was utterly solemn, radiating a captivating charm. But his playful antics now gave Gu Weiwei a different impression. And perhaps it was her imagination, but despite the description of the Qin family's power, Yuan Qi did not seem to take them seriously. This piqued her curiosity once more. "What exactly does your family do? You seem unconcerned about the Qin family. Are you from a prominent clan as well?" Yuan Qi nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei perked up her ears. "I didn't expect you to find out. Since you insist, I'll confess. My family belongs to the broad working class. Isn't that formidable enough?" Gu Weiwei paused, then realized Yuan Qi was teasing her. She rolled her eyes at him. If you don't want to tell me, fine. But if you ever face an unsolvable problem, you must come to me. I will help you." With that, she turned away. Yuan Qi smiled and started the car. He drove Gu Weiwei back to the campus. Although their relationship had grown somewhat intimate, but Yuan Qi understood that winning over Gu Weiwei as he had Licia and Nana was not yet possible. He could see that Gu Weiwei had feelings for him, but those feelings had not reached the point where she could accept his fickle nature. Moreover, she came from a distinguished family. Even if he got past Gu Weiwei herself, her family would surely be an obstacle. So for now, Yuan Qi had no other intentions. He simply drove her back to school. The car stopped at the campus gate, and Gu Weiwei sat in a daze. In her mind, images of Yuan Qi playing the piano and his confession to her surfaced, alternately stirring complex emotions. Miss Gu arrived at the school. Seeing her lost in thought, Yuan Qi reminded her with a smile. Gu Weiwei snapped out of it, and noticing his address, rolled her eyes at him. "I'm leaving now. Remember to contact me if anything comes up." She opened the car door, turned back, and added. Yuan Qi nodded with a smile. Gu Weiwei got out, and walked toward the school. Yuan Qi drove away only after her figure disappeared. On the road, he pondered where to sleep tonight. He hadn't arranged to meet any of his other girlfriends, and several empty apartments held little appeal. Sun Ning was busy all day, so he didn't want to disturb her. After thinking it over, he decided to go to Xie Yuyu's place. Lately, he couldn't sleep well without hugging something. He sent a message to Xie Yuyu and drove to Nanhuno. 1. Xie Yuyu had attended a corporate partner event that day, so she didn't stream when she got home. She changed into a comfortable white silk nightgown that gently outlined her figure. The relaxed attire allowed her to feel completely at ease. At home, she dressed for comfort without worrying about appearances. She lay on the living room sofa, playing with her phone. The collar of her nightgown slipped slightly, revealing a hint of her silhouette. Such a scene might stir the senses of a man, but Xie Yu paid it no mind. She was staring blankly at a video on her phone. It was sent by a classmate showing a woman speaking at a grand award ceremony. I owe this Best Actress award first to the director of this drama for giving me the chance to participate. I also want to thank my seniors. During the filming they were very kind and offered me much help. Seated below were influential figures and famous stars from the entertainment industry. Looking at the woman in her elegant gown, Xie Yu felt a deep admiration. The woman was her college classmate Lu Jiaojiao, now known by her stage name Lu Yuner. She had become a third-tier celebrity in the country. Though only third-tier, she was far more accomplished than Xie Yu, a Douyin influencer. And judging by the momentum, her future held limitless potential. As for herself, if she continued on this path, her future seemed all too predictable. Lu Jiaojiao, now known as Lu Yuner, had once shared a dormitory with Xie Yu. Both had graduated from Rongqing Film and Television Academy. The two had always maintained a competitive rivalry, yet throughout their university years, Xie Yu consistently overshadowed Lu Yuner. However, during their junior year, Lu Yuner had seized an acting audition opportunity, while Xie Yu had fallen ill and missed it. That very opportunity allowed Lu Yuner to successfully pass the audition and join the production crew. Yet Xie Yu knew her acting was mediocre, which meant Lu Yuner must have secured her place through connections. Xie Yu was somewhat familiar with Lu Yuner's family background, a household with modest wealth. How Lu Yuner had entered the entertainment circle was self-evident. At that time, Xie Yu was still relatively innocent and already enjoyed a loving relationship with her boyfriend. Unable to accept such circumstances, she later capitalized on the influencer boom and began live streaming. 2 years had passed since then. Though she had become a million-follower internet celebrity, watching her former rival rise as an entertainment star filled her with deep envy. After all, internet celebrities occupied the lowest rung in the entertainment world's hierarchy. Xie Yu's mindset had completely shifted. If given the chance now, she would seize it to climb higher. She dreamed of one day standing on a more brilliant stage. That was her aspiration. After finishing the video, Xie Yu felt a profound sense of emptiness. Seeing her former rival living such a successful life, Xie Yu felt genuine envy. She too longed to speak beneath those brilliant spotlights. Just then her phone's messaging notification chimed. Coming back to herself, Xie Yu glanced at the screen and saw a message from Yuan Qi. I'll be over soon. Are you at home? Xie Yu quickly picked up her phone to reply. Yes, I'm home. After a moment's thought, she took a selfie and sent it to him. President Yuan, it's been so long since you visited. I've missed you so much. Setting her phone down, Xie Yu quickly rose from the sofa and hurried to the makeup room to touch up her appearance. She wanted to present her most captivating self to Yuan Qi. Upon receiving the photo from Xie Yu, Yuan Qi felt a surge of passion. As a dance streamer, her figure was undeniably stunning. Glancing at the photo once more, Yuan Qi could not help but accelerate his drive. 12 minutes later, Yuan Qi's car pulled into the underground parking lot of Nanhuno. 1. As he approached Xie Yu's apartment door and pressed the bell just once, the door swung open immediately. A fragrant breeze greeted him as Xie Yu threw herself into Yuan Qi's arms. President Yuan, why haven't you come to see me? I've missed you so much these past few days. Yuan Qi was somewhat surprised. It seemed that in just a few days apart, this woman had grown even warmer toward him. Xie Yu was wearing a thin nightgown, allowing Yuan Qi to clearly feel the softness of her skin. Wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, Yuan Qi replied gently, I've been quite busy these days. That's why I came to see you right away. Though Yuan Qi did not hold deep feelings for this woman at moments like these, he was never shy about offering a few comforting words. Xie Yu did not press further. Her intention had simply been to act sweetly before him. Then will you stay with me properly tonight? Xie Yu gazed at Yuan Qi with watery, pleading eyes, her breath fragrant as orchids. Their faces were barely inches apart. Yuan Qi leaned forward slightly and gently pressed his lips against hers. Xie Yu closed her eyes. The two slowly walked through the entryway toward the living room, never breaking contact. Soon their exploration filled every corner of the apartment. The coffee table, the living room, the bathroom, the floor-to-ceiling windows. Time passed unnoticed. Eventually, Xie Yu lay weak and pliant, and Yuan Qi's embraced the two of them, holding each other as they rested upon the sofa. You truly nothing else do you need from me? Yuan Qi was no fool. Her remarkable dedication clearly signaled an underlying request. Previously, he had sensed that Xie Yu had something on her mind, though she had not spoken it then. Such unusual initiative this time indicated she was ready to make her request. Hearing Yuan Qi's question, Xie Yu did not shake her head as she had before. President Yuan, I do have a favor to ask of you. Yuan Qi's expression confirmed his suspicion. A woman like Xie Yu showing such devotion toward a man could no longer be explained by mere affection alone. Tell me, I want an opportunity to enter the real entertainment world. Upon hearing Xie Yu's request, Yuan Qi paused momentarily. This aligned with Anna Na's earlier aspirations. Did the entertainment world truly hold such irresistible allure for women? You already have millions of followers as an internet celebrity. Are you not satisfied? At this, Xie Yu firmly shook her head. President Yuan, you understand well enough that 1 million followers on Douyin does not carry the same weight as true stardom. The gap between us is enormous. Yuan Qi understood. This woman desired advancement. It was hardly surprising, for many internet celebrities ultimately aspired to breach that exclusive circle, yet only a handful ever succeeded. I didn't realize you harbored such ambitions. You wish to become a star. Facing Yuan Qi's inquiry, Xie Yu offered no evasion, instead nodding resolutely. President Yuan, if you can help me achieve this goal, I will obey whatever you ask of me henceforth. Yuan Qi fell silent. To be honest, he lacked sufficient influence to extend his reach into the entertainment world. His previous arrangement for Anna Na involved her filming a few short dramas under Xingho Media. Yet upon reflection, that approach proved somewhat flawed. While the short drama market remained booming, it was ultimately a fast food product. Audiences prioritized plot and emotional resonance above all. Acting demands were minimal, requiring almost no skill. Consequently, audiences retained little memory of short drama performers themselves. Thus, breaking through via short dramas was nearly impossible, which was precisely why Xie Yu had sought him out. This was not entirely unworkable. Though his bank account held only 40+ million, money spent on women could be refunded. The pressing issue was that Yuan Qi currently lacked connections in this arena. Wealth alone could not elevate someone, backing mattered equally. Without it, should a greater power take interest in his companion, all effort would prove wasted. Suddenly, Yuan Qi's eyes lit up. Did he not possess a mysterious background at his disposal? Perhaps he could leverage it. Thank you all for your generous support. The problem now was that Yuan Qi had no channel to do this for the time being, giving him a sense of having money, but nowhere to spend it. To put it bluntly, the only connection Yuan Qi currently had at his disposal was Spark Media, and obviously this single MCN company was insufficient to propel Xie Yu into a major star. If such a path existed, he would have taken it long ago, since cultivating a big star would be a long-term cash cow for the company. However, it was clear that Spark Media could not reach that level. Xie Yu, lying in his arms, saw that Yuan Qi had been silent for a long time and felt quite anxious. Were her demands too high? But before she could speak further, Yuan Qi's voice sounded in her ear. If the opportunity arises, I will help you realize your aspirations. Yuan Qi did not have the means to achieve this at the moment, so he simply gave her a hopeful promise, since it was not an empty talk. Perhaps the opportunity would come someday. Xie Yu was momentarily confused by Yuan Qi's ambiguous answer. Was it a yes or a no? Could it be that he was just humoring her? Thinking this, Xie Yu felt a little disheartened. She had gone this far only to receive such an answer. Wasn't she at a disadvantage then? However, feeling the sharp contours of Yuan Qi's muscles and looking at his handsome face, Xie Yu no longer felt that she was at a disadvantage. Being with such a man, even without any promises, she seemed to be gaining after all. Seeing Xie Yu's expression, Yuan Qi guessed her thoughts, and his hands moved involuntarily, eliciting a soft exclamation from her. Don't worry, I mean what I say. When such an opportunity comes, I will definitely make you a big star. Looking into Yuan Qi's bright eyes, Xie Yu could feel his sincerity, and then broke into a radiant smile. She did not say anything more, as she could sense that the agitation in Yuan Qi's heart had not yet fully subsided. Amid Yuan Qi's somewhat bewildered expression, Xie Yu proactively shifted her position, turned to him with a smile, and then lowered her head. Yuan Qi drew a sharp breath. He had to admit that he quite liked Xie Yu's reciprocal gesture and would help her realize her dreams in the future. Everything was conveyed in silence at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the villa's room was in a state of disarray. Qin Yuan walked out of the room, the pent-up frustration in his heart finally having eased considerably. A young woman was already waiting at the door of the room. Seeing Qin Yuan emerge, a flicker of wariness flashed across her face and then vanished. The room's soundproofing was naturally excellent, but she had still heard the commotion from inside. This made her feel a deep apprehension toward the seemingly refined and elegant young master in front of her. Despite her thoughts, she maintained a smile on her face and said to Qin Yuan, "Young Master Qin, the midnight snack is ready." As he walked downstairs, a group of female companions in various uniforms respectfully greeted Qin Yuan. "Young Master Qin." Looking at the bevy of beauties, a faint smile appeared on Qin Yuan's face. These were all internet celebrities called over to keep him company tonight, and there were even 2 lesser-known celebrities. To be honest, before junior high school, he had no idea his family was wealthy, so he had lived a truly frugal life back then. But after learning the truth about his family's wealth, he remained the same on the surface, yet privately, he began to gradually let loose. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded by admirers. Watching these goddesses who were normally worshipped by others behave so humbly before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Then he thought of the rejection he had faced today, and a look of gloom crept into his eyes. I'm not in a good mood today. Whoever can cheer me up will receive a generous reward from me. Hearing this, the women in uniforms all brightened up. Soon the spacious living room was filled with laughter and cheerful voices. When everything ended, the scene had become rather messy. Qin Yuan dressed and quietly walked to the balcony, then dialed a number. Young Master Qin. After the call connected, a respectful male voice came through. Investigate someone for me. Then Qin Yuan relayed Yuan Qi's information to the other party. Although today's incident had caused him to lose face greatly, the scions of great families were not fools. Before targeting anyone, he would certainly investigate the situation thoroughly. Understood, young master. After hanging up, a cold glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. I hope your background really matches your courage. Despite saying this, Qin Yuan didn't think there were many people in this region who could afford to offend the Qin family. If it was just an ordinary wealthy person, he would make them experience the taste of losing everything. The next day, Yuan Qi got up, ate the breakfast Xie Yu had made with her own hands, and then left her home. Cheng Muxue had sent him a message saying that the Porsche 911 had arrived today and hoped he could go with her to pick up the car. Yuan Qi naturally agreed to go with her. He drove to the school and went directly to the dormitory building where Cheng Muxue lived, waiting downstairs. The appearance of such an eye-catching luxury car naturally attracted the attention of many female students. Especially when they saw that the driver was a handsome young man, quite a few of them took an interest. Unfortunately, before anyone could muster the courage to approach, they saw a very pretty girl walk out of the building and directly get into the passenger seat. Chichi Jeja, my boyfriend, is here to pick me up. Please ask for leave for me when class starts. The beauty who came down was of course Cheng Muxue. As she got into the car, she turned to Sun Shi and Li Jia, who were following behind. Oh, okay. The two of them nodded numbly. They really hadn't expected that Yuan Qi had changed cars again and directly to a Bentley. There was still an information gap between them and Yuan Qi. Their perception had remained stuck at the time when Yuan Qi drove a Panamera. Now suddenly it was a Bentley, and they were momentarily stunned. After coming to their senses, the two were filled with intense envy. At that moment, Zhang Ying, who was a few steps behind them, also walked out and happened to witness Cheng Muxue leaving in the car. In an instant, a pang of deep regret surged into her heart. She often woke up crying in the middle of the night from regret, thinking of how everything that should have been hers had slipped away. That feeling of overwhelming regret would engulf her. Yuan Qi drove straight to the Porsche dealership. Cheng Muxue was in high spirits today, having just acquired the car she had long dreamed of owning. After confirming her identity, Cheng Muxue was guided by the staff and soon found herself standing before the midnight purple Porsche 911 she had personally selected. A mixture of quiet delight and gentle awe shimmered in Cheng Muxue's eyes. A Porsche 911, a luxury car worth over $1,000,000, was now truly hers. Cheng Muxue felt as though she were living in a dream. She had recently gained both a home and a car, and it all felt wonderfully surreal. Soon after, the staff completed the handover ceremony, offering warm congratulations as the car was officially transferred into Cheng Muxue's name. The vehicle was already fitted with temporary plates and ready to drive. Cheng Muxue did not rush to the driver's seat. Instead, she turned and embraced Yuan Qi, planting a tender kiss upon his lips. The nearby sales staff observed the moment with gentle smiles, knowing how deeply such a gesture could move a heart. Darling, thank you for this car you have given me. My dear, there is no need for such formalities between us. If you wish to express your gratitude, perhaps tonight. Yuan Qi leaned close and whispered the rest into Cheng Muxue's ear. Cheng Muxue nodded without hesitation. Her heart and spirit now belonged entirely to Yuan Qi, and this small request meant nothing to her. Moreover, Cheng Muxue had been quietly preparing something special for tonight, hoping to surprise Yuan Qi. Xiao Shui, why don't you go try out your new car? Cheng Muxue nodded and walked over to open the door, settling gracefully into the driver's seat. Running her fingers lightly over the refined texture of the interior, Cheng Muxue's face radiated quiet joy. Once Yuan Qi had taken his place in the passenger seat, she started the engine and gently pulled away. Yuan Qi had spent time practicing driving with her not long ago, so Cheng Muxue handled the vehicle with ease and confidence. After exiting the dealership, Yuan Qi arranged for a designated driver to take his Bentley back. He rode alongside Cheng Muxue in the Porsche's passenger seat, observing her driving technique. Once he was satisfied that she was comfortable and capable, he headed back to drive his own car. Still delighted with her new car, Cheng Muxue drove to a quiet open area to enjoy the experience before meeting Yuan Qi for lunch around midday. During the meal, she could hardly resist sharing photos of her car on her social media, eager to celebrate this milestone. Thrilled to drive my first car. Thank you to my dearest boyfriend. Almost immediately after posting, Cheng Muxue's Moments feed erupted with responses. The first reply came from her mother-in-law duo. She sent a series of expressive emoji reactions and then messaged Chung Mushua via WeChat warmly inviting her to bring her boyfriend home soon. Although Lan Duo had known Yuan Qi was gifting Chung Mushua a car, witnessing the actual handover still filled her with a quiet sense of disbelief. After replying to her mother, Chung Mushua continued browsing her moments. The rest of the responses were filled with expressions of pleasant surprise from both high school and college classmates, each one warmly congratulating her. No way, Shua. We promised to stay humble together, and yet here you are already living your dream life. Wow, what a beautiful car, Shua. Don't forget us when you're all set. Oh my, what a remarkable boyfriend. Gifting a Porsche 911 to his girlfriend. Shua, if you know any single men like him, please introduce us. And me too. I used to help carry meals for you back in your sophomore year. If you meet someone so wonderful, please keep me in mind. Weren't you already seeing someone? I saw your announcement a few days ago. I'm reconsidering. Perhaps it's time for a fresh start. Chung Mushua's expression softened with gentle amusement as she read, further wondering if she had inadvertently inspired a light-hearted conversation between friends before setting the phone aside. Surrounded by warm and admiring replies, Chung Mushua felt a deep sense of contentment. A touching of vanity, after all, was only natural for anyone. Her social circle was now filled entirely with women. She had kindly removed the male contacts from before, wanting to give Yuan Qi every assurance of her commitment. Beyond Yuan Qi, the only other man in her contacts was her father, who was often occupied with teaching and rarely checked his phone. Yuan Qi, seated beside her, noticed her actions and smiled softly. He found genuine fulfillment in bringing warmth and positive change to someone he cared about. Yuan Qi himself rarely posted on social media, though he chuckled to himself at the thought. Meanwhile, across town, Sun Qi happened upon Chung Mushua's post on her phone. Her eyes widened in gentle astonishment. Off. Mushua bought a car. Sun Qi's exclamation startled the two other girls in the dorm, who soon shared her expression of quiet amazement. Given Chung Mushua's recent lifestyle, buying a car did not seem entirely unexpected. What car did Xiaoshui get? What's all the fuss about? Li Jia asked curiously. Li Jia observed Sun Qi's animated expression and asked with mild curiosity. A 911. Mushua's car is a Porsche 911. Just look at her post. Sun Qi's voice carried a lingering warmth of excitement, her words tumbling together with genuine delight. Li Jia and Zhang Ying opened their phones and viewed Chung Mushua's photo. They had become accustomed to moments of envy over recent weeks, yet this one still carried a special brilliance. A Porsche 911 worth well over 1 million yuan, gifted so effortlessly by Yuan Qi, who could fully grasp the depths of his generosity. At this point, their earlier judgments seemed distant, and a quiet thought of connection lingered in their minds. But such musings were fleeting fantasies. Zhang Ying, upon seeing the post, felt her jaw tighten and her eyes grow warm with a mixture of regret and longing. A wave of gentle remorse washed over her, the weight of missed opportunities pressing heavily on her heart. She had long since let go of the hope that Yuan Qi would change his mind. All she desired now was a small place in his world, however modest it might be. As long as she could be near him again, Zhang Ying felt she would find the courage to try once more. This car looks truly stunning. When Shueshui returns, I simply must sit inside. It is a Porsche 911. Li Jia showed no concern for Zhang Ying's feelings, her face beaming with excitement as she spoke. She and Sun Qi shared a close bond with Chung Mushua. Since Chung Mushua's fortunes had turned, she had bestowed many gifts upon them, and their cosmetics were now all premium products sent by Chung Mushua. Thus, upon seeing that Chung Mushua now owned a Porsche 911, her heart held nothing but admiration, devoid of any ill feelings. Bang! As Sun Qi and Li Jia were discussing how to enjoy the Porsche 911, once Chung Mushua returned, a sudden door-closing sound startled them both. Looking up, they discovered it was Zhang Ying closing the dormitory door and leaving. Zhang Ying, what was that about? If you damage the door, you will pay for it yourself. Li Jia called out toward the doorway. She and Zhang Ying had never gotten along, and she had no intention of showing leniency now. Jia, let it go. She is going through a difficult time herself. Sun Qi initially held some reservations about Zhang Ying as well, but after so much time had passed, she reasoned they were all roommates and did not wish for tensions to grow sharper. Humph. Such a person deserves no sympathy. She turned away Yuan Qi for lacking money and chose to be with Zhao Kai. Who is there to blame if she now regrets her choices? Li Jia maintained her former attitude toward Zhang Ying. Each time she thought of the other's regretful expression, a quiet satisfaction lingered in her heart. Upon hearing this, Sun Qi merely sighed softly within herself and did not press the matter further. Their attention soon drifted back to Chung Mushua's Porsche. Chung Mushua chose to reply to messages on her social media and to friends before feeling content enough to put her phone away and have lunch with Yuan Qi. In the afternoon, the two drove to various scenic spots around Rongqing. Beyond enjoying the views, Chung Mushua also wished to experience the pleasure of driving such an elegant vehicle. Witnessing the admiring glances from passers-by filled her heart with a deep sense of quiet fulfillment. Everyone, regardless of gender, finds joy in moments of elegance and appreciation. Later, the two naturally visited the mall for some shopping. As for clothing, Yuan Qi had already arranged for bespoke tailoring. These ready-made garments on the market held no novelty for Yuan Qi. That evening they returned home. Cheng Muxue kept her promise and even produced an outfit she had prepared long beforehand. Yuan Qi, you had best surrender peacefully. Your actions have already violated the law. Seeing Cheng Muxue in this attire, her expression deliberately serious, Yuan Qi immediately stepped into the role. Oh, and if I refuse to surrender, what do you intend to do? Then I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. With that, she stepped forward toward Yuan Qi, and the two playfully engaged in a lighthearted game of catching and being caught. After a playful exchange, the spirited Yuan Qi emerged victorious over the earnest Cheng Muxue, who then received Yuan Qi's gentle punishment. That night the two shared a warm and tender evening together, during which Cheng Muxue's prepared outfit was gently set aside. The following morning, Cheng Muxue helped Yuan Qi rise. Yuan Qi, in a sleepy and somewhat irritable state, asked Cheng Muxue to assist him further before feeling fully awake. After breakfast, after sharing a tender moment together, Cheng Muxue drove back to campus. When Cheng Muxue's brand new Porsche 911 appeared on campus, it immediately drew the attention of many students. Good heavens, our school seems to have quite a few luxury cars lately. First came the Panamera, then the Bentley, and now a Porsche 911. Look, the driver is a beautiful woman. This is what one might call a magnificent car with a graceful companion. Someone glimpsed Cheng Muxue's profile through the window, a look of quiet admiration in his eyes. Even without a clear view, that single fleeting glance was enough to reveal the driver was undoubtedly a strikingly beautiful young woman. It is truly remarkable. She is so beautiful and drives such an exquisite car. One wonders which gift heaven has yet to bestow upon her. Cheng Muxue, and noticed the admiring glances directed her way throughout the drive, a gentle smile resting on her lips. She drove all the way to the area near the women's dormitory where a designated parking space awaited. However, Cheng Muxue's parallel parking skills were not yet refined, and she adjusted her position several times without aligning perfectly with the lines. Turn the wheel a half circle to the left. Yes, just like that. Now ease it slightly to the right. There. While Cheng Muxue focused on parking, a clear and gentle guiding voice came from outside. Cheng Muxue instinctively followed the instructions and soon parked the car in the correct position. Thank. After stepping out of the car, Cheng Muxue prepared to thank the person who had been guiding her, but upon seeing who it was, she froze. Zhang Peiyao had gone downstairs to the supermarket earlier and was returning to the dormitory when she noticed the eye-catching Porsche. Seeing that the driver was having trouble parking, she offered a few directions. She had obtained her driver's license during the summer vacation, and the memory was still fresh, which is why she felt confident offering assistance. But when the driver stepped out, she too paused in surprise. Though the two had not met in person for some time, they recognized each other. Cheng Muxue had first come to know Zhang Peiyao through photographs taken during military training. With such a memorable appearance and her connection to Yuan Qi, she had left a deep impression. Zhang Peiyao had seen Cheng Muxue once at the freshman welcome performance and later viewed videos of her on the campus forum. She naturally recognized the so-called rightful girlfriend of Yuan Qi. Although Zhang Peiyao was aware that Yuan Qi had other connections, including someone from the same university, both had simply chosen to live their separate lives as though the other did not exist. Zhang Peiyao and Li Xie had grown close only because they shared the same dormitory room. And now by chance Cheng Muxue and Zhang Peiyao found themselves face to face. Both stood silently for a moment, the air between them growing still. You are Zhang Peiyao, correct? I saw your photograph during military training. Seeing you in person, you are even more radiant than in the picture. Cheng Muxue broke the silence, first a gentle smile on her face. Senior sister, I have heard your name often as well. During the freshman welcome evening, your dance left a lasting impression on me. Zhang Peiyao replied with a warm smile. The two exchanged polite and gracious words as though they were long-standing friends. After speaking, they fell silent once more. Zhang Peiyao's gaze drifted toward the Porsche 911 parked nearby, a subtle sparkle of curiosity lingering in her eyes. Senior sister, this car is truly beautiful. It looks brand new. Did you just pick it up today? Zhang Peiyao gazed at the Porsche, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. She knew this could not have been purchased by Cheng Muxue on her own merits. It was undoubtedly a gift from Yuan Qi. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Cheng Muxue's face as she replied. I picked it up yesterday. It was a gift from my boyfriend. Upon hearing Cheng Muxue's words, a look of as expected settled on Zhang Peiyao's face. Although Yuan Qi had bought houses for both of them, Zhang Peiyao longed for a car as well. She eagerly imagined driving a luxury vehicle back to her hometown during the holidays. Suddenly an idea struck Zhang Peiyao. If Yuan Qi had bought houses for both her and Yaya, did Yuan Qi's self-proclaimed first girlfriend have one as well? A discomfort stirred within her, and just as she was about to probe further, she snapped out of it, realizing she was being overly greedy. They were already receiving 2,000 yuan per month for living expenses. If she appeared too demanding, she worried Yuan Qi might lose affection for her. Besides, this was Yuan Qi's first girlfriend. Her position in his heart must be significant. She should endeavor to maintain a good relationship with her. Zhong Peiyao could never accept losing everything. Senior sister, your boyfriend treats you so well. By the way, we've never exchanged contacts. Since we've met, let's add each other and hang out sometime. Zhong Peiyao let the matter of the car drop and instead turned her attention toward adding Cheng Muxue as a friend. This caught Cheng Muxue slightly off guard. She had clearly sensed a trace of restraint in Zhong Peiyao's expression upon learning the car was a gift from Yuan Qi. Clearly there had been some displeasure within her. How had she shifted so suddenly? Although Cheng Muxue had fully accepted that Yuan Qi had other girlfriends outside, she was not yet ready to get along harmoniously with them. So her earlier remarks had been a subtle display of superiority, and Zhong Peiyao's sudden goodwill took her aback. Of course, no problem at all. When I have time, I can take you out. Cheng Muxue took out her phone, and they exchanged contacts. After adding each other, the two chatted idly as they walked, parting ways only after reaching the intersection near the dormitories. Senior sister, it was nice meeting you. Let's stay in touch online. All right. After exchanging goodbyes, the two walked off in opposite directions. Watching Zhong Peiyao's retreating figure, a thoughtful expression surfaced in Cheng Muxue's eyes. Yuan Qi would surely have more women in the future. It would be wise to build a good relationship with a junior at the same school. Meanwhile, on the other side of campus, Luo Yingchuan had arrived once again. His purpose was to cross paths with the Anna he had been longing for. He refused to believe that his resources and persistence would fail him this time. Zhao Kai naturally accompanied his cousin. This time, having obtained Anna's class schedule, he planned a precise ambush. Once Anna's class dismissed, both men spotted the stunning figure with wine-red hair in the crowd. Luo Yingchuan's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing her in person. Cousin, your school is impressive, producing several top-tier beauties all at once. A woman who scored above 90 in the college entrance examination was already rare across an entire city. In ancient times, such women were described as possessing beauty capable of toppling cities, making them extraordinarily precious. Who could have imagined that a university of only a few thousand students would boast several of them? He wondered whether this beauty had a boyfriend. If she did, that would be most interesting. The legacy of Wei Wu must be upheld. However, as Anna exited the building, she took a different corridor. Fearing they would lose her, Zhao Kai and Luo Yingchuan pushed through the crowd and followed. By the time they reached the stairs, Anna was already far ahead, so they hurried after her. As they drew closer, Luo Yingchuan was about to say hello when he noticed Anna answering a phone call. My dear, you're already at the school gate. Wonderful, I'll be right there. Love you too. Hearing these words from a distance, the two men exchanged glances. Anna bid farewell to her roommate and headed toward the school gate. Cousin, she has a boyfriend. Luo Yingchuan nodded, and the light in his eyes only grew brighter. Let's go see what her boyfriend is like. If he's just average, then. Luo Yingchuan left his sentence unfinished, but Zhao Kai understood exactly what his cousin meant. This was not the first time he had attempted such things. Luo Yingchuan thrived on the thrill of winning over someone else's girlfriend, especially when done boldly to her face. Once Anna met her boyfriend, he planned to orchestrate another one of his infamous trivia challenges. If he could reveal her materialistic nature, she would be firmly within his grasp. Luo Yingchuan imagined the possibilities with satisfaction, no longer in a rush to approach her directly. Instead, he followed Anna toward the school gate. At the school entrance, Yuan Qi's Bentley was parked outside. Handsome guy, could I add you on WeChat? Let's be friends. A pretty young woman approached Yuan Qi and began a conversation. After glancing at the woman's information, Yuan Qi simply shook his head. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. I don't add female strangers on WeChat. Her appearance did not meet his standards in the slightest. Though Yuan Qi had declined, the woman persisted. Senior, I'm only asking to add a friend. I have no other intentions. This young man before her was simply extraordinary. His charisma was overwhelming, and he drove a Bentley. How could she resist? As for whether he had a girlfriend, she did not care. Sorry, my girlfriend has arrived. Please excuse me. Hearing this, the woman instinctively turned around and saw a breathtakingly beautiful girl with a graceful figure slowly approaching. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of inadequacy washed over her. Completely overshadowed by such undeniable charm, she could not bring herself to speak, and turned away unwilling and resentful. Anna witnessed the scene without saying a word and promptly broke into a light jog toward Yuan Qi. The two locked eyes and leaned in for a tender kiss that lasted over 30 seconds before they parted. Zhao Kai and Luo Yingchuan, who had been following Anna this whole time, stood frozen in shock. Zhao Kai stared in disbelief at the sight of Yuan Qi and Anna embracing. I never expected what happened on the school forum last time was actually true. This Yuan Qi really has extraordinary fortune with women. Zhao Kai's tone carried an undercurrent of bitterness and jealousy. Why did this guy have beauties of such caliber by his side, while he hadn't even managed to win over someone like Zhang Yang? Luo Yingchuan also came to his senses, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched Yuan Qi and Anna get into the car and drive away. Your classmate is indeed quite interesting. Despite having offended Qin Yuan, he still lives so freely and unconcernedly. I wonder how many more days of ease lie ahead for him. Hearing these words from Luo Yingchuan, a trace of relief came to Zhao Kai's resentful heart. He really wanted to see this guy meet with misfortune soon. When Yuan Qi lost everything, he wanted to see whether those beautiful women like Cheng Muxiue would still be willing to stay by his side as a penniless man. Just thinking about such a scene brought Zhao Kai a sense of satisfaction. Luo Yingchuan harbored much the same thoughts. That half-blood beauty from last time was one thing, but this time, when he had finally set his sights on someone, he couldn't believe she was connected to this guy. This gradually made him hold a grudge against Yuan Qi. How could anyone feel comfortable when all the good things were being taken by a single person? Although he knew the other party drove an impressive car and was likely beyond his reach, the Qin family was a different matter entirely. If this guy was merely a nouveau riche, he would hardly come to a good end. Just wait. His good days were numbered. Are there any other campus beauties at your school? Luo Yingchuan refused to give up and was prepared to shift his attention elsewhere. Apart from these few, the rest would probably be one tier lower. Luo Yingchuan frowned slightly, but said nothing more. After all, he had come all this way. He could not possibly leave empty-handed. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi naturally had no idea what Zhao Kai and Luo Yingchuan were plotting. He had just arrived at the sales office with Anana. "Darling, why are you bringing me here?" Anana asked, curiosity evident in her eyes as she looked around the building. "I'm planning to buy a house, so we'll have a place to stay after our dates." Yuan Qi intended to purchase a residence for Anana as well. They had been together long enough, and he had already secured homes for his other girlfriends. He did not intend to treat Anana any differently. Upon hearing Yuan Qi's words, Anana covered her mouth in astonishment. She never expected he would bring her here to buy a house. Such a significant purchase sounded so effortless coming from him. Anana felt both touched and thrilled, the unexpected surprise making her feel as though she were floating on air. They stepped out of the car and entered the sales center, where a professionally dressed saleswoman quickly greeted them with warmth. "Are you here to view properties? Do you have any preferred locations or floor plans? Our company has newly launched developments near the 2nd and 3rd ring roads. Do you have any completed units ready for immediate occupancy?" Yuan Qi preferred not to waste time renovating a new property, so he decided to purchase a ready-to-move-in unit as before. "Yes, sir. May I ask what requirements you have for the property? Once I filter the options, I'll show them to you." From Yuan Qi's tone, she sensed this deal was nearly sealed. In the current market, properties were difficult to sell. Her colleagues sometimes went months without closing a single sale. Fortunately, she had seized the opportunity. Yuan Qi turned to Anana with a smile. "Nana, do you have any preferences for the house?" Anana quickly shook her head. "Darling, you decide. I've never really looked into buying a house before." Yuan Qi nodded and turned back to the saleswoman to outline his requirements. The apartment should be no less than 160 square meters, fully furnished upon delivery, and located within the 3rd ring road. "For now, that's all. Please filter the options, and we'll head straight to view the properties." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman became even more enthusiastic. Properties of this caliber typically commanded prices in the millions, meaning her commission would be substantial. "Certainly, sir. I'll pull up the listings right away, and we can proceed to view whichever properties catch your eye." She immediately began working on her tablet, and within moments presented Yuan Qi with images of properties matching his criteria. Properties exceeding 160 square meters qualified as spacious luxury units, and the dozen or so options the saleswoman had curated all looked promising. After careful consideration, Yuan Qi selected 3 properties. All featured floor-to-ceiling windows in high-rise units with approximately 180 square meters of space, and Anana had no objections to any of them. Once they reached an agreement, they prepared to view the properties. As they stepped outside, Yuan Qi overheard a couple arguing nearby. "Lily, we agreed. Buying a 2-bedroom outside the 4th ring road would be sufficient. How could you suddenly change your mind?" The man's tone carried clear dissatisfaction. "But I thought that 3-bedroom near the 3rd ring road was excellent. It's close to where we work. If we chose the one you suggested, I'd need to wake up 3 hours earlier each day just to commute. That unit costs $1.3 million though. We don't have that kind of money right now, and a 2-bedroom would be plenty for the 2 of us. There's no need to stretch for a 3-bedroom. Inside, the man felt equally conflicted. He wanted a better home too, but spending hundreds of thousands extra just to save a few minutes daily seemed unreasonable. "We only have 15,000 yuan saved together. For the down payment, we could borrow from family and pay it back slowly. With a 2-bedroom, we wouldn't even have room to host visitors." The woman refused to yield and kept trying to persuade her boyfriend, but the man remained adamant about not spending an additional several hundred thousand. Their conversation escalated into a heated argument, and they ultimately parted ways unhappily. One could only wonder if this couple would survive such disagreements. Watching this scene, Yuan Qi felt a wave of reflection. Without the system binding him, this might very well have been his own future. For ordinary people, purchasing a home was a monumental life decision, yet for him it felt as trivial as buying a piece of clothing. Life's circumstances were truly extraordinary. Anana, witnessing this contrast, felt even deeper affection for Yuan Qi. Her partner handled such matters with decisive confidence, never burdened by financial concern. The comparison filled Anana with profound contentment. The sales representative was quite accustomed to such situations. It was not uncommon for young couples purchasing property together to fall into disagreements and argue from time to time. Sometimes disputes could escalate heatedly, forcing the sales staff to step in and mediate, only to be inadvertently caught in the commotion. In the final analysis, it often came down to financial constraints. Sales staff had grown shrewd about this. When couples entered the showroom visibly tense with each other and lacking apparent purchasing power, they typically avoided attending to them. In contrast, a gentleman like Yuan Qi, who arrived accompanied by an elegant companion, naturally became the most welcomed client of the day. Having a graceful female companion by a man's side had become a reliable indicator for estimating potential deals. As the group stepped out of the sales center, the saleswoman's confidence deepened upon noticing Yuan Qi's Bentley. A man driving such a distinguished vehicle and making property decisions so decisively was precisely the caliber of client they cherished. Noticing the saleswoman reaching for her car keys, Yuan Qi spoke up. "There is no need for such trouble. Why don't you simply ride along in my car?" Upon hearing this, the saleswoman felt a spark of delight. She would get the opportunity to experience the comfort of traveling in a Bentley herself. "Then I shall trouble you, sir." And so the group climbed into Yuan Qi's vehicle and made their way to the first residential community to view the property. Upon arrival, the saleswoman led them to the 20th floor and unlocked the door to step inside. What greeted them was an exceptionally spacious living room where the black and white color scheme lent the space a minimalist aesthetic that nonetheless radiated a refined sense of design. This unit was renovated early this year and is ready for immediate occupancy. The interior space measures 172 square meters, excluding common areas, priced at $250 per square meter. The saleswoman subtly observed Yuan Qi's expression as he absorbed the price. He showed no reaction whatsoever, so she continued detailing the property's other features. After listening attentively, Yuan Qi turned to Anna for her opinion. Anna was clearly delighted, though with 2 more units still to view, she decided to hold off on any final decision until she had seen everything. Yuan Qi remained unrushed, his sole purpose being to help Anna secure her ideal home. They then proceeded to inspect another unit within the same residential community. This second unit featured a more refined interior design than the first, with warm tones throughout that suggested it was tailored for a woman's residence. At 160 square meters, this place was noticeably smaller than the first property. Finally, the group visited another community to view the last unit. Spacious at 180 square meters with 5 bedrooms and 2 living areas, making it the largest of the 3. Occupying the highest floor and commanding the premium price of $350 per square meter, the unit embodied understated luxury with elegant and refined details throughout. Anna, having viewed all 3 properties, which one has captured your heart? Hearing Yuan Qi's question, Anna's heart swelled with pleasure, though she leaned against his arm and shook her head gently. "My dear, I am content with all 3. It ultimately rests with your decision." In truth, her preference lay with the last property, but she wished to avoid appearing grasping, so she deferred to Yuan Qi's judgment. "Then your words amount to nothing. How about I simply purchase all 3? Yuan Qi regarded Anna's demure demeanor and offered a teasing remark. The saleswoman stood by quietly watching their exchange without any hint of impatience. Yet inwardly she felt deeply envious of Anna, blessed with such beauty, and to have encountered a man of such generosity and kindness. She could only wonder if Anna had somehow earned such fortune in a past life. Yuan Qi barely hesitated before selecting the third property, a sum exceeding 5 million, which amounted to little for him at present. Once the rebates materialized, he could claim his savings had approached 150 million yuan, marking progress toward a modest personal milestone. Hearing Yuan Qi's choice, Anna's heart overflowed with joy. The saleswoman's face likewise brightened with delight. This transaction would bring her over 100,000 yuan in commission, a substantial windfall for someone who had gone nearly 2 months without closing a deal. With the decision made, Yuan Qi wasted no time and led both women back to the sales center to begin signing the contracts. When Yuan Qi announced the property would be registered solely under Anna's name, everyone present gazed at him in astonishment. "My dear, this house is purchased with your funds. Surely my name should also be included." Tears of emotion welled in Anna's eyes as she embraced Yuan Qi, hoping he would add his name as well. "Anna, listen to me. This property is my gift to you and a testament to my sincerity. You must accept it." Of course, these were merely the words Yuan Qi chose to express himself. His true intention was to maximize the rebates by keeping the registration solely under Anna's name. Eventually, Anna could not persuade him otherwise. She signed the contract with a radiant smile, resolving in her heart that her soul and devotion would belong to Yuan Qi alone for this lifetime and beyond. Soon after the contract was completed, Yuan Qi paid the full amount of 5.2 million yuan, the discounted price carrying auspicious significance, with effortless grace. As they departed, the saleswoman personally escorted them to the entrance and attempted to obtain his contact information, hoping to express her gratitude properly at a later date. Yuan Qi was no stranger to such situations, having encountered them more than once. From the longing glances cast his way, it was obvious to anyone what the saleswoman desired. Yet acknowledging her presence was merely adequate, and knowing he had particular standards in mind, he politely declined her request. Amidst the saleswoman's disappointed gaze, Yuan Qi and Anna departed the sales center. My dear, I love you for a lifetime. Even in another life, I shall remain yours. Inside the car, Anna could no longer contain her overflowing emotions. Sitting in the passenger seat, she leaned affectionately against Yuan Qi, wishing to press gentle kisses upon his neck. Stirred by Anna's warmth, Yuan Qi's spirits lifted, yet he maintained his composure and spoke softly. Be patient, my dear. There are many people about. When we return home, I shall gladly immerse myself in your affection. Although Yuan Qi did not object to such intimacy in the car, the bustling surroundings, despite the tinted windows, made him feel somewhat uneasy. Then I shall follow your guidance. Whatever you desire when we return, I am yours. Anna gradually regained some of her composure, acknowledging that she had been carried away by overwhelming excitement. Yuan Qi smoothly adjusted the clothes Anna had gently ruffled, then started the engine and set course toward their new home. On the very first day of purchasing the property, Yuan Qi intended to properly celebrate his new home. Meanwhile, while Yuan Qi basked in happiness across town, Qin Yuan's mood could not have been more somber. He was currently on the receiving end of a reprimand over the phone, and although he felt stifled and resentful, he dared not respond. The voice on the other end belonged to his own father. At this moment, Qin Xiao's demeanor carried a trace of cautiousness. As a member of a prominent family, he was bound by strict etiquette, and even when speaking to his own father, he could not be overly casual. For reasons well known, the elder generation often had many children, for the vast family estate could only be entrusted to one's own kin with greater peace of mind. This inevitably led to familial bonds being somewhat weaker than those of ordinary people. This was also why Qin Yuan occasionally sought amusement outside. He had felt stifled at home for too long. This time, when he answered the phone, before he could say a word, the middle-aged man on the other end startled him with a single sentence. I am disappointed in you. Hearing those stern words from the middle-aged man, Qin Yuan's heart leaped into his throat. He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, Dad, I haven't done anything improper recently. He genuinely could not fathom why his father would be disappointed in him. Are you having a Qin investigate someone? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had not expected it to be about this matter, but he still could not understand why his father would say such a thing. Why, yes. Qin Yuan could only answer honestly before his father. Why are you investigating him? Tell me the whole story in detail. Sensing the gravity in his father's tone, Qin Yuan realized that Yuan Qi's identity must be extraordinary. A Qin must have uncovered something, or else he would not have reported it to his father. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan recounted his conflict with Yuan Qi from beginning to end. After listening, the other side let out a sigh of relief. Let it end here. Do not dwell on that girl from the Gu family any longer. Treat this matter as if it never happened. Hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a pang of reluctance. After all, he had genuine feelings for Gu Weiwei. Dad, why? What identity does Yuan Qi have? Can't even our Qin family afford to offend him? There was a moment of silence before the other side spoke slowly. You know his surname, so you can think boldly. But I warn you, if you truly offend him, you will no longer be a member of the Qin family. With that, the other party hung up directly. Qin Yuan listened to the dial tone, his expression turning grim. He had never imagined that Yuan Qi could make his father so wary. Yuan. Could it be? Qin Yuan's pupils contracted as the thought of that family flashed through his mind. If Yuan Qi truly belonged to that family, then his own Qin family would indeed be insignificant. Comparing the Qin family to that clan would be like pitting an egg against a stone. Why does it have to be this way? Qin Yuan clenched his fists, a look of helplessness on his face. Yet the moment he recalled that Yuan Qi might be from that family, a shiver of fear ran down his spine. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to investigate the other party's background first. Otherwise, when he thought of the consequences his father had mentioned, Qin Yuan felt a chill. Having enjoyed so much, to end up with nothing would be unbearable. As for Gu Weiwei, Qin Yuan took a deep breath and decided to act as if nothing had happened. So this was what it felt like to be oppressed by someone else's power. Qin Yuan disliked this feeling intensely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Qi was naturally unaware that the mysterious background granted by his system had already helped him quietly resolve a trouble. After bringing in Nana to the newly purchased house, the two of them embraced warmly. Darling, you are so good to me. Today's surprise is overwhelming. I don't know how to repay you. Yuan Qi smiled, gently, his arms around Nana's slender waist. After this spending spree, his savings officially surpassed the 50 million mark, earning him both money and a girl's affection. Silly girl, you are my woman. Buying you a house to live in is only natural. I may not be able to give you a wedding, but anything else I have I can give you. Hearing this, Nana, buried in Yuan Qi's embrace, was deeply moved. No sweet words could compare to the sense of security Yuan Qi gave her. This house was registered solely under her name. Even if she and Yuan Qi were to part ways, she would still own a 5 million yuan property. This assurance made Nana feel much more at ease, and her affection for Yuan Qi grew deeper. Darling, hold me close. After saying this, Nana took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yuan Qi's neck and pressed her lips to his. Yuan Qi initially received the kiss passively, but soon took the lead. They exchanged tender moments, neither willing to yield. Today, Nana displayed a passion she had never shown before, allowing Yuan Qi to fully experience the warmth of youthful ardor. In this newly purchased spacious flat, the two left behind their own quiet memories. 2 hours quickly passed. When everything was over and Nana leaned wearily in Yuan Qi's arms, having given her all. Even Yuan Qi, who possessed an extraordinary physique, felt a hint of fatigue. Yet he truly felt the depth of Nana's affection. After a long while, Nana's dazed eyes slowly regained focus. She looked at Yuan Qi with admiration, amazed that despite using all her energy, he seemed to have barely expended any. The thought that such an outstanding man belonged to her, even if not entirely, filled her with satisfaction and secret joy. She wrapped her arms tightly around Yuan Qi's waist. Have you recovered? At this, even the usually competitive Nana shook her head repeatedly. I really can't go on. But after a moment she changed her tone and said, if you still want to, I could. She bit her lip, glanced at Yuan Qi, and began to slide under the covers, but he stopped her. You've already expended a lot of energy. Let's rest and just hold each other and talk. Yuan Qi was not without consideration for his woman. Hearing this, Nana was touched once more and did not refuse his suggestion. They held each other, whispering sweet nothings until late into the night, when they both fell into a deep sleep.